great to have you with us. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of Demon King Rebirth, the defiant demon concubine. Please be low-key here on GMT Recap. The scene begins with a vague figure appearing beneath the clear blue water. The figure seems confused as they look at their own reflection. The image gradually becomes clearer. It is a young man with black hair. By his left eye, there is a fiery red glow, and atop his head, there is a horn. He looks at his reflection in panic, and his face suddenly becomes incredulous. This face. He thinks to himself. As if sensing something strange, he quickly regains his composure. Realizing the fiery eye and the horn, he frantically splashes water on his face, as if trying to extinguish the red fire in his eye. Deep down, a thought arises: why is it burning? While splashing water on his face, a sudden voice interrupts, causing him to freeze. His hands hover in mid-air, his eyes still fixed on his wet hands. "What are you doing, my liege?" He suddenly turns around, searching for the owner of the voice. "What? Who is that?" In that moment, his eyes are met with a pair of breasts of a girl standing nearby. He pauses for a moment, then looks closely. The girl has pink hair and is standing shyly on the other side. Just like him, she has a horn on the left side and wings folding behind her back. She gently asked, her tone soft but tinged with worry, "Is something wrong, liege?" He could only stare at her without responding, his whole body frozen in place, retaining his previous posture. Seeing this, the beauty reminded him, "Is it all right to plunge water into the eternal flame?" The young man was taken aback, moving from one surprise to another. The panic was evident on his face. "OMG, who is she?" He gaped, looking at the girl standing across from him in astonishment. "What is she doing here? Wait, where am I? Who am I?" The girl was named Cassandra, captain of the 7th security team, possessing a strength index of 15,313. At this moment, she wore a flushed face, her sparkling eyes gazing at the young man, anxiously asking, "My liege, you are acting strangely today. Is it that you are displeased with the servant's name?" Upon hearing Cassandra's words, he couldn't help but think, how strange. This language isn't from Nation H, but I can understand it. Next to where he stood was a dim mirror reflecting his image. But he paid no attention, still lost in his thoughts with a multitude of questions arising. Where am I? What is this world? Why can I see her stats? Why don't I remember anything? Think now. Suddenly, as if discovering something, he turned around abruptly. His pupils widened, and he stared intently at the mirror in front of him, anxiously muttering, "What the he?" In the reflection of the mirror, the sturdy figure of a young man became clear. He wore a black fur cloak, and beneath it was a pair of pants designed in a very special way. On his thighs, straight red streaks patterned down to his knees, where a belt adorned with 2 large claws was located. Below his calves were other intricate designs, giving the pants a sense of powerful authority. Looking at the image in the mirror, he was taken aback. "Is this me?" The young man kept turning back and forth, confused about where he was. He was standing in a room filled with hollow skulls. The mirror he just looked into faced him, and behind it was a chair topped with a skull that had 2 horns, resembling a goat's head. Cassandra stood opposite him, anxiously calling, "Liege." Suddenly, she rushed over and hugged him tightly, her voice filled with worry. "My liege, what has happened to you? Please, tell me." Their faces were inches apart, the small girl nestled in his arms. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, her tone a bit sulky. "Liege, you have been very strange since you woke up. Have you been affected after your encounter with Sarif?" A series of thoughts flashed through his mind, mostly silent questions. Supreme Angel. Who is that? What does the phrase above her mean? Strength Index 15,313? Ha! Are those horns real or just cosplay? Wow, they look so real. Then his gaze shifted down to the petite body pressed against him, feeling a bit shy. He thought to himself, this part feels more real. there's a bit of a reaction. Cassandra was still tightly hugging him when suddenly a noise came from deep within the dim room. They both instinctively turned to look in the direction of the voice. Suddenly, two shadows appeared. Their faces were gaunt and emaciated, resembling skulls, sending chills down his spine. A large shadow stood out, its skull head not only able to speak but exuding seriousness. On the left and right were the two faces of two different skulls, each adorned with horns made of bone. This large shadow wore a robe patterned with skulls arranged ominously. A deep, solemn voice echoed, "Do not be disrespectful to the liege." In its left hand, it held a staff made from two skulls stacked on top of each other, resembling one skull biting into the other below for support. In his chest, he carried a glowing emerald. The solemn voice still reverberated in the air, "Mind your attitude." At his feet were countless identical shadows lurking around him, creating a truly eerie sensation. It turned out that this was Nirobar, the Army Magic Division of the 8th Protection Team, possessing a strength level of 18,632. The young man, referred to as Liege, was suddenly taken aback by Nirobar's imposing figure, silently exclaiming, "Who is this guy? He looks really scary. Oh, there's a similar inscription on his head too." Cassandra, standing nearby, was not amused and retorted, "Shut up, Nirobar. Don't interfere." Suddenly, Nirobar knelt down on one knee, his voice filled with remorse. "You have been injured by Sarif, my liege. This deathly creature is ready to await orders. Your army is awaiting." Cassandra, irritated, pushed the souls known as undead away from herself and spoke up, "Don't summon your undead anymore." Nirobar did not care much about Cassandra, only bowing his head respectfully to atone. His voice rang out with sincerity, "I am ready to take the general's head, to earn a worthy victory for you, and we can break through that damned city. Their time is up. No one dares to doubt your majesty. You must act." The young man, still taken aback, suddenly became apathetic and coldly said, "Kill them all in one sweep." Immediately after, he hurriedly covered his mouth, panically thinking, "Oh God, why did I say that? My voice sounded like a subwoofer." The shock was evident in his eyes as he could only wonder, what is happening here? A sudden pain crashed over him, he clutched his head and screamed, "My head! It hurts so much, I can't remember everything." Seeing her liege in such a condition, Cassandra hurriedly intended to get closer, quickly asking, "My liege, are you all right?" Beside her, Nirobar and the undead also looked on with worry for their liege, but he raised his hand, signaling them not to approach. His voice remained cold, "I'm fine. Don't mind me." His face still bore the remnants of the pain from earlier, accompanied by a sense of doubt. Only hazy thoughts occupied his mind, "This place feels so unfamiliar. I do not belong here." One hand clutched his head, and each time he tried to remember, a sharp pain shot through. He looked down at the strange hand that clearly belonged to his own body and silently thought, "It's so different from me." Before him, people knelt at his feet with reverence, they were too real to be merely cosplayers. Nirobar and Cassandra remained on one knee on the ground. Cassandra turned to ask Nirobar, "Nero, what happened to the liege? Did the battle with the Archangel cause our liege to be harmed?" Nirobar, hearing this, replied in a low voice, "I do not know. Do not speak such nonsense. What the liege needs is to crush them." Upon hearing these words, he began to piece together the current situation, liege. I can sense their loyalty, just like. As he thought of something, a flicker of realization flashed across his face, his mouth opened as if to say something. A thought echoed in his mind, I should play the role of their character, become the overlord. Nirobar's eyes sparkled with urgency in his voice, "My liege, how shall we attack?" Hearing this, the liege suddenly jolted, silently cursing, "Damn it, this guy scared me to death." He turned around to look at his two subordinates and spoke, "Huh?" Nirobar tried to advise, "My liege, just follow my words, there's no need to struggle any longer. We must push straight into the battlefield." Cassandra next to him grew furious, snapping at Nirobar, "Hey, don't tell my liege what to do." The liege's words stunned both of them, "Should I negotiate with the Archangel?" Nirobar reacted, his voice losing control. Negotiate? Cassandra also stood there dumbfounded, staring at the liege. After speaking, he realized he had misspoken. Oh no, it's ruined, I need to ask for more information. He calculated in his mind, thinking for a moment, they seem to respect me greatly, I cannot let them doubt. I must act like a true overlord. With that, he turned back to his loyal subordinates, declaring, lead the way. Nirobar, hopeful at this command, immediately complied, yes, my liege. After leaving the gloomy basement, the three of them stepped outside and were greeted by a group of bizarrely shaped beings. All of them knelt down, showing utmost reverence. Above each person's head, their identity and different strength levels were clearly displayed. Liege was both shocked and excited to witness this scene, thinking to himself, wow, there are even more people outside. But moments later, a few doubts appeared on his face. He had a fleeting thought that he couldn't believe, who are these intimidating guys? Are they my subordinates? Then he posed an additional question to himself that he found hard to believe, are all these people my followers? Nirobar, bearing three faces, spoke in unison, my overlord, you are the Demon King. The army under your command can only conquer the city after you kill the Archangel. Upon hearing this, the young man was still somewhat hesitant, calculating, this kind of thing is bound to happen to me. But who do I have to kill now? In the midst of those followers, at the center, was a girl with orange hair, dressed in a revealing red outfit, who was kneeling respectfully in front of him. To his left was a red-haired guy, with two white strands of hair slicked back, also kneeling under the Demon King's banner. Her name is Miranda, the Queen of Vampires commanding the demon army of the 9th Protection Team, with a strength index of 28,637. Her sharp face and beautiful green eyes, along with a red mark in the center of her forehead, highlight her innate beauty. Her long orange hair is slicked back, leaving a small section draped over one shoulder. On the other side, just a few stray strands fall down, revealing an alluring blue earring. After seeing the information appear alongside the girl's beauty, the Demon King felt an indescribable emotion. His face suddenly flushed as he focused on her, silently thinking, the army commander is really beautiful, just my type. Miranda simply closed her eyes and knelt there, waiting for the next order, while Cassandra stood beside her, observing the Demon King who was shy from meeting a girl. As his mood became increasingly hard to control, the Demon King felt anxious to the point that his face turned red, with a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In his mind, there was only the image of the hot orange-haired girl. I'm so worried. Now they stood side by side, forming a lineup. At the back were Miranda and the red-haired guy who called himself Xander, loudly saying, Liege, let me, Xander, accompany you. Above them, Nirobar and Cassandra were annoyed with Xander, get lost, Xander. And of course, leading them was the esteemed Demon King, still unsure of his own name. He paid no mind to the noisy crowd behind him but only looked ahead and pondered, in front is a cliff, quite noisy. He could also guess what was down there. From above, they all looked down, including the Demon King and his entourage behind. As if witnessing something horrifying, the Demon King was so startled that he froze. His face lost the previous playful demeanor, replaced instead by sheer astonishment. Below the cliff was an overwhelmingly vast army, so many it was impossible to count how many there were. Everyone was brimming with fighting spirit, ready for the battle about to unfold. Both on the ground and in the air, the Demon King's army was no joke, indeed, it was so many that just a glance made me feel crushed. The Demon King stood still, watching his army while sweat dripped down his face. Cassandra, standing behind, felt anxious and spoke up, my liege, your legs. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the Demon King's legs, which were shaking uncontrollably, whether from fear or excitement, she couldn't tell. She asked, you must be excited, my liege? Right in the center was a blinding light shining from the sky, a sword piercing straight down into the ground, surrounded by the mighty army of the Demon King. On that sword, there was a figure with wings emanating blinding golden light, pierced through the body. Gradually, that figure dissolved into the dust of the mortal realm. Below, several armored individuals were seated, holding their faces as they wept, as if mourning for the one above. The Demon King, upon seeing that scene, suddenly had an unimaginable thought cross his mind. If I had to guess, that must be the Supreme Angel. His face stiffened, momentarily freezing as if unsure of what to say next. Who has defeated the one who possessed that body? Is that person dead? Why am I here? Thousands of questions continuously surged through his mind without anyone able to explain. He quietly thought, I must deliver the finishing blow to that guy, to kill him. His back remained still, but his heart was an ocean of turmoil. How can I get there? My back. Suddenly, his entire body felt infused with strength, leaving him astonished and momentarily forgetting his reactions. Under the watchful eyes of his trusted companions, Cassandra, Nerobar, and Xander, they were excitedly observing the Demon King as he unfurled his magnificent wings. Wings! He thought. An incredible notion flashed through his mind, not yet able to adapt to everything that was happening. I have wings, I seem cool. With a little hop and a stretch forward, he intended to unleash his proud wings and take flight. Excited thoughts raced through his mind as he secretly mused, I could never have imagined this day would come. He spread his wings and opened his arms wide, ready to embrace the clear blue sky with his own wings. His posture was filled with enthusiasm and hope. I can truly fly. Just as he was about to celebrate, he suddenly felt a powerful pressure enveloping him. He was falling. Having barely flapped his wings once, he lost control and plummeted off the cliff, screaming in despair, Ah! 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 Xander and Cassandra looked on in panic as the Demon King fell, unable to refrain from calling out, Liege! A gigantic hand grabbed the nape of the noble Demon King, and in an instant, he found himself stunned, unable to believe he had just escaped the grasp of death. That hand set him upon its shoulder and spoke, while he was still unable to regain his composure after that leap, nearly clinging on instinctively, Be careful, my liege. Realizing he was sitting on the shoulder of a large girl, he couldn't help but be taken aback and exclaim, She is so muscular. Her name is Mandini, a wild titan leading the 10th army of the Demon Legion belonging to the 7th Wasteland Territory Guard. She possesses a strength stat of 14,516, with titan blood coursing through her veins. Her body size is quite large compared to others. Her skin is bronze, her hair a brownish-orange, and her casual attire with minimal fabric makes her appear both alluring and untamed. Your escort will lead the way, she said. A large shadow fell right over the sword, causing the armored fighters to become alert. Mandini placed the Demon King right in the middle of that group, leaving him bewildered and unsure of what to say. From the edge of the rock, two individuals quickly jumped down, carrying a pinkish red light, landing precisely behind the Demon King, ready to assist at any moment. Cassandra brought with her a scythe while Xander carried a sword on his back. Seeing this, he was somewhat surprised. The three of them moved closer to the trembling group, thrusting their swords toward them, trying to protect the one impaled by the sword. It was easy for the Demon King to see the identities of the individuals. It seems that these two groups show no signs of unified cooperation. One person from the second group, Karl of the Holy Wing Power, with a strength stat of 543, shouted, Back away, don't come near. But Bob, the member of Wing Power Group 3, possessing a strength of 857, was not like that. He shouted loudly, Courage, Karl! We must fight back. Nevertheless, the trembling hands holding swords could not be hidden. Bob was still determined to confront the Demon King, boldly raising his voice, Karl, this guy wants to insult our Archangel. We cannot let that happen. The Demon King showed a disbelieving expression, combined with a hint of astonishment about these people. Their power is too weak, and the way they look at me makes me feel that they are afraid of me. The Demon King hesitated to approach the group, considering whether he should advise them. Should I counsel them? Suddenly, Bob shouted as if giving an order. The group rushed forward with swords in hand. Onward, brothers! Death has come to us today, for humanity. Saying that, Bob stabbed his two fingers straight into the middle of his forehead. His face was clearly showing indescribable pain, but he still shouted with glory, Glory to the Holy Wing Empire. Then one by one, each of them stabbed their hands forcefully into their foreheads. Suddenly, their strength surged rapidly, causing the Demon King to wonder, What? What just happened to them? The crowd seemed to possess a God-given strength. The eyes of each person gleamed in intense gold, and the veins across their bodies bulged clearly, looking even more terrifying than the minions under the Demon King's command. The Demon King, in disbelief, watched as the strength stats gradually increased, silently thinking, the strength stats have increased by over 1,000. Along with that was Cassandra's unmistakable excitement in her voice. Is that a secret ritual to enhance their power? A slight boost, traded for the user's lifespan. Cassandra's face suddenly shifted from excitement to a devious and unpredictable expression. She continued, even if you're unlucky enough to die once again, that power is no different than ants crawling on an elephant's rear, huh? Hearing this, the Demon King stood by in fear, not daring to say anything more, only thinking to himself, hey, don't make me look like the bad guy. The armored crowd brandished their swords towards them, shouting, you're dead for sure. The Demon King, now frozen, could only think, so fast. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Level 3 Tremor Warning. Level 3 Tremor Warning. The Demon King finally snapped back to reality. The voice kept resonating in his head, uncontrollable. The system urged the master to use the fire barrier. Confused, he spoke up, who? Swords rained down from above, heading straight for the Demon King with no mercy, yet he remained standing there, showing no signs of movement. The strange voice continued to echo in his head, making it impossible for him to ignore. Warning. Level 1 Shock. Significant damage is imminent, please use the fire shield skill. He couldn't escape the doubts and kept asking himself, who is talking to me? Who are you? The soulless sword came crashing down, with a face full of rage, wishing nothing more than to chop him into 100 pieces. At that moment, the voice rang out again, I am the sacred eternal flame, the beginning of the world's death system. Brace for impact. At that instant, the sword struck the Demon King, carving a long line from his chest down to his abdomen, blood splattering everywhere. Cassandra, standing beside him, was caught off guard and couldn't believe it, staring in panic at the injured Demon King. He froze, his face pale. But less than a second later, the one who had just struck him was the one frozen in disbelief, looking at him, what? Along with several other soldiers who were also preparing to attack. Not knowing what had happened, they only heard Bob shouting angrily along with the voices of others, Carl, I was ready for this strike, huh, die, monster. We can kill them. Suddenly, the scene abruptly changed, position 1 Su Ruofing, position 2 Xiao Xiaolon, position 3 Ku Kukio. The girls and students are surrounding the information board. 2 young men spoke up, congratulations, you have secured the number 1 position. The figure of a charming girl standing with her friends, gently brushing her hair with her hand, smiling softly yet gracefully. The white hospital bed is cradling the girl who is receiving in 4, with a braid on one side. The contact name only has the word mother, and the message consists of just a few brief sentences, Ruofing. Today is your father's funeral, your mother cannot see you in the hospital. Remember to light incense for your father after studying, and don't forget to buy flowers. A girl holding a bouquet of yellow flowers, then white, smiling and saying, this bouquet can bring you happiness. A little boy, engrossed in chasing a ball, accidentally runs right out onto the main road. A voice calls him back from someone holding a bright, fresh bouquet, but the boy seems not to hear, hey, it's too dangerous, kiddo. Letting go of the bouquet, hurriedly rushing to the side of the kiddo who was sitting in the middle of the busy street picking up the ball, full of vehicles moving dangerously. A driver, startled, gaped and slammed the brakes of the oncoming truck. The bouquet is crushed, mixed with fresh blood. This is no longer a bouquet that can bring happiness. The intervention of the divine. Save this chaotic world. The world of death is in danger. After overlapping memories, a memory is partially recalled. He slowly opens his eyes, trying to see everything around him, but it is too faint. I was hit by a truck, an accident. I hope that kiddo is still alive. As if pulled back to the present, he widens his pupils, not understanding the current situation. He only sees Xander anxiously beside him. Am I dead? His eyes suddenly narrow, unable to believe what he is seeing. So, now in front of him, he sees a frenzied demon slaughtering everything in sight. With its left hand, it holds the head of a human, while its mouth devours a juicy morsel. Continuing his recent thoughts, he cannot help but be horrified. Is this hell? When Cassandra became a demon, she was the leader of the number 7 protection team, head of the department, with a power index of 30,626. Now, she no longer possesses the innocent, kind nature she once had. Instead, she has an extremely bloodthirsty appearance, capable of slaughtering countless lives at will without any regard for anyone. Her subordinates, witnessing this scene, are incredibly excited, shouting her name and cheering endlessly, "Cassandra, Cassandra!" But the armored men, on the contrary, seem to be in despair, only knowing how to exclaim, "Monster!" Xander spoke up to intervene. "Cassandra, stop. Are you going to act like this in front of your liege? Control yourself." Hearing these words, Cassandra suddenly halted all actions. Although her posture had not yet returned, she was no longer as fierce as before. Her claw-like nails quickly turned back into delicate white feet, and she rushed towards the Demon King in her normal form. Cassandra ran over in worry and asked, "My liege, what happened to your dignity?" The Demon King couldn't help but startle as he replied, "I can't stop the bleeding." Then he thought, unable to accept, wait, that demon just now was really her, yet she was extremely calm. He staggered to his feet, placing a hand on his chest to support his body as if he were about to collapse. Beside him was Cassandra, looking at him with concern. "This wound, it doesn't hurt at all. Do I really need to kill that archangel?" After thinking clearly, he turned sharply to Xander and ordered, "Xander, kill him for me." Xander incredulously pointed at himself as if to confirm what the Demon King had just said, "Me?" Xander raised his hands in front of him, skillfully refusing the Demon King's command, "I cannot do it." He said, "That Sarif is protected by the spirits of 2 gods. Besides you, the Overlord, the true Demon King, anyone who touches him will turn to ash." Upon hearing this, the Demon King began to doubt himself, wondering, "Am I really that powerful?" Determined, he stepped towards the sword piercing through the man. Suddenly, that gaze flickered with brilliance, not just the eyes but his entire body seemed to glow. Seeing the identity and power stats of the man, the Demon King felt somewhat overwhelmed. His face stiffened, revealing hesitation and a hint of fear. Such a high power level. He thought, he must have been extremely strong before being injured. "Personally, I really don't want to kill him. Is there no other way?" The voice of the man spoke, how splendid, Sebastian, the Red Flame." That person was Sarif Archangel of the Holy Wing Empire, with a power level of 36,472. Even injured, the proud demeanor that could hardly be tainted remained apparent in Sarif. Upon hearing this, the Demon King was a bit surprised. "Sebastian, is that my name in this world? Unbelievable. It sounds terrifyingly familiar." As he pondered, Sarif suddenly stretched out his arms despite his wounded body. Looking at the Demon King standing across from him, he suddenly spoke, "After 100 years, we have fought against each other for this moment, but this time, the victor is you." As he finished, Sarif's voice softened, and his expression became gentler. "The Lord is calling, save this chaotic and hopeless world." Hearing this, the Demon King suddenly flinched, stunned to receive the information. Then he hesitantly asked Sarif, "Hey, did you?" The Demon King questioned Sarif right in front of Cassandra and Xander's astonished gazes, "Did you bring me to this world?" Cassandra skeptically asked Xander, who was standing beside her, "What is Liege Sebastian saying?" "I'm worried about the Liege." Hearing this, Xander also replied, "Pitying your enemy, who knows what the Demon King is thinking." With a resigned expression, Xander looked at Cassandra and spoke, "After all, that's Sarif. An archangel like him is truly rare, one of the few dangers capable of confronting the Overlord." Sarif responded to the Demon King's question, his face calm as if the wound inflicted by the sword was not worth mentioning. "Kid, I don't know where you came from. Looking into your eyes, I'm quite sure the Lord has sent your fright to Sebastian." Ending the sentence, a strong tremor caused dust to rise, leaving only a space for the two of them. Sarif spoke again, "To save this chaotic and decaying world." Confused, he pointed at himself and asked Sarif in return, "Me? Save the world? You're joking, right?" Are you talking to me? His face clearly showed disbelief. He silently thought, what am I, the chosen one? Sarif continued to explain the situation for him to understand. Chaos and order have been disrupted for many years. Sarif's face was dotted with sweat, looking as if he was about to exhaust himself, but still tried to convey the information to him. This is not as simple as it seems. There is no absolute right or wrong. The armored legion stood solemnly in formation, their expressions unchanged. Sarif's voice echoed, both sides can harbor betrayal, even within the Justice Legion. In contrast to the imposing Justice Legion standing in formation, above them was the Dark Legion, led by Miranda, followed by Nerobar and their entourage drifting around them. Sarif's voice kept on resonating. Even within the Dark Legion, there exists dignity, loyalty, nobility, and camaraderie. Seek to find balance in all things. The Demon King struggled to listen to Sarif's words. Meanwhile, Sarif's body was still pierced by the sword, but that did not stop his voice. Perhaps God sent you from a place of gray rules, where both good and evil can coexist. Sebastian and I could not achieve that, but I believe you have a plan, to do what you think is right. His expression momentarily froze as he spoke to explain to Sarif that he couldn't. I'm just an ordinary student. I don't know anything about war. My world is peaceful, I can't bear this responsibility. Sarif's face suddenly tensed. His voice, no longer the same, was filled with suffering and pain. Don't run. Face it. Liege has ripped my soul away. Time is up. It hurts so much. Sarif truly couldn't bear it any longer. He shouted in agony, take the artifact out of my body. His face lost its noble demeanor, replaced by ultimate suffering. Please free me, embrace your destiny. The Demon King suddenly did not know what to do, his expression gradually changing. All he could see was Sarif enduring unbearable pain, screaming as he could no longer hold on. The sword suddenly began to shine. Sarif screamed in agony, Cassandra, in a cheerful mood, spoke with admiration, my liege seems to have no intention of playing with this one. Let him suffer before he dies, truly the master of ours. Xander replied naively to Cassandra with a confused expression, I seem not to understand a few things. The Justice Legion shivered upon seeing Sarif in pain. One person suddenly voiced, unforgivable, Sebastian. How dare you torture our savior and master like this? There was a chorus of voices from the group, expressing dissatisfaction. Right, you accursed demon, stop it. Too cruel. Miranda, from above, along with Nerobar behind her, couldn't help but be astonished as they looked down at the loud, screaming crowd. She thought to herself, what a disgrace, defeated by Liege Sebastian, their faith is being trampled upon. The Liege hasn't even touched him yet. Sarif truly had no strength left to endure, only able to shout in frustration, do it now. The Demon King touched the sword, gripping it tightly. Suddenly, the sword glowed brightly, the golden light illuminating his tense face. Decisively, he grasped the sword tightly, raising it to free Sarif. The sword suddenly transformed into a ring, which automatically affixed itself to the middle finger of his right hand. His body tensed up as he held his hand bearing the glowing ring. The sword vanished, and Sarif, now frail, collapsed onto the ground. Now, his once strong and elegant body was left only with a pitiful, exhausted appearance, sprawled on the ground with a gaping hole in his abdomen caused by the sword. Sarif struggled to turn his head. Thank you, kiddo. I believe you can make this place better. He smiled contentedly, God bless his soul. The Demon King still found it hard to harness this immense power. This power is beyond my endurance. The strange voice in his head echoed again, Master, you have not concealed the relic properly. The surplus energy cannot be cleansed. The hand bearing the ring became uncontrollable, stretching out uncontrollably, making the veins on his hand more and more visible. In agony, the voice continued to resound, making him feel uneasy, it's you again. Who are you? The system replied, I am the eternal flame. I exist in your left eye. The Demon King, both confused and tense, continuously inquired about the eternal flame to find a way to control the immense power. Why can you talk to me? Never mind, how can I stop this? Absorbing it is impossible. Try to release the energy faster. Upon hearing this, the Demon King tangled with thoughts. Release? How can I release it? Master, only you know how to release them. The streams of purple light surrounded the Demon King, who was struggling with the overwhelming power descending from above. The voice continued to echo, "This is your body, feel and release." Hearing that, he immediately complied, closed his eyes, and sensed it. Then, he raised his hand high. A dazzling golden light gradually appeared before his eyes, like this. Suddenly, a colossal surge of energy was unleashed, rushing forward and creating a terrifying explosion. The powerful force sent Xander and Cassandra flying backward, while Miranda and Nerobar were left speechless in astonishment. As the energy was released, thousands of soldiers from the Justice Legion were tossed about, unable to utter a single lament. The Demon King was terrified, realizing that the power he unleashed was truly too great. As he passed by that source of energy, he did not forget to leave his mark with a fiery red trail, proving his formidable presence that filled me with fear. The Demon King now stood still, silently thinking, I just did that, oh no, this is not good. The Dark Army, seeing the situation in their favor, could not help but rejoice, collectively chanting for their leader, Long live the Overlord! Long live the Overlord! Long live the Overlord! The cheering did not lift his spirits, it only heightened his growing fear. Not stopping there, one person even excitedly shouted, Now is the time for our kind, ha! Cassandra, witnessing the recent display, could not help but praise, My liege, you are truly amazing. Your power is truly terrifying. Xander beside her also took the opportunity to add a few words, Indeed, their will has been completely crushed. But the one being praised was not feeling cheerful at all, on the contrary, he felt somewhat helpless. Hey, I didn't mean to do that, it was just an accident. The explanation got buried beneath his thoughts. As if adapting to the eternal flame, he quickly connected to find answers to his doubts. O eternal flame, tell me, does this demonic army belong to me? The system replied, You are the supreme leader of the demon army. Upon hearing the answer, he hesitated slightly. Me, I see. Suddenly, the image of Seraph appeared before him, with noble golden eyes lowering to plead with him, Save this chaotic world. The Demon King seemed to have made a decision, he fell silent, not saying a word. Turning around, he called out loudly to his two closest subordinates, Cassandra, Xander. Immediately, both knelt down, waiting for the order to be given. Yes, my liege. He felt a bit anxious, thinking to himself, I have caused irreparable damage. I cannot inflict any more casualties now, can I? His eyes closed, he indifferently commanded, Follow my orders, retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, all three turned around simultaneously. Cassandra hesitantly spoke up, That sound is. Xander added, The war horn, and war has been sounded. Stunned, they looked back as the Dark Legion began to advance, preparing to attack at any moment. He worriedly thought, What should I do now? Who gave the order? The disastrous battle unfolded as the Dark Legion began to slaughter the Legion of Justice. Unexpectedly, in utter shock, he panicked, thinking, What? Who gave the order? Stop. The eternal flame spoke, When the enemy general dies, the next strategy will be decided by you. Right now, he feels incredibly angry and shouts, But who ordered the attack? I didn't give any orders. A two-headed shadow cast down, looking up, he can see a massive two-headed dragon standing behind, arrogantly positioned between two proud dragons. Behind them is a person with black hair and green eyes, wearing an accessory made from animal bones on their head. The Demon King looks in astonishment at the person, unable to escape the thought, could it be him who did it? On the first day of being transported to this world, he witnessed a sea of fire engulfing the entire city. Nerobar, declining, undead species, type 8, male gender, age unknown, identity commander of one of the 13 guard teams belonging to the magic division of the Devil Army of the Department of Death. The Department of Death, one of the Big Six, death magic is a complex system originating from the world of death. This power comes from all living beings, all will wither and die, nothing is eternal. These are the followers of death. Cassandra, a succubus species, a first-class demon belonging to the Purgatory Department, female gender, age 75, identity commander of one of the 13 guard teams for the Demon King. Her position is the personal bodyguard of the Demon King, captain of the guard team, and lover. Strength Index 15,313. The department belongs to one of the Big Six, a demon of torment from the roots of chaos and disorder, possessing chaotic entity forces in the world, the Earth's crust being the birthplace of all monsters of the world of death. Cassandra was embraced by the Demon King, who whispered softly, "Cassandra, are you free tonight?" Cassandra blushed, feeling shy. "What did you say, my liege?" He replied with a voice directed at the girl he was holding, "Come to my room, I need to discuss the battle with you." Cassandra stammered, "Yes." The scene was somewhat desolate and ruined. The Holy Wing Empire collapsed in just one day. The statue of the soldier, with his sword lowered to the ground, had lost its head and now lay beneath it. The city was in chaos, in some areas it was shattered, in others it was ablaze, engulfed in smoke and fire. Everywhere one looked in the city, there were dragons, not only flying in the sky but also roaming on the ground, slaughtering innocent civilians. It can only be described as terrifying beyond words. At this moment, there were possibly 4 or 5 dragons in the sky vying to spew fire down onto the buildings. The situation on the ground was even more horrifying, with soldiers, part human part beast, mercilessly attacking humanity. It can only be said that it was a catastrophe. At this moment, Sebastian, Cassandra, and Nirobar are walking down the street. The road ahead is filled with corpses, lying scattered across the ground. Sebastian feels a bit unsettled, silently thinking, "This is terrible. Is this what war is like? I am the one responsible for this." Perhaps Sebastian is feeling a bit guilty, even though it is not something he caused. Sebastian continues to ponder, seemingly oblivious to the corpse in front of him. He reflects deeply on the brutality of war. How can it be ended? But I cannot find a way. The reality is much scarier than I imagined. I have underestimated it too much. The corpse before him is that of a woman, riddled with arrows. In the woman's arms lies a child, perhaps her own. An arrow is lodged in the chest of the child, looking pitifully tragic. Seeing this, Sebastian can't help but cover his mouth. He tells himself, "Don't vomit, don't." Nirobar, noticing Sebastian's expression, asks with concern, "Liege, are you all right?" Sebastian suppresses his nausea, his face pale as he replies, "I'm fine, my body is just a bit uncomfortable with these corpses. I feel quite sorry for these mortals." Cassandra smiled lightly and said, "My liege, who executed 3,000 human prisoners with a single stroke. He hung them before the city and fed them to the birds." This scene is not unusual for him, or is it a side effect of the relic taken from the Sarif? Sebastian could only shudder in shock at these words. This made Cassandra uneasy. "Have I misjudged, my liege?" At that moment, a man rushed past them, screaming for help. But right behind him was a monstrous creature resembling a giant bird. It flew towards the man, spreading its sharp claws, roaring as if ready to kill him at any moment. In the distance, 2 soldiers with beastly faces were cheering. They laughed heartily, "Kill that man! Die, die!" Behind those 2 were countless innocent citizens, their faces filled with panic and fear. The man was now caught tightly by the claws of the beast. It lifted him off the ground. The cheers of the 2 soldiers grew ever more excited. The man could only plead, "Don't kill me," in despair. The monstrous creature flew straight up to the top of a building, where there stood a tall, sharp, vertical pole reaching into the sky. What was frightening was that the pole had many corpses impaled through it. And as expected, the monster directly dropped the man from above. The pole pierced through the man's body, looking very brutal. Yet the mocking laughter of the soldiers only grew more excited. "Right in the middle, huh?" One soldier at that moment handed over a gold coin to another. It turned out they were betting with each other. The winner cheerfully said, "I won, give me the money." The loser sulkily replied, "That damn bird could have missed." The innocent citizens behind them, witnessing that brutal scene, could only cover their faces in horror, crying in despair. The soldier's gaze ignited with a thirst for blood. He looked at the woman holding a child behind him and pointed forward, saying, "Next is this woman, it's her turn. Run!" It seemed he was not paying attention to the approaching Sebastian. The citizens, seeing Sebastian, appeared increasingly panicked and fearful. The soldier shouted loudly, "Do you understand what I am saying, human? I said run, or I will do it myself." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him, "How dare you, bold? You dare to point at the overlord? Fools like you must need more discipline." It turned out that Sebastian and his group had approached them, with Sebastian standing exactly where Bold was pointing. They were taken aback, speechless at Sebastian's presence, the supreme overlord. They fell to the ground, kneeling before their overlord, shouting loudly as if pleading for mercy, "We, the foolish, deserve death, please punish us." This foolish one was just toying with the lives of the humans and did not dare to offend you. Cassandra sneered, "Toying? How rude." Sebastian then glanced up at the building where a pole was skewered with many corpses. He said, "These people." Sebastian turned back to the soldiers, angry but holding back, and said, "Very well, not bad." The two soldiers were surprised. "Liege, are you praising us?" Sebastian turned to Nerobra and asked, "Nerobra, do you have any money on you?" Nerobra, a bit flustered, replied, "Yes, I do." Sebastian continued, "Great, hand it over. The overlord, I want to make a bet with them." Sebastian pointed toward the woman holding the child just moments ago. "I will bet on this woman for 3 minutes. If you can catch her within that time, you win." The soldier looked puzzled. "That woman?" The two soldiers kneeling on the ground fearfully replied, "How can one woman possibly escape in 3 minutes? It's impossible, you are teasing us." Sebastian asserted confidently, "I assure you, there are no tricks here. If you throw this woman into the fire, I will give you this pile of money." Hearing this, they eagerly turned around. "Really? We accept." The woman could only hold the child, crying and cursing, "Monster." Sebastian turned and called, "Cassandra." Upon hearing her name, Cassandra replied, "Yes, my liege." Sebastian draped his arm over Cassandra's shoulder and whispered, "Can you help me win?" Cassandra blushed at Sebastian's somewhat sudden gesture. Sebastian continued, "You are a succubus, right? Enchantment magic." Cassandra answered, "Yes." Nerobra was somewhat surprised by this strange situation. "What is going on? My liege has never acted this way before." Sebastian turned away after finishing the negotiation with Cassandra, not noticing that she was about to explode with joy. Sebastian said, "All right, human, you can run right now." The child in the mother's arms, driven by maternal love, bravely shouted despite tears streaming down his face, "No, you can't hurt my mother. I won't let you do that." Sebastian sneered, threatening, "Oh really? If your mother doesn't run, I'll kill her right now." The woman was stunned, immediately released her child, and ran away, leaving the child to cry out mother in despair. Cassandra smiled at the woman's back. Then, she cupped her hand to create a cute heart from her kiss of the wind and sent it straight to the center of the woman's head. Sebastian praised, "Well done." The two soldiers told each other, "Go after her, quickly. Where does she think she's running? Let us catch her." They chased after the woman, almost closing in, just to reach away from capturing her. The despondent townspeople thought to themselves, "She doesn't stand a chance, they're definitely going to let us die." The boy saw his mother and couldn't hold back any longer, crying loudly, "Run, Mom! You can do it!" Cassandra began to recite the incantation for the woman. The woman felt the protective power, her bare feet seemingly lifted. Her gaze and expression became unusual. On tiptoe, she dashed away from the soldiers as swiftly as lightning. The people around were astonished by what was happening. The woman, under Cassandra's protection, ran incredibly fast, leaving the two soldiers in disbelief. "What? How can she do that?" Sebastian sneered, "Time is running out, hurry up." The woman continued to run carefreely when suddenly a child shouted, "Mother, be careful!" A large dark shadow appeared above the woman. It turned out to be the monster, swooping down, its long, sharp beak aimed at the woman. But she rolled to the side, avoiding the monster's attack. The woman performed a graceful somersault, this time directly flipping onto the monster, rolling twice before darting back. However, the two soldiers standing right there thought it was their chance, but they could never imagine the woman slipping through so easily and then sprinting away. They panicked. "We lost her, damn it!" A man shouted loudly, "Watch the road!" Oof! Unfortunately, he didn't have time to react and crashed right into the creature. It startled and flew up into the air, tossing two soldiers high. Meanwhile, the woman on the ground kept running with great enthusiasm. At that moment, the creature once again dove down to attack the woman. She turned to look at it with eyes that seemed to form hearts, frowning threateningly, "Get lost!" The creature appeared to be frightened by her gaze and took off into the sky. The two soldiers fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Everyone was left wide-eyed in astonishment. Cassandra smiled at Sebastian. "Liege, it has been more than 5 minutes." Hearing that, Sebastian let out a sigh of relief. Good, he thought to himself, his people really did their job. Sebastian walked over to the two soldiers. "You two can't even chase a single woman." "I have a different view on that." The two soldiers knelt down, terrified, saying, "No, my lord, it wasn't like that." Another added, "There's something very strange about this woman." Sebastian glared at them. "You chose to bet with me, now accept your loss." "This is my punishment." The two soldiers sweated profusely. Sebastian stroked his chin. "However, you both helped capture the city. I will not impose too harsh a penalty." "Release these hostages, agreed?" They bowed down. "Yes, my liege, no matter what the speaker says, we will not kill them." The child joyfully ran to their mother, calling out, "Mom!" Cassandra was confused by the smile Sebastian directed at the mother and child. But suddenly, a massive fireball shot down from the sky. The fireball struck the woman, causing the child who was rushing towards their mother to be flung backward by the heat. Cassandra and Sebastian were astonished. "What?" The child screamed in disbelief, "Mom!" The flames seemed to not only burn the flesh but also consume the insides of the body. The boy cried out, rushing toward his mother. Seeing this, Sebastian commanded, "Cassandra, stop him." Cassandra could only obey, "Yes." She flicked her hand, and the boy collapsed to the ground. The boy's mother was now burned to a charred skeleton. Sebastian asked, "Who was that? Who cast that fireball?" Cassandra pointed to the sky. "My liege, it came from above." At that moment, a foot descended from above alongside a voice that echoed down, "My liege, you are searching for the god." He was a muscular man, his toned muscles looked very strong, with light blonde hair. His hands emitted 2 fireballs, giving him a somewhat wild appearance. He said, "I am chasing an important prisoner. Have you seen that person, my liege?" At that moment, his information appeared. It turned out he was Ken Long, a member of the 7th Guard Team, one of the 8 commanders of the Elemental Corps, with a strength rating of 13,872. Sebastian silently admired, "This guy looks amazing." He was also his commander. Cassandra angrily pointed at Ken Long and shouted, "Ken Long, how rude! Do you dare to stand above my liege like this?" Nirobra reminded, "Mind your position, Elemental." Ken Long then landed. He knelt between the 2 soldiers, saying, "Ken Long wishes to show his respect to you, my liege." Sebastian looked at the situation of the mother and son, remaining silent for a moment. Then, Sebastian angrily shouted, "Ken Long, who told you to destroy my toy? Do you dare to oppose me?" Ken Long replied, "My liege, I do not dare. I was just chasing an escaped prisoner and happened to meet you. Your loyal subordinate has just upgraded his fireball skill." After that, he snapped his fingers as if to show off, "Go." Immediately, the crowd behind him burst into flames, their screams echoing in despair, while he merely stated indifferently, "These mortals are too irritating to me." Cassandra clapped in praise despite Sebastian's extremely unsightly expression at that moment. Oh, your fire slay skill is impressive. Sebastian gritted his teeth, warning, Cassandra. Cassandra stuttered, yes. Ken Long looked at the flame flickering on his fingertip, inquiring of Sebastian. Liege seems unhappy, is it because of these lowly people? Sebastian suppressed his anger. How could that be? Don't jest with me. Ken seemed unaware of the limits, immediately flicking the flame toward the boy lying on the ground. Then you won't mind this. The flame was destined to aim straight at the human boy. But immediately, a hand reached out to intercept it. It was Sebastian's hand. Cassandra gasped in alarm. My liege. Sebastian cried out in pain as the flames burned his hand. Damn it, fire. Cassandra quickly took his hand in her own to extinguish the flames. She worried, does it hurt, my liege? Cassandra's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. How can you be hurt by such a small fireball? Are you unwell? Ken Long reminisced about that fight of Sebastian. He opened his mouth to ask, Liege, does your hand hurt, sir? He then continued to bow his head before Sebastian. Does this make sense, Liege? You are considered the strongest sorcerer of the world of the dead. At this moment, Ken Long's hand suddenly manifested a gigantic fire blade. He said, I have upgraded my fire skill, sir. I hope to receive your guidance. A ferocious look appeared on Ken's face. Are you challenging me? He thought to himself, that's right, under normal circumstances, I could never confront the Overlord, the King of Demons. Ken Long noticed that the Overlord had been acting very strange lately, particularly after the battle with the Sarif. He has changed. Memories flooded back for Ken, images of Sebastian fighting against three foes to the vision of a small fruit causing Sebastian pain. He thought, has the Overlord ever shown such weakness before? Even if his power is truly terrifying, it could be due to the feedback energy stored within the tears of the god relic. He continued to ponder the image of a ring appearing in his mind. The tears of the god are known to store an incredible amount of energy. Could it be that my liege is affected by that holy artifact? Ken Long raised the fireblade, his heart swelling with determination. He truly did not dare to think about the possibility of defeating the Overlord, especially when he could showcase such powerful skills. His position in the demon army could be shaken if he did not enter the tiger's den. Suddenly, he stood up straight, raised his sword high, and said, Overlord, please guide me. This single act left the two soldiers beside him dumbfounded. Cassandra sneered, Hey Ken Long, don't go too far. Why would my liege waste his precious time on you? Unfortunately, Sebastian's face showed a hint of fear rather than disdain at that moment. He thought, that's right, I'm not free to waste time playing around with you. Maybe I should try to scare him away. Thinking this, Sebastian spoke up, Hey Ken Long. Sebastian's expression was indeed somewhat frightening. If everyone in the army needs guidance like that, I would surely become a busy demon king, wouldn't I? Keep acting like this and I'll show you what the mercy of a demon king looks like. Nirobra wondered, Liege? Sebastian thought to himself, quickly agree. Unclear if Ken Long was pretending not to understand or if he was truly not intelligent, he replied, I understand now. That's great, please go ahead. Sebastian was taken aback by this response. What? Cassandra laughed, this fool is playing with death. Just kill him. Sebastian broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, what is this? Saying that, Ken Long did not wait and charged forward with his blade towards Sebastian. Liege, witness my skills. At that moment, an alarm rang out, Level 1 alert, use the shield immediately. Standing in front of the sword rushing towards him, Sebastian felt a bit flustered. Then immediately, his hand summoned a spell, Fire Shield, now. A sphere appeared around Sebastian, protecting him, causing Ken Long to be thrown back. He said, Fire Shield, impressive. But then, he raised an eyebrow, isn't my fire blade stronger? He said this because two of Sebastian's fingers had been slightly cut and were bleeding. He remarked, your fire shield seems to have been penetrated. Cassandra was astonished, what? How is that possible? Sebastian, frustrated, said, it really hurts, the shield isn't functioning. If this continues, my subordinates will look down on me. Then he suddenly startled himself with this thought, huh? Since when have I been so serious in my role? Do I really think I am the Demon King now? But Sebastian looked at the piles of bones. This Ken was crazily killing innocent people. Sebastian spoke from his heart, "Eternal Flame, I have something to say to you." The reply was, "Master, please speak." Sebastian continued, "In my last battle with Sarif, my soul was wounded. I lost my memory." The Eternal Flame wondered, "What did you lose?" Sebastian explained, "I cannot remember any spells I learned before. You must teach me to use them. Can you do that?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sebastian was taken to another dimension, where many bright dots were connected like stars. The Eternal Flame responded, "As you wish, your enemies will bow before you. In the vast land of death, there are countless sources of power, and those who can surpass the limits of ordinary entities are called synesthesia. They perceive the energy of all things. Theoretically, synesthesia individuals have a level of energy in the realm of death that is higher. The higher the level, the more outstanding the power." The Flame said, "To utilize advanced skills, one needs the power of synesthesia, the energy of the netherworld, or the Makai energy that has not reached 6 major. Cosmic energy is considered ordinary, Gaia energy and ground energy are also ordinary types. Chaos energy is ordinary, and elemental energy also belongs to the ordinary category. Death energy is rare, and spiritual energy is also rare. Those who are aware of synesthesia can only master one skill. But the master, who can control chaos energy, elemental energy, death energy, and even spiritual magic, is akin to a miracle or a gift from a genius." Sebastian, upon hearing these words, gained nothing from it. He only worried, thinking, "What are you trying to say? I have been a genius since birth, so what's next? I need power to solve the current problem." But just as he finished his thoughts, a rock shot straight at Sebastian's face. The force of this rock was not trivial at all, as it came from Ken, who had just popped up from the ground. Nirobar and Cassandra gasped in surprise, their eyes looking up towards Ken and Sebastian. Ken also noticed Sebastian being knocked away. He was just about to unleash his skills when he thought, "Why aren't you resisting?" Ken's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Sebastian. Is this really happening? Seeing Sebastian fall down without any preparation like that, Ken was even more certain. "Sebastian, he has become weak." Cassandra couldn't help but exclaim, "My liege." Seeing her about to rush outside, Nairobi stopped her. "Wait, Cassandra. The liege has been acting very strangely lately. If you go to help him, it will affect his reputation." Sebastian, injured and lying stiff on the ground, said softly, "It hurts." Suddenly, Sebastian noticed some bright spots appearing on his chest. He bewilderedly thought, what is this?" The small, bright creatures spoke to Sebastian. "Master, this is one of your passive skills, arcane flesh healing. When you take magical damage, they can slowly heal your wounds." While Sebastian was being restored, Ken was not going to let it be that easy. He was casting spells while thinking, "Do you think I will give you a chance to rest? There will be no such case." A massive lightning bolt was hurled down towards Sebastian's location. The strange voice echoed again, "Be careful, master. The attack wave is coming again." Sebastian wearily thought, "This guy Ken is making me tense all over. Does he really want to kill me?" Just as that thought crossed his mind, Sebastian conjured a wall of fire to protect himself. If he took any more skills, he would be dead. The flame shot straight down. I don't know about Sebastian, but for an ordinary person, there would surely be no bones left. The explosion ended, and behind the smoke was Sebastian, still unharmed with the wall of fire. He spoke coldly, "Don't be too complacent just because you managed to scratch me. Liege, I feel weary from the previous battle and have lessened the strength of the wall of fire to give you a chance. I am the Demon King, the true master of the underworld, proving the true power." Sebastian slowly stood up, his tone now completely different from before. "A mere insect like you thinks you can defeat me." Ken seemed to sense the difference, and his whole body suddenly trembled. He thought, his energy is radiating out. My body still feels the fear of the Overlord. However, despite that fear, Ken's determination pushed him. He said he would show me what true power is. He has never said anything like that before, he has never showcased his true strength. Because of that, Ken was able to harness a bit of the might from Sebastian, ready to embrace it. He thought, perhaps I can still manage. Ken's mind was flooded with momentum and determination. Defeat him. Sebastian charged forward alongside the wall of fire, catching Ken slightly off guard with the change in his speed. But somehow, Ken also intended to use a counter spell, but Sebastian crashed into the wall. Cassandra seemed to have noticed something strange mixed with surprise, saying, he deliberately missed, didn't he? Even Nairobi didn't expect that. He said, Liege, the death has nothing to say. I guess he has his reasons for doing so. The Eternal Flame asked him, Master, may I ask what you are doing? Sebastian replied coldly, if the firewall can block attacks, then it can also be used to attack. The Eternal Flame must admit, but didn't think that far, that's true, but is it right? There are thousands of other ways to attack, why? Sebastian felt impatient, as if another person were speaking. I told you, I can't remember anything. Even if I have immense magical energy, I can't use it. The power of the netherworld is useless. If I lose my dignity here, how can I regain my strength later? While mumbling, Sebastian's gaze was drawn to a light right beside him. But as soon as he turned, it was Ken gathering his strength, creating a large fireball. He boldly declared, the Overlord Sebastian, accept the final skill of the god. Sebastian was just about to use the firewall when the Eternal Flame reminded him, that is a higher level elemental skill. The firewall cannot block this attack. Hearing this, Sebastian raised a question, Eternal Flame, do you have any ideas? The sphere in Ken's hand grew larger and more ablaze. He shouted, take this. Sebastian grimaced, yet defiantly threatened, you bastard, how dare you threaten me with that skill? Eternal Flame, think of something. Ken then hurled the gigantic sphere down towards Sebastian. Wherever the sphere went, it struck without possibility of evasion. Ken felt a bit pleased and exclaimed, wow, it hit him. He seems to have no defensive response at all. Ken's thoughts became increasingly confident, the Overlord, he has taken the full damage. Nirobar, who saw this simultaneously, suddenly thought, this is just, Meanwhile, Cassandra shouted in panic, my liege, Sebastian. However, both were soon stunned as they sensed something. Nirobar looked around, wondering about the current flow, this power is his. Ken's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the scene below. A metallic creature, exuding a deadly pressure, moved slowly. It rose triumphantly, the gigantic sword on its back glowing with a phosphorescent light. Cassandra gasped, exclaiming, it's so big. What is that? A hand gradually appeared, causing Ken to panic slightly. Behind the glowing sword was Sebastian, unharmed and intact. He pointed directly at Ken and commanded the colossal metallic creature, attack. The creature promptly replied, as you command, my master. This creature was summoned by an 8th level elemental magic spell. Its name was Golem, crafted from materials including demon meteorite fragments, rusty dragon pituitary glands, moon tears, titan essence, Ainley sleeping fluids, chaos oil, and demonic blood. Ken could hardly believe his eyes. Panic-stricken, he said, summoning a high-level golem requires an immense amount of precious materials. Your subordinate is merely seeking guidance, my liege. You need not wield such power. Sebastian frowned, coldly responding, you have attempted to kill me, there will be no mercy. Know your place. My liege will end you in one blow. Ken knew full well that he couldn't intimidate Sebastian. He waved his hand, sweat starting to pour down his forehead. Finally, Ken trembled as he removed the muzzle, pleading for mercy. Wait, hold on. It's not fair to use magical weapons. I surrender. As soon as Ken finished speaking, the enormous sword came crashing down. A violent explosion erupted with thunder. Ken's face was so bruised that it was barely recognizable. This was the fourth time Ken had participated in a fight, and it was the first time he had lost so miserably. On the tower under the moonlight, the tall silhouette of Sebastian emerged along with the powerful wind, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Cassandra looked up, wondering, what is Liege doing up there? Everyone is waiting to celebrate the victory. Nirobar also seemed puzzled, speaking up, Cassandra, do you feel that Liege is acting very strangely today? I don't mean to be disrespectful, but in this situation, what benefit does a human child bring to our demon army? He is different, our great liege has been much less decisive than before. Cassandra turned to look at Nirobar, suddenly saying, Nirobar, you're the one acting strangely today, you skeletal freak. Nirobar, bewildered, asked, What? What do you mean by that? Cassandra replied, no matter what Liege has done before, is it really worth worrying about? He is still our overlord, the Demon King. Let's not speculate recklessly, it could lead to treason. Do you want to end up like Ken Long? Nirobar looked sad and waved his hand to explain, this is just my speculation, not the truth. I would never betray Liege. Cassandra continued, as long as he is still the overlord, he remains our liege. No matter what he does, he will always be my master. Besides, today I saw my liege. Suddenly, Cassandra's expression changed 180 degrees, from tense to shy like a young girl. He cares about me more. He has never treated me like this before. He really has changed, and I like that. I don't know how to describe this feeling. Nirobar looked extremely worried, pointing at the object on his back and saying, by the way, I don't know what to do with this kiddo. Should I take the kid to Liege? Cassandra interjected, first, let me deal with it. Being a girl, I can handle these kiddos. Nirobar was startled when he heard that, replying, you really are a girl? Don't act like that. Cassandra snapped, shut up, old man, just get out of here. Sebastian stood above, looking up at the silent sky for a moment before speaking, the moon is red. The eternal flame suddenly said, Master, your voice sounds a bit different. Are you feeling unwell? Sebastian replied, I'm fine. It's just this unreal feeling, it will pass soon. The eternal flame felt somewhat anxious and expressed its thoughts, I can't understand. The system can't analyze your emotions. But, Master, your performance just now was truly amazing. Sebastian was taken aback, what do you mean? The eternal flame replied, your recovery, your wisdom. Thinking of summoning the golem with the materials you have, not relying on the skills you have mastered but utilizing your memory and experience. You were able to correctly use the summoning spell along with the materials to create it. Sebastian suddenly sighed and asked, alright, to put it simply, what do you mean? The eternal flame said, the system is very impressive and admires your intellect. There are things you have previously lacked, predicting those materials. Sebastian questioned, really? That's great. But why did you just say I shouldn't kill Ken? The eternal flame, upon hearing this, whispered in regret, the system apologizes, Master. Then, it made a persuasive statement, Ken will be useful to you. He is very strong, even if he has some issues, it doesn't matter. He is still one of the 13 demon kings. Killing one of your own generals will lower the morale of our troops in this battle. Sebastian looked up at the sky, a part of his humanity still worried, I admit he has merits, but what about the residents here? They will die in vain. The eternal flame lamented, this is war, those things will never change. Sebastian fell silent. After that, he suspiciously asked, Eternal Flame, a personal question. Why do you exist in my left eye? The Eternal Flame replied, confused, this. Master, have you really lost your memory? Have you truly forgotten? Sebastian coldly urged, why should I lie? Answer me. The Eternal Flame sighed, I have said before, I am not a living entity. I am merely a system, a part of the world of death, a passive skill. Even the Eternal Flame did not fully understand everything it was saying, but it continued, I have the highest power within the Chaos Network. You are the only one in the world to achieve it. I possess strong vision and analytical abilities, along with identification skills. All the text you see are the rules of this world, basic information warning of danger. I have many other skills, but I will not go into detail. After hearing this, Sebastian felt it was familiar. He wondered, a system? Isn't that similar to an app? The Eternal Flame curiously asked, app? What is that? Sebastian thought it unnecessary to explain and replied, it's nothing at all. He reached out to touch the Eternal Flame and said, if you feel I am different from who I was before, would you leave me? The Eternal Flame suddenly felt moved. Leave? You want me to stay longer, don't you, Master? Sebastian denied, that's not the reason. If I am not truly your master, would you still stay? Sebastian had just finished speaking when the Eternal Flame angrily shouted, Master, what are you saying? As long as I exist, it means you are still my master. Why do you say that? Do you know how many ancient primordial beings and gods want to possess the supreme chaos system? Master, you should cherish what you have. Sebastian felt a bit flustered, thinking, is it angry? I thought it said it had no emotions. Finally, Sebastian wanted to confirm, okay, so it means that no matter what I do now, you will not betray me? The Eternal Flame replied with a hint of sorrow, if you die, I will also die. We are one. We are the immortal flame, the embodiment of chaos. Upon hearing this, Sebastian mouthed the words, chaos, ha. He looked down at the town that was engulfed in flames, a gloomy sky overshadowing it, and thought, the first time in this world, there are too many things I don't know, too many mysteries. At least now I am not alone, I have a loyal companion. There's a bit of reassurance in my heart. Memories from his previous life flooded back to Sebastian. His mother gently said in the kitchen, oh, you're back. His beautiful classmate, Su Ruofeng, smiled at him brightly, I can't do the homework, can you help me? Glancing through those beautiful memories, Sebastian wondered, can I ever return? What should I do? He thought to himself. The Eternal Flame, unable to hide its curiosity, directly asked, Master, you are acting very strangely today. Are you feeling sad? It's scenes that has affected me too. Sebastian sighed. He pushed that thought aside, don't dwell on it anymore. Just face the truth. Is there any clue that might allow me to go back? Just keep pretending to be this character. I am not the overlord, but I can act like one. In another place, more lively and crowded, but the circumstances were far from beautiful. A few people were waiting to be beheaded. The sound of footsteps approached them. The men about to be executed looked pale. Among them was Anthony St. Base, Government Wing City Officer, Class 5 of the Space Department, with a power index of 7,832. A mysterious figure with cold, sharp eyes looked at them and then laughed. Look at this, the hero of the Wing City Officer, truly pitiful and weak. When Sarif was attacked, it seems you worked hard, didn't you? You never thought you would have to kneel and submit to me. There are no heroes here, only foolish knights. The man standing in front of them was the Elf King, Curtis, rank B of the Liege Guard, with a strength stat of 18,712. The man, claiming to be a hero, couldn't help but roar, damn you, Curtis, go to hell. If you want to kill, then go ahead, this city will always be indestructible. Upon hearing this, Curtis smirked contemptuously and said, oh, the great hero of Holy Wing City. Our demon army is also in need of talent. Surrender to my liege, and you will be spared. Anthony's face turned red with anger, immediately refusing, who would want to join your filthy legion? Just kill us, don't mock the dignity of a knight. Meanwhile, Albert, his companion in misfortune, looked pale with fear, trembling all over. He stammered, let me join. Anthony unexpectedly turned to his son, Albert, what are you saying? Albert smiled bitterly, filled with shame, Dad, at least there's still a chance to live. If I die, everything will come to an end. Anthony was not only disappointed but also filled with rage. He roared, traitor. Don't call me Dad anymore. Suddenly, Curtis approached them. He knelt down on one knee and laughed, saying, "What a wonderful thing, the bond between father and son. What kind of father would want his son to die with him?" Anthony immediately cursed him. "What do you know, you filthy elf? I truly regret that Issel has been destroyed. I wish I could have killed your bastard of a father." Curtis, tired of the teasing, extinguished his smile and commanded, "Take the consul's son away, as for those who refuse to surrender." A glint of cold blood flashed in Curtis's eyes. He calmly said, "I don't need prisoners, kill them all." Curtis's men nodded in obedience, but behind them, a kiddo demon spoke up, "Wait a minute. King Curtis, handling those prisoners is not your decision, it is the Overlord's responsibility. Don't overstep your bounds." This kiddo was Xander Blastcage, the leader of the 9th Army of the Demon Legion, rank 7 in the Order Guard, with a power index of 11,394. The mechanical demon standing beside Xander quickly interjected, "Xander, is it wise to provoke this madman? Let King Elf face the Overlord's punishment." Xander hesitated and said, "You know, I'm not wrong in this matter, no need to worry." After listening, Curtis immediately turned his head and asked, "Xander Blastcage, are you feeling pity for a human? It seems like there is a traitor in our army. Do you want to fight? Know your identity, just like a lowly being." Xander's face darkened as he shouted, "I warn you, don't call me a human." Curtis continued his speech, "My 11 guilds will pave the way for today's battle as the vanguard. My army, the elves and dragons, we have always led the battlefield before the war. Until you, the Overlord, began to launch conflicts, do you dare to doubt the contributions of a commander in battle?" This time, Curtis successfully angered Xander. His expression became sullen, "Whether a wartime commander or not, the war has ended, we have won. Your current status is on par with mine. I am one of the 13 guardians of order and chaos who has sworn absolute loyalty to the Overlord." Xander's aura surged violently due to his temper. Xander said, "If you want to break his laws, you'll have to step over me first." This left those standing beside Xander shaking their heads in helplessness, thinking, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Curtis smiled lightly, his power emanating frighteningly. He spoke softly, "Everyone can see, right? Commander Xander stands against the army to protect those humans. As a commander, for the benefit of the Legion, I am here to condemn and eliminate him." In Curtis's hands appeared 2 flames of different colors, exceedingly eerie. Xander immediately recognized this technique as the flames of death. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This bastard really wants to kill me." Xander drew his sword and growled, "All right then, I'll take you on." Just as combat was about to begin, a voice rang out, stopping them, "Stop." Both Curtis and Xander turned their heads, drawn by this magical signal. They vaguely saw the silhouette of Sebastian, and everyone recognized, it's the Liege. Curtis quickly retracted the death flames and knelt down. Xander and his men did the same. All the demons spoke in unison to Sebastian, "Congratulations on your victory, the Overlord Liege." Sebastian walked past the group of beheaded bodies. He glanced at them but said nothing. Athani, possessing the blood of knights, roared with a curse, "Damn you, Sebastian, go die." Sebastian was slightly worried, thinking, "It seems these people here hate me a lot. I have wronged them before." Curtis knelt down and respectfully asked, "O Liege, what brings you to this place?" The appearance of Curtis left quite an impression on Sebastian, so he recognized immediately, "It's him, that guy." He ordered the war to be launched. "Many lives have been lost, a situation that could have been avoided since we had the advantage." Sebastian looked at him with little enthusiasm, thinking, "I need to keep an eye on this guy. He has something he is not accepting, something he is dissatisfied with." However, Sebastian recalled that he still had the system. He silently communicated telepathically, "Eternal Flame, what is Curtis to me? What is his identity? I heard he is the king of the elves." The Eternal Flame summarized briefly, "He is one of the 13 generals, part of the Order Guardians. He is also the leader of 11 guilds, a powerful and fearsome figure with military backing from all his guilds. He also holds several special positions in the army. Sebastian was somewhat distrustful of Curtis, so he asked the Eternal Flame for its opinion. In your view, is he loyal to me? The Eternal Flame replied, Master, the system cannot judge that. Meanwhile, Curtis' knees had lost their patience. He was itching with the thought, how long are you going to make me kneel? Curtis watched every move of Sebastian. It seemed he was waiting for something. Sebastian walked past Curtis, not bothering to glance at him, simply saying, You do not need to interfere in my matters. Curtis was suddenly taken aback and turned to call out, The Overlord. Sebastian ordered him, Continue on. In his mind, Sebastian could only think, I hope that is enough. Curtis glanced at Nairobi, who was holding a filthy little boy. He frowned and said, Nairobi, why have you brought that filthy thing along? Nairobi was about to explain, but it seemed insignificant. This. Cassandra immediately spoke for him, that is the Liege's order. Curtis, you do not need to worry about it, just ignore it. Curtis, still having to kneel there, might as well vent his frustration on Cassandra. Cassandra, one day I will make you cry under these hands. Cassandra stuck her tongue out defiantly, Please, but the distance did not close. Sebastian noticed and understood a bit, it seems my subordinate is also afraid of him. The Eternal Flame said, Master, Curtis is truly a terrifying name. In the past, he often let him do as he pleased. Xander Blastcage and the robot approached an audience, respected liege. The Eternal Flame introduced Kiddo to Sebastian. Xander, one of the 13 knights under your command. He does not wield any military power, being an orphan human that I picked up from the battlefield. He has a tremendous admiration and utmost loyalty towards you, liege. Bandikazer de Sorza, people commonly call him Steel Bucket. The Eternal Flame continued, he often wears the bucket during training, being a loyal Nerubian warrior, one of the 13 demon generals. His rare species possesses the strongest synesthesia on this continent. He is part of the Steel Spider Guild, and is often referred to as Drum. The background of this name is also quite formidable with a power level reaching up to 16,818. Sebastian revealed a glimmer of interest, saying, This seems increasingly useful, go on. The Eternal Flame was still puzzled about what this meant coming from Sebastian, but then he managed to distract himself and overlooked it. Among the 13 knights, are there any others apart from those? The Eternal Flame pointed forward and replied, G9 Clow, a magician, leads the 7th army of the Demon Legion. This is a rare unit in his team, a synesthesia specialist in spirituality. He is known by the name 9, ranked 10th among his close associates. The Eternal Flame continued, This G9 has no notable information, just a clown, rank 7 special synesthesia of spirituality, one of the 13 individuals in the Order of Protection, with a strength index of 15,364. The Eternal Flame directed Sebastian's gaze toward a pitch-black creature and said, The insect over there, one of the special insect species you captured many years ago. That swarm of insects is indeed a strong opponent. The shimmering mantis from the mouth of the Eternal Flame appeared more dazzling than imagined. That is one of your generals, leading the 6th army. A synesthesia with strong vitality but lacking intelligence. He will follow the strong. His prowess in battle is no joke. He is called Radix, the Warbug number 1, King of the Insects, Commander of the 6th Army, Synesthesia of Life, rank 7, with a strength index of 13,210. The Flame said, There is a tree deep in the corner, but it is the quietest. Elder Mao King, the Demon Tree, King of the Forest of Death. The Eternal Flame introduced, he leads the 3rd Army, Synesthesia of Life, rank 8, with a strength score of 17,365. He is one of the wisest, oldest, and the first flower. He followed me right when I built the Demon Army. The 3rd Army will be supported by ancient magic and profound knowledge. The Eternal Flame added, his true power is comparable to Elf King Curtis, a loyal servant of life. Finally, the Eternal Flame continued, the other 2 are nothing too special. The leader of the 10th Army, Mandini Titan, she is too big for the castle, waiting outside the city. As for Ken, whom you defeated earlier, he probably hasn't woken up yet. Nairobi called out, Old man, Elder Mauking, please get up. The old man immediately inquired, "A human child has returned again, what is the reason this time?" Nairobi stammered, "I don't understand my liege's intentions either." "Elder, my liege seems to have plans with this kiddo. Can you keep an eye on him for a bit?" Elder replied, "The child was picked up by the Demon King, this old man dares not defy the Overlord's orders." Xander was the first. In the end, he still had to carry that little human child. Looking at the cold throne, Sebastian should still sit down. The Eternal Flame introduced, "This room previously belonged to Archbishop Anthony for important meetings, but now, this throne is yours, the Overlord." Sebastian sat firmly on the throne, feeling somewhat awkward. He wondered, sitting on the very throne of the enemy to relish victory, could this humiliate him too much? But then, Sebastian reassured himself, "Don't think too much, now I am the Overlord." Immediately, he spoke up, "Everyone stand up." As he spoke, Sebastian thought, "Now I am just like an emperor." As Curtis just stood up, a strange light flashed from behind him. An arrow shot straight out, and Curtis instinctively dodged without anticipating anything. The demons began to panic. The fire jewel warned, level 1 danger, immediately activate dodge. Cassandra and Nairobi also sensed that the arrow was heading straight for their Demon King. Both of them immediately drew their weapons to defend themselves. To their surprise, another arrow suddenly shot in from nowhere, almost hitting Sebastian in the face. It seemed that Sebastian was too stunned to react. His whole body leaned down and eventually fell with a thud, leaving everyone astounded. Cassandra, Nerobar, and Elder gaped in shock. Sebastian, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed, with no sound escaping him. Cassandra and Nerobar hurriedly ran over, anxious to check on him. "My liege, are you all right?" Sebastian replied with a stiff smile, "No need to worry." Xander Blast Cage spun around, yelling, "Who did this? Where did it come from?" After picking up the signal, he jumped and followed the trail, saying, "This way." A flash of light flickered behind the city, but in reality, it was an explosion. Moments later, it detonated. Unexpectedly, Xander acted swiftly. As Cassandra helped Manork up, she said, "It seems the war is far from over. Those assassins are quite formidable." Nerobar joined in the conversation, asking, "What did you think of that arrow just now?" Cassandra looked annoyed and replied, "My wrist still hurts. That guy is strong. I hope Razix gets the job done. Should I join the fight?" Suddenly, Curtis's voice echoed. He raised his hand and said, "No need." At the same time, his arm sprouted a pair of phantom wings, seemingly created by divine power. He calmly said, "Cassandra, you don't need to worry. I'll take this task. Leave the assassin to me." The young man Curtis transformed dramatically like a purple crow. Moments later, he spread his wings and flew away, his flight style looking quite impressive. An explosive sound erupted again, this time the shockwave was so strong it reached Sebastian's location. He and the others were taken aback. Curtis returned with Xander, holding two strange objects in his hands. Curtis landed right in front of the demons and the Overlord Sebastian. He lifted the two pale people in his hands and said, "We've caught them." One man had been unconscious for some time. The other was a woman who was thrashing and screaming, "Let me go, let me go, let me go." Anthony lay there, astonished to see them. At the same time, he gaped, thinking, "Deloitte, you fool, what are you doing here?" Unlike Curtis, who was unscathed, Xander was battered and bruised to a pitiful extent. He lamented, "My liege, Curtis is stealing my credit. I was fighting them when he jumped in and..." Curtis interjected to defend himself, "You did well, but you were too slow. If I hadn't come, you would probably be having a good time with them by now." Xander glared at him in indignation and roared, "Shut up!" Cassandra crossed her arms in front of her chest, watching the two of them helplessly and said, "All right, now my liege will decide their fate." Sebastian was still in a daze, thinking, "These are the two culprits." Curtis coldly, indifferently dropped both individuals he was holding. They screamed in pain, "Ah!" The blonde girl slowly sat up, rubbing her hair and clicking her tongue, tch tch tch. Then, she raised her tear-filled eyes and cursed at Sebastian. Damn it, Sebastian, you're an asshole, go die. This beautiful young woman was Deloitte St. Basilica, of Squad Number 3 of the Synesthesia Holy Wing Army, Tier 3 Universe, Power Index 3974. Sebastian had never been rejected by women before. This time, unfortunately, he became the Demon King and was cursed at like this. He turned pale, thinking, hey, why does this woman seem to hate me so much? After all, I look cute. Suddenly, a slap rang out. One side of Deloitte's face turned crimson, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Cassandra scolded her, Deloitte, you're being reckless. How dare you seduce my overlord? Hearing such words, Sebastian thought in confusion, seduce? What is that? Deloitte covered her face and turned to retaliate, when? You, what are you talking about? Cassandra displayed a clear possessiveness, growling, you just called him an asshole. That's a sensitive part of the body. You can't be saying that you don't intend to seduce my liege? Deloitte, embarrassed, replied, I didn't expect a succubus to be so perverse. Cassandra snickered, perverse? Yes, that's why my overlord likes me. She was about to raise her hand to give the other woman another slap when Sebastian's voice stopped her, enough. Leave Deloitte to me. Her fate will be decided by me. Cassandra, who dared not contradict him, immediately complied. Sebastian said, the knights we captured today. Well done, everyone. I thank you all for your dedicated commitment. Everyone listening, especially the demons, were taken aback. They were either startled or frozen, as if turned to stone. Clearly, this was the first time the Overlord had ever spoken such words to them. Seeing Nerobar gaping at him, Sebastian felt something was off. What's going on? What happened? Why? Did I say something wrong? Why does everyone look so surprised? The Eternal Flame answered his puzzlement, it is because your behavior is too unusual, Master. Sebastian didn't feel there was a problem, so he asked, is there something wrong with my speech? The Eternal Flame explained, in the last meeting, you only used criticism and scolding and never praised anyone. Today, you have actually thanked everyone, this is truly the first time you have done such a thing. Upon hearing this, Sebastian could only lower his head in shame. He thought, is there any difference between that and a tyrant? This time, it was the Eternal Flame that was astonished, tyrant. Suddenly, Sebastian opened his eyes to look at the skeleton beside him. He thought, Nerobar doesn't seem too surprised. To let him do this, seeing the Overlord's gaze upon him, Nerobar shuddered, stammering, liege. He hurriedly explained although he had done nothing wrong, my liege, but I only. Sebastian directly said, you are a commander, right? Now is the time for you to show yourself as a commander. Then, Sebastian spoke to all the demons present, the celebration today will continue under Nerobar's leadership with my permission. Nerobar hesitated and said, my liege. Everyone has heard that, the liege has acknowledged your contributions. This is truly rare, so I hope everyone here will feel grateful to the Overlord and continue to be loyal to the Demon Legion. After hearing those bold words, Sebastian had a surprising thought, surprising, it's better to let professionals handle this. Nerobar continued, but before we celebrate, our legion will have 3 matters to decide first. First, how to deal with the prisoners in the city. Second, establishing a system of governance. Finally, the legion waiting outside, what will be our next target? Sebastian offered praise to him, well said, Nerobar. He was touched and replied, thank you, my liege, for that. Then, he looked at Sebastian and said, regarding the previous issue, please state your decision. Sebastian was stunned but still responded, all right. He suddenly wanted to take back his compliment to Nerobar, this skull-headed guy is really cruel. Should I pass this on to someone else? No, I need to do this myself, forgot about it. Sebastian sighed and said, I hope. Sebastian raised his voice, addressing everyone, feel free to express your opinions democratically to resolve these 3 issues. I want to hear everyone's thoughts. Cassandra unexpectedly asked, What? Curtis spoke up, My lord, are these matters really necessary to discuss? Humanity has been our eternal enemy. His face darkened as he said, Just kill them all. Sebastian replied, That is your opinion. What about resting? Curtis nonchalantly said, That is unnecessary. We will annihilate humanity, isn't that obvious? Sebastian angrily said, I said this issue will be resolved according to democratic principles. Nothing here is obvious. Can't you hear that? As he spoke, he was thinking, This guy is quite stubborn against new ideas, it really makes my head ache. Upon hearing this, Curtis fell silent. Then, after a sigh of relief, he said, I dare not. I just think it is unnecessary. However, if the Overlord wants us to provide our opinions, then please tell me how to deal with the prisoners. Then he called Elder. Elder replied, I am holding this child because of the wish of the liege. G9 also spoke up, Humans have captured our devils and they will never let us survive. We will kill them all. Drum clapped his hands together, his eyes brightening as he said, Just killing them is too lenient, let's torture them, then bring them to the guillotine. Cassandra crossed her arms and gloomily replied, I have no opinion, as long as my liege is happy, I am happy, there is no problem at all. Curtis looked at her and said, Cassandra, you do not care about the future of the Legion. Cassandra simply responded, That is not my concern. I am the captain of the guard, my duty is to protect the Demon King. Everything else comes second. Xander also nervously said, As a human, I hate my own kind, so I want the liege to expel the prisoners. Nerobar, standing nearby, also spoke up, Demons and humans are not the same, my liege. Nerobar agrees with the execution of the prisoners. Sebastian anxiously thought, Fortunately, I have not revealed my stance on these matters. It seems I have underestimated the hatred between humans and demons. What is the root of this hatred? Can I fix it? It seems my approach has not been correct. Curtis asked, We still haven't heard your wish, what are you waiting for? As he spoke, he hinted at the names below, Please quickly command us to kill the prisoners. Then Curtis glanced and continued speaking, The consul's son wants to join our legion. Spare him, let him be a slave to our army. Hearing that, Athani angrily glared at his confused son. After that, Curtis turned to Sebastian and asked, Liege, why are you not saying anything? Do you agree with us? Sebastian panicked, Kill them all, I don't know these people, they are not close to me but. Then Sebastian looked at his subordinates, in his position, as the head of the Demon Legion. But he felt anxious and recalled Seraph's words, What he says truly makes me pay attention. Save this world, don't joke around. Sebastian stammered, I will. Curtis said, We will kill them, do it. The man behind heard that and replied, Yes. He panicked. Deloitte stared wide-eyed back behind him. Two subordinates grabbed the blonde hair, Athani yelled from behind, Damn traitor. Another man cut the ropes. The guillotine was about to fall, but Athani still tried to say, The Holy Wing Empire eternal, the Holy Wing Empire glorious. Deloitte raised her hand, tears welling up, cried out, No, stop. But it was too late, one by one the heads of the prisoners fell. She saw this and fainted, perhaps due to shock. Sebastian covered his face and turned away. Curtis asked, What's wrong, Liege? Can't bear the sight of these men being killed, can you? Sebastian replied gruffly, Silence, I am suddenly suffering from a headache. Curtis retorted, I heard from Xander that you took down Ken with a summoning magic weapon. Even though Ken is quite strong, there is no reason for you to waste valuable resources on summoning magic, right? Then he pointed to the man lying on the ground, This man is the bodyguard of that lady. Although his strength can be compared to the 13 demon kings, the Overlord should have no issues with it, right? After that, he looked over at Elder, What is this human child? Not only did you save it, but you also brought that disgusting thing to the victory celebration. Elder held the child in his arms, remaining silent. Curtis turned to ask, there are many strange things about your decisions in today's battle. What are you trying to prove? You're sick, aren't you? Then he pointed at Sebastian, his face darkened as he said, You've been brainwashed by the relic, haven't you? Has the fight with Sarif changed you? Sebastian was taken aback by those words. Curtis grimaced and asked, You're not the Overlord, are you? Who are you? He worriedly thought, Is my performance that revealing? No, according to his thinking, I've acted strangely. This guy is definitely trying to lure me into exposing my true self from the very beginning. Sebastian called out to Curtis, But the relic is in my body, it belongs to me. He spoke while raising his hand with the ring, Do you dare to doubt me? Should this be considered treason? But he still didn't believe it. Do you think that your current actions can prove your identity? Sebastian looked at Curtis and said, Then let's prove it. He replied, My pleasure. Then he cast magic. Curtis raised his eyebrows and said, Just try to block my elf fire attack. Cassandra shouted, Stop, Curtis. But he raised his hand with the elf flame, causing her to silently freeze in fear. He continued, The Overlord will never refuse a challenger. What's the problem? Can you withstand this skill? Do you have faith in the Liege's abilities? Cassandra hesitated and said, I. Xander chimed in from the side, He's the Overlord, what are you worried about? Curtis crossed his arms and replied, That's right, the elf flame is nothing against the Overlord. It's no different than a child's toy. Sebastian was taken aback. Nerobar then spoke seriously, I agree, the Overlord can do it. The Overlord can prove himself, let him show you, please. He thought to himself, These people have too much faith in me. Sebastian asked curiously, What is the eternal flame, the elf fire? Nerobar explained, It is the strongest spell among all 11 races. It is not something that firewalls can block. With your current state, it will kill you. He began to feel afraid, thinking to himself, This guy Curtis is trying to kill me. Are you kidding? This bastard really wants to kill me. I will kill him. Then Curtis used elf fire to attack Sebastian. He panicked, covering his face with both hands, thinking, It's over. Suddenly, a red liquid appeared. The red liquid splashed down where Sebastian was standing. He was taken aback. That liquid was Miranda. She said, Enough. Then she stood up and continued speaking, using elf fire on the Overlord, You are trying to rebel. Fine, let me grant you your wish. Miranda stood in front of Sebastian. He was surprised and couldn't help but feel taken aback. She turned around and asked, Sebastian, are you all right? He wondered to himself, She called me by my name directly? Nerobar bowed his head respectfully and greeted, Queen Miranda. Curtis asked Miranda, Why are you here? Aren't you hunting the Archbishop? Why haven't you continued on? Miranda exuded a murderous aura and coldly replied, I, Queen Miranda, do not need you to manage my affairs. She lifted her face, her tone threatening, Hey Curtis, do you dare to use the elf flames on the Liege? Are you tired of living? Curtis felt anxious, thinking, Miranda is here now, it will be hard to overthrow the Overlord. He quickly justified, I was just checking the strength of the Liege. He didn't refuse either. Miranda slowly stepped down and seriously asked, You all noticed that the Liege's actions today were very strange, didn't you? I have some questions as well. Curtis felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this and replied, That's right, you also think he isn't the real Overlord, don't you? Miranda stood before him, coldly responding, Wrong, Curtis. He questioned, Why? She smirked and asked back, Who gave you the right to question the Overlord? If you want to die. Miranda's anger flared, veins bulging, Then I will grant you your wish. Curtis anxiously asked, Miranda, are you serious? Sebastian pondered, then asked the Eternal Flame, Tell me, Miranda seems very focused on me, right? The flame replied, That's obvious. The Queen of Vampires and you have been bound together for over 100 years. the army of demons was built by both of you together. She is the only one among the 13 demon kings who can match your strength, yet she chooses to stand by your side, loyal and dedicated. Sebastian thought to himself, based on what you said, the relationship between me and her is not just a superior subordinate relationship. Or close friends. Or lovers. The eternal flame continued, this is a personal matter for the master, I do not dare to speculate. However, her loyalty is beyond question. Miranda radiated an overwhelming aura, her cold voice rang out, tell me, how do you want to die? Curtis anxiously said, the pressure is really intense, no wonder she is rank 1 in the guard team. Xander thought to himself, Miranda is serious now. Curtis wouldn't be foolish enough to confront her, would he? Cassandra recalled, I have used demonization today. Now the only one who can stop him is. Sebastian spoke up, cutting in, enough already, Miranda. Curtis has some doubts about my strength after I faced Sarif. I was influenced by the Relic and the recent battle, but. His face darkened, he said, I will never refuse any challenge, whether it be Ken or Curtis. But deep down, he thought, I have never lied like this in my life. How embarrassing. But I need to reclaim my status along with the support of my subordinates. Sebastian stood up, continuing, of course, Miranda, things like Elfire. As he went down, he said, for me, they are just toys. Do you understand, Curtis? Hearing this, Curtis inwardly felt furious. Miranda looked up, then replied, I apologize for being too excited. Then, she knelt down on one knee, bowed her head, and said, the procedures to take over the Holy City are complete. We await your decision, Liege. Xander and Cassandra also knelt on one knee and said in unison, Liege, I vow to follow your wishes. I vow to follow your wishes. Sebastian looked over, puzzled, is Nerobar the same? Then, Elder 9, Drum knelt on one knee, even Radix flying in the sky shouted, I vow to follow your wishes, Overlord. Only Curtis had not knelt down. Miranda looked at him, irritated, and asked, Curtis, why haven't you knelt down yet? He knelt down, saying, the Overlord asked for everyone's opinion, and everyone has agreed. I have no objections left. Sebastian thought to himself, Miranda, she is truly amazing. Just her alone can change the whole situation on the field. I should not let this moment slip away. He then spoke up, I ask all of you, have you ever wondered why wars keep going on for hundreds of years? We annihilate humanity, and they continue to fight against demons. So what is the ultimate goal of the war? Is it to prove who is stronger? Miranda and Cassandra were taken aback by this. Curtis, however, angrily replied, kill one to set an example for 100 others, to instill fear in them. That is the tool we use to eradicate humanity. Sebastian calmly said, you are wrong. The more we oppress, the more rebellion we will provoke. That cycle is endless, war will never have an end. Curtis questioned, oh really? So what do you intend to do, Overlord? Can you share some wisdom with us? Sebastian answered, use the army and strike at their hearts. True power lies in attacking the minds and hearts of the enemy. The key to winning this battle is to conquer their hearts. The others listened, looking confused. Nerobar then asked, my liege, what do you mean? I have never heard this before. Seeing the situation like this, he could only gloss over it and said, these are just a few things I realized on my own. After that, he remembered that he had learned this in history class, from the words of Kong Ming. After explaining the meaning to the generals, Nerobar immediately took out a book to write down, commenting as he wrote, so it turns out the liege can think so profoundly. Capturing their hearts and minds. I admire it greatly. Miranda unexpectedly replied, not through physical warfare, but through the heart? It sounds implausible, yet it is completely reasonable. Curtis put his hand on his chin, thinking but not saying anything. G9 looked over at Drum, seeing him shake his head back and forth. Sebastian was secretly pleased, all right, it seems everyone is gradually being convinced. It is no wonder, the intellect of the demons cannot compare to Kong Ming. Moreover, I must press on with this victory. He raised his hand, his face darkening, and commanded, according to my orders, stop the slaughter of the civilians in the city. At this moment, Curtis knelt down, directly saying, "No. Have you forgotten the grudge between our two races? What are you intending to do?" Drum also added, "That's right, many of our demon kin have died today. If we don't kill them, how can I face their loved ones? The Arachne clan will hear about this." Sebastian, with a grim expression, coldly replied, "Anyone who questions it, kill them." Drum, upon hearing that, could only cover his mouth with his hand, silenced and unable to say another word. Sebastian crossed his arms over his chest and casually said, "From the outside, this battle seems to show that we are the victorious side. But the holy city is just one among countless cities, and merely a city of religion. There are many other forces that we will have to confront. We have fought against humanity for hundreds of years, but we have never sought to understand them." He glanced at the crowd and continued in a deep voice, "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without disaster'?" Miranda and Curtis were both surprised, and Curtis exclaimed, "What?" Sebastian explained lightly, To destroy the enemy, I need to understand the opponent clearly. Their strengths, their fears, their desires, and beliefs. Have you ever thought that humanity has a scientific foundation different from ours? Their standards of justice and honor are different, and their motivations for living and working are also different. Culture and science have always been the key to warfare. He was very serious, explaining to his subordinates, although humans have a shorter lifespan, they know how to inherit knowledge. Their knowledge is preserved in books and passed down to future generations. Upon hearing this, Miranda remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, Sebastian's voice continued to resonate, books are the key that leads to their civilization. Destroying those books, you will end all chances for humankind. Cutting off the connection to knowledge is akin to severing the lifeline of their existence. Sebastian spoke while pointing his finger straight ahead, his brow furrowed. However, I will learn from their knowledge to devise my own plan. The golden age of humankind will come to an end. Standing on a platform a level higher, Sebastian appeared remarkably confident, and that is how you win a battle. Is there any question? As his words ended, the subordinates were astonished, staring blankly at each other, all of them taken aback. Both Drum and Miranda were bewildered. Elder Mauking could not hide his admiration, exclaiming, "How profound, I never expected this." Cassandra, kneeling beside him, added, "Me neither." She was excited and admiring, "How wonderful, my overlord, I couldn't have imagined it." Sebastian pondered slightly, "Yes, it has a great effect. Now I just need a home run. Humanity is not weak, they are only weak in the way they fight." He slightly turned his back, coldly saying, "Put the two assassins in the dungeon. I will handle this myself. The army will continue to camp outside the city, waiting for further orders. The ceremony ends here." The subordinates, upon receiving the command, replied, "My liege, as you wish. We are wholly devoted." No one noticed that Curtis, with a grim expression, seemed to have some plan in mind but said nothing. At the Palace St. Wing Holy City, the atmosphere was extremely gloomy. From the sky, winged creatures were still soaring to and fro. Sebastian stood outside the balcony, hands resting on the railing, his eyes subtly moving to observe his surroundings and silently thinking, "The architecture here reminds me of the city of Constantinople in the 12th century, a city that was destroyed by war. This city could easily be laid waste by the demon legions in just one day, and it would be very difficult to rebuild." He continued to ponder, "Since I arrived in this world, so many events have transpired. Looking back, it's fortunate that I haven't made any foolish decisions. Now that it's rare to have some free time, I need to enjoy it. I need to relax, my mind has been tense all day long." Suddenly, his gaze shifted as he heard some voice. His face showed surprise as he silently thought, "Eternal Flame, you can read my thoughts, can't you?" The Eternal Flame replied, My master, I would not dare to do that. Only you can read your own thoughts, I can only respond when you call me and converse with you." From behind, Cassandra stepped out and gently spoke, "Liege, the bath has been prepared. Please go in and enjoy." Sebastian's expression was unsettled, and he replied curtly, "Understood." In his subconscious, he asked further, "Eternal flame, how can I retract the wings?" The flame responded, You just need to relax and think to make them invisible. Is that right? Slay it. Sebastian let himself sink into the bathtub, leaning against the edge, feeling completely relaxed. This feels familiar. In the old world, I had no such great responsibilities. He gently reached both hands behind him and lightly touched his back, thinking, this body has magical strength, magical wings, and the ability to heal wounds. It seems all the injuries have healed. The skills are truly amazing. Sebastian glanced down, secretly thinking, even down here, it's too terrifying. Suddenly, there was a noise. It turned out it was Cassandra who had just walked in, leaving Sebastian in shock. Cassandra donned a seductive outfit, gently saying, "My liege, you have worked hard today. Although this is not the magical palace, as usual, let me serve you tonight." Sebastian gasped, shocked to the point of exclaiming, "What?" Cassandra slowly approached him. He was utterly astonished, thinking, wait, this is routine. Cassandra directly removed her attire, and the garments slipped down her legs. Sebastian could hardly believe his eyes, nothing could be more shocking than this revelation. He gasped again, thinking, wait, this scene feels too familiar. His cheeks immediately flushed, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. He recalled a moment from his old world, where a television was playing a peculiar scene. A voice from the TV said, "Do you like my goods, baby?" It was an unidentified object. Su Rofeng had just pressed the TV remote when a voice from his mother outside the door startled him. "Son, what are you doing so late at night?" As he walked to school, stepping up each stair, he noticed groups of female students happily chatting together. Su Rofeng walked behind them when suddenly his gaze seemed to collide with something. From beneath the graceful dress of one female student, a small pink pair of underwear unexpectedly appeared. Su Rofeng's gaze unintentionally brushed against her, and his cheeks instantly flushed a deep red. He silently thought, I'm just an ordinary high school boy, at that curious age about the female body. And now I have a nuclear bomb right in front of me, how can I bear it? Looking at the graceful and alluring figure of Cassandra, his nose seemed to give in and started bleeding. This scene was overwhelming. At that moment, Cassandra gently spoke, Liege, why is your nose bleeding? Sebastian, in the form of Su Rofeng, replied awkwardly, it seems the air here is too dry. Cassandra pondered softly, oh, really? Even though we are in the bathroom. Then, Cassandra quickly embraced him and said, My liege, you look so handsome today. Sebastian shouted in despair, what? Inside, he was screaming, oh, her chest is pressing against me. He awkwardly spoke up, wait, why are you suddenly complimenting me on my looks? Don't you wonder why I'm acting differently today? Everyone thinks so. Her rosy cheeks gently pressed against his ear as she said, I don't care what they think. Don't you like me more now? Finally, you've noticed me. Thank you for letting me protect you today, even though I know you are very strong, so? Cassandra had barely finished speaking when Sebastian quickly interjected, you did very well. Inside, he was secretly thinking, was Sebastian stupid before not to notice her? Cassandra looks like a fangirl meeting her idol. That one-sided, unconditional love is natural for an overlord, but I can't. Cassandra narrowed her eyes slightly, her cheeks flushing pink, and asked, you don't like me anymore, do you, my liege? Sebastian responded hesitantly, of course I like you. But in his mind, he was thinking, but I'm not him. It seemed that with the previous Demon King, they had done a lot of things together. Cassandra was getting closer to him, making him want to scream. But she said, he never looked at me like that. Sebastian wondered, why am I thinking so much? Damn it, she's too close. Me, let her make the move, I have no experience, handle it intelligently. Looking at the unstable person in front of him, he thought, I can't let it show. Sebastian sighed in frustration, Cassandra. she excitedly replied, yes. His cheeks flushed slightly. He tried to stay calm and said, I'm a bit tired today, so you should take the initiative. Inside, he felt very shy and thought, embarrassing, I don't care. If it's like this, then I won't be exposed. Cassandra heard that and was momentarily surprised, then the corners of her mouth subtly twitched, gently licking her lips with a hungry desire. After that, she quickly pinned him down, yes, my liege. Sebastian was once again frightened to death by this turn of events. He exclaimed, "AAA." Suddenly, a voice called out from outside the door, accompanied by some knocks, "Sebastian, can I bother you for a moment?" Cassandra turned her head softly, feeling quite displeased. Why is she here? He also jumped in surprise and silently thought, is it Miranda, the vampire queen? From outside, a voluptuous figure appeared, looking rather gloomy, arms crossed over her chest. It was Miranda. At that moment, Sebastian just happened to open the door. Miranda then said, "Sebastian, I think you shouldn't continue to stay in one place with that elf girl." Upon hearing this, he briefly pondered, the elf girl, Cassandra, she's jealous. Out loud, he forced himself to say, I'll be more careful. Inside, he felt a sense of unease, sensing that he had been a bit reckless just now. Relax, you have to act natural around her. He gently asked back, why are you looking for me so late? Is there something going on? Miranda did not understand the meaning. She asked, what do you mean? Sebastian furrowed his brow seriously, pondering, what time is it? Why is she dressed like that to meet me? She not only saw him as a husband but more like a relative. It seemed that Sebastian's relationship with her was anything but normal. Miranda subtly lowered her eyes, gently saying, Sebastian, I think your speech today was extraordinary. The words that came from her lips were very soft and caring. This beautiful face made him feel even more charmed. Sebastian coughed lightly a couple of times as if to regain his composure. Of course. Miranda gently turned her back, softly saying, You know, Sebastian, we have been together for centuries. But I have always stood by you, supporting every decision you make. After all the efforts, we have together established the demon army. In my heart, I always hope that one day you will achieve your goals. Hearing that, Sebastian unconsciously thought of the eternal flame. What does she mean by her goals? The eternal flame replied, Master, that is a personal matter of yours, I cannot know. Miranda looked up at the dark night sky with the stars, conquering the world of the dead. That is a challenge that no one has ever been able to accomplish. If I can help you achieve that, it would be a truly magnificent vision. She continued, but in the past, you were too focused on yourself, striving to hone your own strength. When you ascended to a higher realm, not just as monarch, I have no doubt you have the talent for it. Your synesthesia is much stronger than mine and few can compare with you in this world, but ultimate power comes at a cost. Sebastian stood behind her, intently focused on her back, his heart filled with contemplation. Miranda continued, You have become the only source of strength for the Demon Legion. That strength you have used to recruit others beneath your banner. When I rule others with power, I will not gain their loyalty. I am the only one you trust, while others only follow the strong, believing that strength and terrifying dominance can help you achieve any aspiration. The eternal flame then spoke in consideration, Liege, are you really going out dressed like that? He subtly responded without concern, Where I go, my attire doesn't matter. Tell me why I have learned so many spells but can only use the firewall. The eternal flame in his consciousness said, Didn't you say you lost your memory? He asked back in confusion, But why can't I learn it back quickly? Master, have you forgotten this too? Usually, advanced magic requires at least 4 steps, language or spell, magic diagram, source of energy, and senses. Sebastian gently inquired, So if I relearn everything, how long will it take? The eternal flame was perplexed. If your senses can still preserve it, and with your innate talent, to regain everything, it will take at most 1 to 2 years. Sebastian sighed softly and replied, Is it that long? Is there no faster way? After his feet touched the ground, he quickly ran inside, paying no mind to anything else. The eternal flame wondered, Master, what are you doing here? His thoughts expressed, I don't know, regaining my powers is not something that can be done overnight. I need a different kind of strength, and I must deal with those subordinates. I need a weapon to cope. Sebastian looked around. Eternal flame, how long has the conflict between humans and demons lasted up to now? Is there any work considered a classic in this 100 years? Sitting in the chair, he gently opened the book and focused on reading. Did he want to see many books like this? Sebastian nodded. That's why I need 3 days. The Eternal Flame, feeling perplexed, asked, but can you read everything? The corners of his mouth slightly rose. An idea had emerged. He wouldn't dare say this about anything else, but when it came to books, he was max-level confident. He turned the pages, wondering, issues will naturally arise in history. History never lies. The strength of humanity is to preserve knowledge for future generations, and one's experiences, character, and social relationships will be recorded here. As he thought, he began to diligently write down the histories of his subordinates, the economic strengths and political systems of both humans and demons. The more he thought, the more serious he became. Being an overlord is quite interesting. Before finding a way back, I need to become a true overlord. These books will be the first steps for me to understand this world. At the vast castle, Sebastian opened the door at dawn, feeling tired. Have 3 days really passed so quickly? The Eternal Flame spoke up at that moment. Master, you really look tired. In place of that fatigue, his heart felt a bit at ease. At least I've learned a lot. It's truly wonderful. But just a few steps out of the door, his gaze fell upon a corpse tied to a crucifix. The body was surrounded by crows that continually devoured it. Sebastian, horrified, exclaimed, "That is the corpse of Sarif." A scene unfolded that sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. At this moment, Sarif was tightly bound to the towering cross. Surrounding him were black crows circling, as if they were waiting for the opportunity to peck at their prey at any moment. Sebastian, witnessing this, turned to the soldier behind him and asked, "Who did this?" The soldier bowed his head and replied, "My liege, it was Sir Curtis who ordered it. He said you would decide how to handle Sarif's corpse." Hearing that familiar name, Sebastian sighed. It's him again. This is truly a serious problem. At this point, Sarif's body had almost lost all vitality, remaining a soulless corpse tied tightly to the pole. How pitiful he looked. Sebastian gazed at Sarif's body and thought, Sarif is the religious leader of humanity. For both humans and demons, he is a significant figure in this world. How to handle his corpse requires my utmost caution. Sebastian calmly ordered, as per my command, bring the body down. The soldiers immediately responded, yes, my liege. At that moment, Miranda and a group of women approached. Upon seeing her, Sebastian asked, Miranda, why are you here? But she did not answer him. Instead, she turned to her subordinate and said, take my liege to change his attire. The other replied, yes. Sebastian was taken aback by this scene, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Internally, he was screaming, change clothes here. But no matter how intense his inner turmoil was, he still had to comply. The group following Miranda closed in a small circle, encasing him and turning to face outward, allowing Sebastian to change clothes in the middle. He was internally blaming himself. Now I can only blame my own foolishness. Miranda called, Sebastian. Miranda's expression suddenly tensed. She frowned and said seriously, I need you to come with me. There is a place you need to see. At that moment, Sebastian was still putting on his clothes, wondering about Miranda's proposal. Where does she intend to take me? The scene shifted to an ancient castle. The outer architecture was quite beautiful, with the peak of the tower shaped like a spire, and the body built in a cylindrical form, but what was a bit strange was that there were no windows at all. Sebastian recognized this place. This is the Holy Wing prison. He thought, I read about this prison in books at the library. In response to Sebastian's words, Miranda only replied, yes. The Holy Wing prison is a tower used to imprison heretics. Humanity confines and tortures nobles here, while the priests often use the bodies of demons to conduct cruel experiments. The laboratory is located on the 18th floor. These fanatics believe that demon blood can enhance their lifespan. Most of the test subjects here are members of the Demon Legion or hostages that have been captured. Sebastian gazed at the prison, noticing something unusual. The architecture of this prison is truly strange. There are no windows at all. Not allowing Sebastian to continue his train of thought, Miranda urged, "Let's go inside, Sebastian." The two of them together entered the Holy Wing prison, ascending what seemed like an endless staircase. The surroundings were silent as a whisper, only the sound of their shoes echoing against the ground. Sebastian chatted casually with Miranda. This prison is not an ordinary one. It is a testament to humanity's hatred for our demon kind. Is this the place where demons imprison the demonkin they capture? But in response to Sebastian's words was the silence of empty spaces. Miranda did not know why she kept bowing her head in silence. Sebastian realized it and, although he had questions, he did not voice them. What's wrong with her? Since she came in, she hasn't said a word. Then suddenly Sebastian felt something. He couldn't help but immediately cover his nose with his hand, as if a terrible smell had rushed into his nostrils, making him uncomfortable and a bit dizzy. The smell. Sebastian seemed to realize something. He looked down at the steps he was climbing. They resembled stairs stained red with blood. Sebastian looked ahead. The smell seemed to intensify, making it hard for him to refrain. The smell of blood is so pungent. Sebastian and Miranda continued to walk. Sebastian's hand remained on his nose, not dropping down, while Miranda appeared completely calm in the face of this strange, unpleasant odor. At this moment, they approached a door. "Let me in," Miranda commanded. Immediately, the two pushed the door open for them. Sebastian felt a bit apprehensive. What was behind the door gradually revealed itself, something quite strange. Sebastian's eyes widened in shock, clearly showing his astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. It was a room filled with the bodies of demons. They were scattered everywhere, on the floor, on the table, hanging from the walls, and even various severed parts were soaked in a tub of water. The scene was utterly grotesque. The images of the demons being brutally tortured, chained hand and foot, shackled around the neck, and pinned down while their brains were being cut open. All of this was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Sebastian couldn't help but nearly gag. His legs trembled, but he had to reassure himself, "Stay calm, right now I am the Demon King." Suddenly, a wave of malevolent energy enveloped Sebastian. It emanated from Miranda. Her face was expressionless, the symbols on her forehead were glowing, and the stream of dark energy continued to radiate. The eternal flames of Sebastian rang out a warning, "Level 1 alert, level 1 alert." But it was truly too horrifying, causing his entire body to shake. The pressure was overwhelming. His knees couldn't help but tremble. Sebastian continued to reassure himself, eyes tightly shut, "Don't be brought down by it, hang in there. This body has an infinite spiritual power. Activate it, you just need to feel it, feel it." Then, Sebastian's body emitted a different aura to regulate itself. He internally monologued, "Control it, this body is mine now." At this moment, he could only feel a slight pressure at the back, but the aura emitted by Miranda was truly terrifying. At this time, Miranda's body could no longer bear it, trembling as she clasped her hands and begged, "Queen, I can't take it anymore, please." Miranda did not hear anything, her entire face was blank and vacuous. Unable to stand it, Sebastian shouted, "Calm down, Miranda." Only then did Miranda snap to attention. She felt guilty. "I lost control, Sebastian." Her subordinates seemed to escape the pressure, gasping for breath. Sebastian replied, "We will face this together, come here." The two entered the room. Sebastian looked up at the ceiling, seeing the demons hanging upside down. Among them was a gaunt, withered female demon, her entire body locked onto a wooden table, appearing to be in great pain, moaning, "Queen, liege, kill me, set me free." Miranda made a cut on her wrist, then let her blood drip into the mouth of the female demon. She was given a boost. At this moment she could finally open her eyes and recognize Miranda with a weak bit of strength. "Your Majesty." Miranda turned her face away. "I'm sorry." The demon whispered, "It's okay, I don't want to live anymore." Her gaze at Miranda was filled with desperation, pleading, "Your Majesty, please." Then she slowly closed her eyes, awaiting death. Miranda placed her hand on her forehead. Immediately, her head exploded into pieces. Sebastian was terrified by this scene. Miranda clenched her teeth. "Rest in peace." These foolish people still believed that drinking the blood of our kind could grant eternal life. Sebastian felt helpless in the face of this, so superstitious. He thought, it seems some people still believe in such nonsense. It's written in the books, even in my old world, this often happened. People consume anything they think will help them prolong their lifespan. Sebastian looked around the room, sweating cold. He never dreamed that such a place existed in this world. It was not only the demon corpses hung high, bound by ropes in an upside-down position, but also the brutal torture instruments. Sebastian shivered. No matter how you looked at it, this place was filled with the crimes of humanity. Sebastian raised his head with a sense of helplessness, lamenting inwardly, "In this dark place, I don't want to stay here for another minute." After that, Sebastian seemed to be drawn to Miranda's back. Her slender shoulders were shaking with convulsions. It turned out that Miranda was crying, her tears rolling down her cheeks, her whole person trembling uncontrollably. Two hands gently placed on her slender shoulders from behind. Sebastian understood her state of mind. He also felt pity for this girl. He comforted her. "Miranda, this is not your fault." Sebastian clearly showed his empathy. The eternal flame in his left eye felt the same, so it shed a few tears. He said, "They are your subordinates, but they are also mine. Let me share this burden with you." At this moment, Sebastian's hands seemed to transmit comfort and encouragement to Miranda. He continued, "So please don't endure it alone." This remark surprised Miranda a bit, and that made her tears flow even more. Then suddenly, she fell silent, and then spoke, "I will go and kill all of mankind." The mark on Miranda's forehead glowed again, and the malevolence radiating from her, along with her ultimate fury, left Sebastian stunned. She screamed, "I will dismember them piece by piece and throw them to the beasts. I want to hang their heads on the walls for all to see, and this damn city will no longer have a single miserable human left." "Miranda," he said. Sebastian's reaction to Miranda's authoritarian words was simply to embrace her from behind. Perhaps he empathized with the hatred she harbored for humanity in light of their cruelty. His face turned cold, her desire echoed in his mind, trust me this time." The scene now shifts to the city gallows, an incredibly chaotic sight. The buildings were in ruins, crumbling. Above in the sky, monstrous creatures soared, claiming their territory, flying around as if searching for prey. Below, crowds had gathered in front of the execution platform, quite a large number of people. On the platform stood dozens of individuals, mostly men. They were bound at the wrists with a noose around their necks, seeming to hang by a thread, ready to lose their lives at any moment. Each of them cried, fearful and pleading, "What have I done wrong? I don't want to die. I'm innocent. Let me go." Below is the crowd of humanity shouting. They are furious at what seems to be a ludicrous and cruel situation. Everyone finds this beyond imagination, whispering to each other, "What is happening? Public execution, those damn monsters, they dare to humiliate us like this." There are scrutinizing, angry, and fearful gazes, but they can only stop at spoken words. "I heard these people are going to die." One person said, "Die? I don't want to die at the hands of these beasts. Where are the guards? The army will come and rescue us, right?" They did not know and could not possibly know. Far away over there, two figures are standing watch from the top of a building. It seems they are talking to one another. It turns out that it is Curtis and Ken. Ken opened his mouth to question, "What is Sebastian planning to do?" He forbids murder but then organizes this to deal with them himself. "I don't understand." Curtis replied, "He is no longer the Sebastian I knew." Ken nodded in agreement. "I also feel his actions are unusual, but are you sure?" Curtis unperturbed, "I am sure. Our esteemed liege is no more, but no one here believes it. He smiled with a hint of disdain. I had exposed him before, but now. He smirked as if he was just waiting to see a good show. I will just observe and evaluate what this Sebastian will do. I don't believe he can do better than the previous Sebastian. While the two were talking, suddenly Sebastian soared down from behind them. He landed on the execution stage, and the crowd below immediately buzzed. Look, it's the Demon King Sebastian. Sebastian raised his hand and proclaimed boldly, all citizens of the holy city, listen. I see the fear and helplessness in you, but I am here simply to announce this. Those who oppose me will die, while those who surrender will continue to live. His authoritative words, somewhat menacing, silenced the crowd. Sebastian continued, accept this truth. I have gathered you all today to inform you of several matters. Sebastian glared and spoke harshly. First, I see that you still believe that drinking our demonic blood can grant you immortality, strength, and longevity that will come to you. How ridiculous. Saying that, Sebastian bit his two fingertips, causing blood to flow. He raised his bloodied fingers for everyone to see and said, let me show you what demonic blood will give you. Sebastian's eyes were fierce, his bloodied finger pointed before the people. Who wants to drink first? This scene sent shivers down everyone's spine, contrasting sharply with their initially bold demeanor and constant cursing. Sebastian reminded Miranda. Miranda understood and immediately obeyed, casting a spell. At the tip of her finger appeared a small circle as if a power was beginning to emerge. A drop of blood floated up from Sebastian's wound, hovering in the air. Sebastian turned to the group of convicts, his face cold as he said, you guys on the gallows, you tortured and killed my people in the holy prison. Then, he raised his finger, and the drop of blood flew out, his face displaying a vicious glint. Want to live 100 years? Now I'll give you that chance. The drop of blood went straight into the mouth of a bald convict. His face turned pale with panic. He deliberately held back, trying to keep the blood from going down his throat. Sebastian sneered, holding it in and not swallowing is useless. My blood is highly potent, even just holding it. Indeed, right away, the convict coughed up blood, his eyes wide open, pupils constricting, surrounded by blood. It looked truly horrifying. Sebastian continued, it cannot be prevented from seeping into the body. Not only will you not live to be 100 years old, but instead, you will immediately turn into a grotesque corpse. At this moment, the condemned man's face was covered in blood, as his eyes had bulged out of their sockets. Blood was continuously flowing from his mouth, nose, and eye sockets, with veins on his head bulging, creating an extremely chilling scene. The man who had been hanged was dead, and the air was filled with fear. The men nearby were panicked and terrified, and the spectators below also felt horrified. Sebastian pointed at them, I have had people investigate all of you. He spoke loudly, part of you are officials of the holy prison. The other two trembled in fear. Part of you are prison guards. He continued, you not only ruthlessly harmed my demonic but also drained all their blood, then figured out how to dilute it to sell for profit. He spoke even louder, that is an unforgivable crime. Hearing this, they were so frightened that they began to explain, this has nothing to do with us, we were just following orders. The man next to him also said, there is no buyer without a seller, we can't be blamed for this. They cried and pleaded, I still have family members to take care of, please spare me. Sebastian glared at them angrily, when my demon begged you, did you ever spare them? Your sins, kill them all. Saying that, he hanged them, executing those guilty. The onlookers below were stunned. The guilty were all executed by Sebastian as punishment for what they had done. He turned around. Although he had avenged those wronged, he had killed, and he felt more tense. His hand clenched tightly, but there was no other way. He reassured himself, calm down, there are still matters to handle. He spoke loudly, bring them up here. The people witnessing below felt shocked. The matter was not over yet. A woman's powerful presence appeared, it was Maldini. She stomped the ground, saying, get out of the way, you filthy little ants. Her aura was very powerful. The crowd below felt both surprised and overwhelmed, as well as fearful. It's the Titan, the Titan. Maldini thrust her finger down, creating a deep hole. Then, she planted a stake in. The crowd looked up. Here was the corpse of Sarif. The crowd recognized the blond man hanging on the cross. A man among the commoners went mad and shouted, "Demon King Sebastian, you may humiliate us, but do not think of humiliating Sarif. Even if you kill us all, one day our kind will wipe out your demonic race." Sebastian replied solemnly, "Well said, no wonder you are from the holy city." The commoner did not understand the meaning of his words, and he had many questions. Sebastian continued, "Sarif, 22 years old. Since ascending to the throne, we have battled each other 4 times. He recounted, it was only in the 4th and final match that we could finally determine a winner. He is your kind's religious leader, as well as my formidable rival. Ken and Curtis witnessed this, and Curtis exclaimed, "What are you saying?" Sebastian did not stop. He stated, "My demonic kind also has its own pride and esteem. We are not as savage as some of your kind. Now that I have achieved victory in this war, I will not look down on humanity too much, but what is necessary must still be done. Anyone who has killed my demons, I must kill in return." Maldini lowered Sarif's body to the ground. "As for your hero Sarif, I will grant you a mercy. I have decided to return this corpse to you for a proper burial." The crowd stood frozen. Cassandra said, "No way?" Next to her was Miranda, who leaned based on the temperament of the former overlord. Even though Sarif was buried, they should dig him up and turn him to ashes. Miranda asked her, "Cassandra, don't you think that would be the right thing to do?" Cassandra replied, "What's right and wrong? My liege decides, so it is of course right." Miranda countered, "Don't you have a single bit of your own stance? No wonder you can only be the captain of the Demon King's Guard." Cassandra said, "And so what if I'm the captain of the guard? I'd do it willingly." That statement annoyed Miranda. Miranda said, "Sebastian and I went to the Holy Wing prison. Those bastards, hanging themselves to death was too merciful for them." Cassandra said, "If it were me, I would definitely gut them and feed their organs to the birds." Miranda replied, "It would have been difficult for Sebastian. He must be holding back a great anger. But I see, humans may seem weak at first glance, but they are actually extremely powerful. Using the domination methods like before won't allow us to control them." The common people were praying for the corpse of Sarif. Miranda thought, after so many years, he finally agrees with my viewpoint. Miranda secretly rejoiced, "Thank you." Sebastian looked at Miranda and blushed. He turned and said, "In the end, although the demon army has taken the holy city, the main force is still camped outside the city and has not yet entered. Once the main army moves in, you know the consequences that await you." The crowd below panicked, "So, if you do not want this to happen, you must fully cooperate with the policy I have proposed. You will be under my rule. I want this city to become a demon army autonomous region." Miranda, Curtis, and Ken felt surprised. The crowd fell silent, no one daring to voice their opinions. The Holy Wing autonomous regional rules appeared. The blonde girl Deloitte held the Constitution and threw it away. "I won't consider it." Opposite her were Cassandra and Sebastian. She said, "You are truly despicable." Sebastian said, "Cassandra, stop." Deloitte said, "If you want to kill, then kill. Don't expect me to cooperate with your plan." Sebastian angrily said, "If you do not agree to this document, then immediately there will be a mountain piled high with the corpses of humanity tonight." Deloitte exploded with rage, "Damn it, demon, what exactly do you want to do?" Sebastian replied, "Miss Deloitte, you are a smart woman. So, do you want the people to become corpses, or do you want them to continue living and working peacefully?" Deloitte was stunned. "Starting a family and a career? What are you joking about?" Sebastian said, "Look carefully at the document from before." He pointed at the Constitution Deloitte had thrown away. "You are the saint, aren't you? Someone with high influence in today's society. As long as you acknowledge this document, I promise, everything will be better than it is now, much better." After that, Sebastian and Cassandra left. Delight watched their backs through the window. Crow, do you believe what that demon king just said? The person beside her replied, I am unsure if what he said is true, but he left the corpse of Sir Sarif for us. Delight pondered, he really did that? I thought he would dishonor our hero. Crow responded, there are rumors that the demon king was injured. That night, he couldn't even stop my arrow. Do you want me to try again? Delight asked, are you a masochist? Crow answered, no. Delight said, even if he was injured in battle, that succubus guard of his is not someone you can face. Forget it. I need to read this document, and if he respects his promise, this is now the best thing for our city. Curtis knelt down, Overlord, I heard that you are relocating the demon army. Sebastian sat on the throne, with Cassandra and Nerobar on either side. He said, we do not have enough resources for that many troops. The resources here would be better utilized for other purposes. Curtis was surprised, what? Didn't we conquer the city? Nerobar, did you finish the inventory so quickly? We could seize gold and silver from the humans. Nerobar sighed, if I had used the old method of inventorying, it wouldn't have been that fast. But Liege taught me a new method. I finished it all in just 2 days. Curtis flinched, I thought the Overlord only focused on researching magic, I didn't expect you to have such a strong accounting ability. Sebastian said, the mathematical skills of humans are quite superior to ours. In the past few days, I have studied ancient human books and have also understood a bit. I developed an accounting method and named it the bookkeeping method. The method of debits and credits was invented by Pasiali in Nation Y. This is a scientific bookkeeping method that reflects the objective connections of economic entities. Nerobar said, this bookkeeping method is indeed miraculous. Only the Overlord could come up with such a clever way of calculation. Sebastian was startled by Nerobar's comment, can a skeleton also know how to flatter? Nerobar continued, moreover, it's not just that. Overlord also employs some statistical methods to predict the next targets of the Demon Legion. Even if we seize all the resources of the city, if the people's hearts are unstable, we will not be able to produce any goods. If I think that capturing the city is the end of the story, that certainly won't be the case. Curtis responded, so that's how it is. It seems Overlord has made the decision to retreat after all. That's fine. Curtis smiled, the commander of the Second Army, Demon King Curtis, requests the Liege to assign me the position of governor of the Holy City. Curtis's expression turned serious. Sebastian was taken aback, what? Because the Second Army is the vanguard with significant contributions, it stands to reason that Curtis would be the most suitable person to become the governor of Demonic. With his self-nomination and the endorsement of the entire team, Overlord was reluctantly forced to agree. Thus, aside from Curtis's Second Army remaining outside the city, the entire Demon Legion returned victorious. The others flew up on dragons, while only Sebastian's dragon had 2 heads. The scene that unfolded was of identical floating islands, each with a protruding rock formation resembling sharp fangs. These tiny islands drift everywhere in the atmosphere, and at the center of these islands is a pink moon shining fiercely and brilliantly. The pink moon illuminates the entire island, and at night, the scene becomes even more eerie, dreamy, and haunting than ever before. On that island, there is not a single person to be seen, only grass and dilapidated fences taking shape through the dark veil of night. A stream of air is flowing towards these floating islands, smoke continuously billowing and swaying into the atmosphere of these islands, the smoke gently infiltrating every nook and cranny. In the haze appears a battalion of dragons with humans riding atop them. One red dragon with numerous layers of scales is revealed, the sturdy scales acting as armor for the bodies of the dragons. The dragons wear iron helmets, each uniquely molded to the shape of the individual dragon. They are soaring at an incredible speed, constantly flapping their wings without respite to move forward. The wind roars by, unable to hinder the dragon's advance. The dragons flap their wings, and the wind, in turn, propels them to fly faster, charging through the air like never before. Sebastian gazed at the magnificent scene, momentarily entranced, rooted in place, watching as the spectacle continued to unfold. Sebastian looked astonished, his mouth agape, and exclaimed, "The scenery is truly beautiful." Transitioning to a shared space, a voice explained, "These are known as the Demon King's Mountains. This mountain range is the territory of the demon army." Looking toward a floating island, where rows of houses were illuminated as the demon inhabitants welcomed Sebastian to this place, Sebastian remarked, "The people up there are coming to greet me." The voice spoke again, "They are all your subjects, my lord. Naturally, they are here to celebrate your return." From a distance, Sebastian observed that the demon citizens appeared fierce and gruff. They showed little warmth as they stood in line to welcome him on his day of return. All their gazes were blank, with no emotions displayed, and not a single sound was heard among the crowd. They looked very serious, standing rigidly just to wait for Sebastian's arrival. Sebastian looked at them and said, "But I see that their spirits, my subjects, seem rather unhappy." The voice explained to help Sebastian understand, "My lord, you have been away from here for a long time. Famine and taxes have made life very difficult for the people here." Sebastian jolted as he realized this was a disaster for himself upon merging into his own body. He stood frozen, his eyes wide with panic, sweating as he thought, "This means I am a terrible tyrant." The body of Sebastian had lost one eye, replaced by a flickering fire that contained the image of a small ghost within. Cassandra was riding on the back of a two-headed dragon, approaching Sebastian while looking towards the people. Cassandra shouted Sebastian's name, "My liege, wait for me." Thousands of dragon formations followed Cassandra, soaring behind her. Sebastian exclaimed in surprise, "Cassandra!" Cassandra jumped onto Sebastian's dragon back effortlessly without any permission from him. Sebastian said nothing, allowing Cassandra to climb onto the dragon's back. Holding a black umbrella in her hand, Cassandra looked at Sebastian with affectionate eyes and spoke in a youthful tone, "My liege, it has been such a long time since we've journeyed together. Would you like to have a picnic on a dragon with me?" Cassandra asked Sebastian, her face flushed, certain that she held feelings for him, hence the proposal. The pink moonlight made Cassandra all the more alluring and also dangerously enticing. Cassandra opened the umbrella in her hand towards the sky and saw inside the image of the galaxy along with a chandelier shaped like intricately arranged flower petals, surely an expensive item. Both Cassandra and Sebastian gazed in awe at the beautiful umbrella. The hooks of the umbrella unfurled, and it had 3 support legs touching the scales of the dragon, helping it stay anchored so that the umbrella would not be blown away by the wind. Cassandra and Sebastian were completely enveloped by the layer of the umbrella, creating an extremely romantic scene just for the two of them, despite the dragon soaring continuously. Seizing the opportunity, Cassandra took on a sulky demeanor with Sebastian. She wrapped her hand around his, allowing her chest to press against Sebastian's body, stirring him intensely. Cassandra said with a cunning gaze for her own purpose, "Liege, I really missed you these past few days. Let's continue what we left unfinished at the palace that night." She rubbed her chest against Sebastian's body, causing him to become aroused and desire Cassandra standing beside him. Cassandra shyly looked down at Sebastian's lower half, while he was blushing deeply. Cassandra happily turned to look at Sebastian, excitedly saying, "Liege, have you agreed now?" Sebastian, caught off guard by the question, felt shy and tried to brush it off. When did I agree?" The two of them were playing a game together on the back of a dragon, which was flapping its wings continuously, crossing thousands of seas to reach the land. Miranda watched the scene with exasperation, standing on the dragon's back and reflecting in her thoughts, "Cassandra, this mischievous girl." As dawn broke, the sunlight illuminated everything, while the clouds drifted lazily. After Cassandra and Sebastian finished their task, they pulled back the curtains. "Look, we are back home now," Cassandra said, pulling back the curtains to reveal the sunlight. The dragon had brought Sebastian to the designated place, which was a volcanic region with molten lava flowing and a tall tower rising majestically in the center. The unique design of the tower made a strong impression on Sebastian. Surrounding the exterior of the tower was a circle resembling a crown, embellished in a special way. The sunlight shining upon it made the tower glow brilliantly and sparkle, reflecting the 2 amethyst crystals built atop the tower. Sebastian looked at the scene, captivated and wide-eyed in surprise at the exquisite beauty. "This is too. Is this my netherworld?" he asked. Exactly, that is the netherworld demon kingdom Alistair, with dragons soaring in the sky, the voice replied. Sebastian was dumbfounded, feeling ecstatic. This resembles a game called Lord Zeta? The voice echoed again, asking, what is that game Lord Zeta? Cassandra stood behind Sebastian, adjusting her umbrella but only paying attention to him. Cassandra hastily reminded, my liege, the password, hurry up. Sebastian was taken aback, frozen, thinking to himself, what is the password? The voice echoed again, Master, have you even forgotten this essential thing? Images of strange characters flashed in Sebastian's mind, hazy. Surrounding Alistair was an incredibly strong barrier. One would need a spell and basic spiritual power to break through. Your spiritual power is sufficient now, but there is just one thing that's a bit difficult, you need to recite that incantation within 5 seconds. Sebastian unexpectedly asked back, 5 seconds? A voice sounded, this method was created by you yourself. The texts can merge together. Master, you could once read incantations of more than 400 words in just 3 seconds, always staying one step ahead of your enemies. Cassandra was waiting for Sebastian to read the password. Sebastian was confused, it seems that mastering a spell is not easy at all. The voice echoed again, of course. The speed of reading incantations is always considered a discipline that a wizard must cultivate. Miranda halted the dragon, curiously asking, what is Sebastian doing? All the other dragons stopped as well, because Sebastian had not read the password. Miranda stood there, puzzled, why hasn't the barrier opened yet? If it doesn't open soon. Visions of the dragons being brutally slaughtered flashed before her. The entire air force would crash into the barrier and turn to dust. Meanwhile, Sebastian was reading so fast that he was tongue-tied and smoke was rising from him. He thought, I'm so tongue-tied already and it still doesn't work. The voice spoke again, Master, read faster, it's still not enough. You need to read each word clearly. Cassandra stood beside him, asking, my liege, what's wrong? Would you like me to help you? Sebastian suddenly remembered, looking towards Cassandra, it's not good to rely on someone else now, he thought, after all the hard work to gain everyone's trust, I can't mess this up because of this. Sebastian tried to recall the characters appearing, the language of this world is completely different from my own. He was startled to realize, although I've never learned it, it's strange that I am relatively proficient. These letters suddenly spin in circles, resembling machine language, with the letters divided into bytes consisting of 2 zeros and a 1. Sebastian's eyes lit up like a snake, that's the structure of binary and hex. He thought, I can do it, it's just 4 lines of code. Each line counts as one word. The characters were arranged in a row, 4 rows would result in 4 letters combined, then I would have 4 different words. Sebastian immediately recognized the letters. He recited the incantation right away, unable to delay any further. Cassandra stood beside him, confused and a bit frightened. The gate of the camp opened with a whirlwind. Pronouncing those 4 words took him no more than 0.8 seconds. The gate was completely open to the inside, accompanied by a gust of wind. Successful dragon squads entered. Sebastian joyfully said, all right. A voice resounded, Master, the spell you recited is not like the usual ones. Why are there some zeros and a 1? But somehow, it has worked. Is this a new incantation method that is faster? Sebastian asked, wait, you said it's different from before. In what way? The voice replied, I can't replicate it. However, this time the incantation is indeed shorter and more concise. Sebastian thought, I think what you mean is that my incantation depends heavily on the reading speed. But this time I have converted the incantation into code and transformed it into another language. This is translation. How did I manage to translate the lines of spells into lines of code, then use machine language to transform those lines of code into a new language? He realized something, but I only know languages A and T. I have only studied basic IT at school. That's not enough for me to understand another language in a completely new world. While Sebastian was in astonishment, Cassandra smiled and said, my liege, we are landing. A few dragon demons flew in a line above to take Sebastian to the lava mountain. When they arrived, he set his feet down. At that moment, there was someone waiting to greet him. A blue butler robot, with a power index of 0 and skill index of 0, waved his arm and respectfully greeted Sebastian. "Honorable Overlord, welcome back." Seeing Blue, Sebastian curiously asked the Eternal Flame, "What is this robot?" The Eternal Flame replied, "This is the chief steward of Alistair. He is a gift from the great craftsman Lily Scarlet that was given to you." Upon hearing this, Sebastian thought, "Is this place really under my domain? I have no memory of it at all." Standing before that colossal object, he can only speculate. This place is called the Magical Land. I need time to get accustomed to it. Sebastian was still reeling from the surprise. He thought it would be better to understand how this place operates, adapt to the environment, and rest a bit. But what is this robot trying to do? Blue exclaimed, "Oh, Demon King! You have returned just in time. Our magic palace is about to collapse." Sebastian was stunned after hearing, "Collapsed?" He thought, "Looks like I don't even have time to rest." Sebastian looked up at the gate of the Melting Heart, below the magic palace in front. He frowned and asked, "The molten lava underground has been extinguished?" Nirobar immediately denied, "This is impossible. Lava being extinguished has never been seen in demonic history." Upon hearing him say that, Sebastian had serious thoughts. It seems this is truly serious. He then called Cassandra. She smiled and replied, "Yes." Sebastian started, "Let me ask you a little. If the molten lava underground goes out, what impact will it have?" Cassandra seemed stunned, mumbling, Well. Seeing that she didn't know a single line, Nirobar disappointedly criticized, "As the captain of the Liege Guard, you don't even know this?" Sebastian let Nirobar speak instead. "Nirobar, go ahead and tell her." He confidently agreed, "Yes." Nirobar recounted the whole story. First, when the molten lava goes out, it will cause the temperature of the entire territory to drop. This could lead to the loss of half the demonic population. Secondly, because the molten lava is the source of power for our demonic kind. Nirobar continued, "Therefore, once the magma cools down, the power of the demonic will drastically diminish on a wide scale. It will not be able to withstand the invasion of foreign tribes. Of course, the most important point is political legitimacy. Back then, the Overlord was able to dominate the entire demonic realm because he controlled the source of the magma. Now that the magma has ceased, it correspondingly means that the Overlord's influence over the demonic is weakening. Your foundation of rule is being shaken." Sebastian immediately turned pale. "Is this really that serious?" Blue stepped forward and said, "That is why this matter cannot be delayed. Please, Liege, prepare to reignite the magma." Sebastian replied, "Of course, let's go." Nirobar curiously asked him, "Liege, are you not planning to go right now?" Sebastian answered, "Given the urgent situation, the sooner the better." Nirobar voiced, "Although the situation is urgent, previously, when you went to the Heartland, you had to prepare for several days in advance." Sebastian paused upon hearing this and thought, "Really?" He questioned, "Why is that?" The Eternal Flame responded, "Of course, it's because it's very risky." The flame continued, "The magma beneath the earth carries with it a great number of fiends. The closer you get to the core, the higher the rank of the fiends will be. Even with my chaotic system supporting you, it will still be immensely difficult. If you are careless, you could lose your life down there. In the past, with every journey into the underworld, you always prepared for at least 3 days." Sebastian curiously asked, "What about my current power? Can I handle it?" While the two were discussing, Cassandra and Nirobar stood behind, observing. The Everlasting Flame decisively replied, "You could die right in the Steel Stone Forest." Sebastian was so frightened that he stiffened, his mouth agape. He thought in despair, "What kind of hellish area is that?" Outside the holy city, beyond the city walls, the commotion of the surrounding populace rose loudly. "Demonic Governor, what are you talking about? Have you forgotten about the laws of the autonomous region set forth by the Demon King? Curtis, riding on the back of the dragon, responded, "Oh, that guy? I am the Supreme King of the Elves, I am not him." Curtis crossed his arms over his chest, smirking as if it were only right. "When you massacred my people in Ysdale, did you ever think this day would come?" The dragon under Curtis was already preparing fire in its mouth, ready to unleash it at any moment upon command. Curtis coldly said, "Every time, 100 people. I will make it so that neither god nor demon knows." He laughed sinisterly, saying, "Annihilate all of you." Alistair, the land of magic, the origin of the world. At that time, everything was in complete chaos, uncontrollable. The Alistair volcano appeared, existing amidst the chaos with boundless deadly energy at its core. As one of the first races of the world, demons relied on the source of power provided by the mountain to survive and thrive. After thousands of years, demons have always depended on that source of power, and this place has become their indomitable home. The fire here is the source of demonic strength, but it is also their weakness. After thousands of years, that source of power suddenly faced an unprecedented upheaval in the history of demons. However, a new history will be written by the Overlord, the leader of the 13 Demon Kings. He will correct it and bring a new era for the demons, according to the words of Belphagot Tauchulus, the demonic prophet of the Makai Empire during the reign of the 7th Demon King. The two-headed fire dragon opened its mouth filled with its burning flames. The townspeople were terrified, they were tied up and couldn't escape. The fire dragon spewed fiery flames around the helpless people. According to Curtis, it seems he was mocking their fear. Curtis laughed heartily, "Ah! Bring another 100 names here. This game is really fun." Curtis's men, at their master's request, replied, "As you command." The people were panicking in front of the fire, continuously shouting, "What the hell is happening? That overlord has deceived us. What kind of autonomy law is this? How can this be happening?" Curtis became even more excited and shouted, "You fools! All of you will have to die." The two-headed dragon continued to spew fire. However, something surprised Curtis. The flames that were being breathed out didn't kill any of the humans, and they began to flee. Radix unexpectedly appeared, resolving the situation and providing aid. Curtis was astonished by this sight, the war beetle. "That's Radix." Curtis's servants were unaware that something was above their heads. A few demon beetles had started dragging Curtis's servants away. Curtis turned around, realized what was happening, and exclaimed, "The insect army? How could this?" An unexpected attack struck down when Curtis was still caught off guard. But Curtis managed to turn back to block the blow thanks to his keen senses. He recited a spell and then attacked the Beetle Knight. The fierce attack left Curtis seemingly with no way out. However, the Beetle Knight calmly handled the situation, absorbing the blows and deflecting them. Curtis was amazed at his strength. Curtis continued to unleash a magical strike down upon the Beetle Knight. Curtis's kick sent the Beetle Knight crashing to the ground, shattering the earth. Curtis glared and then flew down after him, determined to finish him off. "Die, bug! You dare lay a hand on me? Do you think you can take me down, you weak little bug? Where do you get that confidence?" Immediately after, other Beetle Knights surrounded Curtis. They charged toward him with the intent to attack. The area around Curtis exploded from the power of the Beetle Knights, affecting him as well. Curtis had no choice but to use his two-colored Divine Fire Ultimate technique to separate the swarm of bugs. He questioned in confusion, "Why is the insect army going against me? Didn't my elf guild subjugate you all?" Radix's voice echoed in Curtis's ears, "We are bugs, change is inevitable. We have found a higher purpose, and the autonomous zone is our goal. You are the one who threatens that." Radix continued, "The Overlord desires change, we want to evolve. His wish is the same as ours. Anyone who threatens that must be stopped." After hearing this, Curtis felt suspicious. Does this bug only listen to the Overlord Sebastian? Since when do bugs know how to think like this? Curtis said irritably, I didn't expect this either. That bastard Sebastian, so he left these difficult ones here. Since when has he been so calculating? Didn't he always hate managing too many things? Suddenly, Curtis's attendant spoke up, Your Majesty, we must stop. The bugs are attacking relentlessly. If we continue, both sides will suffer heavy losses. Curtis looked at the attendant with annoyance and said, Do you mean I should back down to these bugs? We are the superior species, I will not bow down to these lowly insects. The attendant continued to advise, Your Majesty, do you not care about your people? We still need to find the relic of the Saint's Wing. Now is not the time for us to take action. Curtis briefly thought, finding it reasonable. He only cursed under his breath, damn it. Then, Curtis ordered his troops, 2nd Regiment, fall back. Meanwhile, Sebastian was using all his strength to lift the castle. He was straining, breath coming in gasps, groaning, ah 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 ah. Finally, Sebastian managed to hoist the gigantic object up. His horns grew longer, magic activated. Sebastian's eyes bulged as the entire castle was lifted. But just after that, it fell down again. Sebastian, feeling sore, sat down and complained, I hate heavy work. He turned to ask the Eternal Flame, Didn't you say I could open this gate with a spell? The Eternal Flame replied, You could open it before that. Sebastian was even more curious, Then why can't I now? The Eternal Flame answered uncertainly, In theory. When you use divine power, do you remember the feeling of using a spell before? Sebastian slowly sat up and replied, No, I lost my memory, so of course I can't remember. The Eternal Flame said, These spells are basic, but the method of using magic and sensing spiritual power is very important. The Eternal Flame recounted various supernatural phenomena. Magic is a secret art. The deeper your memory of the experience of magic is, the more you will understand it. Your understanding will determine the power of the magic, and the intensity of the magic will depend on your memory and perception. The flame continued to ponder, therefore, when the master loses his memory, the power of the magic also diminishes. Sebastian began to lose his patience, so what should I do now? How can I regain my magical power? The Eternal Flame suddenly remembered something and asked, Master, how many times have you used this magic? Too many, right? Once you start using it again, you will automatically recall. Don't worry. The tower was elevated higher, though it still swayed a bit. But it seemed Sebastian was making a great effort. His legs trembled as if he needed to use the bathroom. His arms tensed up, straining to carry the items. The Eternal Flame praised him, Oh, wonderful! You seem to have achieved a new upgrade. This will help enhance your spiritual power. Seeing Sebastian standing on it, Cassandra anxiously inquired, What are you doing, my liege? As Cassandra approached, the ground suddenly trembled, causing her to nearly fall and exclaim, Huh? Seeing Sebastian, she said, I heard someone was moving the gate, but I didn't expect it to be you. You still haven't opened it, have you? Or should I go have some tea while you continue? Sebastian gasped for breath but managed to smile and replied, I'm just conducting an experiment, you know. Cassandra tilted her head, appearing confused. She had no idea what he was doing. Sebastian explained further, I've discovered a new mathematical formula. I'm testing its feasibility in practice. Meanwhile, Cassandra turned her back to him, her voice gentle, Liege, please don't turn around. Sebastian complied, not looking back. But then he heard Cassandra's scream from behind, startling him. Curious, he turned to look. The demon gate had somehow been opened. Cassandra appeared quite bashful, I'm sorry, I didn't want you to see my demonization. I have the power to open such gates. She sincerely and confidently continued, If I can help you, I would be very happy. I don't understand complex things like math, but if you need assistance, just let me know. Cassandra continued, Because I have belonged to you completely since the day you saved me, I have always thought that I could help you one day, using my own strength to support you. Sebastian, after hearing this, didn't know what to say, only thinking to himself the name of the girl, Cassandra. Before leaving, Cassandra reminded, "Come back when you're done, and be careful." Sebastian nodded, replied, "All right, thank you." After Cassandra left, Sebastian began to think about her. Maybe I was wrong about her. She seems really kind and benevolent. Did I save her in the past? The Eternal Flame recounted, "You and she met before I was born from the Chaos Tree, so I don't know this for sure." Sebastian walked down the few steps, and the Eternal Flame said, "This is the first tier, Master. Please be careful." Sebastian clicked his tongue. Let me think a bit. Should I just jump down? He raised his hand and shouted, "Fire barrier." The Eternal Flame cheered at the same time, "Good spellcasting, Master. You seem to be regaining control of your magic." Sebastian fell into that vortex, then suddenly felt something different. "It's too hot." The Eternal Flame explained, "This is just the lowest temperature in all the layers. Please endure with me, my master. We are about to pass through the separating layer." After a while of falling, when Sebastian's feet touched the river of lava, the Eternal Flame said, "We have set foot on the first layer, the canyon crust." However, the scene before Sebastian startled him. Several pitch-black creatures suddenly emerged from the molten lava. They moved like zombies, slowly coming to life, but their movements were expressionless. Then, they turned to look at Sebastian. The Eternal Flame reminded, "Prepare for combat. A threat is approaching, warning level 2. Sebastian felt bewildered thinking, "What is this, lava zombies? These guys look disgusting. I wonder if they are very strong." Sebastian's eyes suddenly revealed several strange characters. The Eternal Flame was somewhat surprised but also reported, "Huh? There are 2 lines of code, another language. Ice bullet. Master, somehow I can translate it for you." The Eternal Flame exclaimed, "Raise your hand, point your finger forward, aim at the enemy and fire the bullet." According to the words of the Eternal Flame, Sebastian truly unleashed something akin to magic. The bullet pierced through a lava zombie, causing its body to be impaled by shards of ice. Then, the entire body exploded before its kind. Sebastian unexpectedly exclaimed, "Wow, that's really powerful." The Eternal Flame cheered, "Keep going, Master." Sebastian continued to fire at the lava zombies. One by one, they were obliterated, and none could approach him. After a while, Sebastian had eradicated them all. The Eternal Flame said, "These lava zombies seem to be weak against your ice bullets. Any ice spell of level 3 can easily deal with them. I really want to decode this magic further, but we must leave immediately." Sebastian curiously asked, "Why? What's happening?" The Eternal Flame replied, "Something huge and terrifying is coming." Sebastian suddenly shivered, as if a fear had abruptly washed over him. He turned his head just as the Eternal Flame said, "It's too late, it has arrived." Before Sebastian stood a colossal stone zombie. The Eternal Flame explained, "This golem does not dare to approach, it is afraid of something. Alastair Volcano, the canyon crust, is the first layer of the deep mantle lying within the earth. Surface temperatures can reach up to 220 degrees, with a lot of molten lava. This makes life here extremely harsh, only beings closely tied to demons can survive. Most creatures here possess powers between levels 3 to 4, and there are also rare species present. One must have the chaotic synesthesia power to endure such severe conditions. Deep within the crust, there are creatures known as magma pulp zombies, which are demonic golems constantly hunting for prey across the surface, searching for anyone daring enough to enter. Most demons that dare venture here essentially commit suicide. The giant golem roared a deafening sound. Sebastian turned pale, shouting, "Damn it!" Fortunately, Sebastian dodged its arm, narrowly escaping being crushed. He decided to use the projectile he had just launched and declared, "Eat this bullet." The golem bit into the projectile. It seemed to have an effect, but the golem showed no signs of pain. The Eternal Flame thought this attack was effective, so it spoke up in praise, "Master is truly clever, so slay." After shooting, both Sebastian and his golem master were still unable to see that the golem had died. They stood frozen, shocked. What? But how is it still unharmed? Somehow, the golem had recovered, even incinerating Sebastian's bullet. It was now rampaging, spewing fire and destroying that bullet. The Eternal Fire expressed surprise. This golem has a very strong recovery ability. Sebastian also felt confused. What? I just blew its head off and it still recovered. Seeing the situation was dire, Sebastian asked the Eternal Fire, "Do you have any ideas? Any suggestions?" The Eternal Fire replied, "We could hide for a while to cast a higher level spell." Sebastian was about to protest, but the golem had already noticed them, so he reluctantly decided to flee, shouting loudly, "Isn't it too late to run now?" The Eternal Fire urged Sebastian, "Fly away, my master, use your wings." Seeing him give a thumbs up, ready to shoot ice bullets, the Eternal Fire curiously asked, "Master, what are you planning to do?" Sebastian replied, "I'm shooting back, let me try." This time, he fired more bullets than before. These bullets, upon impacting with the lava, immediately unleashed spikes. Sebastian was shooting and thinking, in video games, to defeat a boss, you often need to use a bit of skill. Finding the boss's weak points and blind spots is extremely necessary. He observed for a moment and aimed, the weak point of this golem must be right here. Sebastian fired a frost bullet at full power while roaring, "Frost bullet!" The golem, which had been enveloped in flames, made Sebastian hope that his shot could do something, destroy it. However, he soon realized his bullet veered off course. What the hell? The golem seemed to realize this too, as it revealed its true form. The Eternal Flame trailing Sebastian said, "Master, you are so perceptive. How did you know its core was there? But unfortunately, you missed that shot." Sebastian quickly tried to flee as fast as he could, responding to the Eternal Flame's remark, "Stop talking nonsense and think of a way for us to escape this giant." When he looked up, he saw a stream of lava. An idea sparked in his mind, the frost bullet skill is too simple, but can I learn a more difficult skill? Seeing Sebastian's lack of confidence, the Eternal Flame encouraged him, "Master, you still have me, right?" Sebastian suddenly asked, "Have you found a way?" The Eternal Flame replied with a smile, "I am a perfect system, so of course, I have a way." "Master, try focusing on smaller targets." Sebastian pointed ahead and exclaimed, "What about that thing? Do you see that tree there?" The Eternal Flame said, "That's a rock berry." Suddenly, in front of Sebastian, a round object appeared that could move like in a shooting game. He raised his finger to prepare to shoot while asking the Eternal Flame, "A targeting system, where did you get it from?" The Eternal Flame confidently replied, "It's nothing. Just give it a try." Sebastian followed his friend's advice, saying, "Shoot." Perfect shot. The target Sebastian aimed at this time was hit and destroyed. Sebastian soared into the air. The Eternal Flame said, "Most of my functions have been assimilated, my energy has been fully integrated into your blood, Master." Sebastian curiously asked, "You mean I can end this golem now?" The Eternal Flame affirmed, "Exactly, just hit its core." Sebastian, hearing that, pointed down and said, "Look, it's moving, it's leaving." This time, Sebastian was confident in his decision. He kept pointing his finger and said, "Shoot." Perfect shot. After dealing with the golem, he quietly walked away. He asked the Eternal Flame, "Where should I go next?" It replied, "You fly straight ahead. The entrance to the second level is right in front of you." However, Sebastian's keen senses made him aware, something seems off. A chubby creature resembling a pumpkin woke up. The Eternal Flame said, "Compared to the previous demon, this is the real gatekeeper." Magma Pulp Zombie Gatekeeper, Galgoa, Chaos Synesthesia Level 5, Strength Index 5866. The Magma Pulp Zombie called out to Sebastian, "Is it you?" Sebastian was bewildered, "Huh?" Finally, he understood that the Magma Pulp Zombie was asking him. He exclaimed, "You know me? What are you? What are you?" He expected it to answer, but unexpectedly, the magma pulp zombie lunged to grab Sebastian. The eternal flame warned, danger warning level 1. The magma pulp zombie looked down on Sebastian and said, "What am I?" It slammed its hand down to the ground but couldn't catch anything. The magma pulp zombie glared up in slight surprise. Sebastian quickly conjured flame whips and shot them outward. The projectile struck the magma pulp zombie, but it didn't even flinch. This time, Sebastian thought he was done for. The magma pulp zombie mocked him, "What weak power! You are not Sebastian, who are you?" The eternal flame explained the recent transformation. Galgoa's body is made of steel forged through lava. Third-level magic cannot harm him. Hearing the eternal flame's words, the magma pulp zombie shouted, "Shut up! Where do you think you're going? Stay here!" Sebastian soared up alongside the wall of flame. Lava was also manipulated to envelop Sebastian. He looked around, confused about what was happening. Sebastian shouted at the magma pulp zombie, "I am Demon King Sebastian, let me go." The magma pulp zombie countered, "This impersonator bears the magical signs of Sebastian, but you are too weak. I will bring you down." The magma pulp zombie continued, "If you were the real Sebastian, you would be able to defeat me. Come on." Sebastian paused for a moment. He thought, "Is there a spell I can use to defeat him?" The flame by his left eye said, "Of course. But most of them are high-level magic, so your power is enormous. It will take a long time for the barrier to lose its effectiveness." He asked how much longer the fire barrier would last. The other person said it would take a long time before it was lifted. He asked, "All right, I will start right now." The other person was surprised and asked, "What, right now?" He urged the other person to give him all the magical formulas. "All right, if it relates to learning, I am completely confident in what I am about to do." The ominous energy outside was terrifying. Miranda was guarding outside. A person ran over and said, "He has been in there too long. This is not good at all." She turned around and said, "Someone." Upon discovering it was one of her own, she asked, "Do you have any news for me?" The person replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, I have intelligence from the spies." She panicked. Ixtel in the southeast has begun to gather forces. The elves are preparing something. They are stockpiling war horses. Miranda was startled. "Really?" She could not believe what she was hearing. Her hands instinctively trembled. She asked, "Is there any news from Saint Swing City?" The person said, "There was a public execution. But the army of the land insects intervened just in time. For some reason, it seems the army of insects is protecting the residents of the city." Miranda turned away and said, "So Curtis is still in the city?" The elf army is also starting to move towards Helgana. That army has now been disbanded. But if they decide to rebel and march on Alistair, the demons could be in danger. Miranda asked her subordinate, "When will Sebastian return?" She replied, "The Overlord just left tonight, but he could be down there for a few days." Feeling that something was off, Miranda thought, "I don't have time to wait for him." Miranda left and said to her, "I have a bad feeling about this. Those damned elves, I will leave Sebastian to Nerobar." Miranda's subordinate shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" She said, to Ixtel, "I will handle this myself." Watching the queen fly away, she shouted for Miranda to hear, "Be careful, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Sebastian had to fight against the vile creature. He used his magic, summoning ice to attack the beast. He shouted in anger, "You fool, I left you to guard the gate to the second level. Is this how you repay me? Daring to block my way, I am running out of patience." The beast frowned and said, "What are you talking about? I never agreed to anything. I have been here since the beginning, you are the outsider." He was surprised by the words of the man, "You dare to fault me? I am the Demon King, my words are the truth." He gathered all his magic and said to the guy, "I will not waste time with you anymore. This time, I truly won't be able to fight." The man fell silent upon hearing this, but then he replied, "Fine, in any case, you have Sebastian's energy on you. This is the entrance to the second level of the steel forest, now hurry and disappear." His left eye said, "Master, you are amazing. Is that a new skill from the ice element? Just by learning from the skill tree to grasp how to use spells, do you know how long it takes for a wizard to comprehend their spells and practice them? They need at least several years to master them." He asked, "Huh? What do you mean? Am I not the overlord? You have guided me after all, why are you surprised?" The left eye said, "Well, before, you never needed me. It is truly an honor to serve." Other than this moment, the master seemed to only care about his own skill repository and never learned any new spells. He asked, "So how long until I reach the next level?" The flame replied, "It could still take about 3 days. It really only takes 1 to 2 hours for the first level, but we have spent quite a bit of time in the first level." Slowly advancing deeper into the second level, he asked, "Then hurry up to the next location. Those up there are also eager to see me again soon." He thought more and more heatedly. The flame said, "But master, with your current condition, can you maintain this speed? I am afraid it will be too much for you." He suddenly realized something, "So I have reached the second week inside Alistein, the steel forest." He landed on the ground and looked around, unable to believe this was the entrance to the steel forest. He felt a chill behind him and turned around to see a huge monster standing behind him. "The monsters here are quite large, huh?" he said. The flame replied, "Master, that is not a monster. He is the guardian of the steel forest." A system panel appeared, Nakmantis, the guardian of the steel forest. Synesthesia Chaos Level 6, Strength Index 7124. He looked up in panic, unable to believe this was Nakmantis. The demon saw a short person like him and said, "This magic signature is quite strange. The essence is similar." His fingers curled together, creating the sound of stiffened bones, as if preparing for a battle. "Forget it, no matter who it is, anyone who wants to pass through here must prove their worth." He thought, "Galgoa has never recognized me because beings like them only acknowledge strength. The strength of a demon king, if fear is the only thing they have, then they only revere those with supreme power." He was sweating. This guy is a level 6 monster, so showing magic here is ineffective. Intimidation only works with higher level skills. His hand clenched tightly, veins protruding. Time was running out, he had to recall the feeling. That guy noticed something, the monsters below sensed a tremendous power emerging from above. He slowly began to display his power for that guy to see. "Eternal flames, you told me that my spiritual power is vast. To make this monster acknowledge me, I must demonstrate the strength of a demon king, the authority of an overlord, Sebastian." The guardians of the magma core began to appear. He thought the way into the third level was the same as before the magma core. A circle emerged, and monsters within it slowly stepped out. At the fourth level, the monsters would all be level 7 or higher. He panicked as the monsters rushed towards him. He shouted, "What's happening? Why is every one of them so strong? They look extremely deranged, my spiritual power has no effect." The eternal flame said, "Starting from the fourth level, the strength of the monsters will increase dramatically. Even standing at the highest position, one can only strive to survive here." He whispered in shock, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Now what can I do?" The flame replied, "Yes, you can return to the third level to train and then surpass this week." "How long will it take? I can't just sit there and wait forever." The flame answered, "With your talent, it should take about half a year." Hearing that, he fell silent. Someone in the distance was using their power to attack when unexpectedly, the power was directed towards him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Everything, the earth and rocks, and even the surrounding monsters were pulled into a golden sphere. The sphere rotated as if wanting to swallow everything around it. Finally, it formed a golden orb containing soil, stones, and a mass of strange monsters. After that, the orb was compressed, everything it had sucked in restrained the rays of light emanating outward, no longer possessing the original brightness of the sphere. Sebastian gritted his teeth in pain under the tremendous pressure, trying to stand up, and thought to himself, "The skill really hurts, huh? This pressure, what kind of terrifying power does this guy have?" The footsteps of that person trampled on the earth and rocks, their magical energy pouring out, making each step heavier and heavier. He said, "Your face looks very familiar." After thinking for a bit, he exclaimed, "I am the Demon King." Sebastian looked up in horror, realizing above the head of that red star, his power level was displayed as 27,733. This man held an arrogant demeanor, looking down and asking, "Are you the Overlord?" "Greetings, Liege Sebastian." The system window clearly showed information about the opponent, Red Star, King of the Manhwa Kingdom, Cosmic Synesthesia, Universe, Level 9, Power Level 277,733. Sebastian exclaimed in astonishment, "King Red Star? I have seen him in historical documents, yes, in the library of the Holy City." He recalled the book he had read, The Third King of the Manhwa Kingdom. At that time, he was one of the 5 strongest figures in human history. Red Star slammed his sword down into the ground, startling Sebastian. He said, "I never thought I would personally meet Liege Sebastian here." He smirked wickedly and continued, "Seeing you flee from those weak monsters is truly shameful." With a ferocious demeanor, Red Star said to Sebastian, "Come on, stand up." Sebastian was surprised to see his power index change. He said, "I don't want to dirty my hands with those monsters. Besides, your sudden appearance has distracted me. Do you want to experience death here?" Sebastian immediately exuded the authority of a leader, calculating in his mind, applying pressure on him first and then withdrawing. Red Star felt the spiritual power of Sebastian, who continuously displayed the authority of a demon king. Red Star let out an "oh" as he sensed something. Then, Red Star shouted, his voice infused with his own spiritual power, causing the already loud sound to amplify even more. The deafening echo of Red Star forced Sebastian to raise his hand in defense, bracing himself. The ground and even the stone spikes on the ceiling collapsed due to the impact of the shout. Sebastian struggled to use magic to create a shield, forming a sphere to block the falling debris. Red Star pulled out the sword he had planted in the ground and quickly flew over to Sebastian, slashing down with a powerful strike. The slash was so terrifying that it could cut the shield sphere of Sebastian in half. At that moment, Sebastian could only panic and dodge to the side to avoid the slash, causing him to tumble out and fall straight to the ground. Red Star shouted fiercely, "Come on! Aren't you the liege? This weak display is just a game. You need to use your true strength, or you'll die." Sebastian thought in fear, "This guy is too strong, those skills are useless." Red Star continued, "I am honing my strength in this volcanic forge. One day, I will reclaim my kingdom, so fight me." Red Star's whole being exuded an aura of killing intent, ready to kill anyone for his own gain. He held his sword with both hands and respectfully declared, "Demon King, the strongest mage in history, will be the perfect test for my year of training." In the cave, Sebastian was taken aback by Red Star's power. With a fierce expression, one eye lost, a massive frame, and wielding a long, heavy sword directed at Sebastian, he was a picture of ferocity. His body surged with roaring flames, radiating the fire of strength. Red Star looked at Sebastian with a contemptuous demeanor, raising the sharp sword high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. At this moment, Sebastian's legs trembled, his mouth stuttered. His face was filled with panic and tension as he stared at his enemy, questioning in his mind, "Eternal flame, isn't my nether pressure supposed to be the strongest? Why is Red Star easily overpowering me?" The glowing thing in Sebastian's eye, having heard the whispers in his mind, spoke up, "Because you have forgotten how to maintain nether pressure, dear master. The way to sustain nether pressure is extremely important, it has caused your nether pressure to diminish." Hearing this, Sebastian continued to think quietly, asking, "What should I do now? What must I do to defeat this monster?" That entity, helpless, answered, "Master, I do not know. I cannot find any way." Meanwhile, Red Star had waited long enough. He swung the sharp sword and charged straight at Sebastian. The sword was about to swing down when Sebastian suddenly shouted, "Hold your sword! I accept defeat. The words echoed, causing Red Star to momentarily pause. He looked surprised, staring intently at Sebastian. Sebastian raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, bowed his head, and continued, "Truly, I am no longer Sebastian." In the cave, Red Star stroked his chin, frowning in thought. He was thinking while speaking, "Reborn by Truck Kuan? Do you think I'm a fool, or is your mind just not right?" Upon hearing this, Sebastian sat down on a rock. He began to explain in detail, "Really, I am a person reincarnated into another world. I just have the same body as him. The real Sebastian would never accept defeat, right?" Listening to the explanation, Red Star slung the sword over his shoulder, resting his hands on his knees, half believing, half doubting, "This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life." Just as he finished speaking, Red Star suddenly became serious. He drew the sword and pointed it straight at Sebastian, his face stern. "It seems like you still underestimate my abilities. If you intend to ambush me while I'm not paying attention, don't even think about it." Seeing Red Star's demeanor, Sebastian showed clear signs of fear. His whole body trembled, and he stammered, struggling to speak as each word escaped, "Hey! Stop! Do you think I have time to joke with my life?" Upon hearing this, Red Star's expression changed. His face became arrogant, looking at Sebastian with a lofty air, and said, "Humph, what you said does pique my interest a bit. If you really came from another world, then tell me about things I do not know, things that do not exist here, Sebastian." As soon as Red Star finished speaking, Sebastian stared at him, surprised. He began to calm down, lowered his head and thought for a long time, then answered, "What you said is a reasonable request." Hearing Sebastian refer to him as uncle, Red Star was a bit taken aback, thinking to himself, "Uncle? Did he just call me uncle?" Meanwhile, Sebastian was immersed in his thoughts. "According to the knowledge I have studied, the development of the demon kingdom seems to depend on the slavery system, while the human world resembles the early stage of feudal society." After a moment of contemplation, Sebastian looked up at Red Star and made a request before telling him, "There's one thing. Could you draw a map of the layers?" Hearing that, Red Star did not hesitate and quickly sketched a simple map, but one that was fully detailed, from the top down to the depths. Once finished, he dusted off his hands and said, "So, how is it? Not bad, right?" Sebastian remained silent, pensively observing the map. After a long while, he pointed to a level on it and asked, "Let me see." "Wait a minute, what is this place?" Red Star looked in the direction Sebastian pointed and replied, "Huh? That's where I began to enter here, the Luna Forest." Upon hearing that, Sebastian appeared surprised, looked at Red Star and continued to ask, "How did you get here? Didn't you enter from the Alastair volcano?" Caught off guard by Sebastian's unexpected questions, Red Star responded, "Wait a minute, what? Why do you say that? Why do you say I drew the map?" Sebastian calmly and slowly explained, "The Luna Forest and the Alastair volcano are thousands of miles apart. So I ask you, why did we meet here?" Saying that, Sebastian stepped closer and drew overlapping circles on the ground. At the top, he sketched two symbols representing the Luna Forest and the Alastair volcano. Once finished, he asked Red Star, "This is my answer. Do you understand? This is how I explain why we met here." Red Star looked at the drawings that Sebastian had just made, his hand resting on his chin, furrowing his brow in thought, his mind filled with question marks. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, are you saying this world is really round?" Seeing the blank expression on Red Star's face, Sebastian looked helpless and replied, "It's a sphere, not round." At that moment, a glowing entity appeared before Sebastian, resembling a tiny little sprite. It spoke in an astonished voice, "Master, you must be joking, right?" Red Star, still bewildered, asked a childlike question, "But why don't the people on the other side fall off? It's illogical." Hearing this, Sebastian could only sigh and began explaining gravity and scientific principles to a 42-year-old with the mind of a 5-year-old for a whole 30 minutes. After listening to Sebastian explain up to 7,749 things, Red Star clutched his head and waved his hands in fatigue. "My head. I can't stuff this damn pile of knowledge in. What kind of world do you come from? Is everyone over their brain damaged? It's a nightmare. Sebastian saw the figure of Red Star in distress and confusion, so he gently continued, this is just basic knowledge in my world. If you go to college or pursue scientific research then. At that moment, a glimmer of admiration appeared in Sebastian's eyes as he spoke, Master, what you said is truly wonderful. After hearing more explanations from Sebastian, Red Star shook his head in exasperation, Stop. There is no other world. Suddenly, Red Star became angry. He drew his sword, turned to Sebastian, and said in a low voice, Sebastian, I will kill you for making my head hurt. Sebastian was extremely frightened, waving his hands and muttering explanations in front of the sharp blade, Hey, I'm speaking the truth. Isn't the Manhwa kingdom hostile towards the elves? Then we have a common enemy. Don't you want to take back your kingdom? We can cooperate. Hearing that, Red Star sheathed his sword, looked around for a moment, and then spoke, Around here is the Nikan Blood Lake. After saying that, he broke a protruding stone branch rising from the strange lake. He swung his hand in a motion, causing the stone to split into two pieces, resembling two cups. While doing so, he said, We are real men, the sweet nectar of the world. A feast cannot be without wine, drink up. Saying this, he handed Sebastian a piece of stone, inside which was a strange orange-red liquid he referred to as wine. It was very peculiar. He raised the stone cup in front of Sebastian and continued, As men, we must know how to drink. 1, 2, 3, drink. Sebastian silently looked at the stone cup filled with the bizarre liquid, saying nothing. He decided to lift the cup along with him and replied, Cheers. It seemed both of them had begun to feel the effects of the drink. Red Star's face flushed, he calmly sat down and said, In my dreams, I never thought I would be drinking with you. Now I have a new brother. Hearing Red Star's cheerful words, Sebastian raised the stone cup, responding, Thank you. Red Star continued to ask, his voice full of curiosity, Tell me, why did you reveal your secret to me? Hearing this, Sebastian let out a sigh, looking dejected and sorrowful. He said, I have never told the truth to anyone since I was reborn here. With everything around me, I have to cling and adapt. This world constantly urges me to keep moving forward. This is the first time I am talking to someone in a place like this, the first time I have been able to clear my mind. Sebastian continued to sip from the glass filled with ice. He was getting drunk, his face flushed, and he sadly continued, living under the guise of Liege Sebastian. I have to fix the mistakes he made. I hope you will not reveal this secret. Red Star, hearing this, felt sympathy. He said, You seem to be doing a good job at pretending. I am not here to judge. If I do not believe you, then who else will? Even if the humans and demons are at war, my country is a distant land. We do not need to get involved in the matters of the demon kingdom. As long as you can control the situation, we will not have to worry about it. Red Star just thought, his eyes cold as steel. He frowned, his face flushed as he thought of that figure, a person of power, eyes sharp as a sword, face full of malice. He said angrily, That bastard Curtis, that damn elf. I was exiled by the government. My power has been erased, my family. I won't let that asshole continue, as long as I am alive. Hearing that, Sebastian showed sympathy. He looked at Red Star, his tone annoyed, Curtis, I hate him too. He is always trying to expose my identity. One day, I will teach that elf a lesson he won't forget. Red Star, hearing this, looked excited. He swung his fist down hard onto the ground and said, Good. At least we have a common goal. Help me deal with that Curtis. If I can't repay this debt, I am not Red Star. Seeing Red Star's overly enthusiastic demeanor, Sebastian sat silently, looking at the dent in the rock where Red Star had just punched. He stared and said nothing. Red Star continued to be thrilled, joyfully shouting, Now let's drink. Always together, remember. Yeah. After drinking countless glasses of wine, Sebastian collapsed to the ground. His eyes were spinning, and his mouth was always muttering. The spark in his eyes lamented and said, "Master, it seems you can't hold your liquor. You used to drink as much as you wanted without getting drunk." At that moment, Sebastian continued to mumble strange phrases. "How strange, I can't sleep because of all these damn issues." "Becoming the overlord," they said. His ramblings made Redstar look at him with a helpless and suspicious expression. He propped his sword on his shoulder, resting his hand on it while thinking to himself, is he really rambling? He doesn't seem like that terrifying Sebastian, the leader of the Demon Empire. It's ridiculous, he can't even hold his liquor. Who would trust someone like that? Thinking this, he turned away, muttering, "Damn it, I'm crazy to think I could trust this guy." Just as he turned to walk away, he heard Sebastian, still lying on the rock, calling out, "Hey Redstar, do you know the way to the final level?" At this, Redstar paused for a moment, glancing back at Sebastian, listening silently. Sebastian, lying on the rock with his eyes looking upwards, spoke, "I must enter the core of the maze." After hearing this proposal, Redstar remained silent for a long while before speaking up, "With your current strength, it's not enough." Noticing that his abilities were still insufficient, Sebastian suddenly sat up, his voice filled with a pleading desire, "Help me, and I will thank you when I have the chance." At the scene where Redstar and Sebastian approached the body of a monster, the Blood Lake Gatekeeper, a new notification appeared. Managarm, the Blood Lake Gatekeeper of Nikon, Level 8 Chaos Synesthesia, Strength Index 17,865. Looking at the monster lying still, Sebastian asked with surprise and doubt in his voice, "It's dead, did you kill it?" Hearing Sebastian's question, Redstar instinctively replied, "Yes." Upon hearing that calm response, Sebastian quietly asked again, "Since when?" Redstar continued to respond cheerfully and calmly, "A few months ago, I practiced with these beasts, which had some effect." Hearing this, Sebastian continued to ask, "You've already killed the Gatekeeper monster, so why are you still in this level?" Seeing this, Redstar hoisted his sword over his shoulder, standing with a smug smile. He solemnly replied with a serious tone, "That is also the reason why I need to remind you." He continued, "The core of the labyrinth is the most mysterious place on the planet. The core, or the heart of the magma, has an infinite source of energy and boundless materials. It is the land of magic, where alchemists and wizards long to go the most. But there are also the most dangerous and powerful monsters. And one more thing." Standing in silence, an expression of hesitation on his face, Sebastian listened to the warnings about the dangers beneath the core of the labyrinth. Seeing this, Redstar continued to speak about the core of the labyrinth to Sebastian. "The core does not have a single guardian, for no one has ever seen it when surrounded by terrifying monsters. No one knows which monster is the strongest but knows that it is the one guarding." At this point, his voice suddenly became more serious. He looked directly into Sebastian's eyes and said, "Going in there is an extremely risky gamble. Anyone can have their life threatened." Despite the warnings about the dangers of the core of the labyrinth from Redstar, Sebastian frowned, his face serious, and resolutely replied, "But I still need to go in there." Hearing those determined words from Sebastian, Redstar continued to speak as if trying to discourage Sebastian from going down there. "Listen, I have been here 4 times, and not once have I been able to reach the deepest area. Knowing all that, do you still wish to proceed?" Hearing those words, Sebastian cheerfully replied confidently, "If I were alone, I would definitely hesitate. But if you take me there, I am confident I can do it." As he spoke, his expression grew colder. "No matter how fate deceives me, I must go there. Please, help me." Upon hearing this, the glow in Sebastian's eyes showed signs of fear. "Master, please think carefully before taking action." Hearing those determined words from Sebastian, Redstar smiled in satisfaction and replied, "All right, if you have said so." As he spoke, he swung his sword up and struck down onto the ground. The earth trembled, creating a massive rift that caused Sebastian, standing beside him, to be startled. The crack revealed numerous streams of flowing lava below, ready to incinerate anyone who jumped down. Redstar eagerly called out, "Come in with me." The notification board appeared again. The core lies beneath the Blood Lake of Nikon, and can only be accessed by traversing the surface of the lake. Only those with a courageous heart can enter inside. Sebastian crawled into the protective ring of fire, slowly advancing into the crack to enter the maze's core. Seeing Sebastian's fire barrier, Red Star scoffed, "Huh? How can that frail barrier possibly break through the barrier? This guy." Saying that, Red Star remained behind, pushing the fire-resistant circular shield. Both of them moved through the fiercely hot and extremely dangerous barrier to advance towards the core of the maze. As they walked, he muttered, "Blessing of the sun god." Upon entering the scorching barrier, the temperature rose sharply, higher than the levels above. The heat made Sebastian shrink back. He thought to himself, "It's so hot, the temperature here must be much higher than the upper floors." At that moment, the spark in his eyes spoke up, "Master, that guy's spell has helped reduce 80% of the damage from the Niken pool." While trying to shield himself from the heat of the Niken pool, Sebastian glanced at Red Star. He was stunned to see Red Star swimming effortlessly without any protective gear. The sight shocked Sebastian, as he stared wide-eyed at the man and thought, "That uncle swims so effortlessly? And without needing a shield at all. I can't understand what his skin is made of." Just 10 minutes later, due to the intense heat, Sebastian's body began to react. The blood within him boiled vigorously, and Sebastian felt himself slipping into a state of unconsciousness from the heat. But in the end, they managed to pass through the final layer and enter a mysterious space, where only a few people could set foot. The two floated in that space, witnessing a magnificent scene. Below the separating layer was an incredibly vast area, with countless spherical bodies floating around. It seemed that there was no gravity here. The scene evoked thoughts of the vast universe. The notification continued to appear, "Core layer of the maze, Hongyu." Sebastian, with a surprised expression, mouth agape, shouted to Red Star, "Is there no place for us to land?" Saying that, he excitedly pointed to a large sphere and said, "Whoa, this is the planet of the dwarf race, just like a small asteroid." Hearing Sebastian's mindless words, Red Star replied helplessly, "Asteroid? This is the Flame Heart Ball." Then, both of them landed on the nearby Flame Heart Ball. On the surface of this sphere were countless strange plants. Red Star began to speak with a warning tone, "As soon as I set foot on this place, the Flame Heart Ball will automatically attract many monsters." As soon as he landed on the Flame Heart Ball, Sebastian was extremely excited and began to jump up and down. He thought, "The gravity here is lighter than up there." He jumped down into a strange patch of unusual plants nearby, which caught his attention. He moved closer to observe the peculiar flowers emitting brilliant lights. Noticing this, the spark in his eyes spoke to Sebastian, "Look, master, there are many rare herbs here." Upon hearing this, Sebastian replied with a look of skepticism, "Really?" Saying that, he reached out to examine one of the flowers. However, he was stopped by the spark. "Wait, freely picking herbs at the Flame Heart Ball might attract some monsters." Just as he finished speaking, a monster suddenly charged at Sebastian, catching him off guard. The creature had a bizarre shape, its mouth wide open filled with sharp teeth, charging straight for Sebastian. Before he could react, the monster's head flew perilously close to him. Standing there, witnessing this, he quickly used his sharp sword to separate the creature's head from its body. Afterward, he stood next to the monster's corpse and said, "Hey, you're lucky. This monster is probably at level 8, ha." His voice sounded tense at this moment. He continued, "I don't think we just encountered such a weak monster. Perhaps next time it won't be so simple." "Alright, did you say you have your own countermeasure, or are you planning to rely on me?" he asked with a face full of judgment. Hearing his words of doubt, Sebastian hastily replied, "Of course not. Have you ever heard of something called the immortal fruit?" The spark in his eyes also spoke up. The immortal fruit is indeed very rare and few people know about it. Upon hearing about what Sebastian was looking for, he replied calmly, "The immortal fruit, isn't that one of the rarest items on this continent?" Seeing his reaction, Sebastian continued, "You know about it. It's somewhere within the core of this maze. I need 3 of them, that's the real reason I came here. Let's go." Sebastian turned and walked away while speaking, leaving him in a state of surprise and confusion. He thought to himself, "This guy, he still hasn't told me his plan." Sebastian had leaped, hovering between the orbs. Countless thoughts raced through his mind at that moment. He knew that if he jumped high enough, he could escape the gravitational pull of the dwarf planet, but once he lost gravity, there would be no way to move forward. While lost in thought, oblivious to everything around him, Sebastian was struck by a blow from Red Star, sending him tumbling into a tiny orb and knocking him unconscious. At that moment, Red Star, both striking and shouting loudly, said, "Let me help you, ha ha ha." Afterward, he jumped down as well. Seeing Sebastian lying unconscious, Red Star appeared worried. He leaned over and asked, "Hey, are you okay, Sebastian?" At that moment, Sebastian, filled with anger, clutched his face with one hand and pointed accusatorily at Red Star with the other, complaining, "Why did you suddenly hit me?" Red Star quickly replied, "I was helping you, don't talk too much now." Sebastian continued to yell, "I'm blaming you for ruining my wing." While the two were arguing, a large shadow appeared before them. A gigantic monster was opening its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and was heading toward the two of them. The clash between the attacking beam of light and Red Star's sword shield created a massive explosion, causing Sebastian to cry out, "What?" Then suddenly, Red Star leaped high into the air to the amazement of Sebastian, stabbing his sword straight into the monster's head before jumping onto its open mouth, intending to slash it. Sebastian, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "Slay it!" Red Star slightly turned around and glanced behind, realizing the monster was opening its huge mouth to unleash a green attack beam. Just as he noticed it, he was pounced upon and swallowed whole. Thinking he was doomed, suddenly, the monster's massive head was sliced clean off its body. Red Star jumped out from the space between the head and the body of the monster, causing Sebastian to witness the scene in utter amazement. It seemed that after the recent attack, Red Star had been hurt quite a bit. With his face covered in scratches, he anxiously said to Sebastian, "Let's go, this thing is no joke," with a serious look in his eyes. Hearing this, Sebastian quickly stood up to run alongside Red Star, but still made an effort to glance back at the monster. He thought, "What is that?" and saw a horrifying sight. The monster was devouring its severed body. He thought, each of its heads must have a separate status board. This monster definitely has one, indeed, as it has so many heads, each emitting different colored beams like green, purple, and red. Suddenly, the small pink-red blob by Sebastian's other eye said, "Master, now is not the time to face it. We need to escape quickly." Sebastian asked, "Why? What's happening?" The small flame replied, "This monster has a magical item inside, which is the 3 immortal fruits we need." Hearing this, Sebastian shouted, "Wait, what?" Knowing the news, Sebastian dashed forward with Red Star and said to him, "Hey, Red, can you kill it?" Red Star quietly asked back, "Red?" Just calling him that made him a bit puzzled. He replied to Sebastian, "Honestly, I'm not sure. I've never encountered anything like it before, it's too risky and not worth it." While running, Sebastian suddenly stopped, ignoring the approaching monster. Red Star called out to him, "Hey, hurry up and run." Sebastian said, "What if I help?" Upon hearing that, Red Star had to stop to ask for confirmation. "What did you say?" He continued, "We will take it down together." The scene shifts to Cyan Wing City, where it is raining heavily as if pouring down. The difference between each house can be seen through the separation of a large mansion. The ground is cracked, the city gate is shattered in a large section, looking truly devastated. 2 demons with sharp ears and twisted, fierce faces seem to be chasing their prey. The prey they consider is 2 children. A pair of siblings were still very childish. They said, "Run away, you little mice. Keep running." As they chased, they drooled quite vulgarly. Suddenly, a hairy boy pulled the girl back. Her brother saw this and bravely lunged forward, stabbing the hairy boy's hand with a knife and said, "Let her go." Before the astonished eyes of his sister, the brother got captured. Even in this dire situation, he wouldn't allow his sister to speak, just told her, "Forget about me, you run away quickly." But the sister, worried about him, stood there and didn't run, shouting, "Brother." The other devil had jumped out from behind at some point. As a result, both siblings were caught. "Got you." They said, "Ha, tonight we have a dish of children to eat." Let's wash them clean first. The two demons cooked a large pot of soup, hung the two siblings up, then used magical water spray to wash them, enhancing the flavor and ensuring food safety. The siblings exchanged their final words. Lisa, I'm sorry. Brother, don't say that. Damn it, brother, does it hurt? Getting eaten by them and... I don't know. Just close your eyes. The tear-filled eyes and trembling voice made it clear they were truly terrified of death. The water stopped spraying, and the green-headed man said, It's done washing, now it's time to cut into pieces. Hearing this, the two siblings were even more terrified. The little girl still tried to speak to her brother. Brother, I'm scared. Then the sound of ripping echoed, blood splattered, fresh blood everywhere. The little girl was bewildered because she didn't feel any pain. It doesn't hurt. She opened her eyes and saw blood all over the floor. The two children turned their heads back. A powerful female voice rang out, You. Why did you do that? As she spoke, she pierced the chest of the green-headed demon with magic, continuing, This damned elf, do you dare to disrespect the laws of the autonomous region? The frenzied screams of a large elf echoed painfully. His entire body was engulfed in a stream of red magic, mouth wide open, drool dripping down. The elf was levitated high above by Miranda's coercive magic, under the watchful eyes of a demon and two human children bound at the wrists. The elf was controlled by Miranda's magic, with a hole punctured in his abdomen, blood spraying everywhere and his mouth bleeding continuously. Under the pressure of the magic, Miranda tightened her hand controlling him. Instantly, the elf's entire body was crushed and exploded, with blood and flesh splattering frighteningly in all directions. Miranda called it, blood burst. The blood of that man splattered and fell like a rain of blood. Miranda looked up, the blood was dripping down her face. The human children stood there anxiously, terrified by this horrific scene, but they couldn't run away. Then, a slash cut through the rope binding the hands of two children. As the two of them fell to the ground, Miranda quickly commanded, Get up! The terrified human boy looked at the one who had just freed him. He worriedly asked, Who? Who are you? Suddenly, a thud sounded, as one of the demons knelt down. It was the remaining demon, kneeling and bowing before Miranda, shouting, Queen Vampire Miranda, my queen, please forgive me. I dare not. The boy who had just asked immediately got his answer. He stared at the woman in front of him, unable to believe, Miranda, my aunt is Queen Red Miranda. Miranda then turned to the kid, coldly asking, Tell me, why do these elf tribes dare to break the laws of the autonomous region? What exactly is happening here? The boy who was asked quickly shouted, The only ones protecting us are the insect soldiers. They are the only ones helping us humans. Your demon army has taken everything from us, and you don't even provide us with food. The insect army can't help much either. Now, what is this autonomous region but a hell on earth for us? What are laws? It's all just deception. Hearing that, Miranda thought, Insect army, really? That might be Sebastian's contingency plan. But that Curtis, I know he hates humanity deeply. Then, Miranda stepped in front of the demon. The demon looked extremely scared, raising his head to look at Miranda's expression. Miranda quickly used a type of magic. From the tips of her index and middle fingers appeared a stream of red liquid shooting out. It aimed directly into the demon's open mouth, flying inside. The demon panicked, clutching his throat. Miranda commanded, Take the children home safely. If you deliberately do not understand my orders, know the consequences. After that, come to meet me at the Holy Wing prison. If you try to inform others, you die. If you attempt to escape, you die. Obey my orders and you may live. The demon, upon hearing this, was immediately panicked. He did not understand and asked, Queen, why do you side with humans? That wretched species has killed so many of our kind, including vampires. Miranda, hearing the absurd question from the demon, Huh? I side with humans? No, I have no interest in those two human children. Then, Miranda proudly placed her hands on her hips, looking down at the demon kneeling at her feet, and said, I am Miranda, the Supreme Queen of Vampires. I will help the Overlord uphold the laws he has proclaimed. 1 is to obey the orders, 2 is to choose death. In another space, there were planets floating around. A dragon with many heads had been turned to ice. Red Star quickly gripped his sword tightly and said, There's a chance. Sword of the Voidless Sun. Immediately, a purple slash appeared as Red Star swung his sword. One strike instantly shattered the many-headed dragon encased in ice, breaking it into pieces. From there, vibrant golden orbs fell out. Red Star swiftly seized 3 of the orbs that had just flown out. Afterward, he walked over to a man slumped on the ground and said, Hey, I got the materials. Are you okay, Sebastian? You might need to loosen your mana. Sebastian heard that and immediately looked up. Blood was flowing down from the middle of his forehead, spreading all the way to his cheek. He exhaled smoke and said, I'm fine, I'm okay, don't worry about me. Red Star heard this and said, But you don't look okay at all. Sebastian managed to smile to reassure, trying to respond, I'm fine. Learning a high-level ice spell in a short time has made my head a bit dizzy. After that, Sebastian thought, it's really hard to control the magic, but first, I need to recover my physical state. Thinking like that, he placed his hand on the center of his eyebrows, using the level 3 rejuvenation spell, a spell that temporarily enhances the magic power threshold of the user. Then, Sebastian felt his abilities being restored. He strained himself, surrounded by magic radiating powerfully. Sebastian thought, this is my chance to increase the limit of magic that I can control. After that, Sebastian used a type of magic. Sharp ice shards gathered around his fingertips. He thought, at last, I will use all of my magic power and shoot it forward in a conical shape, Arctic Blast. Sebastian reached out to take the material from Red Star's hand, continuing to ponder, he dares to kill a high-level monster to obtain what he wants, regardless of the dangers involved. This person is indeed very determined. Sebastian held 3 pieces of material in his hand and called out, Hey! He told Red Star, Now, please leave me alone. Red Star quickly moved away, keeping a distance from Sebastian and thought, Alright, I'm starting to believe it. This guy is definitely not the real Sebastian. On the other side, Sebastian was mumbling some words like, continue activating the synthesis code, integrate, interpret the magical structure, translate the chant. Red Star was still lost in thought, the spells that Sebastian used, I have never seen before, and that language as well. The authentic Sebastian was a genius wizard. What type is this one? That is not magic. It seems like Sebastian is manipulating magic power with astounding precision. Perhaps he can truly help me, with knowledge from another world and the body of a demon king. Red Star seemed to hear something and looked up. There was a large, bright orb shining everywhere, the light making him instinctively cover his eyes with his hand. As the light adapted, the glowing orb gradually dimmed, and Red Star was astonished. Before him stood a robotic machine, with Sebastian seated in the control chair inside. Magical Summon Level 9, Earth Machina, Materials, Goat Milk, 3 The Immortal Fruit, Moonlight Tears, Red Phosphorus Essence, Spider Legs from the Undead, Demon Fat, Blood of the Cursed. Warning, the design will be constructed based on the summoner's imagination. Touching down on the ground, Sebastian fumbled around. His face lit up with delight as he said, I tried to make a Gundam, but it seems the program took too long. Red Star was left in shock. He stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, thinking, a level 9 magical weapon, now I want to know what the heck a Gundam is. After watching for a moment, Red Star suddenly saw Sebastian giving a hand signal, shouting, hold on tight. He glanced back at the colossal machine once more and thought, what on earth is this thing? Isn't summoning supposed to consume a lot of resources? OMG, I was wrong, he is too rich. The Gundam was revving up, preparing for launch, with sparks igniting and creating a deafening sound. With a whoosh, it took off, leaving behind a cloud of dust and smoke. Gundam, under Sebastian's control, soared into space filled with strange planets. Outside, Red Star was desperately clinging to Gundam and shouted, come on, let's hit the road. At that moment, Red Star felt scared as he held on to the back of Gundam. He silently thought, this thing is too fast, how can it turn into such a monster? Gundam kept moving straight ahead under Sebastian's guidance, skillfully avoiding obstacles in its path. Red Star continuously grumbled, thinking, we're getting deeper into the core. This is his plan, OMG. The Gundam zoomed by, creating a long trail of smoke that hadn't dissipated yet, continuing deeper inside. Red Star thought, we're almost touching the core now. Finally, we can reach the core of the maze. As they delved deeper, weaving through the colorful planets, terrifying creatures began to approach. He silently thought, the monsters here, everything is getting denser. At that moment, the Gundam was speeding through without a hint of fear. What are those monsters compared to this freak of a machine? Red Star silently screamed, and were speeding past them. The Gundam gradually slowed down under Sebastian's control. Around them were dark, looming monsters advancing. Red Star was also doing his best to prepare for their attacks. Sebastian said, here it is. The unfortunate black monsters entered and were sliced away by Red Star, causing them to fly off. But each time he struck, they came back in greater numbers. Red Star was already exhausted after a long journey. He said, these monsters here are too strong. Suddenly, Sebastian's voice rang out, Red Star, above you. A purple smoke appeared surrounding the Gundam. Sebastian quickly maneuvered the Gundam away from that wretched place and said, what is that creature? The Gundam moved out of the purple smoke's line of sight. Red Star silently thought, that has a power index of 100,000. But before he could finish his thought, his gaze shifted back to the black monsters and he pondered, those monsters are fleeing. Red Star's face was haggard as he silently said, I have a bad feeling. I'm done for. As Sebastian was adjusting their course, a voice spoke up that caused him concern, Master, we need to stop. He replied, what do you mean? Explain clearly. The voice explained, that thing is called a void monster. It can easily kill all entities. That guy is out there. At this moment, Sebastian's angry face said, no, we can't stop. Maximum speed. Red Star entered the Gundam, he said, do you know exactly what that is? Sebastian coldly replied, I told you it would be safer inside. He, sitting in the front driver's seat, continued, that thing called the Void Monster, if we're inside this machine, it won't be able to harm us. Red Star sat behind, thinking of something, then murmured, the Void Monster, perhaps it is a legendary creature. Sebastian maneuvered the Gundam to swiftly cut the Void Monster in half. As the Gundam was advancing inward, a voice emerged, wait, what is that? This can't be right. Red Star was astonished, clutching the driver's seat, and continued, those void monsters can't be defeated. How are we supposed to kill them? We can only try to keep them outside. Sebastian laughed and replied, haha, who said I would kill them? This is a super speed jump, and we will pass right through them. A few hours later, the Gundam continued to move straight ahead. The surroundings were quiet, only the faint lights emanating from sparkling things. Red Star, at this moment, looked around in confusion and said, the void monsters, they've disappeared. Sebastian was no different. He looked around and wondered, what are those glittering things? Red Star at that moment was wide-eyed and staring ahead, forgetting his own question. He pointed and said, Sebastian, look there. Sebastian followed the direction Red Star was pointing and was astonished. The Gundam was diving straight down towards the core, where there was a sphere filled with flickering flames. That's the core. A laughter echoed, we've arrived, huh? A spaceship was approaching the fiery sphere, emitting swirling hot smoke. Sebastian spoke up with a question, is the temperature here the same as outside, I wonder? The red-haired guy beside him replied, almost absent-mindedly, I can't feel it. This is the first time I've been able to get this close to the core. The spaceship slowly moved closer to the brilliant core. From inside the spaceship, Sebastian's voice rang out, I read somewhere in a book that the heart of the lava core is considered the hottest thing on Earth. He continued with his questioning, why can't you feel anything? Is this the real core? Suddenly, a voice echoed, "This is indeed the place, Master. You have been here many times before." Both he and the red-haired guy turned their gaze outside the spaceship, and in his mind, he unexpectedly questioned, "What is that?" The voice from earlier echoed again, "Let's head outside, Master." The red-haired guy also suggested, "I'll go down there." The spaceship landed and opened the hatch. The red-haired guy directly planted his hands down, leaping out. His feet hit the ground with a thud. The scene unfolded. Sebastian sat in the spaceship, having transformed into a robot form. The red-haired guy seemed a bit surprised, stabilizing his body and said, "We've actually set foot in the core now." His back figure appeared, continuing to speak, "The number of people who can set foot here is even less than the number of my toes. Standing here feels like I could be on par with the great sages of old." The red-haired guy turned around, his face filled with anticipation, saying, "This journey with you is truly fascinating, Sebastian." Sebastian sat in the robot spaceship, lost in thought. It really isn't that difficult. You just need to build a flying machine and move here like I did. Oh, but maybe the people here can't imagine such things. Despite being lost in thought, he focused on his questions. So how did those ancient sages come here? How could they overcome all those obstacles? The voice interrupted his train of thought. "Master, you shouldn't think too wildly anymore. Even an overlord would face trouble when they come here and confront those void monsters out there." At this moment, the red-haired guy spoke up, "Hey, Sebastian, come here and take a look. How do you feel about this?" The question caught Sebastian's attention, and he continued, "These things are on the surface with a core." He stepped forward, his mouth still moving, just like the glowing fragments. Sebastian picked up a piece of glass from the ground. He sensed and assessed, "It's so cold, could it be a shard of ice?" The red-haired guy affirmed, "No, it seems I've seen this before." After looking for a while, the red-haired guy seemed to recall something, his eyes widening. Images of beautiful snow sprites with wings like angels appeared in his mind. He exclaimed, "OMG! This belongs to the ice harpy race, these are their scales." Sebastian was also surprised to hear the red-haired guy's words, only managing to utter ice harpy race as if to confirm it. The red-haired guy inhaled, then blew out a strong gust of wind that swept away the debris at their feet. The thick cloud of dust forced Sebastian to shield his face from the sand and dirt. When he pulled his hand away and looked, his pupils widened, showing absolute astonishment. Thousands of scales buried beneath the ground appeared before his eyes, and he said, "The entire surface is covered with scales from the ice harpy race. Are these scales all around here?" He looked up at the sky and continued, "These things keep falling from the sky down here." The red-haired man must have realized something, he said, "Now I understand." The entire core was revealed, his voice continued to echo, "The reason why the core has stopped functioning is because of all this debris." Sebastian, feeling gloomy and disappointed, asked, "If we clear all this away, can the magma heart start working again?" The red-haired man replied, "In theory, yes, I believe so." A voice from his right eye rang out, "Master, it's not necessary to clear all of this. The core has never truly stopped, its heat has always been stable and maintained. Gradually, it will melt away all the ice on the surface by itself." He surprisedly asked back, "What?" Sebastian looked up at the sky and said, "The eternal flame told me there is only one thing we can do." The red-haired man, standing opposite him, thought to himself, "Is it the spark in his eye?" He pointed his finger up at the sky, while his other finger pointed forward, his gaze steady as he said, "Eliminate the source of this ice." The spaceship powered up. He jumped onto the ship, sat facing down, and told the red-haired man, "Let's go, we need to move. I don't know when this machine will expire." The red-haired man tried to hold back, swinging the sword in his hand, saying, "Wait a moment." The sword swept in a circular motion, touching the ground. From beneath the surface, a stone shot up, which the red-haired man reached out to grab. At this point, he quickly jumped onto the spaceship, saying, "I'm not being greedy, but don't you know that the materials from the core are highly valuable? I need a few things as proof that I've set foot in the core." Once on the spaceship, he held the stone up, admiring and showing off, "Want a piece?" He glanced over and politely declined, saying, "No thanks, everyone knows I've been here, and I'm not short on money." The red-haired man felt a bit regretful, thinking, he does have a point. The spaceship powered up, the engines getting ready for takeoff. Sebastian's voice echoed, "Initiate the thrust." The ship shot into the sky, departing from the core, and he finished his sentence, "Lift off." The spaceship flew straight into outer space, his voice still resonating, "Let's go deal with the root of this issue." The ship tore through the fabric of space and time, entering a region filled with terrifying serpent-like monsters. The spaceship approached a green whirlpool ahead, surrounded by floating shards of ice. Monarch's voice rang out, "Look! Do you see that?" A circular portal resembling a green monarch black hole pointed at it and asserted, "That is where the ice fragment appears." The red-haired man did not understand, asking, "Why is there a portal here?" He was astonished, sweating, and said, "We've reached this point. To catch the tiger, we must enter its den." Now, the size of the portal became apparent. Before the spaceship, it looked like a fly entering it. The spaceship entered, and Red Star's voice echoed again, "The entrance seems like a pipe." At that moment, the red-haired man shivered, saying, "It's too cold. This seems rather wrong." Sebastian exhaled a puff of white smoke, reassuring, "Don't worry, the machine can protect us from the frost. Let's see who has brought us here." After flying for several hours, the spaceship had accumulated a patch of blue. Looking at the path ahead, Sebastian asked, "Where does this pipe lead?" "I can't see the endpoint." The red-haired man added, "We've been traveling for a long time and still see nothing. Should we turn back?" The spaceship continued to glide through the pipes. Sebastian's voice continued to resonate, "It seems there are connections between the pipes ahead. I can sense that the mystery is about to be revealed." As they approached a hazy stretch ahead, Sebastian looked at the question marks and exclamation points, showing his confusion. Before them were swirling winds, merging together like a grinding machine, forming a layer of mist. His spaceship halted just before the fog. He asked, while asserting, "Red mist?" At that moment, the red-haired guy also inquired, unable to understand what was happening. Both directed their eyes forward, their gaze clouded and astonished. Sebastian regained his composure and said, "All right, prepare to break out." The spaceship powered up, delivering a strong thrust forward. The red-haired guy exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is that?" Before their eyes was a gaping hole. Sebastian's voice affirmed, "Let's break out." The two looked at the scene ahead, as if struck by lightning, astonished to the point of being thrown back. Sebastian couldn't believe what lay before him. A voice emerged from the monsters commanding, "Line up." Below, a multitude of people were jumping down the hole simultaneously, accompanied by echoing screams. A demon appeared with wide red eyes, commanding, "Jump down." The Ice Harpy members were handcuffed, imprisoned, and forced to jump down that hole. There was a person from the Ice Harpy who turned away, ran in the opposite direction, and shouted, "I don't want to fight anymore. Help!" The monster saw this, its eyes flashing red. Before long, the monster's arm pierced through that person. The creature even lifted the punctured body in a display of dominance, saying, "Dare to run away? Die." Then it threw the corpse into a pit. The red-haired man observed this and said, "This is a massacre." Sebastian replied, "More like a genocide." At that moment, in Sebastian's mind, those demons reminded him of the 20th century, the Second World War, the Nazi Army, a political ideology characterized by tyranny and barbaric oppression. In his thoughts, only a phrase filled with hatred echoed, "You bastards! I will not forgive you." A spaceship emerged from the rift of the path, preparing to land inside. The voice of the red-haired man echoed, "It looks like the environment here resembles the territory of the ELF tribe." The two simultaneously looked ahead. He inquired, "What is that?" On the ground appeared an image resembling a tail, but not quite, it connected down into the earth. A tall, shattered castle left Sebastian exclaiming, "Incredible." Hovering high above the tower, he said, "There's enough space at the top for us to land." The spaceship descended onto the top of that tower. As soon as it landed, the red-haired man leaped out. Two people moved towards the mouth of the pit at the top of the tower. Red Star urged, "Let's go." Before he could react, a shadow swept past. It was the red-haired guy, who had directly jumped down. He could only raise his hand and say, "Hey." Below, there was already a demon, its hands dripping with blood. The red-haired guy jumped down from above, swung his sword, shouted vertical strike, and sliced the monster in half. The Ice Harpy race is the most beautiful among the ELF clan. They have a large population within the Great Tribe and possess exceptional talents in performing arts. The dancers and talented poets in the ELF palace are often from the Ice Harpy race. However, socially, the Ice Harpy race has a low status among the ELF. Warriors from the ELF clan rarely feature them. Since Curtis became the leader of the ELF clan, the status of the Ice Harpy race has waned even further. Apart from their traditional worship of the moon, the Ice Harpy race is inherently close to ice and snow. Their bodies are enveloped in a sturdy layer of fabric, which is, in fact, just their outer bones. Even after these pieces of fabric fall away, they will continue to emanate an unending chill. A group of bluish-green skinned individuals is being controlled by two large figures behind them. At this moment, they were showing surprised expressions, and the two large figures were just the same. Red Star landed on the ground, surrounded by a glowing haze. His face was cold, he had just slain a guard, and blood was splattered everywhere. Red Star spoke in a hoarse voice, "Is this how you treat your own people? Bastards, I have witnessed everything." He looked up, veins bulging, staring at them, and said, "You barbaric scum are truly disgusting. Go to hell and meet the god of death." As soon as he finished speaking, a multi-legged monster with sharp appendages suddenly charged at Red Star, its eyes flashing with lightning. But Red Star nimbly dodged the attack, causing the creature to miss. It growled, "Who dares defy the order?" Quick as lightning, Red Star kicked the multi-legged beast into a deep pit, saying, "Go meet your creators." The creature cried out as it was kicked down the hole. At that moment, the ground erupted with piercing sounds, created by the other multi-legged monsters. They all rushed in to attack Red Star. One after another, the attacking creatures were mercilessly defeated by Red Star, with blood splattering everywhere. He said, "Pathetic. You enjoy tormenting others." Red Star's sword was drenched in blood, and a deadly aura emanated from him like the flames of Armageddon. His serious gaze locked onto the monsters, and he declared, "Is this all you have? Truly disappointing." Red Star felt no pity for the monsters at all. With a face lined with veins, he shouted loudly, "Ice Harpy race, run! Leave these savage tribes to me. Don't let yourselves be slaughtered, you deserve better than this." No one said a word, their faces filled with fear. Red Star caught the glances of them constantly avoiding his eyes. He asked, "Why are you still standing there? Planning to wait to die? Do you still want to live?" Suddenly, Red Star's voice stopped. He thought to himself, "What's going on?" His brows furrowed, his gaze fixed on the Ice Harpy race. He thought, "Do they not want to live anymore?" Looking into the eyes of the Ice Harpy race, Red Star thought, "They are terrified. What are they afraid of?" Suddenly, a beam of light shone directly down onto the ground right in front of Red Star, rendering him motionless. The golden rope, intricately twisted, shattered the stone floor into tiny fragments. A mysterious figure stood in the shadows, gathering the rope. The eyes of the ice beings turned to that mysterious person. He spoke with a tone filled with disdain, "Such a pity for the strongest swordsman of humanity. Aren't you brave enough to take that blow?" His mysterious face was revealed, his lifeless eyes and foolish grin. His long pointed ears turned to Red Star as he said, "How ridiculous." Before he could finish his sentence, Red Star struck him from behind with a skill attack. But he calmly parried that attack with his specialized wire. The guy smirked and said, "He's even trying to kill me, huh?" Red Star was so furious that his blood boiled. He said, "Only you dare to be so arrogant." Red Star's sword had subdued the monster. The ear-piercing sound of friction made the guy's face show no signs of fear. Red Star delivered the final blow that made the monster scream. He severed one of the monster's arms with his sword, stating, "You must not have tasted a sword before, right? Let me introduce it to you." Standing in the monster's blood, Red Star continued, "I say, leave the barbarian tribe to me. Hurry and run, what are you waiting for? Go!" As Red Star spoke, he looked at the others. They did not heed his words at all. These sheep have more vitality than these people. Those who do not dare to fight for themselves do not deserve to live. Red Star finished speaking and glanced at the monster, huffed, "Wake up, next time no one will come to save you guys." The grotesque figure lay sprawled on the ground, in a puddle of its own blood, trembling all over. It laughed and said, "Ice Harpy race is no different from farm animals. They don't know how to trust outsiders, ha, holy shit." Red Star raised his face to look at the tiny winged beings flying around. The creature smiled cunningly and said, "You know nothing about this place, ha." The winged beings, all with terrifying faces, were the Lunar Knights, the Lunar Knights. The one lying there gasping for breath uttered each word carefully, "We are the strongest knights of King Curtis. Even if you are the strongest swordsman of the humans, you cannot defeat the entire team of Lunar Knights and a Dragon Knight." At this moment, Red Star looked up, showing no emotion. He silently thought, "It seems these guys are quite dangerous." Suddenly, a figure clad in a deep purple cloak appeared. One side of his face was covered by a gold mask with a glowing red eye. His ears were also long and pointed. Red Star secretly said, "Especially the one in the cloak behind there. His nether pressure is palpable, he must be the captain of these knights." Red Star prepared his stance to attack, looking at the cloaked figure without a hint of fear and thought, "I, King Red Star, will not be afraid of anyone. Everything is a part of the challenge, and the one who decides is myself." The cloaked figure looked at Red Star with a puzzled expression and said, "You." Suddenly, a sound fell right behind Red Star, startling him, along with the fear of the Ice Harpy race. At that moment, the cloaked figure along with the knights looked stunned in the direction of the noise. Sebastian landed on the ground in a sleigh posture, witnessed by Red Star and the Ice Harpy race. He spoke in a cold tone, "UELF race possess a large number of individuals and vast spiritual power, with discipline and the ability to self-govern when necessary, but none are as brutal and arrogant as you." Sebastian looked up, saying, "Even so, you are still my subordinates. You all must obey me, cease this immediately." He secretly thought, "Damn it, that landing hurt my knees badly." The ELF race looked on in surprise toward the source of the noise. The cloaked man's leader frowned upon seeing this and secretly thought, "That's Sebastian. What is he doing here?" Sebastian looked up at the cloaked figure with an angry expression and said, "Are you planning to rebel? How dare you fly above the Overlord? Get down! Did Curtis teach you how to disrespect the Overlord like this? Did he tell you not to respect me?" Red Star stood outside, witnessing this and thought, "This guy, he really looks like Sebastian when he acts." Immediately, Sebastian pointed at the cloaked figure, his face filled with anger, and said, "You, the one in the cloak, get down on your knees." The cloaked figure shuddered upon hearing this. He descended to the ground, causing a cloud of smoke, under Sebastian's watchful eyes. He and the group of knights immediately knelt before Sebastian, saying, "My liege, I, Silas, humbly pay my respects to my liege." Sebastian's expression darkened as he thought, "The nether pressure radiating from all these guys is over 10,000. Silas even exceeds 15,000. If I really have to confront them, it will be very difficult to win, even with Red Star here." Sebastian crossed his arms, causing Red Star to marvel. He secretly thought, "Plan A, pretend to be the Overlord." He then spoke in a cold tone, "Your name is Silas?" Upon hearing this, Silas replied, "Yes, my liege." Sebastian's expression suddenly changed as he said, "If you don't like the Ice Harpy race so much, they can come to serve as food for my demon army." As Sebastian spoke, he pointed towards the group of Ice Harpy race and shouted, "You cannot just discard the presence of my army, even though the war has ended. Gather them up and quickly send them to Alistar for processing." At this moment, Silas remained silent, he did not say anything. Suddenly, he asked, the pipe leading to the magma core, was that hole created by you? Why are you here? Sebastian suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, causing Red Star to feel that he was trembling in fear. He thought to himself, oh, I forgot that these elves have no means of communicating information. He then spoke in a way that left Silas confused. You really don't know why I'm here? Sebastian continued with an icy expression. Curtis is currently at Giant Wings City. I have defeated him. My entire army is surrounding this place. Okay, if you are trying to weaken my power by cooling the magma core, this is how you repay me. Don't even think about expecting forgiveness. Red Star, witnessing the situation, unexpectedly thought to himself, so dramatic, he really looks like the real Sebastian. Silas's face showed surprise as he said, You say that? At that moment, Silas's eyes lit up, looking up at Sebastian and saying, You have defeated King Curtis. Catching that look, Sebastian immediately broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, Oh no, this is bad. Red Star, standing behind, exclaimed, What are you talking about? Sebastian cleared his throat and said, My robot is still up there. Suddenly, Sebastian shouted, Pull me up quick. Silas dashed toward Sebastian like mad, his whole body emitting a bright purple smoke. Before he could attack Sebastian, Red Star swiftly grabbed Sebastian and pulled him up. Both of them rushed away, and Red Star let out a sigh of relief. Silas, seeing the two of them almost out, cleared his throat and said, Chase after him. Sebastian and Red Star had escaped from their cave, but the group immediately pursued them. He said, Quick, get inside. Red Star, still bewildered, asked, Hey, what's going on? As Sebastian entered the Gundam and prepared to start it, he said, Talking to them is not the way to save them. Hurry up, we need to discuss. The Gundam shot away, leaving the pursuing group behind. Red Star voiced, Hey, are we really just going to leave like this? Sebastian's face was filled with worry as he said, First of all, what will happen to the Ice Harpy race? Red Star responded with a sound of realization, frowning as he said, Do you even have to ask? Of course, they will be used to cool the magma core. Sebastian understood the situation and replied, Yeah, that's right. The knights looked puzzled at the Gundam. At that moment, Sebastian's expression turned serious as he said, The key to solving the problem is never violence, but rather rules. He controlled the Gundam to speed up and said, Plan B. A loud explosion erupted near the knights, causing the Gundam to shake violently. Sebastian exclaimed in a panic, As long as this machine hasn't been repaired yet, the bird race won't be threatened by those ELFs. A group of elves riding giant dragons, some of which had two heads, were fiercely chasing after Sebastian and the red-haired man. At that moment, while sitting in the cockpit to drive, Sebastian looked astonished and said, Are they really bringing the entire army after us? The red-haired man chimed in, criticizing, These elves are seriously insane. How did you even see that? Without hesitation, Sebastian's mouth twitched as he asked, Do you see the two rear-view mirrors? The red-haired guy, after listening, said helplessly, The things you come up with are all ridiculous, Sebastian. The situation right now was hanging by a thread. The flying monsters behind their robot were opening their mouths wide, seemingly wanting to devour them alive. At this moment, their robot was experiencing malfunctions. Sebastian shouted, The robot is slowly losing energy, this is not good at all. The red-haired guy sitting next to him also suggested, Let me go out, I can fight them off. But those words hadn't even reached any conclusion before Sebastian reprimanded him, Are you really a king? What kind of king acts like a reckless child? Then, as if he had thought of a way to salvage the situation, Sebastian, with sweat pouring down his face, warned the red-haired guy, Hold on tight. He asked back, Hold on tight? What are you planning to do? Then, looking into Sebastian's determined eyes, he realized something, assessing, Oh, I know that look. I don't like it at all. Sebastian seemed to lose his sanity, he used all the remaining fuel of the robot, making it dive headfirst into the dense forest below. Just as the robot appeared to be about to collide with the ground, using his skills, Sebastian managed to control it and stop just in time. If not, who knows what would have happened. Accompanying that was the red-haired girl's scream, "OMG, I was wrong. Ah, you're going to kill us all." Although this method was a bit life-threatening, at least it helped them shake off the group of elves that had been chasing them in the sky. They complained to each other, "We lost the target. Damn it, the wyvern can't go down there." Out of options, the leader of the elves, riding on the largest two-headed dragon, commanded his subordinates, "Inform the council, guard the exit tightly, don't let anyone escape." His subordinates obediently complied, but one person couldn't contain their curiosity and blurted out, "Captain, are you really going to go against the Overlord? Isn't that treason?" Expecting that this question would anger him, he merely replied coldly, calmly explaining, "The king has sent me a notification about the Overlord. His power has diminished." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "The proof is that he didn't even dare to take my last hit, and he has already learned of our plan. We need to eliminate Sebastian, for King Curtis." Despite his strong words, he secretly felt a bit of fear that Sebastian would escape. Looking down at the forest, he barked out the order, "Don't let Sebastian leave this place." Of course, his subordinates were afraid of facing his wrath, so they all replied in unison, "Yes, Captain." Down beneath the shadowy forest, a peculiar smoke suddenly rose into the sky. With no need for deep speculation, it came from the robot that Sebastian and the red-haired one had just piloted. At this moment, both had exited the cockpit. The red-haired one, leaning against one side, couldn't help but exclaim while looking at the robot created by Sebastian, "So it finally couldn't take it anymore, huh? Level 9 summoning magic is indeed powerful. What exactly is that machine? I'm starting to get used to piloting it." Despite feeling regret over the robot being damaged, the red-haired one turned to Sebastian, jokingly saying, "So when do you plan to create that thing you call Gundam? Remember, it needs to have 2 seats." Sebastian was not one to easily agree, replying, "Huh? I haven't thought about it yet. Besides, do you think the materials are easy to obtain?" Saying that, Sebastian began to explain to the red-haired one about the difficulties in forging items and creating such things. "During the first summoning, I couldn't maintain it for long and had to use a large amount of precious materials. It's quite a waste to summon something that can't exist for long. Therefore, I tried a different way." As soon as he finished his sentence, Sebastian took his stance to prepare for his skill activation. He clenched his hand, channeling power into his fingertips, and called out the name of his technique, Ice Blast. This made the red-haired one stare wide-eyed, as the technique Sebastian was executing aimed to freeze the robot. The red-haired one, even more confused, asked, "Why are you freezing it?" Sebastian calmly replied, "That's right, I'm cooling it down to slow the process of atomic decay. If science could be applied to this world, then thermodynamic forces could be applied to the structure of magic." After hearing this, the red-haired one must have thought to himself, "This guy is crazy." Sebastian, noticing this, paid no mind and continued explaining, "My Ice Blast skill will help significantly lower the temperature. I estimate that the robot will be able to hold up for at least another 10 days. For now, that's the only way." The red-haired one sighed, dismissing the astonishment, "All right, let's not discuss this anymore. If it can really maintain the summoned weapon, that would be great." He then pointed towards the tall towers radiating light. "Look over there, those enchanting towers belong to the elves." The two of them climbed up a tree for a better view and analysis. The red-haired one continued, "Utilizing cosmic energy from the moon and stars, the elves achieve their power through that. Their lunar strength counters my solar power." Sebastian listened in silence. The red-haired one stared intently at him and exclaimed, "Sebastian, say something before we part ways." The towering spire began to activate, brilliant beams of light shooting out from its peak. On top of it, a group of elves were discussing. One of them spoke up, "That is." Another responded, "There is a large source of spiritual power in the forest approaching here." They panicked. One shouted urgently, "Perhaps that is the one Captain Slyas wants to capture. Quickly signal the army." Immediately, the towers simultaneously glowed, emitting red and white beams of light. Inside the forest, a loud noise echoed, causing a commotion. It was the red-haired one, dashing off somewhere, crashing through branches with such force that they broke everywhere. He moved as fast as lightning, so swiftly that no one could even catch a glimpse of his silhouette. Suddenly, from an unknown direction, he burst forth, executing a powerful strike that slammed straight into the barrier of the elves. The blow caused them to stagger and become dizzy. This attack immediately drew the attention of the captain of the elves. He rode a dragon, looking toward the direction of the attack, then led a group of subordinates flying over. Seeing him arrive, the elves on top of the tower hurriedly knelt down, chanting in unison, "Dear sir, please forgive us, the ceiling barrier has been destroyed." He asked seriously, "Who did it?" The elves looked at each other awkwardly before answering. There were two of them, one is human, and one belongs to the demon clan. He has a horn and a burning eye. Upon hearing this, the captain thought to himself, "Let them slip away." Immediately, he shouted loudly, "Quick, chase after them. They are surely nearby." Seeing him angry, the subordinates reminded him, "But captain, outside is the territory of the demons." The captain ignored them, jumped onto the dragon's back, and ordered, "Don't argue with me. Chase them immediately. If they get too far away, it will be too late." The subordinates obeyed the order, riding the dragon to search everywhere. At this moment, Sebastian stood beneath the canopy of the forest, looking up at the sky, smiling, and then thought, what a surprise. I've planned to trick those elves. Now they must think I'm flying towards the demon territory." He used his burning eye and asked, "Eternal Flame, you said, our secret military outpost is nearby, right?" The flame replied, "Exactly, not far at all. Follow this path." Following the guidance of the flame, Sebastian approached a small house. This was the outpost of the demon tribe, a spot set up by merchants for rest between the territories of the demon tribe and the elves. The flame continued to chatter, "This is the most secretive outpost that the demon army has within the elf territory. Its unclear location means very few elves know about it. But Master should be careful, we are in enemy territory." Then it reminded, "First, Master cannot enter like this, being exposed will draw attention." Sebastian sighed, feeling as if he wanted to collapse. "If only I knew the disguise spell, but I haven't learned it yet." At that moment, a rustling sound came from the bushes nearby, capturing his attention. He quietly observed and saw a male elf and a female elf flirting with each other. The male said, in a flattering tone, "Come on, Nancy, give me a kiss. Bob isn't here, he won't know. Please, just this once, there's no one around. Everyone is in the shop." The girl playfully protested, "Stop it, Carl. Don't do that, we'll be seen." Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Carl used his rotund body to pin her down to the ground. Despite being pressed like that, she still playfully said, "Oh Carl, you're so enthusiastic." Suddenly, she saw something, her eyes widening. She pointed towards the bushes, where Sebastian had just emerged, and shouted repeatedly, "Ah! Ah!" The scream made Carl turn to look in the direction that the girl named Nancy was pointing. But before he could process it, a flurry of punches from Sebastian came flying in, causing Carl to face plant into the ground. Seeing her lover knocked unconscious, Nancy cried out with tears, "What are you doing to my Carl? Pervert! Where are your clothes?" But Sebastian, who had just been in front of her, had now disappeared. He quickly snuck behind her, then struck her hard on the back of the neck, making Nancy lose consciousness as well. He thought to himself, "Sorry about that." Afterward, the door to the outpost was pushed open. A pair of legs stepped inside. Behind the main counter was a green demon and several elves sitting around. At that moment, Sebastian, disguised in Carl's clothes, shouted loudly, "Who's in charge here? I need to send a message to Ollie Star." Sebastian's words immediately caught the attention of the elves. The blue demon replied, "I'm sorry, but that's not possible. The entire territory is under a curfew right now, no one can come or go, not even to deliver letters." After hearing this, Sebastian thought to himself, "The curfew came quicker than I expected. This Silas guy really can't sit still, and the elves just follow orders like machines." He pretended to be confused and asked, why is there a curfew? One of the elves answered, it seems some assassins from the demon territory have come here to scout. Sebastian feigned indifference and then called for a drink. Can I order a drink? Something strong, perhaps? One elf looked at him suspiciously. Hey, aren't you a demon? What are you doing here? Sebastian calmly sipped his glass of wine and replied, I'm here to make a deal. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to reproach the blue demon. This is terrible, are you sure this is wine? The blue demon, flustered, responded, I'm sorry, let me change it for you. Immediately, Sebastian held another glass of bright red wine. But as soon as he took a sip, he shook his head again, still terrible. The blue demon was surprised and asked, Is it too light? Let me pick another one. So both the demon and Sebastian were struggling over the glass of wine. He kept continuously criticizing the poor quality of the wine, causing the elf to question why it was so light. What the hell is this? Drinking it feels like drinking pure water. Don't you have anything worth drinking here? Is there not a single good bottle of wine around? The green demon and Sebastian exchanged glances. The green demon, with a blank expression, said, We have plenty of good wine here. It might be better to let the guests choose their own wine. Sebastian stepped towards the wine barrel, replying, Yes, there are many types of wine here, but none of them suit my taste, it's quite a shame. The green demon seemed to realize something. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee and bowed his head before Sebastian. My liege, I await your command. Sebastian's voice was cold as he ordered him. Although the elves have imposed strict orders, the Merchant Alliance will still have its own network, right? Send a message, I need to relay intelligence to the demon territory as soon as possible. 3 days later, at the entrance of the store, 2 shadowy figures appeared. The two, one male and one female, also seemed to be demons. The girl said, Is my liege really here alone in this wretched place? But she had been scolded by the young man and had to be careful to hide her identity as Cassandra. We are acting in a secretive manner. He reminded her, the station of the demon race that they are standing in front of is actually a place built by the demon race within the territory of other races. On the surface, this is a place providing a resting place for merchants trading between the races, but in reality, it is a place that gathers intelligence from within the races through spies. Since Curtis joined the Demon Legion, trade between the two places has been very frequent. Moreover, the demon race has always distrusted the elf race, so espionage activities have become even more intense here. Each boss of the secret station is an individual absolutely loyal, chosen by the demon race. I have reached the maze exit and found the reason why the lava was cooled down. Do you understand this drawing? The 3 of them, Xander, Cassandra, and Sebastian, were standing around the drawing that Sebastian was sketching. Xander asked, Does the liege mean that we are living on a ball? Sebastian shook his head, Not exactly, but the place we live in is a solid planet shaped somewhat like that. With a dubious look, Sebastian questioned, Why did you two voluntarily choose to follow me here? At Sebastian's question, both Xander and Cassandra froze in place. Xander replied to him with a stiff expression, Of course it's because I am the most loyal to you. If the liege needs me, I am always there. As for Cassandra, the reason she followed Sebastian was because a woman can warm your bed when night falls, she said with an embarrassed face, turning bright red. Sebastian exclaimed in shock, Cassandra, stop. Sebastian cleared his throat, admitting that he had a reason for asking, You two are my incredibly strong subordinates. At this moment, Sebastian said seriously, It could also be that you two are the most loyal and reliable. But both of you are among the 13 generals with no army of your own. And Xander is just a fighter. Sebastian's words seemed to hurt Xander and Cassandra. Xander didn't understand his meaning, while Cassandra asked, Are you implying that they are useless in the war? But at that moment, Sebastian denied that thought. The 2 of you leaving would only have a small impact on the Legion. The elf scouts would not detect it. Furthermore, I have extreme trust in Xander and Cassandra. Only the 2 of them can help me infiltrate the interior of the elves. Sebastian asked, Do you have confidence? Upon hearing his words, 2 opposing emotional reactions emerged. Xander was filled with fiery determination and confidence, while Cassandra began to feel sad because she was not the reason he wanted. Seeing that both of them understood, Sebastian pulled out the map and stated that he would explain the plan. He pointed to the map at Luna Forest and said, "This is where they are currently located, a sparsely populated area. But our destination this time is not Luna Forest." His hand moved to another location and pointed, affirming, "It is here." Xander read aloud the name of the place Sebastian pointed to, "That is the capital of the elves, Ixtel." Sebastian's determined gaze appeared, confirming the infiltration point. Sebastian indicated the route they would take. From Luna Forest, we will head to Xingyu Village, then cross Twilight City, followed by Idhong, and then through Hongyu Village to reach Ixtel. I will take advantage of the merchant route to pass through all the towns and cities around until we arrive in Ixtel. Sebastian's plan surprised Xander and Cassandra, leaving them puzzled as to why they had to take that path. Cassandra asked, "Are you planning to give them a tour around the elf tribe?" He affirmed that it was true, but Xander's words were still hard to understand. Sebastian further explained, "I want to learn about Curtis. What do his people think of their king? Is it really true that the entire population supports him? And does he truly represent the elf clan?" Sebastian, Xander, and Cassandra donned their cloaks and stepped outside. Sebastian spoke to the shopkeeper that it was time to leave. The shopkeeper replied, "It is an honor to serve you. The person you need has already arrived." The red-haired elf pointed to Carl beside her in the direction of Sebastian. "It is him." Carl beside her angrily asked, "So you are the one who ambushed me and took all my clothes, leaving me too scared to return to the shop?" Carl then said condescendingly to Sebastian, "Kiddo, I don't care who you are. No one in this world dares to mock me, got it? From now on, you will never forget the name Carl." Xander, standing behind Sebastian, was more worried than Carl, trying to say to Carl, "Do you want to die?" But he was stopped by Sebastian. Sebastian asked with a serious expression, "You two do not even know who sent me here, do you?" Carl and the red-haired elf exchanged glances. A moment later, Carl also thought, could it be that woman? His unwavering gaze fixed directly on Carl as he said, "That's right." But inside, he thought Carl had taken the bait. Sebastian continued, "The curfew is still in effect, so my letter hasn't been sent out yet." Hearing that, Carl immediately knelt down to apologize and begged him not to tell that woman. This made the red-haired goblin furious, shouting, "You pig! Didn't you just say you would marry me?" But Carl flatly refused. "I was just joking. At this point, who would think about love?" Carl frowned and looked down, saying, "Carl of the Alun family, although I was hired by that person, I don't really care about your family's business. Moreover, the commission you offered me is not high either." Before finishing his sentence, Carl clasped his hands together pleadingly to Sebastian, "Whatever you want, just say it, as long as you don't tell her." "You can take anything." The three of them, Sebastian, Cassandra, and Xander, got in the car and left. Behind, Carl waved his hand in thanks for having salvaged his marriage. Xander asked him, "Liege, how did you manage to do that?" "I got his scorpion vehicle and his belongings for free, can you tell me how?" Sebastian simply said, "That guy has some secrets I heard from the innkeeper. All you need to do is find his weak spot. But from now on, you two are not to call me liege anymore." Cassandra wondered, "So what should we call you from now on?" He replied, "Call me boss." Sebastian said that Cassandra would be the housekeeper, which left her confused. And Xander would be the coachman. Sebastian further explained, "From now on, we have nothing to do with the Demon Kingdom anymore. We are merchants on the road trading goods. This will be our cover. I will be boss Sebastian alongside the coachman and the housekeeper." His determined eyes appeared. Sebastian continued, "When we get there, we will figure out what to trade. Try to maintain this cover until the job is done. Do you both understand?" Both Xander and Cassandra replied that they understood. Cassandra stood up, surprising Sebastian, leaving him frozen in place. She walked over to Sebastian and nestled into his arms, "My beloved master. This made him panic and ask, "What are you doing?" On this side, Xander's face turned completely red. Cassandra pushed 2 large melons straight into his face. "I haven't seen you for a while. Now I really miss you." This made Sebastian panic, awkwardly shouting, "Wait, not here. Xander is still here." Cassandra pulled down the curtain, but he stopped her. "Pulling the curtain is fine, but we can still hear the sound." At that moment, Xander was standing outside the curtain, responding, "That's right, I can still hear you too." Sebastian's desperate scream echoed throughout the vehicle, "Wait, Cassandra!" Cassandra blushed and asked him, "Do you not like her anymore?" He explained, "It's not about that. We're on an important mission, and now is not the time." Sebastian continued, "You can't be intimate with me like that. We have to keep our facade, do you hear?" Upon hearing Sebastian's words, Cassandra's tears suddenly fell. "I can't be intimate with you, you hate me now." But immediately, he denied it. "You belong to him from now until forever." This made Cassandra bright up. He went on, "A maid is not just an ordinary job. It's not simply about managing my daily life, it reflects the housekeeper's feelings towards their master. I believe you can do well." Hearing that, she happily agreed. Xander pulled the curtains up from the outside and said, "Now I can pull the curtains up." "You did a great job, boss." Sebastian angrily scolded, "You seem to be enjoying yourself. Do you think being an idol is easy?" The Scorpion car continued to approach in the night. Xander, on the car, looked up and said, "I have always respected you, Demon King, the leader of the 13 divine generals. I have arrived in the land of the elves, but I always feel something is very strange. The sky is always a serene night. The moon is truly not normal." Sebastian explained to Xander, "Here we don't call it the moon, we call it the moon mirror. You read that in the library, it was created by the ancient elf race. It has a vast space to store endless cosmic energy, the nearest source being the moon." He continued, "The books say that the origin of energy for the entire elf race lies within the moon mirror, and the existence of the entire race depends on it. But the moon mirror can only appear at night, so many years ago, they created a device. Those towers prevent all sunlight from penetrating this land, so it is always night here." At this moment, Xander also understood. Sebastian added about the moon mirror, its energy had once weakened. The elves were on the brink of extinction. Curtis solved that problem and naturally became their king, leading the elf race to this day. Cassandra may have great knowledge, but Sebastian thought that the two of them could still know more if they read books. Something caught Xander's eye. "Sebastian!" Xander called and pointed at the shadowy figure ahead. Sebastian told Xander, "Just pass by, but keep your guard up." Xander complied. Sebastian asked Cassandra, "Is the enchantment you're using working?" He gestured to his head and continued, "I need a disguise, especially for the horns. This part too, my hair and eyes are too conspicuous." The scorpion vehicle passed by the standing figure. The figure suddenly cast a spell, causing the scorpion vehicle to become immobilized. Xander stood up, shouting at the cloaked person, "What do you want?" The cloaked person clasped their stomach and said, "I haven't eaten in several days. Can you spare me some food? Normally, I wouldn't do this, but I am very hungry. Can you share with me?" Xander shouted angrily, "Of course not. Are you crazy? Remove this freezing spell, or you will regret it." The cloaked person had now fallen silent, continuing, "Are you afraid of magic? That's why I hate humans. They are indeed foolish yet so arrogant." Xander froze when he heard the words human race. At that moment, Sebastian had finished his disguise, pulled back the curtain, and told Cassandra to go behind the car to get some food for the man in the black cloak. Seeing Sebastian's new appearance, Xander gaped but still asked, "Why not just kill this guy and feed him to the scorpions?" He stepped down from the vehicle, facing the man in the black cloak, and said, "This person is in great despair, so we cannot blame his actions. Here, I have some fruit. Now, could you please break the ice for me?" The man in the black cloak took the apple in hand and stared intently at it. Then, he turned away, causing Cassandra to exclaim in surprise, "Hey, are you just going to walk away like that? You need to break the ice first." But he replied, "Please wait for me a moment." Cassandra whispered to Sebastian, "Why can't I just break the ice myself?" But he answered, "No." The girl in the black cloak then spoke up and asked, "Where are they going?" He replied, "To Xingyu village." The girl in the black cloak fell silent for a long time, and then suddenly cast a spell and asked, "Why are you going to Xingyu village?" The icy magic decreased the temperature of the air around, making Cassandra feel cold. The girl in the black cloak turned her face and asked, "You can go anywhere, but if you go there, I will kill you." Semia unleashed all the spells and powers she had in front of Sebastian and Cassandra, as she had quite a few grudges against these two. She thought that with a bit of magic at her disposal, she could defeat them and settle old scores. But Sebastian and Cassandra were rather virtuous people, so she can only wait to see how they would react. Semia shot a long turquoise beam through the necks of the two. She taunted, "First of all, this one, how dare you resist a magic master, you foolish human?" Whenever she obtained some dark magic, she would go and defeat others and look down on many. Being spoken to like that, both remained silent, just waiting to see what Sebastian would do next. Semia extended her hands forward, presenting a hexagon with a purple circle inside, accompanied by an angry facial expression, and said, "Next is you, woman. If you continue to disobey me." Semia really enjoyed teasing and commanding others to follow her wishes. If they defied her, she would unleash spells that caused prolonged pain. Cassandra was holding a basket of apples preparing for dessert for dinner, and Semia's actions caused her to freeze for a moment. Upon fulfilling her desire, she suddenly felt a sense of disappointment. Semia said, "Oops, wrong. I accidentally froze the fruit platter." From the very beginning, she only wanted to make Cassandra cold to death, leaving the fruit platter for herself. But unexpectedly, her lack of mastery in magic led to this outcome. Sebastian pretended to be scared and hesitantly asked Semia, "Before I die, can I ask a few questions?" Semia wanted to wait and see what intentions he had, so she replied, "Because of the food you've given me, go ahead and ask." He looked at her with a displeased expression and asked, "Why didn't you let us go to Xingyu village? And why do you want to stop us?" Upon hearing that question, she angrily replied, "Firstly, that's because it is also my next destination." She pointed at herself. After hearing her answer, he was stunned and surprised. "Huh? So you want to kill us?" He never expected that just to gain personal benefit, Semia would be so ruthless as to kill without leaving a way out for others. Semia asked, "Are you stupid? It's because you are human, not only that, but you are a merchant." He continued to stare blankly, wondering, "From what I see, aren't you being hunted? You're not a mage, you are an ice harpy race." As soon as he finished speaking, Semia interrupted him and demanded he shut up immediately. "Don't call that name towards me." Semia always claimed to be a noble elf race of the Ice Clan. That's just your own opinion, but in reality, within the Ice Clan, you are nothing at all. So far, it had only been a teasing game orchestrated by Sebastian. He transformed around him, donning a suit of iron armor, looking at Semia with a very serious expression. "The joking is over. This time, the dark magic I'm using is ice magic. It's a type of dark art that's not easy to master and will take quite some time and effort." With that, he raised his right hand in front of him, emitting countless strands of blue light. His left hand clenched into a fist, exhaling gray smoke that looked very powerful and terrifying, as if there were boundless strength behind it. Sebastian moved closer and helped Cassandra up. "Xander, wake up, don't sleep anymore." Having been frozen by Semia, he had fallen into a deep sleep for a long time. Once he was tied up again, the three of them sat down to finish their dessert and discuss the upcoming plan. Xander expressed his opinion: "The elf race seems to have a prejudice against its own lineage." Cassandra asked, "Ice elf? Isn't it the ice harpy race?" Sebastian thought differently. "She seems different from the ice elves I've met before, but Semia can't use that as an excuse to kill innocents." In the end, all three shared the same opinion: if it weren't for these loyal followers, perhaps the three of us would have been killed by her already. Indeed, elves are very racially discriminatory, they despise humans, demons, and even insect tribes. Xenia sat quietly but still listened closely to all the conversations. After hearing everything, she interjected, "But that's the truth. You humans are truly despicable. You only prioritize your own interests above all else, regardless of the means. You are all wicked, deceitful beings, ready to betray to achieve your goals." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, reflecting, to be honest, humans are quite frightening, but not everyone is like that. Just like everything else, there will be good people and bad people balancing each other out. Sebastian, while biting into a half-eaten apple, asked, "That's true, I can understand why you think that, but there's one thing I'm quite curious about. Why does your race endure being slaughtered by others? Even animals know how to resist, so why don't you stand up? And why do you have magic that is completely different from those I've met before?" Xenia replied kindly, "The Ice Elf clan is blessed by nature through the element of water. Out of 100 people, there will be someone who recognizes the energy of synesthesia. Isn't that fundamental? Why are you asking me more?" Then she shouted, but there was still a hint of pleading in her voice when she spoke to Sebastian, "Hey, uncle, please let me go, okay? I need to go back and bring food for my family." Hearing her call in that, Sebastian turned to Xander and asked, "Uncle? Do I look that old?" Xander immediately responded, "Not exactly, but all three of us are over 100 years old, right?" Everyone ran into the tent and discussed cutting the ropes that tied her and giving her a little food. Hearing that, Cassandra thought, "I am the victim, there's no way I'd help." Xander said, "The boss doesn't need you to remind him, so just do whatever he tells you to do." Cassandra reluctantly agreed and went to comply. Sebastian approached and asked, "Excuse me, what's your name?" Xenia answered, "My name is Anjali." But he knew she was hesitating and that it was the fake name she had been using. Then he gently patted her shoulder and still accepted her as Anjali. He smiled and kindly said, "The other two call me boss, and you will also be my subordinate. It's really great, very, very great." At first, she was a bit taken aback but then gradually agreed to accept it. He handed her a box of food and untied her to let her go. Before she left, he reminded her, "I will come to your village, it's up to you whether you like it or not, okay? Make sure to tell the people in the village to buy my goods. Remember what I instructed. When I get there, I will have many more things. We will be there for 3 days, so remember to listen. Do you remember my name?" Xenia bid farewell to the three. "I remember your name. Boss, I didn't expect you to make me introduce the goods. That is why humans are so dangerous. No wonder they are so wealthy." She thought to herself, "This is how demons are, no matter how much I help them, they will still not be moved or touched even a little." The break time was over, and the three continued their journey on the horse-drawn cart. Xander was driving. He said, "Boss, the road ahead is a bit bumpy, so hold on tight." But Sebastian had a pretty easygoing nature. He replied, "It's fine, I'm still quite comfortable sitting here." While driving, Xander asked, "Liege, why did you let her go?" "I don't understand." Cassandra leaned her head on his shoulder and teased Xander, "You're just short, yet you dare to question the liege?" Sebastian turned and asked, "Didn't you just do the same thing a moment ago?" "Forget it." Sebastian inquired, "Are you too curious about the ice magic skill from earlier?" Cassandra spoke up, "Whether it's a skill or not, anyone who opposes him, I will never forgive." But Sebastian felt a bit worried for her, as wasn't the magic Xenia just used too toxic? Speaking of which, everyone has always known that Cassandra had feelings for her boss. Upon hearing this, Xander turned around, "Although there are still many flaws in your spellcasting, I can understand your intentions. That magic was self-created, so you have the potential to be a wizard." Even Sebastian had to admit, "I didn't expect that, aside from your wild fighting style, you could still grasp so many things. A genius can recognize another genius. I simply let you go because of that talent, who knows, maybe one day you will surprise me." Hearing the compliment from her boss, Xander was overjoyed. He asked, "Liege, do you really think I'm a genius?" Am I better than your other subordinates? After hearing the question, Sebastian could only chuckle because Xander had misunderstood him. He replied, I am a genius who fights fiercely. Are you hearing this clearly, you damn Ken? My talent surpasses the moon, reaching towards the universe. Cassandra also chimed in, saying to Xander, don't make a fool of yourself in front of my liege. But in the midst of all this, Sebastian thought about giving everyone a pseudonym similar to that girl's. Boss will be Baston, Cassandra will be Susan, and the then coachman Xander will be Cage. Cassandra and Xander were both delighted to have new names. After walking for a long while, the three of them arrived at a forest that could only be described as exceptionally beautiful. The trees were lush and dense, with a dreamy purple hue. On the large trunks of the trees were quite a few charming little houses, and bridges crossing from one place to another, resembling a miniature world. Just looking at it was enough to captivate the heart, leaving one utterly enchanted. It turned out that this was the village of the elves, but all three were astonished and surprised by the enchanting beauty of this place. At Holy Wing City, also known as Royal Belt Lakeside, the surrounding scenery is quite gloomy. The trees are dense, rivers and streams are lush, and the water flows continuously. Thick clouds blanket the paths, creating a heavy and stifling feeling. There is a tribe of about 6 people standing near the lake. The 2 leaders are an old witch and a young girl. The witch says to her tribe, although this lake is far from the city, it still belongs to the royal. Common people cannot enter here. However, in recent years, some locals have secretly snuck out to the lake to swim. The strange thing is that most of these people have gone missing. The government has always remained silent, offering no explanation. All 6 are cloaked in black robes. During the day it's not a problem, but at night, from a distance, it truly sends chills down one's spine. They believe that the mysterious disappearances are connected to unanswered enigmas. Such incidents had never occurred before, but recently they have been happening more and more. They think, it's all caused by humans, so we have placed a sign prohibiting entry into the royal area. Even with such a ban, we still cannot prevent the disappearances. The young girl says, only members of the royal may enter this area. Those who dare to enter vanish, yet no one investigates the cause. Could it be that it's all just a trap set by humans? How disgusting. After the analysis, the entire tribe felt that it was reasonable and convincing. The witch said, the royal has kept this matter very well hidden. Most people do not know the danger that lies within this lake. I have worked here for over 30 years and have never dared to come close to it, so how could humans possibly venture near? Everyone had different opinions, hundreds of suggestions were put forth, all of which seemed very reasonable, but they still could not identify any outcome that was the most accurate for their conjectures. A daring young girl decided to take the plunge and touch the surface of the lake to test it. After evaluating, she remarked, there is a mysterious source of energy swirling within the lake, and I know this is the place I have been searching for all along. The witch turned to ask, King Curtis, when will I receive the money that you have promised? The girl immediately replied, grant him. The witch, who was the closest person to Curtis, a loyal and kind servant, always wanting the best for her master, could not have expected that her master would be the one to harm her. When the girl said grant him, her hands reached out towards the witch. At the same time, her ears began to elongate and turned blood red, her hair grew longer, her skin became pale, and her black eyes transformed into a shade of green, creating a bizarre appearance. The witch, seeing her master transformed like that, trembled in fear, hesitatingly calling out, King Curtis, you. She did not say anything else, just spread her arms, creating a large circular shape like a giant balloon. Then, she spoke loudly as if in affirmation, you are the ones I trust. It is now time to contribute to the greater cause. Everyone responded in unison, we obey. Long live King Curtis. Long live the elf tribe. After finishing her words, she granted each servant a large circle surrounding them as she had, then the group flew away together. The elf tribe was very large, but the people that Curtis trusted and entrusted with tasks were not many. This time, only about 10 people accompanied Curtis. The group flew deep down into the river, but in their hurry, no one noticed that Basilica was standing on the shore, observing everything. She scratched her head in confusion. What exactly are they doing? Curtis heard everything, but he did not pay attention and continued with his work. He ordered everyone to continue straight down to the bottom of the lake. When they reached the very bottom, one of Curtis's servants said, "Your Majesty, there is nothing here." "What are we looking for?" The entire tribe continued diving deep into the underwater palace without observing any rules or asking for permission. However, Curtis's people all had the ability to sense danger surrounding them, so if anything unusual occurred, they would immediately alert. Receiving the signal, Curtis immediately informed his teammates, "They're coming. Everyone be vigilant." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge octopus tentacle appeared from above, bristling with holes and looking exceedingly terrifying. Because this event was unexpected, none of them had been prepared to fight or counter it. Calamity struck suddenly, leaving them all stunned. The octopus tentacle wrapped around the tribe, stirring the entire underwater realm. The eight beautiful sea, also known as the mythical beast synesthesia, emerged. It was a level 9 elemental, with a strength index of 31,214. The mermaids frolicking nearby were also affected, frozen in place as they caught the scent of blood. Their bodies craved more blood. Curtis witnessed this scene and coldly stated, "The mythical beast. My prediction was correct, what I need is surely on its body." Even as he said this, his face revealed clear signs of tension and worry. These monsters were very powerful, and Curtis knew well that even on land he wasn't sure he could win, let alone now that he was underwater, or he was at a disadvantage. The situation was becoming increasingly dire, and he could not be certain whether he could escape from this place. Curtis turned to his minions and said, "You have served me with your lives. Now is the time to sacrifice yourselves for the greater good, for my species." The servants obeyed and listened to Curtis. He must have treated them very well, for now, they entrusted their lives and deaths to him. However, Curtis felt guilty because they had served a lifetime and now had to sacrifice once more. Before everything happened, he said a few farewell words. "All right, you have willingly sacrificed your lives for me. Please do not hate me." After that, she slowly drowned each of their heads deep under the water. So that when the monsters and mermaids were full from feasting, Curtis's life would be released. Watching each of his servants being devoured, fresh blood staining the sea, she thought that perhaps that would be enough for the beasts. Each monster took its share, some ate arms, some ate legs, while others devoured guts and entrails without hesitation. Gradually, the number of servants dwindled, leaving only two who remained by Curtis's side, Tengen and Remus. Curtis looked at them and asked, "Tengen, Remus, who among you will be next? Your time with me has not been short." Both hesitated, pleading earnestly, "Your Majesty, we are the most loyal to you. Do you truly want us to become food for these monsters?" Hearing that, Curtis felt a twinge of guilt and thought a little worse of himself. He turned to Tengen and asked, "During the entire kingship election of the kingdom, did you not vote for me?" Tengen immediately protested, "What? Those ballots are anonymous, so no one should know their information at all." Among the three, there would certainly be one person favored by Curtis, and no one else but Tengen. Only in these life and death moments will it be clear who is the best companion. As soon as he finished speaking, Curtis violently pushed Tengen down to be eaten by the monsters. He felt disappointed because he had hoped for much more. He tossed him down without any mercy. Curtis' manner of treating others was very good. Whoever was good, he would return the favor. Before pushing Tengen down, he kept thanking him for his contributions to the tribe. At this moment, only Remus remained beside Curtis. He panicked and pleaded, "Please, spare me. I have always been loyal to any order you give." Curtis, feeling a bit comforted, shared with Remus, "You should be so. That's why I have no plans for you to die." He whispered to Remus, "When the monster isn't paying attention, that's the best time to take it down." Remus felt strange, looking around and seeing many other monsters, but they showed no reaction at all. Curtis explained, "These monsters won't pay attention to anything, as long as they get their food." Curtis waved his hand signaling, "Hurry up. There's little time before they notice us. In that meantime, move." When the monsters weren't paying attention, Curtis and Remus slowly submerged. They dove deep and discovered a place filled with green light, where he came across a lantern. Once he found what he was looking for, Curtis and Remus surfaced. Remus held the lantern and asked, "If you knew there were 8 monsters at the bottom of the lake, why didn't you tell everyone so they could prepare better?" Curtis replied coldly, "Tell them? If they knew, they would only come to die." Remus frowned, asking further, "But why can't I make a plan against those monsters? I could set traps or use better methods. This sacrifice is too ruthless. We would go through fire and ice for you, but watching our friends die slowly like this is too tragic." Curtis glanced, calmly responding, "You find it brutal? But they are all dead, that brutality is only seen by you." Remus was taken aback by his indifference. Curtis asked further, "Don't you wonder why I still let you live? Because you are the strongest one, aren't you, Remus?" Suddenly, a vampire appeared, intervening. "Is this the reason you want to stay in Holy Wing City? Because of this? Tell me." Remus stood in front, Curtis stood behind, urging him, "Remus, you said you would always be loyal to me, right? Now is the time for you to prove it. Kill the vampire queen for me." Remus's eyes were filled with worry and fear. A thought flickered through his mind, kill the vampire queen? Those monsters down there are nothing compared to her. Her magic is so powerful, how can I possibly match it? In Xingyu village, Sebastian and his 2 companions arrived and witnessed Xenia being wanted for arrest. Xander exclaimed, "Boss, look. It's the elf from earlier." Sebastian thought to himself, "It's true, she's on the run. This is not a simple matter." As they approached a heavily loaded cart, a voice rang out, "Is this entire cart of goods yours?" That voice belonged to the village chief of Xingyu. He raised his hand to stop them and said, "You cannot enter, please turn back." Hearing that entry was denied, Xander immediately protested, "Why is that? My boss has traveled from afar to come here." The village head calmly explained, "Since the curfew was imposed, Xingyu village has not allowed any merchants from outside to enter." Xander was furious, saying, "You really are a bastard. Do you believe I will beat you up?" The village head replied indifferently, "Who told you not to observe carefully? Now you're blaming me? Beat me up? Good luck." Recently, there have been quite a few warriors from the cavalry in the village. Hearing the provocation, Xander frowned and clenched his fists. "So what? You won't let me in? I'll beat each one of them, both the villagers and the knights." Sebastian, noticing Xander's anger, placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. He said, "My goods aren't just these. Behind me, there's an incredibly rich trade group. This time coming to Xingyu villages is just to investigate the market a bit." Then, his voice turned cold, and the sharp gaze of a merchant emerged. "Village head, can we talk somewhere else?" So the 2 of them, one old and one young, went behind a tree to discuss, leaving Xander and Cassandra astonished. Xander looked at the scene and turned to Cassandra, saying, "The tongue of a human merchant is not good. What good is it for the boss to negotiate?" Cassandra replied, "No matter if it's useful or not, it doesn't matter. Even if I have to charge in, I'm not afraid." After a long conversation, the 2 returned. The village head's face was beaming. "You said you came here to sell alcohol, right? Just in time, the tavern in the village is running low on stock. Xingyu villages really need you." At this moment, hearing him turn around like that, Xander and Cassandra couldn't help but be wide-eyed in surprise. After walking for a while into the village, Xander kept asking Sebastian, "Boss, what exactly did you say to the village head? Why did his attitude change completely?" Sebastian laughed loudly, pleased to explain to Xander, "I gave him 3 pieces of gold and promised to share 40% of the sales with him." Xander was astonished. "What? 40%? Sebastian said, "What's the big deal? Anyway, the goods were obtained through my deception." Cassandra then spoke up, "I thought they really wouldn't allow humans to trade anymore." Xander agreed, "I thought so too, didn't expect it to be this easy." Sebastian continued, you should learn to observe. Prejudices are what prevent people from accomplishing great things. He added, the village head may have hated humanity from the beginning. Humanity is often greedy and cunning. Moreover, he is afraid that I will deceive him because my merchant group has no name. To cover that up, I simply said that I come from a special trade association with a strong backing, for example, an association supported by the Demon King. While walking, he explained to the two dimwits. Over here, Xander exclaimed in surprise, that's amazing, liege. Your abilities are truly top-notch. You are worthy of being my Demon King liege. Seeing the idiot Xander calling him liege, Sebastian said, outside, just call me boss. At that moment, Cassandra questioned and spoke up, boss, may I ask a question? As she climbed the stairs, she asked, why don't I use flying magic to carry the goods up, but instead use the stairs like this? Sebastian called out, cage. Xander immediately replied, yes, boss called me. Sebastian turned to look at Xander and said, I told the village head that I am the third master of Thor, the largest wine trade association in human history. I came here to study the preferences of the elf tribe regarding my wine. Xander was astonished. Research, what a thought of the liege. Sebastian continued, when heading up to the tavern, remember my business purpose. I come from the master of Thor, tell them that I want to hear their thoughts about the wine. I will treat them to free wine. Upon hearing this, Xander shouted, understood, boss. With that, Xander hurriedly climbed up the tree to reach the top, which was the tavern. Cassandra, below, questioned Sebastian, boss, is the master of Thor real? Hearing her question, he replied, puzzled, yes, I suppose so. He continued, humans and elves exchange goods with each other, but very rarely do elves know how human culture and society work. The more isolated the elven economy and society are, the easier it is for me to deceive them. Sebastian laughed while raising his finger to further explain to Cassandra, after all, I am a demon. I play the game of demons, taking my time to toy and observe them. You will enjoy this play with me. Seeing her in a daze, he asked, Susan, what's wrong with you? Cassandra, still in a daze, said, nothing's wrong. Then suddenly, she broke into a lovely smile and said, I just think the boss is amazing. I like this side of the boss more. On the other side, Sebastian felt a chill as he replied to Cassandra, really? Then he continued, by the way, I think my outfit isn't quite suitable. I should change it up a bit. Cassandra looked confused and replied with a vague yes. Sebastian added, maybe I need something more luxurious and elegant, I'll think about it more. Up above the treetops, where Xander had arrived long ago, the news that everyone was being treated to free wine had spread. Everyone gathered, waiting for the master of Thor to arrive. As soon as he reached the spot, Xander introduced, this is the third boss of the master of Thor, my master. Everyone buzzed with their questions, is that the third boss of Thor? The outfit looks unusual, but very classy. Some even exclaimed loudly, he looks so wealthy. I heard the person behind him is his personal servant, she's really beautiful. An hour passed, and all my wine was gone. Xander stared blankly at the empty bottles. What was unexpected was that the villagers were very satisfied, they had no idea this wine actually came from here. Even the elf knights agreed, although they were long-time guests. Looking at them from the outside, they seemed fierce, but in reality, they were all very friendly. They even invited Sebastian to play cards and get to know some of the knights, which was part of the plan. After playing for a while, Sebastian raised his hand to scratch his head, smiled in disappointment, and said, too bad, I lost. He stretched out a few gold coins to give to them. The three elf knights happily accepted the money and said, boss, you really do play badly. Another one replied, right, I've never seen anyone lose continuously like you. After saying that, he laughed cheerfully. Sebastian said, but the good thing is I'm gradually learning how to play. This game is fun, let's keep playing, maybe I'll be luckier in the next round. One of the three elves said, hey guys, it's late. I have work tomorrow, so I'm going to sleep. Elves still need to sleep, even though the land they live in is always night. Hearing him say that, Sebastian spoke up, let me guess, it's about catching some ice elves. All three elf knights were surprised when they heard Sebastian say that. Their faces darkened as they looked at him dangerously. Sebastian immediately raised his hands to wave back and forth and said, "Hey, don't look at me like that. It's my job to understand the place where I'm doing business." One of them said, "It would be better if you asked less. If you want to do business on my land." Sebastian replied softly, "I'll keep that in mind. May I continue tomorrow?" As he spoke, he intertwined his fingers, resting his chin on them, and looked at them with a dangerous expression, saying, "I've lost quite a bit of gold today, I hope to recover some of it tomorrow." The elf heading toward the door turned back to look at him and said, "All right, I'll wait." Cassandra called out from behind, "Boss." She continued, "I feel like this outfit is not suitable, the villagers are looking at me with strange eyes." Sebastian heard this and remained silent. After a moment, he said, "Have you gathered any information?" Cassandra replied, "The population of the elves has been declining in recent years, but the consumption of moon mirror energy has increased. Therefore, the people still have confidence in Curtis's leadership." Hearing this, Sebastian responded, "I see, what do you think about the ice elves?" Cassandra answered, "This is quite difficult to say. I think they are just quietly accepting Curtis's orders." He fell silent for a while, as if pondering something. After a while, he said, "It means Curtis is very skilled at brainwashing the populace. He has the ability to win the people's support for himself." Cassandra sat down on the chair near Sebastian and said, "Liege, I don't understand one thing. If you want to deal with Curtis, why not just kill him to end it?" Hearing her question, he replied, "No, I used to think that would be it, but that would only make the elf clan even more rebellious." Sebastian said seriously, "This world needs a moral code that must be followed by all." The next day, the three knights from yesterday returned. They said, "Boss, still interested in those cards? I have a new player who wants to play with you." The three laughed sinisterly as if they had struck gold. Sebastian turned around and replied, "Sure." One elf continued, "Take the gold and come with me." He immediately asked suspiciously, "Where to?" Another elf said, "Up to the treetop." He pointed upwards with a smile that couldn't be more cunning. Inside the crude elevator made in the tree trunk were three elves and two people, Sebastian and Cassandra. One elf said, "Boss, your servant is really beautiful." Another pointed his finger at her. Sebastian replied, "Susan is my maid. She is not only beautiful but also capable of many things." The remaining elven warriors laughed with delight and said, "Is the boss serious? What can she possibly do?" Sebastian pointed towards Cassandra behind him and said, "I advise you not to judge by appearances. When she gets angry, no one in this world can stop her, except for me. So please don't try." The three elven knights, upon hearing this, laughed contemptuously and said, "You're quite funny." As they approached the entrance at the top of the tree, one of them said, "We're almost there, let's go." The leading elven knight walked ahead and said, "The top floor is truly exquisite. This is the most luxurious place here." The elven knight continued, "Boss, that person is waiting for you. Please speak carefully in front of them, don't make them angry." Sebastian replied, "Is that person very temperamental?" The lead elven knight gave a wry smile and said, "The last person who angered him died on the spot. I quite like you, so please be cautious." After a short walk, they arrived at the place where the person was waiting for Sebastian. He sat in a chair, deep in thought. The elven knights from earlier respectfully said, "Our subordinates have brought you here." The person then said, "Excellent." The man sitting under the chair said, "You really are the boss of the Master of Thor, your wine is indeed very tasty." Sebastian sitting across replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Then he continued, "But my card-playing skills are not as good." Just as Sebastian spoke, Cassandra lit a cigar, while his hand shuffled the cards. At the same time, a bright explosion lit up the sky. The explosion occurred due to two figures fighting against each other. One of them was Curtis landing on the ground. The other side was Miranda, who also dodged to the side of the explosion. Curtis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Queen Miranda truly is unbeatable for me." Queen Miranda, on the other hand, was creating a red sphere on her forehead while revealing a type of sigil and said, "Curtis, stop your farce and come with me to confess to the liege." On one side of the battlefield, a guy was standing outside observing everything. He thought to himself, "He wants me to help. The king has gone mad. If I go in, I might die immediately." The man was holding a lamp in his hand, his mouth wide open in fear as he thought, "This is a battle of two deities." In front of Remus was a rather strange vase, resembling a lantern. From that vase emitted a dangerous-looking blue light, and the beams of light were gradually spreading, enveloping Remus. He himself seemed unaware of what was happening, furrowing his brow, his face reflecting fear. He looked towards his king, Curtis, with a bewildered expression. In front of him was Curtis, who reached out his arm towards Remus, creating a magical circle. Curtis spoke to him in a sorrowful tone, "In the end, I still have to do this." "I'm sorry, Remus." He hesitated and then continued, "I thought I could defeat Miranda and that you could live." He appeared to regret something. Then he asserted, "But after all, she is still the queen of the vampires." Before Remus at this moment was the vampire queen, Miranda. She had fiery orange-red hair, a face showing anger, and eyes as red as blood. On her forehead was a glowing tattoo, and her nails were sharp enough to pierce through anything. She wore a red dress, which, despite its terrifying appearance, still carried an alluring charm typical of a vampire queen. From her emanated an immense source of energy, overwhelming everything and spreading to every corner around. Before that tremendous power, Remus had to be wary. He compared her to someone who could stand on par with the Demon King. He said, looking at Remus, "So, you will have to sacrifice your life for me." Saying that, his hand seemed to be using some sort of magic. Remus suddenly let out a loud scream, his face showing real pain. A stream of blue light emanated from that vial, a large source of energy accompanying the light that drained Remus's strength. At the same time, blue streams of light began to fly out from the barrier. It seemed that this was not an ordinary light, these were ghostly souls, taking the form of a blue light. These souls surrounded Remus, making him increasingly fearful and panicked at their appearance. Miranda, the vampire queen, looked toward Remus. She was taken aback by the emergence of this energy and asked in surprise, "What's happening?" Before her, Remus was no longer a person but had been enveloped by those souls. The energy spread outwards, and Miranda watched, pondering, "What has happened to that guy?" Sweat dripped down her face, she appeared to be puzzled and anxious in the face of that situation. But before she could think about Remus's matter, she turned her gaze towards Curtis. Her eyes sparkled as if she saw through something, and she seemed wary of Curtis. Her gaze was sharper than ever. On Curtis's side, he braced himself, raising his hands to the sky, his legs also ready in a stance. He focused his strength into both of his hands. From the void, a massive source of energy concentrated in his hands, but it seemed that the two energy sources were completely different. In his right hand, there was a purple source of energy, resembling flames from the depths of hell. In his left hand, there was a blue source of energy, like the flames of Satan. The concentration of both energy sources caused powerful tremors in the area. The ground beneath him began to crack open. Curtis muttered as if he was reciting a spell, a tremendous source of energy emanated from his body. He shouted, "Miranda, receive this." Then, he used that power to attack Miranda. From Curtis, a large vortex like a dark storm surged towards Miranda. The vortex, with his extraordinary strength, shattered and swept away everything in its path. The terrifying nature of that power caused this place to bear heavy pressures. The speed at which it rushed forward was so swift that the vampire queen could not evade it. Faced with the immense vortex of power that Curtis was hurling towards her, she was momentarily taken aback by that strength. But soon enough, that surprise faded away. She widened her eyes and displayed a condescending attitude towards him. She said, "You bastard Curtis, do you really want to kill me? Elfire, have you forgotten?" Saying that, she extended her hand with her sharp claws. Suddenly, from her hand emerged a flame of blood, which seemed to be the vampire queen's ability. Miranda's body turned as red as blood, and her eyes radiated brightly. She launched her ultimate technique straight down to the ground. From that strike, a massive wall of blood appeared, its source of energy radiating just as fiercely as Curtis's attack. She shouted, "It has no effect on me." The two attacks collided, creating a tremendous explosion. Everything around seemed to be completely obliterated. Despite concentrating a vast amount of energy, it still could not inflict even a scratch on the vampire queen. Curtis was sweating profusely, but he did not seem worried at all. He said to her, "Thank you for the reminder," and it seemed like he had set a trap for her. He continued to speak smugly, "But that's just a diversion." Miranda glanced away, her eyes wide, her face looking very surprised. In front of her, an object was glowing, resembling a monster, emitting a wave of blue light spreading around. Curtis told her, "I will give you a surprise gift." Before those words and the appearance of that creature, she could not help but be astonished. The blue light gradually faded, and before her eyes appeared the image of Curtis in the form of a zombie. But perhaps that was Remus after being drained of energy by those souls. He now looked like a walking corpse. Most of his hair had fallen out, his eyes were sunken deep, and his mouth was torn and mangled in a considerable gash. His body seemed to have only a little flesh left, exposing bones that looked very frightening. It seemed that he was no longer himself anymore, emanating a large amount of energy accompanied by dangerous-looking green smoke. He staggered forward slowly. Before the emergence of the zombie like Curtis, Miranda could not stop panicking. The power from that zombie kept increasing, and the green smoke gradually enveloped the area. She curiously asked him, "What have you done?" At this moment, she found herself unable to move, her body seemingly frozen in front of that apparition. Suddenly, from where the zombie was standing, an explosion erupted. The green smoke billowed in all directions. Before she could grasp the situation, the zombie moved at an incredibly high speed, lunging towards Miranda and biting off her arm. His face lost all rationality as he viciously clamped down on her arm. The speed took her by surprise, she didn't even realize that she had lost a hand, blood splattering everywhere. He quickly moved to another place while her eyes widened in shock. She hadn't yet processed everything, and blood continued to pour out of her. The zombie slowly turned back toward Miranda, looking at her with its mouth clamped onto her arm, blood gushing from the wound in a horrifying manner. At that moment, she looked down at her arm, a look of disbelief on her face. It seemed that only now did she realize she had lost a hand. After realizing everything, her face no longer bore the look of surprise. She looked at him with a frightening gaze. The patterns on her forehead also appeared and glowed. She smiled wickedly and said, "Come back here." From the lost arm, she gradually emitted a tremendous amount of energy. A magic circle appeared right there, as if she were commanding her own blood to pull back her arm. The murderous aura she radiated made the area feel incredibly heavy. Suddenly, blood from the lost arm rushed toward the arm that the zombie had bitten. The bitten arm also bled and rushed toward her, as if there was a connection between them. It reattached like a thread made of blood. The zombie was also pulled along by the power of the vampire queen's blood, looking at her with a frightened expression. One hand drew the remaining arm, while the other prepared for a stance. She looked at him with a face full of anger and said in an angry tone, "You bastard, Curtis." Her power was growing stronger and stronger. The connection between her blood quickly helped her reattach her arm. She extended both arms forward. The zombie was pulled towards her. Miranda's power was concentrated in her own blood, resembling blood thorns that pierced straight into the zombie's body. He screamed loudly, looking very pained, and his body gradually began to tear apart from her powerful attacks. It seemed she wanted revenge for the arm he had bitten off. Her intense assault caused his body and limbs to separate, being ripped apart in excruciating agony. His body and limbs were burned by her strength. Miranda said sternly, "Now it's my turn." Saying that, the vampire queen soared into the sky and dove towards Curtis. She shouted, "Die!" Her face now looked terrifying, with sharp eyes and a strong murderous intent directed at Curtis. That immense energy made her look like a red arrow. In response to Miranda's anger, Curtis appeared anxious. He seemed frozen before the overwhelming power emanating from her. Too strong, he thought, his face looking very scared. In no time, Miranda appeared right in front of him. She took a stance, ready to launch an attack, while Curtis also raised his hands, fearfully chanting a spell. Miranda threw a lethal strike towards Curtis. He used his hand to block the blow, but the strike looked incredibly powerful, creating a significant shockwave. However, right after launching her attack, she suddenly vanished. Suddenly, she appeared behind Curtis, swinging her arm prepared to strike at his back. He looked at her and thought, since when can she? With a slash, he looked down. Miranda had pierced her arm through his heart, her hand gripping tightly around it. She clenched her fist, crushing his heart. But then her expression turned skeptical. She thought, this is a fake. Then a voice suddenly spoke from another direction, Red Queen, so strong, so fierce. Her face turned to one of surprise. Behind her, Curtis suddenly appeared, holding the shield that Remus had wielded. He appeared unexpectedly and said to her, even if that were the real thing, I still wouldn't think I could hold out against it. He spoke in the astonishment of her. She looked at him with a scornful expression and replied, it seems I was too careless. The thing you retrieved from the bottom of the lake must hold many secrets. I won't make the same mistake twice. She was that resolute. Saying that, she suddenly erupted with a fierce aura. The energy around her grew stronger by the moment. She spoke to him with a serious tone, you want to stake your fate on that? She looked at him with sharp eyes and continued, no matter how many illusions you create. Suddenly, she glared at him in a terrifying manner, threatening, I will personally kill everyone until I find you. Curtis appeared worried, responding to her in a fearful tone, that's so frightening. You really are ruthless. You are known as the fifth strongest entity on the entire continent. Suddenly, a large blue light appeared behind Miranda. She sensed that presence and seemed quite surprised. Curtis spoke disdainfully, but you still cannot catch me, because your opponent is not me, is it, Remus? From that beam of light, Remus suddenly emerged. But unlike before, when he appeared as a skinny zombie, this time he looked larger and more terrifying than ever. He attacked Miranda from behind, catching her off guard. He suddenly wrapped his arms tightly around her with all his strength. Miranda looked at him, clearly astonished, and said, What? Didn't he die? Her face was filled with surprise. In response to her astonishment, he sneered and said, Dead. His face became smug. He looked at her and continued, Remus has a close connection with the souls of the ancient elven ancestors. His body can contain their power. The spiritual power within that body will never disappear, but will continuously fight back. He raised the shield, his eyes on Miranda, and smiled with self-satisfaction. He said, It seems my purpose in coming to Holy Wing City has been fulfilled. I will return to Extel. His face was full of confidence. A dragon descended before him. He turned and walked towards the dragon, casually saying to her, Goodbye, Miranda. Miranda raised her hand to signal him to stop, shouting loudly, Curtis, quickly leave that behind. But she did not notice that behind her was Remus, opening his mouth to prepare to attack her. Remus opened his mouth and bit into her shoulder. Caught off guard by that sudden attack, she was unable to evade. Curtis stood atop the dragon and began to fly away, while below, Remus was attacking Miranda. Caught off guard by that sudden and powerful assault, she was severely wounded and lost a lot of blood. In the blink of an eye, she was dismembered by him, brutally torn apart. Under the moonlight shining down, he looked truly dangerous. Then suddenly, a hand grabbed his face, looking very painful. On this side, Sebastian appeared, showing a sense of melancholy. He covered his face and said, That's right, I lost quite a lot yesterday as well. Winning a few rounds then losing a few, as a businessman. Suddenly, he looked ahead, his eyes becoming serious. he asserted, business should never suffer losses. I will find a way to get it all back. In response to that determination, those around him showed disdain and mocked him scornfully. The man in front of him could be some kind of boss. He laughed at him and said, "All right then, as long as it's still on the table, I will raise the stakes. What do you think?" He looked contemptuous towards Sebastian. In the face of that scorn, Sebastian looked at Cassandra and asked, "Susan, how much do I have left?" He appeared very calm. Cassandra seemed composed as she replied, "Actually." Although she seemed destitute, she answered calmly, "I have lost all the money I brought." "I'm sorry, boss, it's my fault." Sebastian looked at the boss and, still looking very indifferent, said to him, "That's how it is, I can't do anything now." "Can you lend me some money?" The boss sneered and said, "Sorry man, I never lend anyone my money." A henchman standing beside the boss whispered something into his ear. As he understood this, the boss broke into a delighted smile. His face became cheerful, and he said to Sebastian, "All right, if you have nothing to wager at all." His face now looked very despicable. He pointed at Cassandra and said, "I will accept this girl as a wager." Sebastian and Cassandra looked very surprised. But then his eyes turned serious. He looked at him with a truly terrifying expression and asked, "Are you sure?" He continued, "I've said it before, no one in this world can control her like I can." In response to his warning, the boss still appeared to be very cheerful. He laughed loudly and replied, "No problem," speaking with a very confident tone. Sebastian smirked wickedly and pointed at Cassandra, "If that's the case, let's seal the deal." A moment later, in a room where only she and the pervert with pointed ears and a ponytail were present, she began to pretend to look worried. "I'm a little worried," she said. But he still ignored her and reassured her, "Don't be tense, little sister. I guarantee you won't be shortchanged." He blushed and looked at her with hungry eyes. "Besides, you are exactly my type. You are truly beautiful." She modestly replied, "Don't say that, I'm so shy." Even though she said that, her eyes only showed contempt and sarcasm towards him. He felt within himself that he could easily conquer her and that his plan was progressing perfectly. The guards outside stood waiting, feeling tired from enduring the cold outside. One said, "The boss is really lucky." The blonde guy felt jealous as he was enjoying her, he must be having a great time. But the red-haired guy stood with his arms crossed, feeling indifferent because he knew, "Don't say that, no matter what, the boss will let me have a taste after he's done." Suddenly, the door was opened, surprising the guards outside. He stepped out and said, "Hey, why are you still here?" His face showed anger and annoyance when he saw these guys lingering near his room. He ordered them to leave. "I'll hand her over to you guys when I'm done, so get lost." The red-haired guy worriedly turned away. The two guards who knew what was going on had left in fear. But right after that, someone came to knock on the door of the room. When he opened the door, surprisingly, it was him. He was anxious, unsure if he was following the plan correctly, but luckily the plan was still on track. He stepped into the room and shut the door tightly, not allowing anyone to enter. He just walked around without doing anything. When he reached the bed, he unexpectedly lay down. At that moment, the room contained only him and Susan. She was growing tired from continuously using spiritual power on him. "You are one of the Dragon Knight group. Your spiritual power is quite strong, it takes me longer than I expected." Despite her fatigue, she was still very excited because she had completed the task he entrusted to her. "At least today it went pretty smoothly, no one had to die," she said. He felt helpless in front of her and thought she seemed to take too much pleasure in the act of killing. Once there were no more prying eyes, he began to remove his left lens from his glasses. A small flame appeared, and he breathed heavily, relieved to be free from these tight glasses. Immediately afterward, he used one of his skills. "It's been a long time since I've used this skill." Numbers and letters started to appear from his forehead while she remained focused on brainwashing him. She dug into his past and told him, "He is the leader of the Knights Brigade here. I can sense his memories from this week. Liege, I will share them with you. Upon hearing her, he immediately requested, "Show me." She complied and began to focus her chant on his brain. Her fingers started to glow with pink light, and her face took on a serious expression as she performed the process of sharing memories. His eyes slowly opened, and she continued to recite the chant, making him feel as though he were in a science fiction movie. He was curious to know more about this world and what governed it. "I want to know how it works." As he immersed himself in thought, the memories gathered into a pink orb. She turned around and called, "Liege, take a look." The memories of him floated before her control. The memories immediately unfolded before his eyes, causing him anxiety as they flowed into his mind. Inside were terrifying images, faces filled with fear and pity, with thousands of such faces appearing in front of him. Some elves were shackled to burning hot pillars, being slowly burned flesh by flesh. The sounds of agonizing screams echoed in his ears. Right after that memory, Silas appeared. Behind him were the guards, in a place called Hell. Silas coldly pointed down and said, "My output this month is insufficient. If you all don't meet the quotas, everyone will be executed next week." Immediately, the soldiers there spotted a group of people fleeing in the distance. They shouted, "Boss, there's a large number of ice harpies here, chase them." After being discovered, a strong girl appeared and stopped them from getting closer to harm her companions. "You can't do that to my people anymore. I am not a harpy, I am the proud ice elf." In an instant, she created a spell that froze all the soldiers around, catching them off guard. They had to exclaim, "Her magic is too powerful." But she was still distracted and careless, causing a soldier to rush in, grabbing her by the neck and squeezing tightly. She felt no fear and continued to struggle, refusing to give up. She found a way to escape by striking hard at the soldier's hand, causing him so much pain that he had to release her. Seizing the opportunity, she began to run fast, leaping onto a high branch and fleeing. The soldiers were still determined not to let her go, chasing after her. She was trying to escape. Right after that memory is a recollection of the elves being gathered together in one place. The image of the emaciated elves draped in thin fabric makes the viewer feel a sense of sorrow. The captors, furious after the intrusion, decided to starve all these counterfeit elves and would execute them at the end of the month. Upon returning to the present, he was astonished by the sheer number of captured elves. She began to worry for him after he watched the memories. "Liege, did you see anything useful from his memories?" He replied, "There are still many ice elves being held captive. They seem to be hidden in some cave." He felt uneasy and questioned numerous things after viewing the memories. "I don't understand their purpose in such killings. Is it just to cool the magma core of Alistar, to weaken the power of the demon race? This still has many illogical points, there are surely more to come." There were too many things he couldn't comprehend, so many that it gave him a headache not knowing where to start. She suddenly remembered a memory in which the girl she had met before appeared, Anjali. She knows something. He suddenly recalled and said, "That's right, I saw her in his memories." He thought for a moment and decided to seek Anjali since she appeared in his memory. "Tomorrow, Xander and I will go look for her and see if we can find her in the village." She listened to the command and decided to use a different identity. "I will cast a spell on this guy and use his identity to investigate around here." He was surprised by her bold thought of using his body to go outside. Hearing this, she blushed and felt embarrassed. "Liege, are you jealous?" He was confused by her question and didn't know how to respond. She was close to tears, touched by him, feeling sad when he had touched her. Then she became angry and shoved him hard, causing him to fall to the ground. She cursed at him, "Get lost." She quickly climbed onto the bed, lay down, twisted her body and bashfully looked at him. "My body always belongs to you, Liege." With her beauty and charm, he too blushed at her sensitive comment, yet he still tried to maintain his composure and advised her, "Hey, this is not the time to mess around." He fell silent, recalling the ice elves. There were still many ice elves imprisoned in the cold cave. He could not bear to let them wait until the end of the month only to be executed thereafter. He could not imagine what they were facing if no one came to help them. The images of the elves being burned alive, their bodies consumed for the sake of materials, made him feel an unbearable cruelty. He clenched his fists, enduring the sight of the elves being exploited. When they lose their value, they are discarded mercilessly. I can hardly tolerate it. He felt regret and cursed Curtis. No matter how noble your bloodline is within the elf clan, the branch of the ice tribe does not deserve such a fate. No one should become a mine for others to exploit. He tightened his fists, displaying his anger, emanating an aura of hostility as he thought of Curtis. This time, Curtis has gone too far. I will never allow you to continue with this. She looked at him, surprised by his strength and kindness, warming her heart. She was ready to stand beside him, no matter how difficult it might be. Liege, whatever happens, I will always be by your side. Her words reassured him and gave him more confidence. Once his tasks were completed, he moved outside and went to the next room. On the way, his subordinates curiously asked, Master, are you looking for that girl with the ice magic? She mentioned that her next location is Xingyu villages. She might be hiding in a corner somewhere. He was aware of this and thought, there's no need to rush, for I am not the only one searching for her, there are many others looking for her just like me. As he approached the room he needed to get to, suddenly a scream from afar startled him. What do you intend to do with me? Let me go now. He suddenly recognized the familiar voice and hurriedly ran to the room where the scream had just come from. He rushed open the door, and the sight before him was Xander holding Xenia arms, pulling them up to tie her. Xenia was furious, her face flushed, while Xander looked flustered upon seeing him enter. Xenia was still struggling to break free, shouting, I said let me go immediately. Upon seeing him enter the room, Xenia instantly turned pale and shouted, Boss! Xander is trying to molest my butt. The unjust accusation without evidence made Xander's face turn red, quickly denying, Hey, I had no intention of touching that flat butt. He was confused, looking at the two of them, not understanding how they had encountered each other and worrying about Xander's strange way of tying. Xander calmly explained, This way of tying is mine. He had accidentally seen him tie Susan a few years ago. After witnessing his tying skills a few times, Xander understood how to do it and tried it on Xenia. Immediately, Xenia got enraged upon realizing that both of them were in cahoots, and she shouted, You both are a bunch of bastards. He immediately felt confused and pretended not to know anything, worried about the image of Sebastian in the past. After that, he ordered Xander to untie Xenia. Hearing the order, Xander immediately complied. When untied, Xenia immediately knelt down, unexpectedly her head touching the ground as she begged, Boss, please, save the people of my tribe. He was hesitant, appeared pensive, and spoke frankly, Why should I help you people? Xenia anxiously replied, I can offer what I know, including information that you are in need of. However, he still could not shake his doubts about her words. He thought that he was just an ordinary wine merchant, his only skill was making money. With your ice elf status, I won't waste time on things that do not benefit me. Even though he had shown reluctance to help, Xenia still clung to hope. You are not just a wine trader. She quickly realized long ago, she said, you are betraying your true identity. You are a human spy. Xenia was very worried about herself, but she still tried to remain calm to face him. He was taken aback by her reasoning and thought Xenia was a very quick-witted person, able to grasp the situation. The issue is not who I am. I ask again, why should I help you people? She was silent for a moment, then looked up and said, I will tell you the secret of King Curtis. He was astonished by the information Xenia was about to provide. Feeling intrigued, he agreed to her plea. A few hours later, inside a room, a girl with platinum hair, pale skin, and red eyes appeared, wearing an exquisite dress. That was Xenia, who had been enchanted by Susan's illusion spell to hide her identity. Once the disguise was complete, Xenia was confused when she couldn't see her ears, even though she could still feel them. Susan explained to reassure her, Don't worry, this is just an illusion spell, it only tricks the eyes. If you really had no ears, it would hurt, right? Relax, you look much cuter now. Xenia looked down at the dress she was wearing, amazed at the intricate details and realism of it, to the point that anyone who looked at it would think it was real. Susan smiled, explaining further, This is a simulation spell, it helps me recreate things I have seen. I have over 400 dresses more, so don't worry, nothing will happen to this one. Despite Susan's reassurance, Xenia still felt a mix of anxiety and admiration. She thought to herself, this is amazing, absolutely incredible. Doubts began to rise as she turned to ask Susan, even the highest level sorcerers cannot do this. Yet you carry it out so effortlessly, it's hard to believe. Xenia grew increasingly suspicious about the true identities of him, Susan, and Xander. He then responded seriously and quietly, in this disguise, I am just an ordinary wine merchant. Immediately, everyone gathered under the giant tree. A scream rang out, catching everyone's attention. Soldiers riding on fierce beasts, the Lunar Trade Thunder Elf Patrol Squad, were patrolling around. Susan hoisted the elf controlling him and stepped forward, ordering the soldiers, this woman is my new wife. Those behind are my friends, belonging to the Third Masters Trading Association. He continued, today, Mr. Silas has not reported anything. I am showing them around my work. His face showed contempt as he let out a loud laugh. While the soldiers had no idea that Susan was controlling him, she was still maintaining her focus on the spell and said nothing. The soldiers around began to feel strange about his unusual change. A blonde soldier voiced his objection to bringing an outsider into the cave, while the blue-haired guy was agitated, as he had been promised Susan but now saw her introduced as his wife. Unable to contain his anger, he shouted at the soldiers, shut up. Am I the master, or are you? What I say must be done. Here, my orders are absolute, understood? The people standing behind expressed astonishment at Susan's performance, as she controlled him perfectly without anyone noticing. Xenia looked at Susan, amazed by her strength. The man in front of them was a dragon knight, a famous warrior, yet he was easily manipulated by Susan, from his tone to his attitude, all resembling her completely. This made Xenia even more curious about their true identities, but she decided to trust and rely on them, as they were her only hope. The plan was still on track. Everyone began to climb onto the dragon and took off. Sebastian, along with Susan, Xenia, and Xander, mounted a dragon, flying straight toward the cave where the elves were imprisoned. In the stillness and silence of the night, a gigantic dragon silhouette appeared in the sky, its muscular body, wide-open mouth, and blood-red eyes. On the back of that gigantic dragon, a group of people were chatting. A white-haired girl turned to speak to another girl, who was sitting on the back of a man. Susan, aren't you afraid that guy will go insane when you sit on him like that? Susan giggled in response, go insane? Hee, it depends on his mindset. Would you like to sit on him like that? The white-haired girl flinched, shyly answering, huh? Yes. Susan stepped down from the man, giving way for the girl. The white-haired girl hesitantly sat down, curling her legs. Suddenly, she felt something strange, her eyes changed, and images of the man lying beneath her appeared in her mind. In her mind, she heard him say, kill all the barbaric ice clans. Leave no one alive. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately stepped down and angrily kicked him in the head. Susan saw this but simply turned calmly to the two guys accompanying her, reassuring, no need to worry, boss. He is completely under control now. Sebastian looked up at the sky, his gaze directed at something, then softly said, that's the moon mirror. In the sky, what he saw was a round pink object, the moon mirror as he mentioned. He continued, the origin of the elven magical power. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw Susan crouching down to examine the man with the swollen bump on his forehead from the girl's kick. Susan remarked, just as I thought, the brutal impact caused significant injury. Meanwhile, Xander was holding tightly to prevent the white-haired girl, who was struggling to rush at the injured man. She shouted angrily, let me go. Xander was alarmed, fearing he couldn't hold on because she was too strong. He tried to say, calm down, girl. Susan placed her hand on the man's forehead, her eyes also turning cloudy. She said, the cave I'm looking for is close, just ahead. The dragon slowly landed on the ground, and everyone began to climb down. The white-haired girl was the first to set foot on the ground. She looked around and asked, is the cave here? She turned back to look at Susan, pointing at a round boulder in front and said, "So how do we get inside?" Susan replied casually, "Just throw the rock away." The girl asked in surprise, "Throw it? How?" Xander boldly said, "It's very simple, let him show the girls." He seemed very confident that he could do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that Susan had effortlessly lifted the boulder with one hand. The girl was so surprised that she could not say a word, while Xander pointed angrily and said, "I told you I would do it. Why did you steal my thunder?" Susan ignored him, tossing the boulder aside. The red-haired guy turned to the white-haired girl, speaking in a self-satisfied tone, "Surely you've never seen something like this before, huh? Surprised, aren't you? I can easily split it in half." Suddenly, he became furious, causing the white-haired girl to feel frightened. He shouted, "Hey, Flatbutt, do you dare to ignore me?" Sebastian couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up, reminding him, "That's not how to talk to a girl. Be a man and learn to understand other people's emotions. Her loved ones are still in the cave." Hearing this, the guy hurriedly bowed his head and replied, "Yes, boss." Sebastian continued to give orders, "Go after her, and check the situation." The red-haired guy quickly responded, "Understood, boss." Immediately, the white-haired girl ran swiftly into the cave, and the red-haired guy followed closely behind. Sebastian glanced at Susan and quietly said, "I'm about to have some unwelcome guests." Susan nodded and calmly replied, "I will handle them." Sebastian, Susan, and the name that had just been controlled by her were standing and observing when they saw a strange group of people approaching. Susan frowned and whispered, "Looks like there's another dragon knight." A gigantic dragon along with a group of people with dragon-like legs approached. On the dragon's back sat a person who looked very much like the one accompanying Susan. Seeing this, Sebastian muttered, "It's him again. Could they have gathered more information? I need to be more careful." The dragon lowered its head, and the person jumped down to the ground. Suddenly, Susan's companion bowed his head, cradling the person with his face down, and Susan's expression immediately changed. The person appeared to be Curry's and spoke up, curious, "Oh, who are these two, Diderot?" Diderot responded with a respectful attitude, "Captain, let me introduce them." The captain slowly approached, observing seriously and spoke in a cold voice, "Mistress and wine merchant? I told you not to bring outsiders here." Susan calmly replied, "I am not an outsider." Upon hearing this, the captain abruptly stopped, staring intently at Susan for a few seconds before murmuring, "Wait. I have met you before." He suddenly froze as if realizing something, his face grew pale. Meanwhile, Susan just stood there, looking confused, not understanding what was happening. The captain's voice was deep, his eyes filled with anger, "You are the enemy." The people around gradually realized who Susan was, whispering to each other, their eyes shifting to fear. One shouted in horror, "She is Cassandra, the succubus warrior." One turned to his teammate, his face pale, "Susan is Cassandra. Lucky me, I didn't get into trouble with her before, so he must be." The crowd all gazed at Sebastian, their expressions bewildered, then one murmured, "The only person Cassandra always stays with. Could it be the Demon King Sebastian?" Hearing the whispers, Sebastian smirked, his demeanor suddenly turning regal. He transformed, horns sprouting from his head, his left eye revealing a deadly aura. The crowd immediately trembled, beads of sweat trickling down. One screamed, "Demon King Sebastian! Run! Run fast!" The crowd, in panic, turned and rushed away from the scene. Meanwhile, a figure from a distance suddenly cast a spell, forming a magic circle in hand, murmuring, incredulous, "I believed in the king's news. Elf fire spirit blast." Cassandra shook her head, unable to believe her eyes. Sebastian was equally astonished by the unexpected actions of that individual. The surge of power from that person suddenly rushed in, startling Sebastian. He braced himself while grinding his teeth, saying, "Damn it, that guy uses skills too quickly." Sebastian shouted as he felt the heat from the attack, trying to block the strength of his opponent. Cassandra watched from the side, murmuring softly, something feels strange. As the smoke slowly cleared, Sebastian stood there, his hand shielding his face, his body covered in wounds and scratches. Cassandra covered her mouth, sweat pouring down her face. Liege. The surrounding elves buzzed with chatter, one saying to another, "The Demon King has been burned." The squad leader, with a smug expression, arrogantly said, "King Curtis told me that this Demon King is not the true Demon King Sebastian. He is weaker and I can easily handle him." He pointed directly at Sebastian and shouted, "Prepare to fight." Cassandra was taken aback, exclaiming, "Huh?" The squad leader continued, his voice full of disdain, "This is not the Demon King I have sworn loyalty to. This one is deceiving everyone." Sebastian raised an eyebrow, his eyes sharp, stroking his chin, calmly asking, "Really? Will you easily believe his meaningless words?" The other person continued to challenge loudly, "Then prove it. If you are truly the Demon King, you should be able to kill me in a few seconds, right?" Sebastian, with a cold expression, raised his hand in front and said decisively, "Then die." He silently thought to himself, "Hopefully, this attack is strong enough." He shot a series of ice bullets towards the other person. "Eat my ice bullets." The other person leaned aside, dodging the ice attack. The people behind him unfortunately got caught and were immediately frozen. The dragon was also frozen, screaming in pain before struggling to break free from the ice. Seeing this, Sebastian murmured, "Perhaps I should use another skill." A voice rang out, seemingly from Cassandra, "Your enemy uses elf fire, and the fire element is the nemesis of ice." Sweat poured down more, his face revealing clear signs of tension. "Elf fire. How can I defeat someone like this?" Cassandra gently asked, "Master, do you want to hear the truth?" He replied, his voice firm, "Yes." She calmly said, "With your current strength." At this point, Sebastian, his clothes tattered, listened as Cassandra continued, "Your chance of victory is 0. He was surprised and asked, "Why?" "Clearly, my spiritual power is greater than his. All this time, I have." Then he remembered a circle with the magical names connected in sequence. First is Soul Training Magic, next is Death Tier 5 Magic, Psychokinesis Magic Tier 6, Ice Elemental Magic Tier 4, and finally, Level 2 Firewall Magic. After saying that, he clenched his fists, sweat dripping down. He sighed, "I've practiced so many spells, why am I still so weak? Can't I do anything?" Cassandra gently replied, "Because your opponent is too strong. Even if your spiritual power is great, if you can't unleash its potential, it will be very difficult." She looked directly into his eyes and continued, "Master, you've lost your combat experience. That's not something that can be regained in a short time." Sebastian sighed, feeling the harsh reality. In that case, the backup plan. He called Cassandra, and she responded, "Yes?" He asked her, "Do you believe what I'm saying?" She answered confidently, "Of course, why not?" The captain nearby scoffed, "Foolish." Sebastian ignored his jibe, saying, "A guy like him just wants a bit of fame by fighting me. I don't have time for him." In the end, he concluded the conversation with, "Kill him, and all those knights behind him too." The group of knights, hearing this, fearfully said, "Me too." Cassandra saw this and said, "I follow you." The guy immediately reacted, "Cassandra, you've seen it. Don't be fooled anymore, he does not deserve your loyalty." She heard this and replied, "You are a foolish liar, do you know that? Even if you are telling the truth, I still don't believe you." Then Cassandra cast a spell, and suddenly a sword appeared before her. She held the sword and leaned it against the ground, then said, "Why should I listen to you?" The guy replied, "I think I might be able to entice Cassandra after what just happened. Captain, Cassandra is one of the 13 generals under the Demon King." He looked at her and continued, "Very few people know her true power. She doesn't even care about her own status." Suddenly, Cassandra looked up and did something. The guy said, "Maybe I can defeat her." He also cast a spell and said, "I will start with this spell." Then Cassandra released her hand, creating a pink heart. The guy, seeing this, was mesmerized. It seemed this was a move that made everyone fall deeply in love. The hearts also spread to the knights behind. They were mesmerized, and their eyes were filled with hearts. Even the captain had eyes shaped like hearts. Then, in a daze, he found himself surrounded by many beautiful women. He staggered and said, "Who am I? Where am I? Why are there so many beautiful women here?" Cassandra saw that he was confused and took action. She said, "It's time to hunt." She leaped up onto his head, smiling as she said, "Die with me." She beheaded all the knights, playfully saying, "Huh, this is so fun." Sebastian stood by, speechless. He exclaimed, "She is so strong, killing people is like harvesting vegetables." Cassandra replied, "Of course, master. Cassandra is the one you trained personally." Seeing the captain still standing in front of him, he said, "You are still alive?" The man replied, "Of course, I broke the illusion just in time." Suddenly, one side of his mask shattered and fell off. He said, to be able to dodge her attack. His clothes were torn apart, revealing a large scratch on his chest. He said, "Farewell, Sebastian." The man cast a spell and said, "I will take you to the afterlife." Sebastian was panicking when Cassandra flew in, landing directly in front of him. The man said, "Your little tricks." He called out to her, "Cassandra, you." Cassandra glanced at him and said, "You are truly a thorn in my side. You must have prepared to break free from my hypnosis." The man sneered and said, "Your tricks won't work on me." With a naive expression, she asked, "You can still maintain control over yourself, with so many beautiful women around?" "I'm surprised." Sebastian interjected, "Ahem, let me say a few words." He pointed and said, "You can break the hypnosis because you don't like women at all, right? You are what people call gay." Cassandra gasped in shock and said, "Really?" He replied, "Exactly, he might even prefer men." The man was furious at being spoken about like that. He said, "I will kill you." He flew up, causing the two to look up as well. The man ascended onto the dragon and then flew away. He said, "Cassandra, King Curtis admires you greatly. I have no intention of killing you." He drew his sword and continued, "But if you find out my secret, then prepare to die." Cassandra also flew up towards him. As she approached him, she said, "Who cares about your secrets? I only care about my liege's orders." She glanced up and continued, "And you have commanded me to kill you." The man who resembled the one Cassandra was with at first crawled out, saying, "Who are you?" Then he froze like a statue. He yelled, "Ah!" He bent down and said, "Oh Demon King, I apologize for my rudeness." Sebastian said, "Things are getting complicated." Various kinds of magic and their names appeared before him. Scene change, Xander was running somewhere. In a cave, a boy and a girl were chasing each other. The boy yelled, "Hey, flat butt, wait up." But the white-haired girl being chased ignored him and kept running straight ahead. Red-haired Xander continued to chase while shouting, "I said wait up." As if suddenly realizing something, the red-haired boy was startled, a flash of light flickered. Xander quickly used his powers, jumped forward to block the path of the white-haired girl, Semia. He placed his hand on the sword strapped to his back, staring deep into the cave waiting for something. Suddenly, a gigantic rock shaped like a bullet shot out from the cave. It flew quickly like a supersonic wave towards where the red-haired and white-haired individuals were standing. Seeing this, the red-haired Xander quickly drew his sword, slicing the bullet into 100 pieces before it could get close. At that moment, Semia finally came to her senses, raising her hand to cover her mouth, which was agape in astonishment. Xander's demeanor then turned serious, his gaze became skeptical and cautious. He said, "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, two gigantic feet emerged from the darkness. As he walked, he spoke, "Not bad, kid." The giant approached where the two were standing. At this point, they could see him clearly. He was a massive goblin with a big belly. He said, "You were able to break my bullet, who are you?" His voice was hoarse and disgusting. At that moment, the flat-bottomed girl behind Xander looked at him in panic, asking, "Where are the ice elves? Let me meet them." She continued, "Let us in quickly." The giant goblin with an egg-shaped head replied, "Do you really want to go in, girl? You need to give me the password." The flat-bottomed girl with white hair couldn't help but wonder, "Password?" Upon hearing her question, the goblin responded, "That's right, all I need is the password." He continued, becoming more enraged, the veins on his face swelling, "Without that, the fate of both of you will be like those ice harpies inside. Moreover, what are kids doing here? I will have 2 new trophies to add to my collection." Hearing the name of the goblin, the white-haired girl was stunned for a moment. Then she gradually became furious, her eyes turning red. Her skin also began to change to a watery blue, the veins on her forehead bulging out. She shouted angrily at the monster, "You bastard!" After that, she whispered some kind of spell, her hands raised in front of her chest, forming a circle of seals that radiated cold wind and frost towards the goblin. He was not panicked, on the contrary, he laughed joyfully and said loudly, "Finally, another slave for me to have some fun with, today is a bit boring." The red-haired boy immediately raised his hand to stop the girl. He said, "Stop it, flat-chested, come with me." Having said that, he maintained a calm expression and added, "And I have the password." At this moment, the white-haired girl looked at Xander suspiciously. The goblin with the egg-shaped head suspiciously asked him, "Really?" He thought to himself, "What the hell is this kid talking about? Is there really a password? What is he planning?" The red-haired boy continued to speak calmly, pointing to the goblin's face, "The password is really simple because it's right on your face. Anyone who comes here to meet you can only think of one thing." This time, he pointed a finger at the monster, disdainfully saying, "You idiot, that's the password." Hearing the red-haired girl insult the giant monster, the white-haired girl couldn't help but be astonished. Upon hearing this, the goblin's blood boiled, his face turned red as he looked at the one who mocked him with intense anger. He immediately threw 2 stones high above his waist. Then, using strength from both hands, he forcefully launched the 2 projectiles straight towards the red-haired girl. Xander looked at him with disdain, his hand resting on the sword behind his back. As he drew the sword, it transformed into a streak of red light. Xander's eyes also turned red, filled with a battle frenzy, and he said, "That weak power is nothing compared to me." With that, he slashed his sword to block the 2 stone projectiles. Behind him, the flat-chested girl was astonished by his strength. The 2 stones broke in half. A terrifying gust of wind rushed towards the white-haired girl, and she thought to herself, "So strong, the pressure of the wind comes from his strike." The goblin, seeing his thrown projectile shatter, stood frozen, numbly exclaiming, "How is this possible? Who are you?" The white-haired girl was still not recovered from her earlier shock. She thought, "If I encountered anyone from the moon god dragon knights here, it would mean death, but this butler named Cage, who is he? He is much stronger than those knights." She contemplated while observing the situation around her. Earlier, after breaking 2 stones, there was one stone that accidentally had a spherical shape like a ball. Xander kicked it up like a soccer ball, saying, "From what I see, you are using a kind of physical enhancement magic." While speaking, he continued to juggle the stone. After juggling it for a while, he kicked it high up to face level and said, "Then let's play a game called Who's Stronger, Catch It." Saying that, he turned the sword sideways so it wouldn't slice through the stone, and struck it hard with the blade. The stone soared off like it had a rocket attached to its tail, flying fast and straight towards the goblin. The stone flew off, but Xander remained still, calmly saying, "Oh, so fast." The stone hit the giant goblin square in the face, causing it to fall backward to the ground, crushed. It still tried to get up, groaning a few sounds, You. He quickly advanced toward the spot where it was lying and delivered a strong kick right to its face. The goblin was in pain, clutching its face and crying out. As it released its hands from its face, the light above him was suddenly blocked by something, leaving only the shadow of someone else. It turned out to be a flat-chested white-haired lady who had jumped up, ready to deliver a kick to his face. Turning back to Xander, he thought to himself, "This girl really has a great deal of hatred." Suddenly, a gust of air flew past him. He opened his eyes wide, his pupils constricting. It was the aura of death. In the night sky, at that moment, one person was riding a dragon while another was flying through the air to engage in battle, causing chaos throughout the sky. The dragon rider turned and flew backward. The one who was ambushed, covered in wounds, spoke, "Just as I expected from you. This weapon has accompanied me through many battles, but you broke it easily." Cassandra landed on the ground. She raised her hand and shouted, "Liege, are you okay?" Behind her, the previously attacked figure was landing the dragon. He said to her, "Cassandra, do you know why I recognized you at first glance?" Hearing this, she turned her head and shot him a glare with her eyes like bullets. He continued, "Simply because I had information from Curtis's younger brother when you invaded the Xingyu villages." This time, Cassandra looked puzzled and asked back, "Does Curtis have a younger brother?" She continued to speak to him, "So you were sent here by him?" He raised his hand, flames flaring up, and said, "Not exactly." He lifted his hand to the sky, and his blue flames nearly enveloped the space. Cassandra looked at him, curious, "What do you intend to do?" Boom! A loud noise, the rocks on the cliff at the entrance of the cave sealed the path right where Cassandra stood. She quickly reacted, jumping to the side to avoid the falling rocks. Cassandra angrily turned back to glare at him, shouting, "Why did you do that, you bastard?" The guy, having just struck and not yet retracted his hand, calmly said, "I told you already, that demon over there is not the Demon King." "You've been doubting that, haven't you? Not knowing whether he is real or fake." He raised one eyebrow, looking at Cassandra with sarcasm and said, "If he were truly the Demon King, you wouldn't be worried about what I did, would you? So why do you look so tense?" Cassandra stared at him, hesitating to respond, "That's none of your business." Back inside the cave, Sebastian along with one of his goblin subordinates had made their way to where the giant goblin had just been defeated by Xander and Senia. Sebastian's subordinate spoke first, "Someone has taken down the giant goblin, who was it?" Sebastian voiced his deduction, "The mark on his head, he's also a knight and moon god, isn't he?" Sebastian coldly looked at the goblin subordinate and said, "Just keep going." The subordinate, frightened, stammered, "Why yes." After walking a little further, he suddenly felt something damp and slippery underfoot. Looking down, he realized it was blood. Looking up, he saw a group of goblins lying scattered in pools of blood. The goblin leading the way for Sebastian looked pale with fear, "All the guards have." The goblin nervously slowed down and turned back to look at him, saying, "Liege Sebastian, this is your doing, right?" Hearing the lowly goblin daring to question him, he felt a chill, his pupils constricting as he replied, "It's possible that a subordinate of mine did this." "Do you have an opinion on that?" Seeing his Demon King was angry, the goblin curled his tail back and said, "And no, I have no opinion." Then he awkwardly smiled, waving his hands to indicate he had none. At the same time, Sebastian thought to himself, "The eternal flame, could these corpses be the work of Xander?" The more he thought, the darker his expression became. Although Xander's skills were capable, that person wasn't typically cruel like this. The cuts were very sharp and thin, unlike Xander's weapons. He couldn't help but wonder, so who actually did this? This time, from the dark cave came a surge of terrifying power and an awful smell. The smell rushed straight into Sebastian's nose, making him break out in sweat. It was the stench of fresh blood. As he ventured deeper, the space became increasingly enveloped by the scent of blood on the ground and the bright red stains on the stone walls. It was blood, and it made both Sebastian and the subdued underling startle. Looking around, Sebastian asked the subdued minion, "Is this the room where you kept them?" The minion replied in a panic, "Yes, but where are the prisoners?" Sebastian thought to himself, "I have a bad feeling about this." He remained silent, staring straight towards the end of the room. Suddenly, from afar, a voice echoed, "Welcome, you have finally arrived." As the voice spoke, both Sebastian and the goblin accompanying him became cautious. The mysterious figure continued, "You are Sebastian, or should I call you the Demon King?" At the same time, beneath where he stood was a cage made of tree roots protruding from the ground, holding Xander captive. When he saw his Demon King arrive, he shouted, "Liege." Sebastian pondered in his mind, "Who is that?" Next to him, the guiding goblin shouted, "Connery!" The one sitting atop a pile of corpses of his kin said, "I've been waiting for you, Sebastian." His name is Connery, the younger brother of Curtis. The goblin leading Sebastian suddenly saw Connery and knelt down, loudly exclaiming, "Your Highness Lord Connery." The tone was respectfully earnest, but Sebastian's expression was bewildered. Then the goblin continuously bowed and begged for forgiveness as if fearing for his life. He said, "Please spare this humble life of mine, I implore you." Seeing this, Sebastian was even more surprised as he looked at him earnestly with a puzzled expression. He regarded him as if pondering something, his face unable to hide the sweat. He looked at the trembling goblin and couldn't help but wonder to himself, why is this guy so terrified? Connery, with blood all over his hands, leaning on the corpses of the people he was sitting atop, said, "Ah, right, you are the one from the bar." He brought his blood-stained fingers to his mouth and began licking them clean, then continued, "All the birds you caught for me were fantastic. That is an achievement for my glory. Why would I kill someone like that?" Hearing this, the goblin became even more terrified. He trembled and replied, "I did not recognize the Demon King and led my demon subordinates here. The Demon King's people have killed many of my kind. If I had recognized sooner. Please forgive me." Connery sat cross-legged on a pile of corpses, grinning with evident delight. He said, "What an interesting fellow." Meanwhile, Xander was locked in a cage, looking toward the goblin and shouted, "You dumbass, your guards were all killed by this guy." At that moment, Sebastian spoke up and asked, "Are you Connery, Curtis's brother?" The henchman, with a look of skepticism, glanced up at Xander with suspicion upon hearing such words. Sebastian shouted loudly toward Connery, "So now you've met me. All of this is your doing, isn't it?" As soon as he finished speaking, his brother emanated a surge of dark purple energy. The aura around him pushed away even the kneeling henchman. The blinding purple energy made the goblin clutch his head in fear and scream loudly. Sebastian appeared to grow even stronger, the pressure radiating outward, moving straight toward where Connery was sitting. Connery remained calm, dismissing his brother's power, while Xander smiled upon witnessing Sebastian's terrifying strength. The energy surged past Connery, and at that moment, he began to realize something. After a while, he finally came to his senses and acknowledged, his nether pressure is truly formidable. This time, Connery opened his mouth wide as if intending to do something. The elf raised 2 fingers and waved them across his face, creating a binding seal and murmuring an incantation. From a distance, Sebastian saw Connery emanating a beam of light. He shouted loudly, "Fire barrier!" At the same time, a voice rang out, "Wait, Master!" Connery's beam of light shot swiftly toward Sebastian. It was incredibly powerful, piercing straight through the defensive barrier he had just created, then straight through his chest, sending Sebastian flying. The elf minion turned back, his face drenched in sweat as he watched. Xander was also taken aback, stunned that his Demon King had been hit by such a lethal blow. The beam shot through his chest and immediately ignited a purple flame engulfing his entire body. He clawed at the wound in pain, desperately trying to grasp the area that had been penetrated. The voice rang out once more, "Master, hurry and extinguish the flame." It continued, "There are 5 types of elf fire. I will show you how to remove them right now." In the midst of his agonizing writing, Sebastian thought subconsciously, "Elf fire, no time." Thinking for a moment, Sebastian raised his hand straight up to the sky, creating a freezing ice bullet and shooting it directly into the air. He then used his hand to guide the ice energy beam to fly straight back towards him. Boom! A loud impact sounded as the ice bullet collided with Sebastian's body, creating a noise that startled the elf subordinate. Smoke began to rise around him as the moisture evaporated. The voice echoed in his head once more, "Master, only you could come up with this method. Are you all right?" Meanwhile, Sebastian was slowly standing up, leaning on the ground. He glared at Connery and said, "You dare to attack the Demon King? Are you insane? You must want to die." Connery slowly stepped down on the corpses of the harpies, looking down to the ground. He glanced at Xander with amusement and said, "Xander, let me ask you, is this really the Demon King?" Xander turned his head back in anger and replied, "Yes, how dare you ask that?" Connery, still unsatisfied, continued to question, "Do you want to know why I let you live?" Xander suspiciously exclaimed, "Huh?" Seeing this, Connery said, "I want you to become my subordinate when I, Connery, kill the Demon King right here." Xander immediately drew his sword, pointed it at Connery, and shouted loudly, "What? You dare? Let me out, I will fight you." Connery smugly replied, "Deal with it yourself. This bone cage has cost me quite a bit of money, so why would I let you out?" Xander continually swung his sword wildly in frustration, cursing, "You cowardly bastard. If it weren't for your little trick, I would have chopped you in half." Ignoring Xander's rampage in the cage, Connery turned to Sebastian and said, "Come here, Sebastian," with a provocative tone. The more he spoke, the darker his expression became. "You are the strongest and most wicked being on the continent, the most powerful sorcerer in the history of demons." He flashed a sinister smile and continued, "I never thought." As he trailed off, he soared into the air and said, "That you would die at my hands today." At that moment, below, Sebastian was panicking inside, thinking, "Damn it, what should I do now? My wound still needs to heal." While he clutched his shoulder that had been pierced through, painful thoughts racing in his mind, a voice echoed in his head, "Master, you need to avoid the next attack." Upon hearing the voice in his head, he glanced up at Connery. Both of his hands were spread wide, each creating a purple fireball. "That's super elf fire, if it hits you, you'll die." Hearing that he would die if he was hit, Sebastian shouted loudly, "If you burn me to ashes now, can anyone prove that it was really you?" Connery, upon hearing this, smirked wickedly and said, "Perfect." Then immediately, from two fireballs, he transformed them into two thin, razor-sharp circular saw blades. He declared, "Thank you for the reminder." Then he shouted loudly, "Then I need to take your head." Saying this, he swung his hand with great force, and the two saw blades flew in a curved parabolic trajectory towards Sebastian. At this moment, he thought, "So fast, the two saw blades are coming at me too quickly." But suddenly, an idea popped up in Sebastian's mind. "As long as it isn't an area attack, I can use it." With a slicing sound, a blinding light illuminated the entire room. Boom! Sebastian slammed one hand down on the ground, creating a massive seal that enveloped his entire body. The shockwave from Connery's attack sent the elf henchman who was kneeling nearby flying away. He was astonished that Sebastian was able to easily dodge the lethal blow. He exclaimed in surprise, thinking to himself, "Did he really evade that?" From Connery's perspective looking down, he saw his attack carving into the ground and immediately erupting into flames, forming a blazing cross. Connery's name was also confusing when he saw Sebastian teleporting face first into the wall. He bewilderedly said, however, "What is he doing? Why is he facing the wall?" On this side, Sebastian buried his face in the wall to hide his fear. He thought to himself, "Damn, I can't believe I'm still alive." Connery quickly regained his composure. He continued to unleash an attack like before, launching straight towards the corner where Sebastian was sitting. Bam! That powerful hit slammed straight into the wall, while Sebastian had already teleported back to his original spot. He teleported back to the cross-shaped fire, causing him to panic and struggle to maintain his balance to avoid falling into the elf fire. Connery up high witnessed everything and doubted, did he avoid it again? This time, not only did he avoid it, but Sebastian also managed to create an ice seal and pointed his finger at Connery. He shouted loudly, "Take this!" The ice bullet shot swiftly toward Connery before he could react. He took the hit to the face, rubbed one side of his cheek, and said, "You bastard." Connery continued, "Why are you so agile? You're a wizard, right? Are you using teleportation?" Saying that, he frowned and thought, "Indeed, it's an annoying spell, but why is there no backlash in his spell?" Then he continued to mutter some annoying incantation. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet, and fire burst out from that circle in waves. Connery looked down in surprise and still saw his Demon King. He silently fumed inside, thinking, another spatial teleportation. This is a rank 6 spatial teleportation spell, spiritual synesthesia. He smiled up at Connery with a smug expression. A voice rang out in his head, Master, amazing. Using spatial teleportation to reach his blind spot. He quietly said to the system, tell me if there's a chance to take him down. The voice responded, according to my data, the probability is 0%. He asked in confusion, could the data be wrong? The system replied, sorry, Master. I am just being honest with you. The system continued, your spiritual power may be great, but your highest level spell is only teleportation. You can evade him, but you do not have enough firepower to finish off the enemy. At this moment, Xander in the bone cage looked out with full of questions. He thought, what is happening? Why hasn't the battle ended? Isn't a person like the Liege able to kill him in a few seconds? Xander grinned widely, shouted, Liege, great. You are toying with him, right? He smirked and continued, you deserve to be looked down upon by the Liege like this. As he spoke, Xander laughed maniacally. Seeing Xander was like seeing a glimmer of hope for victory. He thought to himself, if the chance of winning is 0, then I need Xander's help. After delivering continuous strikes for a while, Connery caught on. He said, so that's it, you're allowing me to use single target spells. Your teleportation can only be used over short distances, so you're afraid of my area of effect spells. Saying that, he raised both hands to the sky, creating an enormous fireball. Now you have nowhere to run. That horn will be scorched by me. And if it still exists, it will be the evidence of what I did today. He panicked, not knowing how he figured out his intentions, exclaiming, what? Upon seeing his fireball, the system chimed in, Master, he's right. Connery shouted loudly, return to dust. The system reminded its master to run away, but Sebastian, with more guts than sense, raised his hand to the sky, making a hand sign to create a wall of fire. The system kept trying to advise its master not to fight him. Then, boom! The wall of fire was not for Sebastian but for Connery. The firewall took the shape of a sphere that perfectly enclosed him and his attack. He screamed, ah, that damned firewall! He broke through Sebastian's firewall and escaped, cursing incessantly, you bastard! Do you think that firewall has any effect on me? Do you think my magic works against me? With no time to listen to him, Sebastian quickly recited 2 short incantations and shot 2 beams that struck Connery in the sides of his chest. He was still confused and didn't understand what was happening. Connery, still cursing, surrounded himself with fire to melt the ice. Damn it, you Sebastian! He turned pale and continued, come face me with your dirty tricks. Do you find joy in mocking me? These simple spells are nothing at all. Saying that, he triumphantly shouted, if you want to play like this, then let me fight you barehanded. As he yelled, he charged like a rocket towards Sebastian. Sebastian looked at him, whispering some spell under his breath. Connery shouted, I've observed how you move. Die! As he screamed, he threw a punch while Sebastian jumped back to dodge. Then he raised both hands in front of Connery and loudly recited the other spell from earlier. He was on a roll, diving headfirst into casting the level 3 confusion spell that he had created himself. At that moment, my Demon King had moved to another spot, saying, you're swinging at thin air, Connery. You need to aim better. He retorted with a curse, you goddamn bastard, another stupid trick. Even though he had fallen into the illusion, he still managed to say, a level 3 spell against me? Just that alone won't fully create an illusion. Sebastian calmly replied, that's right, I know, which is why I used it. How does it feel to be humiliated by such a low-level spell? I'm just having fun with you. The more he spoke, the more terrifying his voice became, chasing me and diving right into the exact spot where I want. Do you notice the magic circle beneath your feet? That foolish Connery now realized, panicking as he said, when did you? He said, since I came to this world, I felt incredibly weak. It's truly noticeable. Connery stood towering in the strange space filled with magic, his hands tightly bound by a large, long, and heavy chain. Veins bulged throughout his body, his face became terrifying, and his eyes were full of rage. He struggled and screamed incessantly. Opposite him was Demon King Sebastian, calmly standing there, not the slightest bit shaken. His right hand was resting on the ground, calmly saying, "This is my last chance to end this man." Connery also tried to wriggle free from the chains. Seeing that, Sebastian thought for a moment, "Can I kill him this way?" Xander stood beside him, holding his sword over his shoulder, pondering. This spell is complicated and requires calculation, but a level 5 spell may not be enough to take him down. Just then, a flash of purple light flickered from beneath the ground. Both Xander and Sebastian were surprised, their eyes wide with confusion as they looked ahead. A dark figure slowly approached. It was Connery, with 2 visible gashes on his body. He gritted his teeth, his voice icy. "I understand now. You are just a human in a demon's guise." Connery continued, his eyes sharp. "You truly know nothing." He sighed, his voice filled with disappointment. "All of this is indeed disheartening." Connery tilted his head to look at Sebastian, his voice cold. "My foolish brother. Indeed, I underestimated you." Hearing this, Sebastian broke into a sweat, his face showing confusion. He thought to himself, "It's that bastard Curtis again." Then he asked, "Did Curtis tell you about me? What did he say? Did he tell you to come here to take my head?" The two stared at each other, their eyes locked in confrontation. Connery sneered, "How could my brother be so kind? Impossible. I only acquired this valuable information through my own efforts." Sebastian frowned, "And you believe in that? Your relationship with your brother doesn't seem very good." He immediately denied. "Who would dare to believe in such a thing? That's why I had Silas act as my eyes and ears, until the incident happened right outside the cave." Recalling ancient memories, Connery scoffed, "The strongest magic master couldn't withstand a mere elven fire." Sebastian not only showed no fear but also smirked. "So what? You sneaked in here and killed all of them, killed all the guards." He crossed his arms over his chest and calmly continued, "What for? To fight me, or did you want to take my life?" Sebastian continued speaking, as if slapping Connery in the face. "Do you really think that defeating me will help you, someone who isn't respected by the Elf Council, secure a place in the election?" He further went on the attack. "This will not help you become the next leader of the Elf clan. You cannot defeat your brother with such paltry strength." Those words were like daggers stabbing into Connery's heart. His face darkened, and his body hesitated slightly. Sebastian seized the opportunity to speak further. "You know well about me, Connery. You are foolish, and those like you never hold power for long." Connery flew into a rage, shouting, "What are you saying?" Sebastian remained unfazed, pointing directly at his face. "Even if you can take my head, do you really think you'll survive leaving here?" At that moment, Connery appeared lost, his eyes vacant, his mind filled with ellipses as he stared at Sebastian. Sebastian continued to argue. "First of all, Curtis, who discovered my anomaly, haven't you wondered why he didn't disclose this to the demon army? So why is he doing it now?" Sebastian pointed closer to Connery's face, his tone emphasizing each word. "Because he doesn't like you. He just needed an excuse to eliminate you." Sebastian smirked and continued, "I understand him better than anyone else. He always acts very carefully because if he makes a mistake, everything he has built will vanish." He stood firm, staring directly at his opponent and questioned, "Is he really so sure that I am weakened, or am I concocting some terrible plan?" From that question, Sebastian linked it to a familiar game. "Have you ever played werewolf?" Perhaps not. What about misinformation? What if I am deliberately spreading false information to have the villagers kill each other? From afar, Xander looked on with a confused expression, wondering, what is Leech talking about? Returning to the dialogue, Sebastian rested his hand on his chin, his gaze less than friendly. "Do you want to wager with me?" Outside the cave, it is likely being surrounded by the army. He continued the challenge. "If you take my head outside, what do you think will happen?" "You will immediately carry the label of a traitor throughout the continent." His opponent began to panic, speaking in a stutter. "Stop. You're speaking too fast. Sebastian continued to attack. Is this fast for you? This is truly a mindless game, and that's why you will never succeed. Sebastian continued to ask, each question stabbing like a dagger into the heart of his opponent. You still don't fully understand, do you? So why do you want to become the Demon King? Clearly, you are not fit for that position. If I were to kill you right now, they would only escort me back safely. He smirked, laughing at the figure before him. All right, it doesn't matter what you do, you have been deceived by Curtis, my foolish elf friend. You are nothing more than a pawn in the game that Curtis is playing. On the outside, Sebastian sounded confident, but deep down, he was genuinely afraid. He knew he was using tricks to mislead Connery. If I can't overpower my opponent with strength, then I must defeat him mentally. The weak always have their own ways. He thought, but will he realize that? The fear remained. Sebastian wondered, will I succeed? Meanwhile, Connery stood still before him, his eyes cold and sharp, not saying a word. Sebastian reassured himself, he is silent because of what I just said. It's just a simple ruse. After a long while, the other man suddenly broke into a strange smile and said, You don't resemble the Demon King at all. He is entirely tyrannical and arrogant. Since when did the Demon King start talking politics? At this moment, Connery seemed to understand something. He continued, his voice sharp, It's all just to conceal your facade, but one thing is true. As soon as he finished, Connery struggled with his limbs, his body seeming to be infused with new strength. His two arms gradually became covered in a coat of gray-black fur, the sky around him turned dark, and purple rays surged forth. He shouted loudly, I am not your brother. With this power, killing a creature like you is too easy. No matter what Curtis is planning, all I need to do is destroy everything. Connery charged straight toward the Demon King, the purple light around him seemingly paving the way for him. As he advanced, his roar grew louder, activating the Elven Halo status, Moon Halo summoning. This will greatly increase my combat abilities. This enhancement unleashed his attacking power, and as he got closer, his voice became even more resonant. Your tricks are of no effect on me. Sebastian immediately countered. He commanded, Firewall. A wall of fire erupted, the defense system in his eyes immediately alerted, Danger Level 1. Connery transitioned from running to flying, the purple light around him forming a guiding path. His two hands had now transformed into powerful, solid streams of purple light, as if they wanted to crush everything. He shouted loudly, once again with that useless thing. The purple light struck Sebastian directly, knocking him down and causing a fracture in his leg, accompanied by a scream full of pain. Connery sneered disdainfully, Too slow, Sebastian, too slow. Sebastian looked down at his broken leg, the pain unbearable. He grasped the fractured limb, his face etched with agony, the mournful cry echoing far away. From a distance, Xander felt his pain and shouted loudly, Liege Sebastian. Connery glanced at the broken leg in his hand, sneering softly before tossing it away. His gaze was filled with malice as he looked at Sebastian, saying, This is the end. With my power, any icy elemental object will turn to dust. Sebastian was engulfed in purple flames, his body burned, every fiber of flesh stinging with pain. He silently thought, it hurts so much. So much. Am I going to die like this? Then, as if to reassure himself, he thought, no, it can't be like this. I can't die. Inside his eyes, the system echoed with a comforting voice, Master, it is not too late yet. I can save you. If you concentrate, you may learn to counter elven fire right now. Please, don't give up. His hands gradually became limp, devoid of any strength. He struggled to speak, his voice broken, I'm sorry. I am too tired now. In the end, I don't belong to this world. In his eyes, only the shadows of a raging fire remained. He thought to himself, if I die today. But the train of thought was abruptly cut off as he slowly sank into darkness, perhaps having departed for good. Suddenly, a miracle happened. He opened his eyes, and before him was the light from the ceiling lamp. He blinked, panic-stricken. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up, realizing he was lying on a bed, with an intravenous drip in his arm. Before him was a new body with traits completely different from before. He looked around, vaguely guessing that this was a hospital. Without waiting any longer, he stepped down, slipped on a pair of slippers, and decided to stand up to find out. He murmured, unable to believe his eyes, "Have I returned?" He took a few unsteady steps but suddenly felt a tug. Turning back, he realized the 4-needle was still inserted in his arm. Because he had just time traveled, he didn't know what that was. He stubbornly continued to walk, causing the needle to pop out. A slight pain, like an ant bite, made him feel something unusual. He looked down at his hand, glanced at the wound, and then looked up at the ring being worn on his middle finger. He seemed unconcerned, and walked straight to the door. He decisively twisted the doorknob, opening it. He looked outside. Everything around him was very strange. He couldn't stop staring. Before him was a vast expanse of green, with no Xander and no Connery, just him and that sky. But it didn't last long. A whirlwind appeared, and a loud scream echoed from afar, "You!" The whirlwind approached him, as if it wanted to sweep him away. He suddenly felt panic. Then immediately, he turned back inside. The scream kept resonating, "You dare to run away from me!" At this moment, he could only run as fast as he could. But a gust of wind pulled him back. He intended to lean on his sandals to run again, but they couldn't hold him because the wind was too strong. And then, that mysterious source of power pulled him out of the void, pulled him out of that room. The voice continued to resonate, "I will throw your soul down to hell if I can." He could no longer control his body. He looked at the ring and tried to take it off. His clothes were tattered, and a chaotic thought ran through his mind, "Damn it, he dragged me in." The deeper he was pulled inside, the smaller his screams became. The end point of that vortex was a place surrounded by silence. He rolled on the ground like a ball, each thump echoing, looking utterly tormented. Eventually, he was able to stop. He sat on the edge of the abyss, his hands and feet curiously fidgeting, asking, "Where am I?" Suddenly, a voice resounded, accompanied by black light, "It is your home." He panicked but didn't know how to respond. The figure in the shadows continued, "You are the one who took my body." His eyes widened in shock, mouth agape, unable to understand what was happening. Then the dark figure gradually revealed a person who resembled him before, but the difference was that this person was many times larger than him, with strength 1,000 times more than his. He was bound by massive, sturdy chains. He continued to curse at him, "You filthy parasite." With his small physique, he timidly asked, Who are you?" The large man looked at him and continued, "You are living my life, how dare you ask that?" He widened his eyes and looked up, "Are you the Demon King?" Then he hesitated and continued, "You are the real Sebastian." The gaze of the Demon King was truly terrifying to behold, but he still gently asked, "You seem to be afraid of me, why is that? Didn't you take away my life? Finally, I have found you." He kept staring at him in astonishment, "Have you always?" He hesitated but did not continue with that question. Instead, he asked, "Forget it, why are you looking for me?" The large man neither replied nor paid him any attention. He just flailed about, demonstrating his strength, leaving him so confused that he nearly fell over. Then, just a few seconds later, the man's face turned angry, fierce. He yelled, "Let me teach you." Then, he transformed into the form he had just been fighting against Connery. The intertwining blue and purple light merged together, creating an extraordinary glow before that figure. The name Connery, who had earlier been confidently putting on airs, was now far more panicked. Xander looked on in surprise. Even the elf henchman was wide-eyed, glancing upwards. The large man had completely integrated into the body from earlier and continued the unfinished sentence, "What does it mean to be a Demon King?" As soon as the words were spoken, mysterious symbols appeared all around. "Kiddo, answer me." A haunting and dark voice emerged, "Why are you in my body?" That voice belonged to the real Sebastian, the true owner of the body. "How can you control my body?" he asked Su Rofeng. The two faced each other within the depths of their minds. Su Rofeng answered candidly, I come from another world. He felt a bit anxious facing the true Sebastian and the darkness he brought. In that world, I died, and I don't know why my soul was transported here and into your body. He explained in detail the reason they were now sharing one body. The real Sebastian responded with an irritated tone, glaring at Su Rofeng with his fiery red eyes, then hurry up and die, parasite. He disliked having a being use his body, reside within him, and control it. Not to mention that he was also sharing an inner world with him, he was the complete antithesis of him. Give my body back. It was understandable that he did not like him. Two beings opposite in ideology, thoughts, and actions. He was shocked when he heard him say, What? I can't believe it. How can he simply tell me to die like that? He felt overwhelmed. He was angry that he was still sitting there leisurely. He yelled out, This bastard. The shout blew him away, Hurry up, die already. Sebastian truly could not stand having someone inside his body anymore. He wanted to eliminate him immediately like a purged parasite. Su Rofeng replied, Stop. The shouting relentlessly pushed him away. He thought, such strong pressure. He is imprisoned, while I am not. Su Rofeng declared loudly, If you want me to return this body, then let's make a deal. Return my soul to its original body. He felt somewhat apprehensive towards him. Sebastian truly felt he was not worthy to speak with him. Parasite, how dare you? He arrogantly responded, I am the Demon King. I do not negotiate. Who do you think you are? He asserted, If you don't agree, I will not give up this body. He asked him, Aren't you afraid of me? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you right now? He stood up step by step, Yes, if you want to kill me. He challenged him, I understood the secret you have been doing since I fell down here. He firmly responded. Sebastian was silent, he could not say anything more. You. He was furious, his eyes turning even redder. What do you want from me? Sebastian now, Su Rofeng said, First of all, I really don't understand this, but before Sarif died, he told me you must hold your head high. Sebastian is currently trapped up high. He wondered, Sarif? He blushed and said, He said, God did this, God wants me to save this world. He laughed loudly in excitement, Save this damned place, just you alone? He was angry at what he said, Do you think I want to do that? His emotions plummeted, feeling a bit sad, I have met some of your subordinates. The Demon King wondered, What do you mean? He replied to him, I don't think you deserve to be the Demon King. You want to conquer the world, which is impossible if it continues like this. He heard that and shouted loudly. That's the only thing you do well. How many times has this happened? Go ahead and be angry. You can't even hurt me. He grimaced, You insolent brat, soon I'll tear you apart. Yeah, all right. Instead of arguing with you like this, you have a problem controlling your anger, he said. Listen to me, shall we make a deal? He continued to refuse, a deal? Why should I do that with you? Sebastian weakly held onto Connery's head, Connery, you've only come this far. Time passed and another demon slumped down. He had also accidentally wet himself, his body shaking uncontrollably. Xander, trapped, saw everything and was shocked. Curtis's brother's corpse still stands firm. What just happened? I can't even see clearly, it was too fast. 2 minutes earlier, Connery was still standing there, what's going on? The aura he radiates is changing, this feeling isn't right. At that moment, Sebastian had his right leg severed, amputated from the middle of his calf, a disgraceful display. He began to chant, and small creatures around him appeared. As he chanted, the creatures were sucked into the magic, gathering to form a large monster. The queen of the magic beetles summoned synesthesia of death rank 8, shocking everyone around. Sebastian's legs gradually healed and then accelerated, his legs were restored to normal. Master, since when could you use this spell again? This death magic, have you regained your memories? The voice from the fire in his left eye echoed. Shut up, you useless thing, What? The Eternal Flame system has always been loyal to you. Is that so, Connery? You're here to take my head off. Go ahead, what are you standing there for? Connery was shocked, he couldn't move. He looked up, this is the moon halo form. He laughed, let me make it stronger. Then he raised his hand and fired at the orb. He chanted, and the orb grew larger. Connery suddenly screamed, surrounded by a surge of energy. Pathetic, Sebastian said. Connery's power surged, he completed his transformation, his strength rising to 29,766. Seeing this, Sebastian said, now, use all your strength to try to defeat me. Master, you have regained your memory. How can you control it? Sebastian replied to the fire, shut up. One more word, and I will personally destroy you. Level 1 warning. Then, Curtis's brother, Connery, launched an attack from his wings aimed at Sebastian. Xander panicked, the flames are too big. Sebastian held his ground, Elven Fire Super Level, one of the strongest spells in the fire system, but for me. Saying that, Sebastian wrapped his sturdy, expansive wings around his body. Child's play, he said, then dispelled that high-level technique. Connery was shocked and continued to attack. It seems you can resist many types of fire. Then try my own purple fire. Connery charged in, accepting it. Sebastian took a feather from his wing, if we're talking about fire. He waved a path towards Connery who was charging in. He used the Hellfire Rank 9 technique, Synesthesia Chaos, Connery, the fire. Black. Sebastian grabbed the head, I call it Hellfire. You've never seen it, have you? Or have you only heard of it and thought it was mere fiction? I mastered this spell 20 years ago. Those who have died under my black flame. Sebastian raised his left hand, you should feel honored to die by it. Xander looked up in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The developments were too rapid, what just happened? At this moment, Sebastian, or Su Rofing, asked, what are you saying? Connery is dead? Sebastian's expression turned serious, you fool, I'm controlling that body now. A little parasite. He was more excited. Inside that inner world, it trembled, you think I will let you use my body anymore? He spoke defiantly, shattering the shackles that bound him. Sebastian said, not a chance, wolf. Now die, bug. Su Rofing jumped, wait. I have something to say to you. Hey! He said in panic. The Real Sebastian waved his hand, shouting loudly and casting a spell toward him. Su Rofing, terrified, raised his hands to shield himself. The ring on his middle finger glowed, countering the Demon King, the light even more brilliant. The pins grew larger and pinned Sebastian's body tightly against the sturdy wall. The demon dragged out a groan, it hurts. How dare you? Su Rofing thought, this guy is really hard to talk to. At this moment, Sebastian, or rather Su Rofing thought, that is the power of the tears of an angel. Does it really have any effect? He wondered. Suddenly he looked down at the Red River, a circular image appeared, showing that is Connery's corpse. At this moment, Sebastian suddenly spoke up, thief, remember this, I will never tidy up your mess. There will come a time when you have to do it yourself. Next time you die, even if my body is destroyed, I'd rather that than leaving this body to you. Su Rofing questioned, why? I'm not your enemy. The ground beneath his feet crumbled, and Su Rofing fell into free fall. He landed in the hole he had just observed, startled. Sebastian had now returned, and he didn't have time to perceive his surroundings before collapsing as well. Sebastian fell to the ground. Xander curiously asked, Liege, can you help me get out of here? Sebastian then rubbed his head, it hurts. He asked, Eternal Flame, do you have a way to free him? Master, why do you ask me? You know more about the spells than I do. It seems I've lost my memory again, Sebastian said, glancing at Connery's bloodied corpse beside him. The eternal flame replied, "What? His legs have fully healed. Mine is some healing spell." Master, the magical trap depends on the user's body and the spell to break it. What will you do next? He responded, "Do you know how to reverse the spell? If Connery hasn't directly encoded the spell, we could try reversing the enchantment on the magical trap using a cosmic magic spell." Having said that, Sebastian recited the incantation, breaking the trap that imprisoned Xander. Sebastian commanded Xander, "Find that elf girl." "Yes, she is just unconscious, still breathing. It's probably because she was in shock witnessing her people being slaughtered like this. How brutal, I never expected them to be so cruel," Sebastian said and glared at the elf. The elf flinched, kneeling, "I only..." He tried to explain, "I was just following orders, please spare my life." The elf girl woke up, "Kill him." Xenia said, "Don't let him live." "Boss, it's him," she cried. "All my family has been killed by him. It's not right. I was only acting under orders. If I don't collect enough ice elves on time, I will lose my life." Sebastian looked at him, "Now you call them elves? Disgusting. You just killed your own people. They may look harmless, but the elf race is even more brutal than my demon clan. I will give you a chance." The ice elf raised his head, "If you can defeat my subordinate, Cage, you will be given a path to live." Xander replied, "I have been trapped in that magic trap for too long. Thank you, boss, for giving me a chance to stretch my limbs." The ice elf said, "Really? As long as I defeat him." The elf screamed, "Come here, you stupid butler." Power level increased to 8,129. "I will kill you gently." Xander swiftly decapitated him. "What did you say? A circus act? Too weak." He easily took down the elf. Sebastian ordered, "Take their heads and follow me." Xander replied, "Yes." Sebastian thought, "I don't want to kill him, but Diderot has witnessed the battle between me and Connery. I must not make a mistake, and he has to die. Unwanted things will continue to come if I am not ruthless enough. I cannot survive any longer." Xander used his sword in hand, continuously striking the rock until it shattered. The group escaped from the cave. They were surprised to see Cassandra going berserk, annihilating the minions in front of her. Sebastian realized, "Cassandra! The lunar dragon knights in the sky are like a wasp nest disturbed. As I expected, the lunar dragon knights. They come here to collect the spoils if I die." That demon, Silas, shouted, "Huh? Demon King, him." He said, "Xander, throw it away." Xander obeyed, "Yes, right away." Then he tossed the two heads far away. The demons immediately recognized, "This is Connery's head." Sebastian shouted loudly, "He is the leader of this empire. I, Demon King Sebastian, Connery had to pay the price for attempting to kill me. Do not blame me for this, it is just that his fighting ability was too weak." He pointed at Xander, "That fool was taken down by my subordinate quite easily." The demon riding on the dragon suddenly exclaimed, "Xander!" Xander turned to Sebastian, confused, "Liege, what are you saying?" "Just agree and follow my lead." "You took him down, don't worry." Xander, with a face full of questions, said, "Huh? This one is too soft." The demon riding the dragon realized, that kid, Xander, one of the 13 demon generals. He was killed by him. But my liege Connery is incredibly powerful. Could it be that if he didn't do it? If the Demon King was truly the one who killed my liege, the Demon King has not lost his strength. This is just a twisted play of his to lure out the deserters and kill each one. Sebastian exclaimed, "Oh, Silas! What is that look in your eyes? Why have you not yet knelt?" Silas jolted, "The Lunar Dragon Knights wish to pay their respects to you, Demon King." "Hail to you, Demon King!" The dragons landed, and the demons also knelt. Xenia looked at Sebastian, "Demon King, the horns of the demon on his head, this is the supreme leader of the 13 kingdoms, Demon King, the greatest sorcerer in the history of demons, Demon King Sebastian. He turned to Xenia. What's wrong with you, Anjali? Please forgive me. My liege. I am on my way to the elf capital, Ixtel. I want you to come with me. In the dark night, powerful winds suddenly began to rise in the sky. Accompanying these fierce winds were giant dragons, the sky seeming to be enveloped by them. These dragons looked very fierce. Among them, a group of people was sitting on the back of a two-headed dragon. No one else but Sebastian, sitting in a chair that looked very imposing. A tremendous power radiated from him. He sat on a throne like a great king, and it seemed that the dragons covering the entire sky were under his control. Around him were his close companions. To Sebastian's left was Cassandra, with purple hair and a horn protruding from her forehead. In contrast to Sebastian, she had a pair of small wings behind her. She carried a large scythe on her shoulders, resembling the Grim Reaper. To Sebastian's right was Xander, who sat on the ground. He had red hair, and at first glance, he appeared to be a rather hot-tempered individual. Behind Xander was Xenia. She looked different from everyone else, with white hair, blue skin, and a pair of red eyes that appeared quite terrifying. Everyone seems to be heading somewhere. Unlike Sebastian, who was very serious, those around him appear to be quite calm. Suddenly, Sebastian's eyes widen, and sweat starts to drip down. Before him appears something that causes his serious expression to fade, replaced by one of surprise and worry. Before their eyes lies the capital of the elves, Ixtel. Though it doesn't resemble a palace, this place is magnificent, surrounded by vast forests that boast a highly advanced civilization. The city looks very modern. There are dazzling lights all around that create a stunning sight. In the center of the elven city stands a sphere resembling the moon, enveloped by gigantic diamonds. The light emanating from this sphere spreads everywhere, seemingly serving as the energy source for this beautiful city. Cassandra gazes at the city with an enthusiastic expression. She remarks to Sebastian in a complimentary tone, "It truly is a grand city, not inferior to Holy Wing City at all." Meanwhile, Sebastian still seems to be in shock. His face shows disbelief as he responds to her uncertainly, "Indeed." At the same time, Xander is looking elsewhere and appears extremely alarmed. His face turns anxious, and he calls out to Sebastian in a frightened tone, "Liege." He continued speaking anxiously, "There are a few figures approaching here." Suddenly, from afar, many dark shapes with large wings rushed towards them. As they drew closer, they could see them clearly. They were creatures with faces and wings resembling eagles, but their bodies were like those of lions. On their heads were two antlers similar to those of deer, and they looked very large. On their backs were the guards of the city of Ixtel, coming in great numbers. Everyone looked at the guards in surprise, only Xenia was different. She appeared extremely frightened and anxious. Sebastian glanced at Xenia, his face now no longer showing surprise. With a serious expression, he spoke to Xenia, wanting to reassure her, "There's no need to be afraid of them. I am here with you. Is there any fool who dares to cause trouble while I am here?" Seemingly a little more at ease, Xenia replied softly, "Yes." After calming Xenia, he turned towards the guards, looking at them with sharp eyes. He sternly asked them, "Who are you? Is it not the snake Curtis? Where is he? Am I not welcome here by him?" His face gradually became angry. In response to Sebastian's frightening question, the kneeling guard bowed before him and replied, "Yes, King Curtis is busy preparing for the election. He is going around everywhere." Then he hesitated and continued speaking in a fearful tone, "Please, Demon King, understand that the election is very important, so..." Before he could finish, Xander, with an angry expression, shouted at the guard, "What are you trying to say? Are you saying that wandering around this elf country is more important than welcoming my liege?" Sebastian and Cassandra also looked at them with very intimidating expressions. Xander continued to shout, "The Demon King is here, yet that bastard Curtis can't even come out to welcome him in his own country. After hearing those words, the guard, who had previously appeared respectful and fearful, began to change. His expression was completely different, likely due to his anger at the insult to his king. He exuded a murderous aura and said, "Mind your words. He is still our king. Who are you to dare say that?" Then he asked Xander, "Do you need me to remind you who I am?" His tone was threatening towards Xander. Faced with those words, Xander sprang to his feet, his expression turning angrier, the veins on his face becoming prominent. One hand tensed, gripping the sword behind him, and he shouted, "I will cut off your head." To halt the argument, Sebastian looked at him and said, "Enough, don't be so rude, Xander." Then he turned to the guard with a serious and grave expression, saying, "You bring Curtis to me right now." He spoke in a very intimidating tone. Upon hearing those words from Sebastian, the guard's earlier furious demeanor vanished. He bowed his head, not daring to look Sebastian in the eye, and spoke fearfully, "But my liege." He trembled and continued, "King Curtis is really busy and—" Before he could finish, suddenly something struck him quite hard on the head. His eyes widened, and his mouth hung open. He anxiously raised both hands to brace the object. Before him, resting in the palm of his hand, was indeed the head of a liege. He exclaimed in a panic, "Liege Connery." Sebastian, from a distance, said in a very menacing tone, "Send this to Curtis." The sky around looked truly gloomy. He continued to speak, "We will wait here." Sebastian crossed his arms, his face growing angrier, his eyes piercingly fixed on him. He spoke in a threatening tone, "I give you 15 minutes to bring that foolish king here." The fear emanating from him made everyone around feel terrified. 15 minutes later, after his wait, they finally returned, accompanied by a quite large troop. Leading the troop was none other than Curtis. He looked majestic, standing tall with an angry expression, holding the head of Liege Connery in his hands. At his appearance, Sebastian seemed worried, beads of sweat forming as he looked at Curtis, as if probing. Suddenly, from that imposing stance, Curtis unexpectedly knelt and showed great reverence to Sebastian. He spoke respectfully, "Captain of the Second Army Curtis, I greet the Demon King. Please forgive my tardiness, I had a few matters to attend to." He looked quite dangerous. Sebastian gazed at him, appearing anxious. He spoke gently, "Your brother attempted to assassinate me." Then he continued to speak, but not as gently as before. He asked in a serious tone, "Tell me what you think." He seemed to be showing fear, the hand holding the head of Liege Connery suddenly trembling. He responded in a frightened tone, "Even though he is my brother, I don't know why he did that." Unlike that fearful tone, his face still looked truly terrifying. His eyes, though now filled with tears, remained sharp. His mouth curved into a mysterious smile, crying and speaking at the same time, "He deserved it." He spoke bluntly. Sebastian looked at him, his eyes became skeptical. He mumbled to himself while looking at him, his face unable to believe this. Although just a moment ago his expression was still crying, after a while, he had calmed down. He closed his eyes, showing a reverent demeanor towards Sebastian, carefully saying, "Even though he was a traitor, he is still my kin. So even though I agree with killing him, I hope to have an honorable burial for my brother." After saying those words with respect to Sebastian, he suddenly looked toward Xander and asked, "Xander, I heard that you killed my brother." His face gradually turned angry, his eyes seemingly wanting to kill the one who had killed his younger brother. A tremendous aura of killing intent emanated from him. Dark circles under his eyes showed the signs of weeping for his brother. He continued to speak to Xander in an aggressive manner, "You really did that? You have that capability." In the face of such anger, Xander displayed a face of confusion, looking very indifferent. Sebastian, with a serious expression, confidently replied to Curtis's question, "I witnessed it with my own eyes, there's no reason to doubt it." Behind him was Xenia, hiding behind him with a frightened expression. Sebastian, looking very calm, continued to speak to Curtis, "For the Elf Clan elections, I will remain here from today onwards." Curtis's face gradually changed, he was no longer angry. He responded, "It is my honor, my liege. I will prepare the best room because you are my demon king." After saying that, he seemed to hesitate about something. Suddenly, he broke into a strange smile, as if he was plotting something. He continued, "But before that, there are a few things I must clarify." The aura of killing intent radiating from him gradually increased. He pointed at Xenia, who was standing hidden behind Sebastian, and spoke bluntly, "That bird girl." His face became serious, and he looked really determined. The look in his eyes revealed a lot of killing intent, appearing very frightening. He continued speaking, "Please leave it to us, that is the Queen of the Harpies." Xenia, hiding behind, also burst into tears upon hearing those words. She became panicked, her face full of fear. Sebastian looked at her with a seemingly surprised gaze. Then he turned to Curtis and firmly stated, "The Queen of the Ice Elves, do not discriminate, Curtis." "I refuse." His gaze also became sharper. Curtis, on the opposite side, after hearing those words, responded with great anger, "When the elf tribe joined the demon army, I told you not to interfere in my family matters." Then he continued as if cursing, "Those damned bird people, do not involve them, Demon King." Sebastian asked him with a serious expression, "Those are ice elves. Tell me, Curtis, why are you slaughtering them? Will you share the reason with me?" He knelt down respectfully, gently replying, "This is fundamentally my personal issue." Then he hesitated to continue, "I have nothing to say." After hearing those words, Sebastian said nothing. He stood up, and suddenly, a pair of purple wings appeared behind him, looking truly mystical. He spread his wings wide and flew towards Curtis, to the astonishment of Cassandra and Xander. Then he flew amidst the vast sky covered by the night, surrounded by sparks of light that made the nighttime sky even more magnificent. He flew towards Curtis and landed in front of him. Sebastian looked terrifying. He emanated the presence of a demon king with colossal power. In front of this appearance, Curtis seemed very troubled, he was both surprised and afraid. Sebastian looked at him, his face now filled with rage. He spoke in a serious tone, "I am tired of your nonsense. Stop acting, elf. I have reached the core, and you have cooled the core with the scales of the ice elves. You call this the plan of the century?" He questioned him in a tone devoid of mercy. Curtis looked at him with a face full of fear, his face dripping with sweat, feeling as though he had been completely seen through. He trembled and replied to Sebastian, "You know." He hesitated and then continued, "So what? It's just that I've lost." That question seemed to challenge Sebastian. Sebastian's anger had reached its peak. He stood tall, his body strong with clearly defined muscles. A tremendous energy radiated from him, enveloping the area around him. His eyes shimmered, emitting a pink flame reminiscent of demonic fire. On the other hand, Curtis was kneeling, appearing terrified as he sensed the immense power and killing intent emanating from Sebastian. Seeing this, Sebastian looked at him and sternly said, "You have overestimated yourself, elf. While you play a significant role in the Demon Legion and you do your job well, just like your brother, do you really think I will let this slide?" His figure at that moment proved that he was indeed a demon king with formidable strength. Standing before the colossal power released by Sebastian and his warning words, Curtis lowered his head, his face marked by fear. He did not dare to meet Sebastian's gaze. The sky was filled with dragons soaring in all directions. On Curtis's two-headed dragon was himself, kneeling before the terrifying presence of Sebastian. The creature seemed to endure a heavy pressure. Meanwhile, Xander looked at them with a worried and astonished expression. He asked Cassandra hesitantly, "Hey, something seems to be going on." Then he suggested to Cassandra, "Shouldn't we go check it out?" Contrary to Xander's anxiety, Cassandra appeared very calm. She seemed to have great faith in her liege. She confidently replied to Xander, "Don't worry too much." Then her eyes turned towards her liege. She continued, "If the liege decides to fight, we will always support him, right?" Her gaze demonstrated both her trust and loyalty towards Sebastian. On Sebastian's and Curtis's side, after a while, Curtis finally found the courage to look up at Sebastian. He appeared calm at that moment. He said to Sebastian, "Wait, my liege, I have something to say first." Before he could finish speaking, Sebastian interrupted him. He looked even angrier than before and sternly said, "Hey, Curtis." With that anger, his hands clenched into fists. The atmosphere around them became heavier than ever. The pressure emanating from Sebastian made others feel as if they could hardly breathe. His left eye shone and took on an angry shape, while his right eye looked truly sharp. He spoke in a threatening tone, "Shut your mouth, I don't need you anymore. I will investigate on my own." Saying that, Sebastian let himself go, revealing many weaknesses. He turned to leave, heading back to his own place. As he walked, he said to Curtis, "The king's election, huh? Maybe I'll find someone, a younger elf who knows how to listen." His tone now sounded mocking. Hearing those words, Curtis seemed to snap back to reality. The fearful look in his eyes gradually disappeared. He looked both surprised and filled with thoughts. "He doesn't need me." Curtis looked truly anxious as he heard those words. Like a surge of anger fueling him, he no longer showed any fear. His hand clenched tightly, muscles tensing, the energy from his punch emanating. He thought, "That bastard Sebastian, I will kill you right here." With a treacherous surprise attack, the energy continued to build. His eyes turned fierce and sharp. He focused intently on Sebastian to find a weakness, determined, "I will kill him." But it seemed the heavy pressure from Sebastian had deeply etched itself into his mind. Other thoughts suddenly popped into his head. Wait, could it be he is waiting for this? Cassandra was outside with Silas, while Xander was certain he could not kill his brother. Thinking then, he suddenly doubted everything. His face now turned tense and looked very terrifying. He remained in a kneeling position, with his brother's head beneath his feet. He couldn't stop thinking, in the end, who did this? Could it be Sebastian? No way. Why would that hateful guy say it was Xander who did it? What is he planning? I can't see through it. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and he couldn't stop doubting everything. Suddenly, he brushed aside all those thoughts. The fearful demeanor from before was gone. He smiled wickedly, his eyes directed toward Sebastian. He took a stance, his hands poised like a knife. From that hand emanated a dark energy, the energy gathering around him. It seemed he had gained clarity and made his decision. "I don't care anymore, it's best to eliminate him." Thinking this, he aimed at Sebastian, who was unguarded. But in the face of that dangerous situation, Sebastian seemed to have noticed. The force around him was also intensifying. Although seen from behind, Sebastian still exuded a dignified demeanor. He spoke to Curtis in a tone that was quite terrifying. "Hey elf." Just one call, but it was filled with danger from him. Faced with that terrifying dignity, Curtis appeared extremely frightened. The sinister smile on his face was gone, and his eyes lost their sharpness. He gradually stepped back, looking up at Sebastian with a fearful demeanor. Sebastian turned to face him, glaring so fiercely that Curtis dared not raise his head. Then he threatened, "Stop the slaughter of ice elves, understood?" His expression was very intimidating. In front of that terror, Curtis no longer had the intention to sneak attack. He bowed his head, pressed his face to the ground, knelt down, and showed respect to his liege. He gently replied, "Yes." His appearance now looked very fearful. The pressure from Sebastian made him unable to stand up. Sebastian's tremendous power weighed heavily on Curtis. He sweated, grit his teeth, his face was filled with fear, his whole body trembled, both relieved and scared as he had just narrowly escaped death. After that conversation, everything seemed to move inside. Although the view from outside the capital of the elves appeared magnificent, the scene inside was even more splendid and vibrant by several times. The surroundings were illuminated by the lights of the houses, brightening the area dramatically. In the sky, the stars were also shining. In the middle stood a grand building, around it were things that seemed to protect that very structure. The bathroom was no less magnificent than outside. In the center of the bathroom was a colossal ancient tree, seemingly existing for thousands of years, towering high into the sky. Surrounding that ancient tree were sparkling lights radiating out, making it a beautiful place suitable for relaxation. Beneath the ancient tree was a bathtub, and in that bathtub was Sebastian. He looked quite weary, his face contorted. He rested his head on his two hands, sighed and said, "Trying to stab me in the back, not a chance, wolf." He also showed a bit of concern for the days ahead. His face gradually became serious, a stark contrast to the relaxed expression just moments before. Looking up at the sky, he thought, this journey is truly insane. Wherever I go, death always appears. I have also stared death in the face several times. His face gradually fell into deep thought. Upon thinking of that, a vision emerged in his mind of a person pierced through the body by a gigantic sword. That was Sarif, who had long golden hair and wore a golden armor. His eyes shone brightly as the massive sword impaled him, and a great light enveloped him. That image replayed in Sebastian's mind, making him think, "Damn alternate world, I hate Ice Sky." He looked very angry. Gazing at the massive ancient tree, his face was contemplative, as if blaming himself, saving the world, and I can't even save this damn life. He began to waver in thought, to be honest, I'm not interested in this. Why am I doing this? He again thought of facing the Curtis around him, the feeling of impossibility washed over him. In that thought, the Curtis looked truly evil, with fierce eyes and a sinister grin. Surrounding him were countless ice elves who had been brutally killed. Sebastian, standing up from the bathtub, was still completely naked, without a shred of cloth. He pondered, the ice elves have been brutally murdered. If I could change anything, I would try. With all his strength, Sebastian now looked very determined. He seemed to have prepared everything he needed to do in this battle. He was still seriously thinking about finding a way to solve the elf clan's problem first. But before he could finish his thoughts, he was suddenly surprised by the appearance of Cassandra. She emerged from the bathtub, her eyes staring intently at something of Sebastian's. His face turned bright red, and he hurriedly spoke in confusion, "Cass, what are you doing here?" Contrary to Sebastian's surprise and embarrassment, Cassandra seemed delighted. She stared at him and spoke in a loving tone, "My liege," with some kind of mischievous intent. Her face gradually turned red as her eyes continued to fixate on that thing. She put her hand under her chin, looking as if she was reasoning something with a surprised expression. She then continued, "I haven't replenished my energy in these past few days." And her face then looked truly sinister. Then, she jumped up, wrapping her arms around Sebastian's neck, looking very cheerful, and gently said to him, "So, let's do that now, my liege." At her words, Sebastian looked very flustered, his face flushed and appearing panicked. Outside, standing at the door was Xander. Sebastian's voice echoed outside as he shouted loudly, "Hey, stop, don't touch that of mine." He shouted as if calling for help. Cassandra said as if to tease him, "Is it your weakness, liege?" She wore a wicked smile. Xander stood at the door, appearing very calm, his face as if accustomed to this. Suddenly, from a distance, Xenia walked over, pointing at the door and asking, "What are Liege and Cassandra doing?" Her face looked quite innocent at this moment. Xander's face turned bright red, awkwardly explaining, "Just some water exercises, something like that." "I don't really know." He looked very embarrassed at that moment. After saying that, he crossed his arms, looked at Xenia, and said to her, "You should go rest, aren't you tired yet?" It seemed he was worried about her. Xenia awkwardly replied, "I can't sleep." She looked very confused at that moment. Then her face suddenly fell, her eyes filled with sorrow. She bit down hard on her teeth, showing signs of discomfort. Xander displayed a worried expression for Xenia. He asked her, "Are you sad because of the death of your kin?" Xenia clenched her fists, blaming herself, "I promised everyone that I would save them." Xander looked at her with a worried gaze and affirmed, "It's not your fault." Then he comforted her, saying, "Liege will fix everything, don't worry anymore. Just go to sleep." Xenia seemed unable to control her anxiety and sorrow. She appeared extremely scared, panic-stricken as she said, "This is Ixtel, the capital of the elf tribe. I am afraid." She hesitated and then continued, "I am afraid that if I sleep, someone will come to kill me." She could not feel at ease while being here. Xander, with a face full of astonishment, asked her, "Why? Aren't you an elf too?" His face seemed to be unable to comprehend anything. Then suddenly, he seemed to realize everything. He covered his mouth with his hand, horrified by the thought, "Oh no, I shouldn't have said that." Looking at Xenia, she appeared very frightened, her hands hugging herself, eyes closed as if she did not want to look ahead, her body trembling continuously from fear. Seeing Xenia, he came to understand that she was the leader of the Ice subtribe, the most valuable prisoner of the Civil War. This was indeed the stronghold of the enemy, so it was natural to be scared. In the end, he also understood everything. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed, "Don't be afraid." A hand pushed the door open, and stepping out from inside were Sebastian and Cassandra. His face looked very serious about the situation this time, while Cassandra's expression appeared very happy. Sebastian spoke frankly, "Trust me. I will never let anyone lay a finger on you or your people again." Xenia's eyes widened, her mouth agape as if she couldn't believe it. She looked very surprised. Without giving her a chance to say anything, Sebastian looked at Xenia and flashed a cunning smile. He said, "If you can't sleep, then we will discuss the next steps of the plan. I'm sure you'll be intrigued by what I'm about to say." His face looked very cheerful, as if he was plotting something. Xenia's expression darkened, her mood filled with indescribable confusion. She recounted her past. "My father was the chief of the Ice Elf clan, he was injured by Curtis 2 years ago. Before he died, he told me." At that moment, images of Xenia from before flooded back in memories before her father passed away, with heavy wounds on his chest. He instructed Xenia with a heavy breath, "Xenia, you will be the next queen of our Ice Elves clan. You are still too young to bear that responsibility. Right now, you cannot protect our clan, but you must remember, if the time comes you have a chance." His voice gradually weakened along with his pallid face. He tried to say the remaining words, "Please go to Ixtel to find Elder Stiflon. He will help you rise to lead our clan." The sorrowful image flickered through Xenia and returned to the present. She continued the rest, "That was what father told me before he breathed his last and left this world." Sebastian calmly questioned, "Who is Elder Stiflon? Who is he really?" Xenia did not appear surprised and spoke plainly, "He is quite old. When he was young, he was one of the most trusted elders of our clan. Thanks to him, our influence and power grew great. Since Curtis took over, our people have been continuously oppressed. Clan leader Stiflon has been hiding somewhere in this city. I have heard rumors that he evacuated people from the clan out of the city a few years ago." He realized immediately upon hearing Xenia's story and rumor, "It's it." Placing a hand on his face, he pondered, "What should we do next? For now, we need to find this elder and gather more information." Suddenly, someone outside knocked at the door. He turned around and said, "Come in." A girl entered, pushing a cart with delicious dishes carefully arranged. She introduced herself, "Hello everyone, it's time for dinner. I am Melinda and I bring special dishes." Everyone looked at the food with the aroma wafting throughout the room. Melinda introduced, "These are the finest foods from this land. Please enjoy." He smiled contentedly, setting work aside, "Let's take a break and eat for a moment." "Thank you, Melinda, for your hospitality. We will have dinner here." Melinda bowed and politely left, wishing everyone a good meal. She gently closed the door, leaving the space for everyone to enjoy the meal together. Xander picked up a piece of food and turned to ask, "Liege, are you hungry? These dishes look really interesting." He noticed that Xander seemed hungry, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. He smiled and said, "If you're hungry, just go ahead and eat first." At the same time, Xenia sat looking at the dishes laid out before her, the aroma from them making it hard for her to hold back, and she too began to drool. He stood up, looked at her, and chuckled, "Xenia, that's your real name, isn't it? Have you ever eaten such high-class dishes before? Don't hold back." Noticing the embarrassment in her eyes, he smiled encouragingly. Xenia blushed, happily answering, "Yes." She began to prepare to take a bite of the food. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. He immediately stopped her. Wait, spit it out right now. Everyone was startled and turned to look at him with confusion. He turned to Xander and commanded, Xander, go check if the other rooms have the same dishes laid out. The atmosphere grew tense, but Xander still complied despite his bewilderment. Yes, sir. He stood up, trying to maintain a calm demeanor as he left the room, thinking to himself, I wonder if anyone is in the other rooms? Maybe I should ask the manager. Xander felt increasingly strange as he walked. The air around him carried an indescribable scent. He began to fidget, moving closer to the ajar door, his face gradually revealing a worried expression as thoughts flashed through his mind. There is a smell of blood coming from here. Looking around and seeing no one, Xander crouched down and was startled. On the floor lay an unconscious person, smeared with blood, surrounded by food items scattered as if thrown down from above. At the same time, Xenia sensed something brush past her head. What? In less than a minute, she suddenly felt dizzy. Everything around her became hazy. Xenia held her head, crying out, my head. Both of them were confused and worried as they looked at Xenia. Just then, Xander turned back, reassuring her, try to hold on a little longer. That night, he decided to keep silent about the poisoning. Xenia still had a headache, but fortunately, after sleeping, she showed signs of recovery. He thought about the servant who was killed the night before. The lead had been cut off, and everyone understood who was behind this. The next morning, she, and Xander together made their way into the bustling market, where people gathered to shop and exchange. You and everyone else disguised themselves before going out to avoid detection. It was quite bustling here, and Xenia disguised herself as a person with white skin, wearing a hat to avoid drawing attention. She replied to him, this is still the busiest street in Ixtel. When I was little, my father used to take me here. He looked down at her, surprised. I thought only rich people could afford to be in this area. Xenia looked up and candidly responded, yes, that's true. Xander laughed, joking with Xenia, seems like your family was quite wealthy back in the day, huh? Xander's question made Xenia briefly uncomfortable. She recalled the past. Yes, our family was very rich. We were the ones everyone envied. Before Curtis appeared. At that moment, she realized someone was following her from behind. Calmly, she turned to say to him, Boss, there are a few people trailing us. He maintained a serious yet calm demeanor as he replied, let them be. If they want, I'll indulge. Thus, despite being followed, he and everyone else continued to head straight for their destination as if nothing was happening. He thought to himself, my plan has never needed to be concealed. Everyone quickly arrived at the internal medicine department. Soon after, a scream echoed from inside, accompanied by hurried footsteps rushing out. A person respectfully called out loudly, Leave session. 3 members of the council rushed over and knelt before him, surprised by his sudden visit without prior notice. What wind has brought you here, sir? I apologize for not being prepared to welcome you properly. He smiled, unbothered, thinking that he couldn't hide his identity in this city. Stand up, he said, allowing them to rise. Ferdinand, the spokesperson of the Supreme Government Council, was taken aback by his kindness, shouting loudly, What? Are you joking with me? Ferdinand was astonished to learn that he had decided to back him in the upcoming election. However, he remained calm, as this was part of his plan. Placing his hand on his thigh, he looked sternly at Ferdinand. Yes, I killed his brother, and he has become uncontrollable. I hear you are a candidate for the throne, aren't you? Don't be surprised, you know this. Ferdinand was confused by the pressure from his heavy words, his head beginning to ache and anxiety clearly visible on his face. But he continued, adding mockingly, What are you yearning for? The seat of power of the next king of the elves? His face darkened, his sharp eyes were terrifying. Ferdinand began to feel fear and anxiety for himself, unsure of what to do. His words made Ferdinand feel dizzy and break out in a cold sweat. In that moment, Ferdinand suddenly recalled the image of Curtis standing before him, looking at him with a frightening contempt, creating an immense pressure. At that time, Ferdinand could only kneel down in fear. Next, The image of Ferdinand holding Curtis's hand, sadly handing over his daughter to him, appeared. His daughter merely looked down at the ground, feeling despondent as her father did this. Tears streamed down her face in despair, not knowing what to do, only able to surrender herself to Curtis's control. After regaining his composure, Ferdinand was astonished by his words and a glimmer of hope flickered. "Liege, really? Are you serious?" He looked at Ferdinand, his expression serious, "Indeed, but I have a rather difficult condition." "Will you accept it?" At the same time, in a dark and massive castle, a scream echoed up to the sky. Curtis angrily shouted, "What? You say that Sebastian has come to Ferdinand's house?" Curtis's subordinate confirmed firmly, "Yes, my lord." Curtis became dark and irritable, his eyes hardened upon hearing the news that he had gone to Ferdinand's house. He suspected that something had transpired between the two. Sebastian. "I never expected him to make this move," Curtis muttered, recalling that the assassin he sent yesterday had failed. This failure further fueled Curtis's grievances and discomfort, and he couldn't help but think of Sebastian's formidable plans. "He doesn't have an army here," Curtis reminded himself. "I can easily thwart his schemes." He frowned, realizing that Sebastian was even more dangerous than before. "I wish he would just come here and attack me like usual." "Damn it!" Curtis's subordinate, standing beside him, sensed his agitation and anxiously asked, "Your Majesty, do you want me to send more assassins to monitor Sebastian's every move?" At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from afar as someone approached, "O King Curtis." The voice was obstructed by the guards as they blocked her. "The king is busy, you cannot enter." However, the voice drew closer, resolute, "Let me in." Curtis heard the voice and frowned, irritated to recognize it was Selina. "Is that Selina? What is she doing here?" Before he could ponder any longer, Queen Selina, Curtis's wife, burst in with a flustered and hurried expression. She looked directly at Curtis, her tone reproachful. "King Curtis, why are you doing this?" Selina began to raise her voice, reproaching Curtis for having made a decision without consulting her. "Why did you propose my father as the next candidate for the election?" Curtis felt discomfort, gradually becoming angry. His face was now grim, making the atmosphere around them feel suffocating. In response to her question, "Are you questioning me?" Queen Selina panicked, so frightened that her eyes welled with tears, bowing her head, unable to look directly at Curtis. "I don't dare. I'm just asking you to withdraw that nomination." But then, realizing that crying wouldn't help, she regained her composure, looked directly into Curtis's face, and spoke, though still scared, "You don't need an opponent like my father. He hasn't done anything to you. Anyone who dares to oppose you must also oppose the whole populace. This is truly unfair. Please reconsider and spare my father." Disregarding Selina's plea, Curtis replied coldly, "After the death of my brother Connery, I have no opponents left. There is no one I cannot control, and your father is not someone I need to pay attention to." Selina, furious, questioned, "If you don't pay attention, then why did you choose him?" Curtis, hearing this, expressed the danger Ferdinand posed. "He is a threat to my laws, and his position is something I can hardly control. Even if he is Selina's father, I will not allow any danger to exist under my system." Curtis frowned, recalling Ferdinand's ambitious and envious gaze when looking at him, the gaze longing to reach the pinnacle. "Your father still has ambitions for this throne." Selina was taken aback, not believing Curtis's words, and retorted loudly, "How can that be? My father has no interest in politics, he is innocent." Hearing this, Curtis quickly approached her and unexpectedly slapped Selina hard on the face, the sound resonating, leaving her dazed. Selina was shocked by Curtis's recent action, while he felt intensely angry and irritable. "I married you just to borrow your father's power, not to listen to your incessant nonsense," Curtis growled. Selina panicked, her hand on the wound on her face, frightened and unsure of what to do. Curtis grabbed her shirt, pulling her close and threatening. "Do you understand now?" Curtis leaned in with a fierce expression, exuding an aura of menace that made Selina tremble. "I just announced his candidacy today, and he immediately made a deal with that demon king Sebastian. Do you still think he is innocent?" Selina was taken aback, collapsing in shock as she heard this news. "Demon king? It can't be." she whispered, her voice filled with astonishment and confusion. Curtis could no longer contain himself and turned to call his subordinates, "Take the queen away." "What a nuisance." Selena stood up, sorrowful and disappointed, leaving with a heart full of despair. "It can't be," she muttered, quietly stepping outside. After she had gone out of sight, Curtis fell into deep thought, suddenly struck by an idea. "Silas!" he called out. Silas appeared, bowing his head in anticipation of orders. "Karma, the fallen one, is still in the dungeon, right?" Curtis asked, a glint of delight on his face, his eyes full of danger. Silas was startled, sensing the threat in Curtis's words as he prepared to release Karma. Curtis turned to him with a sinister grin, creating an oppressive atmosphere. "Bring him out. It's time for us to meet." After finishing the conversation, Curtis, along with Silas and a group of subordinates, began to move toward Husuadingion, the Amber Prison. As he entered the dungeon, everything around him was shrouded in smoke and gloom. Beneath his feet were scattered skulls all over the path. Everyone knew that no one could face Curtis one-on-one, except for those entities that had transcended the boundaries of power in this world. Silas sensed that someone was watching from afar, with eyes glimmering in the shadows. It radiated a terrifying and dreadful source of strength. Silas looked around the prison, where only long and thick roots hung tightly from the ceiling. "So this is below the Amber Prison," he thought, feeling an icy chill run down his spine. Suddenly, Curtis called Silas. He turned around, his face sinister, instructing, "When you meet Karma, do not show any fear, do you understand?" Silas was taken aback as he prepared to face something frightful. "But why are you only bringing along these amateur soldiers?" he asked. "If that thing is dangerous, why not bring more lunar knights?" Curtis replied mockingly, "You will find out soon enough." The soldiers behind, holding lanterns, felt a creeping dread. They looked around at their surroundings, feeling as if they were in hell. Anxiously, they sweated, fearing that something horrific would happen right before their eyes. When they arrived, in front of them was a massive amber prison cocoon, perched on a withered branch. On the cocoon was a yellow cocoon, inside of which lay a monster. Upon closer inspection, the monster was surprisingly large, standing on human skulls. Its massive body was covered in large spikes, along with sharp claws that could shred a person into pieces. Its mouth resembled that of gigantic spiders, and what made everyone feel even more terrified were its blood-red eyes, which sent chills down anyone who looked into them. Silas was taken aback by Karma as he sensed a powerful aura of killing intent emanating from it. Curtis was also shocked by its development. Truly disgusting. "I thought the monster I brought back from the mountain of Hon could match you, but I never expected it to be like this. It was quickly taken down by you," Curtis said. "Remember my words, never show fear in front of it." Silas was astonished to realize Karma was stronger than him and on a different level. Just then, an arm suddenly burst out from the monster's belly, ripping it apart. A heavy voice emerged, "This one does not have enough meat." Right after the arm, a small face appeared, with long, sharp nails that could pierce through flesh. Its eyes gleamed with a ravenous hunger for flesh. "Still too hungry, need more meat." "This one is not enough for me." Silas was astonished to see the person Curtis wanted to meet was terrifying like that. However, Curtis remained calm, feeling there was nothing to fear from a creature like that, and introduced it as Camus. The soldiers behind began to tremble with fear, to the point of collapsing to the ground. Sweat poured down continuously, with eyes and trembling limbs as they stood before a terrifying creature they had never encountered before. Curtis repeated his earlier statement, "Did I not say not to be afraid?" Suddenly, Camus leaped high and landed on a skull mound. "I can smell the fear." Camus, in the form of a fallen Death Synesthetic, was currently at rank 8 and felt a dizzying crave for the food before it, drooling. Camus's eyes were fixated upon the terrified faces of the soldiers. Immediately after, a powerful killing intent surged straight towards Silas and Curtis, catching them off guard. Silas began to feel dizzy before that murderous aura, causing his whole body to paralyze. He marveled at the composure of King Curtis, who stood proudly talking to it as if nothing was amiss. How can the king remain so calm? He's even speaking to it. Then, Curtis asked, "Are you always hungry?" What imprisoned Camus was called the Amber Prison. At first, it couldn't even move, but gradually, it gnawed at it from within. "No matter how much I eat, it is never enough." Curtis pointed at the pile of skulls that Camus was standing on. "The cocoon prison has truly been consumed by you. Haven't I been sending you shipments of food regularly? Do you still want more? Are you still hungry?" Curtis's face was smug at that moment, and he continued, "It doesn't matter how much you eat, you will never satisfy your hunger." Camus's gaze darkened. It read the incantation and swung its hand to slash straight into the cocoon, causing the cage to split in two and create a loud noise. Camus did not care when the cocoon was shattered. What it cared about was that Curtis's power was gradually increasing. The prison has been broken. It thought, Curtis is becoming stronger. As soon as the cocoon split in two, Camus immediately jumped out of the cocoon and suddenly vanished into thin air. At that moment, Camus sped towards Curtis with all its might, opening its mouth wide to prepare to take Curtis's head. But everything was not easy at all. Curtis exuded a killing intent, with a fierce expression and sharp, cold eyes. Feeling danger, Camus realized it would get into trouble by charging at Curtis. Seeing this, it circled behind and launched straight at the group of soldiers behind, disregarding Curtis. The group of soldiers unexpectedly panicked as they saw the creature charging straight toward them. Camus gnawed through the head of a soldier in the blink of an eye, causing the remaining ones to panic and flee. However, with Camus's rank, nothing was impossible, so he charged straight at them and swept through the remaining soldiers. Camus devoured everything, leaving only bones and clothes behind. Silas, witnessing this, suddenly felt a surge of fear and forgot his master's warning not to show fear in front of Camus. Right after that, Camus became faster, appearing right behind Silas, his mouth wide open, preparing to gnaw off his head. But Curtis managed to intervene with his magic, throwing Camus away and protecting Silas, for Silas was still valuable. "Enough, Camus. You've eaten enough already. Silas still holds usefulness for me." Camus was sent flying, crashing down and filled with anger. Curtis created a cage with his magic, preventing Camus from rampaging. But Camus didn't care. He tried to break free from the cage by increasing his speed, but it was futile. Silas could only stand back, marveling at Camus's speed, feeling that he couldn't keep up. "He's too fast, I can't keep up." Camus started to lose his temper, the veins on his forehead bulging with anger when he couldn't break the spell. "Damn it. What do you want, Curtis?" Seeing this, Curtis released a murderous aura, his cold expression making everything feel bleak. Camus was taken aback, wondering why Curtis had come here to find him, like a sneaky fox. He sensed a surge of power and was surprised to see something interesting. "Oh. What is that thing in his hand?" What Curtis carried was no ordinary stone, causing Camus to feel fear and caution. This very stone emanated a power that surrounded Curtis with a strong green aura, making Camus sense danger. Curtis glared at Camus, threatening, "Do you want today to be your last day, or do you want freedom?" The words were threatening, yet they caught Camus's attention when he heard the word freedom. He was astonished that Curtis would grant him freedom after being locked away in a cocoon for so long. "Can I really be free?" Upon hearing this, Camus began to lose his sanity, craving to be released and do as he pleased. But he knew that nothing came for free. "What is the deal, Curtis? What do I need to do for you?" In a certain area, under the moonlight, the sounds of screams and clashing echoed. "Get ready, Liege. I'm coming." Xander suddenly lunged forward rapidly, wielding a glowing sword, leaping towards him and shouting loudly, "Ah! First strike!" At that moment, he activated his multi-layered shield to protect himself from Xander's slash. Xander put all his strength into the sword, striking with everything he had against the shield, causing it to crack loudly. He sensed the impending danger. The shield might not withstand the pressure from the sword. "Danger! Dodge to the left." Thus, the shield was shattered by Xander's blow, debris flying everywhere. Immediately after, he leaned to the left and narrowly avoided Xander's sword. In his haste to dodge, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Xander stood there, helpless, unsure of what to say. Xander was surprised that he had achieved unmatched power, capable of shattering his mirror. "Did I really do it?" my sword has attained unparalleled strength." He sat up, offering Xander a compliment with a proud expression. "You really have improved." My firewall couldn't even hold it back. Xander was shocked that he had broken his mirror, yet he thought it was just a low-level shield. Yes, really, it was just a low-level barrier. He was not an exception either. He was surprised by Xander's fencing talent. He seriously asked, "Who taught you those sword skills?" Xander felt strange and confused when he was asked that, while he was the one who invited the person to teach Xander. Liege, what are you talking about? Wasn't it me who learned from someone you sent?" But he had no memory of that moment and avoided Xander's words. "I can't remember, remind me again." "I'm getting old." Xander did not refuse and recounted the past. "When I was young, I learned swordsmanship from a swordsman from Novartis. As I grew up, Xander learned from Bain, but not long after that, I met you. You said Xander was a genius with the sword, but most of Xander learned and trained by himself. Surely he must have reaped some reward somewhere." Xander scratched his face, feeling shy as he recalled being praised for his talent with the sword. After hearing Xander's story, he hesitated and decided to borrow the sword from Xander. "Let's make that decision, let me borrow your sword." Xander was confused, raising an eyebrow, pointing to his sword, implying, "You want to take this sword?" So Xander handed his sword to him and stepped back. He looked at the sword, seeing that it was big and heavy, astonished that Xander could lift it. Xander began to feel anxious and sweat a lot when he suddenly borrowed the sword. "Liege, what do you intend to do with my sword?" Xander felt strange seeing a mage wielding a sword. He was a mage after all, but he still held the sword and pointed it toward the sky. He started to channel his internal energy and concentrated it into the sword, thinking that this was a good sword. His subordinates who followed him said that when he took Xander in, this sword had been with Xander, perhaps it was left by Xander's family. He paled and said, "Actually, when playing games, I often choose the warrior class instead of the mage." The subordinate immediately inquired, "What is this video game you are talking about, my lord?" He declined to explain because, when explaining, no one could understand. "It's nothing at all." He began to call one of his subordinates by another name, Lil Flame Flame, causing Lil Flame Flame to feel touched when he saw that his master had given him a nickname. "Thank you, you finally gave me a nickname." He replied dully, "That's right." Returning to the main point, he began to channel his energy into the sword, making it emit a blue aura around it. "You and I have trained in magic together, but it seems it hasn't been effective since I don't remember how to use my spells." Lil Flame Flame used his understanding to explain, "You need time, combat experience, and magical ability. That's not something that can come overnight." He became more serious at the thought that he would soon face Curtis. "I can't guarantee I will return to how I was before. I will soon confront Curtis, so I need a way to counter his elven fire, or anything else he throws at me." Hearing this, Lil Flame Flame spoke more specifically. "Elven fire is one of the most powerful fire magic. Very few understand it." He replied, knowing who Lil Flame Flame was referring to. "One of them is me. My firewall can't withstand his flames. I couldn't even block a strike from Uncle Redstar." In his mind, he recalled the image of himself unable to withstand Redstar's move and felt truly weak. "When I watched how he wielded the sword, I felt a thrill. My mind was racing constantly." He could feel it when Redstar charged at him with the colossal power of the sword, drawing him to the blades and igniting a desire to wield them. He thought seriously that with Redstar's might, he could easily counter the elven fire. Lil Flame Flame was puzzled, unsure of what he meant. He thought that the technique of swinging the sword could not be replicated while holding this sword in his hand. It made him feel significantly stronger than fighting barehanded. He began to swing the sword, seriously gazing at the leaves dancing outside, contemplating what would happen if he could learn it. But Lil Flame Flame interrupted him, believing that he had never swung a sword before. He focused all his energy into the sword, trying to compress his power, and sliced at a leaf before him. Suddenly, in an instant, a small cut expanded, and the force from the sword grew stronger by the moment. He sliced it clean through, creating a powerful arc that illuminated the area. The sound of the explosion was so loud that even Xander, standing some distance away, was startled, unsure of what had just happened in that direction. He was taken aback by his own sword practice, leaving both him and DMHA utterly shocked. Lil Flame remarked, "That is spiritual power. I wonder when the master started training with the sword." The swing of his blade was so long that it split the distant walls, causing the birds to scatter in all directions. All the creatures around ran in panic, migrating. Lil Flame believed he was a genius. A large rock, surrounded by some vines, Sebastian sat on the ground, holding a long sword, lost in thought. "I have observed the movements of those characters countless times. Can I replicate their actions in this world?" Xander looked up at Sebastian, stammering, That skill, liege, how can you do that? When did you learn to use a sword?" Sebastian calmly sat on the high rock, speaking softly, Xander raised his face, showing a look of panic. "The first time I used a sword, it was incredibly difficult. Not only was it hard to get used to the power, but I also spent thousands of years to be able to channel energy into the sword." Sebastian, holding the sword out in front of him, looked bewilderedly at the sword, asking a small flame, "Little Flame, how do you explain this?" The small flame quickly responded, "I really don't know, master. Your followers don't often use swords apart from Xander here, so I cannot explain." Hearing the small flame speak, Sebastian wore a perplexed expression, raising his hand to his chin and thought, no one knows how to use it? That can't be true. The small flame continued speaking, interrupting Sebastian's thoughts, "Because you don't like swords, no one uses them." Sebastian then descended to where Xander was, holding up the sword and asking, "According to your analysis, how are my skills? Are they good?" Sebastian looked down at Xander, who was standing above the grass, surrounded by swirling smoke. Xander spoke with an anxious and frightened tone, I don't dare comment on it." Sebastian looked down at Xander and asked, "Tell me the truth. Don't be afraid, I won't be angry with you." Xander's expression darkened, filled with helplessness, as he looked at Sebastian and said, "Yes." Then, Xander glanced around, seeing the trees split in two in the thick smoke. He began to speak, "Regarding the first strike, if that was really your first time, it was quite impressive. But to fight against a swordsman with real power, well." Xander's expression displayed doubt as he rested his chin on his hand and continued, "Anyone could do that. It's really ordinary." At this moment, Sebastian fell into silence, feeling helpless as he thought, that was too blunt of a remark. After that, Xander continued to look up at Sebastian, surrounded by the trees that had been cut in half lying scattered around. He said, "It seems that the slash contained a lot of energy, but there are no cuts on the ground and yet there is a large crack in the wall. This shows that the concentration of spiritual power is still not enough to transform. It's normal for a novice swordsman." After finishing, Xander raised his thumb, his eyes directed at Sebastian with a smile, continuing, "Liege, your talent is truly far better than mine." Sebastian, sitting on the stone wall, replied, "I didn't ask you about talent." Upon hearing this, Xander bowed his head to show concern, timidly saying, "Yes, it shouldn't have been compared like that." Sebastian, with a scary expression, glanced down at Xander and said, "Xander." Xander quickly responded, "Yes, liege." Sebastian, with a ferocious look, continued, "During this short break, teach me how to use a sword." Upon hearing this, Xander gaped, looking worried and exclaimed, "Yes." Suddenly, a group of people appeared from afar and spoke up, "Excuse me, gentlemen, you are not allowed to be here." Xander, confused, turned to respond, "What? Can you say that again?" The farmers saw their garden destroyed and shouted loudly, "Ah, my beloved garden! You too, it must be you, right? Aren't you the esteemed guests?" Hearing the farmers yell, Sebastian, with a calm expression, looked at Xander and said, "Quiet, let them be, Xander. Quickly teach me." 2 pairs of feet were slowly walking on the ground, wrapped in cloaks covering down to their ankles. At the central market, under the shining moonlight, the luxurious tall buildings, the bustling stalls teeming with trade, and the dazzling lights lit up the crowd passing by. The person in black, smaller in stature, said, "We are almost there." Under the black cloak, the faces of 2 girls gradually emerged, Cassandra and Xenia, walking side by side. Cassandra glanced back and said, "We are still being followed." Senia quickly added, "It must be in that bar." At this moment, Cassandra turned around and looked at the two mysterious figures standing arms crossed in front of a house. She said, "Curtis's people have been following us since we left the hotel." Behind the two people were two figures with blue and black hair stealthily following them. Cassandra immediately said, "We need to deal with this tale first." Senia turned around to look. The two mysterious figures had a red mark on their foreheads. The black-haired one said, "Looks like we've been discovered." The blue-haired one, with a dangerous expression, replied, "So what?" Suddenly, the blue-haired one, emanating an air of menace, spoke up, "Even if the Demon King has killed the Messiah, that's nothing special." Cassandra, catching the conversation, immediately chimed in, "The Messiah, huh?" Senia looked at Cassandra with a puzzled expression and said, "Huh?" Cassandra turned to Senia to explain, "Those are the ones who killed your people. I want you to kill them, can you do it?" Senia, startled, exclaimed, "But they're lunar knights, I'm not strong enough." Upon hearing this, Cassandra turned around and confidently smiled, saying, "With me here, you can do it. Don't think too much, just fight." Afterward, the black-haired and blue-haired figures who had been stealthily following them were beaten to the point where they couldn't stand up. Their faces were battered, lying in a spot surrounded by swirling dust and smoke. Senia, after seeing the panicked expression, raised her hand and said, "They can't fight back." At this moment, Cassandra just covered her mouth with her hand, chuckling, and then looked at the ones lying scattered in a corner. Senia looked towards Cassandra, astonished, thinking to herself, "Xander and Cassandra, they are both too strong. She really slays. They can easily take down the lunar knights." She spoke while glancing at Cassandra, then her thoughts darkened, "I must have some luck left to still encounter the Demon King." Suddenly, Cassandra and Senia found themselves standing in front of an old wooden door with an ancient look. Cassandra quickly lifted the curtain of the door, with Senia behind her wearing an eager expression. Both of them peered inside and saw a secluded space, somewhat old-fashioned, where several guests were seated. Without hesitation, Cassandra and Senia stepped in swiftly. An old man noticed them and said, "Welcome to the Tavanrian bar, how may I serve you?" With a serious expression, Senia stepped forward, extending a piece of paper, while Cassandra looked on. The old man took the paper inscribed with strange symbols. He glanced at it briefly before speaking, "What does this mean?" With a curious expression, Senia looked at the old man and replied earnestly, "What is written on it refers to a place that is exactly here, it cannot be wrong." At this moment, the old man raised his head, seriously regarding Senia with a probing look, then quickly spoke, "Please follow me." The old man held a lantern in his hand, quickly leading Cassandra and Senia into a dark cellar, the walls made of wood. Both followed with serious expressions. They walked to a point where the wall was built from stone. The old man, with the lantern in hand, pushed aside a wooden cabinet. Inside was a secret opening, and behind the old man, Cassandra and Senia hurriedly followed. Cassandra and Senia crawled through the opening into a long, dark cellar. The old man walked ahead, the lantern illuminating the cellar, and suddenly he turned to say, "This path leads directly to the underground sewer system. I cannot stay here long, others will notice. Take this lantern and go straight ahead. In front is a pathway through another road, a dark path with no visible destination." After that, the old man continued to speak, giving directions, "Turn left at the second junction and then go straight. On the stone path, beside it flows a green stream. Ahead is Senia holding a lantern, while behind her is Cassandra following along, and she speaks up, "I didn't think that Ixtel had such a complex underground system. All the roads are connected." Senia replies, "This sewer system was designed by my clan, very few elves know about it." Cassandra, with a puzzled expression, questions, "Don't you think this could be a trap set by Curtis?" Upon hearing that, Senia hesitates to respond, "I have thought about it, but I still have to accept the risk." She ponders while looking ahead, continuing, "I've heard that in Ixtel there is a resistance group formed by my people. Since I came here with the Demon King, there's no reason for them not to know. The encoded message I learned from my father, it is highly likely the resistance team also uses it. Xenia then turns to look and says, I believe the person who left this paper must be in their room. That person definitely has to be in the resistance. My clan really needs me, so I must take advantage of every little opportunity. Cassandra smiled lightly after hearing that and looked at Xenia, saying, Your information is quite reasonable. I hope you're right. In her heart, Cassandra thought, Liege's prediction is completely accurate. The resistance forces are certainly related to Elder Stefan. After walking a long distance, Xenia and Cassandra finally reached the end of the tunnel. A group of people with blue skin and white hair were either practicing swordsmanship or watching sword fights. They turned to look at Xenia and Cassandra as they approached. Xenia, with a cheerful expression, smiled and said, See, I was right, they are here. Cassandra then looked over at Xenia. The group of blue-skinned people immediately panicked upon seeing Xenia and Cassandra, shouting loudly, Humans! Their expressions showed a complete lack of understanding. At that moment, Cassandra raised her hands and used her magic on Xenia's body, causing her skin to gradually turn blue. Soon, Xenia underwent a rapid transformation. She sprouted long ears and her skin took on the same blue color as that of the group. Xenia could not help but display a look of astonishment. The blue-skinned people, upon witnessing Xenia's transformation, immediately showed expressions of joy. They quickly knelt down, bowed their heads in a solemn manner, and said in unison, That is Queen Xenia. The white-haired girl, at this moment, did not understand what was happening and exclaimed in surprise, Eh? The white-haired girl was suddenly taken aback, her face full of panic, raised her hands in front and said, Please don't do that, stand up. A person with blue skin, wearing a dark blue coat, knelt and looked up at Xenia and said, We have been waiting for you for a long time. This time, we sent the correct letter number 1, and we did our job of sending the message very well. Xenia then said seriously, The leader of your people, let me meet him. Behind Xenia was Cassandra, observing the situation. The blue-skinned person looked at Xenia, his face serious and said, Yes, your majesty, he is waiting for you. Suddenly, he made a displeased expression, furrowed his brow, looked up at Xenia and said, But. Then, he pointed at Cassandra. To Xenia's astonishment, he said, She is not allowed here, no outsiders are permitted. Xenia panicked, fumbled to raise her hand to explain, Wait, she is not an outsider. Cassandra quickly spoke up, Under the orders of my liege, I am not allowed to leave Xenia alone here. Those with green skin, looking puzzled, said, Liege, that must be the Demon King arriving at Ixtel recently. I still don't fully trust him. Curtis is still his subordinate. Upon hearing this, Xenia quickly pointed at herself and said, But the Demon King has helped me a lot. Without him, I wouldn't have been safe coming here. Cassandra then swiftly spoke up, Excuse me. Cassandra, her expression firm, said, I am the ambassador of the Demon King. My mission is to protect the Queen of the Ice Elves. I will not let her fall into the hands of any resistance group that knows our location. The green-skinned ones frowned in anger after hearing this. They fell silent and stared. Suddenly, one of them reached for his sword. Seeing this, Xenia quickly spoke up, Stop. Xenia looked at the group of green-skinned people and firmly continued, She is not the enemy. I am the queen, and I say she is not an outsider, that's all. Everyone must obey my orders. Cassandra stood behind, watching the group of green-skinned people. Suddenly, one of the green-skinned men, with a mysterious expression and a serious demeanor, spoke up, All right. He swiftly clenched a heavy club in his hand. He picked up the barbell, his hands gripping tightly around it as he lifted it high. Afterwards, he spun the barbell around with his fingers. With a smug expression on his face, he said, Speaking of military orders, there will be a game to see what you've got. His body was muscular and full of strength, surrounded by green-skinned individuals who were training. After spinning it around, he used his strong hands to break the barbell in half. Towering in stature, he walked toward Cassandra. Next to him was a blue-skinned individual wearing a blue shirt. The blue-skinned person, with a contemptuous and teasing expression, said, Oh, beautiful emissary, are you sure? With that body, I'm afraid your arms might break. As soon as he finished speaking, Cassandra quickly threw off her black cloak, exposing her body. Xenia, standing behind her, was astonished. Cassandra swiftly put her hands on a wooden table, positioning herself for an arm wrestling match, and confidently said, "Bring it on." The green-skinned individuals looked on with admiration, thinking to themselves, "Wow, the emissary is truly beautiful." The muscular man blushed at the sight of Cassandra, smiling with satisfaction. Then he and the girl clasped hands, preparing for the arm wrestling competition. A small girl and a tall, muscular man. He said mockingly, "Good luck." He laughed with delight. After saying that, the girl gently used her hand and effortlessly won the arm wrestling match against the tall green-skinned man. At that moment, the green-skinned man was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. The green-skinned man lowered his head in disappointment, his expression one of astonishment. The other green-skinned onlookers who witnessed the match laughed scornfully, saying one after another, "What are you doing? Don't lose to a girl in an arm wrestling match." Hearing this, the green-skinned man showed signs of dissatisfaction and shouted loudly at Cassandra, "Wait, let's try again, I'm not ready yet." Cassandra simply sat quietly, puzzled. She rested her chin on her hand, her expression innocent, and said, "Forget it, TSK, you're too weak. Only Sebastian can satisfy me." At this moment, she and the green-skinned man prepared to battle again. The green-skinned man tightly grasped her hand, his muscles bulging. He exerted all his strength, his whole body trembling, trying desperately to push the girl's hand down, but it didn't work. Cassandra remained calm on this side, watching the green-skinned man struggling in vain to pin her arm down. The group of green-skinned people observing the match couldn't help but display expressions of panic, confusion, and disbelief. The green-skinned man in the blue shirt thought to himself, "He is serious." At that moment, Cassandra suddenly turned her face in another direction, her gaze full of mystery. She was paying attention to something. Meanwhile, the green-skinned man was still trying to force her arm down. Although he was using both hands, he was unable to accomplish anything. Cassandra's gaze became even more focused on whatever it was. She thought to herself, "There is murderous intent, Xenia." Cassandra then looked towards Xenia. Behind Xenia was a dark figure, with glowing red eyes, drooling from its mouth, the droplets falling onto Xenia's head. Her expression suggested that she sensed something strange appearing behind her. Drops of red blood fell, landing on the top of Xenia's head. She felt it, her face filled with confusion clearly shown in every feature. She quickly looked up and discovered the blood on her hands and her hair gradually becoming stained red. Looking up, Xenia saw a horrifying sight, the head of the old man who had led her into the tunnel earlier. He had been killed, and his head was thrown in front of her by someone. She stood frozen, only able to look up with eyes filled with fear and panic. Reacting instinctively, she quickly raised her hands to cover her face as the head fell from above, bouncing on the ground before rolling away. The head lay still on the ground, blood continuously flowing around it. The green-skinned man in the blue shirt saw this and panicked, his face filled with astonishment. He thought to himself, "That's the boss." Beside him, other green-skinned men were also frightened. Meanwhile, Cassandra was grappling with the muscular green-skinned man. The others were preoccupied, unaware of what was happening. Cassandra glanced over at Xenia, quietly observing the situation. She maintained her calm demeanor, using only one hand and quickly bringing the muscular green-skinned man crashing to the ground, causing him to fall hard. Next to him, the other green-skinned beings were stunned and astonished to see him defeated. Cassandra quickly sprang up, using her legs to leap straight towards Xenia. With her agile body, she rushed to embrace Xenia, managing to dodge the sudden attack from behind. As she pulled Xenia back, Cassandra cast a glance at the attacker. The powerful blow spiraled down like a whirlwind, enough to crush anyone within its reach. Xenia had yet to recover from the earlier scene, still feeling the blood of the old man on his head. When Cassandra dove toward him, he could only shut his eyes tightly in fear. A thunderous explosion rang out. The pressure from the attack kicked up dust and debris, obscuring everything around. The thick smoke lingered until it slowly began to clear, revealing a deep, spiraled crater in the ground. Smoke continued to rise from that deep hole, leaving everyone even more bewildered. Among the green-skinned group, the eldest one suddenly jumped up, sword in hand, pointing it straight towards the ceiling. His eyes bulged with rage as he shouted loudly, "Come out, you bastard!" As predicted by the green-skinned man, suddenly a skeleton draped in a blue cloak appeared. Its grotesque face, deep-set eye sockets, and wide-open mouth loomed as it held a sword, pointing it straight down from the ceiling at the green-skinned man. The skeleton descended, surrounded by powerful white whirlwinds like fierce winds, emitting a continuous eerie sound. Meanwhile, Cassandra held Xenia tightly in her arms. Xenia was filled with immense fear, cowering against Cassandra, her vacant and anxious eyes staring ahead, unsure of what to do as overwhelming fear engulfed her and bizarre occurrences unfolded continuously. Cassandra furrowed her brow, vigilantly observing everything before her. In her mind, she silently thought, "Too fast." Just as Cassandra was on guard, suddenly something charged toward her and Xenia at an incredible speed. In her panic, Xenia instinctively clutched Cassandra's arm, wide-eyed and astonished at the oncoming entity. Yet, without losing her vigilance, Cassandra had quickly prepared herself beforehand. She fixed her sharp gaze on the thing before her, showing not a hint of fear. Cassandra frowned, her bright blue pupils revealing two small heart shapes out of nowhere. At that moment, something strange rushed toward her. Cassandra glared, unleashing a charm spell that left Xenia astonished, sweating. She calmly stared at the bizarre creature approaching. The creature resembled a tiny goblin, with a terrifying face, pointy ears standing upright, a sagging nose, and round, jet-black eyes devoid of whites. Its mouth was nearly half the size of its face, filled with sharp, twisted teeth. It charged forward, immediately falling victim to Cassandra's enchantment, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Dust soared into the air, creating a cloud. Nevertheless, the creature quickly reacted, leaping into a dark corner before Cassandra and Xenia could get a good look at it. Witnessing this scene, Cassandra couldn't help but frown, puzzled. She muttered, her expression doubtful, "Did I just see a goblin? It got hit by my spell already, it should be done for." At this point, she fell into a moment of contemplation. Caught off guard with no readiness, Cassandra's eyes widened in panic. She immediately rushed forward, using her body to shield Xenia, earning herself a deep cut on the shoulder as blood gushed out uncontrollably. In the face of this sudden situation, Xenia was shocked to the point of staring with wide eyes. Despite her injury, Cassandra showed no signs of fear. She cast a furious glance back, trying to pull Xenia to safety while ignoring the blood flowing from her shoulder. The mysterious attacker appeared from nowhere, wielding a whip-like weapon made of sharp wind. He spoke with arrogance, "Truly a cheap trick, succubus. You taste terrible. Don't think it works on me." His voice dripped with disdain and annoyance. Cassandra paid no mind to his words. She only grimaced, heightened her vigilance, because she still needed to protect Xenia. Cassandra thought, "Indeed, he has been cursed, yet he can still attack me." He stood in the shadows, revealing his golden, cat-like eyes with narrow pupils. Staring intently at Cassandra, he spoke in a sinister tone, "The essence of your magic is 10 times stronger than my threshold. But the only thing I care about is..." His eyes gleamed with a fierce yellow light, yet held a cruel demeanor. He continued, "That is flesh and blood. I need much more. Will you satisfy me?" After hearing him speak, Cassandra held the wound on her shoulder tightly with one hand while placing the other on Xenia's shoulder, her expression calm yet tinged with discomfort. She said, "Go on, leave this disgusting thing to me. You are not bound by my curse, in fact, that's a good thing." Xenia looked stunned, worry etched on his face as he gazed at Cassandra. In her hand, Cassandra conjured a scythe. Without changing her expression, she continued calmly, "Cursing you only makes me feel nauseous." Cassandra stood tall, facing him fearlessly. She twirled the scythe in her hand so quickly that it created a gust of wind that stirred up dust at her feet. Looking sternly at him, Cassandra spoke, "I am the captain of the Demon King's Guard. I will protect Xenia as ordered by him. Come at me." At that moment, Xenia sat on the ground beside Cassandra, looking up at her with deep admiration. He remained in the shadows, glaring arrogantly, "You cannot take me down." The green-skinned beings surrounding them witnessed the entire scene, sweating as they realized the truth. The green-skinned man in the blue robe exclaimed with disbelief, "She is the Queen of Succubi, the close associate of Demon King Sebastian." The unrobed green-skinned man stammered, repeating, "Queen of Succubi." The atmosphere fell into silence. After a while, the bare-chested green-skinned man with a joyous and determined expression clenched his fist and shouted loudly, "For the Demon King, we need to protect her. Forward, brothers! Aren't we still men?" As soon as he finished speaking, Cassandra waved her hand and shouted loudly, "Stop there! If you come any closer, you'll only die." The bare-chested green-skinned man, upon hearing her, became furious, flexing his muscles and said loudly, "But my mission is to protect everyone. Are you calling us useless?" The green-skinned man in the blue shirt standing beside him looked towards the monster, sweating, and said, "Stop it. Don't you understand? That thing is extremely powerful." At this moment, Cassandra was extremely focused, standing in front of Xenia, ready in a fighting stance. The green-skinned man in the blue shirt continued, "She doesn't want any more trouble. Right now, she needs to use all of her abilities to protect our queen from a very strong enemy." Cassandra was incredibly focused, glancing left and then right. At that moment, the monster rushed towards her at astonishing speed from the left, but because Cassandra had prepared thoroughly, she noticed it. Cassandra immediately turned, using the haft of her scythe to block the monster's potentially lethal bite. A chaotic scene unfolded as the monster attacked Cassandra's staff with its sword. Around them, the ground emitted thick clouds of smoke. Suddenly, the creature's sharp iron jaws crunched down on Cassandra's staff, breaking it in front of her. Its eyes glowed bright yellow, with pointed ears and a fearsome, intimidating purple body. Seeing this, Cassandra's face hardened with determination, her gaze sharpened. She swung her arm, attempting to strike the monster, but her blow missed. The creature, noticing this, quickly lunged forward, sinking its sharp teeth into her leg, causing blood to ooze out. Smoke enveloped them, making the monster gradually more difficult to deal with. After being countered by the creature, Cassandra gasped in shock, pain evident on her face. The monster below continued to bite fiercely into her leg, looking up to gauge her expression, then clamping down tighter without releasing. Cassandra realized she couldn't allow the creature to continue. She drew her leg up, spun around fiercely, and kicked the monster in the stomach, causing it to gasp in pain. After executing the kick, she looked down at her injured leg. Surrounded by swirling dust, her hand still held her staff, and as she gazed at her leg, she suddenly noticed a cloud of dust rising nearby. Then, the monster was knocked away, its back smoking. It sat on the ground, looking at Cassandra and said, "Too tough. Can't bite through. Is that also due to magic?" Cassandra, with a calm expression, still in a crouched position, replied, "Humph, I can be soft or hard, depending on who I'm talking to." Xenia was standing in the corner, observing the battle. Suddenly, a blue-skinned man wearing a blue shirt, looking astonished and panicked, stammered, That's Camus." Another blue-skinned man, hearing this, suddenly asked, "Camus? The legendary elf of destruction?" The expression of the blue-skinned man wearing the blue shirt turned to one of terror as he recalled a scene filled with dead bodies lying everywhere. He showed signs of fear, growing tense, sweating, and said, "Legends. The series of massacres in the past by Extel were all caused by him. Why did they let him escape?" The monster on this side radiated pink murderous aura, its eyes illuminating a dazzling orange-yellow light, its mouth gradually opening, drooling onto the ground. Surrounding it were swirling clouds of smoke. The blue-skinned man wearing the blue shirt continued, "This madman, he is simply insane." At this moment, Cassandra's expression grew serious, and the corners of her mouth curled up as she looked at the monster brimming with energy. Seeing Cassandra's expression, the monster looked at her with a strange face and said, "Humph, getting tired, are you, succubus?" Upon hearing this, Cassandra scoffed, responding, "Who's tired? I can still fight." Suddenly, Cassandra collapsed to the ground, propping herself up with her hands, her face weary as she exclaimed, "Damn it, it's poison." At that moment, seeing this, Semia panicked and rushed over, her face filled with concern as she said, "Ms. Cassandra." Without warning, the monster opened its mouth wide and lunged toward Cassandra and Semia, shouting, "Time to die, succubus. You're strong, but not strong enough," and laughed maniacally. Seeing the monster advancing, Cassandra's eyes lit up. She swiftly swung her staff at the oncoming creature with incredible speed, catching it off guard. Its body split in two, blood spraying everywhere. With its body severed, the monster, looking surprised, said, "What the hell?" Its hand was reaching out, while the lower part of its body had been cut in half, blood gushing out. Then, Cassandra grasped the monster's neck, causing it to panic and be caught off guard. Cassandra had just grasped the neck of the monster, its lower body continuously bleeding. She lifted it high, looked at it and said, "Magic isn't all that I have. Do I express myself well? What do you think?" Cassandra frowned, her gaze determined, and continued, "My body is invulnerable. I am the queen of succubus, O warrior." At that moment, the green-skinned man in blue, with a look of surprise, said, "Is that so? Camus was easily dealt with, is that all it takes?" Another green-skinned man standing beside him, astonished, added, "She's so powerful." The monster held tightly by Cassandra's grip began to struggle for breath, its face turning pale purple, mouth wide open with a look of distress. Seeing this, Cassandra's sharp gaze flashed a glint at the monster. Then, she poured strength into her hands, squeezing the monster's neck tightly, causing it to appear deformed. Its face twisted in pain as its body emitted wisps of white smoke, its mouth gaping wide in a grotesque manner. Next, its eyes bulged out, its mouth opened wide, and it stuck out its long, red tongue in a disgusting manner. Then, it extended its neck, which was firmly held by Cassandra, looked down, and bit down hard on Cassandra's hand with its sharp teeth. At that moment, Cassandra let it go, her face twisted in anger as she gritted her teeth at the hand that was bitten and bleeding. She said, "Damn dog." The monster immediately transformed into a wisp of smoke and flew away in another direction. Semia watched in horror at the situation. The wisp was drawn into the lower half of the monster, which stood tall, emitting a green magical aura that sucked in the wisps. It quickly reverted to its original form, sporting a smug expression. It looked at Cassandra and said, "Let's try again, succubus." At that moment, the blue-skinned creatures were utterly taken aback, mouths agape in confusion. Cassandra's face was grim as she gazed at her hand, or her fingernails had transformed into a deep purple resembling dragon claws. She raised her hand, an aura of killing intent radiating from her, and said, "You've made my hand bleed." "That's somewhat impressive, it seems I'll have to take you seriously now." The restored monster rapidly rushed forward, darting straight at Cassandra, its mouth wide open full of sharp teeth as it said, "Talk less, eat more." As the monster sped towards Cassandra, she also quickly flew forward, striking directly at the monster with speed that was no less than its own. Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared here, preparing to interpose between the monster and Cassandra to engage in a showdown. Suddenly, a strong red light fell between the monster and Cassandra, causing the earth to fly into the air. Both the monster and Cassandra were forcefully thrown to the sides. The dirt flew directly into the face of the monster, forcing it and Cassandra to cover their faces with their hands. With a look of panic, Cassandra and the monster did not understand what was happening. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed a muscular figure with red hair, wielding a large sword that struck down into the ground, causing dirt to scatter everywhere. Cassandra and the monster could only separate to the sides and watch as another person appeared to obstruct them. The green-skinned being saw this and could not help but smile, saying, "That's the boss, he's here." A red-haired man, surrounded by a fierce red aura, lowered his head and said, "While I was away, you dared to come here and disturb my base." With a fierce expression, wearing a black eye patch, his bright red hair and red beard complemented his rage as he ground his teeth and loudly warned, "God, I was wrong, you must die." Red Star's intimidating presence enveloped the currently tense atmosphere. One of his left eyes was covered by a black cloth, and he held the sword firmly, ready to strike down at any moment. The pitch-black fur cloak was draped over his shoulders. He wasn't wearing a shirt, but he had on long trousers, showcasing his solid figure. His face showed a hint of discomfort as he looked down at the lifeless body sprawled out on the cold ground. Next to it lay a head, severed from its body, a sight that truly terrified me. Red Star maintained the same stance with his sword as before. His cold voice echoed, "Who did this? Who dares to touch my person, this bastard?" Red Star stood between Cassandra and Camus, asking, "Is it this person or that thing?" Everyone pointed simultaneously at Camus, who was standing beside him. Suddenly, Camus jolted at being singled out, with no way to refute the accusation. He opened his mouth, filled with sharp fangs and a long, twisted tongue, lunging at the group that had just accused him. They were all taken aback by Camus's abrupt action. In front of them, there was a sudden loud explosion, clouds of dust billowing everywhere. This was caused by Red Star. His sword missed Camus, crashing into the ceiling and creating a blast right before the elven crowd. Camus agilely dodged Red Star's attack, rolling multiple times before landing on the ground, cursing, "Damn it!" Camus reluctantly spoke up after escaping a sword. Red Star's sword possessed formidable power. Red Star didn't pay him much attention, he simply turned his head to look at the prey that had just slipped out of his grasp, grimacing as he asked, "Huh, what are you barking about?" Unexpectedly, Camus's head was severed from his body, leaving him with no ties, which made him feel uneasy and furrow his brow. The townsfolk rejoiced upon seeing that the tyrant had perished. Cassandra stood bewildered alongside Simia, who was covering her mouth to hide her astonishment. Cassandra curiously glanced at Red Star and thought to herself, "His sword, I've never seen anything like it before." Red Star's white shoes with golden soles kicked the round head and he cheerfully inquired about the condition of the plump prey. "So, you are the fallen elf, Camus, right?" Red Star grabbed Camus's head, excitedly telling him, "Hurry up and die for me." The head exploded, eyes, tongue, and blood splattering before Red Star's stunned gaze. Realizing he had just been played, Red Star angrily crushed some remaining pieces of flesh, while with the other hand, he slung his sword over his shoulder, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Camus's body, even without a head, could still stand up and speak normally. "Ha, you think I could die that easily? Naive." From Camus's body, an additional head emerged, causing the other man to panic, unable to believe it. Seeing this, Camus laughed triumphantly, "Ha, no one can truly kill me." Hearing such arrogance, Red Star, filled with annoyance and an overpowering presence, spoke, "Maybe I will be the first." Cassandra couldn't stand by and watch everything unfold. That was not her way of operating. The atmosphere around her now felt terrifying and dangerous. She spoke up, surprising Simia, "Me too." Camus voiced his conditions: "You give the girl to me, and then you may keep your life." He then split into two, one rushing toward Red Star, the other charging at Cassandra, loudly declaring, "If not, then you'll both die." He decisively swung his sword, cleaving Camus in two. Cassandra, not holding back, ruthlessly crushed the hideous thing. Camus transformed into a wisp of smoke that floated away, followed by a dark shadow darting past Cassandra and Red Star. They remained with their swords drawn, watching in that direction, not forgetting to leave a mocking message, "Huh? Today I will let you live. Next time will be different. You cannot oppose me, huh? Be cautious with every step you take, I will make you live in fear." The one who caused everything has fled, leaving behind the traces of what he has done. The white skeleton, still draped in a cloak, has been completely stripped of its flesh by Camus, sitting against the wall. He, with red hair, along with all the elf citizens, bowed their heads in gratitude to express their thanks. Red Star spoke up to express his condolences. "Brother Yang, the innkeeper, rest in peace. Thank you for everything." His face, which was already unfriendly, now looked even more displeased as he spoke. "I will take revenge for both of you." Cassandra looked at Red Star with curiosity and stepped closer. "So, swordsman, you are the commander of the resistance army?" Red Star did not answer immediately but glanced and then asked in return, "You are Cassandra, Sebastian's bodyguard, huh?" Upon recognizing the woman in front of him, Red Star quickly changed his attitude, awkwardly reaching out his hand to want to shake Cassandra's hand. The other hand went behind his head, his face flushed. He said, "You are very beautiful, it's a pleasure to meet you." Cassandra calmly put her hands on her hips, closed her eyes, and unapologetically refused to shake hands. I am not an ordinary woman. I do not shake hands with strange men. Being called a strange man, he unexpectedly pointed at himself, asking in return, I am a strange man? Red Star, not wanting to be humiliated, introduced himself to regain his honor, but I am the king of the Manhwa kingdom. Cassandra, indifferent to his title or name, coldly replied, aren't you still just a human? Thus, you are still a stranger. Lame, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel excited, thinking to himself, I have held her hand throughout the match. Ha, even the leader cannot compare to me. Cassandra regained her seriousness, looked straight at him, and asked, so why is the elf resistance army being led by a human? Red Star, feeling somewhat awkward, opened his mouth to say, actually, I've only been doing this for a few days. He then turned to point at a person standing behind Cassandra. The previous leader was him. Cassandra turned to look at the person that Red Star had pointed to, Siegel, the former commander of the resistance army, synesthesia of life rank 4. Cassandra, confused, frowned slightly. What is going on? Hurry up, move faster. The voice of a person shouted loudly, urging the group that was carrying supplies to keep moving. The enemy knows we are here, we need to leave. The group formed into lines continued to walk forward without pause. Cassandra spoke up, asking the red-haired leader with the eye patch walking beside her, you said you saved the resistance team? He laughed and replied, I snuck into the inner city of Ixtel and suddenly saw many dead bodies, so I decided to take a look. These comrades were fighting against a sorcerer, he's quite powerful. Siegel interjected, that's the wizard master, Latour. He nodded, saying, that's right, it's him. He looked at Cassandra with a bit of pride and said, but I personally chased him away, so they appointed me as their leader because I saved them and kept them alive. Siegel chimed in, yeah, and also because he and we share the same goal of opposing Curtis. Before Siegel could finish, he was cut off by the leader, shut up, you're ruining my story. Cassandra nodded, understanding, I'm just concerned about why you became the leader. She called out to Xenia, who was walking ahead, Xenia, what do you plan to do now? Xenia turned her head back and replied, I want to meet Elder Stefan. Red Star stroked his beard, approved. But Siegel reacted strongly, don't agree so easily, she still doesn't understand everything. A group of people was arranging supplies at the base, everything was proceeding quite neatly. Siegel said, we will move everything back to the old base. This information is very secret, they won't easily find out. The red-haired leader put his hands on his hips and said, it must be the place that uses the sewage system. He turned to Cassandra and asked, do you want to go grab something to drink? She casually replied, no thanks. Siegel then turned to Xenia and called out, Your Majesty. After that, he knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and spoke, the elder has been waiting for you for a long time. I am preparing to lead the new leader to meet him. Will you go with us? Please come with us. Xenia, with sparkling eyes, replied, sure. Red Star grabbed Siegel's face and asked, hey, what do you mean? I'm the leader here. Siegel awkwardly smiled, if the elder agrees, then you will truly become our commander. As the three of them walked down the road, they had changed their outfits, seemingly disguising themselves as a different version. Red Star said to Cassandra, hey, this charm spell makes for a cool disguise, I really like it. Cassandra frowned, shut your mouth. He didn't want to stop the conversation, leaned down slightly, and whispered in her ear, so what's the relationship between you and that guy Sebastian? Cassandra irritably said, if you didn't have a higher rank than me, I would have given that mouth of yours a few whacks by now. Just to remind you, you make me think of someone, your sword skills and the way you wield the sword really resemble. Oh, who is that? What hero is as wonderful as you say? She didn't want to elaborate, forget it, arrogant fool. Suddenly, Siegel spoke up, stop, we have arrived. The elder's place is up there. Before them stood an enormous ancient tree, so massive. Red Star glanced over and noticed, there are a few guards over there. Do you want me to take care of them first? Siegel lightly reminded, don't act rashly. We have an agreement with them. Red Star appeared somewhat displeased, thinking to himself, hey, I'm the leader here, you know. The guards noticed them, and one of them spoke up, the doctors have arrived. I heard that Stefan doesn't seem to be well. Siegel responded to the guard's words, that's right, that's why I brought a few assistants along to help. Please inform above. They looked and said, all right, let us check your bags first. They also opened their bags for the guards to check. Please go ahead, they said. When the guards saw that the bags contained only bottles with medicine inside, they relaxed and said, all right, you can go up. When stepping into the special elevator to meet Stefan, Red Star remarked, is it really that easy? Siegel replied, I've been here many times with different assistants, so they are used to it. There's no need to worry. Red Star responded, I see, you have been preparing for this for a long time. Siegel continued, the Elder has always been the one guiding the resistance from the very beginning. I am simply his messenger. He has always been looking for the Queen. Siegel's gaze turned towards Semia, there is news about someone coming here, you don't know how happy he has been. Cassandra also looked at Semia and asked, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much? She simply replied, it's nothing. I'm just a bit anxious. Siegel smiled reassuringly, don't worry, the Elder is very kind, and he really likes you. Semia nodded, all right. Siegel looked up and said, we have arrived. We will have to climb. This is where the Elder resides, a serious man meditating high up. Red Star, seeing this, couldn't help but speak, this old man has a peculiar way of living. Red Star raised his head high, looking at the incomprehensible smoke swirling around. Above them, a black dragon hovered, while the Elder sat in meditation far above. Red Star seemed to recognize something, wait, isn't that the sorcerer I faced before? Latour, the master wizard, synesthesia of the universe rank 7, slowly descended from above, standing behind them before speaking, welcome, welcome. Now please do not move. Latour glanced at Siegel and asked, why are there so many assistants today, Doctor? Siegel replied slowly, it's because Stefan's illness this time is much more severe than any previous times. Naturally, I will need more support. He then looked at the group and curiously asked, so, dear doctor, please explain to me why I have never seen these people before. Siegel answered, they are the ones I just hired. Latour then turned to Semia, asking, even this little girl, so young, is working as a doctor's assistant? He asked Semia, kiddo, what are you working on? Looking at the tall man in front of her, Semia could not hide her fearful and somewhat anxious gaze. Red Star furrowed his brows. One hand clenched into a fist, blocking the wrist of the man, preventing him from acting. That was Cassandra. This made Latour unable to help but think, this guy cannot be underestimated, anyone who dares to ambush him will be sent to eternal slumber by what is protecting him. At this moment, Semia softly spoke up, you look quite frightening. Therefore, I don't dare to answer. Hearing that, the man burst into loud laughter, come here. To Siegel's surprise, immediately quite a few soldiers appeared, forming a circle around them. The soldiers were none other than the elite guards of Ixtel. They turned their gaze at the guards with visibly displeased eyes. At that moment, Latour remarked, everyone is hungry, right? I will treat you all to a meal, please follow this way. Then he unexpectedly patted Siegel on the shoulder and said, I will go inform Stefan, wait a moment. Siegel replied with a smile, yes, thank you. With that, he used his powers to fly up and leave. The girl is afraid of me, that's amusing, he thought. At the dining hall where they had been led, Red Star comfortably raised a leg to his mouth, eating noisily. He even grabbed a bottle of wine, eagerly drinking without stopping. Semia held a small strawberry in her hand, her eyes filled with suspicion, these strawberries seemed delicious. Cassandra, sitting next to her and drinking soda, said, feel free to eat, the food isn't poisonous. You're still worried, right? I'm here with you. Listening to Cassandra's words, Semia finally had the courage to put the strawberry in her mouth. Behind Siegel, the door creaked open, and a figure appeared. Someone announced, "He is ready." Inside a room filled with vines, in the center was a bed. The elders sat quietly on the bed, as if waiting for them. The person inside was Elder Stefan, of the Ice Elf tribe, rank 7 synesthesia. Senia looked at the elder and asked, "What exactly is he doing here?" Siegel bowed and respectfully said, "It's a pleasure to see you again, Elder." Elder Stefan replied, "Oh, hello, Doctor. I feel my body weakening. Oh, my back, I have to trouble you again." Siegel lowered his head, "It is my honor and my duty." Elder Stefan snapped his fingers and used hypnosis on the guard. Immediately, the guard fell into a deep stupor. After finishing, he spoke, "All right, I've hypnotized them. Go ahead. Senia, are you there? Come to meet your grandfather." Cassandra performed a few transformations on Senia's head. Thanks to that, she became aware of everything and quickly made her way to the elder. Senia hugged her grandfather, Grandpa Stefan, hoo-hoo. She sobbed in his arms. The elder gently comforted her, "Kid, you're grown up now, you shouldn't cry. A queen shouldn't be too sensitive." Senia choked back her tears, but he continued, "You've already been through so much. Now that I'm here, everything will be alright. You're home now." Elder's determined gaze suddenly looked up. He turned towards Red Star and asked, "So, you are the new commander?" Red Star calmly replied, "I don't need a speech from you, if you don't mind." Elder Stefan responded, "I don't have time to teach a big guy like you. My granddaughter is in trouble. Although you're quite reckless, you are still the king of the Manhwa kingdom, aren't you, warrior Red Star?" Upon hearing this, Red Star burst into laughter, "Hey old man, you know me, huh, not bad." Siegel, standing behind, retorted, "Is there any king who acts like you?" Elder waved his hand, "No worries, you are also a role model for my granddaughter. Not focusing on etiquette like we do. I still have a lot to discuss with you later. But first, I need to talk to my granddaughter. Can everyone wait outside?" Cassandra asked, "Senia, are you okay?" Senia turned her head and replied, I'm fine." The three of them turned around and walked out of the room, leaving the private space for the grandfather and granddaughter. Red Star glanced back at Cassandra and said, "Hey, did you notice anything unusual? Like a strange smell or something?" She didn't understand, asking back, "Smell?" Cassandra looked around and saw a kind of incense being burned, releasing a fragrant smell. Latour appeared and said, "Three of you, please take a seat here." The three complied obediently, sitting down at the table. Siegel asked the old sorcerer, Today, is there something unusual, sorcerer?" Latour's face immediately became serious. Red Star, with a pipe in his mouth, crossed his arms and asked Latour, "Why do you keep looking at me? Are you admiring my handsomeness?" "But I'm not interested in sword fighting, huh?" Cassandra suddenly stood up, her hands pressed on the table, "That thing, I want it." Red Star laughed, "Do you want me too, huh?" Finally, Cassandra quickly dismissed, "Not you." Cassandra looked toward Latour, secretly thinking, this guy is focused on Red Star. He has been looking in one direction this whole time. The monster, its defense is very weak. The creature with the purple skin wrapped around Latour's body seems to be protecting him. Cassandra's gaze exuded a kind of power, continuously focusing on that monster. Red Star was also intently observing Latour. He wondered to himself, could he see my true identity? Suddenly, the beast beside Latour opened its mouth menacingly. Cassandra flinched at its rather strong reaction. Latour couldn't help but exclaim, "Girl, you are very strong. You can see and detect it." Red Star smirked slyly with the pipe in his mouth, asking, What are you talking about? Did Susan do something wrong? Hey Susan, stop it." As soon as he finished speaking, Red Star's whole body seemed to sense something unusual. His face turned pale, and he slumped down in astonishment to them. Grinding his teeth, Red Star exclaimed, "The food is poisonous." Siegel was startled, "What? Cassandra, too, was a bit panicked. It can't be, I checked it myself, there was no poison in it. Hearing this, the old wizard Latour couldn't help but throw back his head and laugh. The food indeed has no poison, but it is precisely because of this that you do not realize it. When combining many dishes together, the poison is formed. With his tall and slightly elongated nose, along with a gaze that conveyed the cunning of the old wizard, he said, "You never expected this, did you? Ha, you are finished." Inside the room, Same leaned her hands on the ground. Her entire body was powerless, lacking any strength, as if she could no longer bear the weight of herself. Same turned to Stefan, who was sitting on the bed opposite her, and weakly said, "My body, why is it so devoid of strength? What happened?" Stefan remained silent, his eyes narrowing slightly. Soon after, Same collapsed, unconscious right in front of him. Outside, Siegel was being escorted by a group of soldiers wielding swords, confused and exclaiming, "Why?" Facing Latour, Cassandra supported Red Star, allowing him to lean on her for support. Red Star glared angrily at the sorcerer Latour, who was reveling in the moment, thinking, "With my power, I could have easily taken them down." Cassandra disdainfully said, "Shut up, you fool. We have been poisoned." At this moment, it seemed that Cassandra was the only one left with clarity and strength to address the situation. Her expression was serious as she urged, "Stay alert, we need to save Same. She is in danger right now." Latour meditated high above with the beast always coiled around his neck. He gazed toward Cassandra and said, "Oh Cassandra, the king has mentioned you. Surrender, and he might forgive you, serve under him." Cassandra disdainfully replied, "Tell him not to dream anymore. The sun is up, I have no need to cooperate with him." Red Star, despite being poisoned, never ceased his chatter, adding, "That's right, that dog, tell him to get lost." Cassandra wearily pushed Red Star's face aside, saying, "Oh, so noisy, back off." Latour began to chant a distinctive spell in a strange tongue. The magic, glowing with blue light, surged directly toward Red Star and Cassandra, who stood next to each other. Cassandra quickly shoved Red Star in one direction and herself dodged in another. The force penetrated directly into the wall, creating a large hole. Cassandra wielded her weapon, facing Latour without flinching. He sat cross-legged, exclaiming, "Indeed, a sharp blade, but do you have anything stronger?" Once again, strange spells emerged from his mouth. The beast that always coiled around him now grew stronger, and two more massive beasts were summoned around him. Cassandra quickly realized, he's a summoner? How can he create such powerful beasts? In no time, two ferocious monsters charged towards Cassandra. She was unable to defend herself, being controlled under their sharp claws. Red Star, looking pale, shouted, "Let her go." But before he could rush in, Latour struck him. Without any mercy, he sent Red Star crashing into the wall. Looking at him, he smirked and said, "Red Star, you scoundrel, last time I may have lost, but this time is different. You will die at my hands, ha!" A beautiful ending for a forgotten king. But before he could make his move, something unexpected happened, catching him off guard. A hand with a massive source of power surged forth, challenging him, "Are you done talking?" That power shattered the control of the previous monster and broke free. Now in the second round, no one else but Cassandra stood there. Her strength made even Latour flinch as he said, You're still under my summoning." Cassandra replied, "Clearly, I can take them down easily. Too simple." Red Star weakly looked at Cassandra's demeanor and tried to speak up, "Hey Cassandra, does Sebastian know this adorable face of yours?" As soon as he finished speaking, she hit him with one blow. Women are truly a hard-to-please species. The current Cassandra was completely different. She was not only stronger but also appeared mightier than ever. "For me, apart from you, Demon King, I don't care about anyone else's opinions, so keep them to yourself." Seeing this, even Latour began to sweat profusely. Cassandra's claws pierced through the protective glass screen surrounding him. She tore it apart, thrusting her face in and staring intently at him. The immense power crashed down around where Latour was seated, causing him to panic. A perfect kick was unleashed, making even he struggle to maintain his balance. The sorcerer Latour was kicked away by Cassandra without a hint of mercy. It seemed even he was unprepared for her strength. But Cassandra had no intention of stopping, she continuously kicked at Latour. From this side, he was kicked to the other side. At that moment, a dark shadow appeared behind Latour. Curtis had made his entrance, standing right behind Latour and holding him back with one hand. Curtis furrowed his brows as he looked at Cassandra, speaking up, "Cassandra, you really are a nuisance." At this moment, Cassandra was in her demon form, she showed no signs of fear. "Step aside, Curtis. You've arrived just in time." She moved into a stance, preparing to launch another kick, as if she were about to go crazy and charge at them. Curtis didn't remain idle either. In his hand, he held a lantern and said, "You leave me no choice, Cassandra. I don't want to kill you, but this time, it's the end." His brows were tightly knit, the lantern raised closer to Curtis's face. "When you see me as your enemy, I will do the same." The lantern in his hand emitted a beam of green light, radiating power. Somewhere, two hands were exerting considerable effort to keep a sword steady. Sebastian stood shirtless, gripping the sword tightly with both hands, shouting, 7, 2, 1. Xander beside him stared in amazement. "Wow, you did it, it's spiritual power itself." Sebastian seemed to be sensing something. "I feel the sword is angry, it's angry with me," he said. The sword in his hand emitted a dazzling golden light. The light continuously grew more intense, incredibly mysterious. He raised it up, his gaze fixated on it without pause. Sebastian was slightly panicked. "My body. It's trying to AA." Suddenly, his hand released the sword. It fell to the floor, and Sebastian could only curse helplessly, "Damn it." Xander stepped closer, concerned. "Liege, are you okay?" Sebastian looked back at his hands, replying, "For a moment, I thought my body had disappeared, so I let it go." Xander was startled. "What? Fusion? Are you saying you feel fused with the sword?" Sebastian tilted his head slightly to look at Xander. "Not only that, I can hear some sounds coming from the sword." Xander suddenly fell silent in the face of those things. Perhaps he was both surprised and unable to believe. He observed Sebastian examining the sword in his hand and thought to himself, "Liege has only trained with the sword for one day, and he has already reached the level of unification. Is this what genius looks like?" He said he could hear the voice of the sword. "Now he is a holy sword." "What is happening?" Sebastian said, "That feeling has faded." Xander was still pondering, thinking that life was quite unfair, just haze. "Continue to teach me, Xander." But Sebastian hesitated a bit. Cassandra suddenly flew in from some direction, startling both Sebastian and Xander. He exclaimed, Cassandra, what is happening?" Xander knelt down, observing her body, replying, "She is in demon form, with too many wounds." "Who did this to her?" She struggled to voice, "Liege, Curtis has her." "Now, Xenia, I can't protect, forgive me." Sebastian was horrified. Xander, feeling somewhat anxious, said, "Cassandra, wake up. What should we do now? MLP has been captured, we need to save her." Meanwhile, Sebastian appeared calmer, saying, "Hey, Xander. Help her with treatment, inform Ferdinand, and his daughter prepare a speech. That bastard won't rest easy with this." Mr. Ferdinand stood on the high platform, addressing the multitude of people below. He spoke not only with a powerful tone but also with conviction and seriousness. Below him, each citizen had a different attitude and perspective. His daughter, with her shimmering golden hair, stood behind the curtain where her father was speaking. Suddenly, someone called out, "Miss Messiah." She turned her head and saw that it was Sebastian. She was startled, accompanied by a fear so intense that Messiah fell to the floor, saying, "You, Demon King, why are you here? Surely, you're not threatening my father?" Sebastian extended his hand, as if to support her. His gaze was somewhat emotionless, stating, "I guess you are very afraid of the Demon King beforehand. But listen, I stand with your father. I am here to crush his enemies, to help him. Trust me, there's no need to be scared. Messiah seemed somewhat surprised by Sebastian's attitude and actions. But quickly, she chose to turn her face away. Messiah stood up, quickly lifted her skirt, and ran outside, shouting, "I will remember your words. Pay attention." Mr. Ferdinand was a bit surprised to see his daughter here, asking, "Hot Delina?" The people standing below began to stir. "That's the queen. What is she doing here?" The chatter of the crowd started to rise. It seems that Ferdinand's daughter is still on his side, but the king won't be very pleased. I heard their relationship is quite bad. With such a queen, I wouldn't treat her well either. She is beautiful, but the king is also extremely ruthless. He will eliminate anyone who betrays. The words around made her slightly bow her head in concern. While they were still gathering and gossiping, a dark shadow suddenly appeared overhead. The footsteps of a person landed right on the stage. The wary gazes of the subjects were all directed at the one who just appeared. She was also a bit stunned by Sebastian's presence here. He confidently spoke, "I am Demon King Sebastian. Perhaps you have heard my name. I am the master of this continent, and I will participate in the upcoming election of this city." Not only was there the appearance of Sebastian, but at this moment, the two-headed dragon was perched high above, silently observing everything. Curtis stood with his arms crossed, looking down, and beside him was another person who followed along. Below the stage, Sebastian was still passionately speaking. "Though Curtis is your king and the general of the second demon army, he has been chosen as the king of the elf race, thus contributing greatly to the demon legion. However, his laws are truly cruel. He has imprisoned an entire nation in caves, robbing them of their freedom and equality, that is the Ice Elf clan. Then he wickedly slaughtered them. What will happen if you Ice Elves see what has happened to his wife?" Sebastian expressed his anger on his face, his brows tightly furrowed. He continued to speak loudly, "You are still blinded because he has not yet harmed your loved ones. The queen of the Ice Elf clan, Semia, is just a kid. The little girl has fallen into the hands of the one you still call king. Curtis, can you forgive the killing of children? Answer me, or you will have to face this tyranny, or die by it. Which will you choose?" The gazes turned to Sebastian, each person with their own thoughts. But could the Ice Elf people completely trust what he said? Sebastian had to continue, "Wake up, elf race. He is corroding your very existence. I cannot allow this malice to persist any longer. You have forsaken your own freedom, and that is your problem. The demon army will declare, we will not support King Curtis. From today, we will choose a leader to act in accordance with the law, a true leader. And here is Mr. Ferdinand, who is entirely suitable for that." Sebastian pointed his hand towards Mr. Ferdinand, "The spokesperson of the government. Ferdinand will be my choice. I, the Demon King, will support this man to become the future king of the elf race." Immediately, the people below began to murmur, "Why have I never heard about the Ice Elf tribe?" But King Curtis was the one who saved the moon mirror. Didn't the king say the Ice Elf tribe destroyed the moon mirror? They deserve what they got. Why should we listen to the Demon King? It's absurd. It seemed these people had already been brainwashed by that Curtis. Sebastian felt slightly irritated, his fists clenched. Truly pitiful, naive sheep. He controls the country, of course he will control the information as well. Curtis wants the truth to be shaped however he sees fit, and it will be so. Have you ever considered that the Ice Elf tribe is merely a victim as well? They were taken aback. What? Sebastian shouted louder, "Wake up! Open your eyes wide, think for yourselves a little bit. Since when have you allowed your king to mock you like this? Where has the wise, ancient elf race that I once heard of gone? Can't you recognize the truth? The queen has escaped to seek freedom for herself. Do you really think she has betrayed Curtis? The truth will soon be revealed." Curtis crossed his arms, a hint of disdain in his voice as he said, "Sebastian, this bastard truly surprises me with his abilities. Because of this, I won't easily kill Senia. His rhetoric is truly cunning. Curtis smirked slightly. If you want to put on a show, then let me add a few more actors. I won't kill the Ice Elf Queen as you wish, we will let her live. At the ancient tree, the abode of the witch Latour, which also served as their prison, a light flickered past the two guards. Xander gritted his teeth and climbed higher. He had received a mission from Sebastian. The reason for your presence there has its purpose. While I distract Curtis, Xander, you go rescue everyone. Act carefully, the life of the Ice Elf Queen depends on you. He slowly climbed up the last parts of the treetop. Finally, he had reached the destination he needed to. Xander looked at the mess of smoke and fire before him and thought to himself, this chaotic mess is the result of Cassandra. At this moment, Xander had concealed his breath, allowing him to easily observe them. He hid behind a damaged wall. Xander saw Latour commanding the soldiers to take people out for execution. Take them to the execution yard, Latour ordered. Remember to cut off their heads, the rest will be used as dragon food. He could see that the person being led away was Siegel. Right behind him was Red Star. Right now, Red Star had been poisoned, his face much paler. But he sensed Xander's presence, slightly turning his head to the direction he was standing. Xander was also a bit surprised because he knew it wasn't simple for someone to sense his presence here. The guard said, "Move it." Only then did Red Star stop lingering and continue to drag himself along. The sorcerer Latour slowly floated behind, his eyes fixed on the spot where Red Star had cast his gaze earlier, but Xander remained completely unafraid. Latour squinted, but ultimately could not sense or see anything. Xander hid behind the wall, thinking to himself, I have already concealed my breath, yet he still noticed. Sharp senses indeed. But soon, he refocused on his main task. I need to find Semia. Where on earth is that flat-bottomed one? Red Star and Xander seemed to have a hint of worry on their faces. Red Star's knees were pressed to the ground by them. He knelt down while two soldiers restrained Red Star, preparing for execution. One held his body tightly, while the other raised his sword high, glinting in the light. Prepare to strike down, shouted the soldier. No one could envision any outcome other than death for Red Star at this point. The young man closed his eyes, gritting his teeth to brace for the impact. But when Red Star slowly opened his eyes, what fell was not his head but rather that of the soldier. Red Star jumped in surprise and turned to look back. The one who had come to his rescue was Xander. Quickly, Xander sensed that someone was attempting to attack him from behind. He adeptly drew his sword behind him, ready to counter that magic. That attack was from old Latour. Xander turned around and swung his sword to fight him. He swung the sword from behind his back to the front, reflecting the magic. This is for you, he said. Latour laughed, foolish, how can I be harmed by my own magic? But before he could do anything, suddenly Xander vanished from sight. Huh? Where did he go? Quick as lightning, Xander appeared behind Latour. A powerful slash cut through, leaving him no chance to react. He cried out in pain, "AAA." Xander landed lightly. Red Star, who had been watching Xander closely, said, "That sword is really sharp." Oh God, I was wrong. Good job, kid, you just saved this old man's life. Ha ha. Your skills are really great. Do you want me to be your senior? Xander frowned and turned back to reply, you almost got your head chopped off by a bunch of weaklings. Do you think I'm crazy enough to accept someone like you as a senior? Red Star was left stunned by Xander's words. Behind you. Red Star shouted as a creature that had been circling Latour suddenly lunged at Xander. But very quickly, the guy was able to become aware of its attack. One hand Xander grabbed it, trying to hold it back. The other hand held the sword, slicing its body in half. Seeing the scene, Latour was startled. What? He can chop off his own beast. Red Star smiled, well done, kid, good reflexes there. Xander frowned, reminding, don't celebrate too early, old man. We're not out of this yet. The two guards turned to each other, contemplating something. At the same time, they raised their swords toward Red Star's back, preparing to stab down. The two sharp blades quickly cut through the air. But unexpectedly, what fell was not any part of Red Star's flesh but their two blades. One of Xander's feet stepped on Red Star's head as he leaped up. Swift as lightning, his sword dashed through the bodies of the two guards. Xander decisively sliced through those two without any mercy. The two guards holding Siegel behind were a bit panicked upon seeing this, speaking up, "Don't come here, or we will kill him." Siegel let out a breath and calmly said, "These guys underestimate me too much. After all, I am a former commander." He immediately used his strength to push back against the two weak guards. At that moment, Xander seized the opportunity and lunged forward. A blade swished through the air, killing both of them. Siegel casually said, "Thank you." Latour, still in the air, saw this scene and shouted down, "Almost forgot. You are one of the weakest generals of the Demon Legion, named Xander, right?" It seemed that Xander had been provoked by his words. He furrowed his brows tightly, turned his head back, and shouted, "The weakest? Does he want to dig his grave early?" Red Star rubbed his chin and said, "So you are one of the 13 generals, you do hold a bit of rank." Xander shouted, "Shut up, old man. What can a guy who can't even take down one do sitting up there pretending to be something?" Red Star said nothing more, still rubbing his chin, his eyes slightly narrowed as he keenly observed Xander, thinking to himself, "This kid, that hair, is a human in that sword." Xander pointed at himself and said, "I am the youngest general of the Demon Legion. Although I lack battle experience, there will come a day when I will become great." Red Star seemed hardly to care about what Xander was saying, as he focused on the thoughts running through his mind. Could it be? It can't be like that. Latour positioned 2 fingers near his mouth, beginning to mutter some sort of incantation. Xander was a bit confused, unable to guess what the man's next action would be. Suddenly, at the spot where Xander stood, the ground rose up as if it were water. He quickly jumped down to escape the stone that was slowly ascending. He clasped his hands together and said, "Whether it's you or the succubus, the general of the Demon Legion does not seem very strong." Xander observed these spells and thought to himself, "He can manipulate matter, perhaps I cannot defeat him." Siegel, standing behind him, reminded him, "When the stones begin to fall, don't jump up." Xander, slightly puzzled, said, "Huh?" At that moment, the stones began to fall. Xander gripped his sword, his face full of confidence. "These little things are simple, I will shatter them all before they can hit the ground." Red Star saw through the action that Xander was about to take and shouted, "Don't waste your energy on those harmless things, focus on the sorcerer." Xander was a bit startled, stepping back a few paces. He glanced behind him and said, "Quit yelling, old man. I'm trying to fight here." Red Star replied seriously, "That spell has its range, it can't reach us here." At that moment, Xander was surprised. Indeed, right after that, the stones that fell to the ground could only land around the spot where the 3 of them were standing, without affecting them. Xander turned to Red Star and asked, "How do you know?" Red Star simply said, "Don't attack mindlessly, observe his attack patterns, you'll discover his weaknesses. When he casts magic, don't stand too far away, he won't be able to move." Xander stood staring at the stones in front of him. At this moment, Latour raised both hands sideways, preparing for another round of spellcasting, mumbling incantations. The stones in front of Xander wouldn't settle down, once again they began to rise into the air. He focused his gaze upward, and Red Star immediately reminded him, "Forget about the stones." Red Star said seriously, "During that time, find their pattern, concentrate, and you will find the magic core. Do you see it? Those rocks combined together, transforming into a stone monster." Under Red Star's guidance, Xander quickly spotted what he needed to find. In the center of its chest was a round object that was the source of its power. He shouted, "There, I see it." Red Star hurriedly said, "Then what are you waiting for? Destroy it now." Latour laughed triumphantly, "Ha, my summon will kill all of you, no one will survive. Ha ha." But immediately, the stone monster he summoned, seemingly powerful, was annihilated by Xander, reducing it to harmless stones, leaving him both startled and incredulous. Xander shouldered his sword, looked up at the old man and said, "Didn't see that coming, did you?" In his palm, Xander held something round, looked confidently at Latour, and asked, "Is this all your power?" "Now it's in my hands." Without a moment's hesitation, his strong hand crushed that source of power. Seeing all his strength shattered, Latour could not remain still, screaming, "No!" His entire body lost its power and was immediately affected. Thanks to that power gem, he had been able to firmly sit in the air while moving. Now, having lost that power, Latour fell to the ground. Seeing the weakness when Latour lost his strength, Xander was a bit surprised. "Oh, is that all there is to it?" Xander turned his head to look at Red Star. It seemed he knew the sorcerer very well. He replied, "That's right, I've met him once. So I studied how he fights." Perhaps having faced him once allowed Red Star to discover his weaknesses. He continued, "Sorcerers are the bane of swordsmen like us. So I need to know how they fight to find their weaknesses. That rank 7 sorcerer synesthesia only has one element and one method of attack." Hearing Red Star's words, Xander felt some of this person's abilities. He asked, "You are not an ordinary person, are you?" Suddenly, Siegel spoke up boldly, "That's right. If our leader hadn't been poisoned, they would have been dead long ago." Red Star seemed somewhat pleased. "Oh, that's nice. It's great to feel a fan defending you." Suddenly, Red Star furrowed his brow tightly, as if he had sensed something unusual. Xander slung his sword behind him, ready to leave, saying, "Everything is fine now. I will go look for Xenia." But Red Star said, "Wait." He felt a bit tense and said, "Something is coming." Immediately, a hand lunged forward trying to grab Xander, accompanied by Red Star's loud shout, "Be careful." Fortunately, Xander had very good reflexes, he dodged out of its reach. The one coming was Camus. Xander reached for the sword at his back, gritted his teeth, and asked, "Who are you?" It smiled slightly, looking directly at Xander, and said, "Little devil, you took down the sorcerer, that's impressive. But it doesn't matter, the meat is even tastier now." Red Star sat behind, frowning and reminding, "He is immortal, be careful." He wasn't directly participating in the fight, but Red Star seemed more tense and focused than Xander. He spoke again, "Focus, he's coming." Camus opened its mouth wide and lunged at Xander. Both of his hands gripped the sword tightly. "Fierce skill, but I'm not afraid of you." The sword in his hand flew powerful towards Camus, but this time victory did not belong to Xander. Camus not only dodged but also inflicted a wound on Xander's right arm. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from the wound. "Looks like I can't underestimate him." Camus triumphantly said, "Fear has made you hesitate, and that sword is not enough to bring me down." Xander firmly gripped the sword, courageously replied, "What is there to fear?" But Red Star could see through it. He silently thought, "That demon is right. Fear is gradually weakening him." Red Star was just observing, so perhaps he was the one who felt it the most. Xander moved forward, fiercely swinging his sword to slash it. Red Star was still silently observing, thinking, "This kid has good potential, I just need to teach him how to deal with wizards. But this monster is too tough, I can't intervene." Red Star felt a bit worried for Xander in this confrontation with Camus. He uncomfortably thought, "I can't let him die before uncovering this kid's true identity. What should I do?" Xander's sword sliced down right at the top of Camus's head. He felt a bit pleased and shouted, "Got you." But Camus was not something easy to deal with. It jumped away, mouth wide open, foolish. At that moment, Xander's sword only struck the ground. Its speed was too quick, Xander couldn't turn around fast enough to react before it dashed behind him. Oh no! But unexpectedly, there was another sword pressed right against Camus's neck. A girl with white hair appeared, her hand bringing a sharp sword to Camus's neck, preventing him from striking Xander. He smiled and turned back to look. "White Lotus, you're here." The girl who appeared was White Lotus, commander of the 11th Army of the Demon Legion, synesthesia of death rank 8. Camus aggressively bit down on the blade of White Lotus's sword. It clamped down and yanked the sword from her hand. But White Lotus's hand quickly reached for its face. She forcefully pulled its face, causing Camus to nearly turn its head completely. Her movement was swift as lightning, the two swords were once again firmly in her grasp. White Lotus lunged forward, seemingly in perfect sync. Camus's entire body was sliced into countless pieces without the slightest mercy. Both Red Star and Siegel, standing behind, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Xander smiled, encouragingly saying, "Beautiful slice, Lotus." She replied seriously, "This elf has power similar to mine. Synesthesia of death, we must be careful. Death magic is incredibly dangerous." She gazed intently at Camus, who was beginning to merge the severed parts back together to return to its original form. In no time, Camus was able to regain its previous shape. It confidently replied, "Indeed, a true master of synesthesia will never die." White Lotus looked at it, skillfully spinning the two swords in her hands before launching them downward. She asked, "Is that so? You seem quite confident about that, don't you?" She raised the two swords, covering one of her eyes, and casually continued, "But these are two swords forged by the magic of death, soul-stealing swords. Your body will slowly rot away. Can you feel it yet?" Just as White Lotus said, her voice intertwined with the decaying body of Camus. But it seemed unwilling to concede to the blade. Camus was trying to transform its body from solid form to gaseous form. White Lotus raised her sword, getting into a ready stance. She could clearly see what it was trying to do. Interesting, she thought. Transforming to gas, planning to escape, are you? But your time is up. The soul-stealing blade will erode your body. White Lotus looked up at the sky, a red shadow streaking across the bright light of the moon. She seemed to have recognized who it was. Oh, it's her. Camus had turned himself into gas as quickly as he could, but it seemed his intention to escape had failed. Because there was not only the presence of White Lotus but another person had also appeared. Xander also looked up at the high sky, while White Lotus slightly bowed down, speaking softly, "It seems he's finished, I won't need to take action." A sudden source of red light poured down where they were gathered powerfully. Siegel was a bit panicked, retreating backward, raising his hands to shield himself, exclaiming, what is that?" "It seemed Red Star recognized who had come," he said, "although I don't want to meet her much. With her here, we are safe now." A head of bright orange-red hair began to appear. The Vampy Queen had arrived, and she was none other than Miranda, with an extremely sharp body ratio, orange-red hair, and a dazzling red outfit that made her stand out incredibly. Both Xander and White Lotus knelt on one knee in a gesture of respect, simultaneously speaking out, humbly, "Commander." The Vampire Queen looked toward Camus, wondering, "Do you want to escape?" It used all its strength, desperately wanting to run away from this place, secretly thinking, "I must run, it's too dangerous here." She raised her arm, cast her magic, and shouted, "Come back here." Camus wasn't foolish enough to seek its own demise. It still had to think of a way to escape. "I don't want to die. I have to run fast." But perhaps its strength couldn't resist the hand of the Vampire Queen. The immense power of Miranda pulled it back toward her. Although it didn't want to, Camus realized she was too strong, it could not fight back. Miranda only needed one hand to hold its head. She forcefully slammed it down to the ground with no mercy. Siegel watched this scene, unable to hide his amazement at Miranda's strength. He exclaimed, "So strong. That's the serial killer Camus, with just one skill she caught him. She must be even stronger than you." Red Star angrily shouted, "Shut up." Before he could say anything more, Siegel received a slap from Miranda. He was left dazed, feeling like his head was spinning. Red Star also didn't have time to react and merely huffed. Siegel stood there dazed before collapsing to the ground. Miranda did not turn around, only coldly said, "Silence, kneel like everyone else." The White Lotus maintained its original posture, bowed its head quietly thinking, "That slap must have hurt a lot. The Queen personally came, soon I'll be able to take a break." Miranda looked down at Camus and yelled, "And you, who told you to kneel?" He bowed his head down to the ground, silently thinking, "How can I escape death? Why can't my body move? Am I scared? She disdainfully remarked, "You are indeed the dog of that damn elf. Now listen to my question." He was still bowing his head to the ground, completely silent, seemingly waiting for a question from Miranda. She leaned down slightly and slowly said, "Do you know who Remus is?" "He is a subordinate of Curtis." "What happened to him?" "Curtis sacrificed his life to escape." "There are no words like loyalty for someone like Curtis." "Perhaps working with him is your destiny?" Miranda was intentionally mentioning those who were used by Curtis in order to awaken Camus. Desperate to save his own life, he respectfully replied, "I beg you, dear Red Queen. I only followed orders to achieve my freedom." Miranda continued to ask, "Where are Stefan and the hostage?" Camus replied, "I don't know, I don't care about anything else." Miranda could see through whether he was lying or not. As a result, his blood circulation was normal, he was not lying. She asserted determinedly, "Go back and tell Curtis that the Legion of Demons will soon take over the city. His day of judgment has come." At this point, Camus dared to lift his head slightly and replied, "Yes." She put her hands on her hips, casting a look of disdain at Camus as he slowly walked away, saying, "Next time I meet you, you won't escape death." He didn't forget to reply, "Yes, my queen." Siegel watched as Miranda let him go so easily, unable to believe it, and shouted, "Camus is a notorious criminal in this city, why are you letting him escape?" Even Red Star had to be startled by Siegel's fearlessness. Red Star quickly punched him, loudly scolding, "Shut up! Do you want to die? Haven't you had enough beating?" Miranda turned back to look at the one who had just criticized her, but Red Star quickly dealt Siegel a blow that sent him tumbling over with his legs in the air. With an awkward smile, Red Star said to Miranda, "Don't pay attention to him. I've just taught him a lesson." Miranda held up 2 fingers and used magic to lightly cut her wrist, letting the blood flow. Xander quickly tilted his head back and drank a bit. Immediately, those magical drops of blood helped his body recover to its peak condition. Xander looked at his arms and legs in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, I'm healed." Remembering something, he asked Miranda, "By the way, Cassandra. How is she?" Miranda replied calmly, "I've checked on her. Her injuries are quite strange, my blood can't fully heal her. We need Mauking to know how to treat her." Xander was surprised and asked again, "Is that guy coming here too?" White Lotus, with hands on her hips, added, "Even more than that, Xander. The entire Legion is on the move." Miranda turned her back to the two and said, "Curtis has been planning a rebellion for years. Now we are finally seeing him take action." Miranda's gaze was cold and sharp. "It's time to eliminate the damn traitor from our ranks." Suddenly, a hand was raised and a voice echoed, "I agree, let's deal with that bastard Curtis." It was Red Star. He added, "The Ice Elf clan and I also have a grudge against him. Let me join in." Miranda turned to look at Red Star and replied, "The Demon Core and humans are at war, we won't collaborate with the enemy." Red Star forced a smile, "Hey, I'm not one of those enemies, besides, you and I have the same rank." Hearing that, Miranda was a bit surprised, turned to look at Red Star, "You're saying you and I have the same level?" Miranda showed some disdain, raised her hand to cast magic, as if to test his endurance. "Want to test it?" The last one who wanted to try, now his grave is over a meter high. Red Star showed no fear and said, "I can become stronger, but if not for the poison, I could have taken you down already." "How would we know without trying?" Miranda looked at Red Star with sharp eyes. White Lotus whispered, "He's dead for sure." Xander, however, was skeptical. "Hey old man, are you stupid?" This made Red Star feel that his power was being underestimated by these 2 young ones. He said seriously, "Does it sound like I'm joking?" Immediately, Miranda's blood was transferred directly into Red Star's mouth, causing him to startle. Thanks to that blood, in an instant, he was able to regain his original strength and power. While Miranda was still helping him recover, Red Star shouted, "This is the miraculous blood." Standing up tall and healthy, Red Star laughed heartily, "I'm back, huh? Now what?" White Lotus was somewhat surprised and quickly said, "Oh, I retract my previous statement. But Xander still didn't trust. Yeah, but that's the vampire queen. Miranda, with her cold, piercing gaze that could frighten anyone, while Xander and White Lotus whispered from behind, that's right, he will have to face the strongest of the Demon Legion, Queen Miranda. This battle will be quite interesting. As Miranda lunged forward, Red Star quickly raised his hand signaling to stop and said, "Wait, time's up." Without even having the chance to fight, Red Star added, "I surrender, you win." This left Xander beside him utterly stunned. Miranda immediately understood the situation. "You tricked me to be cured of poison. Humans really cannot be trusted. Who would have thought you were once a king?" Red Star appeared indifferent, turning to Xander and said, "Kiddo, we have a more urgent problem. Your girlfriend, we need to save her." Xander clenched his fists and rebutted immediately, "Flat-chested is not my girlfriend. Besides, this is none of your business, this is our issue." Red Star recalled something, turning back to Miranda and explained, "Oh, I also rescued this kiddo along with Sebastian. Is that enough for me to join in?" Xander yelled right beside him, "No. Go away." Red Star, still shameless, continued, "Oh, there's one more thing." He crossed his arms, his face showing an air of mystery. "Sebastian and I share a very big secret. We became good friends after an incident in the lava core. The issue here is that I am very close to your liege. Are you really going to refuse?" Miranda was stunned by Red Star's words, clearly unable to respond. After a moment, she smiled and said, "You are truly lying to me. Sebastian would never have a human friend." In the dark night at the edge of the elf territory, a girl in high black boots appeared, shrouded in mystery. She looked around and said, "Here it is, the summoning magic of the demon tribe, looks quite strange." The girl, dressed in a black outfit that covered her body, stood beside a peculiar machine, observing it with curiosity. "I've never seen a structure like this. Does he want me to replicate it? This is quite a tough task." With a sharp face, green eyes, and purple hair, she was even more alluring. She touched her lips, wiping off the smudged lipstick, telling herself, "But it sounds interesting." A robot, huh? That girl was Omega, a mechanic from the 13th Brigade, Synesthesia, a rank 5 guard, with a strength rating of 5,123. Above, several lunar knights riding dragons looked down, bustling and asking each other, "Hey, what is happening here?" They felt a bit frightened and whispered to each other, "Why is she here? Who can stop her?" Another one replied, "Who? Do you dare go?" None of the lunar knights had the guts to submit to death themselves, they only dared to fly high and observe. Their voices echoed, "Anyone who dares to go down there will be granted death by her." Miranda looked strong and powerful, leading the entire group. Xander glanced up at the lunar knights and smiled with satisfaction. "Huh, thanks to our commander, those damned lunar knights don't dare say anything at all." Siegel, trailing behind Red Star with his cheeks swollen, looked at him and said, "You two are of the same rank, why do you have to fear her? She can easily enter the city, while you just sneak into the sewers and—" Before Siegel could finish his sentence, Red Star cut him off. "Are you blaming me?" Suddenly, Red Star turned around, pointing his finger directly at Siegel's face and scolding, "Miranda is the second in command next to the Demon King, the strongest entity in the world. Even though I am a king, I still depend on his army. Is your brain nothing but crap?" Hearing the scolding, Xander also had to turn his head to look. Siegel stammered, "I just thought that." Suddenly, Miranda called out, "Red Star." This caused him to shift his gaze from Siegel to her. Miranda asked, "Tell me how you encountered Sebastian in the heart of the lava." Red Star was slightly surprised and replied, "Huh?" In the city center, a lunar knight unexpectedly descended, knelt on one knee, and respectfully spoke. Lunar Knight Silas pays his respects to the Queen, commander of the demon army. Seeing him, Miranda shouted, "Stand up." Silas remained bowed, maintaining his position, and continued, "It is an honor for our city Ixtel to have you visit. However, our army does not take orders from the demon army, we only follow the commands of the king." At this moment, he finally raised his head, revealing a face partially concealed by a mask, and added, "You have no authority here. You have captured a royal wizard, this is an active threat against the kingdom. Behind him, Latour had fainted, held by Miranda's men. Silas continued, "Leader of the demon army, Queen Miranda, please return him to us." Miranda was not bothered by Silas's meaningless words. She raised her arm, ready to use magic to eliminate him immediately. Quickly, the area where Silas knelt was surrounded. Miranda aimed straight at Silas and launched her attack. Silas had no strength left to resist, and in an instant, Miranda's bright red magic enveloped him. Miranda's gaze sharpened, and the power from her hand became more intense. Just as she was about to take Silas's life, a sudden voice rang out, "Stop!" That cry made Miranda hesitate. Silas, who seemed to be on the verge of death, narrowly escaped danger. He collapsed to the ground, gasping, "Cough! Cough!" Red Star looked up, a slight smirk on his lips, saying, "That sound is him." Sebastian descended from above, heading towards them. He spoke with a somewhat cheerful expression, "Miranda, welcome to the city." Sebastian landed in front of Miranda and Red Star. Red Star spoke up, "Sebastian, we meet again." Sebastian nodded in response, "Red Star, I heard you are now the commander of the Ice Elf tribe, congratulations." Red Star, having the opportunity to chat with Sebastian, pointed at himself with his thumb, looked at Miranda and said, "Hey Miranda, did you see? I'm not joking." But Miranda didn't pay attention to him. She noticed Silas trying to find a chance to escape and said to Sebastian, "Sebastian, that damn elf, are you going to let him go?" Hearing his name, Silas immediately knelt down. Sebastian turned back to look and replied, "Him? Are you planning to kill him?" Miranda responded, her eyes filled with determination, "Why are you asking? These elves are betraying us, especially that Curtis guy." Sebastian remained calm, showing no intention of killing anyone here. "So what? We just need to deal with Curtis." Miranda solemnly added, "The source of Curtis's power is right here. Your thinking is too naive." Sebastian, unfazed, replied, "I have a plan for that, don't worry. Come with me for a moment, Miranda." The two left that place and went to another grand building. Red Star looked around, seeing fallen wooden trunks lying sideways outside, realizing the traces of sword slashes. He couldn't help but be astonished. Seeing Red Star observing intently, Sebastian smiled and said, "That's just me practicing, don't mind it." Red Star's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" Xander smiled and turned to Red Star, saying, "Oh, that mark is from the first time my liege used that sword." Red Star was even more astonished and asked again, "Are you kidding?" Even Miranda seemed a bit surprised to learn that Sebastian studied sword skills. She turned her head and asked, "The Demon King studied sword skills? Really? He's a mage, after all." Xander replied honestly, "He has a talent for swordsmanship, I swear I'm not lying." At that moment, Cassandra was lying on the sickbed, with the branches of Elder Malking beside her. He said, "She still has the corona. Although I've tried my best to heal her, I can only completely cure her when you show me what attacked her." Cassandra slightly opened her eyes in a daze, but she was very weak, her sweat soaking her head. Sebastian glanced at Elder Malking and asked, "Are you confident in that?" Elder Malking firmly replied, "My liege, I will try. She cannot die." At that moment, Miranda turned to Red Star and said, "You better look away, or I will kill you." Red Star asked in confusion, Why? Xander, standing behind him, said, "Hey old man, Cassandra isn't wearing any clothes, you pervert even at your age." After listening, Red Star immediately turned red all over, feeling embarrassed. Xander quickly pushed him outside. "Let's go, don't stay here anymore, old man. Don't embarrass yourself any further." Red Star asked, "I didn't. Don't you want to look?" But Xander coldly replied, "Well, I've seen enough. When I was younger, I was used to seeing her naked. We even slept together." Red Star could hardly believe what Xander said. He was so shocked that he even had a nosebleed and shouted, "What?" It seemed that discussing these matters heightened Red Star's interest. Blood from his nose kept flowing, but Red Star still didn't stop probing Xander. Sleeping together, did you do that often? That's not fair, every day? Hey kid, can you tell me more details? Even Xander was rendered speechless by Red Star's attitude. Xander's hands moved quickly and discreetly, but Red Star's gaze and reflexes were anything but ordinary. In no time, Xander swung his sword straight at where Red Star was standing. But little did he know, Red Star had already jumped forward, stepping on his head. Red Star said enthusiastically, "That speed is decent, but still too predictable, kiddo. Give it another try." Xander couldn't believe Red Star's reflexes. Clearly, Red Star was faster than he had imagined. Red Star smirked confidently, as his opponent was a rank 9 warrior. Being stomped like this infuriated Xander, who yelled, "Damn you, dirty old man." Xander quickly shifted his sword back. Red Star's foot transitioned from his head to the sword in Xander's hand, lightly stepping as he did so. Immediately after, Red Star stomped down hard on Xander's face, causing him to feel dizzy. Red Star leisurely landed after the jump, while Xander helplessly fell to the ground. He said, "Kiddo, last time you dared to step on my head, now it's time for my revenge, huh?" But Red Star wasn't in a hurry to relax yet. He glanced back at Xander. He stood up again, returning to a heroic stance, sword raised high, wanting to continue the fight. Red Star quickly called out, "Wow! Hey kiddo, wait! We're still in that room. I know you want to go solo, but your friend Cassandra is still healing inside, right?" Red Star pointed outside and said, "Do whatever you want once you're out." Inside, Sebastian and Miranda were attentively observing Cassandra's condition. Elder Mauking was helping her while explaining, "Cassandra has an immortal body, ordinary attacks cannot harm her, but this time there is a slight difference." Miranda seemed to realize, "It's Curtis, that lantern." Elder Mauking asked further, "Miranda, do you know why?" "At first, I didn't know, but in this Holy Wing City, there is a magic artifact." It seemed that Miranda had the chance to see Curtis' lantern, she continued, "a green lantern containing an ancient magical source. It was found at the bottom of the lake in the city." Miranda turned to Sebastian and asked, he just replied, "Why is the first place we attack Holy Wing City?" Sebastian quickly sought help from the little fire spirit, the flame always following Sebastian's gaze. "Let me see, it could be." Very quickly, Sebastian had an answer for Miranda, "Of course, it's because it's a weak point for humanity." Miranda replied, "But it's not beneficial for me, and the enemy has an archangel." Miranda said, "Is that Curtis's idea when most of the Vanguard Battalion is the Lunar Knights?" Miranda's face was serious. She continued, "The war horn was sounded by Curtis. The elves served as a sweeping shield on the battlefield, and the damage was immense. They are merely shields serving Curtis in battle." Miranda added, "You suffered damage from Sarif, but the elves gain completely from this." Sebastian understood part of it. Her implication was that Curtis took a risk to obtain the magic artifact. She cautiously reminded him, "I've seen its dangers. It is incredibly hazardous. Do you really have a plan against it?" Sebastian had no plans regarding it, but he still tried to say, "Of course." Miranda seemed somewhat skeptical, leaning closely towards Sebastian with doubt. But quickly, she turned away and said, "Sebastian, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Before leaving, Sebastian did not forget to remind, "Take care of Cassandra, Elder Mauking." He respectfully replied, "Yes, my liege, please rest assured." Sebastian glanced down, silently hoping for Cassandra. With her frail body, Sebastian could only tell himself, "You must recover quickly." Outside the room, where only 2 people remained in the darkness, the atmosphere was somewhat desolate. Sebastian asked, "What's wrong?" Miranda did not turn her back, her tone somewhat indifferent as she asked, "Tell me, Sebastian. The last time we fought together, it was the time when the Demon Legion was formed. Do you remember?" Her gaze became sharper and more resolute than ever. Sebastian felt frozen before the unexpected question Miranda directed at him. He didn't know how to answer accurately, for this body was indeed Sebastian's, but the spirit within, the person inside, was someone else. How could he know about the events that had transpired in Sebastian's past? Warning, danger level. Like a wind cutting through, a part of Sebastian's arm was severed by Miranda. She growled, "You." Miranda grabbed the severed arm, turning around. Her eyes seemed intent on killing Sebastian standing there, demanding, "Who are you?" After being unexpectedly disarmed by Miranda, Sebastian collapsed, his knees hitting the ground. Unable to stand firm, he fell to the earth, clutching the place where his arm had been cut off, screaming in pain. Sebastian shouted at Miranda, "What are you doing?" "I am Sebastian." Miranda closed her eyes, picked up Sebastian's severed arm, and let the blood flow into her mouth. The sight of the bright red droplets dripping into Miranda's mouth sent chills down my spine. Miranda's eyes widened, and at that moment, her pupils changed to gray, with pink patterns rising on her forehead. She licked the blood on the corner of her mouth, exclaiming in astonishment, "This blood, you really are Sebastian." Before I attacked, I had warned with a wave of spiritual power. The real Sebastian would never get hit. As Miranda spoke, Sebastian lay in a pool of blood, still clutching his arm and screaming in pain. Sebastian was in agony to the point of exhaustion. Miranda stood by, hands on her hips, and skeptically commented, "He just needs to shake his shoulder a little to dodge, he would never scream like you do." Sebastian sat up, as small spirits glowing in bright green appeared out of nowhere, flying around his wound, trying to heal him. Miranda looked down in disdain, raised her finger, preparing to activate her technique, mumbling, "Humph, you still have his passive skills, but it won't work." Miranda was trying to appear calm, but from the pale expression and the beads of sweat on her face, it was easy to see the tension. She continued to recite the spell. Immediately, blood sprayed from the wound on Sebastian's mouth. The spirits shattered into pieces due to this sudden burst. Sebastian screamed in agony. Miranda controlled Sebastian to stand up, speaking loudly, "In this world, no one can defeat me with such a large wound. I control every drop of blood, bleeding before my eyes. You will die, even the true Demon King is not excluded, and he will never make that deadly mistake." Sebastian strained against the pain, gritting his teeth as he said, "Say what you want, nothing can change the truth. I am Sebastian, the Demon King." Miranda raised 3 fingers in front of him, rebutting, "Stop acting. If you were the real thing, I wouldn't have acted like this. Where is he? If you don't say, I will kill you. Answer me, where is he? Silence means I will drain every drop of your blood." Miranda extended her hand and struck Sebastian in the stomach, lifting him off the ground. Blood immediately sprayed everywhere, there was no part of Sebastian that wasn't bleeding. Miranda yelled, "Where is Sebastian? Hurry and answer me." Sebastian, on the contrary, smiled strangely, "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, he felt his shoulders lighten up, very comfortable. Miranda was surprised and exclaimed, "What?" Sebastian continued to smile, emphasizing each word, "If I die, Sebastian will really die too." Miranda was horrified, her eyes wide in disbelief at what she was hearing, but it was the truth. Sebastian's pupils also widened, desperately shouting, "I want to die so badly right now, just do it." Miranda was so angry that the veins on her face bulged, pointing at Sebastian's face, stammering, You're lying." Sebastian coldly questioned her, threatening, "What can a dying person lie about?" Despite the blood flowing continuously from his mouth, Sebastian still wore a grotesque smile, "Heal me and I will tell you the truth." "Ha ha ha ha, how about that?" Miranda fell silent, frowning in deep thought. After a while, she spoke, her face dark like a pot bottom, "Fine, if your answer doesn't satisfy me, today next year will be your death anniversary." Saying that, Miranda threw Sebastian forcefully to the ground. Sebastian cried out in pain. Miranda used a technique, reciting a spell that caused Sebastian's 2 arms to hover in the air, gradually moving. The arms automatically aligned with the wound from earlier, leaving Sebastian astonished and speechless. Miranda closed her eyes, pressed her 2 fingers against her temples, and recited the incantation. The spot where her fingers rested glowed with a warm orange light. Sebastian sat cross-legged, cradling the arm that had just been reattached, silently thinking, "I can immediately feel it, it can move again." I can feel the pain. Miranda squeezed the arm tightly, gritting her teeth to sense the real pain. Suddenly, she spoke, "Open your mouth." Instantly, Miranda drew blood from her wrist, controlling it to move. Without hesitation, Sebastian opened his mouth wide, accepting the flow of fresh blood. After drinking the blood, tiny greenish specks appeared around Sebastian's body. The wound on his mouth had completely healed. Sebastian hugged his arm, feeling a deep sense of relief. The pain is gone now, my body feels better, and my spiritual power has reached its maximum. Miranda looked down from above, commanding Sebastian, "Tell me the truth." Sebastian continued to sit with his head down, hugging his arms, constantly marveling at Miranda's abilities. He said, "Miranda, if you were in my world, you would definitely be a very skilled surgeon. The application of science combined with magic could work well there." Miranda didn't understand and asked, "Surgeon? What nonsense are you talking about?" Sebastian looked up at Miranda and said firmly, "Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I hope you won't be shocked by this truth." Sebastian summarized the situation in the simplest way possible. Miranda opened her eyes wide in astonishment and couldn't help but raise her voice in question. "What? Chosen by God?" Sebastian grinned slyly and said, "That's right. God believes that Sebastian has the ability to restore peace to this world. But with his nature, he's wasting his talent, only solving things through war. So God sent me here." Miranda confirmed, "So, God sent you?" Sebastian replied, "Exactly." Before he could finish his sentence, Miranda squeezed his neck tightly. He was taken aback by her reaction, gritting his teeth and widening his eyes, unable to utter a word. Miranda was furious, her pupils shifting to a sea blue color, the pink patterns on her forehead becoming more pronounced. She grit her teeth and snarled each word, "You, an idiot like you." Sebastian's body was squeezed so tightly that the veins on his face bulged. He struggled to articulate a sound, saying something to provoke Miranda. "What are you planning to do?" "Kill me, go ahead and do it." Sebastian raised his index finger, pointing at the sky, as he said, "Everything is the will of heaven, don't blame me." Miranda's anger intensified, she applied even more pressure and shouted at Sebastian's face, "You bastard, where is Sebastian's soul? Speak up now." Sebastian yelled back, "I understand why you're angry. If someone from another world took over your beloved husband's body, I'd go crazy too. You two are very close, right? I didn't mean to usurp his body. Can't you be gentler? This is our body." Miranda was taken aback by Sebastian's reaction, her voice faltering, Shut up. Just answer my question." Finally, Miranda had to release Sebastian. He gasped for air, coughing several times. After stabilizing his voice, Sebastian raised his head and coldly said to Miranda, "He is still alive." Miranda curiously asked, "Then, where is he?" Sebastian only replied, "I don't know. He had once regained this body when Connery attacked." Miranda, only the eternal flame knows this, you and Red Star know this, no one else knows everything. Sebastian hesitantly asked, "So do you blame me for everything that has happened?" She continued to ask, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? A matter as important as this was left for so long." Sebastian explained, "When I first arrived in this world, I didn't know whom to trust. I was afraid you would kill me. I knew I had to embody a character of this world, I had to be cautious. Of course, I was right. The Demon Legion is too brutal, unfaithful, they only follow the strongest. In such cases, it is wisest to keep oneself safe. I was already the strongest entity, it was of no benefit to the Legion for me to tell the truth." After hearing this, Miranda fell silent. Then her face darkened as she asked, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Then, Sebastian began to draw on the ground, slowly saying, "How should I put this, it can be called something like a cartoon." He asked her, "Have you ever seen Sebastian draw?" Miranda replied, "No, never. I've been thinking for a long time, but I can't remember ever seeing him draw." Sebastian added more to the drawing. She covered her chest and asked, what are you planning to draw? He nervously said, I just want to clarify. The truth is, I am no one. His face turned red. I should have died, but my soul was transferred here. I don't belong to this world, and I don't know how to return. Before, I was just an ordinary person. Hearing that, Miranda froze and stared at him. Sebastian stood up and continued, Don't look at me like that, with that confused gaze, as if you're about to kill me. I am not a strong Sebastian, I am not the Sebastian in your thoughts. He looked at her and said, Miranda, if I knew how to bring Sebastian back, I would tell you right away. I promise, I have no intention of staying. But right now, I need you, just as the demon kingdom needs you, Miranda. Then he reached out his hand to her, Let's work together, shall we? But Miranda pushed his hand away. She stood up and said, I thought Sebastian had awakened, it turns out all those previous things were just your idea. Miranda asked irritably, You claim you were chosen by the Lord, fool, but Sebastian is not a good person. She leaned on her hands and continued, For the future of the Demon Legion and the Demon Kingdom, I will cooperate with you. The real Sebastian will never be a lawman, that's something I'll leave to you, but from now on, the command of the army will be mine. You will have to obey me. Sebastian turned his head away and said, Oh, so you like me now? Yes, Your Majesty Miranda. She stammered, shouting, You don't tease me. He interrupted Miranda, continuing, My subordinates dare not disobey your orders, otherwise, you would kill me. She rolled her eyes, Sebastian and I have never had that kind of relationship, don't get it wrong. His eyes widened innocently as he pointed at her and asked, Is that so? But what I did with Cassandra clearly annoyed you, do you think I didn't see it? Miranda shouted in anger, That's different. I don't want him close to that whore, she's a succubus. She crossed her arms and recounted, Sebastian and I have known each other for hundreds of years. The trust between us far exceeds the feelings that a man and a woman have. Even with his flaws, I still admire him. We are friends, of the same purpose. And if you have anything to hide from me. She turned back to look, a clear mark showing on her forehead, I will kill you with my own hands, is that clear? Sebastian fell down, waving his hands in worry, saying, Yes, understood. Miranda asked further, Cassandra, she doesn't know about this, how many times have you played with her? You are worse than Sebastian, that lecher. Sebastian panicked and exclaimed, Huh? You misunderstood me. She turned her head away, leaving him with a statement that pierced straight into his mind, Oh, why should I care? You are not him, all men are the same, thinking with their lower halves. He raised his hand, replying, I have never done that. Miranda reminded him, If Cassandra doesn't know about this, my issue with you must not be told to anyone. Sebastian wondered, even to Red Star? She turned back, full of menace, reminding him, If you tell him, I will kill him. Hearing that, he quickly covered his mouth. Meanwhile, Red Star had just punched Xander down to the ground, muttering, What's going on? He rubbed his nose, feeling like someone was talking about him. Dear God, I hope they are speaking well. Sebastian called out, Miranda, wait. I want to ask something. He struggled to stand up and asked, If I said I lost my memory because of the tears of an angel, would you believe me? Miranda replied, That reason is acceptable. She turned back and said, The change can be easily noticed since the match with Sarif, but if you let slip any weakness, others might pick up on it. He replied, Yeah, I have many ways to hide it without using my powers. Sebastian said seriously, If I have you here, I don't need to hide anymore. Miranda glanced at him, listening. He continued, Even though I am from another world and we don't know each other well, I believe I can rely on your strength. The strength that makes me feel at ease. Sebastian lowered his head and said, As I mentioned, I truly don't know why the Lord sent me here. He didn't say anything. Sarif said I came here to save the world. But I am sure that my coming here has some significance, saving the world could also be part of it. Miranda questioned, Save the world? Delusion. I don't think you have the capability to do that. He pondered, That's just my speculation. I can deceive everyone, pretend to be the Demon King, but I will need your help. Miranda reluctantly said, Alright, I can't believe I can endure this. You are too weak, and you want me to believe? She turned her head away and said, Not enough for me to believe. Then, she flew away. Sebastian raised his hand and called out, One more thing, Miranda. Red Star, he is an ally, don't kill him. He will be useful. She soared into the sky, shaped like a bird, and then landed next to Xander and Red Star. Red Star questioned, Miranda, why are you here? She glanced at the battered Xander and fell silent. Afterward, she angrily asked, How dare you touch the general of the Demon Legion? This is an insult. The two were horrified, their faces turning pale, and shouted, What? Xander hurriedly explained, Commander, wait. He's just teaching me swordsmanship. He's a swordsman. Upon hearing this, Miranda asked, Teaching you? All right. Then she fiercely shouted, Don't lie to me. Then why is your face disfigured? Xander nervously stammered, This. Red Star went back to the sword. He took the sword and said, Hey kid, let me borrow the sword, okay? It seems she has a plan. I think it's not easy to escape this situation. Xander reminded, That's Miranda, you fool. Run. But he just laughed and said, Thanks for the advice. A real man doesn't run away. After everything I've lost, I can only become stronger. I want to see if I can stand against the strongest of the strong. Red Star drew his sword into a fighting stance and said, I have no reason to fight you, but if we must. Oh my God. I can't stop the excited beating of my heart. Miranda, filled with killing intent, said, God King Red Star, that name you hold will lose its meaning after today. Let's see how much you've progressed compared to 10 years ago. Red Star took his sword into a combat-ready position. The ground erupted in debris as he yelled, Blessing of the Sun God. Xander covered his ears, thinking to himself, So powerful, his spiritual power radiates and pushes me back. Then Xander suddenly remembered Miranda, and he turned to her. Miranda was also radiating a terrifying spiritual power, no different from Red Star. The elders sensed the source of spiritual power. The other members of the Demon Legion also noticed this ability, who made Miranda angry. Is it that swordsman? Did something happen? Sebastian hurriedly flew back to Miranda's location, causing White Lotus to see him and wonder, Demon King? Sebastian looked down below, thinking, this spiritual power is really strong. Suddenly he realized his position, damn it, I'll let the army compensate later. Both of them got into a combat-ready stance at any moment. Red Star provocatively said, Come on. What's wrong with you? Let's get started. Want to request peace? Then. Let me raise the sun. Xander stood aside, astonished, that guy is so strong, what skill is that? Then Miranda unleashed her skills. Red Star used his sword to strike. The power of Red Star was currently having the advantage over Miranda. Xander was surprised, that old man is pushing Miranda back, can she actually lose? He laughed heartily, saying, Come on, is that all you have? Don't hold back any longer. But the power of Red Star pierced through Miranda's strength, causing her to lose some fingers. Red Star laughed and said, You can restore it. Miranda used the small branches to attack from behind him, but Red Star had already noticed. He spun his sword and confidently said, That move won't work on me anymore, Miranda. Do you think I came unprepared? Red Star leaned to the side and continued, You underestimate me too much. He had dodged the attack. Xander was surprised as if struck by lightning, but he still managed to block it. The branches coalesced into a round red orb. Red Star slashed it with his sword, causing it to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Miranda was recovering her neck and fingers. She said, Seems like you're stronger now, Red. Red Star replied, Isn't it thanks to you? The last time we faced each other, I learned how to deal with you. Controlling blood is basically the same as controlling water. To counter it, I need to cut off its supply from the air. In theory, I can limit your blood magic's effectiveness. Water is a liquid, shapeless, able to move and attack in all directions. But I can create an energy vortex to suck all that water into it. Your blood will be controlled by my fire orb, making your blood magic, of course, useless. Miranda sighed, crossing her arms. Alright, you have broken my magic with a basic theory. I admit you have many tricks up your sleeve. He excitedly said, come on, Miranda, accept it. Can you fight against it? Suddenly, Miranda vanished, catching Red Star by surprise. Continuous attacks struck his body, and Red Star shouted, what? Then, Miranda appeared behind him, leaving him astonished. So fast. Without the blessing of God, I would have been seriously injured by that blow. He thought, facing her without precautions is truly suicidal. She has many more tricks. Miranda glanced over and said, that blessing is quite bothersome. Your fire spiral can control my blood magic, but that doesn't mean I only have magic. I will take you down. Her eyes gleamed with a light, and she asked, by a rain of blood, or would you prefer to be torn apart by these hands? You choose. Red Star replied, a terrifying woman. This battle is truly worth it. Come on, my blood is boiling even more. Suddenly, a circle appeared around the two of them. Miranda looked down, puzzled by the magic circle. Green chains appeared, wrapping around her, leaving her no time to react. A voice rang out, stop it, Miranda. That was Sebastian. Red Star looked up at the sky, breathing a sigh of relief, thinking, finally, he has come to save me. This bastard, keep your woman in check. She is terrifying. Sebastian slowly descended to the ground. Miranda asked, why interrupt this, Sebastian? You are tying me up. He pointed at her, shouting, stop. You know you can't escape from my shackles. I told you Red Star is my ally, didn't you hear? Miranda was confused, thinking, can't escape from this weak chain? What does he mean by that? Sebastian turned to her with a grim expression, signaling the question, how dare you do that? Miranda, anxious, wondered, why is he looking at me like that? Then he reminded her, stay alert. This is Ixtel, the strongest fortress of the elf race. We are being watched at all times. I have to conceal that identity. Miranda's face shifted to discontent upon hearing that. She thought, acting, huh? Humans always use weak tactics. But for the future of the Legion, I must obey Sebastian's orders. I cannot break these shackles. Thus, she resigned herself to stand still, not breaking the chains surrounding her. Sebastian said, perhaps everyone has forgotten this rule, a basic principle that I put forth, everyone must adhere to. As allies, we must not attack one another. Miranda replied, that is the first rule we established. We all created that fundamental thing when we formed the demonic legion. Why are you bringing it up now? He turned to call out Red Star's name, who looked puzzled. Then Sebastian seriously asked, do you want to join my empire? Sebastian continued, this collaboration is to discuss how to deal with Curtis. Does anyone have any suggestions? I want to hear everyone's thoughts. Miranda responded, there are two ways. One is to punch that guy right in the face, the other is for you to send one of our assassins to take him out. I prefer the first method. White Lotus said, Radix is not here right now. If you choose the second way, you can send me. The elder also added, assassinating that guy is not easy, there are too many elf soldiers here. Xander worriedly asked, what about using a distraction while the other side goes to assassinate him? And one more thing, my liege. He blushed all over his face, pointing behind him, shouting, why did you let that old man join your team? How did he get my regiment? Red Star cheerfully said, what's up kid, confused? Then find a way to take me down. Xander stammered, I'm working under him, my position you can't do that to me, please. But Sebastian dismissed this, enough, you can learn a lot from him that I can't teach you. Then he turned to Xander. I see your potential, Xander. You don't need to demean yourself like that. I believe this time will make you stronger. Xander pointed at himself, questioning, really? Sebastian replied, yes, so work harder. He shouted, wait a minute. Then with tears welling up, he pointed at Red Star, you're telling me to learn from this brute? All he does is beat me up, I can't learn anything from him. He can teach, but let him work under me. Red Star stood with his arms crossed, pondering, stop whining, kid. Meanwhile, Miranda thought, it's crucial to demote subordinates based on their capabilities. Sebastian wouldn't have cared about this before, it must be said that this guy is wiser and tougher, mitigating Xander's inexperience. I didn't even think of this. She glanced at the others, silently thinking, Lotus seems to understand and empathize, but what about Elder Mouking? Doesn't he realize there's something different? Or is it simply that he is too loyal, his emotions never stirred? Suddenly, the elder spoke up, Liege, I am willing to follow your wishes. Miranda questioned, this doesn't resemble Sebastian at all, doesn't he see that? Then, Sebastian displayed a bored expression, asking, is there any opposition? Miranda replied, no, passed. He worriedly wondered, is it so hard to agree? Then he said, so before we begin, we need information. I need to know all the political gaps in Curtis's rule in this country. Suddenly, Red Star interjected, Sebastian, pardon me for interrupting, but I think that plan is not viable. Setting aside all the terrible things that scoundrel has done, he still has the support of the people here and has made Ixtel a thriving city. For example, the moon mirror, the entire elven race here depends on its energy. Curtis has repaired it, and the people all follow his lead. Sebastian replied, I understand his position in society here. Therefore, the key to the issue is the upcoming election. He has eliminated his own brother Connery to consolidate his power. He said seriously, to pave the way to become the king of the elf kind, the entire Ice Elf clan has been ruthlessly slaughtered. Miranda added, under his dictatorship and the propagation of his ideology over the years, the Ice Elf clan has become the scapegoat for the incident with the moon mirror. The elder also spoke up, indeed, throughout history, the protector of the moon has always been their clan, a clan that lives far outside the city, turned into the enemy of all by the government. They allied with humans and placed the blame on the Ice Elves. How could humans sneak into Ixtel so easily? Clearly, there's a scheme behind this. Sebastian continued, Curtis's cunning has turned him into a savior of the city. Curtis and his gang have become the sole rulers of this nighttime city. Once everything is under their control, society will become backward, and history will be written by them. He paused for a moment, then said, history is always created by the victors, but we are also writing history. It has not yet been carved in stone, right everyone? Xander was astonished, while Red Star replied, well said, Liege. I like it. Sebastian continued, the truth will be revealed. We have Elder Stefan supervising the election, and we will act according to the plan. He then turned to White Lotus and asked, you are good at gathering information, right? She responded, I will do this well, my liege. My team and I will monitor the actions and connections of Curtis in the shadows. But before I infiltrated the city, I noticed something very suspicious. Sebastian nodded, listening as she went on, while secretly tracking him to uncover the city's veins. I saw him with a group of people. Oddly, at that time, the election was taking place, but he wasn't out giving speeches or addresses. It wasn't a normal meeting. I think he was meeting someone influential, but the conversation didn't seem to revolve around him. She lowered her voice, looking doubtful, with his character, you know, he is always serious. But that day, it was as if he was mocking me, as if he knew I was there. I suspect he might have someone lurking behind, just like I do. Miranda turned to ask, did Curtis know of your presence from the start? That's impossible, you are a member of the Dark Organization, who could possibly detect you? White Lotus pondered, this. It's hard to say. Miranda continued, your stealth skills, within a range of 10 meters, I cannot detect either. There are very few people with abilities like yours. How did Curtis come to have someone like you? White Lotus replied, perhaps Curtis has already warned that person about me. Miranda asked further, can you guess who it is? White Lotus pondered, there are very few people who can recognize my stealth skills. Of course, you, my liege, are one of them. But who else could be more skilled than you in sensing my presence? Sebastian, sitting nearby, thought to himself, don't praise me too much, I can't do that anymore. White Lotus looked directly at Red Star and said, he has a training style similar to mine. Red, perhaps you are more familiar with this person. Hearing this, Red Star was surprised and angrily asked, why are you asking me? If you want to inquire about the assassin, there's one person. Red Star contemplated and continued, when I was king of the kingdom, I knew someone who might possess such abilities. He was once a member of the Sun Guard. Not only did he have excellent sword skills, but his intelligence and reconnaissance abilities were also exceptional. There was a time, in the past, when I didn't even realize he was behind me. Red Star said, at that moment, I felt a dark energy radiating from him, a very unpleasant feeling. So, I sent him off on a mission beyond the border. White Lotus quickly asked, where did you send him? Red Star shook his head and replied, I don't know, I just wanted him to disappear as far away as possible. Now he's vanished. Sebastian questioned, why don't you care about that? Red Star was taken aback, huh? Why? Why should I care? Sebastian answered, because this guy is the key for me to take down Curtis. Miranda asked, you want to catch him? Sebastian nodded, we can. White Lotus expressed concern, but his skills. Sebastian was confident, to counter a skilled person, I need to hack his mind. With half of the Demon Legion gathered here, Ixtel, Curtis will surely be worried. That will cause him to make mistakes, and I will make him see how weak he is on this chessboard. Miranda was puzzled, what are you planning to do? Sebastian replied, I will send him a surprise gift. I will cast a few spells on this shadow dragon. Just simple reflection magic, similar to what I have in my hand. When the letter is intercepted by him, I will know his location. This is merely a level 2 death spell that I have modified, using syntax algorithms. Not many will recognize it. In his heart, Sebastian thought to himself, since I lack memory and high-level spellcasting experience, I can only improve low-level spells with code. Miranda was taken aback, wait, Sebastian, do you mean to intentionally let him destroy the letter? What if he doesn't? What if someone in Alistar misunderstands our intentions? Hurry, let me see what you wrote in there. Sebastian raised an eyebrow and asked, you really want to see? Miranda urged, hurry up. The paper was filled with strange characters. Miranda shouted, what is this? I've never seen such a weird language. Sebastian smiled, covering his mouth, this language is called Modern Tongue, it's a language from my world. He released the dragon, instructing, go quickly, this language will add more mystery to them. Sebastian called for White Lotus. She raised her hand and replied, here I am, sir, Demon King. Sebastian pointed to the dragon, can you make this one invisible? At least make it look real. The dragon soared into the sky with the invisibility spell but was spotted by Perard. He drew his sword, speaking with contempt, what kind of pathetic invisibility is this? The dragon's wing was slashed. Sebastian felt the pain transmit from his palm and screamed, got him. Let's go. Sebastian called out, Red Star and White Lotus, come with me, let's capture him. White Lotus immediately responded, yes. Miranda pointed at herself, surprised, and asked, Sebastian, what about me? He was astonished, you? Then he replied nervously, you are the queen, how could I dare to give you orders? Miranda chuckled, stop joking, Sebastian. Be serious. You need to make full use of everyone's abilities. Sebastian replied calmly, listen, Miranda, this is a secret mission, the fewer people, the better. It doesn't suit your style. If you act too recklessly, Curtis will notice us. Miranda protested, don't joke. Without Cassandra's magic or charm, how can you walk the streets? Aren't people going to notice the Demon King? Suddenly, Sebastian raised both hands and recited a spell. He instantly turned invisible, leaving Miranda astonished. Sebastian asked, "Do you see me?" "Probably not." Miranda raised an eyebrow and replied, "Up close, I can still sense your presence. Even Lotus wouldn't dare to go unseen in front of me." Sebastian excitedly said, "There's so much interesting stuff when using these 4 types of elements. I may not be able to use high-level magic, but this is way too easy." Miranda angrily replied, "Sebastian, you are driving me crazy again." Sebastian suddenly became serious, "I can handle this. Trust me." After saying that, he moved forward with White Lotus and Red Star. Sebastian looked at the signal on his hand. His position is over there, near the tower. The response signal is getting stronger. He called out, "Lotus, go scout ahead." White Lotus immediately responded, "Yes." Then, Sebastian turned to Red Star and noticed he looked puzzled. He asked, "Do you know why Miranda wants to kill you?" Red Star awkwardly replied, "Huh? Probably. Because I told her about your blood-shaped planet." "Come on, nobody believes that." Suddenly, as if realizing something, Red Star shouted, "Wait! Is she really going to kill me for that?" Sebastian immediately signaled, "Hey, keep it down." He raised a warning hand, "It's just that right now only 2 people know my true identity. If you reveal it to anyone, even though I'm not your match, Miranda and I will hunt you down. Understand?" Red Star said, "There's no need to threaten me. You and I have forged a brotherhood in the core of the lava. A true man does not betray his brothers." Sebastian replied, "Thank you. And one more thing. I still remember our promise and I will help you fulfill it. After we finish this and if we have the opportunity." On the other side, Curtis looked at the paper that Perard had brought back, wondering, "What is this? Have you ever seen this cipher before? What does it mean?" Perard answered, "Did they just find a new way to write the code?" Curtis expressed surprise, "No way. Even during the war with the Holy Wing City, they didn't use any ciphers. They haven't developed this. In the time from then until now, it couldn't have been created so quickly." Perard shrugged, "Maybe those people just sent it randomly." Curtis asked again, "What do you mean they are joking? At this moment, why would they engage in such pointless activity?" Perard replied, his tone gentle, "Your Majesty, you have been overthinking these past few days. Aren't you tired?" Curtis worriedly said, "Half of the Demon Legion is right outside my territory. With that overwhelming number of terrorists, if they burst in here, it will be the end of Extel." Perard reassured him, "But you know that they won't do that. Simply put, they can't." Perard said, "After the battle in the Holy Wing City, most of the forces were injured. They cannot continue to wage another war, otherwise, in the near future, there will be nothing to protect the Demon Kingdom from invading forces." Perard asked, "Did you plan this from the very beginning? But why are you so tense now? Isn't everything still going according to plan? Events are still following their course, there is no serious issue. What exactly are you worried about?" Curtis's face briefly showed concern, then he fell silent. He handed a piece of paper to Perard, "Keep this. In the time to come, don't give me anything like this again. I can't even read it." Curtis turned away and glanced at Perard, reminding him, "Remember not to let them know of your presence. Act cautiously." He slammed the door and left. Perard confidently smiled, "This guy is so nosy. Who in the world can detect me? Let them try and see." Suddenly, he sensed something. It was an eye. Perard quickly split the eye in half, then stepped towards the window, wondering, "Who?" He looked up and saw Sebastian resting his chin on his hand, saying, "That's really the guy." Red Star was surprised, "What do you mean?" He roared in anger, "That damned scoundrel. It's true that he has become Curtis's man. Sebastian glanced over and said, the magical signs there perfectly match. It's time to start our campaign. Hey, Red. Red Star asked, how? Sebastian pointed towards the tower and said, do you see that lonely silhouette over there? Your dear subordinate is up there. I'll let you have a chat with him. You go deal with him while I and Lotus break in. The faster, the better. Red Star reached back and gripped his sword tightly. He was so furious that his muscles were tense, murmuring, I've been waiting forever for the chance to show myself. God, I'm wrong. This is an utter humiliation. Sebastian reminded, you can destroy the top of the tower, but you can't touch the bottom, got it? Control your strength. At that moment, Perard was about to take off his mask to drink when he suddenly sensed something. A flash of light zipped by. Red Star wielded his sword and charged in, ready to strike. Perard unexpectedly shouted, what? Red Star's sword struck Perard's sword. He fought with immense strength, splitting the tower in half. Sebastian worriedly thought to himself, he's really a blockhead. I told him to pay attention to the lower part of the tower. Sebastian said to White Lotus, let's go. She replied, yes, liege. Sebastian anxiously said, my invisibility spell cannot be used at high speed, so I cannot go fast. White Lotus replied, is that so? That is not a problem for me. Sebastian, with a worried expression, justified, maybe I've been a bit lazy in practicing lately. White Lotus responded, yes, leave that to me. She recited an incantation. A glowing circle appeared around the two, surprising Sebastian. White Lotus explained, in this space, as long as you are inside, you do not need to use that skill anymore. Let's go. Sebastian thought to himself, why didn't I think of that? She said, liege, we need to leave immediately before Red Star crashes down the entire tower. Inside the tower, someone shouted, what is happening? We are being attacked. The tower is collapsing. Quickly report to superiors. The elves saw this and ran away in fear. Sebastian and White Lotus reached the door. She smashed the door open. Sebastian commanded, start now. She replied, yes, my liege. On the side of Red Star and Perard, a fierce battle took place. He emitted a red spiritual power and then said, my dear subordinate, it seems we finally meet again. Perard exclaimed and asked, King Red Star, why are you here? He angrily replied, I never expected that after I left, you would truly become Curtis's dog. Perard responded, at first, I was just a mercenary. Whoever offers a high price, I will serve that person. Red Star continued, as a man, you must have your principles. Do you know why I hurriedly left? He fell silent, recalling the past, when Red Star was training others. He shouted, too weak. This level of power cannot possibly allow you to become the strongest warriors. They panicked and replied, Your Majesty, we have tried our best in training, but you are simply too powerful. Although we are National Guards, we cannot withstand everything. Red Star shouted in anger, Are you still arguing? A soldier may no longer be able to fight but must always maintain an indomitable spirit. One person pointed behind, gesturing towards Perard. He said, Your Majesty, that guy. He is incredibly strong. He flinched as they continued, None of us are a match for him. Perard quickly knelt on one knee and said, My lord, I pay my respects to your majesty. Red Star aggressively said, If you are truly the strongest, fight me. If you win, I will give my daughter to you. His eyes gleamed with a spark. Then suddenly, he placed his sword on the ground, bowed his head in worry, and replied, My skills are truly lacking, I do not dare to fight. Returning to the present, Perard said, I only do what helps me survive, so my family can have food and shelter. Do not blame me. Red Star smiled and said, If that is all, then I would not have sent you far. Have you forgotten what happened at the border town? You single-handedly killed so many enemies without any help. In that battle, the enemy surrendered, but you took no notice. You continued to slaughter all the civilians. Even the children were not spared. Perard replied, those children could grow up with hatred. I am merely helping to eliminate the future threat. As a king, not a philanthropist. Everything requires sacrifice. I will do what a weak king like you cannot do, I will carry out the dirty work. Red Star angrily swung his sword and said, we do not kill innocent people, that is our creed. Our people have always lived for that. Under the protection of the sun god, everyone is under your protection. What right do you have to do this to them? Perard also began to draw his sword, saying, indeed, it is foolish, you are unfit to be king. My protection is only for those who dare to seize it. Then Red Star ran towards him, replying, I will punish you on behalf of my lord. He raised his sword and shouted, then prove me right. Perard twisted his sword into multiple branches, asking, do you know why I refused that battle with you? Strikes hit Red Star, he said, you know nothing, you will never know. One cut exploded. That strike had hit his shoulder, blood gushing out. He stood above and said, this is my sword skill, no one has ever survived to describe it. Red Star turned his head and shouted, hey, kiddo, shut up and fight. Sebastian stood behind, stammering, Red, he. But White Lotus was angry and asked, he is currently the commander of the 9th army. He doesn't seem to listen much to orders, does he, Demon King? Sebastian thought, all right, just focus on observing. He looked into the palm of his hand and said, according to the command on my hand, my letter is nearby. He extended his hand nervously and said, over there. He glanced around and continued, what we are looking for is in that fireplace. He used a spell to strike the fireplace. Sebastian thought for a moment and commanded, lift the bricks, don't damage the wall. White Lotus replied, yes. The bricks were sliced through with very sharp strokes. She raised her hands, using two swords to chop continuously. The bricks fell away, revealing a glowing circle. A red magical circle. He wondered, what is that? Then, looking at White Lotus, he thought to himself, seeing her emotions, I guess this is not something ordinary that can be seen. White Lotus spoke, it is protected by a very powerful high-level spell. He secretly rejoiced, it's locked, that's good. She asked, Liege, can you continue? I'm not good at this, can you? If this charm is misdecoded, the guards will find out. Sebastian anxiously thought, this is not good, can I do it? Then he called for Lil Flame, come help your master, is there any way to unlock this spell? Lil Flame replied, but master, isn't this your strength? Last time you executed it beautifully. You just need to learn a basic fire spell. Sebastian questioned, can I really do it in such a short time? Lil Flame continued, master, use those code syntax. Since this is a fire system spell, use the elements to decode it. After that, you need to use the right element to connect and resonate, just like what you did before. You call it hacking. Sebastian pointed at himself, realizing but asking, but how do I hack with a flame? Lil Flame answered, now, you should use the magical system network. Use the simplest spell, deploy it and add it to your skill bar. The chaotic system will manage it. He contemplated to find the simplest fire magic on the network. A spell appeared, rank 2 flame spell Finger Flame Strike, he recognized it. Sebastian hesitated, now I initiate the spiritual power and transform it. Then he recited the spell, a flame appeared in his hand. White Lotus, standing beside him, was surprised, huh? Basic fire magic, you're too confident, my liege. After that, Sebastian touched the magic circle, a crack sounded. A skull symbol appeared. He was astonished, this is death magic. Lil Flame said, yes, perhaps the sorcerer who chanted this used death magic. Then he read the incantation again. White Lotus also discovered that is level 6 death magic. Suddenly, the death magic was repelled. White Lotus and Sebastian were surprised. She stammered, turning to say, Liege, that spell is cosmic magic, you don't have that system, you don't need to. He pretended to be calm, saying, wait a moment. Then, Sebastian shouted, "Hey, Lil Flame, before, the Demon King was never proficient in any cosmic magic. Can I learn the simplest spell?" It replied, "Master, there has never been a precedent for learning both chaos and cosmic magic at the same time. The synesthesia of each system operates differently. The difference between chaos and cosmic is vast, you cannot force yourself to learn them." Sebastian said, "But I am not the Demon King from before. I am someone from another world, reincarnated here." Lil Flame wondered, "Yes, but what does that even mean?" He replied, "The rules of your system do not apply to me. The way I learn magic with syntax and code is the same." He thought to himself, "Since I am not Sebastian, I also have my own talent. Sebastian may not be able to do it, but I can. I mastered swordsmanship in a short time, remember? I am confident that I can do it. This is as easy as those advanced math problems I do. I think of rank 1, cosmic magic, the moonlight guiding the way, the magical network calling my name," he pondered. Then, he closed his eyes, raised his hand, and began to recite the spell. He extended his hand out the window. The moonlight shone down on his hand, then onto the magic circle. White Lotus saw that light and was dazzled. She exclaimed, "Oh, I can't believe it, you actually succeeded." Sebastian said, "Oh, it's not that hard." White Lotus shouted in cheers, "Liege, you are amazing, you truly are a genius." Then she turned to affirm, "This must be the barrier created by that Curtis. I bet he wouldn't suspect it. Most demons do not know about cosmic magic, humans have more connection to it. I never expected that the Liege would know about cosmic magic. Truly admirable, you are indeed our leader." He anxiously said, "That's enough, it's nothing at all, it's just decoding and hacking, nothing new." Suddenly, the tower shook violently. It was caused by the battle between Red Star and Perard. He anxiously said, "We need to hurry up, or this whole place will collapse." Red Star struggled to withstand the attacks. He thought to himself, "Not only is his speed fast, but his techniques and combinations are incredibly precise, he's pushing me back. This is not good, blood is flowing into my eyes." He gradually began to close his eyes. Perard raised his sword, preparing for the finishing blow. He said, "You're done." Red Star seemed about to fall, the sword was thrust straight at him. But he managed to dodge, catching Perard off guard. Suddenly, he swung his sword, delivering a horizontal slash. Perard's mask was split in two, and he fell while the mask flew out. Then a blue light erupted. Red Star slashed a path of fire. His spiritual power surged. "You bastard, where do you think you're hiding? Don't think you can escape from me." His body glowed, and Red Star saw a purple streak flying in the sky. He hurriedly chopped it in half, shouting, "I see it." After that, he realized something. Perard thrust his sword into Red Star's neck, stabbing repeatedly. Red Star screamed silently, his eyes turned white, and he fell down. Perard said, "Use solar energy while I dive down, use light refraction to locate my position. What else can you do? In truth, compared to the two of us, I lack battle experience compared to you." Perard's face darkened, saying, "But as a swordsman like me, I am your counter. Even if you are the strongest in our country, the difference in our sword skills is vast. Although you are a rank 9 swordsman with abundant spiritual power, victory and defeat are not only determined by strength. My skills are perfected beyond yours, that is why I win." Red Star's hand reached out, grabbing Perard's leg. He was startled. He slowly stood up and said, "Your words may be true." Perard was surprised, he wondered, what? He can still stand up? He aimed his sword downward, striking Red Star repeatedly, but he calmly said, "Listen, do you know that I can still withstand the strikes of the Vampire Queen?" Red Star looked up, smiling as he said, "Your technique is good, but your strikes are like mosquito bites." He glanced at the misshapen sword sheath, momentarily silent. Suddenly, Perard fell down. It was because Red Star had grabbed his leg and lifted him into the air. He asked, "What's wrong, kiddo? You need more training." don't run away." He stubbornly replied, "I can run wherever I want, you can't do anything to me." Red Star raised his sword, laughing triumphantly, "Ha, is that so? Then you will never defeat me. You're just an arrogant brat. Do you really think you can win against me?" As he spoke, he dragged him along. He cried out, "Wait, keep my handsome face out of this." Red Star shouted angrily, "Shut up, kiddo." Then he struck him down, sending him flying far away, with bricks flying apart as well. The top of the tower exploded, leaving only dust in the presence of the elves standing below. Due to crawling in the narrow path, White Lotus's position was somewhat sensitive. The alluring full curves of White Lotus's backside caught Sebastian's eye. The tight-fitting short dress only heightened the allure for onlookers. Sebastian couldn't take his eyes off, so transfixed that his face turned as red as a tomato, with droplets of crimson liquid streaming down from his nose. He thought to himself, "I thought I was used to this by now, but I can't contain this overwhelming joy." Sebastian scratched his face to alleviate his embarrassment, lost in thought while smiling, looking back. This guy Sebastian is really fortunate, he is surrounded by beautiful women. While Sebastian was thinking about inconsequential matters, White Lotus turned around to ask, "Liege, what's wrong? Is something on your nose?" Sebastian was startled, his face blank, quickly trying to hide the real reason for his nosebleed. "It's nothing, just an effect of fire magic." White Lotus felt confused but didn't question further. "Fire magic, is that the leftover part?" She glanced at Sebastian, suspicion rising in her heart. "Liege is acting very strangely, not at all like he used to. Why has he changed? Previously, he was a distant figure who instilled fear in others. He was the most powerful wizard in the history of demons, capable of killing anyone in the world with absolute strength." White Lotus stared at Sebastian's still dazed face, her heart swelling with thousands of questions of why. But now, he was crawling behind her, looking quite silly. "What's wrong?" Those naive eyes spoke volumes, leaving a lingering uncertainty about what had transpired. Sebastian wiped the blood from his nose and casually asked White Lotus, "What's wrong?" White Lotus felt awkward, quickly turning her head, stammering, "No, no." Inside, she was constantly screaming, "He is so cute. How can he be so innocent? This is better, at least he won't lose control like before." Sebastian was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. At the end of the road, a wooden bookshelf appeared, stacked high with yellowed books. Sebastian exclaimed, "Huh?" He stared at the bookshelf, continuously saying, "It seems very exciting, look over there, it must be on that bookshelf." Sebastian and White Lotus quickly approached the bookshelf. Sebastian picked up a letter and said, "This is my letter." Then he turned back to the cluttered bookshelf, slowly stating as if he was deep in thought, "And these documents, perhaps Curtis had corresponded with humanity through letters." As if he had thought it through, Sebastian proudly explained, he kept these documents as evidence for the shady dealings between the two sides. This stuff will make it hard for humanity to launch an attack. This statement left White Lotus astonished, her eyes wide open. White Lotus exclaimed excitedly, "Liege, if so, this will benefit us." She paused briefly before continuing, "But I can't keep all of them, there are too many." Suddenly, Sebastian asked a seemingly unrelated question, "White Lotus, you are a person of elemental nature, right?" Before White Lotus could respond, Sebastian continued, "Although the main magical elements are fire, earth, wind, and water, many complex spells can be completed when I obtain certain functions from the primary elements." For example, having finished his words, Sebastian cast a spell. To the left, to the right, below, each place saw a different magical technique. Finally, Sebastian recited an incantation, merging the three techniques into one. In an instant, the wind rose violently, producing a whirling sound, sweeping all the books and documents from the shelves towards Sebastian. Sebastian waved his hand, and this wind carried the books and documents, funneling them all into the newly merged technique. The entire process occurred very quickly and smoothly, causing White Lotus to widen her eyes in astonishment, unable to blink. A flood of questions filled her mind. What is this? Is there such elemental magic? I have never witnessed anything like this. After the books and materials had been fully incorporated into the new technique, Sebastian raised his hand and issued the command to retract. Instantly, the new technique, taking the form of a sphere, landed in Sebastian's hand, surprising White Lotus. Sebastian smiled and turned to White Lotus, saying, "Let's go. Now I can go out and watch the fight." Upon hearing this, White Lotus pointed his index finger upwards, asking, "Are you referring to the battle that just ended a few minutes ago? There's no sign of movement, should we go up a level?" Nevertheless, Sebastian and White Lotus decided to ascend and observe the fight, but by cloaking themselves within the protective shell that White Lotus created. White Lotus led the way, carefully stepping forward, his hand resting on the sword at his hip as if ready to battle at any moment. Sebastian followed behind, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, holding the sphere containing the pile of materials and books from earlier. Suddenly, both Sebastian and White Lotus widened their eyes, unable to hide their astonishment, as if something formidable lay ahead. In front of them stood an army clad in purple, with Curtis leading the charge, accompanied by two gigantic beings, their skin black and their bodies rippling with muscle. Surrounding their bodies was a purple aura, making them appear extremely intimidating. Behind them were hundreds of ordinary people, along with two dragons with fiery red eyes and terrifying fangs. All these elements created a tremendous momentum for this purple army. Curtis looked straight at Sebastian, his face as cold as ice. White Lotus quietly reassured Sebastian, "Don't worry, liege. They can't detect that we are here." Sebastian gazed at the opposing army and asked, "Where is Red Star?" Before he could hear the answer, something flew down in front of them, causing a great commotion. Lying sprawled on the ground was Perard. Curtis merely glanced at him without taking any action. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from above, "Curtis, you bastard, have you come to pay with your life?" Curtis was startled, raising his head to look at the source of the sound without flinching. At that moment, Red Star suddenly barreled down, gripping a long sword firmly, ready to strike downwards. A piercing sound rang out as Red Star's sword was blocked by something. Red Star's eyes widened in surprise. He saw the colossal creature from earlier, crossing its arms, successfully blocking the sharp sword without a scratch. Then, the giant creature swung its arm and roared, causing Red Star to be thrown back, and the ground around it cracked due to this action. Red Star landed in front of the creature, which remained in the same position as before, without any further actions. Red Star assumed a defensive stance, skeptically asking, "What kind of creature is this? It can withstand my direct attacks." Curtis placed his hands on his hips and coldly laughed, "These beings will not answer you. They are warriors forged by magic and only obey one person, and that person is, of course, me, the King of Ixtel." Suddenly, smoke emanated from the giant creature, and its power level displayed was 22,649. At this moment, Sebastian spoke up, "A power level of 22,000 is the maximum level for someone at level 8. The person standing next to him added, "Why can that thing be so strong?" Curtis replied, "It was created through magic." Hearing this, Sebastian's expression remained unchanged as he responded, "Miranda said that Curtis found something in the Holy Wing City. Perhaps the power of that thing created these creatures. These beings are all born from that mysterious relic, and this is definitely very bad news for us." Right here, two others are staring at each other intently, seemingly preparing for a fight. At this moment, the young man with red hair slightly clenches his fist provocatively, his other hand holding a large sword. He is Red Star, one of his eyes appears to be blind and is covered by a layer of some membrane. "Come on. Taste my sword's edge, by God, I will split your skull," Red Star shouted. The other person did not let a single word of his slip by, directly launching forward like the wind, his ferocious face gazing at him. Red Star's foot slammed down lightly, causing dirt and rocks within a small radius to fly everywhere. Then he jumped up, swinging his sword hard toward the enemy's head, chopping wood, huh? But very quickly, the other had used his hand to block it. He roared like a wild beast, charging swiftly towards Red Star, leaving him quite taken aback. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This bastard, by God, why is he so tough? I, Red Star, a warrior, a supreme king, cannot even chop down this trivial thing, damn it." Red Star frowned, becoming angrier, exerting strength into the sword, trying his best to block as firmly as possible. His eyes lit up with a flicker of extreme anger. "Damn your whole family!" Red Star shouted. Meanwhile, that man was still not backing down, using all his strength to resist the attack of his enemy. The world seemed to shake, rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Red Star snorted coldly, "Not yet, I will not lose to this disgusting thing." Everyone present was left gaping in shock, with only Curtis showing no reaction. At that moment, a familiar voice of a woman resonated in Sebastian's subconscious. It seemed that this voice was very familiar to him, so he remained unresponsive. "I didn't think he would be this strong. Was he once a king?" Sebastian thought to himself. "It seems Red is winning, but Curtis is surrounded by his own men. Can we save him?" Sebastian wondered. Suddenly, he gently raised his hand to signal the monster to stop. The monster obeyed the command and stood still. Curtis spoke quietly, "It's been a long time, Red Star. Why are you in the elf capital? Do you have business here?" Red Star lifted his face and replied, "Of course I'm here to kill you." He said nonchalantly, "Kill me, I understand, but how did you find out about this place?" The expression on his face changed. "Did you come here alone?" Red Star smirked, responding arrogantly, "Because you played a rather painful trick on me, I've been waiting. I don't even care about the throne anymore, and surprisingly, I found a familiar face here." Red Star glanced down at the name he had just struck and continued, "This name used to be my trusted subordinate." "Did you hide him away?" Sebastian pondered with a serious expression. "I owe Red Star a life from beneath the magma. I need to find a way to save him from this situation." While he was still lost in thought, his subordinate whispered, "Liege." Sebastian started slightly and asked, "What?" The man surveyed the scene before them and continued, "From what I've observed, Curtis's army here has barely less than 100 people. With your strength, Liege, you could easily blow them away with your superior power." His expression shifted slightly, sweat pouring down like rain. "My lady, if that were possible, then why would I have to do all this stealthy stuff here?" "Afterward," he replied, "this man has committed too many crimes. Killing him would be too easy, but that wouldn't lessen his notoriety. My plan will soon come into effect to bring these documents to light. I need to get them out of here." As he spoke, he extended his hand, and a mysterious strength was emanating. The voice of the woman was still ringing in his ears, "Take this evidence out of here, and then humanity will pay the price for this." Hearing this, Sebastian paused for a few seconds. "Wait." The subordinate asked in response, "Yes?" Sebastian began to ponder, "Why am I hesitating now? Can I really not save him from here? Think about it." Red Star then said, "Fight me in a solo kill. Today I will personally kill you, Curtis." Curtis responded arrogantly, "You brainless fool, look around you. You are surrounded, and you are not paying attention to what is beneath your feet. I cast my spell while you were fighting my warrior. Just wait here." Red Star seemed to be in disbelief at what he was witnessing. "What? Since when did you cast this death spell?" At that moment, Curtis no longer paid attention to Red Star but suddenly glanced behind him. Two shadowy figures had caught his attention. They glided past gently, then suddenly, their sharp gazes darted over. Curtis looked directly at these two shadowy figures. He could sense them but could not see them clearly. This left both of them astonished. She quickly furrowed her brows, as if preparing to strike once the opponent was identified at any moment. Curtis was quite troubled, then dismissed the thought as he believed he was hallucinating. "Did I see something?" After that, he turned his back and completely ignored the two invisible people. At that moment, White let out a sigh of relief. Her gaze turned to Curtis's back as she muttered, "This guy Curtis is really sharp. Luckily, we haven't been exposed, but it's also difficult for us to move freely. If he realizes, our plan will fall apart." Hearing that, Sebastian also frowned in thought. After a while, he spoke up, "We need to act immediately. It won't be long before Curtis discovers that the secret room has been breached. She promptly nodded in obedience, yes, liege. His eyes glanced at the current situation before saying, I must also thank Red Star for distracting the enemy, allowing me to obtain those valuable documents. I can't leave him behind. Sebastian's subordinate, upon hearing this, was also surprised. Just like before and now, Sebastian seems like two completely different people. That compassion, this ruthless demon king, is he really caring about his subordinates? Standing within the circle of invisibility, Sebastian quietly said to White, White, I am quite familiar with death magic. When I lift this magic circle, I want you to immediately pull him in here. Do you understand? White immediately obeyed the command, furrowing his brow as he looked ahead and got into a ready position. I understand, I'll wait for your signal. Sebastian nodded, okay, prepare. Sebastian's hand quickly extended forward, his brows slightly knitted. A magical circle appeared. His magic trap might be higher level than mine, but I have the body of a demon king. I just need to overpower the code of the spell with my spiritual power, I can destroy it. Sebastian kept muttering an incantation. He aimed directly at Red Star and began, destroy. Red Star, bound at the feet, sensed something wrapping around him, it's White. At Sebastian's command, she grabbed him. Curtis's subordinates also noticed but had no idea what was happening. Moving swiftly within the invisible magical circle, White rushed in and embraced Red Star, success. Just moments ago, Red Star had been right within that circle, and now he had vanished without a trace. The other one stared in disbelief, what? He disappeared. From inside the magical circle, Red Star exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the two, oh my god, thank God, it's you too. So glad to see you. White coldly said, order. Meanwhile, Sebastian gently remarked, Red Star, we need to leave, talk later. At that moment, from behind, a certain spell suddenly shattered the stone wall. This startled Sebastian quite a bit. From the rubble of the destroyed wall, a familiar figure emerged. It was Curtis. He had a grim expression, scanning the surroundings, don't let anyone escape. Sebastian said sternly, realizing the situation. Red Star then spoke up, hey, if it wasn't for that trap, I could have taken him down already. He replied, forget it, we need to leave. Curtis looked over and asked, where did he go? One of his subordinates replied, the human suddenly vanished, Your Majesty. Curtis's gaze faltered slightly as he sensed something was amiss. He thought, the magic circle is still here, but the person is nowhere to be seen. There are no signs of destruction, so where could he have gone? Just vanished into thin air? Curtis quickly used his magic, sensing that they must be nearby. At that moment, the protective barrier of the invisibility circle suddenly triggered an alarm, warning. Extremely dangerous. Warning. The terrifying power unleashed by Curtis caused his minions to be sent flying. Sebastian was now in a panic, damn it. The wall of fire. Red Star shouted, that spell won't work. Then, Red Star quickly used his sword. The light from the sword immediately radiated, using it to restore the wall of fire. He did his utmost to prevent Curtis's dreadful power. The strength was so intense that it blew away everything within its radius. His minions were now reduced to mere skeletons, rapidly being swept away. The light of death, because these creatures were made from origins, were unaffected. Then that light also gradually faded. Curtis looked down and instantly realized, I knew it, it's you. Only you can break my magic like that, Sebastian. Now, the three of them were thoroughly exposed. Seeing this, White quickly stood up, Curtis, how dare you speak the liege's name directly like that? Red Star couldn't bear it any longer and fell to the ground. Sebastian was startled by this and immediately shouted in concern, hey Red, what's wrong with you? Even White had to widen his eyes in astonishment. Curtis's footsteps slowly approached. His voice was very cold, foolish. Curtis glanced down at the hand-casting magic, his face somewhat malevolent. He said, this soul-snatching light has no physical attack. This is the purest death magic. anyone who is touched by it must die. If they don't die then. Ha ha. Immediately, a demon with sharp claws flew toward Curtis. He cast magic toward the demon and said, "It will be just like the foolish succubus Cassandra. Haven't you learned anything from her demise?" Sebastian, seeing this, became furious, grimacing as he said, "Curtis, you despicable bastard. You've killed all your minions just to find us. Are you planning to continue sacrificing hundreds of lives to stop me?" On the ground, a man had been knocked down. The person sneered, "Since when did you care about lives, Sebastian?" "I learned that from you." Curtis's expression changed strangely. He said, "Or have you forgotten as well, you false demon king? You are much weaker than your former self." White, hearing this, asked angrily, "What did you say?" The guy continued, "I've heard enough. Come and kill me then, Sebastian. Use your magic, the seal of the most powerful wizard in the history of demons. Or is it simply that you can no longer use it?" It seemed he was trying to provoke. White Lotus turned and said, "Liege, he's right. Let's just deal with it once and for all." Sebastian gritted his teeth, thinking, "This is trouble. I didn't know that Curtis's relic was this powerful. This is the source of Cassandra's affliction." His eyes became serious, his face expressionless. He said, "Lil Flame, is there any way to escape this situation?" Suddenly, a voice rang out that only Sebastian could hear. It said, "I'm sorry, Master, the enemy is simply too strong. My data is only inherited from the chaos system, based on what you have absorbed from the skill network. There is no spell that can confront that." Curtis spoke up, "What's wrong, Sebastian? Why don't you cast your spell?" He looked at Sebastian and asked, "Or are you scared?" Unable to hold back a triumphant laugh, White Lotus soared up, brandishing her sword in preparation to strike. But she was stopped by the rock monster behind her, who raised a hand to block her. Curtis remained calm, legs spread apart, one hand on his hip, while the other was conjuring a green jade orb. He tilted his head back and cast a spell at White Lotus, saying, "Don't interfere, White Lotus." White Lotus instinctively raised her hands to protect herself from the attack, but the magic still enveloped her. After a short moment, she mustered her strength to tear it apart forcefully. She leaped onto the rock monster and spat, "You bastard." At that moment, another rock creature charged forward, swinging a fist toward her. The tree in front of it snapped in half. Sebastian gasped in shock. His body was sent flying, his eyes wide with surprise at not being able to react in time. Luckily, White Lotus swiftly dashed out to save him. Curtis remarked in astonishment, "She truly is the leader of the assassins of the brigade. Her speed is incredible, vanishing along with that imposter." His eyes gleamed with purple fire, a smile of intrigue on his lips. "Elf-fire has its unique attributes. I've spent years developing it. Once you've been hit, you won't escape from me, Lotus." White Lotus was pulling Sebastian away when the other guy said, "Over there." He created magic on his hands and continued, "Sebastian, I know you are trying to distract me, but that's fine, I still know how to find you." His eyes lit up in green, and his face showed a cunning expression. He called Sebastian a false demon king. His powerful magic unleashed a beam of blue light, and he shouted, "I will kill you and rule over all. Die." The blue light, referred to as magic, shot towards White Lotus, who was pulling Sebastian. He suddenly woke up in alarm, and White Lotus turned to look as well. She was dazzled, immediately raising her hand to shield her face. Sebastian also heard a voice that only he could hear, a voice that warned, "Warning, warning." He pondered and said, "No, there's a way, I can do this." Magic engulfed the two of them, causing the stone man to be blinded as well. Meanwhile, Curtis laughed excitedly and said, "Dead, dead, huh?" With a smirk of triumph, he continued, "No soul can withstand a direct hit like that. Wonderful, the Demon King is finally dead. Now I just need to deal with Miranda." After saying that, he ordered the stone man, "Go, bring me the horn of that guy, so I can hang it in my room." The stone man, hearing this, started to move forward. But suddenly, something hit it in the face, sending it flying backward. Curtis panicked as if he had seen something. A voice boomed, "The system is starting up. The codes have managed to combine the materials, and the summoning syntax is operational." It turned out that Sebastian was sitting on a machine that looked quite similar to a robot. He said, "That last strike was really something. I should have thought of this from the beginning: creativity, science, and magic. Let's see what they can do when combined." Curtis appeared with an angry face, eyes wide open, shouting, "What the hell is this?" On the other side were two people, Sebastian and White. White looked injured and was appearing very exhausted. Sebastian hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" White, holding her chest, replied, "I'm fine, Liege. The flames didn't harm me too much." Hearing that, he seemed relieved about his subordinate's condition. He looked ahead and said, "Then sit still," and summoned Terra Mech-Two, photon missile. The robot that he just summoned appeared with a very sturdy appearance. It extended its electric arms and marched forward aggressively. Sebastian approached the machine and struck the start button. The machine received the command and immediately fired missiles that shot straight at the enemy. The enemies, despite their ample experience, six-pack physiques, and tall frames, could not escape the fear and confusion upon seeing such a formidable weapon. One by one, they were defeated. Midway through the battle, Sebastian maneuvered the robot away, leaving Curtis standing alone and helpless. "Fly away, where do you think you're running?" Curtis shouted. Sebastian simply drove away, ignoring Curtis, who was standing below, and calling his subordinates, all of whom pursued him. Inside, Sebastian remained calm, watching all of Curtis's actions through the rearview mirror. He recalled, "This is the robot I created while participating in the robot building competition, with a few modifications. It's not entirely a Gundam, but..." He paused for a moment and concluded, "This is still a battle machine." After thinking for a while, sensing it was the right moment, he yelled loudly for the one outside to hear, "Who the hell is running?" The robot's arms began to glow, as if preparing to launch an attack for the upcoming battle. Something else emerged from the machine's head. Sebastian, sitting inside, called out, "This is called a multi-barreled machine gun. I created it based on a game called Robotech in Macross." The first shot fired. He continued to provide more information. "Air combat will allow me to fully utilize the advantages of this machine." Curtis's companions were in an uproar. "What kind of bizarre weapon is this? It's terrifying. Is it alchemy? Some ancient blacksmith gave it to him. No way, I will kill you." Inside the machine, Sebastian felt pleased. He's keeping his distance, and this is making him afraid. A cable resembling a modern claw machine extended from the machine's hip. It moves closer to a man lying face down on the ground. That was Uncle Red. The machine had grasped his entire body and was preparing to lift him up. This action was the ultimate goal of today's fight. Inside, a sound echoed, "Okay," as if the matter was nearing completion. But no, it did not succeed as Sebastian thought. Curtis had realized something unusual. He looked towards the machine in surprise and immediately stopped firing. Without thinking much, he transformed, his face turning fierce, his eyes glaring savagely as he said, "Are you trying to run away from me, Sebastian?" A crackle sounded as the rope that was just grabbing the man was cut in half, causing the man from before to dangle helplessly in the sky. Red tumbled violently to the ground for the second time. Two soldiers had stood below, waiting to seize him. Sebastian inside the robot shouted helplessly, "That damn elf!" At this moment, the two demon soldiers showed clear signs of madness on their faces. He tied the hands of the man Red, but he was unconscious and knew nothing. Seeing the situation was not very promising, White, standing beside, said, "We can't save him," and then lowered her head to apologize, "I'm sorry." Sebastian turned to look and then resolutely said, "White, you stay here. This machine has an autopilot mode, you will be protected. I will go down to save him." White's eyes widened, very surprised and worried for him, but without waiting for her to finish speaking, he jumped out of the machine, spread his large wings, and soared into the sky. He looked down at White, intending to say something but was interrupted by her. "Wait, Liege. He disregarded her words, his voice taut, "It has been directed to our base, call Miranda for assistance, that is an order." After finishing, he lightly landed on the ground. In front of him was Red, imprisoned by two tall, dark figures. He had deliberated a lot. "I can't leave this space unguarded for too long, but I will still need it later. If I release the pressure of this space, all the letters will spill out." In his hand was a new space pouch, glowing and resembling a crystal ball. This spell could only be held by the user and could not be transferred to another. Curtis was flying high in the sky, self-satisfied, thinking about his plan. Below, Sebastian was facing the two towering figures. He helplessly muttered to himself, "Damn it." But the goodness within him surged. He reminded himself, "If I don't save Uncle Red, how am I any different from the Demon King? This goes against the principles of my life." And then, he raised his sharp eyes to look up at the two tall figures. He clenched his hands tightly, determination in his heart. "Even if I have to die, I must save him. I have been ready for death since the moment I set foot in this world." Curtis mocked, "Imposter Demon King, you are definitely not Sebastian." Then he laughed and continued, "You came back to save him, do you want to seek death then?" The real Sebastian would not be able to summon that. He wondered and asked further, "Who are you?" Sebastian heard everything but did not respond a word, silently picking up the sword from the ground. His action stunned Curtis, leaving him bewildered and taken aback. He stuttered and asked, "A sword? What are you holding?" Sebastian remained silent like a log, not answering, as he was pulled by his own thoughts. He did not know why, but compared to magic, metal steel suited him better. He felt a trust in this. Curtis laughed loudly, "Are you putting on a show?" Then he mocked, "A swordsman?" Ignoring the jibes from him, Sebastian still solemnly thought about the teachings from years ago. Xander once said, "The aura of the sword will naturally emanate if there is a true connection with the one wielding it." He powerfully and decisively raised his sword. A strong sword would awaken his potential. Then he stood there and thought, for a warrior, the sword is the soul. Once a swordsman has created a connection with the sword. Sebastian kept standing there in a daze, contemplating those thoughts. Suddenly, a towering demon, many times larger than those soldiers, with a terrifying head resembling a monster, its muscular body rippling, appeared behind him. Sebastian heard a noise and looked up. The creature asked in a booming voice, "Can you see me?" Then it continued to introduce itself, "I am the soul of this sword, Liberius Titanus." The monstrous face stared at him, proposing a pact, "Let us make a deal. Help me save my master, and in return, I will make this sword obey your command." Sebastian looked at the creature with resolute eyes and shouted as if to protest, "You don't need to make a deal." He said this because saving his master was something he had already been doing and would continue to do. The creature pointed a finger at his face, then kindly guided him, "Transfer your mind into the soul, unleash your spiritual power, and let it follow the direction of the sword." Seeing him still timid, the monster behind said louder, "Let that feeling guide you, the rest is up to me. Now the sword will heed your command." The sword in his hand had now turned orange, the color of flames burning fiercely. He swung the sword and replied, "Got it, Liberius. I rely on you." Curtis standing above was also surprised, not understanding what he intended to do. Sebastian no longer hesitated, he swung the sword directly at them. Flames began to swirl, forming a wave that advanced to attack the enemies. Curtis couldn't react in time, he yelled loudly, "Protect me." Two soldiers with their arms crossed raised in front of them, they successfully created a protective barrier. But soon, Sebastian was able to smash that barrier. The two soldiers were thrown in all directions, one of them could no longer hold on to Mr. Red, and thus Mr. Red was once again floating in the sky. The other two fell hard to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. Mr. Red was no exception. At that moment, Curtis seemed to realize Sebastian's strength. He became serious, looking ahead with a tense gaze, shouting, "You!" Over here, Sebastian was also very surprised by the powerful strike just now. He turned back to ask the monster Liberius, "Just one strike, Why did it transform into so many slashes like that? The other immediately explained to avoid wasting time, your soul is suitable for me to fully wield my power. The monster looked at the fallen soldier and said, this is the price they must pay for attacking my master. Then he looked towards Sebastian, but that elf is very strong, we are still not enough to take him down. Hearing that, he felt quite terrified but still managed to maintain a look that would scare his opponent. He asked, is there any chance? Unbeknownst to him, the monster seemed to disregard his words. He only yelled loudly at him, be careful. It turned out to be an attack from Curtis. He struck some kind of purple thing towards him. That thing knocked away the sword he was holding, and he was thrown backward as well. Sebastian writhed in pain, clutching his arm. Then he turned to look at the sword that had fallen to the ground. He attempted to reach for the sword, but it was too late, Curtis had already shattered it. Sebastian was in utter panic. Then he looked at him and shouted, you will not stop me, imposter. This can't take me down. Curtis raised his hand, preparing to strike, while saying, no more nonsense. You must die by this absolute power. Your horn will be hung in my circle. After you die at my hands today, Sebastian. Sebastian raised his hand to stop him, if you kill me, those documents, aren't you planning to recover them? Curtis scoffed. You reminding me just jogged my memory. A long time ago, perhaps you don't remember. He continued, St. Wing Prison, you've seen it, right? I mean it's going to be far more ruthless than humans. Sebastian thought to himself, delaying is futile now. Then he continued to think, for a moment, this spell won't be able to withstand all the letters leaking out. Curtis kept attacking, while Sebastian had to struggle to think of a way out of this situation. Then suddenly, Curtis's hand was severed. He broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming, my hand. The magical lamp that always followed him had now been snatched away by someone. Even Sebastian didn't understand what was happening, a current swirled around him, pulling him away from there. Another line of energy grabbed the large name and knocked him down. The one controlling those currents was a very captivating girl in a red outfit. As Sebastian was about to fall to the ground, Miranda commanded her blood phoenix to use the red blood energy to cushion his fall. Seeing Miranda catch him just in time, Sebastian turned his head back and smiled as if to say thank you. In his mind, he silently thought, well done, Miranda. On the ground, Curtis, who had just lost his right arm, used his left hand to hold his wound and staunch the bleeding, saying, as I thought, only Miranda could stop me. But this time, you've lost. He spoke with a confident smile, this lantern belongs to me, it only obeys my commands. I spent 6 years learning to control this relic, you cannot take it as long as I am alive. As he spoke, veins bulged on his forehead, and his brows furrowed intensely. Miranda was holding the lantern and flying in the air when suddenly something startled her. Below, Curtis was using one hand to create a magic formation, yelling out a spell that made his eyes glow brightly. Then a stream of power from the lantern emitted a dazzling green light. That strange green light made Miranda sweat, predicting ill omens. The green light continued to grow stronger, causing Miranda and her blood to lose control. That light was brighter than the sun, making those standing thousands of kilometers away wonder what was illuminating. Suddenly, Miranda's beast encountered an issue. The tentacles that were tightly holding Sebastian and Red Star suddenly jerked forward. With enough momentum, it released the two of them, causing them to be flung away. At that moment, only Sebastian remained alert enough to scream, while Red Star had long since lost consciousness. Thud. A clear, painful sound. The two were fortunate to crash into the spaceship that had been standing there for a long time. Sebastian was thrown onto White Lotus. She immediately asked him, Liege, are you okay? Beside them, Red Star was not so fortunate, having lost consciousness and struck hard against the glass door. Sebastian turned his head back to gaze at Miranda, astonished. He saw that the almost blue energy of the lantern had enveloped Miranda and the blood beast. Miranda did not just endure, she arched her body backward as if to increase her strength. The lantern heard the summons of its master Curtis and quickly flew towards his hand. Curtis saw Miranda evolve and his expression darkened with suspicion, demon blood. Miranda focused all her bloodline strength into a power sphere above her head, angrily shouting, "Curtis!" Then she used both hands to control the blood sphere, directing it straight at where Curtis was standing to attack. Seeing the giant sphere, Curtis smirked and said, "Miranda, you're being a bit excessive." At the same time, he raised the lantern high in his hand. With a deafening boom, a shockwave erupted. Buildings, objects, and even creatures nearby were obliterated by the power of the blood sphere. On the other side, Sebastian was sitting in the control cabin of the flying ship, exclaiming loudly, "Wow, what an explosive burst of blood!" He felt cold sweat dripping down, fearfully watching the direction of the exploding sphere, thinking to himself, "Oh God, what am I witnessing?" Miranda's giant sphere is vaporizing a significant portion of the ground, creating an enormous crater. The level of destruction is akin to a nuclear bomb. Sebastian lamented. As if witnessing something even more terrible, Sebastian's face suddenly stiffened. From above, he spotted a small green dot. Upon getting closer, he realized it was Curtis. He was using the power of the lantern surrounding his body, becoming almost transparent to avoid the recent lethal strike. Curtis stood firm on the ground, looking up at the sky where Miranda was standing. He exclaimed, "You truly are one of the 5 strongest people in the world. If I hadn't switched to spirit form in time, I would have probably been reduced to dust." Leech Sebastian was so stunned that he gaped, murmuring, "Curtis. He's still alive." Leaning against the glass of the spaceship, Sebastian was suddenly jolted, causing him to stagger. It turned out to be Miranda, in her blood beast form, using her claws to grab the spaceship, lifting it into the air. Curtis clung on like a leech, creating a pair of green wings and flying after her. "This is a great opportunity. I will finish off the Demon King and Miranda at the same time," he declared proudly, as if he were the strongest. Inside the spaceship, Sebastian immediately pressed the firing button. The ship's guns instantly discharged 2 thunderbolt bullets. Curtis confidently stated, "In this spirit form, all physical attacks cannot affect me." Curtis clung to mere theory and excessive confidence, charging headfirst into 2 thunderous bullets. As a result, he was knocked back, stunned and unable to comprehend what had just happened. In the quiet night, the bright moonlight shone over the magnificent building that gradually came into view. Below, a red machine slowly descended, with dust swirling everywhere. Xander and Elder Malking stood waiting, watching Sebastian leap down from the machine, holding a blue-green sphere in his hand. The moment he touched the ground, papers flew out from the sphere in all directions. Sebastian spoke up, "Xander, help me gather all this paper. I need to read them." Xander quickly accepted the order, "Yes." Having been on the ground for a while without seeing Miranda, Sebastian began to worry, scanning the area. He had no idea that Miranda was falling from above right where he was. Sensing something unusual, he whirled around and unexpectedly caught Miranda, who was unconscious, plummeting down from above. He shouted, "Miranda!" On the bed, Miranda lay unconscious. Elder Malking spoke in a deep voice, "The symptoms are similar to Cassandra. The soul and spiritual power have been destroyed by a large amount of death magic." Sebastian's face clearly showed worry. "Will she be okay?" Elder Malking, standing behind, replied, "His soul is very strong, my liege. His blood is mysterious and ancient, he will be fine." After saying this, Elder Malking looked towards Red Star, who was injured all over, pale, and currently unconscious on the cloth on the ground. He expressed his concern, "The human is not doing well. He is in critical condition." Sebastian was about to ask for help. "Elder Malking, can you?" Before Sebastian could finish, Elder Malking interrupted, "My knowledge is limited, but the elders always have their ways. I will do my best." Immediately, Sebastian gave the order, "Summon the 4 elf elders in my name. Have them meet me tomorrow morning at the palace." After saying this, Sebastian turned to leave. Seeing this, Elder Malking asked, "Liege, where are you going?" Sebastian continued to walk, coldly replying, "To my study." On the desk lay stacks of papers that had been neatly arranged. Lotus stood behind Sebastian, leaning her hands on the desk, staring intently at the pile of papers, and spoke, "Liege, these documents have all been sorted and prepared for you." Sebastian replied indifferently, "Thank you, you can take a break now." "Leave it to me." Lotus showed a surprised expression after Sebastian's words, thinking to herself, "He thanked me?" After going outside and closing the office door, she thought for a moment. Seeing that, Elder Mauking spoke up, noticing Lotus was in a daze. "Lotus, what's wrong?" Elder Mauking continued to probe. "You must have noticed, right? Our liege is acting unusually." Lotus frowned slightly and asked back, "Elder Mauking, what do you mean?" Seeing her unhappy expression, Elder Mauking quickly changed his tone, "I didn't mean anything." He looked at Lotus and then asked, "I just want to know, what do you think about this matter?" Lotus maintained her stance and replied, "That is something I don't care about. I just follow orders." Hearing that, Elder Mauking sighed softly and explained, "Unusual behavior may be his intention. Right now, our forces in Extel are not strong enough. Caution is a wise choice." Seeing Lotus remain silent, he continued, "But if the liege tells you to die, will you die? A wise person would not do that." The elder spoke with increasing fervor, continuously sharing his thoughts. "If the demon kingdom is attacked and the people are in danger, will you still follow orders, or will you act according to your own will?" Lotus ignored his words, coolly replying, "I still do not understand what you mean. What do you want from me?" The elder's voice rang out, sounding as if he cared for her. "Think for yourself, girl. Do not trust your liege too much. You can listen to his orders, and I will not stop the liege as long as his actions are beneficial to the demons." He looked directly at Lotus and continued, "If Curtis wants to plan an assassination, we will not be able to stop it. We should only stand with whichever side is safer." The conversation between the two was akin to the elder's monologue, as he kept on speaking without pause. "I want you to inform Nirobar of the situation. That guy will know what to do. Have him send troops to support us. The Demon King cannot fail at Extel." Inside the study, Sebastian sat quietly on his chair, his hands trembling as he held a piece of paper. Unspoken thoughts raced through his mind. This worthless scum. On the table lay various stacks of paper that Lotus had organized. Sebastian could not stop thinking, "Since I set foot in this world, this is the first time I feel so helpless." Even Miranda was taken down by him. He became more anxious than ever, trying to ponder if there was any path left to take. "I have no weapons to help me get through. No one can help me at all." Sitting still, contemplating the paper filled with scribbled words, Sebastian's heart was filled with an unprecedented chaos. "Queen Iselfsemia, the people of Extel. I am not skilled enough to help them. Why did the Lord choose someone like me to bear this responsibility?" His mind was in turmoil. Sebastian closed his eyes, his hand still clutching the paper as if it were a lifeline. "Because I cannot see what they see." From worry, he gradually shifted to self-blame. When emotions became uncontrollable, he helplessly scolded the Almighty. "I never asked to be reborn or to become the savior of the world." Suddenly, Sebastian was pulled into another dimension. He stood in shock as he heard a voice ringing in his ears, "Thief, are you about to give up?" "Weakling." Sebastian, in a position kneeling on the ground, looked up towards the voice that was echoing. That is indeed the real Sebastian, only too bad he is in the form of a stone statue, his arms and lower body shackled. Proudly, he mocks Su Rofeng. "You couldn't even handle a brat like Curtis? You are even worse than garbage. I told you, hurry up and die to return my body." Su Rofeng shows no sign of offense, only a hint of surprise as he recognizes the person before him as Sebastian. "Oh, it's you?" Ignoring Su Rofeng, Sebastian speaks with arrogance. "If I could escape from here, the treacherous brat Curtis would cease to exist in this world from the first moment." Su Rofeng is even more surprised and asks back, "You dragged me in here to tell me that? So what do you have? Would you handle it better?" Sebastian laughs, his tone full of sarcasm. "You foolish one, do you think so? Have you ever wondered why you can never learn the skill?" Hearing this, Su Rofeng suddenly realizes and admits, "That's right, I don't understand why I can't cast spells even though I fully comprehend their mechanics. Suddenly understanding something, Su Rofeng looks at Sebastian in shock. Oh. Is it you? Seeing the teenager in front of him was not overly stupid, Sebastian chuckled faintly, not entirely foolish. I have locked away all knowledge, memories, and sensations of my advanced skills. Su Rofeng was puzzled and asked, Huh? Why did you do that? Sebastian grew irritable and hissed, You damn thief, you took my body and now you want my knowledge and skills too? Right now, you are just a weak soul, waiting to die. Those are my core spells, created by me, and I won't allow them to fall into the hands of a thief like you. Su Rofeng indignantly replied, But I've already said, I'm not the one who stole your body. Besides, I truly want to know how to go back. Sebastian calmly responded, After you die, perhaps you will return my body. Su Rofeng was taken aback. What? Are you sure? Sensing the skepticism in his voice, Sebastian replied with annoyance, I, Sebastian, am not so greedy as to lie to you. It would be better for you to die rather than for us both to die while you continue to use my body like this. Seeing the demeanor of the Demon King, Su Rofeng felt helpless, his face pale. He looked up, his expression nonchalant, voice full of defiance, Hey, you really are unexpectedly despicable. This is why no one likes you, not even God can talk to you. Sebastian was furious, targeting Su Rofeng but not forgetting to focus on the point, You mentioned the Lord? Su Rofeng remained calm, You brought this up before. You said that if you had this body, you would be able to prevent things like this. So can you explain what happened with that Curtis fellow? How foolish and naive. Hearing the mockery, Sebastian couldn't help but get irritated, You. Despite his worries, Su Rofeng still tried to face Sebastian calmly, I've been in your body for less than a month. Do you know what I realized? Your subordinates don't trust you. Your authoritarianism and stubbornness prevent you from listening to everyone else's opinions. After going through all that data, I understand he has been planning this for many years. Your confrontation with Sarif is also part of his calculations. Sebastian clearly showed his displeasure, You dare to lecture me? And what else? Seeing that Sebastian didn't seem to intend to make things difficult, Su Rofeng continued to express his thoughts, They planned this before I got here. This mess is yours. Their target is you. Do you know what that means? All those years, you've been caught in Curtis's scheme. Su Rofeng pointed directly at Sebastian, loudly highlighting his mistakes without hesitation. Do you still want to deny the entire plan against you? I may be weak, but I am standing up to it. And what have you done, Demon King? A child of about 6 years old, with hair shorter than shoulder length and a face more mature than his age, was quietly watching the seductive dancer performing behind him. The story of Curtis's life began. Curtis was born into a royal family but was not the firstborn. His mother was merely a dancer in the royal performance troupe, so he was not educated in the royal curriculum. At this moment, Curtis's hair had grown past his shoulders, with strands falling at his cheeks just below his chin, silently observing his brother. The story continues, unlike his brother Connery, who had pure royal blood. Although he was jealous of his brother, he did not dare to express it. With no opportunity to ascend to the throne, he had accepted that. The three subordinates bowed respectfully to Curtis. He also waved warmly to greet them. Returning to the story of the past, Curtis was very intelligent. He was quick-witted and became famous for being resourceful and friendly with everyone. However, those admirable qualities of Curtis made Connery's supporters feel threatened. Rain drizzled down upon the city, and before the city gate stood two massive statues on either side. The unfinished story continued. At that moment, the Elf King and the royal family could not afford to be careless. During this time, humans and elves were in negotiations. Curtis was taken as a hostage and sent to Holy Wing City. Here, Curtis read books in a library. In that place, he spent all his time studying books and demon magic. The library became a place where he felt comfortable and safe, while the life outside was harsh. The books provided him with solace. All alone in the library, day by day, he lived with the books. One day, he discovered a strange book that spoke of magical relics. Within it was a record of a powerful relic that captivated him. The wooden lantern emitted an enchanting blue light. At the top of the lantern was a triangle shape resembling a handle. The most powerful relic of the elves had been lost in this city, which had once been the city of the elves before being occupied by humans. Unexpectedly, that heritage still existed in this very land. Curtis read the information with great curiosity and a strong desire to learn more. Unfortunately, the book did not specify where the relic was located. He began researching all the relics that had been left behind in order to pinpoint its location. During that time, Curtis devoted himself to studying and learning about the dangerous relics that could help him escape this place. Ironically, as time passed, thanks to his intelligence and thirst for knowledge, Curtis managed to escape. His cleverness allowed him to gain his freedom and step outside. He retained the knowledge and harbored a grand scheme. Gradually, he was invited to a royal banquet, and his position continued to be solidified. Curtis sat at the banquet table with the royals, engaged in lively conversation. At one of the parties, he met a general, the general of the Huagua, General Carmen. The two immediately showed signs of camaraderie. Sharing common ideals and ways of life, they frequently discussed global events, the differences in culture, and the magic of their two species. Curtis found hope and gradually grew closer to humanity. Afterward, peace was restored between the two species, and Curtis was returned to his homeland. On the day Curtis returned, waiting at home were Connery and the Supreme Power. Despite knowing this, he still decided to come back. Connery stood atop a massive beast with majestic wings, looking down from above, welcoming his long-lost younger brother. He was greeted by Connery and his entire entourage. That day, Curtis felt uncomfortable. He still held a suitcase in his hand, quietly calculating in his heart. For Curtis, there was nothing he could do. The king would surely choose Connery as the successor. Why would he pay attention to a son like him? As planned, during the initial period, everything was unfavorable for him. He pretended to be a fool, addicted to alcohol and women. Curtis's image was always in a drunken state, holding a bottle of liquor, surrounded by beautiful girls. He acted convincingly, and as predicted, his father was quite angry about his debauchery. The Elf King had sent him to the border to study ancient barriers. Curtis struggled to hold a quill, focusing intently on his studies. The king had no way of knowing that the method of maintaining the barrier was becoming increasingly difficult, giving Curtis more freedom to pursue his own interests. Guided by instruction and relying on his own intellect, he learned quickly and began to create a spell of his own, building upon the old one. Curtis discovered the loopholes in the old barrier, and his desire to rise above led him to work harder. He focused on creating more loopholes, which allowed him to carve out a turning point for his own plans. The true power of Curtis lay in his understanding, and one day, the opportunity arrived. That day, the sky was a pale yellow, and atop the tower, the moon mirror was being assailed by a series of combined beams directed at its shield. Soon after, everyone knew what had happened. The moon mirror was destroyed. Humanity had launched an attack on the realm of the elves, exploiting the loopholes in the barrier and striking a devastating blow to the very capital, Ixtel. The mirror lay shattered, with only fragments of stone remaining alongside the severely damaged base where the mirror once stood. The city crumbled within days. Hell had arrived. The elves were defeated so quickly not because they were not strong enough, but because their source of energy had been destroyed by humanity. The elf citizens in the city lay piled in heaps, the casualties countless. They were slaughtered like animals without an ounce of magical strength. Connery could do nothing to save his own nation, which filled him with rage. Exhausted and at his wits' end, he had nothing left. But in the moment of deepest despair, Curtis appeared amidst the battlefield like a god. He rode upon his beast, leading a formidable army behind him, his gaze radiating a certain confidence. He and his troops returned from the borders and defeated the human alliance. Of course, true to his meticulous planning over the days, everything changed completely after that battle. Pressured by the people, the Elf King was forced to grant him a position in the army. Those who opposed him within the royal family began to view him as a prince. Curtis and Connery became equal rivals. However, his schemes did not end there. Although Curtis had saved the elf citizens and secured his position, it was not over. The event that truly made him famous was the pillar of magical energy for all elfkind, the moon mirror. The mirror had been completely destroyed, now nothing more than a large stone resting atop the tower. Without the moon mirror, the elves had no ability to create new synesthesia. Sooner or later, their power would be depleted. But Curtis has his plan. Curtis rises above the shattered mirror and declares that he has a way to restore the moon mirror. The people on Connery's side, of course, mock him, perform a feat that even the elders could not accomplish. You will not succeed. Those people stand to one side, continuously ridiculing, thinking he is just a foolish dreamer. Without giving them the effort of mocking, a fragment of the moon mirror begins to connect. The mirror regains its original light, then a few more pieces. Curtis pays no attention to the jeers, he only seeks the support of the populace. Curtis is no longer the shy child he once was. Now, he carries within him ambition, which is to elevate his status in Ixtel. Of course, he knows how to repair it, using the knowledge he has read from the demon magic books in the human realm. Free from the traditional mindset of his kind, Curtis has long broken free from the boundaries of himself. Elves rarely learn from other races, but he is one who transcended that tradition. The stone fragments continue to piece together, glowing brighter and brighter. He knows he must surpass his limits to secure his place in Ixtel. Thus, a large-scale campaign has been initiated. He had created a machine to collect the wings of the Ice Elf tribe to weaken the power of the demons. He utilized human knowledge, but could not keep this in the dark indefinitely. Curtis launched a massacre against the Ice Elves. To him, the existence of this race was of no concern. He needed to gain the support of the populace, and the brainwashing plan began. For the revival of the Elf Empire, what is a little brainwashing? Most of those in the royal family turned their backs on his actions. Now, he truly had a competition for the throne, between the one who repaired the moon mirror and the one who adhered to tradition for the next king. Everything was according to Curtis's cunning calculations. What happened next, the outcome, we all already know. Connery, having fallen into his trap, was sentenced to death. Curtis successfully usurped the throne. I find it amusing, pretending to be foolish to deceive other fools. The politics of the elves are indeed easy to manipulate. He deceived the entire system. From someone with no chance of ascending to the throne, this became a significant issue when he orchestrated the entire system. Kidman, a noble elf commanding the royal army, was taken aback upon hearing the tale of the current king of his nation. He could only utter one phrase, "Is this real?" Hogma, also an elf and the prime minister, easily found the crux. Do you mean that the attack on the moon mirror was his scheme? He brought the enemy here. Hertzia Ferris, the foreign minister and noble elf, also expressed her disbelief in the baseless story. Why should we believe you? Ferdinand, a noble elf and the spokesperson of the government council, did not voice an opinion, silently observing the dialogue. At the meeting table, Sebastian sat in the middle, flanked by the elven nobles. In front of them lay the documents he had reviewed earlier. If you need evidence, it is here, he said, pushing the neatly arranged papers forward. This is how they communicated, and how the humans knew the flaw in the barrier. Next, the moon mirror was destroyed and then restored by him, all just to secure that seat of power. Sebastian calmly pointed to the pile of documents on the table. Go through them all and let me know your opinions. The pile of papers, which had been neatly arranged, now lay in disarray due to the hands of the nobles. They were intently examining the stack of documents, deep in thought. Sebastian silently contemplated. The issue with the elves is that the government is being deceitful. They support Curtis's faction. His face bore a look of unease. One of the elders here is not involved. I suspect they have chosen to ignore it. Sebastian mused about the tower with its tall, sharp peak surrounded by a ring of stone. My army cannot interfere deeply in politics, as the human attack could happen at any moment. I do not have time to stir up the internal civil war for power here. His expression suddenly became serious again. Even though my troops could defeat the elves, I do not want to engage in another conflict with any powers. I want to resolve everything peacefully. The key here is to prevent Curtis from attaining the throne. That is currently the best approach. Sebastian felt like he was chained all over, an overwhelming discomfort. He cursed that pretender out there, that self-satisfied name. You should remember who it was that defeated Connery for you. Su Rofeng remained indifferent. It doesn't matter. He calmly explained the situation to Sebastian. The oppression of the Ice Elves must stop at all costs. Destroying the moon mirror and then repairing it, I do not care about the rules of this world. Cannot you recognize this truth? Sebastian showed an irritated demeanor. Don't talk down to me, kiddo. You know nothing at all. Su Rofeng, upon hearing this, appeared quite upset. There are many ways to compete for power, not just like that. Su Rofeng patiently explained to Sebastian, if you were Curtis, wanting to contest for the throne, what would you do? Would you try to conquer the Holy Winged City? The elves wouldn't have the capability to do that. Do you realize that yet? Sebastian, looking down on Su Rofeng with arrogance, said, Are you suggesting that Curtis is joining my forces to borrow my strength? Hitting the nail on the head, Sebastian continued, using my army to conquer the Holy Winged City not only diminishes the strength of the demon army but also brings him fame and profit. Seeing that Sebastian was willing to listen and understand his words, Su Rofeng continued, So you get it now. Curtis is not someone who would willingly submit to another. Everything is part of his plan. Su Rofeng laid out all of Curtis's strategy. He needs a sufficiently strong force to attack Holy Winged City. Where would he get that army? And at the same time, he is secretly poisoning the Alistair territory by cooling down the magma core. Do you really think all of this is just a coincidence? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. Su Rofeng pointed at Sebastian, his voice suddenly rising. If I weren't a child like me who was reborn into your body, would anyone notice what is going to happen to the demons? If you continue to use your army and your power like this, I have nothing more to say. If Alistair's energy continues to dwindle, sooner or later your demon legion will be defeated. Su Rofeng shifted from analysis to psychological warfare against Sebastian. I'm really tired of this. Please take back this body. Do you think I'm doing all of this just for fun? Sebastian remained silent to see what Su Rofeng had to say. I am dealing with Curtis' plan, so why can't you realize that? Su Rofeng pointed at himself and continued, Whether you like it or not, thanks to me, we have come this far. At this point, Su Rofeng insisted even more. So who is a better leader, me or you? Go deal with the crap you created. Upon hearing this, Sebastian's face twitched a few times as if he was about to explode. His body seemed to want to break free from the chains binding him, and his face was clearly filled with anger. Sebastian shouted, I will kill you. Then he shouted in anger. Sebastian bellowed, No one dares to speak to me like that. Su Rofeng felt a bit of fear when he heard the Demon King shouting at him with such a furious tone, but it was just a slight fear. Sebastian was furiously cursing endlessly. If I had my body back, no one would dare threaten me. Those ants dared to act behind my back. He dared to exploit my army. I will make you both see. Hearing this, Su Rofeng calmly looked at Sebastian. Shut up, stop being angry with everything. Curtis doesn't dare to make a scene in front of you, does he, Demon King? If he hadn't realized that you weren't truly in your body, would he have dared to kill me and escalate things like this? I bet if your army revolted, you wouldn't even know where the blame lay. I can understand why Miranda is always dissatisfied with you. The blatant criticism without any circumlocution made Sebastian nearly go mad. He shouted loudly at Su Rofeng, You dare to teach me? I don't need a mere human child to teach me how to govern my kingdom. Su Rofeng did not hesitate to reply to the esteemed Demon King who was furious with him. Yeah, you and all the demons on this planet seem to have quite an aversion to new things. Honestly, I don't intend to instruct you. I was dragged here by God, okay? Did you forget? Truly hopeless. Sebastian was irritated when a powerless being dared to talk down to him. Kitty, you have no right to be angry with me. He spoke with disdain. A lowly human with a weak body can accomplish nothing. You dare to lecture the Supreme Demon King? As the disagreement escalated, Su Rofeng became frustrated. That's why God took your foolish body away, isn't it? And one more thing, Miranda and Cassandra are severely injured. You have yet to make any effort to return as you did before. You could save them, why won't you? Sebastian frowned lightly at Su Rofeng, the human below him, who spoke with contempt. If those foolish women hadn't tried to help you, they wouldn't have met such an end. It's your fault they're useless. Su Rofeng accepted everything but felt indignant for Sebastian's subordinates. Fine, I'm a useless fool, but they are your subordinates. They are very loyal, why? Su Rofeng couldn't understand what the Demon King before him was thinking. You are the omnipotent Demon King. Help me save them. You have a way to heal them, right? Sebastian arrogantly replied, coincidentally, I know exactly their symptoms and the cure. Su Rofeng, hearing this, felt a glimmer of hope and joyfully asked, really? Sebastian calmly stated, I guess from now on we share something in common. Sebastian, although still a bit irritable on his face, hesitated for a moment and then spoke, listen carefully, remember every word I am about to say. Su Rofeng tried to remember what Sebastian said. Cassandra and Miranda both have the essence of demons. To heal them, you must not use life magic, but rather death magic. Sebastian continued to tell Su Rofeng what he could know. There is a way to alleviate the symptoms and cure it. I have not delved deep into deathly magic. Suddenly, Sebastian's decision made Su Rofeng unable to hide his surprise. From now on, I will break the death magic seals for you. Whatever you learn from now on will be yours. Do not ask this Demon King of mine for help again. Not believing his ears, Su Rofeng asked again, wait, are you actually helping me? Sebastian sighed and shared with Su Rofeng what he had experienced. Recently, I had a strange dream. Su Rofeng was surprised. A dream? Sebastian's voice rose. In another world, there are cities more splendid than anything I could ever imagine. Su Rofeng was confused. Why is he telling me this? Sebastian continued the story he wanted to tell. That world has no magic but is more complex. There, I am called Rofeng. After hearing that name, Su Rofeng panicked, his face pale and unable to speak a word. Back in reality, Sebastian suddenly came to his senses after a moment of reflection. That's me. He told himself, never mind, I don't have time to worry about his problems. Sebastian looked at the nobles who kept staring at the papers filled with writing and couldn't help but feel exhausted. I need these elders to make a decision, whether they will stand with Curtis or against him. Time is running out. Sebastian was confused. It's been quite a while, why hasn't anyone said a word? Looking towards the elders, Sebastian began to guess, this is a matter that affects the entire kingdom. What are they thinking, or are they just stalling? Suddenly, Sebastian stood up and slammed the table, papers flying everywhere in his anger. Outside, the wall had been destroyed by a group led by Curtis, with his followers standing behind him. The name of the Demon King was called out unexpectedly without any honorifics. Sebastian, do you think you can sway them? Sebastian and the four elders quickly moved outside, his face suddenly darkening. The subordinates standing behind Curtis waited for orders with a serious expression. He smirked and mocked, oh, I didn't expect all four elders to be here. Sebastian, annoyed, warned him, you should know these elders are on my side. Behind them, Kidman, furious, called out his name, Curtis. With a scowling, angry face, he pointed at Curtis and shouted, you vile bastard, you are the one who destroyed the moon mirror. Explain yourself to us now. Curtis showed no sign of fear. He calmly replied, Kidman, I was going to explain later, but... Then he hesitated, lifting the object in his hand and asking, have you ever seen this weapon before? Curtis proudly raised the wooden lantern, introducing, this is the soul-catching lantern, the strongest relic of the elf race. The lantern kept shining perpetually, radiating a greenish aura that surrounded its frame, giving onlookers an incredibly eerie feeling. He arrogantly proclaimed, as long as I have this, I can repair the moon mirror at any time. Kidman suddenly grew more and more furious upon hearing this. Without holding back, he shouted at Curtis, I don't care about your stupid lantern. You have allied with humans to destroy our sacred treasure. How can you justify what you've done? Curtis did not seem very angry. He just looked at the lantern, his voice resonating again. I'm really tired of you, Kidman. Then, he pinched his thumb and index finger, aiming at this magnificent object. He lightly flicked the lantern and turned it towards the opposite side. A force was unleashed from the wooden frame, shooting straight towards Curtis, directing it ahead. Sebastian quickly pushed the stunned Kidman aside. The beam of light passed through the gap between them. They narrowly escaped the blow just then. Kidman almost died, his face flushed, and he shouted loudly, "Curtis, you bastard! How dare you attack me?" Suddenly, the beam of light seemed to bounce back, striking Kidman right in front of Hertzia Ferris and Ferdinand. Kidman screamed in pain. His body was stained with the green of the lamp, and his upper body suddenly transformed into a green flame igniting right on his body, causing the two elders to panic uncontrollably. Sebastian couldn't believe it and looked straight at Curtis. Behind him, Hogma, tense, shouted, Are you crazy?" Curtis treated the events that just transpired as completely normal. He laughed and said to Hogma, "Crazy? No, the one who's crazy is the one asking that question. Why should I explain myself to someone about to die? Do you really think I need you? You are not worthy of your current position." Curtis no longer needed to pretend, he revealed his cruelty and ordered, "So now, just die. Kill them for me." The elders were in shock, unable to believe what he had just said. Ferdinand could only stammer a few words, "You." Hogma was furious, "What are you saying?" Sebastian stepped in front of everyone, on guard against the madman before him. Sebastian did not expect his plan to go awry like this. He thought the four elders could give him a hard time, but he had misjudged Curtis's madness. Sebastian called out to his close subordinates, "Xander, Mauking, start the first step." The ground on Curtis's side trembled, and tree roots thrust straight up from beneath the earth. Curtis, holding a lantern along with his followers, warily looked around. The massive roots coiled into a mass, tearing through the soil and rock above, pushing Xenia up high. Xander quickly embraced the unconscious Xenia as she safely descended from the air. Sebastian approached and asked, "What is her condition?" Xander spoke briefly but meaningfully, "She is still breathing." Sebastian and Xander stared in astonishment at what was behind them. Elder Mauking had now transformed into a colossal tree demon, standing in front of them. The roots crawled across the ground, and a cloud of dust swirled around. Mauking's eyes emitted a green aura as he spoke, "Don't hide anymore, Elf King. I know you are still alive." Curtis and his subordinates were shielded by the barrier he had created. Looking up at the giant tree, the corners of his mouth curled into a cunning smile, "Elder Mauking, with your wisdom, I thought you would have realized this sooner than anyone else." His hand still clutched the lamp, trying to create a solid protective layer, but he didn't forget to scoff, "Xander is an idiot, and I wonder why you still serve this imposter." Sebastian calmly stood beside Xander, who was fuming from being called an idiot, but still worried about the unconscious Xenia. "Curtis, you dog, you are the real fool," Xander thought to himself. Xander suddenly turned to face the Demon King in front of him, unable to shake off a doubtful thought, "But what Curtis said, he truly is an imposter." Sebastian calmly looked down at Xander, who was gazing at him. "Xander, what do you think of what he said?" Suddenly questioned, Xander couldn't help but panic. He quickly responded, "I don't believe a word. He's gone insane." Hearing the answer he wanted, Sebastian affirmed Xander's statement, "Right, a madman." Curtis was jumping high with a lantern. Sebastian watched his figure and spoke with a grand ambition, his voice sounding as if he was calling upon the esteemed Demon King. The current situation was extremely difficult, the safety of Xenia and the three elders was at risk. In front of the astonished eyes of the elders, he calmly spoke, "I entrust this to you." Hearing the command, Xander joyfully accepted the order without hesitation, "Yes, my liege." Suddenly, a flicker of caution appeared. Xander quickly sprang up, striking at Camus's mouth as he charged, scornfully saying, "Trying to bite sneakily?" Caught red-handed, Camus recoiled, arms raised in defense. Ignoring what was happening behind him, Sebastian calmly assessed the situation. Regaining his composure and encouraging himself, he thought, "My name is Su Ro Rang. After going through countless hardships, I've finally realized I can only rely on my own strength. There's no room for weakness anymore. His clenched fists testify to his determination. No more, it's time to decide my fate. Sebastian called out, "Eternal Flame, show me the network of death synesthesia skills." Immediately, a network of green dots appeared. Sebastian thought to himself, "Death magic, this is a branch of the skill tree. I have only mastered one skill here." Suddenly, a sharp pain on both sides of his legs struck. Sebastian was taken by surprise. A dark figure behind him seized the opportunity and slashed at his legs. Being hit made him think, "This guy's too careless, truly a fake, it's easy to fall for my skills." Then, that person quickly slashed at Sebastian's arms twice more, thinking to himself with disdain, "That red guy is much tougher to deal with." With sharp eyes and a mask concealing half of his face, he aimed accurately and firmly gripped his sword, stabbing at Sebastian, confidently declaring, "I will be the first to kill Sebastian." The Demon King's arms healed rapidly. He turned to face the one who intended to kill him. Suddenly, with the sword's tip pointed at him, Sebastian immediately blocked the sword and then cast magic. Surprised that his strike had been blocked, the attacker exclaimed, "How is that possible? I chopped off your limbs." Suddenly, he raised his head to look behind Sebastian. That was the spirit being Spirit River Mysterious Eye. The sharp blade of the sword neatly severed several fingers that were trying to block the strike, causing Sebastian to feel immense pain. But right after that, he regained his composure, restoring his joints at an unbelievable speed. The other person was also stunned to see this recovery speed. "It's too fast." Seeing his wounds healing, Sebastian sighed softly, "It hurts, but I can handle it." The price for power. Behind him was the summoned spirit shielding him. "As long as I still have spiritual power, I can activate it." His confident demeanor was rarely seen. "This magic will allow me to recover forever. What kind of terrifying nether pressure is this? I can't believe it." Sebastian looked at the person in front of him, calculating in his mind, just a normal swordsman. His face was no longer fearful but rather calm. "I can take him down. This is the first time I can confidently say that." Up in the sky, a fireball was hurtling toward the spot where Sebastian stood. The eternal flame suddenly sounded the alarm, "Danger, level 1 alert." The fireball was getting closer. Sebastian swung his wings at the fireball, smashing it straight down into the ground, shattering the layer beneath. Sebastian looked up and greeted, "Ken Long, it's been a while since you've taken a hit, hasn't it?" Above him was Ken Long, the general of the 8th Legion, an expert in bombardment, with a fire element synesthesia, rank 6, and a strength score of 13,872. The precise location he stood on was where the previous hit had just landed. Ken Long's expression suddenly darkened. "Strange, that strength and skill. Is he really a fake?" On this side, Curtis was burning the Elder Mauking with bright red flames, but it had no effect whatsoever. Curtis was momentarily startled and puzzled. "My elf fire has no effect on him." As if realizing something, he launched his skills again. "Let's see how long you can withstand the life magic." "Your chances are none." He flew around and precisely struck Curtis's arm, though it did not sever completely. Task completed, it circled back to Sebastian's hand, leaving Curtis astonished. Sebastian now calmly held the sword firmly, imagining, "Back on Earth, while playing games, my friends often called me Lucifer Demon Sword." His face bore no hint of a smile. Steadily pointing the sword forward, he wondered to himself, "Can I bring that glory here?" Sebastian was serious with the sword in hand. Behind him was the passive skill Queen Beetle rank 8, which could restore all parts of the body against physical attacks. On his back were the Death Wings rank 7, also a passive skill, which could negate most magical attacks after being enchanted with death magic. The sword in his hand was Liberius Titanus, the sole sword of Red Star, currently present behind him, having made a temporary agreement to serve Sebastian. Swinging the sword down, Sebastian decided, "Then let's use swordsmanship as the main attack." Perard was alarmed by the relentless attacks, leaving him no chance to turn around. "What kind of bizarre sword technique is this?" Perard quickly regained his composure. With just one hand, he continuously lunged forward with his sword, clicking his tongue. "Take this." Sebastian had no time to dodge and could only endure several sword thrusts. He was in pain, gritting his teeth. Very soon after, Sebastian regained his spirit and swung down at Perard. "That's not enough to stop me." Perard knelt on one knee, causing the ground to shake, hurriedly raising his sword to block Sebastian's strike. The weight of the sword pressed down on Perard, making it unbearable for him, and he could only cry out in agony. With the sword in hand, Perard turned sideways over his head, causing Sebastian to miss his downward strike. He recognized the opening, his sharp eyes focused on the enemy. The missed slash left Sebastian unprepared, and Perard swiftly swung his sword, tearing through Sebastian's body. Knowing that he could recover from countless wounds, Sebastian couldn't help but curse, "You bastard." Sensing the pain, Sebastian slightly pursed his lips as he looked at Perard, alongside the myriad wounds on his body inflicted by Perard. Angered, he kicked towards Perard's face. Perard, caught off guard, took the full blow, causing his mask to fly off. "Shut up!" Sebastian shouted. He quickly began to heal his wounds, furiously swinging his sword overhead, intending to strike down. Perard sensed it, swiftly rolling to the side, causing Sebastian's slash to plunge straight into the ground, shaking the earth and sending rocks flying. At that moment, Perard was truly terrified. The fallen mask revealed his face, displaying an overwhelming panic. He hurriedly screamed for support from his teammates. "Help! I can't even inflict damage on him, how can I handle him alone? Do something!" Sebastian remained still in the position of his previous downward strike, filled with rage. Behind him, massive fireballs hovered in the air. Sensing that something was wrong, Sebastian quickly grabbed his sword and turned around, ready to fight. Fireballs quickly came flying towards him, and he immediately created a formation to counter them. One wing spread out, fully protecting his body, blocking the incoming fireballs. The fireballs hit the dark green wings and bounced off, causing no harm to Sebastian. Ken Long stood in shock as he saw Sebastian completely unharmed. In fact, his rank 6 fire magic attack fell to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. "What? He deflected my fire magic attack." Ken Long could not hide his surprise. Perard, who had just been hit by Ken's spell, was dazed and lying on the ground, unable to control himself as he cursed, "You idiot!" Perard's whole body was scorched, panic had made him nearly cry. With his sword still tightly gripped, he yelled while scolding, "Ken, where were you aiming at?" Hearing the blame, Ken Long panicked, raising both hands in front as if to explain, "It wasn't me. That Demon King redirected the attack." Before he could prepare himself, Ken Long was startled to see Sebastian quickly charging towards him, his eyes filled with a murderous intent determined to take a life. Sebastian swung his sword to slash at Ken Long, but fortunately, he quickly dodged the deadly strike. Ken Long was preparing to retaliate, his hands and feet blazing with fiery energy. Meanwhile, Sebastian hovered above, holding his sword with a condescending gaze aimed down. He beat his wings powerfully, sending back the entire attack to Ken Long. The flame shot back towards him, causing Ken to scream in agony, "Hot! Hot!" Ken Long fell straight down, landing beside Perard, who had just been scorched black by the crater created by Ken's own strike. Perard glared at Ken Long, who had just suffered the consequences of his own technique, and grumbled, "Hey, Ken! Why did you say he was fake?" Now charred like coal, Ken Long smirked back with a dull tone, "Do you really need to ask?" Ken Long choked, "If he were truly the Demon King, we would have been dead long ago." Sebastian, hovering above, secretly chuckled, having a self-monitoring system really is quite useful. While aiming for a target, he accidentally overheard the conversation between Perard and Ken Long and couldn't help but wonder, why are they discussing whether I'm real or fake? Below, Ken Long and Perard were surrounded by a bizarre green circle. Sebastian smirked, thinking to himself, they should worry about their lives. He quickly established a continuous combo, starting with the dry circle. While seriously contemplating the absolute power of this skill, he muttered an incantation, "Try it in a standard spell." Ken Long and Perard were taken by surprise, awkwardly looking around not knowing what to do, and could only stand still in the bizarre whirlpool. The circle acted like a black hole, sucking everything in, including the two immobile enemies. Everything inside quickly evaporated instantly. As the circle slowly hovered up high, Sebastian shivered slightly. That's powerful, just like a black hole sucking everything in. The eternal flame flickered in his mind. Master, you need a way to detect and track them, right? Just stay calm. Sebastian was about to respond when suddenly, from behind, an attack pierced through him, causing a severe wound. Without time to react or feel the pain, he immediately summoned the queen beetle, urgently commanding, "Heal." The wound quickly closed up. Sebastian spun around sharply, his sharp gaze searching for the one who had just thrown him off balance. In front of him, Perard stood blocking Ken Long, raising his sword high. The two seemed to have been engulfed by the earlier attack, but now they had suddenly appeared again. Perard, no longer wearing a mask, smirked provocatively, "Your dry circle almost killed us." Sebastian casually glanced at the reminder, but Perard did not stop. "You shouldn't reveal the magic you're using. It will lead to your failure." Perard looked straight into Sebastian's eyes, calling out to Ken Long, "Get up, Ken. This time we will attack together." Ken Long, after a moment of hesitation, pushed himself up with his hands on his knees, reluctantly agreeing, Okay. Perard confidently stood beside his teammate, smirking, "We were once the strongest of the Manhwa kingdom. You don't stand a chance." Sebastian maintained his cold demeanor, his voice calm as he replied, "Very well." He raised his hand, forming a small circle and commanded, "Lil Flame, connect with the code I've created, then run through the skill matrix. We will trace them ourselves." Below, noticing that he was being ignored, Ken Long frowned in annoyance. "Is he ignoring us? Damn it!" Perard, calmer, turned to Ken. "Forget him, Ken. Just kill him." The two quickly departed, causing the earth and rocks to shatter into pieces, dust and debris swirling in the air. Together they fought. Perard swiftly moved behind Sebastian, while Ken Long blocked the front. At that moment, Sebastian murmured an incantation. The green ring from earlier appeared before each person, first for Ken Long, then for Perard. After successfully performing the spell, Sebastian immediately started to think further. Awesome! With it, I can use a few image disguising skills. The death mark will allow me to observe the enemy's position, he thought. Sebastian wielded his magic, the death incantation, Death Mark. He cast a mark on the enemy, preventing them from becoming invisible when marked. This effect gradually weakened the opponent. Sebastian coldly stated, "I will kill you with this skill. I call it teleportation." Perard swung his sword, scoffing, "This mark is just a low-level skill. You can't do anything with it." He unleashed a flurry of slashes towards Sebastian. Ken Long simultaneously created firepower attacking forward. Sebastian stood in the middle, caught between two simultaneous attacks aimed at him. In a flash, he moved behind Perard, delivering a fatal strike. Perard was unprepared, and could only suffer the sudden pain that hit from behind. Sebastian explained the technique to Perard, as if wanting him to understand the reason if he were to lose his life. "The mark of death allows me to pinpoint your exact location. Combined with teleportation, I can deliver a fatal blow instantly. By cancelling the initial step of the teleportation spell, I can bypass the animation and attack immediately." Perard fell freely after Sebastian's slash. He coldly voiced, "Ping is 0.1 ms." Perard landed directly on the green grass below. Sebastian teleported once again. Seeing Sebastian's shadow, Ken Long felt a bit wary, but still got pierced through the body. Unable to believe his eyes, he heard Sebastian, devoid of emotion, say, "I bet you are starting to feel scared now." Sebastian plunged another sword thrust from behind, striking Ken Long's left flank. It looked painful, and Sebastian smirked triumphantly. But in contrast to that thought, Ken Long showed no signs of pain. His body suddenly burst into flames. The fire enveloped him, incinerating the mask that always covered half his face, revealing his mouth curled into a smile. He turned and charged towards Sebastian, his entire body ablaze. To Sebastian's surprise, his body was immediately repelled by the flames, causing him excruciating pain. Without hesitation, Sebastian conjured a fire barrier and swung his sword towards Ken. Ken smirked, looking at the barrier with disdain, using a sword to attack an elemental illusion? Only a madman would think it would work against me. He was full of arrogance. Even though I only have synesthesia rank 7, I have trained my flames to the highest level. Your attacks cannot touch me in this tangible form. Sebastian panted, loudly summoning a spell, Queen Beetle, heal. A giant blue beetle appeared, but upon seeing no effect, he was astonished and quickly asked, Eternal Flames, what is happening? The Eternal Flames reported the situation. The Queen Beetle can only heal physical wounds, magical attacks are beyond its capability. Sebastian quickly devised a new course of action, commanding, code the spell syntax, disable the structure of the magical matrix between spiritual power and the healing spell. Disable the structure of the spell. A torrent of commands flowed out, so convoluted that it could give anyone else a headache. The miraculous effect immediately took effect. The Queen Beetle split into hundreds of small beetles, flying around Sebastian to heal him. The Everlasting Flame exclaimed in admiration, Master, it's unbelievable. These small beetles can recover magical wounds. Sebastian sighed in relief as he saw this method starting to work. People often call me the best assembler in the school. In MMORPG games, I rank second in solo PvP. Changing the structure of skills is my special ability. The Everlasting Flame expressed curiosity, MMORPG? Ken Long also found himself intrigued by Sebastian's quick thinking and praised him. Not bad, better than the last time we fought at Holy Wing City. While the two were engrossed in their conversation, a voice called out from below. It belonged to a person with horse-like legs, red skin, a muscular body, and sharp fingers gripping a sword, resembling a centaur. He grumbled, You bastard, it hurts. Let's finish this quickly, Ken Long. We have other business to attend to. Ken replied, All right. Immediately, he wrapped his arms tightly around Sebastian from behind, locking his hands under Sebastian's armpits and squeezing his legs tightly around his waist. This unexpected action startled Sebastian, leaving him unable to react in time. Ken leaned closer to Sebastian, arrogantly saying, Hey Sebastian, try to move out of this one. The centaur, with his bright eyes, declared, I won't slip up again. He continuously swung his sharp swords. Thousands of sword blades slashed through the air like a massive hurricane, forming a circle. The centaur smiled triumphantly, gaining momentum. Then he stomped the ground, causing it to crack, and delivered a powerful final slash. The hurricane immediately surged toward Sebastian. The Eternal Flame repeatedly issued a warning, Warning! Warning! Extreme danger! Master, if you get hit by this, even the Queen Beetle won't be able to protect you. Sebastian froze, a thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he realized he was incredibly calm throughout the battle. He didn't know where that came from, it felt like when playing a game or something else. Then Sebastian made a seal with his hand. The seal grew larger, and he raised it toward Ken, murmuring something. Ken had a bit of doubt, but it was too late. Sebastian's spell struck Ken, causing him to suddenly fly away from Sebastian uncontrollably. At that moment, Sebastian calmly used his magic to block the centaur's sword attack. The sword did not strike Sebastian but instead pierced straight through Ken. At that moment, Sebastian lunged toward the centaur, casting a spell to strike. Unfortunately, he was quicker and evaded the blow. After that, the centaur stabbed backwards with his sword, penetrating Sebastian's side, causing blood to spray everywhere. Sebastian grimaced in pain from this wound. Immediately, he summoned the Queen Beetle and commanded, Healing. At the same time, a barrier of fire appeared, trapping Sebastian and the centaur inside, despite the sword still being lodged in his body. The centaur was taken aback by this action. Sebastian spoke, Don't be so surprised. Then, he raised his sword and continued, This isn't the first time I've been the MVP. The centaur only had time to shout, Don't do that. But Sebastian coldly struck down, saying, I will cut off your leg first, then your arm. Where do you think you can run? You won't escape. Each time Sebastian spoke was another opportunity for him to swing his blade down on the centaur's body, causing him to scream in pain. As a result, the centaur was left in a miserable state, bloodied and battered, with countless wounds. His right arm and leg had been severed, lying unconscious on the ground. Ken let out a loud roar from above after witnessing this scene. "You, how dare you?" He looked at his body, which now bore a large hole from the attack of the centaur's sword. But strangely, it could not recover as it did before. He wondered, why can't I heal? I created this flame after all. Sebastian smirked, "You're a bit overconfident about that body of yours that's resistant to physical damage. If you have the capability to heal, then simply layering it with magical attributes would be enough to harm you." Sebastian explained, "Earlier, when you blocked the attack from the centaur, you quickly covered it with a layer of magic to use it against Ken." Ken was surprised. It's that simple?" Sebastian was angry. A good player always thoroughly understands their abilities, even low-level skills. "Accept your defeat, Ken." At this moment, Ken's body began to react to the wound. He screamed and thrashed in pain. Afterward, unable to bear it any longer, he fell from the height to the ground before Sebastian's eyes. Sebastian immediately created a fire barrier, forming a sphere that enclosed Ken and the centaur, as if imprisoning them in a jail. At this point, one lay unconscious with an injured body, while the other was in a pool of blood, screaming in agony. Sebastian calmly looked at them. "With your current spiritual power, you won't be able to break through my fire barrier." After that, he breathed a sigh of relief, sat down on the ground, and crossed his legs. On Sebastian's face still lingered a trace of surprise about his own abilities. He couldn't help but praise himself a bit. "Oh my god, I've done it. I can take on 2 rank 7s, that's impressive." The small blue bugs continued their work. Sebastian thought, "I should take this chance to recover from my minor injuries first." They flew around him, raising their tiny hands to heal Sebastian. But unexpectedly, out of nowhere, a behind landed directly on Sebastian's face. It was Xander, who suddenly appeared and sat on Sebastian's face. Xander exclaimed, "Master, it seems the situation is not looking good." Then he hesitated a bit to ask, "Are you all right?" After getting Xander off his face, Sebastian rubbed his face and replied, "I'm fine." "What about you, can you handle him?" Xander confidently said, "Of course." In response to Xander's words was a sarcastic question, "Oh really?" A foot appeared, sharp claws visible, with many sharp spikes, resembling the foot of some monster. He has revealed himself. He is the ugly elf Camus, a transcendental being, cosmic synesthesia rank 8, with a strength of 28,472. He appears extremely ugly and bizarre, with 2 long pairs of horns on his head and sharp spikes scattered along his body. Behind him, a long tail sways back and forth, his massive body bulging with muscles, all presenting an ugly, terrifying monster. He sneered at Xander, "Look at your body, it's truly disappointing." Sebastian glanced at him and said to Xander, "Your opponent is rank 8. Xander widened his eyes in surprise. "Huh? Since when did he become so strong?" But immediately after, the Queen of Beetles appeared behind Xander. With the Queen's presence, Xander seemed to feel something happening to his body. Green lights continuously appeared, and the wounds on his face and limbs were instantly healed, causing Xander to exclaim in awe. The elf was no less surprised. Sebastian looked at the Queen of Beetles and ordered, "Queen of Beetles, just follow Xander for me." The reason Sebastian did this was that after the Queen of Beetles reached her highest level, she could heal over a distance of hundreds of miles, so Sebastian did not have to worry at all. Sebastian said to Xander, "I don't have time for him, leave it to you, I trust you can handle it." Xander gladly accepted, "Yes." At this moment, the elf was furious. "You." Then he lunged into the air, diving towards Xander, his mouth wide open, wanting to bite into Xander. His mouth was so wide that he could nearly swallow Xander's entire head. But Xander quickly drew his sword, dodging the elf. Then he jumped and delivered a powerful slash that severed the elf's head from its neck. However, he had managed to use his clawed arm to slash Xander's throat. Even though the elf's head had been chopped off and was now flying through the air, he was still completely unfazed. In fact, the head even threatened, "You'd better stay away from me, or you'll pay the price for daring to underestimate me." Xander, who was in pain from the deep cut across his neck, saw blue light appear once again. The wound on his neck instantly vanished. It was thanks to the queen beetle that Sebastian had given him. Xander looked at how the queen beetle healed his wound and exclaimed, "Incredible, all the injuries have healed." At this moment, the elf was preparing to charge towards the three people a short distance away. Xander exclaimed, "This is not good." Then he got angry and drew his sword, aiming to deal with that scoundrel. Xander cursed, "I will kill you." But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The wound that had healed from Xander's attack on the elf suddenly glowed with a blue light. Before he could attack anyone else, he clutched his head in pain. He let out a loud scream and fell from the height to the ground. Xander was caught off guard. The elf was in so much pain that he couldn't close his mouth, and the wound on his face glowed even more, looking as if it were burning. He cursed, "You bastard, your sword is on fire, it has been cursed with a spell." Xander suspiciously looked at his sword. Suddenly, lines of runes appeared on it. It turned out that it had really been cursed by Sebastian. Xander was dumbfounded, since when has he? Xander continued to hold the sword in a defensive stance. The elf, still clutching the burning wound on his head, said, "This is beyond my calculations. Lucky for you, death's anesthesia counters life." He whispered angrily, "I almost lost to a rat." Xander jumped forward to block the elf from harming the three people behind him. The elf looked at Xander's sword with annoyance and cursed, "I really don't like it at all." With a queen bug behind him and a cursed sword in hand, Xander confidently said, "What does it matter if you're rank 8? As long as you're not a level 9 warrior." Xander's heart was filled with determination as he asserted, "This skill of mine is Demon King. If I fail, I will betray him." The scene shifted, and at that moment, Sebastian had reached Semia's location. She had fainted and was being carried by Stefan. Sebastian stepped out from the spatial gate, his icy face somewhat terrifying. The old man seemed to have been waiting for Sebastian for a long time, silently observing. Sebastian pointed at Semia and ordered, "Quickly put her down." The old man frowned and casually replied, "I refuse." Sebastian looked up at Curtis, who was still busy fighting someone else. He then turned back to the old man and mocked, "Curtis seems to have no time to care about you, aren't you afraid that I will just kill you as well?" The old man Stefan calmly replied, "If you really are the Demon King, then surely you'll be standing there asking me why?" Sebastian began to lose his patience. "I will count to 3. If you haven't put her down by then, I won't hold back." One Sebastian started to count. But the cunning old man immediately tightened his grip on Semia's neck. He lifted Semia with one hand, positioning her by the throat, gently as if handling a doll, and threatened, "If you come any closer, I will snap the girl's neck." Sebastian grimaced. This hostage rescue situation felt like a scene from a movie. He thought to himself, "I have absolutely no experience in this." The old man suddenly spoke up, "I think you want to ask me why this old man betrayed the Ice Elf tribe and hid in Curtis's place." Sebastian silently cursed, "This old man really talks too much." But he also thought this was a good opportunity. He told himself, "The truth is, I don't know either, but go on, old man. In the meantime, I will think of a way." Then he spoke, "So, tell me." Old man Stefan began to ramble, "The Ice Elves mostly." For some reason, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Am I truly a traitor? Think about it." It turned out that sly old man had used hypnosis to invade Sebastian's mind. Sebastian was startled, his body immediately fell into a maze. The eternal flame echoed an alarm, "Warning level 1, warning level 1. His mind was being invaded by an unknown entity. Sebastian suddenly felt his vision fading. He thought, "My vision is blurring, damn it." He clutched his head, trying to bring himself back to consciousness. "I didn't expect the opponent to attack while we were talking. If that's his response, then let's fight." Sebastian raised his hand to cast a spell, his mouth chanting the incantation. The old man Stefan suddenly felt something strange. He sensed his mind spinning as if something was hindering him. He widened his eyes, as if realizing something. That kiddo. His eyes became bright again, the black pupils vanished. Perhaps he was about to cast an even stronger mind-infiltrating spell than before. The mark on the old man's forehead simultaneously glowed. He pressed his body tightly against Sebastian, secretly looking down on him. You want to compete with me in the field of the mind? Sebastian suddenly lost his composure, feeling a lurch. His body seemed to fall into another dimension, floating without a point of support. He wondered, what is happening? The Eternal Flame immediately reported, Master, your consciousness is gradually fading. Sebastian seemed unable to believe his ears. What? The Eternal Flame continued to explain, your subconscious is being suppressed by another. This is the result of that. It also partly explains why Sebastian is no longer in the real world, precisely because of that old man. Before Sebastian's eyes was only a ray of light, other than that, only darkness enveloped the surroundings. He pressed the Eternal Flame, asking, so what do I need to do? The flame honestly replied, your body is losing control. It's quite difficult to escape from it. Hearing that, Sebastian could only grit his teeth in anger. You mean I will become a fish on the chopping block? But how could Sebastian accept defeat? He used both hands to create a seal, beginning to cast a spell to escape this situation, chanting the incantation. A powerful will echoed in his mind, using this infinite spiritual power to break the coercion. I will shatter it. At this moment, the old man Stefan also sensed this, startled for a moment. Stefan looked at Sebastian's body, which was currently losing control. Although the black in his eyes had vanished and consciousness had faded away, it was strange that Sebastian could still react against him. He was surprised. He is resisting, it can't be. Then he came up with another plan. Pointing his finger at Sebastian, he declared, I will use close-range hypnosis. And repeated the incantation, Frost Elf seizing the soul. He furrowed his brow, but his heart was filled with a bit of arrogant confidence. When this spell is complete, even the Supreme King will have to fall. He looked disdainfully at Sebastian's body, this new recruit masquerading as the Demon King cannot resist. A pretender daring to defy my magic? Dreams. At that moment, he also cast Xenia aside. One hand pointed at the mark on his forehead, making it glow, while the other hand was used to cast the spell. He thought, it seems you will end here. Then he began to open his mouth to read the incantation. The Eternal Flame echoed a warning to Sebastian, Master, warning of an intruder. But at that moment, Stefan not only invaded his mind but also took the opportunity to act on Sebastian's body. Unfortunately for him, Sebastian's spell succeeded. At that moment, he regained control of his body and immediately delivered a painful punch to him. He was punched until one side of his face was swollen but still maintained a contemptuous attitude. When he heard Sebastian accuse him of being fake, he humorously replied, where's the evidence? Sebastian couldn't hold back and immediately launched an attack directly at his face, causing him to scream out, my face! Then, as quick as a lightning bolt, Sebastian used one hand to grip his neck tightly. With a face full of disdain, Sebastian said, evidence? Xenia, go and see this guy's face. At that moment, in some miraculous way, the skin on Stefan's face began to peel off like a piece of paper being torn away, revealing the face of a human. Xenia was stunned, as if unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Stefan grabbed Sebastian by the neck, lifting him off the ground, and continued speaking to Xenia, this is exactly the elder Stefan you know. From the beginning, he has been hypnotizing you. He said, your father died under the guillotine. The image of Xenia's father appeared, a man with white hair and a resigned face waiting for the guillotine to fall. The more Sebastian spoke, the more fervent he became, grimacing, all of your memories have been fabricated by this guy's treacherous skill. Tears streamed down Xenia's face. She still couldn't believe what she had heard, it was a shock to her, causing her endless sorrow. That human had revealed his true nature, he no longer hid it but directly admitted, what good is there in you? You are too cruel to that little girl. How could you bring yourself to give that painful memory to her? He laughed in a wretched manner. I simply do this to protect that fragile heart, because her father died because of her guilt. Simia froze. She held her head, tears still streaming down. No, that's not true, Her lips kept murmuring. Sebastian's face hardened as he growled, to gain power and a place, you have done the unacceptable. Upon hearing this, he laughed loudly. Unacceptable? This is how the world works. Get used to it, you dense one. The inferior race must die, only the strong deserve to live. You won't understand, fake demon king. Before he could finish his sentence, a punch from Sebastian struck him squarely in the face, looking extremely painful. Immediately after, the imprint of the fist and the blood from his nose splattered as he collapsed to the ground. Sebastian was furious, roaring, why should I understand? An inferior, ignorant race. His face was filled with murderous intent, and his bloodshot eyes made him more terrifying than ever. Your existence to me is no different than a speck of dust, and as dust, you should return to the void. He was struck by a punch from Sebastian that nearly caved in his entire face. He collapsed to the ground, nearly out of strength to fight back. Reaching out, he wanted to grab something. But very quickly, Sebastian used his powers to take the sword back into his own hands. As he prepared to strike down this impostor, the man shouted loudly, help! From the ground, suddenly, 4 people appeared from nowhere and charged towards him. They surrounded Sebastian on all sides but couldn't shake him at all. Sebastian calmly looked around at them. Of course, you haven't died yet. They did not speak, only crazily advanced towards him as if they wanted his life right now. Sebastian did not stay still and wait for death. Very quickly, he leaped into the air. From above, Sebastian looked down and saw them still foolish, completely unaware of what was happening. He thought, I have witnessed it. Your minds are far too simple. In the end, you are just a bunch of fools with developed limbs. Sebastian waved his hand to create a trap, binding them in it so they could not escape. The impostor knelt on the ground, a victorious expression on his face, saying, this useless trap. At this temperature, it has no effect. You will not be able to defeat them. Bound in Sebastian's trap, the temperature kept rising, and they continued to struggle to break free. When he felt the time was right, Sebastian calmly said, the temperature is sufficient now. He read the incantation and, from above, swung his sword down. A torrent of power surged forth, rendering them incapable of resisting. Even trying to dodge was futile. Sebastian perceived everything they wanted to do. I can read your movements, you are no different from mindless destruction machines, pitiful elves. With his own speed, the sword in Sebastian's hand sliced through those 4 dullards without missing a beat. Rest in peace. Their dull heads were cleaved in 2, leaving only halves behind. Neither of his limbs could remain intact. The impostor hadn't even accepted the truth yet when, swift as lightning, Sebastian appeared behind him, his sword poised right against the impostor's throat. He trembled slightly as he gazed at the blade of Sebastian. Sword magic. Sebastian spoke with disdain, I only need one hand to catch you. Sebastian's eyes suddenly flickered as if he had discovered something. Elder Mauking unexpectedly appeared in front of the two. Before the impostor could react, Sebastian seized his collar and dragged him away. With his right hand holding the sword and his left gripping the collar of the impostor, Sebastian glanced towards Elder Mauking, who had rushed over. It was as if an earthquake had just occurred, as Elder Mauking helplessly collapsed onto the ground. At this moment, Sebastian was extremely anxious. He disregarded the wretched impostor, tossing him aside and asking, Elder Mauking, are you okay? Elder Mauking slowly spoke, I'm sorry, liege. This may not be the right thing to say, but please, I beg you to run away. Sebastian nearly turned to stone at Elder Mauking's words. There must be a reason why Elder Mauking said this to him. Immediately, Sebastian's gaze shifted to another person. Yet another contender had appeared. He was in mid-air, controlling a stone in his hand. Futile efforts, a poser like you accomplishing this is quite the feat, quite the feat. The one who just spoke was Curtis. Sebastian was startled by the power this individual possessed, a strength nearing 50,000. The system quickly sent a warning, warning level 1, warning level 1. Curtis held a turquoise stone in his hand, looking towards him and shouted, "Vanish!" Instantly, a stream of blue light surged towards him. But no matter what, he could not forget about that imposter. A bizarre green light illuminated the area, radiating across the sky, causing everything to tremble in its wake. A crowd outside, witnessing the light, could not help but be curious, even slightly alarmed. "Wow, what is that? What's happening over there?" The hotel manager Majuan, seeing this, spoke up, "Ever since the Demon King arrived, my business has been anything but smooth. Those people have caused chaos, and yet we can do nothing about it." From a light source, it transformed into a wondrous blue vortex. It swept away the souls of those present, turning them from flesh and blood into desiccated skeletons. It was astonishing, this vortex showed no mercy to those who were there. There was a massive explosion at the Majuan Hotel. Those inside were robbed of their souls, their flesh gone, they became mere dry skeletons. Curtis soared in the air, standing at the very center of that vortex looking down. "It feels amazing. Is this what it's like to become a god?" At that moment, he noticed Sebastian and asked, "Oh, can you withstand it?" "Your legs are shaking, Sebastian." A few feathers from his cloak were swept into the blue vortex. Sebastian looked up at him with a tense expression. "You have fused with the relic, I have never seen nether pressure like this." He cast a quick glance downward, at least he had managed to catch this name. But before he could focus, Sebastian realized that the lower half of his body was gradually disappearing. His lower portion was being destroyed. The young man felt a bit helpless. "Damn it." A reminder echoed, "Liege, please be careful." Elder Mao King used his power to create a circle as if to protect Xenia. "The three elders are inside. I will do my best to keep them safe." The monarch looked down from above and could see that the hotel had been completely destroyed. "Omega, they are." Suddenly, someone spoke from behind, "Don't worry, my liege." Omega drove a machine forward, saying, "This situation is all part of my calculations. I have full control over it now." Omega added seriously, "You just focus on the battle, sir." The monarch was not only surprised but also somewhat pleased, thinking to himself, "A demon craftsman, she is a skilled mechanic, perhaps I should trust her." Then he turned his gaze back to Curtis with the swirling winds and prepared for a solo confrontation with Curtis. During the test, while writing, the pencil tip suddenly broke. Su Ruofeng frowned as he watched it break before his eyes. He quietly murmured, "This thing is truly fragile." So he held the pen in his right hand, pointed at it with his left hand, and recited a series of incantations. A piece of chalk suddenly flew in from somewhere. It struck Su Ruofeng on the forehead, causing him to frown. The teacher standing at the lectern pointed a finger at him and shouted loudly, "Su Ruofeng, it's midterm exam time, what are you doing?" Su Ruofeng stood up, leaning his hands on the desk, slightly bowing his head, his blonde hair obscuring his face. He slowly raised his head, his eyes red, "I will kill you." The entire class fell silent, all eyes turning to Su Ruofeng. Among them was a girl with striking sky blue hair. Her gaze was different from the other classmates, she seemed more concerned about him and worried. The teacher adjusted his glasses with his finger. "Su Ruofeng, do you think you can do whatever you want just because your grades are good? Stay after class tonight." The teacher's solemn voice echoed, "I will call your mother. Quickly reflect on your behavior." He seemed to care little about the teacher's words, muttering his own incantation. His right hand waved up, as if habitually trying to cast a spell, but that hand just hung in midair, resembling the actions of a fool. The friends around Su Ruofeng looked at him in confusion. The young man furrowed his brows in annoyance, thinking to himself, "My skills cannot be used. This world has no magic." He took his test paper, walked up to the teacher's desk, placed the exam in front of the teacher, and said loudly, "I'm not doing this anymore." Su Ruofeng disregarded everything and walked out of the classroom. The teacher's voice echoed behind him, "Where do you think you're going?" "I'll call your mother." Su Ruofeng didn't care much, replying, "I assure you she'll have to be discharged to come here immediately." The teacher was furious, picking up Su Ruofeng's test to look at it. What's wrong with this kid? What is this? With that attitude, there will be no future for you. He looked at the paper in confusion. Huh? On the test paper were all magical symbols that only Su Ruofeng could understand. Once again, the teacher's shout rang out, Su Ruofeng, you'd better come back to class right now. He poked his finger into his ear, wriggling it, thinking, damn fly, you should be grateful I haven't killed you yet. Outside the schoolyard, the sports field was always a gathering place for many students, almost always filled with people. Su Ruofeng sat on the pull-up bar, unafraid, looking at the surroundings and silently telling himself, this place is really boring. He suddenly recalled the incident back then. Countless gazes from passers-by, from old to young, small to large, all gathered around him shouting, there's an accident. The image of doctors working tirelessly flashed in his mind. They stood by the operating table, competing to say, hurry up, administer the anesthetic. When he regained consciousness and awareness, he saw a woman sobbing beside the bed, gently saying to him, Ruofeng, it's okay now, the doctor said you've passed the critical stage. But he had turned the joyful expression of that woman into one of shock when he exclaimed, what, you are my mother? Recalling those things, deep inside Su Ruofeng felt disdain. Mother? Who dares to claim to be the mother of my Sebastian? While still irritated by those events, he was suddenly called out, Su Ruofeng. A loud laugh rang out. Ha, we have something to discuss. 3 rough-looking guys appeared out of nowhere, cigarettes in their mouths, arms crossed as they approached him. Are you stupid? I have something to say to you. Su Ruofeng was not very interested, glanced over and said, get lost, I'm not in the mood to talk to you people. Suddenly, one of the 3 guys kicked. The kick sent Su Ruofeng, who was sitting on the pull-up bar, flying down mercilessly. He even cursed, damn it. Su Ruofeng fell down, barely having time to let out a cry. The 3 of them moved closer, looking down at him with disdain and said, long time no see, where did you get that courage from? He turned around, one hand pointing straight at them, still following his old habit of reciting a few incantations to finish them off immediately. But what he received in return was a kick right to his face. A tooth flew out of Su Ruofeng's jaw without wings. 2 of them rushed in, beating him fiercely, while not forgetting to curse, what are you saying, you slowpoke? What's wrong with your eyes? I find them a bit annoying. The leader, puffing a cigarette, watched for a moment and then said, enough, stop it. Su Ruofeng was beaten from all directions, powerless as he leaned against a nearby iron bar, his face lowered. The guy looked at his shoe and said, you got my shoe dirty now. The leader squatted down close to him, tapped lightly on his face, and said, hey, wake up. The guy took some money from Su Ruofeng's pocket and said, bro, this kid doesn't have much money. The boss didn't really care about that, he said, wait, a kid can't be that weak, right? His hand kept slapping Su's face as he continued, stop playing dead, you. Do you know who's Xiaoya? I've heard that she's been hanging out with you asking about homework or some crap. Listen carefully, she's mine. Just try to get close to her again, and you'll know what's coming from me. Suddenly, Su Ruofeng seemed to rise up, his eyes filled with rage looking up. That gaze made even the boss flinch for a moment. He recklessly lunged at him, wrapped his arms around him, and bit down hard on the boss's shoulder, unrelenting. The 2 lackeys standing behind him were caught off guard by this action, both of them wide-eyed and gaping. The boss shouted, "Hey!" He was brought down to the ground by Su Ruofeng. Even though he was bitten, his mouth didn't forget to curse, WTF, this kid has gone crazy. He caught a glimpse of the cigarette in the boss's hand, which was now loosened. Immediately, Su Ruofeng seized the opportunity, grabbed the cigarette. He was startled but could not stop himself. Without any mercy, he stabbed straight into the left eye of the other person, as if he had crippled that eye for life thereafter. At the middle school, Su Ruofeng was carefully bandaged, standing to one side. The teacher's voice reprimanding his parents echoed in his mind, Ms. Su, please pay attention to your child's health. Su Ruofeng has been behaving very strangely lately, he has become disruptive. He used 2 fingers and read the incantation again, summoning the Queen of the Bugs. The teacher, who was talking to his mother, immediately yelled, "Stop that crazy trick. It's giving me a headache." But he didn't want to pay any attention to that damned teacher. The teacher, with a face both tense and dissatisfied, said to his mother, although he was just beaten by some upperclassmen, he bit into one of their shoulders and pressed a cigarette butt into the other student's eye. Fortunately, there were no additional injuries, otherwise, this would no longer be a simple issue. Not to mention, since when has your son been so rude to me? He threatened to kill me. Looking at his exam paper, it's filled with random doodles. Giving him a 0 is already being lenient. He was once the school's hope to achieve the top position in the college entrance exam. His mother bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry, teacher. It's my oversight. I will definitely talk to him when we get home." On the way home, the old woman's footsteps were ahead, while Su Ruothon leisurely walked behind. Suddenly, her face turned purple, one hand leaning against the wall to support her body. She murmured, "Su Ruothon, I know I am a bad mother." She slightly turned her head to look at her son, continuing, "If I were healthier, I could take better care of you, and you wouldn't be like this." But he showed no emotion, coldly replied, "Then how do I look?" "Stop being hypocritical, just say it straight." The old woman was taken aback by her son's demeanor, only able to exclaim, "Huh?" He shoved his hands into his pockets and continued, "What I really want is freedom. No one in this world can restrain me, and a woman like you can never be my mother. You are not worthy." She could not believe these were the words a son would say to his own mother. Suddenly, a coughing fit hit her. Su Ruothon turned away, not wanting to care about this woman, leaving her hunched over, coughing on the floor. What a stupid woman, he thought. As he turned his back to leave, he didn't forget to say, "Quickly burn that weak source of life and die." But she raised her voice calling, "Ruothon, don't leave me, please, my son." He paused, turning his head slightly to look back. He approached with the thought, that wretched bug, it's best to end her miserable life. He wanted to give her a blow. But his hand suddenly stopped in mid-air, his gaze lingered for a moment. A few drops of red blood lay on his hands as she coughed it up. Yes, what she coughed up was blood. Memories suddenly flooded Su Ruothon's mind, moment by moment. "Come on, don't cry. You're wonderful, my son is the most handsome today." The scene of her helping him tie his shoelaces flashed in his mind, until she was tormented by that scumbag husband. "Get lost, you little bastard. From now on, I will always take care of you, always." Those memories made him feel incredibly pained. What is this? Memories that aren't mine. He thought, why am I remembering these things? Damn it. She collapsed, her condition worsening by the day. Finally, unable to hold back. The one carrying her was none other than him, carrying the person who bore the title of mother on his back. Although it was not very comfortable, what could he do? This dull world is really annoying. In this world, Sebastian holds a sword in his hand, but the ring in his other hand is shining incessantly. He feels it causing him pain. The ring, it really hurts. The tears of the angel respond to something. This has never happened before. Forget it, right now I don't have time to think about nonsense. Sebastian pushes everything aside, his gaze once again focused on Curtis and the sky. I need to concentrate on the matter at hand. I have to think of a way to take him down or at least protect myself. Sebastian flies toward the opposite side of Curtis. He frowns in discomfort at his opponent's light. Curtis's aura is injuring me, it's because the nether pressure from the opponent is too strong. When nether pressure transforms into smaller energy particles, it penetrates through the skin and causes injury. Omega behind silently observes Sebastian. This is indeed a rare opportunity. He thinks, let's see if you really are the Demon King or not. The thing called a machine is not bad at all. It can completely withstand the enormous nether pressure from King Curtis. Beside her sat Cassandra and another girl who was unconscious. Sorry about Red, I didn't expect this to happen. Red Star lay unconscious face down on the machine, completely out of place. Curtis was pleased, the powerful green gem in his hand made him even more amused. Sebastian, how does it feel to stand there? It's clear you really like my relic, he said. I know this relic contains immense power. All your previous plans will become meaningless in front of it. Don't you wonder why only I found the book containing the location of the relic? Why am I the only one who possesses it, and not anyone else? Simply because. As Curtis spoke, he used magic to shoot straight at Sebastian. The relic has chosen me. Sebastian was furious. Damn it. He shouted, dodge. As the magic shot towards him, it seemed to cause a substantial explosion in the air, creating a thick cloud of smoke. The ground below also felt the considerable impact of this power. Ah! A woman cried out, Your Majesty, it's very dangerous outside, please come inside. The girl, known as the Queen, looked up and exclaimed, That direction is the hotel where the Demon King is staying. She shouted in panic, Oh no, the Demon King, he's in danger. Feathers from Sebastian's robe fell off due to Curtis's spiritual power. After a fierce battle, Sebastian struggled considerably. Hayes, it hurts so much, my back is completely stiff, he complained. An uncomfortable feeling washed over him as he slowly descended towards a nearby cliff. He swung his sword down and finally stood on the cliff. That damn Curtis, Sebastian said before summoning the Queen of Bugs. But quickly, the Eternal Flame responded, Master, you currently cannot summon the Queen of Bugs. Sebastian kept his gaze upward, still asking, why? Is it in the cooldown period for skills? Cooldown period? What are you talking about, Master? He looked toward Curtis and said, Curtis's current state is far too strong, his spiritual power far exceeds mine at the moment. Confronting him head-on is not wise. Sebastian also quickly began to recover his own spiritual power. Curtis looked down from above and shouted, Fire! Omega, sitting inside the machine, continued to observe, the nether pressure is strong, but not enough. A purple light quickly enveloped Sebastian's entire body, the Eternal Flame. Sebastian said, I have a question. The flame quickly responded, What is it? What is the level of a person's spiritual power? Sebastian asked. Master, a person's spiritual power depends on their current state, the flame explained. And what about my current state? Sebastian continued questioning. Master, let me give you a mirror, it said. Sebastian saw himself before his eyes. He had exhausted all his spiritual power, but he still couldn't accept it. His spiritual power was only at 38,766. He frowned, not even 40,000? But I clearly feel that my condition is completely fine. It's nothing, I need at least 50,000 to 60,000 power. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Sebastian. It looked at him and spoke, We meet again. Get up quickly, I will lend you a hand. Sebastian was taken aback by its offer. At this moment, your enemy is too strong. A normal attack won't be able to take him down, one hit, one kill, gamble with me. Sebastian gritted his teeth and made up his mind, I cannot lose. He placed his hand on the sword, chanting a few spells. Then he recited several special incantations. Curtis looked down, narrowing his eyes slightly, suspicious of Sebastian's actions. Sebastian swung the sword, combining it with the ferocity of the beast. Though they were separate, they fought together in a fierce battle. Curtis also raised his hand and lunged forward, ready to take the hit. Curtis's hand opened a magical circle, and he controlled it to send a green stone flying towards Sebastian. Sebastian slowly observed, sensing the primal energy, I can feel its power. The beast also shouted, feel it and accept it. Do not resist, listen to the call of your heart. The beast roared, if you do not want to be slaughtered, unleash the rebirth of chaos. Sebastian clenched the sword tightly with both hands, slowly advancing with determination, yes, you are right. Focus on swinging the sword and channeling my spiritual power. Leave the rest to me. Sebastian raised his sword. He urged once again, what are you waiting for? Cut it down. He was waiting for Sebastian, his face and strength spoke volumes. Roaring like a fierce beast, he shouted, "Destroy everything." Sebastian yelled loudly, "Okay." He would not allow himself to hesitate any longer. With a powerful and forceful swing of his sword, he unleashed a strike that sent it flying far away. Miranda inside could see two beams of light from the two sources of power about to collide. Elder Mao's perspective could also perceive it. Curtis showed no signs of hesitation, he was ready to face it. The two sources of power collided, creating a blinding light. In the modern world of ordinary people, Su Rofeng nodded off, waking up with a jolt from falling asleep. He thought to himself, "I'm sleepy again. This time I feel a bit strange." He turned to look at the emergency room, the lights were still on. Su Rofeng crossed his arms, silently wondering, "What am I even doing here?" Finally, the light turned off. A specialist doctor came out from inside and looked at him, asking, "Are you a relative of the patient?" Su Rofeng replied indifferently, "No." The doctor frowned slightly and suddenly fell silent. At this moment, Su Rofeng suddenly remembered, "Oh, not again." The doctor asked again, "Are you serious?" In the end, he had to say, "I am her son." He replied, "Then follow me to the office." The computer displayed images of his mother's lung X-ray. The doctor, sitting in the chair, asked, "Do you know what illness your mother has?" Su Rofeng wasn't very interested and asked back, "Do I need to know?" The doctor looked at the computer screen and said, "She may not have told you, but this time I think it can't be hidden anymore. I hope you stay calm after hearing this news." His attitude was unlike anyone else. He tiredly said, "Don't waste time, just tell me." "She has lung cancer, currently in the late stage, it's already too late." Su Rofeng fell silent, as he completely didn't understand what this illness was. Lung cancer? Is it a type of human disease, like venom? The doctor's face grew serious, a bit solemn. "Your mother's condition is very critical, it could deteriorate at any moment. And there's another issue. According to your mother's wishes, you won't need to pay for medical expenses. We can't keep her here anymore, she will be discharged soon." "I'm sorry." Su Rofeng was puzzled, "Huh?" He slowly walked into the hospital room and saw his mother lying silently on the bed. When she noticed her son had entered, she called out, "Rofeng, have the doctors talked to you yet?" He pulled a chair and sat down, calmly responding, "Yeah, they said you will have to die soon." She seemed to hesitate and asked, "Aren't you surprised?" Su Rofeng replied indifferently, "Surprised about what? I've seen many people die already. The truth is, it's fortunate that you get to die comfortably in bed like this." She appeared unable to accept these words. Seeing her stiffened face, he asked, "What's wrong?" She gave a faint smile and replied, "It's nothing, I just thought the atmosphere would become quite gloomy." "But you're right, it isn't entirely terrible." Su Rofeng fell into deep thought for a moment. Finally, he spoke, "You don't seem afraid of death." She tilted her head and looked at Rofeng, gently saying, "Your mother has accepted it a long time ago." "That's not what I'm worried about, what I'm concerned about is you. What will happen to you when I'm gone?" He asked back, "Why should I be like this?" She replied, "You are a good child, even though you love playing video games, you never give me any worries about your studies, so I know that even when I leave, you can still live well. But recently, you have become very strange." Su Rofeng hesitated, that. He intended to say something but thought better of it. She was about to die, so telling the truth wouldn't matter anymore. He spoke up, "Let me ask you this. If you die, what will happen to me?" She looked a bit confused, "Huh?" He crossed his arms and explained, "My father is already dead, what I mean is that I will have to live alone, I will be an orphan." She gasped, "What?" He stood up and continued, "Forget it, living alone isn't necessarily bad, why should I care about the life of a person, I am already accustomed to the dull life of a person." His mother still couldn't comprehend the things her son was saying. Seeing Su Rofeng turning away, she said, "I have told your aunt, she will adopt you, but your aunt has her own children too, so it might not be easy, so please be good to your aunt, don't make things difficult for her." She looked at his back with a fond gaze, but mother believes that you will do well, you can take care of yourself, right? Su Rofeng turned his head slightly, irritably replying, "What nonsense, do you think you're talking to who?" He stepped out to the door, her voice echoed, "Go and park it." Su Rofeng felt a bit annoyed, thinking, I can't control my own life. But just as he was about to step through that door, a headache hit him. Almost paralyzed. Once again, he began to remember how happy and warm Su Rofeng was with his mother when he was young. Here it goes again. He held his head, perhaps he knew what was happening to him, that damn God is intervening again. Su Rofeng held his head, boring, so boring. His mind was filled with the image of a fierce demon, holding a sword and saying, "This hybrid, I will kill you first, you all will die together. Along with her, I will chop you into 100 pieces." The image of a woman with her hands chained, her frail body leaning against a stone behind her serving as her only support. Su Rofeng could not control the memories that were alternating in his mind. She reminds me of her, a piece of memory that I had long forgotten. Perhaps she was the caregiver, the one who was closely tied to him for a time. He angrily punched the door of the room. Seeing her son like that, she hurriedly asked, "Rofeng, what happened?" "It's nothing." "Wait, don't go. Can you help your mom get the hospital discharge form, please?" Su Rofeng walked over to the hospital's working area to retrieve the form. Just as he turned around, he encountered the doctor from earlier. "Oh, it's Kiddo Su Rofeng, right? The upcoming days will be very difficult for your mother, so please stay by her side as much as you can." He looked at the doctor and said, "You are the doctor. Your mother, oh no, my mother, is there any way to treat her?" The doctor frowned slightly. "I'm afraid not, the success rate is extremely low, but there are many methods that cannot be explained by science that may cure patients who exist in the world." He asked back, "Do you mean there is still hope?" He said again, "You can't be sure about your mother's condition." "I can only say that there is always hope." In the end, there was still no clear answer, and he just scolded, "You are a terrible doctor. I've decided, I will leave my mother in the hospital." After talking to the doctor, he didn't return to the patient room, casually putting his hands in his pockets and walking out of the hospital. He removed the bandage from his face. Suddenly, a voice called out, making him turn his head, "Su Rofeng." It turned out to be the girl with green hair, one of Rofeng's classmates. "How is your mother?" The bandage on his right cheek unexpectedly fell off, and his gaze at the girl was not very friendly. He casually took it off his face and then remembered to say, "You are the girl from class, why are you here?" Faced with this way of speaking, the girl stiffened. "What do you mean?" She pointed back at herself. "My dad is the head of the department at this hospital. If I'm not here, where else would I be?" He glanced at Hu Xiaoya, thinking about something. Then he rushed over and grabbed her shoulder, his attitude urgent. "Can you help my mother stay in the hospital?" Even she was taken aback. What? Hu Xiaoya took a small step back. "It hurts." Two people were sitting on a bench, the girl said. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect her condition to be like this." He replied, "I don't want her to die, so I'm currently looking for a way to treat her." The girl turned her head to look at him. "But stage 4 cancer, the cost to treat it is very high, can you?" But it seemed that Rofeng was not much concerned. He asked, "Can you help? Your dad is the head of the department here?" She took out her phone. "Let me call him." She stood up and left the bench. "Hello, Dad." It was unclear what her dad said, only her replies were heard. "Yes, okay, yes." She turned her head. "Sorry, please wait a moment." But unexpectedly, before anything could happen, Su Rofeng had already run away, disappeared without a trace. She hurriedly looked around. Where did Rofeng go? He blended into the crowd leaving, thinking to himself, forget it. Money? That little amount of money? Whatever I do, Sebastian, I will not fail. But I have to make money here now. I could find a rich person and rob him. Or find a way to use magic. And then there's the issue of this body, it's too weak, I should try the normal methods first. He began to look at the job advertisements plastered all over the walls and traffic poles. Holding onto a job ad, Rofeng called the number. The result was, sorry, we can't take you. You're still in school and have no experience, so you're not suitable for our job. It was hard for him to accept, so he quickly asked, "What do you mean?" The phone beeped and then hung up. He was annoyed, damn it. Rofeng went to another place. This time, a woman spoke with him. She said, "We don't have an age requirement, but we need experience." He was angry, it's that damn experience again. At another store, 2 female staff members replied in turn, "Sorry, our staff is already sufficient, we are not hiring anyone else." Then, a man, the owner, squinted at him and said, "You're quite young, but right now we need someone to work, maybe I'll hire you." Rofeng was surprised, "Really? Great. So what will I be doing? How much will I earn?" The other person replied, "Working as a parking attendant from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., each shift pays 50 yuan. He asked again, "Huh? I can't work like that. In the evening, I need to be at the hospital with that woman, and you only pay 50 yuan for a shift, that's not enough." The man was a bit annoyed, crossed his arms, and shouted loudly, "Even beggars have demands? I'm lucky to have a job to offer. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, then get lost." Su Rofeng turned to leave, thinking to himself, "Yeah, no one would take such a ridiculous job under those conditions." He yelled, "Get lost." Then he threw the ID card at his head and said, "Forget your ID card here." Rofeng rubbed his head, angrily thinking, "You damn scoundrel, next time I'll throw you in a trash bag." Stepping outside, the sky suddenly poured rain. He held the ID card in his hand, his arms soaked from the raindrops, cursing silently, "Damn it, this is not good." He walked slowly, thinking to himself, "This world is truly miserable. If you're useless, you'll really die because of it." Elder Maoking looked up at the green raindrops falling, the rain. Something is not right. Omega immediately realized, this rain is condensed spiritual power. A thin mist emanated from Curtis's body, but he still maintained a relaxed smile as if unaffected. Curtis sat in the machine, arms crossed, looking toward Sebastian. The guy gritted his teeth and fell to the ground. Sebastian sat on the ground, leaning on his hands for support, his sword stuck right next to him. Meanwhile, Curtis stood confidently in mid-air, not swaying at all. Frowning, Sebastian glanced at the sword, which had been fused with a ferocious beast to assist him. The beast spoke up, "It seems I have underestimated the enemy's strength. But I can repel most of that attack, the rest is for you. I have reached my limit." After giving the warning, it shattered the fusion and departed. Sebastian could only shout, "No, wait," but helplessly watched it leave without being able to do anything. Blood spilled from his mouth in significant amounts. Curtis continued to observe intently, smirking, "This imposter isn't too bad. But I'm starting to get bored of you." Having said that, he activated the magic from the stone, beginning to create clones. Now, there were not just one but 3 Curtises appearing simultaneously. This scene left Sebastian in awe. The 3 Curtises attacked simultaneously, one targeting Omega who was controlling the ancient machine, while another charged toward Elder Maoking who was trying to protect the elders. Sebastian got up, shouting loudly, "You bastard." Curtis lunged towards him, coldly saying, "You can't protect everyone." Sebastian quickly swung his sword, creating a fire barrier to block the fierce attack from Curtis, who had no intention of sparing any lives in this battle. Omega watched, calmly commenting, "It looks like you want to massacre everyone here." She pressed the control panel of the ancient machine to move quickly to dodge the attack, determined not to stand still and wait for death. But in that moment, Red Star accidentally fell out of the machine. In an instant, Omega commanded the machine's claw to reach out and grab him, lest he lose his life. But Curtis's clones also changed direction very quickly, immediately adjusting to the movement of the machine. Sitting inside, Omega nervously controlled, now not only by herself but also having to assist 3 other lives. "You will not get what you want," she shouted. A powerful beam of light aimed directly at Elder Maoking, who looked up and saw Curtis standing on the protective barrier he had created. Curtis used enormous spiritual power, touching the protective layer. Instantly, that seemingly solid barrier was shattered by him, forcing Elder Mauking to dodge to the side without mercy. Xander stood right next to Same, looking up and clearly seeing the overwhelming strength of Curtis. The three elders were also briefly stunned to see him raise his right hand, preparing to unleash the final attack. Xander furiously swung his weapon, shouting, "You bastard Curtis!" Suddenly, Camus attacked Xander, making him pause. "Are you still alive?" He was shocked, but Curtis did not care, focusing on the powerful blow aiming to destroy everything. His power was almost reaching the spot where Xander stood when suddenly, Elder Mauking timely saved everyone with his demon branch. This caused Curtis's flow of power to redirect, clashing elsewhere. Elder Mauking stood to the side, seriously saying, "Curtis, don't ignore me." On the other side, Omega began to feel irritated by Curtis's continuous attacks. She had to maneuver the machine back and forth constantly, thinking to herself, "This place is too cramped. I can't do much while controlling this thing." Suddenly, a loud boom echoed as the machine was hit by one of Curtis's attacks. Losing control, it began to fall. "Damn it," Omega muttered as the flow of power destroyed a large building. The machine crashed down to the ground, but fortunately, Omega managed to escape just in time. Curtis hovered in the air, looking down with disdain, saying, "Code Omega, do you not understand this simple thing? The Demon King you serve is no longer Demon King Sebastian. Why do you still remain loyal to him?" Omega slightly curled her lips, smirking as she replied, "Huh? Are you trying to recruit me?" Indeed, Curtis intended to entice Omega to his side. He continued, "I admire your talent. If you were to join us..." Curtis hadn't even finished his intention when Omega interrupted, "Never. Even though I was forced to join the Demon Legion, how can you compare to Sebastian? Don't make me laugh." Curtis replied seriously, "Funny? Serving me is certainly better than that imposter." Omega calmly responded, "I actually enjoy what the Demon King is doing, especially his toys, even if he is a fake." She removed one lens from her left glasses and continued to speak slowly, "He is still much better than you. Code Alpha, appear." A strong burst of light emanated from the glasses, causing Curtis to cover his eyes with both hands. Omega said, "Nolan Dis, I will leave him to you." From within Omega's body, a voice replied, "Don't break my stuff." The feminine voice gradually changed, shifting from a throatly sound to the deep voice of a man. The skin began to change, the upper body transforming from Omega's slender lines into solid muscles. In the end, the sharp, beautiful Omega had turned into a strong, masculine man. He looked down at his feet, annoyed, and said, "Omega, why do you always prefer to wear high heels? Next time you summon me in this form, I won't show up." He frowned, then forcefully tore the upper part of his outfit for comfort. Holding the weapon between his lips, he exuded an air of nonchalance, but quickly got into a ready stance. The weapon resembled a glowing sword, slashing out with formidable power. The man Omega summoned was Nolan Dis, the Sword Demon, commander of the 12th Legion of Demons. On the side of Curtis and Sebastian, Curtis looked disdainfully at Sebastian and said, "Humph, don't pay attention to the words of those fools." An explosion rang out, the white smoke enveloping the rocky cliffs, making it difficult to see the situation clearly. Curtis had obtained the relic, using his right hand to grasp Sebastian's hair, lifting it as if it were simply a toy. He smiled victoriously and said loudly, I've waited for this moment for a long time. No need to waste any more time." He shouted, "Die." The strength of Curtis pierced straight into Sebastian's chest, leaving him powerless to resist. At the same time, in the real world, Su Rofeng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He collapsed to the ground, using his hands to steady himself. Rofeng panicked, What is this feeling? My body suddenly aches." Fallen in the pouring rain, he looked up and unexpectedly saw the group of thugs he had encountered the day before. 3 of them held umbrellas, and upon seeing him, the blonde guy exclaimed, "Look who we have here, big brother." The leader of the gang was momentarily surprised, but they immediately approached Rofeng with their umbrellas. One of them said, "Yo, buddy. Ha, what a coincidence. Rofeng lifted his head and gritted his teeth. It's you guys again? The thug standing to the right of the leader glanced sideways, suggesting, Boss, since this isn't on campus, a little revenge should be fine, right? We should teach this kid a lesson. The leader pondered for a moment, looking down at Rofeng. I didn't expect to see you here. No one in the school dares to stand up to me except for you. Just then, the phone in Rofeng's pocket rang. He pulled out his phone, the screen displaying the name Hu Xiaoya. One of the men in the group suddenly snatched the phone from Rofeng's hand and showed it to the boss. Boss, it's Hu Xiaoya. Hearing this, the boss's face immediately darkened. What? I told you to stay away from her, but you don't understand human language? Brothers, beat him up. Two of the henchmen immediately charged in, raining punches and kicks on Su Rofeng. Nevertheless, he still tried to grab the phone and answer, Hello. Hu Xiaoya. On the other end, Xiaoya recognized the voice wasn't Rofeng's and asked, Huh? Who is this? The boss disdainfully spoke into the phone. I told you no one is allowed to get close to him, but this guy just doesn't get it. Anyone who gets close to him won't have a good ending. This is the last warning. If you're worried, you should come here to collect his body. He said this casually while the two henchmen continued to mercilessly beat Rofeng. After that, the boss violently threw the phone to the ground. Rofeng could only weakly defend himself, desperately trying to shield himself from their blows with his hands. One of the three picked up Rofeng's ID card and said, Boss, this is his ID card. The boss replied curtly, Take it, teach him a lesson. The phone thrown next to Su Rofeng rang out with Hu Xiaoya's voice, You've lost your mind. What have you done? His mother is sick with cancer, let him go now. Those words made Su Rofeng feel incredibly weak inside. Damn it, I don't need the help of a woman, Su Rofeng, you idiot. He clutched his chest with his left hand, feeling his heart ache. This pain was truly not simple. He gritted his teeth. Su Rofeng seemed to go mad. He shouted, Those damn bastards. It was this anger that drove the real Sebastian into a frenzy as well. Even though he was chained, he roared, Ah, ah. He gasped for breath, realizing that his soul had returned. Sebastian squinted, seeing Su Rofeng lying on the ground in his pajamas, looking quite exhausted. Su Rofeng was in a daze, but his hand still held onto his chest tightly. Sebastian could clearly discern what Curtis was doing in the world where his soul was not present. Perhaps it's a bit too much, that's why you made me appear. He said, Your opponent has used a relic to amplify his power. He possesses ultimate magic. I told you that you could never reach the heights of my world. In your world, I am just like you. I will let you die in incompetence and regret. The horn on Sebastian's forehead broke. Humph, is it starting now? When my body dies, my existence here will also fade away. Good, because you have reached your limit. I will never destroy you with my own hands. Come here, let us die together. I am not someone who fears death or clings to life. Su Rofeng, using the little strength he had left, desperately called out, Cassandra. Sebastian squinted slightly. Miranda, Xander, Red, they are all in danger. He struggled to say, Please, don't give up, save them, please save them. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sebastian's stone face cracked in two, and a wisp of smoke escaped from it. The nail that had confined him for so long fell out as well. It landed right next to Su Rofeng, but fortunately, it did not hurt him. He felt safe, peering with one eye to look out. Rofeng saw that Sebastian had escaped from that confinement, and he had left. A not-so-intact body of Sebastian, Curtis grabbed his head, where a gaping wound had formed in the middle of his chest, exposing flesh. The eternal flame called out, Master, Master, please wake up, otherwise I will also vanish. The return of Sebastian's soul truly awakened his entire body in unison. His body suddenly glowed. From within him burst forth a power considered colossal. Curtis was also thrown back by that force, crashing straight into a cliff, creating a deep pit. He couldn't help but be astonished by this terrifying power. Sebastian had returned. He opened his eyes, a true Sebastian from soul to flesh. Curtis was startled. Huh, what's happening? Sebastian snapped his fingers and exclaimed, Queen of the Beetles. The Eternal Flame quickly responded, Master, the Queen of the Beetles is not. But it seemed unable to prevent what Sebastian desired. Immediately, the Queen of the Beetles he summoned appeared. He commanded, Heal me. The Queen of the Beetles replied, Yes, my liege. The Queen Beetle immediately set to work on the task assigned to her, making every effort to heal Sebastian's wounds. Curtis used his hand to block the light coming from Sebastian alongside the swarm of Queen Beetles. With the strength of the Queen Beetle, the gap that Curtis had attacked gradually became less and less apparent. Sebastian bowed his head to look at it and sighed, a powerful relic. Even the Beetle clan cannot heal it. Curtis stared at Sebastian in front of him, unable to believe, You. Who are you? Sebastian crossed his arms and asked, What do you mean? He displayed a completely fearless expression. Have you forgotten? Why haven't you knelt down and reported your status yet? Curtis nearly froze in place at those words from Sebastian. He was somewhat panicked. Sebastian, no, it can't be. Sebastian looked at his own hands and whispered to himself, It's so good to be back in my own body. It's time to release all the frustrations from that world, and you will be my punching bag. He raised his right arm high, generating an extremely powerful source of strength. Curtis seemingly couldn't even imagine the destructive power it would unleash. A gigantic red orb began to form. Not only Curtis but also Xander, Elder Mauking, and Camus had to halt their actions to look up at it. Nolan Dis turned his head to look at Curtis up high. A woman with orange-red hair was unconscious and weakly leaning against the Azura elemental. The girl was eyelid closed, perhaps in a deep slumber. Sebastian waved his hand, summoning an elemental with bright red skin, astoundingly standing tall. Curtis seemed to turn to stone at the sight, Azura elemental, transforming death magic from chrysalis into the elemental system. This technique is not something just anyone can do, this is Sebastian's version. He was so powerful that Curtis could no longer show the confident demeanor he had just moments ago. The fake Sebastian, where did he disappear to? Stay calm, don't panic. Curtis was trying to reassure himself, I have the relic in hand, even if I have to face Sebastian, I will not be defeated. Curtis used the relic, once again eagerly advancing forward. Sebastian slightly curved his lips into a smile. Then, without any mercy, he directed his gigantic hand towards Curtis. That colossal hand delivered a forceful blow to his entire body. Curtis could not withstand it and leaned completely to one side. Curtis's gaze expressed confusion. A terrible explosion occurred. The source of Sebastian's power at this moment was truly immense. The powerful blast was so intense that those far away were also horrified. The queen with shimmering golden hair gasped as she witnessed the destructive force from the hotel balcony. What is happening? She turned her head to look up at the sky. The creatures were continuously soaring before her, the lunar knights. These knights were standing on the backs of dragons with rough black scales. Many lunar knights were simultaneously advancing toward one direction. The fierce dragons opened their mouths and charged forward. Nirobar, standing right next to White, seemed to be ready to welcome them. Stop! Nirobar shouted. They halted before him. A strong voice replied from the other side, Even if you are one of the 13 demon generals, you cannot stop all of us. Nirobar roared, Charge! He quickly summoned his power to stop the lunar knights. The dragons were also fearless, charging furiously into battle. A tremendous power came from Nirobar, perhaps he was determined to stop these people. Understanding Nirobar's intentions, the guy cursed, Damn it, Nirobar, you! Nirobar shouted loudly, Get out of my way! My troops are on a rescue mission. Nirobar sensed something behind him. Huh, what's that behind me? Nirobar slightly turned his head and saw the dragon rider staring intently at him. The source of light beneath the ground continued to emit a mysterious glow. On this side, Sebastian stood confidently with hands on his hips. Behind him was the elemental Azura looking extremely majestic. The previous blow had sent Curtis crashing into the cliff, unable to fight back. Curtis looked pitiful along with the relic, so strong. Is this the power of Sebastian? Regardless, he wouldn't allow himself to be easily defeated like that. Quickly, Curtis stood up, using his spiritual power again. However, seeing this, Sebastian smirked. Oh, fighting back, huh? Curtis raised his head along with the relic. Indeed, he wanted to fight back. He made a move, pushing both hands forward with force, and the green energy reappeared once more. It was true that the power Curtis currently possessed could not be underestimated. But Sebastian did not stand idly by to endure. He leisurely clasped his hands together, performing magic. He gently pushed the magic table towards Curtis with his 10 fingers, creating a shield to absorb the energy coming from Curtis. Curtis could recognize level 8 defensive spell, but it is useless. You cannot imagine the power of this relic. The eternal flame whispered a reminder. Master, the power is too great, the shield may. Shut up, I know. He waved his hand. Immediately, the barrier was utterly destroyed, but it did not injure Sebastian. The force rebounded and shot off in another direction, seemingly soaring straight into the sky. Curtis refused to give up. He continued to chant the spell, his hands relentlessly attacking Sebastian. The young man calmly let Azura take on Curtis's attacks. But it seemed that Curtis was not so easy to deal with. Despite the appearance of the elemental Azura, Sebastian was still hit by one of his blows. Sebastian frowned as he launched a direct attack on Azura, continuously countering. He was actively controlling Azura to fight. His right hand raised high, his left hand cast spells. Suddenly, his right arm started to bleed, unable to perform magic. It turned out that Azura's right arm had been injured and shattered, caused by Curtis's power. He seemed somewhat pleased. Don't underestimate me, Sebastian. His clone body at Xander and the Elders was gradually fading away. The same thing happened to the one fighting against Nolandis. At this moment, the three bodies had returned and merged into one. He chuckled with satisfaction. Ha, this feeling is the full extent of my power. His hand moved swiftly, a large flame appeared, the elf flame enhanced by the relic. Curtis swung his hand, throwing it towards Azura and Sebastian. Sebastian quickly murmured a spell, but Curtis seemed hardly concerned, his determined gaze intent on continuing the attack. Azura was slowly melting away before his eyes. Ha 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 ha. My fire will burn and melt everything. This black flame will take you down. Curtis laughed loudly, full of self-satisfaction. Sebastian waved his hand. Enough of the theatrics. The two forces once again collided with each other. Su Rofing covered his eyes from the blinding light. He suddenly exclaimed, "Awesome! From this angle, it feels like I'm fighting." Indeed, Rofing could see Curtis on the opposite side, as if he were standing in Sebastian's position. Even though I can't control the body, I have all of his senses, including how magic works. So this is how to use high-level magic. It feels so exhilarating. Gradually, a blazing ball of fire was formed. It looked as hot as lava at the foot of a volcano. Curtis looked from afar, thinking, metallicizing the power and channeling it into the ball. I've never witnessed such a spell before. Sebastian spoke up. With the help of that relic, you've been able to use your black flame. And you think it has any effect on me? The ball had a black hole inside, making it truly chilling to look at. Sebastian smirked. There is only one demon king in this world. I will show you the difference. Curtis felt a bit anxious. Don't joke around. Sebastian emphatically pointed. Shut your mouth, you lowly insect. Curtis was stunned by Sebastian's words. The power of Sebastian clashed with the power of Curtis. You are nothing but a failed king, a thief. The green stone shattered above his head, and Curtis froze, unable to believe what was happening. What? Since when? He looked up at the pile of rocks that was no longer intact. So fast, I didn't even have time to feel. Curtis was unexpectedly unable to react. Sebastian arrogantly declared, the hottest flame in the world is the black fire, but do you know what is the fastest? In his hand was a dark-colored ball. The soul of Su Rofeng suddenly appeared behind him, kindly reminding Sebastian, "It's light." Hearing the voice of that teenager, Sebastian fumed, "Shut up, you." With a wicked smile, Sebastian threw the object straight out, which was the light atomic seed. Curtis was surrounded by a green-black mist, unable to escape in panic. Before he could flee, he was stabbed from behind, creating a round hole through his body. Sebastian's wicked face, "My light can penetrate the flames." His hands were covered in wounds, yet he continued to cast spells. Sebastian kept aiming forward, creating another atom of light that danced around. Numerous attacks struck Curtis's body simultaneously. He bent backward in pain, enduring but unable to escape. Curtis screamed in agony, his blood staining his white hair. His body was no longer intact, with numerous large and small holes all over him, making him unrecognizable. His limbs were severed and difficult to heal, and his face bore several gaping wounds that looked more grotesque than any ghost or demon. Su Rofeng, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but gasp, "Whoa, that's horrifying." Suddenly, Su Rofeng's eyes widened in panic as he saw Sebastian coldly gazing at the head that was separating from Curtis's body. But that was not enough. Sebastian used magic and recited an incantation, causing Curtis to be neatly contained within a large sphere created by Sebastian's own power. Su Rofeng couldn't help but admire Sebastian as he cast his magic, but one of his arms was clearly showing bone. Swiftly, he completely overpowered him. Su Rofeng panicked and asked, "Hey, what happened to your hand?" Sebastian calmly replied, "This bug, do you think there is no price to pay when wielding an overwhelming power?" Su Rofeng looked in horror at Sebastian's skeletal arm and asked, "So what is that?" Sebastian answered nonchalantly, "I will summon the bug to recover later, but not right now." Nolandis stood with one hand on his hip and the other carrying his sword on his shoulder, then called out to the opposing side, "Hey, Scarlet, you said the Demon King now is a fake." With a mocking smile, she continued, "Why lie to me? Isn't the Demon King right here? Why bother me at all?" Below, Elder Mauking was squatting on the ground, letting out a soft sigh. Xander beside him looked confused and asked, "What's wrong, Elder?" The Elder's voice sounded even and calm, "I'm old now, I can't handle this combat." Saying that, the Elder raised his head towards the shadow in the distance. Xander instinctively looked in that direction. The Elder's voice echoed again, "Look." In the line of sight of Elder Mauking and Xander was their revered Demon King, Sebastian, standing majestically above. At this moment, Sebastian noticed something unusual. Damn it! The ring on his bony finger suddenly emitted a purple light, radiating beams of light all around. Su Rofeng panicked behind him, while Sebastian quickly recited the incantation. A solid sphere appeared behind him. This was the atomic shield. An explosion occurred in the air, with green smoke from the explosion enveloping everything. A figure stood at the center, seemingly the one who had caused this shockwave. Laughter echoed everywhere. Sebastian was affected by the recent explosion. Several wounds were appearing on his body, continuously bleeding. He cast a sharp gaze towards the source of the laughter. The shadow shrank back, and then a voice rang out, "Not bad, but now can you defeat me?" A strange figure emerged, with 3 horns on his head and a large green quartz stone covering a gaping hole in his chest. His body was massive, and he spoke, "Though I have lost my previous form, it doesn't matter. My face has become sinister. In the end, you are just a mortal. This is the Soul Lantern in demon form, rank 10 death synesthesia, with a strength index of 104,821. Nolandis looked at the 2 shadows in the sky and couldn't help but be surprised. Wait, he's not dead. Suddenly, hearing a voice from behind, Nolandis startled and turned around. It was indeed the Relic. He saw behind him Miranda, who had recovered, wrapped in a long cloth that reached her ankles, walking towards him. Nolandis spoke, "You're awake." Miranda calmly replied, "My body has expelled all the toxins on its own, it's not a problem." She looked up at the sky, where Sebastian was fighting the lantern that had turned into a demon, possessing Curtis's body. She asked, "What's the situation now?" The lantern, having obtained the body, of course, laughed merrily, "Ah, no one in this world can stop me. Sebastian held onto his meager arm now reduced to bone, pulling his lips into a wicked smile. You seem very confident. Have you taken possession of that body? It seems Curtis can't control your power. The lantern was now triumphant with his achievements. Control? Curtis is just a perfect vessel, how could he control me? Sebastian immediately proposed, then let me subdue you. Trust me, it will be very gentle. The lantern, upon hearing this, could not suppress its rage. What are you thinking? No one in this world has the ability to become my master. Sebastian summoned a clone to restore his arm. Just after that, before he could heal, the clone was crushed to pieces. Sebastian, taken by surprise, couldn't defend himself. The lantern opened its mouth wide and let out an incredibly piercing scream. Then he smirked. What are you thinking? Do you think I will give you a chance to recover? Suddenly, a strike came, hitting precisely through the green quartz gem. Caught off guard, the lantern could not react in time and took the full brunt of the attack. After retaliating, Sebastian coldly said, "Take care of yourself." Saying that, Sebastian raised his hand and calmly recited an incantation. Then he quickly opened a magic formation, and the bony arm was removed from his body. The lantern was attacked continuously but did not resist, only crossing its arms and observing before sneering again, "It's useless. This soul state is immune to all physical damage." The gem on his forehead glowed, gathering power. Surofeng couldn't help but gaze in horror at his ruined arm. Your arm, your arm, your arm." Sebastian coldly shouted, "Silence." Sebastian turned back to ask the eternal flame about what it felt. "Do you feel that, the enormous energy?" The eternal flame cautiously spoke up, "If you allow me to speak, master." The lantern restored the open wounds and condensed its power into a green sphere right in front of him. Then, he immediately struck Sebastian with a fatal blow. Sebastian was engulfed by the green electricity of the lantern, but his body still radiated its purple light. Sebastian swiftly dodged the lantern's attacks, gradually getting closer to the green sphere before suddenly embracing it. Surofeng fearfully reminded, "Hey, get away from it now." But all he heard was Sebastian's cold voice, "I said shut up. Haven't you used a leaping technique before? I can keep using it for 7 times. His wings were freed, spreading outward. Surofeng was amazed. "So that's how it is?" Sebastian grumbled, "What a nuisance." Sebastian spread his wings, thrusting his hands forward to control the sphere, then swiftly flew upward, despite the sphere chasing after him. Surofeng anxiously kept saying to Sebastian, "That spell is too fast. Do you have any shield spells?" Sebastian spoke up, "You truly are a bug. The power of the relic cannot be simply obstructed like that." Surofeng questioned, "Then why don't physical attacks have any effect? Do you know anything about that?" Sebastian replied, "I learned at your school." Surofeng was taken aback. "Huh?" Sebastian continued to outline his plan. "You're good at shortening spells with the right syntax, right?" Suddenly being asked like that, Surofeng instinctively answered, "I can, but why?" Sebastian went on to explain the plan he was preparing to execute. "Create a spell for me, I will channel it through the eternal flame and help me shorten the invocation time of a spell." Surofeng looked at the lengthy incantation before him, momentarily stunned. Surofeng realized the potential. A shortened spell materialized before him. The lantern suddenly focused on Sebastian, who was using his remaining skeletal arm to cast magic. The green sphere quickly rushed to catch up. Suddenly, the sphere was swept up high along with the whirlwind created by Sebastian. The whirlwind was so powerful that it swept away an entire house, and the surrounding scenery was also affected, being pulled away by the vortex. A flock of bats flew toward the whirlwind without hesitation, while Nerobar was terrified. A level 10 wind spell, an opposing storm. Nerobar and White Lotus stared ahead in astonishment. White Lotus spoke up, "That is level 10 magic, the highest rank in magic." Nerobar replied, "Not necessarily." Nerobar explained, "Levels 1 to 9 are merely divisions for easier understanding. As for magic, there are no boundaries at all. Looking at the increasingly larger tornado that was sweeping everything away, Nyrabar's voice continued to resonate. When magic surpasses level 9, it merely crosses the threshold of basic understanding. Sebastian wielded magic with both hands, undeterred even though his right arm had been destroyed, calmly controlling everything. Nyrabar asserted, "What defines this is entirely different. This is level 10 magic." Su Rofeng felt an odd sensation from within, clutching his chest in pain. "My heart is aching like this." Sebastian replied nonchalantly in a cold tone, "It will be fine. This is just a natural reaction when you use higher level magic. Get used to it, and don't worry about these things." Sebastian turned back and asked, "How much spiritual power do I have left?" Su Rofeng, astonished, replied, "Huh? How would I know about that?" Hearing this, Sebastian became irritated. "You fool, just feel it." Su Rofeng was surprised and contemplated that statement. "Feel it? Can I really do that?" Suddenly, Su Rofeng clutched his chest in pain. He truly felt that the once abundant spiritual power was now less than half. After checking the amount of spiritual power he could still use, Sebastian spoke to the astonished Su Rofeng behind him. So that's how it is. Listen, my spiritual power is not unlimited. Ever since you came here and messed up the synchronization of this body, plus the summoning spell just now, this proud demon king has only less than 50% of his energy left. Sebastian calmly announced a piece of news. Therefore, I won't have enough energy to cast another level 10 spell. The horrific whirlwind swept away both trees and large rocks. The lantern, upon seeing the current situation, also speculated, "That current is too strong, I definitely won't be able to resist it." He smiled with delight at the thought of a terrible power. For an ordinary person, it would be impossible to withstand something like that. He observed closely the whirlwind that was hungry, ready to devour everything, even if it was high-level magic. He calmly calculated, with a skill that has been used on me, and then making such a bold move like this. His smile became even more malevolent. "Do you really think I cannot withstand it? Are you challenging me?" Elder Maoking stood with Xander right at the foot of the whirlwind, showing no signs of fear. The massive roots were climbing up high, with a few people struggling to crawl upwards. Elder Maoking looked at Xander, who was calm and spoke, "Xander, go up there and observe. Hold on tight." Xenia had woken up, amazed at what was unfolding before her. Xander remained composed, observing everything. Sensing that there were eyes watching, Xander quickly became alert. In an instant, Xander shouted a warning, grabbing Xenia's shoulders and pulling her back in her surprise. "Watch out." Camus suddenly rushed in from behind at the last moment. Camus, missing his bite, only smirked and complimented mockingly, "Kiddo, you have a good eye for observation." Xander, hearing this, grew irritable, his hand still gripping Xenia's shoulder to shield her from any harm. "I am always on guard." "What do you mean by that?" Xander raised his sword into a ready stance for battle. "Until I deal with you first, I won't allow you to lay a finger on her hair." Xenia, still protected in Xander's arms, was taken aback by this solid commitment. Her face flushed slightly for reasons unknown. Camus recognized the young man before him. "You're Xander, right? Why are you always so arrogant?" Above his head, a large sphere was hurtling down towards him. Countless shadows hovered around him, and Camus quickly assessed the situation. Where he stood, a gigantic sphere suddenly appeared, enveloping the grotesque body of Camus before Xander and Xenia's eyes. Elder Maoking merely observed everything to grasp the situation, while Xenia, standing next to Xander, was currently speechless with astonishment at the spectacle before her. Camus now looks even more grotesque than before. His body is massive, and the three long tails have numerous eyes attached to them. His limbs are much larger than before. This is no longer the Camus that one could simply be cautious of as before. Above, there are still many shadows rushing toward the four of them. Elder Maoking quickly casts a spell, with roots from the ground thrusting up. However, since they are souls, they are not harmed by these physical attacks, essentially just piercing through the air. Elder Maoking is taken aback that his attack is ineffective, mouth agape in astonishment. On Xander and Semia's side, things are no better. They are surrounded by the souls with no way to resolve the situation. Elder Maoking looks towards his teammates under attack, when suddenly a voice, unknown in origin, rings out, "Elder Mao." At that moment, a dazzling red light appears, causing the troubling souls to flee in fear. Elder Maoking feels incredibly relieved, exhaling a sigh, "Humph." Lifted by the fiery red claws, Semia looks on in astonishment at what it is, while Xander is filled with excitement. The radiant red phoenix soars proudly above along with Xander and Semia. Camus looked over in surprise, unable to gather his wits, and quickly his body split into several segments, the pain overwhelming him before he could scream. His head rolled on the ground, still wearing a look of panic. Red High Heels stepped on the ground, approaching the severed head of Camus, who was gasping for breath. Miranda coldly looked at him, walked over, and stomped on Camus's head, shattering it into pieces beyond recognition. His eyes popped out and mixed with the blood splattered at Miranda's feet. She coldly asked Elder Maoking, "What's the situation? Are these disgusting monsters back again?" Elder Maoking was taken aback as he was wrapped around, but quickly realized. He carefully expressed his thanks, "Thank you, Miranda." Then he was lifted up. Miranda responded, "It doesn't hurt, it's thanks to the Elder." As Elder Maoking was gradually being raised, she turned around and said, "Next, just leave it to me." Watching Camus gradually recover, feeling utterly repulsed, she calmly said, "I have some experience dealing with these things." Su Rofeng looked down at the vortex, fear in his voice as he asked Sebastian, "Hey, why does it look so dangerous?" Sebastian, maintaining the spell, replied irritably, "Shut up, this isn't your concern. Maintaining a vortex like this is not easy at all." Sebastian spoke up, "To obtain this, I have to invest everything into it." Su Rofeng was shocked, "But don't you worry about your own people?" Sebastian, unafraid, replied, "So far, have you had any ideas on how to perceive the spiritual power around you?" Su Rofeng gaped, fell silent, then looked down below, focusing on sensing. From below, I can feel an incredibly strong source of energy. The direction Su Rofeng was looking at revealed a swirling mass of red gradually approaching. Sebastian quickly realized, it seems to be surrounding Miranda. Su Rofeng was astonished, "What? Isn't Miranda already poisoned by the artifact?" Sebastian recalled the proud figure of Miranda and said, "The bloodline of a queen is the rarest among demons. Her recovery ability surpasses even mine. Although those artifacts may weaken her, as long as she doesn't die, Miranda will still be able to recover." Sebastian continued, then suddenly paused, changing his tone with Su Rofeng behind him, "By the way, we need to take care of both our problems." The lantern stood outside, intently watching the mighty whirlwind. The gem on his forehead suddenly lit up. Extending his hands in front, he quickly launched an attack towards the storm, his hands moving like phantoms, continuously creating 3 spheres. Although the attack hit, they were swept away. Suddenly, he froze, his hands suspended in mid-air. As he saw the whirlwind growing fiercer, the lantern was somewhat surprised. Is it getting more violent? But then he quickly realized, after all, I am a lantern that has existed for so many years. So this damned magic can sustain my attack. He smiled smugly, confident that he held victory in the palm of his hand, but how could this spell harm me? Su Rofeng focused on the front, while Sebastian frowned upon hearing the lantern's self-satisfied tone, "Are you sure? Then move around and see." The lantern lost balance, his whole body being drawn into the whirlwind. Sebastian raised his intact arm, conjuring another formation, then clenched his fist and softly called, "Come forth." The lantern spun wildly within the storm, unable to break free. He gasped as he realized he had been caught in it. The whirlwind spun fiercely, the stronger it became, the more the lantern was drawn into it. He shouted in frustration, but Sebastian remained indifferent, continuing to control the vortex, making it even more violent. Sebastian raised his hand high as the lantern was twisted into a bizarre shape, its structure unable to withstand any longer. He gritted his teeth and said, "This power. I can't do anything with my body. But this thing will not harm me." Standing at the center, Sebastian spoke. If this were just an ordinary whirlwind, I wouldn't have called it a level 10 spell, would I? He looked up, a not-so-friendly smile creeping onto his face, mixed with a hint of cunning. Do you really want to know about it? Do you really want to understand why it is called the reverse whirlwind? The expression on the lantern was now indistinct, only revealing his clear confusion upon hearing Sebastian's grandiose introduction. Above, Nerobar and White Lotus stood on their mounts, gazing at the powerful whirlwind. Nerobar asked White Lotus, "The villagers have been evacuated, right?" White Lotus respectfully replied, "Yes, but do you think evacuation will do anything?" Nerobar stared intently at the vortex with one face, nodding. What an enormous source of spiritual power. The other face of his looked backward, whispering, a terrifying source of spiritual power to be utilized to this extent. Meanwhile, Sebastian was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He was solely focused on reciting the spell, controlling the swirling vortex that was gradually becoming more powerful. Suddenly, he opened his hand, and the vortex began to intermingle with streams of green lightning, remnants from the previous attack of the lantern, making it even more violent. Nerobar's voice remained alert. If this vortex suddenly changes direction. Immediately, a tremendous shockwave occurred. The ground shook violently due to the explosion caused by the friction of the vortex. The lantern, which was now unable to move, was completely swept away by the force of the vortex. The body of the lantern gradually shattered, its parts breaking apart and crumbling. Sebastian calmly withdrew his hand, coldly stating, "This storm contains a powerful energy, stored to the point that even sacred relics would find it hard to withstand its fierce strength." The lantern shouted angrily, "Are you trying to weaken me? Don't mess with me, Sebastian." Instantly, the shattered parts of the lantern's body quickly restored themselves, returning to their original form in a fit of rage. He exclaimed furiously, "And I am not some ordinary relic of yours." He created a shield that enveloped him and Sebastian. But Sebastian showed no signs of faltering, only coldly gazing at him. "Even if you were torn apart into pieces in this storm, it seems you could still erect a shield, even though I have relentlessly attacked. Quite commendable." Sebastian did not care for the lantern's tricks, simply speaking indifferently, "But this is more than enough." With that, Sebastian drove his ruined arm straight into his throat, at the moment when you have to reveal your most pathetic appearance. Sebastian said this while raising his intact hand to the center of his forehead, grasping the emerald. A sinister smile spread across his face. "That is when I will claim victory in this battle." Sebastian decisively gripped the gem and forcefully yanked it out of his forehead, causing him to scream in pain. As he watched his head fall back, Sebastian maintained his cruel smile. He held the gem tightly in his hand and spoke, "It's over, surrender, lantern. Offer yourself and become my tool." From the gem, an irritable face emerged, responding coldly, "It is not over yet, Demon King." Sebastian unexpectedly looked at the gem in his hand, which began to absorb the surrounding power, glowing brilliantly. In the midst of the whirlwind, the light from the gem enveloped his body, and suddenly, it exploded right within the storm. Beneath, the ground trembled violently and then erupted as well. White Lotus hurriedly raised a hand to shield his head, squinting one eye to look toward the dazzling light, while Nerobar frantically exclaimed, "What's happening here?" In mid-air, the red phoenix appeared, still clutching Xander and Xenia in its claws. The blinding light forced Su Rofeng to quickly cover his eyes, shouting, "It's too bright." Sensing an unusual transformation, Su Rofeng suddenly regained consciousness, realizing he was inside Sebastian's body, hovering in the air. Suddenly losing control, he fell straight down without wings to support him, panicking as he yelled, "Sebastian, why right now?" He looked down and saw the ground rapidly approaching, unable to suppress his fear. He silently called out in desperation, "Hey Sebastian, are you there? Why aren't you showing up?" The feeling of weightlessness in mid-air made him frantic. He screamed in desperation, "Damn it, I'm going to fall and die." Su Rofeng, in the form of Sebastian, fell straight down onto the back of the dragon below and narrowly escaped death. He clutched his chest, grimacing from the surging pain. Slowly opening his eyes, he found himself facing two familiar faces, and a voice rang out, "Master." Sebastian, in Su Rofeng's form, was momentarily surprised to see Nirobar and White Lotus, both of whom immediately knelt with a respectful demeanor. Liege. Sebastian waved his hand, speaking, "Enough, we have a more pressing issue at hand." While looking downwards, his heart was filled with questions. Where did Sebastian really go? What just happened to him? Everything happened too fast. He caught sight of a deep, bottomless pit below. Indeed, what a terrifying vortex. He mumbled, but there was no time for further amazement. Anxiously, he began searching for Sebastian's voice within himself. "Hey, Sebastian, answer me. Where are you?" Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from the eternal flames. "Master, who are you speaking to?" As he tried to sense Sebastian's existence, he suddenly realized that his source of spiritual power was nearly depleted. A look of confusion crossed his face, unable to hide it. "My spiritual power. It's almost gone." Sebastian asked with a raised voice. "Nirobar, have the enemies been blown away by that spell?" Nirobar immediately replied, "Yes, it's like a consequence of the battle after the magic dissipated." He continued, "But regarding the enemies, King Curtis has yet to be discovered in the aftermath." Sebastian looked around at the desolate scene, surprised as he thought, "So everything has been swept away by this level 10 magic? Even the holy relics have been destroyed? This is the real serious issue." Suddenly, Sebastian and White Lotus sensed something unusual, and they looked up. In the sky, Elder Mauking, Xenia, and Xander had just landed from the Phoenix. Xander, upon seeing Sebastian, joyfully called out, "Boss, you're still all right." Everyone stared in amazement as they gradually descended to the ground. Xander carefully helped Xenia stand steady, while Sebastian turned to look at Miranda, who had recovered and was gently stepping down. Miranda slightly turned her head towards the Phoenix and commanded, "Alpha, by my orders, take Cassandra, Red, and the 3 elders to safety." Those aboard the Phoenix quickly acknowledged the order. "Understood, Your Majesty." Seeing that Miranda was still fine, Sebastian spoke up, "Miranda, I." Miranda pursed her lips, looking at Sebastian in silence for a long moment before she coldly stepped forward. Behind her, Nirobar and Xenia watched her. Miranda pointed her index finger forward, her blood pouring out, flowing automatically into Sebastian's open mouth, who was stunned in amazement. Sebastian was taken aback, using his left hand to hold his arm, feeling the recovery gradually returning. Miranda did not look him in the eye. She calmly said, "I can't even sense the enemies." "You did well, Sebastian." Sebastian looked at his healed arm and suddenly spoke up, "So, have we won then?" Miranda replied calmly, "I'm not sure, but staying alert doesn't cost us anything." With that, she let a few drops of her blood fall down below under the gaze of everyone. On the dragon's back, her blood resembled a phoenix soaring down into the deep hole from the whirlwind. Miranda closed her eyes, slowly sensing, while Sebastian stood still, not daring to disturb her, only focusing intently on her. Deep in her subconscious, she concentrated on sensing and suddenly felt something amiss. The phoenix had been shattered by a terrifying force. Miranda quickly opened her eyes, in shock. From the bottom of the pit, countless green stones suddenly shot up, piercing through the 2-headed dragon above. The people standing on the dragon suddenly lost their balance and quickly fell down. Even while falling, Miranda did not miss the opportunity. She swung her arm, gathering power. "I can utilize this dragon's blood," she thought to herself. Up high, indistinct figures could be seen, but Miranda had indeed absorbed the dragon's blood, forming a circle in mid-air. 6 people steadily landed on the dragon's blood that Miranda had prepared. Suddenly, a strange air caused both Sebastian and Miranda to freeze, their bodies rigid, unable to move. From the depths of the pit, a dark murderous aura radiated out. A gigantic hand reached up, slamming hard onto the ground, causing everything to shake violently. Sebastian stood frozen, sensing that something was amiss. Below the pit, countless blue light shone upwards, leaving everyone in shock. Xander knelt down, panicking as he asked, "Do you all see what I see?" With a pale face, he exclaimed in horror, "What the hell is that? Such a terrifying source of energy. Unbelievable, Curtis has returned. His body is now completely occupied by the relic with immense power." It is not merely a possession of his body but a terrifying transformation. Curtis's form has become grotesque. His 2 arms and lower body are stuck firmly to the ground, with prominent, uneven protrusions like thick ropes coiling around his physique. 2 enormous hands slowly rise from the ground, using it as support to stand up. All over his body, a multitude of emerald gems are embedded, creating a bizarre appearance. He stands atop the head of a strange beast, which has 2 large stones affixed to it, with bright eyes staring intently at Sebastian's group. The beast's entire body towers high, revealing its colossal and elongated form. Its lower half resembles that of a dragon, yet it has quills like those of a hedgehog. The upper part takes the shape of a bird, with a back lined with spiny stone. It also possesses spindly yet massive arms, seemingly belonging to some monstrous creature. Its eyes glimmer with a sinister glow, unfriendly and clearly reflecting its horrific nature, the final form of the relic. The monstrous creature opens its large mouth to reveal a terrifying array of uneven, sharp teeth aimed at Sebastian and his followers, and even within its tongue, there lies another eye. Seeing the disgusting creature, Sebastian couldn't help but be horrified. Are you kidding me? What the hell is that? Miranda beside him looked confused, glancing at Sebastian. The laughing lantern exclaimed with glee, this power, this is my true power. Sebastian fearfully looked at Miranda. What is his strength index? Miranda helplessly closed her eyes and replied, don't say any more. She looked at the monster with worry, her voice trembling. In this situation, we have no chance to escape anymore. You don't need to force yourself too much. On the other hand, Miranda was filled with determination, her eyes sparkling with resolve. The strength index does not represent the entire combat ability. I will prove that. The lantern simply laughed mockingly as it looked up. Miranda, having confidence in yourself is good, but facing this absolute power, do you think it can be applied to your way of thinking? Then suddenly, a series of tentacles shot up from below, surrounding them. Miranda quickly unleashed her skills, cutting through the tentacles in an instant. Sebastian. While fending off the tentacles, she called out. Miranda turned back to look at him. You did well today. Sebastian heard the compliment but didn't feel happy. On the contrary, he was a bit surprised and panicked. Miranda handed over the responsibility, her eyes shining with hope. Protect everyone, I will take care of him. After saying that, she jumped. Sebastian, seeing her diving down, exclaimed in shock, Miranda. Nerobar respectfully knelt behind Sebastian. Liege, please give us your orders. His voice was firm and sincere. Even if we have to cross a sea of fire, we will follow your orders. Please do not hesitate any longer. Sebastian did not respond but sat silently, struggling to find a solution, and the worry was evident on his face, causing Xander beside him to be taken aback. He reminded himself, stay calm. His face was an indescribable picture of anxiety. Is there any way his power is about 500,000? Damn it, Sebastian, are you still there? Not hearing a reply from Sebastian, Xander stood beside Nerobar, who was calling his name, pulling him back to reality. Liege. Xander couldn't wait any longer. He quickly drew his sword, intending to rush down. I will go help Miranda. Finally, Sebastian spoke up. Xander, stop. Sebastian turned back, his face filled with murderous intent as he looked at Xander. If you still want to keep your life, stay right there. Xander, seeing Sebastian's expression, couldn't help but feel frightened. In an instant, the sword in his hands suddenly froze. He gaped, still terrified by Sebastian's earlier state. Sebastian's authoritative voice rang out, his strength is 10 times greater than mine. You can't do anything. Without my orders, no one is to act. Suddenly, Sebastian's eyes widened as he looked towards Miranda. She was continuously launching attacks at the monster. Miranda dodged an attack from its tentacle, narrowly avoiding being impaled. She quickly charged forward, a mark of determination showing on her forehead. Spinning in a loop from the head of the monster down to its lower body, Miranda extended her claws, swiftly destroying all the tentacles while injuring it. But then, she was unexpectedly caught by 2 hands. That disgusting creature had snagged her, its hands clapping together, creating a loud sound. The lantern watching Miranda damage its body couldn't help but offer a few compliments. You truly are the strongest among them. You can fight against the relic body of mine, but can you withstand a god? His face, which was naturally complacent, suddenly showed signs of horror. Within his tightly clenched hands, a fierce movement occurred, along with a feminine voice ringing out, "Is that so?" Both hands were simultaneously pierced, creating two holes. Brilliant red light surged forth from the confinement, liberated through the openings on the creature's hands. Miranda spoke up, "Say that again, you big guy." Each word she spoke was like a strike landing on the monster's body. Miranda had somehow ascended to a height above, suddenly swinging her leg down to deliver a blow that sent the creature's head flying. Then she roared, "Don't you get mouthy with me." At the center of the round moon was the figure of Miranda performing a stunning kick, while below, the monster fell back from the pain, alongside Sebastian's group who were watching them. Sebastian, Nerobar, and Xander had animated expressions. His face turned pale as he could only exclaim, "Incredible." Miranda, looking down from her height, anxiously noticed that the group had not left yet. She shouted, "Sebastian, what are you still doing? Why aren't you getting them to safety?" Saying that, she quickly jumped down, landing safely on the blood-slick surface she had created. Sebastian raised his fist adorned with a ring in front of him to admire it, then spoke, "Leave? Where else can we go?" Miranda suddenly, "What?" Sebastian looked worriedly over and asked, "Miranda, tell me the truth, can you bring him down?" Miranda's face darkened, and she reluctantly admitted, "I can hold him off, but to kill such a massive entity is truly too difficult." Sebastian spoke up, "How long can you hold out? You will hold him off for me." The monster rose up under the gaze of Sebastian and his group. Under its chin was a dent from Miranda's previous attack, but it seemed to feel no pain. It opened its enormous mouth, within which an eye stared intently at Sebastian and his subordinates, then extended its saliva-covered tongue outward, looking truly disgusting. Suddenly, its pupils constricted more than before. Its hand with sharp claws stabbed straight into its own eye without hesitation. Miranda's figure rushed into the mouth of the monster, resolutely proclaiming, "I will do my best, with everything I have." A deafening explosion resounded right above the monster's mouth. Sebastian frowned slightly at the brightness, but then a pair of wings that were naturally his appeared behind him. He soared up and shouted, "Nerobar, secure our retreat." Then he quickly flew to Semia's location, calling out her name, "Semia." Then, Sebastian hugged Semia, lifting her up before Xander's surprised gaze. "I need your help, come with me," he said. Semia was a bit panicked, "Where are you going?" Sebastian flew straight to the moon mirror, which had been destroyed but was now glowing, then spoke, "Over there." The place Sebastian brought her to was blocked by countless two-headed dragons, and Silas was standing in the way. He stood atop his dragon, speaking loudly, "Sebastian, aren't you the Demon King? This is the holy land of Ixtel, the demon army is not permitted to enter here." Sebastian, holding Semia, was taken aback but quickly fell silent, coldly ordering, "Get your carcass out of the way, or I will clean it up myself." Silas summoned his weapon, ready to fight. "The Lunar Knights are the army of King Curtis. Even if you are the Demon King, we will always remain loyal and fulfill our duty." Sebastian calmly replied, "Loyal to Curtis, is that so?" Suddenly, Sebastian looked back, where a shapeless creature was facing a large round sphere. "Are you referring to the monster behind me?" Silas's expression suddenly darkened. Sebastian realized the situation, silently calculating. "I don't have the energy to fight him now, but I have to try." His face was so angry that the veins were visible. "Get lost." Silas paid no attention to Sebastian's words, pointing his spear at him and shouting, "Die." Sebastian sensed something was wrong and frowned, "Damn it." But strangely, the army did not obey Silas's commands. They stood still, not moving, even the dragon he was riding remained completely motionless. Silas turned to look at the army, unable to contain his irritation. "Why aren't you attacking? Kill him." Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Silas, "Arrest the traitor Silas." Ferdinand rode on his beast, followed by the National Defense Forces. He issued an order loudly, "For your crimes alongside King Curtis, you are unworthy to lead the Lunar Knights." Ferdinand questioned angrily, "How dare you serve the enemy of our kind? How dare you disobey the orders of the Demon King? You deserve to die. Silas could do nothing but stammer a few words. Ferdinand, you. Ferdinand interrupted, you despicable criminal, Silas, surrender at once. Then he turned to look at Sebastian and spoke, Demon King, Ixtel is on the brink of destruction. Only you can prevent this. Please save us. Sebastian replied to the elder, who was extremely worried about the city of Ixtel, I am not the one who will save this city. Beside him, Xenia looked confused. Then suddenly, Sebastian spoke, surprising Xenia, it's her. He stepped closer to the destroyed moon mirror that still emitted an enchanting light, and Sebastian embraced Xenia, moving towards the top of the tower where the moon mirror was situated. He quickly flew to the windows at the top of the tower and then entered the area where the moon mirror operated. In front of them was a sphere placed neatly on a pedestal, with a beam of light radiating as beautifully as a clear, azure water. Sebastian set Xenia down, released her, and then asked, do you still remember it? Xenia was a bit taken aback. She approached the moon mirror, tilting her head a little to see better. Suddenly, Xenia felt an intense headache. She gritted her teeth, feeling uncomfortable as she clutched her head. Sebastian calmly spoke, do you know why Curtis kept you alive for so many years? He stood behind Xenia, who was suffering from the sudden headache, because only you have the ability to control the moon mirror. Xenia felt a slight surprise, forgetting the pain from before. She turned back to look at Sebastian, whose voice remained steady as he explained to her, before the moon mirror was destroyed by humanity, your tribe was the one that governed and protected it. To prevent its power from becoming too unmanageable, a core control technology was kept in the hands of the previous tribal chiefs. Sebastian pointed at Xenia, who was dazed, and added, you are the only daughter of the tribal chief. Hearing this, Xenia sadly lowered her head, but I don't know anything about that. A scene appeared in her mind, someone battered and bruised, one eye unable to open, blood streaming from their nose on both sides. Sebastian gently explained to Xenia, you don't know because your memories have been hidden by his magic. But the one who hypnotized you is now dead. His spell on you has weakened significantly. With that, Sebastian raised his hand, casting a small spell, I will lead you to the truth. It may be a bit uncomfortable at first, but given the current situation, there aren't many other options. Xenia did not refuse, but her expression showed some anxiety. She said, yes, sir. Sebastian's magic cast over Xenia, and her mind became hazy. A triangle formed by her pupils appeared on her eyes. Sebastian was also affected, feeling uncomfortable as he ground his teeth, his eyes rolling back. Suddenly, he was pulled into a strange place, surrounded by floating spherical shapes. A dragon swooped in, intending to attack Sebastian. Its mouth wide open, sharp fangs resembling those of a snake appeared, and it extended its long tongue to strike at its prey. In Sebastian's hand, the power from the ring emanated. Instantly, the long body of the creature was severed into multiple segments, and it let out a pained scream. After dealing with the obstacle, Sebastian was taken aback by something that left him speechless. A multitude of memory bubbles appeared, each bubble depicting a different image, all created by a single person. The bubbles were suddenly attacked, causing them to bleed ink, and the memories began to fade. Sebastian fell down, escaping from this bizarre place. Even upon touching the ground, he remained shocked by what had just occurred, sitting there dazed like a statue. Sebastian's gaze turned to Xenia, who was standing in front of the moon mirror, extending her hands forward, softly calling out, Xenia. Hearing the call, she suddenly turned her head, Demon King, thank you for the way to control the moon mirror. To Sebastian's surprise, Xenia turned around and focused on casting her spell, I remember now. Xenia raised her hands high, a tremendous force was unleashed. From the top of the tower, it shot straight up toward the large moon mirror above. The moon mirror quickly absorbed it, with light shining directly toward the protective barrier of the moon mirror, then continuing rapidly toward the round moon. The people of Ixtel were astonished by the event they were witnessing. A blonde woman, wearing a necklace with a green gem, stared in amazement at the source of the light. Silas and Ferdinand also gazed up at the sky, where the light was emanating. Ferdinand joyfully spoke up, his voice choked with emotion, how long has it been since the last time the moon mirror? Meanwhile, Miranda, who was tightly ensnared by the tentacles of the beast, glared at the lantern in disbelief. In the distance, the moon mirror was increasingly connecting with the moon, shining brighter. The city of Ixtel, though shrouded in darkness, could clearly see thanks to the light from the moon mirror. Xenia struggled to control the moon mirror, her eyes shining brightly. The moon gradually lit up everywhere, casting light onto the lantern and the beast it was controlling to attack Miranda. The body underwent slight changes that made him a bit anxious, but soon after, the worry disappeared. A sneer appeared clearly. "Well done, Sebastian. I didn't expect you to have this trick. The power from the lantern relic comes from the moon, activating the moon mirror to weaken my strength." Miranda, irritated because she couldn't escape the tentacles wrapped around her, glared at the lantern's detestable face. "But you seem to have forgotten one thing. With Curtis' feeble mind using the energy of the current relic, I can still manipulate the energy of the relic and absorb it for myself." The lantern calculated each step to ensure its safety. Miranda's spiritual power is about to run out. At that point, I will destroy her first. Feeling the tentacles tightening around her more and more, Miranda's face paled with pain. She irritably cursed under her breath, "Damn it." Then realizing she was about to reach her limit, her spiritual power was insufficient to maintain this blood technique any longer. Miranda bit her lip, her face tense, causing her veins to bulge. Her eyes brightened along with the mark on her forehead gradually becoming more distinct. Her fiery red hair and the stream of blood escaping from the tentacles were before the gaze of the lantern reigning above the beast. Miranda broke free from the tentacles that had tightly ensnared her, causing them to shatter and slime to spray out. Her entire body was now radiant and blood red, her skin stained with the color. The lantern saw Miranda in her current state with delight. "You've finally been pushed to your ultimate form," he said, "but will that meager amount of spiritual power be enough to deal with me?" Miranda spoke. "You've hidden among the human race for a long time, haven't you?" She was activating the spell in her hand, her voice still steady as it rang out. "Perhaps you are aware of this type of magic." The lantern looked at Miranda in surprise. "Are you planning to self-destruct?" Then he burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha, what good will that do? If that's the only thing you can do." Miranda was determined she could not die at the hands of her enemy. "I, Miranda, will only die in one way," she said, resolutely aiming her fiery finger at herself, "that is to die on the battlefield." Red blood gushed out, a hand blocking her forehead to prevent her from hurting herself. Miranda was taken aback even as she delivered the final blow to herself. The lantern was stunned, suddenly speechless. Miranda looked in astonishment at Sebastian from above, his hand still bleeding from touching her forehead. He spoke reassuringly to her. "Don't say such negative things anymore, Miranda." Then he smiled. "You still have me. We still have a chance. Today is not the day for you to die." Hearing the affirmation, Miranda was left speechless. But the lantern sneered mockingly at Sebastian. "What opportunity are you talking about, Sebastian? Even with you in the mix, the result won't change, it's all useless." Sebastian's face was cold as he asked, "Oh, have you forgotten?" He raised his arm with the ring, his eyes showing no other emotions. "I still have this. The Tears of the Angel." The lantern thought to himself, one of the top 6 legendary achievements, but no one in the world has the ability to wield its full power. He sneered derisively. He looked up at where Sebastian was looking, at the ring in his hand that was glowing with an enchanting purple light, thinking, "Not even you, Sebastian. Is he really saying the truth?" Sebastian whispered to the dazzling ring on his hand, his gaze filled with hatred. "It's amazing, just like its master. The Tears of the Angel are very difficult to control, but it helped you escape Sarah." Lil Flame replied, "Really? I couldn't sense any energy before, and even Sebastian the Demon King couldn't control it, right?" Sebastian gazed perplexedly at the ring before him, thinking to himself, the secret about replacing the Demon King's soul must be inside this relic. In his eyes, the ring shone like a savior. However, putting that aside, his face twisted in discomfort. "At least now, I can feel the power surging within me. Perhaps I can." Sebastian gripped his wrist, aiming the ring that was radiating an intense light down towards the lantern. A great beam of light erupted from below, forcing Sebastian to grit his teeth and squint as he looked down. From the ring, a powerful light shot out, forming a small halo around it. The ring unleashed a sword adorned with strange inscriptions. Miranda, flying beside Sebastian, was taken aback. The lantern seemed surprised as well, glancing over with concern. The sword was as large as his giant body, emanating multiple streams of light intertwined, resembling electric currents flowing around. Miranda and Sebastian, flying nearby, appeared quite small. Damn it! The lantern thought to itself, mouth agape in awe at the sword, he can wield it. Thinking this, he conjured a radiant beam of light from the eye within his throat. Is that still not enough? Sebastian thought as he held the colossal sword. The monster lantern from the beam of light from the eye inside its throat created a gigantic ball of light, surprising Sebastian. Miranda! He shouted as he saw her hair sweep past in front of him. Miranda's eyes blazed with anger as she charged forward. Bending her legs, she soared towards the monster at a speed that seemed to reach its limit. Miranda kicked hard into the monster's chin with a powerful blow, causing a loud crash. From afar, Sebastian was taken aback as he saw an extremely strong surge of energy produced when Miranda kicked the monster's chin. A bright green orb of light erupted from the monster's throat, shooting straight up. Its light, along with the beams from the portal, illuminated the full moon with dazzling brightness. The moon, receiving this burst of energy, emitted an incredibly intense light. White stood in front of the moon, which was radiating an unprecedented level of brightness, doing something. The energy from the moon was stronger than ever, leaving her astonished as she observed. She cast a spell before this enormous source of light. The stream of energy she generated shone onto the moon, making it become extremely bright. This caused the lantern to turn away in the face of the blinding light. He looked up at the moon in surprise as he saw it emanating a tremendous source of light. My body, too stiff, I can't move. The lantern bent down, wriggling its body vigorously in an attempt to escape from the monster's body. Sebastian, kill him now! Miranda, falling freely, yelled loudly at Sebastian who was flying nearby. He remained silent, unresponsive, and threw himself to swing his sword. The sword rushed towards the massive body of the monster with Sebastian's force, slicing across the monster's neck. Sebastian, with a serious expression, watched as the lantern reared up in pain. He, looking very shocked, fought back. The monster's fist suddenly lunged towards Sebastian. It knocked him and the sword away to another place. As Sebastian fell freely downward, his mouth spewing blood, the monster howled loudly, "Damn it, you dare!" The lantern silently thought in frustration. Suddenly, he was pierced through the chest by Miranda's hand. "Miranda, you!" He turned around, exclaiming in anger. Without responding, she sunk her teeth into his neck with a deadly bite. "Damn it, this feeling of immobility is really uncomfortable," he said angrily but couldn't do anything. "Sebastian, right now!" Miranda shouted, pulling her mouth away from the lantern's shoulder. Sebastian lay still under the array. Hearing the shout, he suddenly came to, shot up, and grabbed the sword. He took a run up and threw the sword with all his might. "A!" Sebastian screamed to gather strength. The dazzling sword sliced through the body of the monster. The lantern writhed in pain, paralyzed and immobile. Miranda left him in the immense agony of the monster, and he along with the monster's body exploded into shards of blue stone. The monster lost its power, and the chunks stood still. The lantern writhed in pain with a large hole pierced through its bare chest. Its mouth gaped open, exhaling a plume of black smoke. Sebastian still tightly held the sword, looking at it with eyes full of hatred. "Your existence can no longer be sustained." The moonlight shone brightly down. A large beam of light emanated from the monster's chest, causing it to gasp. The green stones carrying the power fell down like scattered leaves. White was still there, casting spells. Her hands formed a strange chessboard, and a series of stones were drawn towards the moon. They flew to the moon and vanished. The people below looked on in amazement at the scene. One person below said, "This energy feels like." Above him were a swarm of dragons, "The energy of the moon, the leech has succeeded," he said while standing on a large red circle with two others. Miranda landed on the circle. Her body suddenly lost the red hue, and she fainted. Everyone rushed over, frantically shouting, "Miranda! Ah! Ugh, where is Curtis?" Sebastian, still flying above, observed and thought silently. He saw Curtis's figure falling freely. Suddenly, a beam of light shot through, startling him. The one catching Curtis was Carmen Blue. Carmen Blue? Sebastian asked in surprise. "Humph," Carmen replied, then fired a beam from her hand, carrying Curtis on her shoulder. From that beam of light emerged a sword, and Carmen quickly grabbed the sword, her face serious. Then he swung the sword fiercely. As fast as lightning, he swung the blade past Sebastian, causing him to let out a cry of pain. His body was tormented as a powerful current coursed through him, his two limbs severed, bleeding profusely. Sebastian cried out in excruciating agony. "Mimic!" he shouted loudly as Carmen swung her sword to deliver another blow. Her sword struck down with great force, creating a burst of light that ran along the blade. A bizarre skull-shaped orb shot forward. Carmen immediately slashed at it, causing the orb to shatter. Sebastian, nearby, was covering his head, attempting to dodge the blow coming from Carmen. Carmen looked towards the dark crimson cloud with the people standing on it. "Carmen Blue, do not even think of that." Nerobar loomed threateningly on the cloud, while Miranda was tightly bound by a creature, unable to resist. Xander charged forward, aiming to slash at Carmen with the sword in his hand. Carmen quickly parried his attack with her sword. Xander's blade swung down, creating a stream of bright red light. The two swords clashed, producing a piercing sound, and both were violently knocked apart. Xander's body was splattered with blood everywhere. "Damn it, how fast is that? How many stabs was it? 6 or 7? It feels like 8 stabs at once." He gritted his teeth, bitterly thinking to himself, it was 12 stabs. Carmen seemed to read his thoughts and replied, "But the finishing blow was blocked by the chain on your chest." Xander was visibly shocked upon hearing this. "Don't be so flustered," Carmen said triumphantly. "Actually, you are qualified enough to fight me. I will only use one hand to fight you." Saying this, he swung a series of sword slashes toward Xander. Suddenly, amidst the flurry of slicing swords, a ray of light shot toward Xander. Sebastian rushed in, pulling him away. "Master, be careful." "Sebastian, I will take this opportunity to deal with you," Carmen said angrily, glaring at Sebastian as he flew away. Suddenly, a strange blue object flew toward him. A skull-like monster opened its large mouth, ready to swallow Carmen. It flew in and devoured him whole. "Carmen Blue, Nerobar, you're undead," he said with hatred. Nerobar said, "Dare to threaten the Demon King." He furiously pointed his staff at Carmen. "Look around you." Upon hearing this, Carmen looked around him. Above him was a whole flock of large dragons. Whoa, maybe wanting to kill him here isn't simple after all. 2 bright maps glowed under his feet. He began to read the spell. Suddenly, he darted away. This is the last chance, he thought as he flew towards Sebastian. "Protect him, Demon King." Nerobar ordered the dragons to fly in Carmen's direction. Sebastian hurriedly seized Xander's sword. "If I just rely on my sword skills, I will definitely not be able to defeat him. Then I will use the remaining strength I have." He gripped the sword tightly, ready to fight against Carmen, who was charging at him. To block it, Sebastian thought as he gathered all his strength to swing the sword. Carmen also charged forward, swinging his sword. The two swords clashed, creating a loud, resounding noise. Carmen forcefully swung his sword, knocking Sebastian back. "Hee, a wise choice," he said with a cruel expression. "Ugh," he sighed upon seeing the group of dragons charging forward. The dragons tore through the wind, rushing towards Carmen, while Sebastian and Xander fell freely. Fortunately, a dragon swooped in just in time to catch both of them. Who would have thought, Nolan remarked as he saw the two land safely on the dragon's back. Sebastian lay there completely unconscious. The Demon King showing this pathetic side. "Hello, this is our first meeting," he said, looking down at Sebastian. "You? Who are you?" Sebastian managed to ask, struggling to speak. "Huh?" Nolan exclaimed in surprise, "You don't recognize me?" "It's me, Nolan. I'm an alpha." He hastily explained, "Ugh, my head is spinning. Where is Lily Scarlet?" "I want to see the Omega," he said. Sebastian looked in surprise as Nolan transformed. Scarlet appeared before him, causing him to spray the glue. "Are you looking for me?" she asked. Sebastian screamed, nosebleeding. Scarlet was puzzled, not understanding what was happening. "Ah, my clothes. That bastard Nolan he always tears my clothes apart." "Master, Liege, are you alright?" Scarlet yelled in frustration. She turned worriedly when she saw Sebastian faint. "Lily Scarlet, what just happened to the Liege?" Nerobar flew over to ask. It was unclear, he just fainted. Scarlet turned her head but didn't finish her sentence. Rolfing walked in his pajamas, thinking, "Oh, I've returned to my original form." He touched his face. In front of him was a stone tea table. There, Sebastian was sitting with arms crossed, looking at him angrily. Rolfing felt suddenly anxious, his face pale. He turned to leave. "Sit down," Sebastian said sternly. "Are you going to tie me to those pillars?" Rolfing asked anxiously. "Don't worry, I'm not in the mood for that now," Sebastian replied with a displeased expression. "Sit down and drink. This wine is the only thing on the table," he continued, pointing at the wine bottle and 2 cups on the stone table. "So, sit down, I won't humiliate you." Rolfing remained silent. "Why didn't you stay and finish the fight?" "He has already run away." Finally, he decided to sit down and asked, "Why?" "I had to use Semia's ability to control the moon mirror. If I hadn't fought against Curtis's relic, I would have definitely lost." He continued with a serious expression. "You really think I would let you control my body?" "It's the energy of the relic that pushed me forward," Sebastian said, his face grim as he poured wine into the cup. "But I must say, this time you did really well," he continued, raising the cup. "Yeah, I think so too, right?" Rolfing said eagerly, feeling proud. "You are also a Demon King." Sebastian raised his cup, acknowledging. He then slammed the cup down hard, causing Rolfing to reveal a look of doubt. "Then drink up," Sebastian said seriously. "It smells good too. Is this wine?" Rolfing lifted the cup to his nose to smell. Why is he suddenly so open? He suddenly displayed a look of suspicion. "By the way, do you know recently I have?" Sebastian said as Rolfing took a drink from the cup. "Your life with that Sue Rolfing from Earth is really boring," Sebastian said, causing Rolfing to spit out the wine in surprise. "What? You're not joking with me, are you?" Rolfing asked in shock, his eyes wide. "Let me tell you about your mother's health," Sebastian said seriously. As it was raining, a girl with blue hair suddenly appeared holding an umbrella and called out, "Sue Rolfing, wake up!" Seeing him beaten and lying unconscious on the ground, the girl continued to call out, "Please wake up." While gently patting his cheek, Sue Rolfing regained consciousness, and she immediately helped him up, anxiously asking, "Should I take you to the hospital?" He looked down and replied, "I'm fine, just let me go home." As she supported Sue Rolfing, resting his arm over her shoulder under an umbrella, she hesitated before continuing, "But you're injured." Hearing this, he responded, "It's just a few scratches, nothing to worry about." At the apartment building where Sue Rolfing lived, he was trying to endure the pain, grimacing as the girl applied medicine to his wounds. Then, Sue Rolfing took a bandage and said, "All right, let me do it myself." The girl, who was applying medicine to him with her clothes soaked, looked stunned and asked, "Are you sure?" She then bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry, you got beaten because of me both times." At this moment, as Su Rofeng was placing the bandage on his injury, he immediately said, "If I get into another fight, that's not your fault." The girl didn't pay attention to his words and looked up to ask, "By the way, does your mom have any clothes I could borrow?" Su Rofeng, with an expressionless face, simply responded, "Huh?" The girl immediately sat on the sofa, close to him, hugging him and continuing, "My clothes are completely wet. If I go home like this, I will catch a cold, so can you lend me some clothes?" At this moment, Su Rofeng wasn't paying attention, sitting with his legs propped up on the sofa, rubbing the bandaged wound on his head. Then he ran out of patience and pointed towards the door of the other room, saying, "All right, her room is over there, just go in and get it." Saying that, he sprawled out on the sofa. The girl came back out after getting the clothes, hesitated and then asked, Su Rofeng, are you sleeping?" Then she saw him still wearing his wet uniform, sound asleep, and froze, saying, "Wait a minute." Then she immediately shouted, "Your clothes are still wet." The girl immediately called out, urging Su Rofeng to wake up, "You will catch a cold." At this moment, he heard the noise, opened his eyes. The girl held a purple outfit of Su Rofeng's mother in her hand, continuing, "I asked to borrow the bathroom for a moment. Quickly change your clothes, or you'll get sick." Upon hearing that, he confusedly scratched his head. Then he calmly took off all his wet clothes. Su Rofeng immediately charged towards the bathroom where the girl was changing. She saw him break in while she had taken all her clothes off, only wearing her underwear, and hurriedly used both hands to cover herself, shouting, "Hey! What are you doing? I just wanted to take a quick shower." Su Rofeng was indifferent to what she said and continued to try to open the door repeatedly. At this moment, the girl was embarrassed and quickly put on a bathrobe, yelling, "Wait, don't open the door." But it was too late. Su Rofeng managed to open the door and peeked through the gap to see inside. The girl was hurriedly wrapping herself in a bath towel. When she saw him open the door, her mouth dropped in surprise. She stood frozen in shock, watching Su Rofeng walk in only wearing pants. Seeing her standing there dumbfounded, he spoke, "Let's take a shower together, it would be simpler that way." The girl immediately screamed loudly, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Her scream was so loud that it could be heard throughout the apartment building. A while later, Su Rofeng had changed back into normal home clothes. He lay back, resting his head on the couch, pondering, "How strange, I just wanted to take a shower together." Then he wondered, why did she run away? So many people wanted to shower with me before. He thought further, this world is indeed a weird place. Meanwhile, in another part of the universe, Su Rofeng was angrily slamming his fist on the table, shouting, "What did you do? Did you say those things to my mother?" Ra is outside. Su Rofeng has been possessed by Sebastian. At this moment, he is also blaring with anger, thinking, "Is this how easily you lose your temper, you idiot? I haven't even mentioned the cancer yet." Then Sebastian immediately struck Su Rofeng, sending him flying away. He angrily shouted, "Shut up! I will spare you if you keep quiet." Su Rofeng, holding his face after being hit and lying on the ground, immediately said, "This is my mother's issue. After my father passed away, do you know how difficult it was for her to raise me alone?" Saying that, he ran to hug Sebastian and yelled, "You foolish demon king, you should never speak ill of my mother." Hearing this, Sebastian became even angrier. As a result, he beat Su Rofeng mercilessly, tearing his clothes and getting blood splattered on him. Then he sat down at the table and said, "If it weren't for my demon army, I would have thrown you out a long time ago." Su Rofeng, bowing his head beside him, immediately spoke up, "You bastard, just a moment ago you said you wouldn't torture me like this." Hearing that, he stopped and glanced at him. Su Rofeng continued, "You're just a crazy dog. If you dare to insult my mother one more time." At this point, Su Rofeng suddenly turned around, glaring at Sebastian, threatening, "I will destroy your precious army and drag it down to the depths of the abyss if necessary." Hearing this, he angrily asked, "Do you dare to threaten me, a demon king?" Then he slammed the table so hard that it shattered into many pieces. Standing up, he looked at Su Rofeng and said, "I am Sebastian. No one has ever dared to challenge me." At this moment, Su Rofeng fell silent upon hearing this. Then he spoke up and asked, "Oh really? Breaking the table to intimidate me?" He continued, "You are just all muscle and no brain, no thoughts, no dreams, nothing at all. I know exactly who you are." He glared at Sebastian and continued, "Why didn't you throw a punch earlier? You are just a vile person, that's the only thing you can do." Sebastian, hearing this, threatened, "Say that again." Su Rofeng suddenly stood up, bowed his head down, and continued, "There is a saying in my world." Then he raised his head, staring straight at him, and continued, "That is a win-win situation for both sides." At this moment, returning to reality, Sebastian was merging with Su Rofeng, lying on the sofa, remembering and cursing, "That damned brat." He thought to himself, "Is he afraid that I won't take care of his mother? And does he think it's that easy to wreck my army?" While he was thinking, suddenly, Su Rofeng's phone rang. As Sebastian was typing to Su Rofeng, he answered the phone, and the voice on the other end immediately said, "Is this the family of Lin Shuejiao? Her condition is deteriorating and she needs emergency care." He was taken aback and exclaimed, "Damn it, now what, a perfect time to choose." Saying that, he hurriedly grabbed his bag and ran to the hospital. While running, he thought, "You foolish child, even if I try to save her, I wouldn't be doing this for you." Upon arriving at the hospital, when the emergency room door opened, Su Rofeng's mother was being wheeled out. Sebastian concealed himself and stood there, hands in his pockets, and asked, "Where are you taking her?" Then he looked at Su Rofeng's mother and boldly said, looking at her eye color, "She is not dead yet." The two surgeons beside him were stunned and stared at him. Suddenly, another doctor approached and asked, "Are you her son?" "Calm down, young man." The doctor continued, "If you do not pay enough, we will not be able to continue treatment." Hearing that, he responded, "Don't worry, I am very rich, it's all good." By the early morning the next day, Su Rofeng with Sebastian inside was at school, sitting in class. He turned on his phone, thinking, "This magic box is really interesting, I can find everything with it." The monthly salary posted here is still far from enough to cover the treatment fees. Then he slumped over the table, staring at his phone, continuing to think, thinking back, "Sebastian, I've never had to think about money. In my experience, all I need to do is take it. If I need something, I just take it." By the afternoon, after school ended, all the students were coming out of the school gate. At this moment, Sebastian, inhabiting Su Rofeng, continued to think, "That's the fastest way I know." He hid behind a tree, glancing towards the school gate, calculating, "The problem is there are always some unscrupulous people around here. I just need to steal from someone." When he spotted his target, a group of bullies from the other day, he thought, "Those idiots." On the other side, one of the bullies suddenly slapped a girl on the back. She immediately screamed, "Ah, what was that?" The guy laughed, "Ha, exactly my type." The girl hurriedly covered her backside with her hands. From a distance, Sebastian was merging into Su Rofeng as he approached. Upon seeing the two guys entering an alley, he decided to take action. He immediately frowned, wondering, "Isn't that guy, the leader of the bandits, here?" "No worries, the fewer there are, the easier it will be to get down to business." Then he pulled out a long knife from his pocket. Instantly, he swung the knife at the two guys when they weren't paying attention, secretly thinking, "Thanks to you guys." A sound of blood gushing out echoed. Immediately, both of the guys were hit on the head by him, causing blood to flow profusely. They painfully collapsed, clutching their heads, trembling. Then one of the guys, who had just groped the girl, saw Su Rofeng and shouted, "You bastard, it's you. Su Rofeng, I never thought you would dare to attack us." Sebastian, who was within him, immediately said, "Shut up." Then he asked about the treasure. Upon hearing that, the other guy, still holding his bleeding head, cursed back, "Su Rofeng, are you crazy? What do you want? Do you think we are afraid of you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked in the mouth by Su Rofeng. Sebastian, who was inside Su Rofeng, held the knife, repeatedly kicking the guy. The other one, seeing this, quickly intervened. Stop. You're going to kill him. The guy hurriedly continued. Stop. This is serious. The treasure, you mean money, right? I will give everything to you. He was fiercely beating that guy, and upon hearing this, he stopped. Then, with a scary expression, he said, Quick, hand it all over. The two guys immediately produced a heap of money, including coins. Sebastian, in the body of Su Rofeng, picked up the money and asked the two trembling men holding their heads, Is this it? Then he immediately cursed, A bunch of failures, is this all you got for a robbery? Sebastian, upon occupying Su Rofeng's body, was holding a long knife and looking at the two bullying men who were quivering on the ground, shouting, Tell me now. One of them piped up, Wait, don't rush. If you want to make more money. Before he could finish, Sebastian's face darkened, his hand clutching the money interjected, Where is your leader? Hearing this, the man replied, I don't know. We haven't met him directly and we don't know where he is. Sebastian, in Su Rofeng's body, immediately glared, Then call him. Seeing Su Rofeng angry, the man hesitated, took out his phone, and held it up, Here. Sebastian, having taken over Su Rofeng, immediately called the leader of the two men, threatening, Xiaolong, this is Rofeng. Your stupid henchmen are currently under my care, and you're next. I'll come find you soon. Sebastian, in the body of Su Rofeng at this moment, said, Go on, state the time and place. The person on the other end cursed in response, Shut up, I'll see you later. Don't try to run away from me. Exactly half an hour later, a group of thugs armed with iron pipes and baseball bats waited for Su Rofeng. They parked their cars nearby. Suddenly, one of the group asked, Boss Long, will he really come? The boss replied, That kid is crazy, how dare he threaten me? At this moment, Sebastian had merged with Su Rofeng, standing behind a tree listening to their conversation, thinking, These fools, why should I confront you directly? He glanced and thought further, When you are all tired, I will take each of you down one by one. Waiting for a while, the boss took a puff of his cigarette, spat the ashes onto the ground, and cursed, What a waste of time. He used his foot to stamp out the ashes, then walked toward the car parked nearby, saying, Let's go, he's run away. Sister Fu is waiting for us, seems like there's trouble. Sebastian, within Su Rofeng, was surprised and wondered, why? That car belongs to them. This is bad. He watched as they drove away, unable to do anything. Sebastian, in Su Rofeng, peered out, blankly thinking, Damn it, this isn't going according to plan. While he was pondering, a car suddenly drove towards him. He turned back to see it was a taxi. So he hitched a ride to the place of the thugs. When Sebastian, in Su Rofeng's body, got out of the car, he thought, So expensive, just earned a little money and now I have to spend it. He saw the car from earlier and silently thought, That's their car. Meanwhile, inside the thugs' building, they were gathered, drinking and chatting. The boss spoke up, Damn it, that guy dared to stand me up. Another guy laughed loudly, even Long was tricked by that kid. Another person asked, But what did Xiong tell us to come here for? The boss replied, There's a deal for us to make money, that's all. From a distance, behind some plastic crates, someone had sneaked in to eavesdrop. It was Su Rofeng, but inside was Sebastian. He looked up and unexpectedly thought, So many people. He continued to think silently, I didn't expect them to gather here, it seems I need a strategy. Sebastian, in Su Rofeng's body, sighed wearily, thinking further, I can't believe the great Sebastian is about to face these useless people, and I have to come up with a strategy that can actually be used. How weak have I become? Suddenly, a noise startled him. Sebastian, in Su Rofeng's body, looked up and saw another thug glaring at him. The thug, seeing an intruder, angrily asked, Where did you crawl out from? Before Sebastian and Su Rofeng could react, he was violently dragged outside, painfully crying out, The gangsters saw this and gathered to look. The boss, seeing Su Rofeng, questioned, Is it you? He was momentarily taken aback and shouted, Su Rofeng, what are you doing here? Then he turned to the thug who had spotted Su Rofeng and asked, "Brother Xiong, what are you doing with him?" The thug replied, "I saw him sneaking behind those boxes." Upon hearing this, the boss was surprised. "What?" Seeing his underlings astonished, Brother Xiong crossed his arms and inquired, "Long, do you know him?" The boss responded, "Yes, I do know him." Then he looked at Su Rofeng, who was kneeling on the floor, cursing, "What stupid trick are you trying to pull here? Are you following me?" At this moment, Sebastian and Su Rofeng stood up and said, "I told you to come alone, yet you brought your crew to our meeting." He angrily continued, "Since you don't keep your word, why should I respect you? What I do is none of your business." As he was speaking, suddenly, a knife fell from above right where he was. Sebastian and Su Rofeng's body turned around and saw the thug from earlier holding his bag and dumping its contents out. The thug smugly mocked, "Yo, you've got some guts, kid. Ha, looks like you were prepared." Then he turned to ask the boss, "Hey Long, you challenged him to a 1 versus 1 and still called in the crew?" Hearing that, Long hesitantly replied, "Why not? I." But before he could finish, the thug continued to question, "Then why did you bring those two along? Don't tell me you're scared of him." The boss quickly clarified, "He knocked out my two guys, of course, I have to be prepared to deal with him. Who wouldn't be afraid of someone who took down two people so quickly?" After saying that, he pointed at Su Rofeng and shouted, "You're here to challenge me, right? Then let's go solo." Then he turned to the gang, "See? He won't dare, did you all hear that?" Sebastian and Su Rofeng's body frowned, thinking, even though this idiot is a coward, his boss is the real danger. Although my physical strength isn't a match for him, I'm not afraid of death. I have been through countless killings, and I will take him down with that spirit. Sebastian and Su Rofeng thought, then immediately pounced, wrapping his arms around the boss who hadn't had time to react. The thought of losing to a coward like him made him determined not to let that happen. When Sebastian leaped with all his strength to hug him, the boss fell down onto the floor. One thug saw this and exclaimed in surprise. Without saying much, Sebastian and Su Rofeng threw a straight punch into the boss's face, thinking to himself, "You have underestimated me." He delivered a powerful blow that distorted the boss's face. Everyone around who witnessed this scene was taken aback. The boss, just hit, shouted in anger, "You stupid dog." Then he kicked hard, sending Sebastian sprawling backward. Right afterward, he reached out to shove Su Rofeng's face down, raising his fist and growling, "I will kill you." But before he could strike, Sebastian immediately bit down hard on his hand, blood flowing out. He kicked the back of the boss's neck, then slammed him down, choking him tightly by the neck. The crowd watching was in shock. The boss, at this point, was being choked to the point of nearly suffocating, his eyes rolling back. The boss pounded his hands on the floor repeatedly, shouting, "Let me out! Let me out! Help! Help me!" The crowd standing around was astonished. One person stammered, "Hey, Long, you surrender already?" Sebastian, watching the enemy in pain and writhing, thought to himself, "Is this the level of warriors on Earth? You surrender right at the beginning of the fight, how weak." Suddenly, a thug holding a bottle of liquor took a swig and then slammed it hard against Su Rofeng's head. He yelled loudly, "Enough! Stop it! If not, I will shove this bottle in your face right now." Su Rofeng, with a savage expression, mocked, "How pathetic! Is that a threat?" He roared, "Threatening me won't work," and continued to tighten his grip on the boss's throat, causing him to foam at the mouth and whine in agony. The thug, seeing this, became furious and yelled, "Bastard!" Then smashed the broken bottle against Su Rofeng. But Sebastian had managed to dodge it in time. He immediately jumped forward, grabbed the thug's neck, and threw him down forcefully. The crowd around saw the scene of violence and panicked, shouting, "Brother Xiong, come here quickly." Sebastian and Su Rofeng glanced over, his face contorted, and said, "Shut your mouth." Then he cursed those people, "You useless bunch of bastards." He pulled a knife out from his pocket and yelled, "I said don't move." The gangsters froze, not daring to budge. Sebastian, within Su Rofeng, brought the knife close to the neck of the thug in front of him, threatening, "One more step and I'll send you back to meet your ancestors." Nearby, the boss from earlier was painfully clutching his shoulder, trembling. Sebastian pressed the knife against the thug's neck, continuing, "Do you think I'm joking? Look at my face, I will kill him." The thug, with a sly expression, smirked, "Hee, hey kid, have you ever seen blood before?" Sebastian shot him a cold glare, and the thug taunted further, "You wouldn't dare kill me." Suddenly, he froze when Sebastian lightly sliced the knife against his neck, causing blood to ooze out. With a terrifying expression, Sebastian tilted his head and asked, "Really?" Unexpectedly, a loud voice rang out, "Stop that, everyone!" The crowd immediately turned to the source of the voice. Su Rofeng, in Sebastian's body, also looked up. In front of them stood a stylish woman wearing sunglasses, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. The crowd murmured, "Sister Fu." The woman immediately took off her glasses and spoke up, Xiong, I need an explanation for this mess." At that moment, the woman whom the thugs referred to as Boss Fu, named Julie Fu, stepped forward. The boss named Long, who was in pain lying on the floor, writhing in agony, saw Julie Fu approaching and immediately turned to look at her, pleading, "Sister Fu, please take revenge for me." Julie Fu heard this and crossed her arms, standing there with an expressionless face, replying, "Stop humiliating yourself, kid." Saying that, she glanced over to the other side and saw Su Rofeng, but inside him was Sebastian, who was holding a knife to the throat of the thug Xiong. Seeing her subordinate in a critical situation with his throat being slashed, Julie Fu became angry, took off her glasses, and immediately ordered, "Stop it." Su Rofeng, with Sebastian inside him, heard her command and mockingly said, "Do you think I will listen to you?" Then in his heart, Sebastian wondered, "So you really are the true boss, huh?" Julie Fu, noticing him asking like that, squatted down, holding her glasses and staring at him, then praised, "What a handsome kid. Was he sent by Viper?" Over here, Sebastian, in Su Rofeng's body, didn't understand anything and asked, "Viper? What are you talking about, that woman?" Next to him, the thug Xiong boss was still being threatened with the knife at his throat, looking worried as he heard Julie Fu speak. Julie Fu frowned when she heard his response and said, "Oh, so it's not that." Then she immediately inquired Su Rofeng, who was actually Sebastian, "So tell me, what is the kid's purpose?" Sebastian, inside Su Rofeng, immediately scowled and quickly replied with one word, "Money." Julie Fu was surprised to hear this, her eyes widened, and she froze for a moment. Then she spoke up, "Money, oh." Julie Fu unconsciously squatted down, laughed, and asked further, "Is that so? You came to threaten and challenge my people just for money?" She continued to persuade him, proposing a compromise, "Let him go first, we will talk elsewhere." Before she finished speaking, Su Rofeng, inside Sebastian, immediately retorted, "Do you think I'm that stupid? If I let him go, will you still be there to negotiate?" Seeing that Su Rofeng, inside Sebastian, did not listen to her words, Julie Fu inadvertently turned her face away and said, "Then just kill him quickly." Sebastian, in Su Rofeng's body, was taken aback upon hearing this. Boss Xiong, seeing that his boss was not saving him, anxiously shouted, "Don't say that, Sister Fu. This guy is crazy. He has the eyes of a killer, he isn't lying." At this moment, Julie Fu suddenly stood up and said, "All right." Then she crossed her arms over her chest and asked Su Rofeng, but inside was Sebastian, "So how much do you want?" Sebastian, in Su Rofeng's body, immediately replied, 500,000. The guy Xiong, who was being held at knife point beside him, gaped in shock. Julie Fu, upon hearing the answer exceed her expectations, frowned. Angry, she turned around and waved her hand, saying, "Goodbye." At that moment, Boss Xiong saw this and immediately cried out in despair, "Sister Fu, no." Julie Fu, who was walking away, suddenly stopped and continued, "But after I kill it." Then she swiftly turned her face back, looking terrifying, and continued to threaten, "Don't even think about leaving here alive. I swear you will." She was threatening but hadn't finished her sentence when Sebastian, in Su Rofeng's body, immediately let go of Xiong and lunged towards her. Julie Fu was still in shock, not having time to react, and he immediately covered her mouth. From a distance, the other thugs saw this and hurriedly shouted, "You bastard, let the boss go." At this moment, Sebastian, inside Su Rofeng, held a knife to her throat while covering her mouth and said, "Woman, I don't like that tone. It reminds me of Miranda." While he was doing that with the woman, the two bodyguards accompanying her remained silent, observing without moving. On Julie Fu's side, she was being gagged by Su Rofeng, inside whom was Sebastian, who turned around to say, "I don't know who Miranda is, but you caught me by surprise." She continued, casting a glance at him, and then said, "You can see that your actions stem from real experience, but..." At this point, she lightly lifted her foot in her high heels. Then, immediately, she kicked hard upward into the air, striking Sebastian within Su Rofeng. Sebastian, inside Su Rofeng, was instantly hit by Julie Fu, causing blood to pour from his face, and he dropped the knife from his hand, about to tumble backward. But he did not give up, quickly grabbing the knife that was about to fall. At that moment, Sebastian thought, so fast. Then he, filled with rage, immediately lunged from behind, intending to stab the woman, but she managed to dodge. She promptly kicked the other side of Su Rofeng's face, within which was Sebastian, causing his face to splatter with blood. Seeing that it was not enough, Julie Fu kicked Su Rofeng again and shouted, "How dare you underestimate me?" Su Rofeng, inside Sebastian, was immediately kicked by her, caught off guard, and fell to the ground, blood spitting from his mouth. Julie Fu, after kicking him, landed and ordered, "Capture him." The group of thugs behind, upon hearing the command, rushed forward. After a while, Su Rofeng, inside Sebastian, had been tied up, glaring at them. At that moment, as the group stood there, suddenly a bald thug grabbed Julie Fu's coat that had fallen earlier and said, "Sister Fu, your coat." She stood next to him and, hands on her hips, replied, "Take it to the dry cleaners for me." At that moment, next to her was the boss Xiong, who also asked, "Sister Fu, what should we do with this kid now?" Hearing Xiong's question, Julie Fu turned to ask back, "What do you think we should do?" Seeing her ask like that, Xiong immediately answered, "This guy is too crazy, just kill him and throw the body into the river." Hearing that, she smacked him. Xiong, puzzled by what just happened, covered his face where he was hit and hesitantly asked, "Sister Fu, what's wrong?" Julie Fu at this moment brandished the knife she had taken from Su Rofeng, and Sebastian immediately frowned and cursed, "Killing all the time, just talking about blood makes my head ache. We are gangsters, but we are not that lowly type. We have standards. If you're not careful, I'll gouge your eyes out and feed them to the dogs right now." The boss Xiong, hearing this, broke out in a sweat, covering his face, wondering, "Isn't she more bloodthirsty than I am?" Saying that, the woman named Julie Fu turned to look down, gently brushing her hair while speaking, "Xiong, find out information about this kid first." Upon hearing that, Xiong replied hesitantly, "Sister Fu, this person seems to be a classmate of Mr. Long." Upon hearing this, the woman Julie Fu was taken aback and said, "What? He's a high school student?" At this moment, Su Rofeng, but inside is Sebastian, who was tied up below, angrily listened to their conversation and looked up, cursing silently, "That stinking woman, just die." Sebastian within Su Rofeng's body continued to glare, then thought, "If you miss this opportunity to kill me, you'll definitely regret it, damn it." Then Sebastian, within Su Rofeng's body, couldn't believe it, continued to think silently, "He just defeated me, how dare he?" At that moment, Julie Fu was targeted by Sebastian. She immediately gave the order to her people, "Take him away, I will handle it separately later." Sebastian, deep in thought, continued to think, "At least she's smart." Then suddenly, he jolted awake, opening one eye while the other was covered by something. At this time, there were two people around Sebastian, namely Elder Mao King. Mao King, seeing him awake, joyfully exclaimed, "Demon King, you're awake." The other person beside him, Nerobar, spoke up immediately, "Liege, you're awake." Seeing that he had returned, Sebastian immediately sprang up. When Elder Mao King saw him getting up, he waved his hand to dissuade him, "Liege, wait, you're not fully recovered yet." Nerobar also chimed in, "Your injuries from that battle have not healed." Hearing this, Sebastian confusedly looked down and was startled to discover that both of his feet had been severed and were wrapped with bandages. He grimaced, thinking, "That hurts." Then he turned and glanced to inquire, "What happened to my feet?" Upon hearing his question, Nerobar answered, "Don't you remember? It was from facing that human king, Carmen Blue. Sebastian hesitated and asked, Carmen Blue? Then he recalled the previous battle and continued to say, oh, it's him, I remember him. He confusedly turned to look at Elder Mao-King, asking, you, Lord Mao-King, aren't you good at healing? Why don't you heal me? Upon hearing this, Elder Mao-King replied, forgive me. My knowledge is indeed vast, but sir, your body is quite special. He continued to explain, you have lost 2 feet. If I were to forcibly use healing, its power would not be equal to your current strength. Therefore, waiting for the liege to recover fully and heal on his own would be better. Hearing Elder Mao-King explain this, Sebastian got off the bed and responded, alright, if that's truly your reason, I can't blame you. Then he began to use magic to summon a familiar. However, just as he was about to create the spell, it vanished, turning to dust. While Sebastian was puzzled, not understanding what was happening, Nerobar, seeing this, advised him, Liege, you are in the process of recovery, it would be better not to use that magic. Sebastian, at that moment, did not heed the warning and continued to try to summon the familiar, but then he panicked, realizing and wondering, the familiar isn't working. To Sebastian's surprise, he quickly used his thoughts to ask, Lil Flame, what's wrong with me? The thing above one of his eyes replied, Master, it seems that your death magic and life force have somehow been restricted. Hearing this, he was stunned, thinking, that bastard Sebastian, it turns out Su Rofeng is inside Sebastian. Seeing this, Nerobar, standing at a distance, said, Liege, you don't look so good. Su Rofeng, who was inside Sebastian, bowed his head and said, do you want to play? Fine then. He, with Su Rofeng inside, raised his face and called out, Omega, where's my mechanic? Holding a design sketch for a wheelchair, Code Omega Lily Scarlet looked at Sebastian with some surprise and asked, Master, are you planning to design this? Then she exclaimed, oh my, it's really exquisite. Su Rofeng, inside Sebastian, responded, I've only sketched it out, I hope with your knowledge, you can make it. Can you understand it? Code Omega Lily Scarlet smiled at this and replied, for a super mechanic like me, it's nothing difficult. At that moment, in her mind, she was still surprised, thinking, I never expected the Demon King to have talent in assembly. Later, when Sebastian had lost both of his feet, he had to use the wheelchair designed by Omega to move around. Following Sebastian were Nerobar and Code Omega Lily Scarlet. At that moment, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian, while sitting in the wheelchair, praised, Lily Scarlet, your work is truly magnificent. She, walking beside him, responded, you flatter me, it's all thanks to your guidance, Demon King. Su Rofeng inside Sebastian continued to move the wheelchair and thought to himself, with this, I can move around more easily now. Then Su Rofeng inside Sebastian looked back and asked Code Omega Lily Scarlet, where are we right now? She replied, Dear Liege, just keep going, you will know soon. Hearing that, Sebastian and the two, Nerobar and Code Omega Lily Scarlet, continued walking towards a place outside the gate. At this moment, there was a crowd of people along with crows flying in the sky waiting for them. As the 3 of them stepped outside, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian was taken aback and astonished. Because the crowd that was standing waiting for them, with countless black crows in the sky, bowed down respectfully to clear the way for them. Sebastian, inside Su Rofeng, along with Nerobar and Code Omega Lily Scarlet, approached the high edge of the palace. At that moment, he looked down and was shocked to see a crowd of all the subjects of the Demon King gathered tightly below. All of them were closing their eyes, respectfully bowing their heads before Sebastian. Sebastian, inside Su Rofeng, felt astonished and asked, what is this? Without waiting to say more, the crowd behind Sebastian also knelt down, while Code Omega Lily Scarlet and Nerobar stood beside him. They immediately shouted, we humbly bow to you, Demon King, savior of the elf race, the 9th Demon King of Alistar. We pledge our allegiance to you, our liege. At this moment, Code Omega Lily Scarlet and Nerobar turned around to look. The crowd continued to say, the people of Ixtel from now on and forever will be your army for the glorious Demon Legion. Sebastian, inside Su Rofeng, was astonished to hear their vows and turned back to look. Meanwhile, in another place, Cassandra lay motionless, unconscious, entangled in tentacle vines, hanging from a tree. Her body was now devoid of a single piece of clothing to cover herself. Next to Cassandra was Miranda, who was experiencing a similar situation to her, tightly bound by tentacles on a tree and also without any clothing. Besides the two of them, Red Star was also wrapped around by tentacles nearby, on the same tree. At this moment, Sebastian was sitting in a wheelchair, accompanied by Nirobar and Elder Mauking, making their way to the three individuals. Nirobar immediately spoke up, "My liege, these three are the strongest members of the Demon Legion." Sebastian, within Su Rofeng, looked up at the three people entangled in tentacles on the tree and asked Elder Mauking, "What is their current condition?" Elder Mauking replied, very complex." He looked up and continued, "The energy emitted from the soul lantern can corrode the soul. None of them have shields to block its light. Without protection and with direct exposure to that light, their bodies have been severely damaged." Hearing Elder Mauking's words, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian anxiously ordered, "Under no circumstances should my people be allowed to die." Upon hearing this, Elder Mauking continued to elaborate, "I have done my best to heal and maintain their lives, but I cannot predict the possibility of complete recovery." Su Rofeng, inside Sebastian, felt worried upon hearing this and continued to ask, "Is it still not possible even with Miranda's regenerative body?" Elder Mauking, noticing his confusion, turned to look at Miranda, entangled by tentacles around her body and mouth on the tree, and explained, "Miranda possesses the essence of a queen, but even the body of a vampire queen cannot grant him immunity against magic. Perhaps the power of the lantern relic has dampened her natural regeneration abilities." Then it turned to Sebastian and continued, "The battle with Carmen forced him to exceed his limits, pushing him to use the energy in his blood to maintain his mental state." Sebastian, but inside him was Su Rofeng, felt a bit dejected at that moment and ordered, "Stop, I don't want to hear any more of that." Then he asked, "Is there anyone here with healing abilities?" Elder Mauking sighed at his question, hesitating to respond, "Based on my memories, there might not be anyone." Su Rofeng inside Sebastian, upon hearing this, suddenly shouted, "No one?" Behind him, Nirobar immediately said, "My liege, the lantern has not appeared for hundreds of years. The method of recovery through necromantic energy is scarcely mentioned, making the healing process very difficult." Hearing that, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian responded, "I heard from Semia that the lantern is a relic, a type of weapon that cannot cleanse the wounds it has caused." At this point, he clenched his fists, trembling in his wheelchair, bowing his head in despair, and said, "What should I do? Should I just watch them die?" Seeing him like this, Elder Mauking comforted him, "Liege, please do not despair. What I mentioned earlier has never had a cure, but now I think." Upon hearing this, Su Rofeng and Sebastian seemed to have a spark of realization and looked up. At this moment, Elder Mauking continued to speak to him, "It's just that the method may be very difficult to achieve." Su Rofeng inside Sebastian, hearing a glimmer of hope, immediately shouted, "Quickly tell me, what is it?" Elder Mauking quickly replied, "Yes, according to my theory." It continued, "If the soul lantern is a relic, your tears of the angel are the same. The soul lantern contains the magic of death, protecting life." Having said this, he then asked, "Liege, have you ever heard of it?" Su Rofeng inside Sebastian suddenly heard this and recalled something, thinking, "That isn't it." Then he remembered a woman raising a turquoise gem, thinking further and wondering, the relic of life. At night in Sebastian's building, in a room, Su Rofeng, within Sebastian, was flipping through a book. He opened to a section with a special symbol resembling the gem from earlier and thought, "It's here." Su Rofeng inside Sebastian then raised the book, read its contents, and spoke, "According to this book, the legendary relic is held by humanity, but it does not mention where it is, currently still missing." After finishing his research on the book, Su Rofeng and Sebastian crossed his arms behind his head, sitting in front of a desk piled high with books, pondering. It also says that the owner of the relic is the originator of the divine faith. Currently, the only faith of humanity is. He suddenly realized and said, "Got it." Su Rofeng inside Sebastian continued to think, "I know what I must do, find the last descendant of the creator of the religion." While he was deep in thought, the creature on his eye suddenly spoke up, asking, "Master, do you want to go to the ends of the earth, but your leg?" Hearing that, Su Rofeng within Sebastian thought to himself, "That's right. Then he immediately looked down at the severed leg below, which was bandaged, and continued to think, perhaps I need to find someone to take care of it first. Although I can still move, in this condition, I can't go far. Su Rofeng inside Sebastian was currently pulling the wheelchair close to the table while continuing to think, looks like I have to rely on Lily Scarlet again. Then he silently wondered, what about a pair of prosthetic legs? While he was deep in thought, suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Suddenly, a voice called out, Liege. Su Rofeng inside Sebastian heard this and immediately turned to glance. He saw a woman dressed in a red outfit that covered her head completely. Upon seeing him turn around, she immediately knelt down and said, I respectfully greet your majesty. I am the captain of the secret team of the First Army. Hearing that, Su Rofeng in Sebastian's mind immediately wondered, a subordinate of Miranda? Saying that, the woman extended both hands forward to Sebastian, presenting Su Rofeng with a rolled-up letter and a grey vial. She bowed her head, offering the items in her hands, and continued, before the queen fell unconscious, he asked me to deliver this to you. Please accept it. Su Rofeng inside Sebastian listened and used both hands to take the two items. After completing her task, the woman, who introduced herself as Miranda's subordinate, remained kneeling respectfully and said, I will step down from my position now. After the woman, who claimed to be a subordinate of Miranda, left, Su Rofeng in Sebastian's body opened the roll of paper to read. The content of the letter states, Sebastian, even though you are not the real Sebastian, you have still been very brave. I know that I may not be able to return after the battle. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, I send you this. Please accept it, Sebastian. Su Rofeng, inside Sebastian, continues to read the remaining contents of the letter. It says, this vial will be useful at some point. Just consider it my final farewell gift. After reading the contents of the letter, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian immediately opens the vial. Unexpectedly, a strong, unpleasant smell emanates from it. Su Rofeng catches a whiff and suddenly thinks, this is. Then he looks at the red liquid giving off a foul odor in the vial, silently thinking, her blood. Until the day of departure arrives, Demon King Sebastian is preparing to set off. He wears his protective suit, ready for the journey. Su Rofeng inside him secretly glances down at his feet, happily thinking, it's all good, my body has healed. From a distance, Nerobar and Code Omega Lily Scarlet are about to come out to see him off. Nerobar stands and looks on, not wanting him to leave, and asks, Liege, must you go? The matter of Ixtel has just been resolved, and you are already leaving. Code Omega Lily Scarlet, standing beside him, hears this and remains silent, with no intention of speaking. Su Rofeng inside Sebastian at this moment heard this and turned around, saying, the situation here will be entrusted to the 13th Army. Then he seriously continued, Miranda, Cassandra, and Red, their lives are more important to me than anything else. Hearing this, Nerobar and Code Omega Lily Scarlet silently looked at him, not saying anything. Then Su Rofeng inside Sebastian continued to speak, instructing Nerobar, follow my orders. He heard this and replied, yes. Su Rofeng in Sebastian's body then commanded, I entrust Ixtel to you. Elder Ferdinand has assigned the internal affairs of Ixtel to him, directly controlling Ixtel but not changing the laws because of our demon race. Upon hearing him say this, Nerobar asked, do I have to work with those troublesome elves? Su Rofeng inside Sebastian immediately replied, that's right, the elves will decide their own lives. Just stand outside and supervise their nation. The elves, in their prosperous times, were on par with the demon race, me, and humanity. With the respect for our demon army, we should not interfere in their politics. You will encounter trouble if you do not understand their culture and intervene, like investing in unnecessary resources, affecting the development of the country. Hearing Sebastian's long instructions, Nerobar fell silent for a moment before saying, I obey the order. Beside him, Code Omega Lily Scarlet, upon hearing this, was taken aback and widened her eyes. Saying this, both of them knelt down, expressing their respect. Su Rofeng within Sebastian turned around, walking away while continuing, don't worry, they have their own ways. Then he ordered, do not let anyone know I have left. Nerobar responded obediently, yes, my liege. When Sebastian walked away, Code Omega Lily Scarlet turned her face up and said to Nerobar, now I see politics. Then she immediately asked, has someone swapped his soul? Nerobar beside her stuttered, that He hesitated before continuing, I still haven't confirmed it. Hearing this, she mockingly said, oh, this skeleton, you're still as cunning as ever, huh? Then she put on a serious face and continued, I am 100% sure that person is not Sebastian, but can I say I dislike him? Nerobar, hearing this, stood up and replied, it's easy to say, but then why are you kneeling? Code Omega Lily Scarlet said in response, oh, I need a reason not to. What do you mean? Nerobar then said, Omega, don't joke with me. How can you be so sure that it's not liege? She immediately stood up, crossed her arms, and replied, you mean the battle with Curtis, right? He answered immediately, that's right. He then recalled when Sebastian had used his power to unleash a bolt of lightning and continued, for a moment, I felt that liege had returned. Code Omega Lily Scarlet, hearing this, spoke with confusion, that's true. Then she asked, so what's the truth? Perhaps both are one, it's so perplexing. Nerobar noticed her reaction and continued, it seems you agree with me. The tree man feels the same way. He insisted, Sebastian's authenticity when he's on the throne matters. As long as he continues the path of uniting the world with our demon race. Upon hearing him say that, she made a face and replied, I have no interest whatsoever in world domination. You can count me out. I prefer Sebastian as he is now. She then licked her lips, touched her chin with her arms crossed, and added, the mysterious intelligent version of him is much more alluring. I can't tell what he's thinking, his views on the world and theories, and that innocent, naive face of his too. Oh, I want to punish him so much. Seeing her like that, Nerobar spoke up, don't talk to me about your disgusting primal urges, and don't let Alpha, Randa, Steel Shovel, Xander, or anyone know, okay? Hearing him speak, Code Omega Lily Scarlet continued, I wonder if Alpha knows what I'm thinking. Nerobar immediately followed up, this is not an important issue. Moreover, if this news leaks out, it will cause quite a stir in the Demon Legion. At that moment, elsewhere, Sebastian, who was Su Rofeng, was walking through the forest. Then he stopped and said, come out, I can sense you. Upon hearing him, the person in the tree fell silent and slowly revealed herself. It was White Lotus, who was sitting in the tree and spoke up, liege. Seeing her clearly, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian smiled, looked up, and said, is it you? I just noticed, perhaps I need someone with that stealth skill as my companion. Will you come with me? White Lotus replied, yes, my lord. Seeing her agree, he took out a remote control and said, I don't intend to walk the whole way. Let me call for us some new transportation, even with this ancient eagle, it will take some time. At this moment, upon hearing this, White Lotus jumped down from above. As Su Rofeng inside Sebastian pressed a button, a gigantic robot immediately appeared. At this moment, An spoke up, looked up and said, get on, we will ride it. Hearing that, White Lotus also looked up. Then she suddenly placed her hand on her face and said, it's even bigger. Su Rofeng inside Sebastian then continued, with Scarlet's help, I was able to improve it, adding some syntax construction materials, enhancing the magic, and adding more components. Saying that, he pressed a button, and the giant robot immediately deployed a staircase to climb up, to the amazement of White Lotus. Then Su Rofeng inside Sebastian stepped up while turning his head to look at the astonished White Lotus below, and said to her, let's go. At this moment, the magical system panel appeared with the title level 9 summoning technique. The spell titled Millennium Eagle Mark II had the following materials: material indestructible fruit, goat milk, moonflower tears, blue cobalt, red phosphorus essence, demon blood, eagle claws, dragon crystallized tears, red phosphorus. Below it displayed the magic syntax of Sebastian, with the shape of the summon object based on the imagination of the summoner. When White Lotus stepped into the cabin of the ship with Sebastian, inside was Su Rofeng, who turned around and smiled, asking, what do you think? Not bad at all, right? I asked Lily to modify and add some weapons. The elves also helped with some of the technology of this ship. It seems those demons are quite skilled at mechanical engineering. White Lotus was surprised at this moment, stammering, "My liege, I've never seen a structure like this before." Then she asked, "How could it be completed like this? What magic created it? It feels truly surreal." Su Rofeng inside Sebastian replied, "It's not magic, think of it more as science fiction." Then he glanced around the cabin and continued, "If I came up with the idea, then Lily Scarlet is the one who made it a reality. Some of those parts can also be upgraded like magical weapons. She really thinks things through. Honestly, I truly admire her having this as her first encounter with something like this." Then Su Rofeng and Sebastian stood with his hands on his hips and told White Lotus, "Oh, there are 2 bedrooms and a living room, the bathroom is shared. Since this is your first time, go ahead and get acquainted with the place first." Hearing that, White Lotus pointed at herself and asked, "What should I do?" Su Rofeng inside Sebastian then picked up an object and replied, "Just choose a room first, and while you do that, I'll figure out how to operate this aircraft." Hearing this, White Lotus was a bit surprised and said, Yes, okay." Then she went inside and chose an arbitrary bedroom, after which she opened the bathroom door. White Lotus looked out and said to Su Rofeng inside Sebastian, "Master, I will choose the room with this chair." "But why is there a white chair with a button and a water hole in it?" He heard that and explained, "That's the toilet. Do you find it comfortable?" Then he told her, "Just continue with your business." At that moment, in the room, White Lotus walked over and sat on the toilet, secretly wondering, sitting, "I don't quite understand." Suddenly, she was abruptly thrown forward as Su Rofeng inside Sebastian was controlling the aircraft's joystick. He exclaimed, "All right." When the aircraft suddenly took off, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian yelled, "Let's go." From a distance, Code Omega Lily Scarlet and Nerobar observed and saw his aircraft moving, flying away. In the midst of the air, Su Rofeng's spaceship within Sebastian was flying steadily. Inside the cabin, Su Rofeng was unfolding a map, contemplating, "The straight line distance from Ixtel to Holy Wing City will take about 1.5 days. Traveling in a straight line like this is much faster than by land." He focused intently on the map, continuing his thoughts, "The important thing is to arrive safely." Suddenly, White Lotus approached with a tray of food towards Sebastian where Su Rofeng was, calling out, "Master." Upon hearing that, he turned to look. She had removed her mask and continued, "Here is your breakfast." White Lotus felt a bit shy under his gaze and anxiously asked, "Is something wrong, Master?" Su Rofeng, seeing her without the mask, was surprised and thought to himself, "Is this White Lotus?" Then, Su Rofeng sat down at the dining table, took a bite of a sandwich, and praised, "Oh, this is really delicious." Opposite him, White Lotus pointed towards the control area, worryingly asking, "Does this ship fly itself? Is it safe to leave it like this?" Hearing this, he replied, "It is on autopilot mode, allowing us to reach our destination safely without needing to control it." Then he continued to eat the bread while saying, "I didn't expect a killer to be able to cook so well. This bread is truly worth the money." Hearing his compliment, White Lotus gratefully replied, "Thank you for the compliment. Since I always act alone, I taught myself how to cook. It makes me feel less lonely." She then asked, "Do you really like my food?" Su Rofeng, in the guise of Sebastian, immediately continued eating from his bowl while responding, "Of course. It's delicious, truly worthy of being the best in the assassin team, you can do anything." He was eating so much that he made sounds of enjoyment, mom mom. At this moment, seeing him like that, she was at a loss for words and said, "Liege, you don't need to rush." Hearing that, Su Rofeng, inside Sebastian, turned a little red, glanced at her and said, "Oh dear, it's just too delicious. Besides, eating with such a lovely girl makes it even tastier." Then he asked, "White, why do you always have to hide that face of yours?" White Lotus, hearing him praise her, immediately turned red and unconsciously said, "Lovely." She then answered, "As an assassin, the first thing to do is to hide my identity. Wearing a mask can reduce the attention from those around." "You told me that yourself." Su Rofeng inside Sebastian heard this and hesitantly replied, "I must have forgotten." You really do remember that piece well. Upon hearing this, White Lotus immediately blushed with embarrassment, looked away, and continued, "But Liege, you have never said those words to me." She softly asked further, Do you really find this lowly subordinate adorable? Su Rofeng inside Sebastian immediately smiled in response, "Yes, number one always. You don't need to think too much about it." He picked up a bowl and continued, "When it's just the two of us, there's no need to hide your face. And when on missions, I completely agree with wearing masks." White Lotus immediately shouted, "Yes, sir." After finishing their meal, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian said, "Please clean up for me." She respectfully replied, "You should go rest, sir. The journey ahead is still long." Hearing this, he said, "Then I will shower first." Su Rofeng inside Sebastian then went into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. As he stood under the shower, he suddenly thought, "Oh no, I forgot to bring clothes." At this moment, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian closed his eyes, showering while using his thoughts to say, "Lil Flame." The thing on his face complained, "Master, I'm getting soaked with water." He paid no mind and continued to use his thoughts to say, "A little water won't hurt you. Tell me, how long have I been in this world?" Su Rofeng, currently inside Sebastian, was running his fingers through his hair under the shower, thinking, "It seems I've been swept away by this world too much. I don't know when playing the Demon King became so natural. The only thing I can't tolerate is..." At that moment, Su Rofeng suddenly thought of his mother, continuing his thoughts, "I wonder how my mother is doing now. Has she been discharged from the hospital yet?" He recalled a time when he had scolded her, "You foolish woman, you are not my mother. I don't have a mother like you." Revisiting this memory, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian was suddenly lost in thought, then jolted back to reality, realizing he was still in the bathroom. He punched the wall in anger, thinking, "Damn it." He decided not to shower any longer, opened the door intending to step out, with his mind dwelling on the fact that the bastard Demon King was living his life. "I can't stand it. If he dares to lay a finger on my mother." Before he could finish his thought, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian suddenly saw White Lotus standing in front of the door, kneeling and bowing respectfully while offering him a robe. He was silent, frozen in place, staring at her. At that moment, White Lotus looked up and said, "Sir, I have prepared." Before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight of something she shouldn't have, as Su Rofeng inside Sebastian was currently without a stitch of clothing. Seeing this, he was taken aback, turning to stone. White Lotus immediately blushed. Inside the spaceship flying through the air, the voices of the two immediately rang out. White Lotus spoke first, "I'm sorry, Liege. I didn't expect you to be completely uncovered." Hearing this, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian immediately turned red and shouted, "Put your clothes on and get out of here now." A moment later, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian was lying on the bed, resting his hand on his forehead. He thought to himself, "At least the bed is comfortable, but demons don't sleep, what a waste." With that thought, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian turned to look at the wall opposite and continued to ponder, "I can hear the sound of running water from the next room. Is she taking a shower?" In Su Rofeng's mind, he imagined White Lotus, completely naked, holding the shower head. Thinking of this, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian instantly blushed and thought further, "I wonder if she knows how to use the shower. If I run out to ask, I definitely won't be quick enough to cover my eyes." Now thinking back, he realized he was surrounded by beautiful girls. He imagined Code Omega, Lily, Scarlet, Cassandra, Miranda, and White Lotus. With a sly look on his face, he continued to think, "Anyone shines brighter than my childhood crush, making me a bit awkward when having to face such a wonderful girl." He thought and immediately imagined Cassandra lying on the bed, looking at him. Imagining it, Su Rofeng within Sebastian blushed, thinking further, "I miss Cassandra so much." He pondered, "What would we talk about if she were with me right now?" Then he continued thinking, "Surely she would find a way to cure me, definitely would bring everything back to normal." At that moment, the ancient Eagle spaceship was entering another rift amidst the foggy clouds in the sky. Meanwhile, back in the room, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian was sitting reading a magic book when suddenly a voice came from outside the door, Master." She continued to ask him, are you busy? Hearing that, he replied, no, I'm just studying magic. Then he asked, what's the matter? White Lotus outside the door heard this and said, yes, you should take a look at this. When Su Rofeng within Sebastian opened the door and looked out, he immediately saw a beautifully bright scenery. Beside him was White Lotus standing near the controls. He immediately went over, touched the glass door, and exclaimed with joy, it's bright. Seeing him like that, she stood beside him and said, we have escaped the realm of the elves, no more eternal night. At this moment, the spaceship was still moving forward, crossing through a forest. Inside the cabin, Su Rofeng, within Sebastian, looked at the map and said, we are over the forest of Yulin, to the north is Holy Wing City. We are almost there. After some time, the ancient Eagle spaceship finally arrived at the designated area. As it passed by a cliff, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian immediately glanced and thought, that cliff, I remember from when I first crossed over to this world. Then he reminisced, continuing to think, I still remember the moment I stood there. Subsequently, at the location of Holy Wing City, at the city gate, the ancient Eagle spaceship had arrived and landed. Below the spaceship, a group of soldiers was kneeling. The leader spoke up, my lord, Demon King, I am the general of the city, Buckethead respectfully greets you, liege. It turned out this person's full name was Drum Banderkaiser, with the nickname Buckethead. He was the commander of the 4th Legion of the Spider Demon tribe. At this moment, Su Rofeng within Sebastian stepped down together with White Lotus and said, no need for formalities, Drum. Drum replied, yes. Upon hearing this, he continued, your work seems to be going smoothly. The construction of the city is quite good, well done. Drum, upon hearing this, stood up, looked at him, and said, my people are very happy to serve the liege. When we received orders, everyone worked day and night. Upon hearing that, Su Rofeng inside Sebastian praised, your clan is reliable, I am very satisfied. Next to him, White Lotus was watching. Standing on the rampart, he then asked, how are things here? Are my subjects being treated fairly? Drum, standing beside him, replied, are you talking about those humans? Of course, they are, my lord. We have stationed troops around the city, no one is allowed to enter the city without permission. Saying this, he glanced at the people below who were diligently working, continuing, the city is mostly the same as before, only some things are restricted, so some humans have complained. He then moved closer to him, pointed at himself, and said, a large number of them are being monitored by me. Then he hesitantly said, and the funds are running low. Su Rofeng inside Sebastian, upon hearing this, glanced over and replied, I understand, there's no need to worry about that anymore, I am here now. He continued, this time I will take care of all economic and political issues. Then he walked while saying, take me to meet the Saintess. Drum replied, yes. A little later, Deloitte was sitting in a room, next to her was a bodyguard. She saw him coming and immediately became anxious, stammering, Demon King, what are you doing here? Sitting opposite Deloitte at that moment was Su Rofeng, who was lounging with his legs crossed in Sebastian's presence, spoke up, long time no see. I hope we will have an interesting conversation. After hearing Sebastian's proposal, Deloitte suspiciously asked back, what? To return to Holy Wing City? Sebastian's proposal surprised Deloitte wide-eyed. Sebastian asserted, that's right, the remnants of the angels are gathering forces, planning to retake that city. Deloitte cautiously said, I understand. So you are the one delivering the news. Are you here because you are afraid? Are you planning to transfer weapons back there? As she spoke, her face was covered in a cold sweat. Sebastian replied to her, if I were afraid, I wouldn't be here. Deloitte continued to inquire, so what do you plan to do next? Suddenly, Sebastian's face darkened, saying, nothing, just a little condition. The assistant beside him was looking at him with a thoughtful gaze. Sebastian then revealed a hint of killing intent, saying, an exorbitant condition. I only need 10 years of military funding for the demon army. You need to give it to me as a ransom for the city. That condition from Sebastian left Deloitte astonished and not very pleased, as it was too high a demand. With a cold, indifferent gaze, he looked straight at Deloitte and said, I ask you, after Curtis was dismissed, did you think about life and the restoration of the city? Deloitte asked Sebastian, what do you mean? Sebastian leaned back in his chair and said, when the demon nobility takes control of the city but is not skillful in governing humans, it would be pointless for us to kill all of you. Holy Wing City also holds no value for my kind, except as a means to intimidate the human faction. But this city is also a part of history, bearing significant religious value. I shouldn't have to remind you of this, right? He continued, so what will you do? Do you want to oppose us or the other way around? Sebastian's words made Deloitte ponder, unable to decide on what to do. Then Sebastian pointed directly at Deloitte, saying, decide for yourself. After learning that Sebastian was negotiating with the humans about returning the city for a ransom, Drum descended right after Sebastian, and White kept mumbling, Liege, are you really going to return Holy Wing City to the humans? Then what was the point of everything I've done so far? Why don't we keep it as a fortress? We could gradually conquer human territory. Sebastian replied, why don't you ask for money? Now the military expenses have been settled. Drum, don't you care about the finances of the demon army? Drum hesitated, that. Sebastian continued, how much have I spent to maintain this city? Drum answered, quite a lot. If I want to continue attacking, I will need to garrison here. The people here need to be governed. Sebastian turned to look at Drum and clearly stated the reason, the demon army no longer has as many resources as before. Spreading our forces too thin will only quickly lead to our demise. Regarding the prisoners, with a serious and determined expression, Sebastian could reason these things out. Hearing this, Drum proposed an idea to the prisoners, prisoners, can't we just kill them? I don't keep captives. Countering Drum's suggestion, Sebastian said, humans abhor meaningless killing. History has reminded me many times that violent methods will only provoke them. I do not want to raise their resistance, so I will not resort to killing. Hearing this, Drum still did not understand the seriousness of the issue and said, but you are the Demon King, what do you fear from them? Just kill them, what's the problem? Hearing that, Sebastian used his thoughts to communicate with Lil Flame. Lil Flame, is this Buckethead always like this? He, with an angry expression, couldn't find the words. Lil Flame replied, Master, that's right, he has been punished many times before. Sebastian turned away, filled with killing intent, and said, listen here, Drum. Upon hearing this, Drum also responded, yes. Sebastian, with an angry face, admonished Drum, don't tell me what I need to do. You just need to follow my orders. Sebastian's attitude made Drum sadly comply, yes, my liege, I will do it right away. Although large, deep down in Drum's soul was still a child. He still felt disappointed when scolded and a bit foolish. Seeing Drum sad, White turned back to smile and comfort, just accept that you were wrong, I can avoid all the trouble. Drum asked, is killing humans not okay? I don't understand. Sebastian walked ahead, thinking, maybe this is the best way to deal with stubborn fools like him. Sebastian moved towards the spaceship. Seeing this, Drum offered, Master, are you leaving? Why not stay in the city a few more days? Sebastian said, I have other tasks to do. Sebastian slowly climbed the stairs, speaking as he walked, I need to find the seeds of life, and pay attention to this, Drum. If humanity decides to reclaim the city and wants to negotiate in peace, let me know right away. This is a very important mission. After saying that, the spaceship launched from there, leaving Drum alone standing there. At that moment, White finally spoke up and asked, was today's incident intentional on your part? Sebastian replied, yes, I need access to the Holy Angel capital. Based on the locations on the map, Sebastian said, because when the angel remnants decide to gather together, they need to defend a place called Michael's Fortress. The garrisons surrounding the main city are arranged like a fan, it is impossible to penetrate. Moreover, our ship cannot pass through there to reach the capital city unless humanity decides to disband the army. White listened and simply said, yes. Sebastian continued, we have occupied the Holy Wing City for quite a while now. You may wonder why they have not made any attempts to take it back yet? Naturally, their army is focused on this fortress. White said, perhaps they fear our army. Sebastian replied, that is indeed one reason, but the main issue is the existence of the giant race. Hearing that, White said, are you implying the giants, that their relationship with humans is not like oil and water? Sebastian responded, there are no absolute allies or enemies, everything depends on the current situation. The Ice Harpy race is an example, their home is behind the Holy Angel capital, separated by a mountain range, so goods are very scarce. Humans would never think of invading because both sides are at peace with each other. As long as I allow Drum to take Holy Wing City and send Mandino back to her homeland, preparations are underway to attack the Holy Angel capital. White expressed doubt, will the Titans agree to attack humans? According to Sebastian, perhaps not yet. Mandino is trying to convince them, and I told her to fake an attack on humans, gradually allowing the human troops to intercept it. Is this a ploy to provoke? After that, she will activate an elite team and create a group to dig tunnels somewhere at the base of the mountain, creating a fake tunnel. These two things will definitely make humans wary of being attacked by the Titans race. In the desolate place, humanity knew that these giants only wanted goods. Looking at the topographical map, one could see Fort Michael being attacked from both sides. Faced with the assault from the demon legions and the Titans race, they were caught between two slices of bread, so they needed to quickly come up with a defense method. Those were the words Sebastian said to White. He was confident that at that moment, he had extended a peace invitation from the Demon Legion to them. He and White boarded the airship and headed straight to Fort Michael. He was confident in his thoughts, surely they would agree. I guess they would withdraw the soldiers stationed at the fort and use them for defense behind the city. At Fort Michael, the full moon shone and the breeze was cool, but darkness enveloped everywhere, only faint lights flickering on the fort. The two of them disembarked from the airship, and Sebastian said somewhat absent-mindedly, that is, I can take the ship here, just go inside. White obeyed. No sooner had he finished speaking than both of them dashed towards the fort. In an instant, they stood before the city walls. Both of them used the invisibility spell. White exerted strength to climb up the wall, while Sebastian took to the air with his wings. As soon as they arrived, the two encountered a guard, but because they had the invisibility skill, the guard did not notice them. Sebastian and White looked down from the fortress, they exchanged words. White said, Liege, look, their troops have thinned out. My divine skill can be maintained within a range of 3 meters. White looked at Sebastian, I can easily slip through the crowd. Sebastian observed and discovered something unusual. He pointed below, wait, do you see them? In the direction he pointed, below were soldiers leading fierce dogs. They were armored on their bodies, with eyes bright like sharp spears looking around, and they had a glowing eye symbol on their heads. White recognized that it was a detection technique. Sebastian added, that's the most effective way for humans to detect assassins, as dogs have excellent hearing. They will bark and alert them. Looking around, Sebastian saw that each guard was accompanied by a dog patrolling nearby. Too many dogs, even if her skill was strong, it was still too risky. White asked, so what should I do? Sebastian simply said, follow me. In the corner, the guards were taking their dogs on patrol while keeping an eye on the cargo crates and wagons. Sebastian and White moved to a nearby bush to observe, seeing the supply wagons, those are the shipments heading to the capital city. Sebastian explained, I guess they're stuck here because of the war. These people are hesitating about going to the capital. Sebastian pointed at his horn, Miss White, help me conceal the horn. White listened to the order, yes. She closed her eyes, focusing on casting the spell. White's hands gripped the base of Sebastian's horn, and the blue light of the spell began to glow. The horn remained in place but had been hidden from view. He was satisfied, good, enough to conceal my identity. White reminded him, that's a simple concealment spell. The horn is still there, so be careful not to bump into anything. Sebastian gently touched the location of the horn, I can feel it. Outside the supply wagon, a guard stood watch, dressed in traditional Western attire, wearing a tall hat that covered his face, arms crossed, legs crossed in a way that didn't resemble a typical guard. Sebastian used his red eye patch to cover one eye, adopting a dignified appearance. White followed suit, and together they approached the guard post by the wagon. Seeing someone approaching, the guard asked, "Who's there?" Sebastian started a conversation. "Excuse me, who's in charge here?" Nearby, the guard had 3 other men sitting and drinking. The bald, burly man spoke up, "I am, what do you want?" The other 2 turned their heads to take a glance. Sebastian introduced himself, "I'm also a merchant like you, interested in hearing about a few business deals?" The bald man, suspicious, asked, "You, a merchant? So what are you selling?" Sebastian unexpectedly placed a hand on White's shoulder. He grinned with satisfaction. "This, right here, is what I'm selling, a common commodity lately from the Saints' holy capital city, isn't it? Being a merchant, you understand the value of her. All of your goods don't compare to her." The 3 men drinking looked at them with astonishment. The blue-haired man said, "And I self." The brown-haired man hesitated, "Are you a slave trader then?" Hearing them speak, Sebastian felt helpless. "Don't say that." The guard interjected, "It's been heard for a long time, the rich folks are interested in these playthings." Observing for some time, the guard noticed, "Her eyes are different colors, that's rare merchandise." "But aren't you exaggerating her value? How can she compare to?" Without finishing his sentence, Sebastian interrupted with a disdainful attitude. He laughed and said, "Little girl, an old man like him can't possibly appreciate her beauty. If you guys doubt the value of my goods, then fine." Sebastian reached out to remove the mask covering the lower part of White's face, widening his eyes to look closely. "I'll only do this once." Looking at White's face, the 3 men drinking were astonished. Once the mask was removed, White seemed to transform into another person, a girl with striking green and red eyes, her innocent face slightly flushed with shyness and embarrassment, an impeccable figure, a perfect blend of ice and fire. After seeing White's face, the men began to chatter excitedly about her beauty. One of them had to exclaim, "So beautiful." The bald man said, "Hey Lucas, where are you going? Can't handle it?" He awkwardly grabbed his pants and shouted at the bald man, "Shut up, it's been a while." Sebastian found their reactions utterly disappointing and thought to himself, "These guys are really pathetic. No wonder other species look down on humans." White, standing beside him, looked equally bewildered. Suddenly, the man in the cowboy hat spoke up and asked Sebastian, "All right, let's get to the point, are you planning to sell her or what?" The red-headed man, after hearing this, strained to turn around and said, "If you intend to sell, let me borrow her for a while. I promise I won't touch anything, just take a little look." The bald man, upon hearing that, felt helpless. The man in the hat shouted, "Lucas, you're drunk, go home and rest." After that, he turned back to Sebastian and asked, "So what will you do?" "Let me remind you, dealing in slavery is not our business. I'm not interested, we've never done this kind of work before." Sebastian, in a low voice, replied, "You say you're not interested, perhaps that's true, but the most important thing is that you're running out of money, aren't you?" White seemed angry and upset, she covered her ears. The man in the hat, noticing Sebastian's taunting, became visibly angry and said, "Watch your words, I have a ton of money I can throw around." Sebastian continued to provoke him, "Is that so? That's fine, there are plenty of merchants here. But do you know why I chose you?" Sebastian looked at the 2 barrels beside him and asked, "Those 2 barrels, they contain wine, right?" He replied, "That's right." The man in the hat continued, "The older it gets, the more valuable it is. The longer it ferments, the more fragrant it becomes. While I'm not an expert, I can still sell them. Such goods are always in demand at the market, I never have to think twice." Sebastian smiled after listening and said, "I agree." He continued, "I was once a liquor dealer myself. My liquor is similar to yours, but I fear what you are selling. It's nothing more than beer like what I drink at a regular tavern." The man in the hat looked taken aback, his expression silly and amusing. Sebastian went on to explain, "My liquor is brewed using the latest methods from Ixtel, fermented and aged using fruits from the Ice Elf clan. Your liquor is nothing more than a barrel of fruit juice. The aroma and sweetness are all too ordinary. They are easy to sell at a low price, but in return, the freshness of this liquor will be affected. In other words, it will only last for about a month. The man in the hat said, "You seem to know a lot about this issue." Sebastian asked him, "And you have been blocking the route through Fort Michael for over a month, right? Adding in your travel time, this liquor is almost spoiled. If you don't believe it, feel free to try it yourself." Sebastian clapped his hands on his barrel of liquor and said, "Good luck with selling expired liquor. Humans may not care about quality like elves do, but goods like this can only be sold at a very low price. The longer you stay here, the less value it will have. I advise you, if I were you, I would hurry into the city as quickly as possible." "Do not speak any more," the man in the hat shouted loudly, seeming genuinely angry. He said, "It seems you don't understand the situation here. I am a merchant, and this is my convoy. You come here and deliberately insult us, don't you?" Sebastian smiled. "Why would I do that? Do you want to see what I truly intend to trade?" He took some glittering green stones from the inside of his coat and held them up in front of him. The man in the hat's eyes widened in surprise. He seemed to want them. His convoy continued to move. A soldier came over and blocked the way. "Halt." Seeing that, the man in the hat said, "Sorry, I heard that the army has started to leave here. I want to see the governor." The soldier shouted, "Where did you hear such absurd news? Who told you that?" The man in the hat raised his hand. "I have something for you." The soldier also raised his hand to receive it. It turned out to be 2 gold bars for bribery. The soldier smiled. "Come in." Inside the camp, the governor looked at the stone on the table that the man in the hat brought and asked, "What is this?" The man in the hat knelt down earnestly and pleaded, "Please, if I cannot enter the capital, my precious wine will be ruined. I beg you to show mercy to us." The governor picked up the stone and examined it closely. The stone sparkled beautifully and seemed to be of great value. After a moment of thought, the governor said, "It's not that I don't understand your situation, but I am the governor. We need to inspect all items of yours, including your personnel, and we need to examine those as well." The man in the hat, hearing this, raised his head and replied, "Yes, these are my employees." The governor looked at the group of 4 personnel and ordered the soldiers, "Are there only 4 employees? Go verify for me." One of the soldiers took the dog to the freight vehicle for inspection. "We are here to check the goods." Inside the freight vehicle, there was no one. The wine barrels had all been opened. The soldier wondered, why are all these barrels of wine opened? Wouldn't that cause them to lose their flavor? It smells really strong in here. The man in the hat explained, "I was afraid they wouldn't keep their fresh taste, so I opened a few barrels to enjoy them first." The soldier said, "You should have informed me. The flavor is quite good, the wine is excellent." At that moment, the dog seemed to sense something and started barking wildly. The soldier did not understand, why are they barking so loudly? The man in the hat replied, "Perhaps the strong smell of the wine is too overwhelming for their sense of hearing." The name of the soldier heard it and chuckled, "Oh, truly a good merchant that I know." "Thank you, merchant. Ever since this fortress closed its doors, I haven't tasted any alcohol." After saying that, the soldier raised his hand to signal, "Clean." Then, he closed the curtains of the cargo truck. Inside the vehicle, Sebastian and White were using concealment, and upon seeing that everything was all right, they breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, the 2 dogs kept looking into the truck, barking loudly. The soldier shouted helplessly, "Shut up! What's wrong with these 2? Are they lacking a beating?" The city gate closed, and the convoy successfully entered the city. Sebastian looked back and said, "That was close, we slipped through the gate." He stretched his arms. "Humanity's decline is not a bad thing for us." White turned and said, "Liege, you've changed a lot in these past few months. You used to be simple and wouldn't resort to tactics like this." Sebastian replied, "Perhaps so. I think if it were the real Sebastian, he would definitely slaughter everyone. It's entirely imaginable what Sebastian would do. Sebastian cautiously asked White, "What do you think of my current self? Do you prefer this version or does it annoy you more?" White opened her eyes wide and scrutinized Sebastian. White's eyes were two colors, one red and one blue. She directed her gaze towards Sebastian, happily answering his question, "I enjoy it like this." White's cheeks flushed bright pink as she squeezed her eyes shut and laughed. Suddenly, White covered her mouth with her hand because of her embarrassing words. With an extremely affectionate gaze at Sebastian, she said, "I'm sorry, Liege, but for me, I always want to do tasks like this. Before, it was all about assassination. Being your slave is also very enjoyable." Sebastian broke into a sweat and was left speechless by White. "I understand now." He thought in fear, all the women around him are beautiful and dangerous, how can he do that? The horse stopped at a location as directed by the coachman. The ground was now covered in dust and rocks as the horse ran along the road. Sebastian asked the coachman, "Why haven't we moved yet?" Halt approached Sebastian respectfully and said, "We need to rest. There is a resting point nearby, the others need to unwind." Sebastian said sternly and fiercely to the coachman, "Do not stop without my agreement. Remember our agreement. I am hiring you. Our goal is to reach the Saints' holy capital city as soon as possible." The horse manager, hearing this, stopped being arrogant and apologized to Sebastian, then said, "Yes, sir, but the trip will take a long time with no more rest stops, so we need to prepare thoroughly. You can rent a horse if you're in a hurry." Sebastian glanced at the horse driver and replied, "All right, hurry up, buy food, and eat on the wagon." Halt turned back to Sebastian, "You should do the same." Halt led Sebastian and White to a bustling street restaurant in the evening. The place was called the Moon Tavern, with a crowd of people entering eagerly. The wagon was parked right at the entrance of the Moon Tavern. Halt got off the wagon and waited for Sebastian and White to come out so he could lead them inside. Sebastian was surprised as he looked at the Moon Tavern due to its grandeur and beautiful architecture. "Is this an inn?" "No, what is this?" He had never seen such a beautiful and elegant Moon Tavern before, so he couldn't help but ask the horse driver. Halt was even more shocked by Sebastian's question, "How can a merchant not know this place?" Sebastian felt the sting of the truth and tried to cover up his lie with another, "Didn't I tell you I only trade with the elves? I grew up near the elf territory." Halt then replied to Sebastian, "How well do those elves pay? You should go down and see for yourself." A map was unfolded for Sebastian to see. Halt said, "This is our location, between the route from Fort Michael and the Saints' holy capital city. From here on, there won't be any stations, this is the only resting place between the two cities." The locals were bustling around, carrying goods and living vibrantly at night. Halt continued, "You will meet all kinds of people here before reaching the Saints' holy capital city. The guards outside the city are each nursing a pint of beer, laughing and chatting merrily together. Visitors come here to rest or explore, and people from different nations gather to exchange and trade information." Halt led Sebastian and White into the Moon Tavern. The people around were bustling in the night. Halt added, "Here, there are many entertainment services that are less restricted than in the city. Traders often prefer to come here." Charlotte was waiting at the door to greet Halt. She was wearing a tight-fitting red dress, with brown hair and holding a feather fan. "Oh, welcome. First time here, huh boys?" Charlotte walked in alongside Halt, wrapping her arms around his as they entered. Her face was immensely cheerful. "I missed you, sugar. It's been a long time. Business going well, I hope? Let's have a few drinks, shall we?" Halt cheerfully chatted with Charlotte. "You are always so captivating, Charlotte." Sebastian walked behind, his face cold as he watched the two in front playfully teasing each other. Suddenly, Sebastian passed by a wall with a rather old poster that had faded colors. A close-up of that poster revealed a skull draped with a scarf, sprouting 4 perilla leaves. In the middle of the figure, there was some writing, along with a red cross through it. Below the cross was a crystal, and flames flickered in the painting. The person depicted in that painting was Gaia. Sebastian was astonished to see the poster, I can't believe it's here. Isn't this the poster I've been searching for? The Moon Tavern was now truly bustling with customers, with many female staff dressed in seductive rabbit outfits serving the guests. The customers laughed boisterously in the bar, making it very noisy. This was undoubtedly a paradise for men, with people coming and going in the Moon Tavern, the dim lights illuminating the place. A female staff member with ocean blue hair winked at Sebastian and called out, "Hello, wait for me a moment, okay?" Sebastian looked and thought, this is going to be a problem. As he walked into the pub, he saw many men in cloaks sitting around drinking. White followed behind Sebastian, but was spotted by the guards, who then reacted with crude comments and disrespectful behavior. "Hey, there's an ice elf, she's pretty, I think I'm drunk." Sebastian took a seat, while White pulled out a chair beside him and sat down. Halt and his companion joined them at the table and ordered food. Sebastian thought, the atmosphere in this pub feels like I'm back on Earth, it really resembles a pub. The man following Halt placed the order, "I'll have food and lots of beer." Charlotte stood beside Halt, noting down the orders. "All right, sugar, what about you?" Halt, taking advantage of Sebastian's wealth, said, "He's my boss, a rich man. Prepare us the most lavish meal you can, right boss?" Charlotte glanced at Sebastian and said, "Your boss is quite charming." Sebastian sensed Halt had an ulterior motive and thought to himself, this guy has bad intentions, is he trying to play me? Not wanting to be outdone, he decided to show his resolve. "That's right, bring me the best food in the place, I want the finest." White sat next to Sebastian, waiting for him to order. Charlotte, feeling hesitant, asked, "What is the best thing you would like to order?" "This is a tavern." Sebastian took an etheric crystal from his coat and slammed it down on the table, intimidating those who thought to mock him. He raised his hand, the etheric crystal glowing brightly, causing Charlotte and Halt, the man beside her, to widen their eyes in astonishment. Sebastian seized the upper hand, speaking arrogantly, "Money is not an issue. I want to be king today, so bring out the best. Is this enough?" He sat back with his arms crossed, looking at Charlotte. Sebastian added more value, holding up 2 fingers and saying, "If you do well, I can pay double." Charlotte immediately perked up, "Okay." The food was served at the table. Sebastian asked Halt, "Why aren't you eating? Why are you just staring? Go ahead and eat, don't just look at the food." White was surprised that she was also allowed to eat. Halt was also astonished, asking Sebastian, "Uncle, can the slave girl eat like this? This food is really expensive, I could set up another table for her." Sebastian sipped his glass of wine and coldly replied, "Not necessary. I want to sell her for a high price, and she needs to eat the best food. It's not worth anything at all." White, sitting next to him, heard Halt insult himself and immediately displayed a hostile and murderous gaze. Sebastian looked down on Halt with disdain, saying, "She is worth more than a king's meal, and you people are not qualified to teach me." Halt and the man next to him were furious but could do nothing but swallow their anger and curse inwardly, "Unbelievable, this bastard." A notification board appeared, stating, "Etheric crystal, a type of magical stone mine in the South Continent, abundant in the territories of demons and elves. Its extraction is very difficult and has immense effects in magic and technology. This crystal has great commercial value and is considered a unit of currency in many places. The size and purity determine their value. Their colors also have different values: jade crystal, royal blue crystal, queen's blood crystal, purple dragon crystal, golden dragon scale crystal, dragonic rainbow crystal." Sebastian rubbed his full belly after eating quite a few dishes on the table, exhaling a sigh of satisfaction. "Phew, so full." White, elegantly wiping his mouth beside him, agreed, "Me too." Sebastian crossed his arms, looking at the 2 people in front of him who weren't touching their plates of food, and asked, "What's the matter, why aren't you eating? Afraid I won't pay the bill?" Halt, hearing this, became flustered and explained, "It's because you bought all our stock and also helped us with a new line of wine, we can't just eat for free." Upon hearing that, Sebastian took a sip of the wine in his glass and thought, "I'm here, just go ahead and eat, don't worry about it." Then he told the waiter, "Serve a plate of seafood stir-fried noodles." After that, Halt and the two merchant assistants enthusiastically dug into the plate of seafood stir-fried noodles he had just ordered. Seeing the three of them enjoying the food he paid for, Sebastian casually brought up a topic. Hey, did you see the poster stuck to the door over there? Halt, hearing Sebastian's question, was somewhat confused and asked, what's going on? Sebastian candidly stated, how can I find that person? That question made Halt startle. He quickly reminded Sebastian, don't talk about those things here, otherwise, you'll get caught just like those cultists. After that, Halt raised his hand and pointed in a direction behind Sebastian, saying, look at those soldiers at the entrance, they are units here to capture cultists. There are 2 or 3 soldiers just standing there, and they even patrol around guarding right inside the tavern. Seeing this, Sebastian speculated to himself, religious wars, it seems that in any world, people are all the same. Noticing Sebastian's deep thoughts, Halt was also calculating in his mind, this guy wants to bring slaves to the capital alone, there must be a lot of long crystals and connections to cultists, he definitely isn't ordinary. Halt shot a not-so-friendly glance towards his companion who was eating beside him. The latter seemed to catch the signal and nodded. Suddenly, from another side, someone shouted, what cultists? The shouting startled Sebastian a bit. A drunken man, with his mouth and beard stained by alcohol, said, my daughter was saved by Gaia, why would I lie to you about such things? A few people at the other table, who were drinking and recognized the drunken man, laughed and said, come on Steve, that was a cultist who was brainwashed by them, right? If you have met Gaia, you should report it to get a reward. Steve took another sip of alcohol, seemingly to gather some strength. Then immediately, Steve yelled at the others, get lost, you bastards. Gaia is my benefactor, how could I betray my benefactor? While he was cursing passionately, suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder, rendering Steve motionless. After that, he was handcuffed by the soldiers and dragged away. Steve was unexpectedly taken, and he shouted, what are you doing? Let me go. The others only smiled and did not intervene, this fool, he has drunk too much. Usually so imposing, now it's all over for him. Sebastian witnessed the scene from start to finish, then said to Halt across from him, what will happen to him? Halt replied indifferently, of course, he will be captured, then interrogated to obtain information about Gaia. Sebastian quickly stood up, telling the 3 other men, I'm going outside for a bit. White, sitting next to him, also began to stand up and follow, politely agreeing with a word. Seeing that both of them had stood up and were heading outside, Halt said to the man beside him, I will also take action. The man nodded. Immediately, the scene unfolded, with Sebastian and White leading the way, following the soldiers. Trailing behind them at a distance were 2 merchants, quietly following them. White then whispered to Sebastian, Master, they are following me. Sebastian also noticed and replied quietly, yeah, it's quite unexpected. Then White asked Sebastian's opinion, do you want me to kill them? Sebastian declined the suggestion, saying, no need, just let them act. Steve was forced by 2 soldiers to a secluded place, still shouting, where are you taking me? White is such a remote area. After that, Steve was brought right in front of a man sitting in the middle, with 2 soldiers standing beside him for protection. Steve kept asking, hey, where is this? The man sitting in the middle, who was eating, was Robert, the captain of the Level 4 Cosmic Magic Capture Team. Robert chewed as he said, hello Steve, we finally caught you. Steve, still confused, replied, caught me? What do you mean? Why am I being arrested? Robert's face wore a sinister smile as he said, you're pretty tipsy, aren't you? You even shared information about Gaia with the table next to you, and in the end, you got caught by the patrol team. Do you think that's a coincidence? Hearing this, Steve turned pale and realized. Then Steve struggled to free his arms from the 2 soldiers behind him, shouting, you planned this, didn't you, Puel and Ginny? You bought them off. Robert casually replied, to be honest, the information we gathered from our encounter with Gaia a while back wasn't enough to catch a shadowy figure like that. Upon hearing this, Steve understood, so you staged this to make me talk after getting me drunk, huh? Robert continued to eat the leg of meat he had been savoring, adding, of course, we must use every trick to catch that cultist. You should consider it. After that, Robert tossed aside the bone that had been completely stripped of meat. Robert's expression darkened as he ordered Steve, "Tell me where Gaia is." Steve, still furious, yelled, "It's ridiculous, how would I know? Even if I did, do you think I would tell you?" Robert, having anticipated this, said, "Yo, I know you're stubborn." He then snapped his fingers to command the soldiers, "Bring her out." From behind, two soldiers were escorting a girl. Steve was horrified to recognize who it was, and he whispered, "My daughter, Miria." Miria was tightly bound, unable to move, only able to cry out, "Father." Steve saw that his daughter was also captured and he shouted furiously, "You bastard, let my daughter go." Robert simply replied, "Easy enough. Tell me where Gaia is, I'll release her right away, and I'll even give you some money." Robert laid out the conditions and the benefits Steve would gain, but a straightforward man like Steve wouldn't easily be swayed. He shouted back, "If you want to act like a good person, then let my daughter go." Robert raised Miria's chin with his hand. The girl kept crying, wanting to avoid his touch but couldn't. Robert said, "It's a shame. I heard she was cursed with a spell that couldn't be broken, but Gaia has treated her." Steve continued to yell, "Get your filthy hands off her." Then suddenly, Robert flashed a sly smile and said, "To be honest, your daughter is quite cute." An old man with a bearded face yelled curses, "You scoundrel." The green-haired kid with a mischievous expression said, "I'll count to 3. If you refuse to talk, you know what my men will do, and they can be even more monstrous than I am." The old man could only stand there, trembling in fear and muttering, "You bastard." The kid didn't care and opened his mouth to count 2. The old man's eyes welled up with tears. The other man didn't care, he furrowed his brow and counted to the last number, 3. The old man was now more frightened but still stiffly shook his head and said, "No, I can't tell you." The blue-haired man lowered his head, looking straight into the old man's eyes. He coldly said to the soldiers under his command, "Tear her clothes off." One of them drew a sword from his side and replied, "Yes." The fragile girl looked very pitiful. 2 streams of tears flowed down, her eyes glanced at the soldier and pleaded earnestly, "Please don't." 2 other soldiers pinned the old man down. He struggled but couldn't escape. He said, "Let go, stop it." A soldier with a perverse expression, tongue hanging out in a greedy manner, said, "Little girl, let uncle see some lean meat, okay?" Then the knives sliced through the girl's clothes cleanly. The old man didn't dare to lift his face, he lay face down on the ground and said, "Bastards, Miria, I'm sorry." As his eyes were glistening with sweat, suddenly laughter unexpectedly erupted. Unbeknownst to where it came from or who it was, someone had chopped away the armor of the soldiers, and now it was the perverted soldiers who were naked, not the girl at all. The man with the green hair, looking panicked, shouted loudly, "Who?" The old man being pinned down was secretly eavesdropping. A young man, one eye obscured, approached him and said, "If you truly care about your daughter, then don't drink too much." Then he turned to the green-haired man and continued, "But if these bastards really want to target you, then I will use other means. You don't need to blame yourself too much." The green-haired man, startled, asked in confusion, "Who are you?" The newcomer calmly replied, "A wine trader." Meanwhile, a skinny old man named Zambik Reel was hiding behind a large tree, quietly observing everything. The green-haired man sneered, "A wine trader? Are you joking?" Then he continued to ask, "A wine dealer daring to cause trouble with the patrol soldiers?" The newcomer pointed his sword directly at the green-haired guy and boldly declared, "Draw your sword." The green-haired man, shocked, recoiled and asked, "What?" The one-eyed young man continued, "This man named Steve owes me a lot of money for wine. Today, I will take him away." Steve was indeed the name of the old man being pressed down by the soldiers earlier. Then, he spoke in a challenging tone, "So get up." The green-haired man still didn't know the strength of his opponent, so he remained comfortably seated on the rock and shouted loudly, "What? You only came here to do that?" Then he nodded in acceptance, "All right." But immediately, the other person drew his sword to intervene, "Wait." He laughed heartily and yelled, "I forgot to remind you that I am a magic master and I've just learned some sword skills." I know a type of magic for guys like you. Then, the one-eyed man pointed his sword at a soldier and said, "Clothes, vanish." In the blink of an eye, the soldier was naked in front of everyone, his hands covering the private areas, his eyes wide with fear. The green-haired man excitedly shouted, "Don't listen to him. Quickly kill him for me." Without hesitation, the other person pointed and yelled loudly, "Clothes, vanish." He commanded everyone, the source of power flowing through every crevice of each person. Just standing still while pointing, the pieces of armor shattered and flew up into the sky. All the soldiers huddled together in a corner, leaning on each other to shield the parts that shouldn't be seen. The one-eyed man stood there, smirking with disdain, looking at them with a look of delight. Even the soldier standing next to the green-haired man was naked in front of him. The green-haired man now felt fear, sweat pouring down soaking his hair, and he raised his hand as if to tell the one-eyed man not to do anything. The girl earlier blushed shyly, as she was the only one there who was a girl. The cross-eyed guy calmly sighed and said, "I already said no interference. Next time, it won't just be losing clothes." Everyone around sighed in fear. The cross-eyed guy looked directly at each soldier and said, "I'll say this simply, and I won't repeat it again." Then he pointed his sword straight at the blue-haired guy's face, causing the blue-haired guy to fearfully step back. The cross-eyed guy thrust his sword at the blue-haired guy's face, but the blue-haired guy swung his sword toward him. The dagger left a long mark on his body, blood splattered, causing him pain from that wound. The cross-eyed guy praised himself, "Wonderful, I can clearly see his sword's trajectory." The monstrous beings he had defeated lay writhing on the ground. The people who were naked saw this and ran away together. "Run fast, I don't want to die." He turned to look at the group of naked people running in a panic, thinking to himself, "Are these guys really running away completely nude?" He threw a dagger to the girl in front of him, but the old man suddenly shouted, "What?" Then thought, "Why is there another person?" He looked at the two bound people and said, "Get up, you two are safe now." The girl ran over and hugged her father, asking, "Are you really a liquor trader? Why did you save us?" He replied, "I just found it irritating." He added, "Besides that, I think God's blessing is just occultists." After that, he said goodbye to the two people and left. The girl asked her father, "Father, are they also worshipping God?" He replied to his daughter, "I'm not sure." He then asked the girl, "Are the merchants still following?" The girl answered, "They ran away ever since you took down the captain." He said, "Forget it, let's go back to the tavern." The girl asked, "Liege, why did you confront that soldier?" He seemed to want to hide something, so he stammered, "I wanted to review what I practiced with Xander the other day, so I wanted to find a target that was just right. I didn't expect the opponent to be so soft." He sensed something and looked at the girl. She looked at him with disbelief. He asked, "What's wrong?" She replied, "No, it's just that I find it strange." He walked ahead, "Let's go." She walked behind and replied, "Yes." He felt dejected, thinking, "I have been too cheerful with her these past few days and forgot who I am. Her master is Sebastian, not me." Upon arriving at the tavern in the county, he saw an acquaintance and asked him, "Hey, still here?" He looked up and saw the man asking, "Where have you been?" He thought to himself, "These old foxes think I don't know they're tailing me." The two men beside him were sweating with fear and pointed at him, "Boss, we've eaten, do you want to leave early?" He answered firmly, "No, I will stay overnight." He did not understand and pointed at himself asking, "Overnight, where will we sleep?" He angrily replied, "Of course in the car, but don't even think about running." He was terrified. "Yes, I understand." He looked towards the door where a guard was stationed and asked, "What's that place?" He answered, "That's the information exchange." He wondered, "Information exchange?" He said, "Yes. Although this restaurant has plenty of food and entertainment, its most famous aspect is the information network, and the owner of the restaurant is the most powerful, cleverest merchant in the world." He said to him, "Where can I find him?" He fearfully answered, "Don't joke around." He explained, "Whether it's nobility, royalty, or people from the underground world, no one has officially met him. Intelligence is also a way to express his mystery. He said to him, "All right." Then he walked up to the information exchange door. The man panicked and said, "What, are you going somewhere?" He went to the door and asked the guard, "Do I have to wait?" The guard replied, "If you're not satisfied, you can go through the VIP door." He asked, "What is that VIP door?" The man smirked and said, "Pay 12 gold coins to jump to the front of the line." He replied nonchalantly, "Really, that's good news." He pulled out a diamond and said, "Then let me go to the front, please," leaving the man speechless. He happily invited him in, and the man thought to himself, "This person must hold a significant position." The man led him down to the basement. He said to the girl there, "I can't believe there is an underground facility down here." Someone opened the door and welcomed him. "Welcome, esteemed guest." In the room, the atmosphere was gloomy and dim. Sebastian, looking perplexed, asked, "Who are they?" The man next to him replied, "The three of them are in charge of different areas, but they have information you need." Then one person appeared with a somewhat cunning appearance, smiled, and said, "Please have a seat, honored guest. Information about political economy, including personal information, as long as you place an order, we can gather everything within a maximum of 5 days." Sebastian asked again, "Really? I need a lot of information." The man confidently asserted, "Money is not an issue if there's plenty of it." White was startled, as if she had heard something. She leaned down and whispered to Sebastian, "Liege, someone is talking in the room behind, do you need me to take note?" Sebastian responded, "Yes, and send it to me." White reverently replied, "Yes." The man invited him, "You are welcome, sir." He smiled, "I bought a little beer barrel from Ixtel but let it sit for over a month. I wonder where in the city I can sell it for the most profit." Another man with a sharp face and fox-like eyes stood up and went to the shelf to get a book regarding economics. "That falls to me, please wait a moment." "All right," he replied. Perhaps White had sent him the previous conversation. White closed her eyes to transmit, "Liege, there are 3 people behind, one might be the owner of this hotel." At that moment, the masked man spoke up, "Don't worry, my spy has been blessed by the gods. Their lair is on this map." The man in the iron armor, covering one eye, laughed and said, "Really? It truly lives up to its reputation. This will help me find them. Hand it over to me." But the armored man suddenly turned dark. "What price is left here? Just think about why you got to open a tavern here. Whether the tavern is open or not doesn't matter, because what actually makes money is intelligence, right? No intelligence, no money. So, don't. A bag of gold fell. Isn't that quick? The two exchanged maps. If this information turns out to be wrong, my team, the Holy Judgment, will settle the score with you. Take your time, depart. Then in the air slowly appeared the man in the helmet. "Return it, that's my money." The other man, holding the bag of gold, said, "Just with a piece of paper, I can earn as much as a whole year's salary." Selling information is indeed lucrative. The mysterious man stood up. "High prices mean high risks. If my information is wrong, those from the Holy Judgment won't be pleasant at all, that's for sure." Huagua replied to the mysterious person with a golden pouch, "All right, what do you want now? And by the way, it seems your earnings aren't enough, right? I've spent it all, I'm not a charity, you know. If you don't have money, then go beg." Huagua pointed at the mysterious person. "We can send 3 swordsmen to serve you for 3 years. The mysterious person was confused. "What? I don't need more hangers on." Slowly drawing his sword, the mysterious person became even more puzzled. "If that doesn't work, I'll have to chop your hand off." "What are you talking about?" "I'll chop your hand off, and if you still don't agree, I'll chop more until you do." "Fine, I agree." The mysterious person replied, "Demon King, he has left Ixtel." Sebastian was surprised after hearing this. The purple mist covered the sky, and Halt stood in the midst of it, shouting loudly, "Really?" Then the dim black shadow holding the money bag smirked, "If you doubt my information, why are you giving me money? Halt pulled out his sword. Where is that demon? The faint black shadow replied, I still don't know, but the latest news says he is headed north towards the Saints' holy capital city. Then Halt said sternly, if you go north. He hesitated to continue, that demon, will you go to the holy angel capital? The shadowy figure, holding something glittering like gold, said, that's a possibility, you are being quite unreasonable, Manhwa. From afar, a girl appeared in a magnificent red dress. After some time conversing with the guards at the door, she entered and called out, Boss. The shadowy figure raised a finger, signaling for silence, hey. She looked at him curiously, he has already left. The dark figure settled into his chair and ordered, use language number 3. The girl promptly responded, yes. In the information management team at this tavern, it is necessary to learn 5 languages to communicate with each other, using them according to the situation to prevent eavesdropping. With a calm expression, as if she were a professional actress, she said, Mr. Sana has not contacted the bishops. Additionally, the blessing trap from God is all set. The dark figure quietly asked, all right, has the Demon King arrived at Fort Michael yet? The girl in the red dress lowered her head slightly, there has been no news since he left Holy Wing City and headed north. The fort is being guarded by many soldiers, however, there has been no information about the demon's arrival either. The shadowy figure stood up, taking light, measured steps toward the girl and asked, what happened at the tavern today? The girl quickly recounted the situation. As soon as she finished speaking, an older man spoke up, my daughter was saved by Gaia, but she has been captured by the soldiers. Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure returned to his chair, crossing his arms, his tone dripping with disdain, too much chatter. Fine, you can leave. The girl did not dare to argue back, only responding with a brief, yes, as she went out. When she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something and turned back, oh, by the way, there was a guest at the tavern today. A wine merchant, accompanied by an ice elf. They seemed likely to come to the capital and were spending lavishly, using dragon crystals all the time. The dark-haired man sighed in relief, then asked, is he still staying at the tavern today? The girl turned around and looked straight at her employer, they will probably be staying here, considering the weather. But right now, he is looking for information about wine in the outer room. The dark-haired man sighed again, his tone calm, I understand, just keep an eye on him. From outside the curtain, stepping in was a handsome guy with a squinting eye, accompanied by White, the girl with white hair who always wore a black mask, hiding behind him. Upon seeing the squinting eye, Halt immediately became sad and mustered up the courage to call out, Boss, what did you ask? In Halt's hand was a card, presumably used for going somewhere without spending money. He raised the yellowish card, firmly asserting, of course, it's about the alcohol. But he added, I still don't know if the purchasing information is right or wrong. The squinting-eyed guy was careless, not preparing anything, just said, clear a spot for me. This information I'm giving you. Then he spread his hand. After that, both of them went upstairs to the bedroom. The squinting-eyed guy exclaimed, this room is big, but why is there only one bed? The two paused, White still wearing her mask, appearing as though it had become her disguise. This is probably the last room available. White crossed her arms standing there, thinking for a while, then said, earlier when booking the room, there were several people wanting to stay, they said it was fully booked. Now they really give me a big one. The squinting-eyed guy declared, it seems someone has gifted it to me. From outside the door, a loud knock sounded, room service here. Both looked at the door in surprise. White glanced and softly said, someone at the door. The one-eyed man shouted loudly for those outside to hear, we are not calling for service. But there was no response from outside, forcing him to move closer to the door. He said to White, just stay hidden for now. The girl bowed her head in acknowledgement, yes, sir. Standing outside the door was Mullen, holding a glass of wine, grinning widely, good evening. The one-eyed man maintained a serious demeanor and bluntly said, sorry, you have the wrong room, I did not call for service. But Mullen, with his white-blue hair, continued to introduce, this is the best wine of the restaurant, worth as much as a product from a dragon. I think you wouldn't want to miss it. Then Mullen gave a confirming look and directly said the one-eyed man's name, right, Sebastian? Hearing that, White, despite being in a state of invisibility, immediately rushed towards the two who were talking. Mullen glanced in her direction as she approached but only smiled, saying nothing more. Sebastian, now hesitant due to his name being revealed, asked back, "What are you talking about? Who is Sebastian?" He walked straight into the house, speaking loudly, "Hello." Then he crossed his arms and sat on the chair. "There are no empty rooms at the restaurant today. So you know whose room this is, right?" Sebastian was surprised. "What?" Mullen pointed to his chest, confidently saying, "This is my room." Sebastian turned back, his face expressing surprise as he asked, "You are the owner of this place?" Mullen declared, "Exactly, so don't worry." He extended his hand, pointing to the chair opposite, "Please sit down and enjoy." Sebastian picked up the cup on the table and asked, "Is this the only type of cup here? You invited me for a drink but didn't bring a glass?" Mullen looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry, my oversight." Then he took the wine, poured it into Sebastian's glass, and said, "Please taste it." Sebastian raised the glass, inhaled the aroma, and said, "It smells good." Noticing Sebastian hesitating, the platinum-haired guy asked, "Why don't you drink? Are you afraid I poisoned it?" Sebastian thought to himself, "Why even ask?" Then the platinum-haired guy continued, "I heard you also brought an ice elf slave. Where is she?" Sebastian replied, "She is a slave, how can she be with me?" The platinum-haired guy responded, "Yes, I guess that. She is right behind me and has a knife at my back. Number 7 of the Demon Legion, the Shadow Assassin, White Lotus." Sebastian smirked, "You guessed wrong. The knife is at your throat." The platinum-haired guy chuckled nervously, "Well, could she please lower the knife? I'm just a pretty boy, I don't have the strength to pluck a chicken. I'm so scared." Seeing that, Sebastian gestured for White to lower her knife. He said, "All right, I will give you the answer. In fact, I was sent by a demon." As soon as he finished speaking, the platinum-haired guy unexpectedly threw his glass of wine directly at Sebastian, who was sitting across from him. The wine splashed right into Sebastian's face, leaving him no time to react. White stared in shock at the scene. Sebastian, his face drenched in wine, stated a single word, "The Demon Lord." The platinum-haired guy, frightened, curled up and hugged his head, "Sister White, please don't kill me." At that moment, White, furious, threw a dagger at him, but Sebastian commanded, "Let it go, White Lotus." Sebastian said, "You are really very smart, knowing that I have hidden the magic horn, and you just dared to throw wine at me? All right, I really am the Demon King." The platinum-haired guy, hearing this, proudly replied, "You should have said it earlier. I wasted the precious wine. The eternal fire in your left eye, I must have analyzed it completely, right?" Sebastian thought to himself, "This guy knows a lot." He wiped the wine off his face and asked, "So, what do you want?" The platinum-haired guy, while smoking, raised his wine glass and said, "I want to have a private conversation with you. Could Miss White step outside for a moment?" White glared, "No way." The platinum-haired guy then turned to ask again, "No way? What can I do to you, Demon King?" Sebastian thought, this guy is not ordinary. To be honest, I'm a bit worried about White, but if I let her protect me, that would be even stranger. He turned to White and said, "Don't worry about me, go check on the farmers I just rescued." Seeing White's hesitant expression, he spoke up, "Are you doubting my safety?" White nodded and replied, "I dare not, I will go to work right away." Then she turned and left the room. The platinum-haired young man smiled contentedly, witnessing everything unfold just as he wished. In the room at that moment, only he and Sebastian remained. He lit a cigarette and said, "Being his subordinate is not simple at all. Even if deep down I think my master is a fake, I would still have to brainwash myself to be loyal to him." Sebastian was taken aback. "What are you saying?" The platinum-haired young man reassured him, "Don't worry. The ring on your finger is a bit special, I can feel it too. Being a demon for a long time must not be easy, right? Sebastian fell silent upon hearing that. The platinum-haired young man continued, Sebastian, it doesn't really matter who you are. What I care about is that you came to this world, after possessing an identity as high-ranking as that. What is your purpose? At that moment, Su Rofeng gradually woke up, her face covered in wounds and bruises. She didn't know where she was, panicking while scratching her head. Suddenly, a female voice echoed, Awake now? The woman with short blue hair is smoking, tilting her chin up and saying, Hello. Although his body was covered in bruises and injuries, Su Rofeng quickly sensed the presence of someone else and regarded it as a threat. Instinctively, he jumped up and charged to attack, shouting, I will kill you. The girl with blue hair beside him, hearing the noise, turned to look. She immediately kicked her foot straight into the middle of Su Rofeng's face as he lunged, shouting, Calm down. Despite being a woman's foot, the force of the kick was decisive, leaving Su Rofeng stunned, falling backward with blood streaming from his nose. It took a few seconds for him to regain his composure, raising his hand to shield himself and opening his battered eyes wide, trying to scrutinize the girl in front of him with suspicion. But she remained calm, speaking slowly, I am not your enemy. Then she looked at him confidently, adding, I can even be of benefit to you. Su Rofeng continued to scrutinize the girl in front of him with doubt and caution, not understanding what was happening. Sensing his unfriendly gaze, she coldly turned her head, glanced at him, and said, Don't look at me like that. Haven't you eaten anything, right? Hearing these words, he felt a bit confused looking back at himself. But having not paid attention until now, he suddenly discovered the horrifying truth that Su Rofeng had been nude this whole time, without a scrap of clothing covering her body. He felt uncomfortable and dissatisfied, asking her, Hey, why am I naked? What did you do to me? Ignoring his annoyance, she calmly turned her head back, playfully asking, Guess. Then, she seriously explained, Your body is covered in bruises, even your underwear was torn by me. But I took care of your injuries. On top of that, she jokingly asked, Maybe I'm interested in little kids? With her teasing joke, instead of blushing in embarrassment, Su Rofeng tilted his head defiantly, asking back, So what? Upon hearing this, she was taken aback, her eyes wide in surprise as she asked, What? Su Rofeng confidently smirked, saying, What's there to be shy about? Your body isn't bad at all. It has been a long time since I've done that. His words, reminiscent of lecherous middle-aged men, made her instinctively lower her gaze to look at his lower body. She then covered her mouth but couldn't help but burst out laughing, Don't make me laugh. Where did you learn to talk like that, you little kid? But he still acted as if nothing happened, nonchalantly looking down at her and asking, Why are you laughing? Don't you want to use it? Hearing his words, she felt even more surprised and amused, so funny that she couldn't help but squat down and hug her stomach while laughing. She replied, Do you really think of her that way? He pretended to be a mature man and said, Forget it, I never force women to do things they don't like. Then, he ordered her, Get me some clothes. Hearing him say that, she pointed in a different direction and reminded, It's over there, you can get it yourself. He looked in the direction she pointed, then walked over, casually putting on underwear in front of her. Seeing him like that, she felt a bit embarrassed. Then she questioned helplessly, Why do I have the feeling that he is teasing me? But she was quickly pulled out of her thoughts when he pointed at the pants and commented, These pants are too tight. Upon hearing his complaint, she quickly explained, How can I have men's clothes in the house, so wearing what I have is already good. After explaining, he stopped complaining but then laid back on the sofa, nonchalantly asking, Where's the food? I'm hungry. Looking at the scene of a young man in a t-shirt and shorts lounging with an arrogant and natural attitude in someone else's home, she was so fed up that she didn't want to say anything more and went to the kitchen to cook noodles. While cooking, she thought to herself, although he said some strange things, they felt very natural, as if he weren't acting. But if he wasn't acting, then those experiences for a student really were crazy. After a while, she recalled the image of him in his underwear earlier and couldn't help but grit her teeth, feeling both annoyed and embarrassed. She felt helpless and regretful, thinking, How on earth did I bring him home? After some time, the hot noodles with eggs were completed. Su Rofeng looked at the bowl of noodles with surprise and asked, "It smells good, did you make it?" Hearing this, she just blankly asked back, "If not, then who?" Then she smoked a cigarette while reminding him to eat quickly so they could talk about work. But he pointed at the chopsticks laid on the bowl and asked, "Do you have a fork?" "I don't know how to use this." His words caught her off guard, prompting her to let out a gasp. He remained calm, casually explaining, "Let me think, how should I say this?" Seeing his attitude, she was even more stunned, speechless, wide-eyed, thinking, what's wrong with this guy? When talking about his mother who was suffering from a terminal illness, regardless of her being lost in thoughts, he still gazed at her intently with a cold look and an expressionless face as if nothing mattered. She looked at him and thought, I don't understand why he talks about his mother with a terminal illness as if it were someone else's problem. That gaze is so cold and different, making others feel frightened. Seeing that she was lost in thought for too long, he snapped, pulling her back to reality. Suddenly he said, "This is your house." She replied, "That's right." Hearing that, he went straight to the point and asked, "So what do you want?" While propping his feet up on the chair, he bluntly questioned, "You brought me to your house, cooked for me, and we aren't having a good time together, so what is your purpose?" Listening to his questioning words, she seriously turned her face back, thinking to herself, I don't know why it's like this, but what's done is done. Without any concealment, she looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Earlier you said it costs 500,000, right?" He confirmed, "That's the correct answer. That's the lowest price to save her." After saying that, he still focused on her, turning his back and asking, "You know that's not a small amount, right? A poor student like me might have to work half a lifetime for it." As he spoke, she turned her back to him, one hand still holding a half-smoked cigarette. She tossed the half-smoked cigarette into the ashtray. Finished, she turned back and requested from him, "Do a few things for me, and then I'll give you 100,000. Hearing the proposal, he coldly asked back, "Just 100,000? Then what about the remaining 400,000? She promptly reminded him, "Don't be greedy, 100,000 can last a long time. If you want to keep making money." She pointed her finger directly at his face and said seriously, "Then you need to do your job well." Later that evening, he found himself standing in front of a bar in attire that fit him better, no longer wearing those short shorts from before. Su Rofeng looked up at the bright LED sign of the bar and thought to himself, is this the place? He instinctively touched the circular pendant he was wearing and recalled the moment at home when she had given it to him. When he asked, "What is this?" she replied, "That's a camera that can record until the end." He held the pendant, looked up with curiosity, and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Hearing this, she spoke plainly, "I need evidence. There's a guy who is competing for business named Viper." While explaining, she recalled the cunning, scheming face of that man. Just mentioning him made her feel even more uncomfortable, and her tone took a downturn as she continued explaining to him, "They opened a bar in my territory, which is the Soul Bar, and they're selling drugs in there." Upon hearing this, he also grew serious, wondering in his mind, is it drugs? However, true to his nature, he quickly thought to himself, forget it then. However, he still had to ask her, "Why do you need me to supervise something like this when you guys aren't doing anything?" Hearing that, she straightforwardly replied, "Because your current age looks harmless, we want to catch him." He then looked at the camera attached to the collar, firmly said, "Going to buy goods and giving me 100,000 to record evidence, huh? Don't try to fool me." In response to his suspicion, she seriously reminded him, "It's not that easy. Those Vipers are very cautious with customers, they are all ruthless people. My people are regulars, and most of them aren't competent." He listened intently to her the whole time. Suddenly, she raised her voice to warn him, "If this doesn't succeed, the other side will be on guard, so it can only succeed." That reminder ended his stream of recollection. Returning to the present, Su Rofeng quietly pushed open the door of the bar. Su Rofeng was walking towards a colorful bar in a dark alley. In front of the bar were two guards. One of them drove him away, "Kiddo, you're in the wrong place." Then he told him, "Get lost." Su Rofeng questioned the doorman, "Isn't it written on the door that minors can't enter?" The doorman replied, cursing, "Kid, don't you understand human language?" He made a haughty face, pointed at Su Rofeng, and said, "Get lost." His face was suddenly hit by a thick stack of cash, all 100 yuan bills, from Su Rofeng. Su Rofeng threatened, "Do you intend to let your boss know that you've lost a VIP guest?" Su Rofeng asked the doorman, "Guess what he will do?" While the one who had just been hit by the stack of money was still rubbing his sore nose, the other doorman seemed to recognize Su Rofeng's wealth. He seized the opportunity, scolded his companion, and expressed his apologies to Su Rofeng. "It really is discriminatory towards customers, I'm so sorry." He asked, "What are you planning to buy?" He recalled Zhu Li Fu's words, "If the doorman asks what you want to buy, say it's spring wind medicine." After that, Su Rofeng replied to the doorman, ridiculing him, "What a silly question, obviously spring wind medicine." Upon hearing Su Rofeng's response, he pushed the door open. The door gradually creaked open, allowing the loud music to spill out. When the door was fully opened, the inside was like any other bar, with vibrant music, people cheering and dancing. As Su Rofeng stepped inside, he thought to himself, cursing, "Damn it, it's so noisy." Su Rofeng pulled out several 100 yuan bills from the stack of banknotes and handed them to the two gatekeepers. He said, "Take this and buy some drinks." The gatekeeper happily replied, "Thank you." He walked through the crowd, blending into the atmosphere of the bar. Su Rofeng continued striding forward, passing by countless people, recalling Zhu Li Fu's words, "The vipers are very cautious, they only supply goods to acquaintances or companions, so don't do anything strange." He passed through a red curtain. Zhu Li Fu's words still echoed in his ear, "The salesman is a coral snake, he is the owner of the bar. Once you enter, turn right, and you will find him in a private room." As he glanced towards the red curtain, he saw a curvaceous woman. A voice called out from inside, "Where are you going, darling? Come on, drink up." She replied, let me go get more." The one who called the girl was Xion, in a drunken stupor, embracing two bar staff. Xion looked outside, and Su Rofeng met his gaze. The eyes of the two locked for a moment. Then, Su Rofeng turned and disappeared behind the curtain. Xion rushed out with a shocked expression, still trying to understand what was happening. He wondered, "Did I drink too much?" Two bar staff came out flirting, "Boss Xion, keep drinking." With a lecherous face, Xion replied, "Ugh, alright, let's drink more, cuties." A stack of money was slammed down on the table. In front of the coral snake, the bar owner, he asked irritably, "Kiddo, what are you doing?" Su Rofeng held his head high, indifferent as he answered his question, "Spring breeze medicine, 1 month's supply." The coral snake contemptuously said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who sells that here?" Zhu Li Fu had prepared for him in this situation. She had told him, "If they ask who referred you, just say you came by yourself." Su Rofeng answered the coral snake, "I came by myself." Suddenly, a stack of money flew straight into Su Rofeng's face. The coral snake had taken his money and thrown it back at him, shouting, "Take it, get lost. We don't have anything like that here." Su Rofeng picked up the stack of money and said, "Fine, you be careful." He continued to threaten, "This medicine isn't just for you, right? The amount I need in the future is quite large." He mocked, "A smart person knows where a business opportunity lies." He held the stack of money up and began to wear a victorious smile, threateningly saying, "If you don't need it, I'll go find someone else." Su Rofeng turned and started to leave, sending a farewell, "Bye-bye." As he was walking out, he shoved a thug aside and shouted, "Get lost." The thug felt humiliated and got angry, raising his fist, ready to punch Su Rofeng while shouting, "Do you dare?" Seeing this, Su Rofeng grabbed the collar of the thug. He threatened, "Do you know who I am? Do you believe I will kill you?" The coral snake, witnessing Su Rofeng's actions, looked at him with a more serious expression. The thug, now scared, yelled, "Who cares who you are?" The coral snake seemed to have figured things out, saying, "All right." He instructed one of his subordinates to check Su Rofeng. "Posai, check him." Su Rofeng pushed the thug who was causing trouble away, telling him, "Get off me." He silently cast a glance at the man who was observing him. The man quietly scrutinized him closely, his gaze making Su Rofeng feel uncomfortable. After careful observation, Posai turned to inform the coral snake, his face is bruised. The coral snake, upon hearing this, called Su Rofeng, "Kid, come here." Su Rofeng teasingly responded to the coral snake, jokingly saying, "Are you scared? That I'm a spy? I also have an app to communicate with others." The coral snake didn't take the recent events to heart, laughing in reply, "Hee, in business, one must be cautious." He collected his thoughts and then asked Su Rofeng, "How much do you intend to buy?" Su Rofeng confidently answered, "If I can sell more on my side, then the more the better each month." This statement shocked the coral snake. He asked in astonishment, "Do you have many customers? Where do you sell?" Su Rofeng knew he was in the advantageous position in this deal, showed his attitude, and replied, "Let me ask you, do you think I'll tell you?" The coral snake sipped a little wine, pondering. Then, he slammed the wineglass down on the table as if he had come to a conclusion and said, "You're right." He seemed to have let go of all caution, cursing at Su Rofeng, "You're rich, you bastard." Then he ordered one of his lackeys to fetch the goods. "Ale, go get the goods." Ale answered with a voice, "Here." Then ran to get the goods. On the table now was a pile of white powder contained in small zip bags. Su Rofeng picked up one bag to take a look, wondering, "Is this drugs?" He was somewhat suspicious. As if to confirm one last time and to find out if he was really a spy, the coral snake asked further, "But kid, we've never sold to strangers." Su Rofeng took out an ID card and tossed it back to the coral snake. He said, "Then here it is." The coral snake examined the card, looking like it was his identification. He voiced his doubts, "Su Rofeng?" Su Rofeng turned his back and walked outside, stuffing several bags of drugs into his pocket. He took a stack of money, threw it back to the coral snake, promising, "I will come back next week." A lookout warned him, "Be careful, don't let the police catch you." He stepped out from behind the red curtain. Outside the curtain was a familiar figure. It was Ashion, looking at him with an angry gaze and a face flushed with rage. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kiddo, it's really you." He threw a punch at Su Rofeng, but he easily dodged to the side and avoided it. The missed punch caused him to lose his balance and lunge forward. Su Rofeng seized the opportunity, kicked him in the rear, propelling him forward. After being pushed, Ashion fell headfirst, letting out a painful cry, "Arg." Ashion's fall surprised the coral snake guy. Ashion turned his head, cursing Su Rofeng, "You bastard." The coral snake guy, unaware of what was happening, asked, "Ashion, what's going on?" Ashion pointed at Su Rofeng, who was casually looking at him, then raised his voice to curse, "Brotherine, I have a grudge against this guy." Upon hearing this, Su Rofeng scolded and threatened, "Hey, I'm just here to buy stuff, don't make me have to hit you." Despite the threat, Ashion was unafraid, continuing to speak to his boss, "He was with Zhou Lifu, I had a fight with him." Su Rofeng found everything absurd and pointless. He turned to leave, saying, "Boring, I'm out." The coral snake guy seriously demanded, "Stop." He glanced back, scolding him, "What's the matter? If you didn't like what just happened, then forget it." The coral snake holding a cigarette paused, lost in thought for a moment. After that, he spoke with a serious expression, "You are one of Zhou Lifu's people." Su Rofeng heard this and turned around to glance. He scolded Ashion, "Ashion, you bastard." Ashion was stunned, not knowing what was happening. He asked Su Rofeng, "Huh?" The coral snake, seeing his reaction, exclaimed, "He's definitely with Zhou Lifu." Hearing the confirmation, Su Rofeng retorted, "Is that so? If I were her person, why would I fight with those idiots?" The coral snake thought to himself, "That's a good point." He continued to argue against the coral snake's claim, "I was surrounded by her dogs, look, brother, my body is full of marks here." He also said that I was sent by a brother, it's just because of this fool Ashion. The coral snake, hearing this, shouted angrily at Ashion, "Shion, you dumbass." Ashion, feeling that he was being wronged, immediately defended himself and placed the blame on Su Rofeng, "Brotherine, don't let this guy fool you. Su Rofeng saw no reason to stay any longer, so he left, muttering to himself, these idiots are really fighting. A bar waitress who had served Xiong earlier approached him and said, "Where's Xiong? Come back and drink with us." As Su Rofeng turned to leave, the girl eagerly walked towards Xiong. The two accidentally bumped into each other. After colliding with Su Rofeng, the girl shouted, scolding him, "What's wrong with this guy? Is he looking at the sky or what?" He replied gently, "I didn't see." Thinking to himself, forget it, no more wasting time, I need to get out of here. Suddenly, he realized that his pendant had fallen off at some point. He turned around to look for it and saw the girl kneeling down, picking up the pendant he had dropped. She reached out for the pendant and lifted it up. She showed the pendant to him with a seductive expression, while also complimenting, "This necklace is really beautiful." The sudden change in the beautiful girl in front of him surprised Su Rofeng to the point where he exclaimed, "Damn it!" Ryoto saw the girl with green hair sitting, still holding his item and admiring it. Seeing this, he said, "That's mine, give it back." The girl turned to look at him and asked, "This piece?" Hearing that, he immediately said angrily, "This woman." After that, a tall and muscular man, looking very strong, stepped forward and asked the girl, "What's wrong, Susan?" She asked him, "Do you think this necklace suits me?" Ryoto saw that and cursed, "Damn it." The man turned to Ryoto and said, "Kiddo, where are you hanging around?" He grimaced, feeling really annoyed, "If I demand the necklace back now, I will be suspected." After thinking for a moment, with a fierce expression, Ryoto said in a firm voice, "You'd better not bother me. If not, I will tell Sister Lifu that you are having fun with the Viper side." The guy was threatened, his face turned pale, trembling as he said, "You think you're something special? Let's see if you can step out of here today." As soon as he finished speaking, another guy came out. He asked, "What's going on?" When Ryoto saw that guy come out, he immediately said, "If you want to kill me, you should ask your boss first if he agrees." The boss stepped out, glanced at the man and said, "He is my guest, and moreover, he is an enemy of Lifu, so let it go." That name, when he felt himself being glared at like that, said fearfully, "But this guy dared to put a knife to my throat before." The boss, upon hearing that, angrily slapped the man on the head hard and said, "Is my word no longer effective?" After hitting him, he leaned on that guy, raised one hand to point at Ryoto and said, "You two, listen to me, can you shake hands and make peace?" Then the two, upon hearing that, reluctantly shook hands, trying to get through the matter since he had said so, they couldn't refuse. The man with a bruised face said, "Then this necklace is a gift for your woman." The girl happily said, "Thank you." That guy turned to her and said, "Let me see that necklace." Ryoto said, "My brother." That guy replied in surprise, "Ah." He smiled and asked, "Which room are you sitting in? I want to invite you for a drink." The man still couldn't hide his surprise and suspiciously asked, "Really?" Lao Tzu also added, "All right, we are all brothers here, have fun you too." That guy draped his arm over Ryoto's shoulder, looking cheerful and said, "I have a lot of money, you're an interesting brother." He politely replied, "Don't worry, I'll bring the money." After walking for a bit, he arrived at the room where the guy was sitting drinking. Inside, there were two girls waiting for the man. He told the two girls, "Come on, let's drink, today this brother will treat you." Ryoto looked down at the food and alcohol on the table and said, "Too much alcohol." He picked up a bottle of liquor, looked at it and then quickly smashed it against the guy's head when he wasn't paying attention. The other girl was startled and covered her mouth with her hands. The two girls waiting for the guy were also terrified and speechless. The guy held his bleeding head, in pain and howling, "What the hell?" Ryoto then grabbed the hair of the blue-haired girl as she was about to run away. The girl covered her head in fear. He, expressionless, said, "Where do you think you're going?" He told the girl, "Give it here quickly." Then he snatched back the item that the blue-haired girl initially took from him. Ryoto ordered, "All three of you, stay there for me." He coldly threatened the girls, "If anyone steps out, I won't be as nice, understood?" The three girls, hearing this, looked scared and replied in a trembling voice, "Yes, we understand." He lifted the curtain and walked out of the room without looking back. As he walked away, he said, "Run fast." Stepping outside, Ryoto saw two guards standing on either side. One of them said, "Did your brother get the stuff?" He glanced over, confidently replied, "Of course." The two looked at him, his hand tucked into his pants pocket as he leisurely walked up the stairs. Upon reaching the upstairs, he slightly opened the door to the room and peeked in to look for someone before preparing to enter. Ryoto said, "Once you're done, meet at the nearest point." There were two people, a girl and a bearded man, sitting there waiting for him. After seeing him, they waved him over and said, "Over here." Ryoto approached the table where the two were seated. He held up the item he had retrieved from the girl earlier and said, "Money." The girl with green hair looked over and said, "Sit down first." Ryoto sat down and asked the girl, "Who is this guy?" She replied, "A cop." The man sitting next to the girl had a serious expression, looking quite fierce. He pulled out an ID and introduced himself, "I'm Inspector Liu, here's my badge." In a diner, there was a girl and two men sitting at the same table. The girl had short green hair to her collar and bright blue eyes, making her quite attractive. Next to her was a man with a short beard who seemed to be reaching for something inside his coat. In front of the two people stood a guy named Su Rofeng, with strikingly beautiful, bright red eyes. On the table were only 2 glasses of water. The girl with green hair crossed her arms and said, "Show me the stuff." Su Rofeng looked at her and said, "What are you doing? You don't want everything to fall apart, do you?" The girl sighed and replied, "Hey." A few seconds later, she regained her composure and said, "According to the law, not only is selling cigarettes illegal, but so is buying them." She continued, "If Inspector Liu says you're his accomplice and was sent to bait criminals, that would be a different story." Su Rofeng was taken aback and said, "Bait? I don't understand what she's talking about," but he didn't appear to be fooling himself. He took out several packs of cigarettes and slammed them down on the table. Both of them were astonished, their mouths agape. Su Rofeng pulled out something purple and said, "You see the stuff, here's the evidence video. Pay me first." The woman with the purple hair nodded. Immediately, the girl took out her phone to transfer money. After checking that the money had been transferred on his phone, he finally dared to give the evidence to the two of them. He threw it down on the table, and the other man managed to catch it. After handing it over, he said, "Go ahead." The girl asked in surprise, "Where are you planning to go?" He raised his hand and said, "To the hospital, remember to contact me if you're still alive." Then, he plugged the purple device into the phone. On the phone appeared a rather fat man, bald, covered in tattoos, holding a glass of liquor. There were many bottles of liquor on the table, 2 different types, one kind was a yellow bottle, and the other kind was a brown bottle. He said, "Kiddo, what are you doing here?" The blue-haired man was stroking his beard and said, "This is truly a coral snake, where did you find this, kiddo? To face an organization like this without any fear, even stepping forward." She, with a terrified face, was thinking about the image of the earlier man with a fierce look. He really isn't acting at all. After pondering for a while, she calmly said, "I think I'm going somewhere." He exclaimed in shock, "What? This idiot." She was startled, feeling confused, and asked, "What's wrong?" She continued, "He threw away his identification card." On the phone, he said again, "Su Rofeng." The girl with a confused expression said, "Give the name to that silver snake." Su Rofeng had entered the hospital. He looked into a room where a woman was lying on a hospital bed, quietly saying, "Thanks to me, she will live for another month." Suddenly, he exclaimed in panic, "What is happening to me? As soon as I have money, I rush to the hospital immediately." He looked at the woman lying on the hospital bed and wondered, "Why do I have to save this woman?" After saying that, he turned his back and walked towards the chair. After sitting down, he yawned a long yawn and looked at the clock. It was 3 in the afternoon, and he angrily said, "Again, this so-called drowsiness is quite interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, he lay down, his hand on his forehead, contemplating, "Even if I try to earn a lot of money, it's only to ensure that woman survives, if I truly want to save her. Suddenly, a diamond appeared from nowhere, radiating green spots throughout the hospital. The diamond was ocean blue, with beautiful blue butterflies inside. He looked at it with sleepy eyes and said, "How to deal with that guy now?" His voice was low and tired, so sleepy. Switching to another scene, from the diamond appears a guy named Sebastian. He is dressed in a brown suit, with a collar that flares out, looking like a vampire. His hair is green, one eye has a pattern resembling a ghost, while the other has a caring yellow system. From his right eyebrow, a rather long horn protrudes. Sebastian appears and says, "Huh?" He approaches another person, named Ryoto, who is holding a cigarette in one hand and a glass of liquor in the other. He has silver hair and green eyes, looking very handsome. The two look at each other, and Sebastian immediately says, "I don't understand what you're saying." Ryoto, with a challenging expression, replies, "Don't change the subject. I will open the door and scream for everyone that you can move into Sebastian's body, how about that?" Sebastian, with a somewhat frightened tone, asks back, "What are you talking about?" That guy said, "Humanity has many bad habits." He put the cigarette in his mouth, and the cigarette puffed out thick smoke. With a boastful tone, he continued, "I was born at the pinnacle of human society and understand that this species cannot unify the world." He looked at Sebastian and said, "Although demons have a lower level society compared to humans, their depravity is evidently less." Ryoto raised his glass, shook it back and forth, and said, "Thus, to unify the world in peace, the demons can do that, but they have a fatal barrier." He spoke in a serious tone, that is their leader, Sebastian, an excessively high degree of selfishness. Sebastian asked, in the end, "What do you want to say?" Ryoto crossed his legs and replied, "I want to ask again, do you want to unify the world?" Sebastian, with his system eye, spoke with surprise, "World unification?" In front of him, a young man with silver blue hair was calmly looking at him, holding a glass of water to his lips. The silver blue-haired man, holding a cigarette, said, "Since this continent was born, it has never been unified. Each species has had to endure the suffering of war." Sebastian just sat there listening, his hands resting on his thighs, saying nothing. The silver blue-haired man, with a serious expression, continued, "Unification must be the goal pursued." After hearing this, a thought crossed Sebastian's mind, "This guy, is he not joking with me?" Then he voiced his question, "Are you asking me if I want to unify the world?" He continued with a somewhat unhappy tone, "Actually, that's just your ambition." As if his innermost feelings had been correctly guessed, the silver blue-haired man smiled awkwardly, "You are right. I really am someone who wants that." The cigarette still in his hand, he continued, "Your current goal is probably to return to the old world." Sebastian paused, his mind filled with ellipses. The other man calmly finished his drink and affirmed to Sebastian, "I can help," his serious expression looking into him. The man with white blue hair looked at Sebastian and smirked, "You are quite careful. To speak plainly, you have never admitted your true identity." Sebastian looked directly into his eyes and asked, "Who are you? Why should I believe your story?" As soon as he finished speaking, he bowed his head, showing a look of sadness. The other man observed and then said, "From your reaction, it seems you have tacitly admitted it." Sebastian would never respond like this. Sebastian sighed softly, his hands clasped before his chest, his voice calm, "You think you're clever?" He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then said, "Then I will not say anything at all. After all, this is just speculation." Suddenly, a sound echoed as the white blue-haired man slammed his glass down on the table, his face full of anger. "All right," he emphasized, revealing a sinister look, "it seems we need to be more honest to earn your trust." At this moment, he revealed his true identity, "My real name is Ryoto." He continued to introduce himself, mentioning his relationships around him, "I am the biological brother of Sarif." Sebastian was stunned, picturing the person just mentioned. In his mind, he envisioned an image of someone like a king, wings drooping, falling from high above. "Stop that image," he spoke up, "so why did you open a bar here?" Ryoto stood up, placed the half-smoked cigarette down on the table, then sighed, "That's a long story. He briefly pictured his house, an image of a luxurious castle emerged in his mind. My lineage is too illustrious, he said, his tone sounding boastful. I am the second son of the Medici family, one of the three great families of mankind. My grandfather was the prime minister of the empire, having served 3 reigns for the king. As he narrated, Ryota reminisced about those memories. I read all of human history since I was 7 years old. By the age of 10, I joined the highest academy of mankind, the White Elephant Pagoda. He cautiously continued, at 12, I could already debate with the instructors of the White Elephant Pagoda about past and present issues. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table, his gaze turning away, his face becoming serious. My dreams do not lie within school. Ryota recalled his time at the academy. When he was still a boy sitting in the classroom, during my studies at the academy, I met the Seraphim siblings from the family of the Holy Light. He reminisced, the Seraphim are individuals with extraordinary combat skills and noble qualities. She is the most promising candidate to become the next Seraph. Then he recalled the scene when he and his blonde friend walked together in the schoolyard, explaining their homework to each other. He continued, soon enough, my siblings and I became close friends without needing to say much. The future seemed to be paved out for me. He smiled brightly and added, moreover, I have 2 close friends in the academy, who are also acquaintances of yours. Curtis and Carmen Blue, 2 rather unusual names. Curtis was a brown-haired guy, with a muscular six-pack physique, while Carmen Blue was petite, distinguished by her entire body being purple, including her long ears that were also purple. He looked up and said, Curtis is a hostage of the Empire. I never expected he would be my classmate. Ryota spoke with a cheerful expression, as if he hadn't had a chat with anyone in ages. Curtis is still allowed outside, after all, he is a prince of the elves. He is also quite intelligent, so it's understandable that he got into the White Elephant Pagoda. As for the purple-haired one I mentioned earlier, Carmen Blue is a young general of the Manhwa kingdom. None of them lacked power back then, but now they truly are significant figures. He recalled the scene at that time, 3 people sitting on the riverbank, each holding a few hefty books. Then he continued, due to my false identity, it's a bit difficult to follow them. He snapped his fingers, his gaze flicking towards you, and said, even the ancient book of Curtis was suggested by me. Sebastian retorted to Ryota, were you controlling everything behind my back? Ryota was taken aback, shaking his head and saying, I'm not so divine as to control the future. I didn't think it would turn out like this. He moved closer to Sebastian, hands on his hips, legs apart, striking a formidable pose. I only hoped that thing would help Curtis awaken the national strength of the elf race. In that way, it would bring the elves closer to the path of unification. But I didn't expect that afterwards the elves would hide within the demonic legion. Then he seemed to fall into a trance and continued, the story went on like this. After I graduated. The look in his eyes and the expression on his lips clearly revealed sorrow. He went on to talk about his past. I joined the government council, started to gain access to the central power of the empire. To gain strength, I continued to climb. He paused for a moment and then continued, I must say that I admire your political talent. For 5 years, I have been a candidate for the position of Prime Minister. Sebastian listened without replying, still trying to maintain a calm demeanor. In his mind, he thought, arrogant fool. Ryota went on, I naively believed that once I became Prime Minister and built a strong army, I could lead humanity to unity. His voice lowered, but before he could finish his sentence, Sebastian interjected, it's more than that. He smiled, sighed. The system in his eyes spoke for him, let me guess. Ryota, feeling disappointed, said, it seems that things are not as I hoped. But before he could finish, Sebastian cut in, the story is more than that. He crossed his arms, looking at Ryota nonchalantly, as if he were an experienced person who had been through similar situations and made judgments immediately. Sebastian closed his eyes, calmly reflecting, then slowly said, let me guess, you did not become Prime Minister. Hit with a direct statement, Ryota's expression unexpectedly shifted as he looked at the person across from him, exclaiming, Sebastian's information is indeed not bad. Along with a considerable amount of admiration. However, before he could finish marveling, Sebastian dismissed his thoughts, what you just said is not information. I merely analyzed the situation as best as I could. His face remained contemplative and calculating. This matter is not prevalent in your world's history. He continued to analyze for Ryoto to understand. Firstly, if you had become prime minister, you wouldn't be sitting here talking to me but would be planning for reconstruction. Moreover, even if you had become prime minister, you would not be able to bear the burden of reconstruction because human society has already rotted from the core. His resolute gaze seemed to pierce through the soul, and with a calm voice, a strong, fearful aura emanated from him that was indescribably terrifying. His words struck a chord within Ryoto. He jolted, his eyes widening, beads of sweat dripping down from fear. Suddenly, a flash of memory crossed this man's mind. The image of Sarif appeared. Ryoto startled, turning his head while still gripping the sword tightly. Damn it, I can't believe it. At that time, Ryoto was younger than he is now. He had just burst through the door, shouting with immense indignation. Yet Sarif showed no surprise. He calmly stated the truth he had just heard. Catello has just been appointed as prime minister. The calmer Sarif remained, the more enraged Ryoto became. He spread his legs apart, arms outstretched as if trying to steady himself against this unpleasant truth. His voice, full of defiance, shouted, "Why is it Catello? Does that little brain of his have what it takes to be prime minister? Moreover, my talent far exceeds his by 1,000 times." Sarif responded lightly as silk, "Well, that's precisely the reason you were eliminated." Ryoto had no strength left to scream anymore. His head instinctively bowed down in utter disappointment. Seeing his demeanor, Sarif spoke up, "Given your intellect, perhaps next time I should reconsider the outcome beforehand. I think you understand that even if you are chosen, it is merely the beginning of another failure." Hearing that, Ryoto's mood did not improve in the slightest. Now, his body had been drained of strength, his legs buckled like a defeated man, his whole being slumped down. He bitterly spat out each word, "The empire has decayed." Even Ryoto's face clearly displayed disdain, his expression dark, his eyes deep in thought, while around him radiated an intimidating hatred. Sarif looked down at him, unsure of what to say to this man. Ryoto lowered his head to the ground, speaking each word in pain. "Yes, I should accept it. The greed of the demon race never ends. To stabilize their positions, they would perhaps want the chaos with the demons to continue indefinitely." He was still worried about the continent's future, his heart unwilling to give up, which is why he questioned Sarif, "How long will this continue? Will the entire continent ever be united?" In stark contrast to Ryoto's efforts, Sarif gave up too quickly, telling him, "Don't be too stubborn, because the current issues of humanity cannot be resolved with your strength." Saying it firmly, Sarif's mood was not stable either. His eyes drooped, a little sorrowful and regretful. It was then that Ryoto noticed this. He raised his head, widening his eyes in surprise, casually asking, "You are Sarif, the strongest warrior of the Holy Light, aren't you feeling sad?" The Holy Light had existed for too long. The teachings to guide humanity towards the light were gradually changing. The archbishops began to focus on consolidating power and wealth. Now, it served as a shield for the royal family and the nobility to rely on. He explained his curiosity to Sarif. However, Sarif did not answer Ryoto's question. He pretended not to understand, clenching his hands tightly and resolutely stating, "I am Sarif, my duty is to be loyal to the Holy Light and protect the people, as well as my emperor. I still have hope in you, brother." This statement struck directly at Ryoto's previous disappointment. It lit up at least a small spark of hope in him, no matter how tiny. Ryoto's eyes widened as he looked at Sarif. Inside him were feelings of surprise mixed with gratitude. Returning to reality, before Ryoto now stands Sebastian. The male protagonist speaks up and asks, "Sarif, was killed by me, right?" He replies, "Exactly, was killed by Sebastian, not you." Ryoto closes his eyes, pretending to be uninterested to play with words with this person. Suddenly, his attitude changes completely. Ryoto ponders a problem, his body seemingly frozen in motion. His eyes widen, saying, "Sarif is not the person I admire the most. After confirming my attitude, I've realized his dream. Hearing Sebastian's account, Ryoto guesses that's why Sarif came to this dark wasteland to open a tavern. But in reality, at first, Ryoto only wanted to create an information system with his acquaintances, waiting for an opportunity to seize it. He tells that it could be the will of the gods. This little piece of information does not cost him time to dream about uniting the world, although the means are somewhat drastic. Hearing that, Sebastian asks, "What information?" Without waiting for him to think, Ryoto points to his hand, that is the spiritual relic, the tears of the angel. At this moment, the male protagonist looks at his left hand. On the middle finger is a ring emitting a very mysterious purple light. The ring is one of the 6 ancient relics, not just an ordinary ring. Its outer edge has sharp veins, and in the center is a gem of bright gold that dazzles the eyes. However, the overall exterior emits an immense amount of dark purple aura, a clear indication of its terrifying power. Dubbed the spiritual relic, the tears of the twin angels, it is among the most powerful and mysterious artifacts. The hand that wears it will gain incomparable strength. As he spoke, an image appeared in Ryoto's mind of Sebastian, fierce and powerful, raising his hand with the ring prominently displayed. He looked full of strength, dressed in a dark black ensemble, with thick, violent clouds of smoke rising around him. Beneath the protagonist's feet lay countless skulls of the unfortunate victims who had fallen to his might. But that's not all. On the other hand, the tears of the twin angels serves as a gateway to the realm of the gods. It is a swirling vortex that appears to have no bottom, with streams of blue light billowing and swirling in mystery. It could open a door leading to another world. Ryoto suddenly changed his tone in an instant, joyfully saying, "That door, even more wonderfully, can allow the owner to exchange souls with the other world." Sebastian was taken aback in surprise. He stared blankly, as if unable to believe what he had just heard. On Li Nlnti Hithing Ryoto, did you give the tears of the angel to the demon? Ryoto confirmed, Sebastian has been searching for this. His face immediately turned smug as half of Ryoto's assets were based on information trading, and naturally, very few people knew about it. Feeling that the face opposite him was quite reckless and impulsive, Sebastian's expression darkened. He made it clear, even if Ryoto trades the soul, there's no way to know exactly who it will replace. In contrast to Sebastian's expression, Ryoto appeared very calm and seemed to have already considered this. One hand propped up his chin, and his eyes looked up as if in thought, "Of course, the risk is quite high," he said, "but no matter how it changes, it will definitely be better than that stubborn, self-satisfied name." At this point, his expression changed, and his tone sounded fearful as he thought about the image of Sebastian smiling sinisterly and maliciously. Suddenly, he added something that surprised Sebastian. His hand was pressed firmly on the table. "I'm also confident. No matter who or what it is, I can make him a good leader." Ryoto pointed one hand at Sebastian, his eyes wide with pleasure, while his mouth smiled affirmatively. The male lead had not felt the slightest ripple in his heart upon hearing this name. He sat with his legs spread, his hands intertwined, and asked nonchalantly, "So you're here to correct me?" Ryoto, upon hearing this, immediately replied, "At the moment, I wouldn't dare." Since the moment the male lead arrived in this world, he had sent people to secretly monitor him. Recalling Sebastian's past, the things he had gone through made Ryoto exclaim, "Your development process is quite infuriating and humorous." Suddenly, Ryoto raised his voice and proudly said, "You have done very well, exactly as I expected." It turned out that this guy had been monitoring everything about the male lead and using him like a toy. In the past, he not only defeated Curtis, who was in power, but also took control of the elf race without shedding a single drop of blood from the soldiers. Unexpectedly, Ryoto was this honest. He expressed his thoughts about the male lead in a nonchalant manner without a second thought. "Honestly, that wasn't the only time you accomplished something remarkable. I want to observe you further, as you are quite interesting." However, realizing he had been played, the male lead was so angry he couldn't speak. He had to change his perspective on the person before him. This guy has a precise logic. Not only that, he also saw the numbers on Ryoto's head, 2237, what is that? He couldn't help but exclaim, what is in his brain? Thinking like that, but he couldn't lose his composure in front of this brainy guy. Sebastian's voice had started to lower. He said, I want to know how to return to the old world? Ryoto's eyes lit up as if he had just struck gold. Suddenly, a pink hue of happiness and joy radiated around him. With wide eyes looking at Sebastian, Ryoto realized, finally, I have acknowledged that he is no longer Sebastian. Not long after, two pairs of feet walked on the rocky ground with dust swirling around them. The two walked in a vast, solidly built underground chamber. Sebastian spoke to Ryoto, if you want to cooperate, then help me find the breathless seed. The other exclaimed, oh, isn't the main character looking to return to the old world? While walking and talking, suddenly the main character stopped, turned around, and spoke with a firm and resolute tone, even so, I have to save my subordinate first. Ryoto just laughed mockingly, you truly are a good leader. After walking for a while, Sebastian finally glanced around. He asked, where is this place? Ryoto replied, this is the main base beneath the tavern, which can lead to the barracks of the Chuixing mine soldiers. Before them was a vast mine, surrounded by rocks, occasionally glittering with emerald green gems. On both sides were steep cliffs, and in front, two vehicles were neatly positioned on the tracks. Without hesitation, Ryoto immediately jumped onto one of the vehicles. He told the male protagonist, get in the vehicle. His swift actions left Sebastian startled and wide-eyed. Sebastian and Ryoto sat in the minecart, and Ryoto said, hold on tight. Then, he pulled the lever, and the vehicle slowly started moving, causing Sebastian to flinch. He spoke louder, all right, let's hit the road. As they traveled, he exclaimed, this is truly a massive mine. Ryoto responded, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The Chuixing mine we are heading to is the largest mine in human territory. Its structure has yet to be fully explored by anyone. Sebastian questioned again, you mentioned Chuixing mine, does it hold the strong of the gods? He skeptically asked, you don't believe my information? On Lihi, can I find Gaia? With this question, Ryoto seemed a bit flustered, He vaguely answered in a careless manner. Sebastian shouted, what? I need to find the breathless seed. I'm not sure, don't worry, just listen to me first. Ryoto looked and replied, Gaia is the leader of God blessing. If I go there, I'll have a chance to find her. He said, but as far as I know, although Gaia is the nominal leader, she doesn't communicate with the senior members at all, but only focuses on healing patients. He mentioned, you know a lot about this. Gaia and God blessing have no real connection. Gaia is merely a tool for them to spread their power. Gaia has never appeared in any evangelistic meetings, which is why those who are blessed by God have been searching for her, thinking she is being held captive. They want her to continue leading the Holy Assembly and the Holy Wing Empire to maintain their religion. They also want to kill Gaia to hinder the growth of God blessing. Gaia, when she appears, will be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Sebastian concluded, then she will definitely hide very carefully. How can we find her? Ryoto replied, don't worry, even though she's in danger, she'll still care more about the lives of others. Ryoto added seriously, recently, a strange disease has appeared in the mines. Many followers and miners have been infected. From the onset of the disease, they will die within 3 days, and the death is very horrific. With Gaia's personality, she won't overlook this matter. Therefore, it's possible that Gaia is in this Chuixing mine. The vehicle arrived, and Ryoto pulled the lever to stop the car. Below, Julia was waiting. She called out, "Boss." He jumped down and asked, "Are you ready?" Julia replied, "Yes, sir." She handed Sebastian a mask, saying, "Demon King, this is for you." He wondered and asked, "Aren't you a tavern servant?" Ryoto answered on her behalf, "She's my spy." Sebastian thought to himself, this world even has gas masks. Ryoto called, "Come on, let's go. This place is the mining area." As the three entered, someone was watching. Someone in a black cloak was lurking. When they stepped into the mine, the three were horrified to see all the soldiers and a few cloaked figures dead, blood flowing like a river, a terrifying scene. Sebastian asked in panic, "Huh? What happened?" Ryoto replied, "The holy light acted quite quickly. He walked past the corpses, continuing, before I met you, I sold information about the God-blessing faction to the Holy Light Empire." Hearing that, he thought to himself, White Lotus must have overheard this. Then he said, "Let's see." A bloodied soldier lay on the ground, struggling to curse, "Ryoto, the bastard." Ryoto retorted, "Hey, your mouth is disgusting." The soldier strained out, "You let us hear." "The zealots ambushed us." Ryoto casually replied, "Are you stupid? I only sold you the information, what you do with it is up to you." Ryoto fixed his gaze, "This is indeed the stronghold of God blessing, isn't it?" The wind whipped up dust, obscuring the view. On the rocky wall appeared dozens of figures in black cloaks. Someone was leading them. It was Douglas, from God blessing, one of the three superpowers, emanating a white energy. Ryoto stood next to the bloodied soldier, who was shaking on the ground, and said, "Douglas, congratulations on a successful ambush." He replied, "Humph." Then, his subordinate threw a brown bag down below. Ryoto reached out to grab it, then pulled out a gold nugget from inside the bag and spoke, "Just mind, right? Not bad quality." The injured soldier shouted, "Ryoto, you two-faced bastard." He looked towards the soldier and gently said, "Don't say that. Although I sell information to both sides, it's all true information." With that, Ryoto turned to leave, not forgetting to add, "If you want to blame someone, blame your own weakness. Don't blame me." Little did he know that the injured soldier was trying to sit up and grasp his sword. In anger, he gritted his teeth, veins bulging. Then he stood up, swung his hand ready to slash, "Die." Swish! A green slash ran down from his neck to his body. Unexpectedly, the one who died was that soldier, his head severed from his body, blood flowing down from there. He could only let out a final gasp. When Ryoto turned back, he saw Douglas, his sword stained red with blood in his hand. He spoke, "Hold it." Ryoto threw the bag of gold up and down, asking while throwing, "Is there something going on?" Douglas threw a crystal towards Ryoto, and he caught it. He had one eye that glowed with a blue light, saying, "This is the deposit, help me find Gaia." Sebastian thought to himself, "Quite wealthy. He really is just a farmer." White Lotus appeared out of nowhere, seemingly invisible. She asked, "Master, why do you have to wear a mask?" He turned to her, thinking, "White Lotus." She raised a finger to signal, "Shoo." Lotus continued, "I cannot gauge the power of these guys, please don't reveal my position." Ryoto held the crystal and remarked, "Blood water crystal, quite generous." Then he replied, "But I don't know where Gaia is." Douglas questioned, "You don't know where Gaia is?" Ryoto turned his back and answered, "I'm just an information gatherer, not a deity. I don't belong to any faction, I only love money. One reason I'm here at Chui Xing Mine is to collect my payment from you." Ryoto said, "On the other hand, I represent the Empire, here to investigate the disease in the mine." KT, the sound of Douglas's sword scraping against the rock created sparks. He tilted his head to one side, his eye having changed to a shade of purple, an intense green energy radiating from his body. He threatened, "Don't even think about doing anything in our area. Aren't you afraid I will kill you?" Sebastian was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "This guy clearly has a very strange sensation. A living body, but a very wicked soul." Ryoto countered, "Would killing me help you find Gaia?" Douglas sighed, releasing a breath that emitted yellow smoke. Ryoto glanced lightly and said, "I can help you find Gaia while investigating, but all members of God Blessing must cooperate with me." Below the cliff, thousands of people were laboriously mining, and there were monstrous crabs chipping away at the stone. Ryoto continued, "Chui Xing Mine contains a lot of high-level magic ore. This is an important base for the Empire." Boom! The sound of stones collapsing as the crab continued to dig. The oppression of the miners due to the Empire's wars has sparked a lot of dissatisfaction. Many old and young, even the sickly, are still struggling to carry a basket of ore. A rebellion broke out a few months ago, but the insurgents were too weak compared to the Empire's forces. The three of them stood on the cliff looking down, and then Ryoto explained, they can't let the people open a tunnel behind the Empire, so now the Empire is short on force to manage here. The stronghold of the resistance forces has become the center of the people's uprisings, and the god-blessing cult has spread widely and effectively gained dominance. However, recently a disease has broken out, and Gaia has secretly treated the patients here. White Lotus watched for a while and found it too irritating. She frowned and quietly said, "Master, this guy dares to stand before you. Let me help you kill him." Sebastian sweated profusely upon hearing that. He stepped forward and replied, "Let it go, let him speak for a while." As Sebastian was speaking, he was interrupted. Ryoto was still rambling on without regard for who was listening. In addition, Carmen Blue from Nation H is also looking for Gaia to save his friend, Curtis. Sebastian narrowed his eyes and quickly asked while raising four fingers, "Currently, four forces are looking for Gaia, right?" Ryoto replied, "That's correct. The early bird gets the worm." Sebastian continued, "So, does your human brain have any plans?" He responded, "Do you see that giant hole ahead?" The three of them looked down in succession. A massive hole, rich in chronos, the largest mining area of Chuixing Mine. Sebastian's eyes widened in surprise. 10% of the wealth of the human empire comes from here. The man you saved at the bar, he was a miner in this area. Suddenly, he turned around. "You're investigating this as well, aren't you, Miss White Lotus?" She was startled to hear that. She angrily said, "Master, this guy's spiritual power isn't high, but by some trick, he can see through my invisibility. Can I check him?" Sebastian helplessly replied, "That's fine, but be gentle." Ryoto interjected, "Are you still planning to hide?" He asked, "What's wrong, feeling shy?" Slap. A hard slap hit his face, so forceful that it caused blood to spurt from his nose, and his face got deformed. Sebastian and Julia were startled. The force of White Lotus' strike was so powerful that Ryoto was sent crashing down the cliff, blood gushing from his nose like a fountain. "Master!" Julia rushed over, her face filled with concern, while Sebastian stood behind, speechless in astonishment. She leaped up, her feet pushing off the ground. From both sides of her shoulders, strange beams of light burst forth. In front of her was Ryoto lying on the rocky ledges. Those beams of light transformed into a pair of wings, allowing her to fly and chase after Ryoto, who was free falling down the cliff. Sebastian, standing on the edge of the cliff, turned to White and asked, "White Lotus, that check seemed a bit excessive." White crossed her arms, looking concerned. "I really didn't mean to." Suddenly, her two colored eyes darted to the side cautiously. Julia had just flown down the cliff and was now here, preparing to swing her sword at White. Up on the cliff, an enormous explosion suddenly occurred, leaving everyone below astonished. Where Julia and White stood, the mountainside had a deep dent. Julia curiously eyed another pair of wings nearby that were folded tightly. "All right, Lotus." Sebastian spread his wings and said, "Come forth." Julia was surprised and turned around as a ray of light shot past her. White stepped forward with a knife emitting a plume of blue smoke, pressing it close to her face, challenging her. "Yes," White replied to her master. Ryoto had a swollen face with bruises, mumbling, looking quite unhappy, "Since I was a kid, my parents never dared to hit me." White crossed her arms, feeling guilty, said, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be this weak." Ryoto shrugged and asked, "Are you apologizing to me?" Sebastian laughed awkwardly, "I'll talk to her later." "You're that weak," White said, tilting her head slightly. "How could you still see my hidden technique?" Ryoto sat cross-legged, arms crossed, his swollen face clearly showing a pout. "Come work as my spy, then I'll tell you." White angrily replied, "Don't even think about it." Ryoto no longer appeared to be joking, walking away, serious. "We just came out from the mine, so there will be mineral dust stuck to the soles of our shoes." Ryoto's words made White and Sebastian look down to check the soles of their shoes. On the way, there will be traces of mineral dust left behind. Ryoto continued, his face glistening with sweat. Being too smart sometimes gets you punched. He turned to ask Julia, who was squatting nearby, surrounded by swirling golden circles of light. She was sitting there murmuring a prayer in a strange language, her hands clasped together in front of her forehead. Ryoto shyly asked White and Sebastian, healing through prayer takes too much time. I've heard you know the instant recovery spell. Sebastian replied with a weary tone, death magic only works on demons like us, while for humans, it only leads to death. Julia continued her prayer in the strange language. The light from her created a swirling halo above Ryoto's head. Ryoto looked up and said, "It's coming." A beam of light shone directly down on him. Amidst the fragments of golden light, Ryoto's swollen face looked over to the side. His face had noticeably reduced in swelling. He glanced to the side, where White and Sebastian were watching him being healed. Sebastian stroked his chin, deep in thought, is this the holy light spell? If I were to use it, it would instantly turn into a casting skill. After being healed, with still a bit of light on him, Ryoto spoke as they all stood together, alright, we are about to enter the mine. Demon King, please cover your horns and eyes. Julia said sternly, the commander of the demon squad indeed lives up to her reputation. However, her eyes lit up with hatred, if you dare to lay a hand on my master again, I will drag you down with me, even if it costs me my life. Ryoto turned to cut the tense atmosphere between Julia and White, alright, Julia, we are all on the same side. Julia disdainfully replied, on the same side? White stepped forward, lightly poking a sword into Julia's stomach, her face showing anger. Firstly, don't talk if you lack the power. White said seriously, moreover, if it weren't for the Liege's orders, I wouldn't bother looking after him. White continued, flicking her hand to sheath the sword behind her back. Julia looked displeased, not to mention having to face him. Don't be so cold, Ryoto interjected into the conversation, come work for me, and I'll give you all the money. He tossed a pouch into his hand. White coldly walked over to Sebastian. She started casting a spell on Sebastian's horn. When Sebastian's horn vanished, White said, alright, hopefully next time there won't be anyone spilling wine again. Sebastian replied, wow, so can this hide it? Ryoto stepped in to ask, is this his? Referring to two pairs of stones that were joined together by a steel bar. I am a dark sorcerer, these tricks are not difficult at all, White replied. Hey, are you daring to ignore me? White asked angrily as Ryoto advanced toward Sebastian, who at that moment was bewilderedly asking, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Ryoto asked, I don't understand. Demons are stubborn and difficult beings, why do they have such loyal subordinates? Sebastian coldly replied, the answer is irrelevant. Let's go to the mine. In front of them was a group of people leading a herd of some yellow creatures hauling mineral carts. The workers continuously dumped minerals into the carts while Ryoto's group passed by. They walked through while silently observing the scene of the miners transporting. Thus, they walked closely together, gradually moving forward, quietly watching the workers struggling under the heavy loads of stones on their backs. A foreman whipped a miner's arm until it bled, shouting loudly, hurry up. Everyone dared not resist but merely bowed their heads to protect themselves, letting the supervisor scream, all of you, be quicker. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. He looked at Sebastian's group, led by Ryoto, and interrogated, hey, who are you people? Ryoto calmly presented a piece of paper, a document from the kingdom. We are here to investigate the epidemic. A lavish banquet was laid out before them. It turned out that after presenting the document, they had been led by the warden to the quarters of Governor Kronos Dino Zola. He held food in one hand and read the document with the other, nodding in confirmation, indeed, it is a document from the kingdom. After glancing through it casually, he tossed the document aside, indifferent to the information written on it, and continued to eat and drink. Alright, that will do for now. He held a goblet in one hand while a maid served him in the other as he explained the situation to Sebastian's group. The deeper you go, the worse the epidemic becomes, and the stronger the stone beasts are, so you all need to be careful. The governor handed a drink to a maid and cheerfully said, "Come on, let's drink." Ryoto removed his mask and sighed with relief, almost died. He comfortably sat across from the governor and commented, "In this area, the epidemic hasn't spread, taking off the mask is much more comfortable." Ryoto casually tore off a drumstick and continued, "The miners outside are suffering, but in here the governor is living it up." He took a big bite and arrogantly acknowledged, "The miners' riots happen quite frequently, which seems a bit unreasonable." The governor's face immediately darkened, and the maids were taken aback into silence. He gritted his teeth and said, "Food, who gave you the right to touch my food?" Ryoto didn't care and waved for Sebastian to sit at the table with him. "Hey, with this much food, you can't finish it all. Isn't it more enjoyable to eat together? The food is delicious." Ryoto enthusiastically introduced, "This is Base, my subordinate." He was very hungry on the way, luckily we were welcomed. Sebastian sat down and quietly reminded Ryoto, "Hey, eating directly with your hands isn't good." White Lotus stood behind, angrily muttering, "You dare to call the boss your subordinate? I really want to deal with this guy." Ryoto picked up a bowl and drank from it. "What's wrong with that? Either way, it all goes into my mouth." He sternly asked that incompetent governor, "Isn't that right, governor?" Ryoto successfully provoked the governor, who angrily ordered, "Someone, kill them for me." Two soldiers intending to act were immediately incapacitated by Julia. Meanwhile, Ryoto and Sebastian were still leisurely enjoying their food. Ryoto enthusiastically remarked, "This is delicious." Sebastian promptly declined, "No, thank you." The governor was furious to see them treating him with such disdain and bellowed, "Damn it, daring to make a scene here." As soon as she finished speaking, White Lotus swiftly placed her two blades coldly against his neck, causing him to freeze in place, not daring to make a move. With quick hands, White Lotus seized the man and warily said, "Stay still, or I'll chop off your head." This lightning-fast action made the man a bit panicked. In front of him were three people, including Sebastian, Ryoto, and another woman. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Don't you guys know who I am?" Ryoto gently replied, "You're the mine manager, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Sebastian, enjoying his drink, said, "This is delicious." With White Lotus holding him, his face contorted in discomfort as he responded, "I am a noble, and you are just a commoner. If you dare to touch me, you won't live to see another day." Suddenly, a bone jabbed straight into his nose, causing him to cry out in pain, "Ah, what are you doing?" That was the bone that Ryoto had just eaten. He chuckled derisively, "A noble, huh? Humph. Just because your father is a vice-pope of the Church of the Miraculous Light, an uneducated person like you can sit firmly in the position of mine manager that many people can only dream of." The man, somewhat frightened, replied, all right, what more do you want?" Ryoto, with a sinister expression, replied, "You need at least 10 years of mining experience. In addition, you must have at least 10,000 spirit strength to maintain the mine's existence. Both of these basic requirements you do not meet." White Lotus was still holding a knife to his throat. Ryoto's voice continued to echo, "The workers out there barely have enough to eat, while you are sitting here idly. The human world is being destroyed by your kind of pests." Ryoto continued with a sullen face, "That's why the human race I hate the most is the nobility." At this point, White Lotus raised his voice in threat, "Then just go die." Upon hearing that, he screamed in horror. Ryoto, who was also panicking, said, Don't. Sebastian softly spoke, "Stop." Ryoto breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I almost lost my mind, you can't just kill this guy recklessly." Sebastian turned to Ryoto and asked, "So what do you intend to do?" White Lotus gently said, "You're lucky." The guy was sweating profusely. "Huh, still very arrogant, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of my power?" Ryoto took a deep breath and said, "It's not that I'm afraid of you, it's just that keeping you around still has its uses." And then Ryoto directly shifted his gaze, gloomily responding, "I want you to go with us down to the mine." He was quite surprised to hear that. "What? Julia at that moment caught a strange smell. Hey, why is there a weird smell? The man turned pale. I don't want to go down to the mine. White Lotus also sensed something unusual. Could it be? From the bottom of his pants, a liquid with a pungent smell fell out. Oh, maybe he was so scared that he wet himself. White Lotus quickly let him go. That's disgusting. Even Sebastian and Ryota were helpless. We've found her weakness. Down in the mine, the guards saw them approaching and all bowed their heads in greeting. Hello, or mine manager. From a short distance away, a booming voice rang out. You miners, make way for the or mine manager. Behind them was a group of young men carrying something quite heavy on their backs. One of the guards asked, or mine manager, why are you personally coming down to the mine today? Did we make some mistake? He replied, shut up. He grumbled, I'm taking the kingdom's envoy to tour the mine. Ryota, walking alongside, boasted, hearing your subordinates say that, it's obvious. Normally, you never leave your tent, and you don't even know the structure of the mineral mine. He turned back, his face pale. You are wrong, I know very well, in great detail, the mineral mine. This had greatly surprised Ryota. The four of them began to ascend the elevator. At this moment, Sebastian spoke softly. From this point on, it's the deep mining area, and the mist will drift away in waves. The other person hesitated to speak. Can we just stay here? Ryota replied, no. You have been affected by a special poison I concocted, so if you don't cooperate with us, you will never be able to cure it. Sebastian calmly said, you say you know every nook and cranny of the mine, but why are you trembling with fear as soon as you reach here? What on earth is going on? Sebastian lightly threatened, speak quickly, here I am the boss. Hearing this, he was startled. Really? Ryota could only sigh. Haze, well, it is what it is. Ryota gently turned back, a sharp knife was pressed against his back. It was White Lotus. She was currently cloaked in invisibility. Actually, he is the real envoy. She said, I don't want to suffer renal pain. At this moment, he had sat down in shock. That's right, in your eyes, I am just a dissolute person, but I once wanted to manage this mine very well. He said, the Kronos mine is divided into an upper and a lower area. The upper area is the current location where they are standing, while the lower area is a bottomless black abyss. The workers mainly extract surface minerals from the walls and transport them to the surface for distribution across the empire. Although it is hard labor with meager wages, and at times they are beaten by soldiers, it is generally considered relatively safe. At this moment, his face had turned pale, but the real hell is below. The Kronos mine is famous primarily for the mineral wealth in the lower levels. According to Dino Zola's account, the immense and precious mineral seemed to appear before everyone's eyes, its entire body covered with sharp red thorns, radiating a crimson light intermingled with purple hues, enhancing its eerie allure. The treasures found at the deepest level, their beauty rivaling that of dragon jade, are called demon minerals. Demon minerals are extremely valuable but are located deep within the mine, making extraction incredibly difficult. To prevent workers from secretly smuggling the minerals away, they are all forced to live down there. The extracted minerals are transported up here by 2 lifts. Since the amount of minerals is limited, 2 lifts are sufficient. As Dino Zola spoke, he gestured downward for Sebastian and the others to see. He continued recounting his story. When I first arrived at the mine, my father told me that if I stayed here for 10 years without committing any crimes, I could return to the kingdom and be promoted. Sebastian thought to himself, this really is a familiar trope. Dino Zola frowned and said, it's also because I was young and inexperienced back then, under the illusion that I could manage this place. Ryota glanced at Dino Zola and mockingly told him, it seems we've underestimated you. You're not just a fool, but an idiot. Dino Zola shot a glare at Ryota. You can say whatever you want. In any case, even as the ore mine manager, I can only manage the upper area. Dino Zola's face turned pale, as if he were terrified of something. Looking down into the deep abyss below, he gritted his teeth and said, as for the lower level, aside from regularly harvesting the stones once a month, I know nothing at all. As he finished saying this, the elevator arrived. Dino Zola was so scared that he was drenched in sweat, his face devoid of color. He turned around and asked, "Excuse me, can I not go?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Ryoto kicked him hard, causing him to fall face down into the elevator. He angrily turned back and shouted, "Why are you being so rough?" Ryoto coldly replied, "You fool, without hostages, the soldiers above will surely let us go." The elevator gradually began to move, and Dino Zola was so frightened that he sat down, clutching his head and trembling. Ryoto stood with his arms crossed and asked, "Hey, what's going on? Why are you so scared?" He replied despairingly, "I already said I didn't want to go down." At this moment, everyone could clearly see Dino Zola's fear. He said, "Down there is hell." No matter how terrified he was at that moment, it was already too late. The elevator was plummeting down at an incredibly fast speed. Sebastian, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "Didn't you say that even the Your Mind manager wouldn't know the situation down there?" His tone was indifferent, making people feel a chill. Dino Zola was still sitting there cradling his head. Hearing the question, he replied, "Right now, that is true, but when I first met the Your Mind manager, he did go down once." He took his hands off his head, changed his seating position, and began to recount the story. "At that time, I wanted to manage the lower levels, so I often brought several hundred elite soldiers down." In Dino Zola's memory, images of soldiers appeared, some clinging to ropes with one hand while holding torches with the other, slowly crawling down the cliff. Dino Zola was among them, telling the group, "Climb down the ropes, it takes a long time to get there." The surroundings were all a pitch-black color, and the torch in hand was not enough to illuminate the bottomless abyss. He continued, "Then suddenly, I saw a very terrifying face. Perhaps even now, the face of the black monster with eyes glowing red and eerie fangs is still etched in Dino Zola's memory. After that, the ropes of the soldiers around us kept breaking, and screams echoed everywhere. In that horrifying scene, dismembered limbs fell chaotically through the air. It was not until I reached the bottom that the horrifying sight, which I would never dare to forget for the rest of my life, appeared." Dino Zola recounted, while clutching his head with both hands, his eyes wide open in extreme terror. But behind him, Ryoto and Sebastian showed no fear at all. Ryoto thought to himself, "It's all nonsense." Dino Zola was not finished. The heads of hundreds of soldiers were piled up like a mountain, blocking the way completely. Those were the elite soldiers of the kingdom. And me, still alive. It wasn't luck, that thing intentionally let me go. The gigantic monster opened its mouth wide, growling each word, "Go up there, never come down again. If not, I will kill without mercy." Dino Zola was utterly terrified, covering his ears as if to block out that sound. His face changed from green to purple under the watchful eyes of Ryoto and Sebastian. Ryoto calmly asked, "Mind monster, huh? I heard that the deeper you go, the stronger the mind monsters become." Immediately, Dino Zola turned in amazement to Ryoto and said, "If you know that, why are you still planning to come down here to hand over your life?" Ryoto was also a bit surprised by his reaction and confidently replied, "Who knows who will die first?" Sebastian, on the aside, was seriously contemplating, "The structure of this mine reminds me of a lava core." Suddenly, a red flash streaked by, along with the sounds of powerful flapping wings from something that appeared to be quite large. In an instant, Dino Zola realized, his face turning pale. He lowered his hands as if to listen more closely to the sound, wanting to confirm whether he had misheard. He turned back and asked, "Did you all hear that noise?" Sebastian nonchalantly replied, "Yeah, it sounds like the flapping of wings." Immediately, Dino Zola began to tremble, his face turning green again, sweat pouring down as he desperately exclaimed, "It's it." Then he suddenly shouted, "It's coming to kill me." Above the elevator, a shadow of a giant monster appeared, with blue wings and limbs that had long, sharp claws, looking extremely terrifying. Sebastian said coldly, "White Lotus." At this moment, White Lotus appeared with a purple glow surrounding her, softly responding, to the right, above. White Lotus asked Sebastian, "Do you need my subordinates to take action?" Sebastian refused, "No need." Hearing the conversation, Dino Zola turned to look, surprised to see White Lotus had appeared out of nowhere. He curiously asked, "Why are you here?" Of course, no one answered him. Sebastian thought, "That monster is strong, but I want to give it a try. Without hesitation, Sebastian recited a spell and launched a fire attack at the monster with one hand. The monster roared and easily dodged to the side, while Sebastian's attack pierced straight into the rock wall. Dinozola, seeing the thing that had haunted him for so long, turned pale, groaning in fear, pointing at the monster. It's it. After accurately pinpointing the monster's direction, Sebastian exclaimed, "I've found you." Next, without hesitation, he unleashed an ice spell directly at the monster. The monster swiftly dodged to the side and charged straight toward Sebastian's group. It halted, staring intently at Dinozola. Dinozola's face turned pale, and he let out a frantic scream. The monster growled in a chilling voice at Dinozola, "You again? Didn't I tell you that if we met again, I would kill you?" Dinozola, terrified to the point of tears, his face turning purple, waved his arms in panic, continuously denying, "No, no, no. It wasn't me who wanted to come here, I was forced, they made me come down here." Upon hearing this, the monster clenched its jaw tightly and slowly asked, "Who are they?" Suddenly, its blood-red eyes widened, as if sensing something. It turned its gaze toward Sebastian and White Lotus, both of whom were observing it as well. In that instant when their eyes met, White Lotus unleashed a technique, emanating a kind of dark energy from his two colored pupils. The monster seemed startled, quickly retreating several meters. The monster sweated profusely, thinking to itself, "Why do I feel like I'm being suppressed? I am no match for her." Thinking that, it immediately soared up, leaving a streak of blue light in front of Sebastian and the others. Sebastian had anticipated its intentions early on and calmly said to White Lotus, "It wants to cut the elevator. White Lotus, help me." White Lotus replied, "Yes," and promptly closed her eyes to gather her focus, bringing two fingers close to her lips as if reciting a spell. The ferocious monster used its sharp claws to sever the elevator shaft, growling, buried the corpse at the bottom of the cave. The elevator, losing its support, fell rapidly into the abyss. Dinozola screamed in despair, "Oh, we're going to die." The elevator continued to plummet, the eerie laughter of the monster echoing throughout the space. It watched the elevator fall freely, uttering two words, "Foolish." Suddenly, it stopped short, its expression changing as if it had just realized something. The elevator, which seemed to fall endlessly, suddenly halted in mid-air and flashed a blinding blue light. In an instant, a volley of ice arrows shot forth like lightning towards the monster, leaving it bewildered, but thanks to its quick reflexes, it managed to dodge them. Below, Sebastian spread his jet-black wings wide, holding both hands steady to support the elevator along with everyone else. Thanks to his technique, everyone's feet seemed to sprout roots, firmly anchoring them to the elevator floor. Sebastian couldn't help but marvel internally, so strong, the power of the demon lord's wings really is immense, carrying so many people without any effort. While thinking, he continued to channel energy into his fingertips, ready to unleash his next move. The monster, furious at the failed plan, soared down towards Sebastian, asking him in a growl, "Who are you? How do you have those wings?" Dinozola, despite his fear, did not forget his curiosity and turned to ask Sebastian, "Who are you? How can a human have black wings?" Sebastian coldly replied, "If you want to live, be quiet." Ryoto, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up with a provoking tone, "You've got some spirit, huh? After all, you're someone who has fought against divine weapons, why not enlighten me a little?" Sebastian answered succinctly, "All right." He continued to execute the technique from earlier, combining both hands to channel energy into an ice-based spell. Sebastian calmly read the spell, raised his hands, and unleashed the attack toward the monster. The monster dodged and sneered, "Isn't it boring to only have one skill every time?" Sebastian's expression remained unchanged. He followed the monster's question and replied, "Oh really? Can't you see the difference?" As he spoke, he pointed behind the monster. The monster was surprised to turn around and unexpectedly saw a spiky ice ball silently lurking behind it for who knows how long. Sebastian quickly changed his stance, coldly commanding, "Catch." The monster, unable to collect itself, was caught off guard as the spiky ice ball shot straight toward it. In a panic, it hastily dodged to the side, but the ice ball relentlessly pursued, never relenting in its chase. With each movement of the ice ball, a stream of azure light appeared, alongside pristine white snowflakes blossoming. If this weren't a life-threatening situation, the scene would surely leave many in awe. Sebastian waved his hand toward the monster, speaking with a deep voice, "You can't escape." The monster began to panic, dodging left and right, but the ice ball remained on its tail, as if it would never stop until it caught its target. White Lotus stared at Sebastian, silently thinking, controlling ice bullets from this distance seems easy in theory, but the distance from the master this time is truly too far. I've heard some rumors suggesting that the master has been acting differently lately, yet at times they unleash an unexpectedly powerful energy. I should wait for the right moment to confirm this with the master. While White Lotus was lost in thought, Sebastian had nearly cornered the monster. He raised a finger and recited a special command, "Bingo!" Immediately, an ice orb pierced straight through the monster's body, rendering it immobile. This left White Lotus astounded. Everyone was focused on the monster. The most astonished expression belonged to Dino Zola, whose eyes seemed ready to pop out. The entire creature was frozen solid, it struggled but was helpless, only able to roar in anger, "Damn it, let me go!" Dino Zola stammered in disbelief, Caught it! Sebastian calmly replied, using upgraded ice skills, "No matter how he struggles, he won't escape." The monster, furious, gritted its teeth and growled, "Who the hell are you, and what do you want with me?" Sebastian stared at the monster and said, "This is something I should be asking. We just want to go down to the mine to observe the situation. Why are you forcing us into a death trap?" The monster roared in anger, "Down here, we have lived freely for years. You suddenly want to poke your noses in, then blame yourselves for being so thoughtless." Sebastian was not too concerned and calmly responded, "Until we clarify everything, I will not kill you. This ice magic will dissipate in a day, you just wait obediently." The monster continued to struggle, growling, "Let me go." Sebastian just sighed and turned to Dino Zola, calling out loudly, "Hey." His voice was nonchalant, as if nothing was happening. "The story you told is really frightening, I thought you were quite formidable." He thought to himself, what a waste of effort. Dino Zola looked at Sebastian fearfully, his face pale, sweat pouring down continuously, stuttering and unable to speak. In his mind, there was only one question, is this guy even human? What's with that cat-like eye and those black wings? Sebastian spread his pitch-black wings wide, controlling the elevator to continue moving downward. Before them, faint sparkling dots gradually appeared below, endlessly moving in the darkness. Dino Zola leaned against the elevator shaft, poking his head out to observe. "A bit excited," he said, we're here. This is the first time I've ever been down to the lower area." Ryota glanced at him, replying with a tone of disdain, "Didn't you go down once before? Even then you lost all your subordinates." Mentioning the past made Dino Zola break out in a cold sweat. He responded, "The last time I went down, everything was pitch black all around, and before I could even gather myself, how could I have the mood to take in the sights?" Sebastian folded his arms, interrupting Dino Zola, "Get up. Down there, you are still our mine manager in name, so you must lead the way." Hearing Sebastian's tone, Dino Zola's face shifted from green to purple. But Sebastian paid no mind to his expression. He looked down below and said, "It seems like." At this moment, the elevator was descending to the deepest area of the Kronos mine. The towering rock walls and makeshift buildings with a complicated network of paths gradually came into view. Sebastian confirmed, "We've arrived." The elevator platform, controlled by Sebastian, slowly lowered down, though it was still quite a distance from the ground. Below, hundreds of workers were moving in a line, each carrying a large basket on their backs. Among the crowd, a bald man with a beard looked up in surprise at Sebastian and the group. The bald man under the greenish-gray rock was sweating profusely, stammering, "That is." Dino Zola asked in confusion, "How do we get down there?" But no one paid attention to him. Ryota looked to one side and pointed, "Look over there." Not far away, a group of people was gathered in a circle. In the center stood a person wearing a green cloak, animatedly waving their arms and legs. Next to that person was a flag of the same color. The crowd was talking about something, but due to the distance, Sebastian's group could not hear clearly. Ryoto turned to White Lotus and said, "White Lotus, can you help me eavesdrop and see what they are saying?" White Lotus did not respond to Ryoto but turned to ask Sebastian, "Master?" Sebastian calmly replied, "It's fine, go ahead and listen." Ryoto irritably snapped, "It's just a small favor, do you really need to ask for permission? No respect at all." White Lotus removed her hood, closed her eyes to concentrate, and used her ability to hear sounds from afar. She clearly heard the person in the green cloak speaking loudly to the surrounding crowd, "O blessed subjects of the divinity. We have had to endure and bury ourselves here for so many years, yet the kingdom still has no intention of letting us go. They throw dead pigs, sick cattle down here, pushing those disgusting things to the bottom." The man in the green cloak continued to shout, "It's no different from wanting us to self-destruct. Now that I have accumulated enough strength, it's time for us to go outside and take control of this entire mine." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd around him raised their hands in unison and shouted slogans, their faces filled with resentment. Hearing White Lotus recount the situation, Ryoto chuckled lightly, indeed, inciting a riot. Dinozola angrily cursed, "Those bastards, we give them the freedom to be unmonitored, and they turn around and demand to kill people, what a bunch of scoundrels." Sebastian coldly spoke up, "In this case, there is no other choice." Lowered down to the square. Finishing his words, he unleashed a freezing spell toward the leader who was delivering the speech. A loud boom echoed as the leader was frozen solid, collapsing to the ground with a look of shock on his face. The crowd around them was stunned, turning to look at the source of the sound, only to see a group of people descending from above. Their eyes were fixed on the newcomers, mouths agape in astonishment. Sebastian's group landed on the ground, led by Dinozola. He glanced down at his trembling legs from the jump from such a height and silently complained, "My legs hurt so much. Why do I have to jump down from up there?" The crowd, bewildered at this moment, began to discuss animatedly. "Who is that? He looks so familiar, I feel like I know him." Suddenly, one person pointed towards Dinozola and shouted loudly, "He is the ore mine manager of the mineral mine, Dinozola." Dinozola widened his eyes in surprise as he was recognized right after stepping down. He broke into a cold sweat, his face pale with fear. Inwardly anxious, he thought, "I've been discovered, the traitors are too numerous." Without giving him too much time to think, Sebastian whispered harshly, enunciating each word, "What are you standing there for? Quickly say what I told you to say." Dinozola, although apprehensive of the crowd below, did not dare to disobey Sebastian's command. He slowly said, "As you all know, I am the highest leader of the mineral mine, Dinozola." He raised his voice even louder, "Today I am here to check on everyone's progress and to assess the situation of the disease down here." Dinozola began to address each issue. First was the disease issue. There is certainly no way we up here would throw unprocessed materials down there to harm everyone. Therefore, we are here to investigate the source of the disease. Then, Dinozola pointed at the person who had just been giving a speech and was now frozen in place, loudly saying, "And the reactionary speech I just heard was all about rebellion, which is unforgivable." Dinozola spoke these words with great fervor, but fear was already making him sweat profusely. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to continue, saying, "Do you all think that with just your mixed forces of workers, you can truly stand as opponents to the national army?" Upon hearing this, the workers' faces darkened, and they looked at Dinozola with hatred. Sebastian quietly told Dinozola, "That's enough threats, now comfort them." Dinozola helplessly asked, "Is it possible to comfort them even a little?" Of course, Sebastian's answer was, no. Feeling powerless, Dinozola closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and forced himself to speak words that went against his conscience. After going through all the necessary procedures, he raised his eyes and pointed at the crowd, speaking loudly, "However, the Empire knows that all of you are innocent people. Therefore, as long as everyone obediently surrenders, the Empire will not pursue past events." Dinozola crossed his fingers in an X shape and said with a heavy heart, "Moreover, as long as the workers respect the law, each person will receive a reward of 10 gold coins." Dino Zola, tears welling in his eyes, looked towards Sebastian and said indignantly, "With so many workers here, do you want me to go bankrupt?" Sebastian merely cast a cold glance at him and spoke a statement that could not be more reasonable. "You've been cheating so many people for so many years, it's about time you pay them back." The workers murmured amongst themselves, each expressing their opinions, creating a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a sound erupted nearby. Dino Zola turned in astonishment, only to see cold steam swirling around his face. In an instant, a chilling laugh echoed through the air. Dino Zola could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the speaker, who had been frozen earlier, breaking through the ice and clumsily rising to his feet. He stood up, his legs no longer resembling those of a human, but transformed into a pair of red limbs with 3 long, sharp claws. Clearly, this was a monster disguised as a man. A dark crimson aura radiated from him. He looked at Sebastian's group with disdain and said, "You despicable bastards, do you dare ambush me?" His name was Robert, a god blessing, one of the 3 magic beings. Sebastian watched him in silence, pondering to himself, if he can escape my ice skills, he seems even harder to deal with than the beast just now. Sebastian recalled the figure of a person dressed entirely in black, one eye gleaming with a strange purple light, adorned with a pattern of 3 leaves on the outfit. He thought, that's right, he was like this before. This guy reminds me of a game from my childhood. Not wanting the surrounding crowd to continue buzzing, Robert turned to Dino Zola and said, "You are the or mine manager, right?" "Just in time, I have something to find you for." Dino Zola, suddenly being singled out, turned pale with fear, unable to say a word. Robert grinned, putting on a dangerous expression and said, "When you strike a snake, strike its head." Before he could finish his sentence, a voice rang out above his head. Indeed, at that moment, he felt a sharp pain shoot through him. Julia's 2 swords had just sliced a diagonal line across his back. Julia descended gracefully with her 2 swords at her sides, the glimmering eyes of the blades shining brightly. Immediately, Robert's cloak was torn to shreds, revealing a back stained with blood from the sword strike. He howled in pain. In agony, Robert's fury erupted. His eyes shone with a purple hue, and he let out a loud roar before using his foot like a sword to slash at Julia. Julia, caught off guard, fell backward, a piece of her chest cut. Ryoto ran to support Julia. Julia was still surprised by Robert's incredible speed just now, exclaiming, "So fast." Robert squatted down, turned around to check his wounds, looked while speaking, "The Holy Light Sword, you are one of the Holy Light, right? Your cross mark is too weak, barely enough to scratch me." He turned his back to the rebellious workers, making the wound that had just been cut by the sword immediately heal. Then he turned to excitedly say to the workers, "Did you see that? With Gaia's divine protection, what is the holy light compared to our God blessing?" As soon as he finished speaking, the workers below knelt down on the ground, shouting in unison, "Long live Gaia, God blessing." Robert turned to Dino Zola and said, "Come on, or mine manager." A red dark aura emanated from him. He raised his leg, preparing to attack, causing Dino Zola to turn to stone in fear. Robert swung his leg wildly towards Dino Zola, still shouting, "Submit." Dino Zola intended to flee but was too late, taking all of Robert's attacks. But strangely, Dino Zola was not harmed at all. Dino Zola, terrified, dared not move. Sebastian patted his shoulder and ordered him, "Stand up straight." Dino Zola, still in a state of horror, his face devoid of color, looked back in confusion, wondering, "Am I not injured? Am I still alive?" Sebastian spoke coldly in a whisper to him, "Don't say things that are so humiliating. The one who is injured should be him." Dino Zola raised his head to look straight ahead, eyes shining with more danger than ever before. After Sebastian whispered to him that the injured one should be Robert, Dino Zola realized that it was Robert who was in trouble. Robert stood in front of them with a fearful expression, his face paling, eyes becoming more menacing than ever. He had been injured, the wound on his leg now beginning to bleed, and Robert's body felt as though it were locked in place. He looked at Sebastian and Dino Zola with sharp eyes, his brows furrowed, asking, "What have you done?" Before Robert could regain his composure regarding what was happening before his eyes, a sudden screeching sound echoed. When he looked down at his bizarre legs in horror, he saw they had been severed in two. Robert's face was now devoid of all color, moving from one shock to another, unable to react to the actions of Sebastian's group. He was furious. His anger reached its peak, his cheeks hollowed out, veins protruding on his face. His mouth opened wide in an unexpected surprise, as if he wanted to scream. Before he could finish his rage, his eyes bulged with the whites threatening to overflow from their sockets. It was as if he had discovered something, as if he realized what was about to happen to him next. But before he could finish contemplating that surprise, he felt as if he was about to be attacked again. His hands shot out in front of him, shielding his chest and head. The sound of slicing echoed again, and he was struck with two more blows right on the hands that were raised to shield him. Taken aback by the unexpected attack, along with his furious expression, he shouted, "Who is it? If you're brave, show yourself." He seemed to sense that someone was playing tricks on him, using an invisibility technique to attack. Just as Robert had thought, it was indeed White Lotus who had attacked him. With a murderous expression, she stood behind him and said, "All right then." He, as if hearing someone nearby, his face changed, turning pale and ghostly, as if he had just been drained of all blood. The changing face of Robert could only convey one word for him at that moment: fear. He was so frightened that his face now showed both anger and dread at the thought of being attacked once more. He shouted loudly, his mouth trembling with fear, "The army of monsters!" as if invoking some force to come to his aid. After he shouted, an unexpected earthquake occurred, as if something beneath the ground wanted to break through and tear everything apart. Everyone present was caught off guard, stunned by the situation before their eyes. The quake seemed intent on destroying everything, causing people to fall. Sudden whispers echoed, along with trembling voices, and then a chilling scream from the force that he had just summoned. Before Sebastian and Dino Zola, both were utterly surprised. Dino Zola, taken aback by this surprise, fell to the ground, his face displaying a level of astonishment that was hard to comprehend in light of the events. He opened his eyes wide, looking up, curious yet trembling to know what force had just appeared. Meanwhile, Sebastian was equally surprised as Dino Zola beside him, but he seemed calmer. He was already in a defensive stance, prepared for any battle that might ensue. In front of the two, the mine monster had appeared, the very thing that Robert had summoned. It was much larger than they had thought, far bigger than they could imagine. The mine monster before them had 4 deep red horns like fresh blood, and its eyes were filled with rage, with 2 beams of red light that could annihilate anyone. Its teeth were sharp, with Robert sitting atop its head. At that moment, Robert seemed to be recovering from the injuries he had just sustained. The scene now looked more chaotic than ever. Not only was there the monstrous creature, but it was also accompanied by giant insects that moved in swarms. In this tumultuous situation, only Sebastian managed to stand firm and calm. Robert sat proudly on the monster's head, his expression arrogant and a mischievous grin on his face. He looked down, his hands slowly recovering from the injuries but still leaking some blood. His voice, filled with anger, declared, "Damn it, who dares to ambush me, show yourself." He demanded that Sebastian's group respond. Dino Zola, meanwhile, trembled in fear as he remained seated on the ground. His eyes were directed at Sebastian, as if asking, "What should we do in this situation now?" Sebastian and Dino Zola could do nothing in the face of the current chaos. He just wanted to rush into battle against the monster before him, but he couldn't. Anger simmered inside him as he thought, can this god-blessing control the monster? Ryoto stood beside him, his expression serious, with Julia, who was gravely injured by Robert, on his shoulder. Ryoto said to Sebastian, "It's time to go. We can't do anything about those monsters." Hearing Ryoto's words, Sebastian turned to White Lotus. He asked, "White Lotus, can you hold off those monsters?" He was worried about her, partly because he didn't know if she had enough strength, and partly because he wanted to rely on her. His expression was now very serious, no different from Ryoto's. White Lotus replied, "Master, don't you know my strength?" She spoke with a tone of doubt, as if reminding him to trust her. "You all go ahead, I will follow right after." As soon as she finished speaking, Sebastian completely trusted her. Good. After that, he cast a magic formation in his hands, a shield designed to protect Ryoto and Julia on his shoulder. Ryoto looked at Sebastian with a surprised expression, his eyes wide in confusion about what he was doing. Dino Zola was no better off, he was held tightly by Sebastian's grip on his shirt. Sebastian said to Ryoto, "The fire shield can last long enough, you take Dino Zola and escape first. I will follow behind." He completely trusted Ryoto's ability to protect himself, as well as Julia. Ryoto was now pushed into an unexpected situation, his eyes wide as he looked up at Sebastian, his mind racing with many questions. Meanwhile, Sebastian used his beautiful, mysterious wings to fly up, one hand still holding on to Dino Zola. Before him was the shield he had created, while the surrounding scene was very chaotic. Robert, at this moment, also did not understand what Sebastian wanted to do, so he lamented, "Everyone follow me." He ordered the monsters he had summoned. Ahead, Sebastian was flying with Dino Zola, while Mine Monster let out flames at Robert's command, strong enough to burn down a forest. Robert commanded the monstrous creatures, "Recently, there's a traitor, let the mosquitoes stay and protect me." No sooner had he spoken than the monstrous flying mosquito with blood-red, glistening eyes and a sharp, elongated proboscis that could pierce anyone was struck by a sudden collision. It had been sliced into pieces, its greenish fluid oozing out upon being cut. Now, his flying mosquito was almost utterly destroyed. Behind Robert, two sharp, pointed swords were unexpectedly thrust straight toward him. A figure appeared, standing atop the two swords. "Your spiritual power is indeed very good, but the so-called battle experience does not go hand in hand with it." Robert intentionally looked down on that person, believing he had done nothing of substance and possessed no real experience. The two sharp swords plunged straight into Robert's spine. Fresh blood began to gush out like water, and he was alarmed, his face expressing shock as he turned back. Blood kept flowing, and behind him was White Lotus, the one who had brought this surprise. Behind her were the monstrous flying mosquitoes he had summoned, now reduced to merely oozing greenish fluid pouring out more and more. She warned him in a threatening tone, "If you don't want to die, then stay away from my people." She wanted to give him a way out, wanting him to stop chasing after them. But now, with a face about to cry, veins bulging, fresh blood oozing from his nose and mouth due to that stab wound, he shouted, "Call those monsters back for me." It seemed he began to panic. He immediately ordered his monstrous troops to retreat at once. After Robert was terrified by White Lotus's threat, he was so scared that he was about to cry. He ordered his monsters to return and spare Sebastian's group right away. As for Sebastian, at this moment, he was still holding on to Dino Zola's clothes. He turned his head back to look at the swarm of monstrous insects. He exclaimed, "Oh, there are so many monsters." Then he abruptly turned to Sebastian, telling him in an urgent tone, "You need to use magic to deal with them." He was in a hurry, anxious as he spoke to him. Sebastian looked at him and said, "You're strong enough, why do you still have to run from them?" His words seemed to reassure him that there was no need to be afraid, even while he was indeed very strong. Suddenly, the swarm of monstrous insects behind them turned around in astonishment. Both of them were equally surprised, wondering, why are they all going back? They wondered, just recently they had chased them closely, and now they had turned back completely. As for Robert, looking disheveled, the two swords plunged straight into his back, blood pouring out profusely. He exclaimed to White Lotus, who was driving the two swords into him, "I followed your orders, please let me go." His face at this moment was only filled with fear towards Sebastian's group. As soon as he finished speaking, White Lotus immediately jumped off the two swords she had just stood upon, standing on him, her hands gripping the swords, her gaze gradually turning icy. She said to him, "Do you think I will spare you?" His face went pale upon hearing her words. Just a moment ago, she had intended to spare him, but now, she had changed her mind so quickly. He was stunned hearing her say that. His face was ashen, covered in blood, and blood was spilling out of him. He let out a cry, surely she had driven the swords deep into him. "In pain," he exclaimed. Suddenly, the mine monster he had summoned lunged to attack her. It was a gigantic beast that could crush anyone. She jumped up, flipping backwards. With anger, she plunged the sword deep multiple times, exclaiming, "Damn it, you brought this upon yourself." Robert lay there, howling in pain as she pressed deeper. He cried out loudly, "It hurts so much." His face was now pale, the pain piercing to his very soul, reduced to screaming and unable to do anything. Her hands still firmly grasped the two swords. Her backward flip caused them to not stab straight but to angle along her body, stabbing into his vertebrae. Robert could only scream, begging her, "Spare me." He looked back, pleading with her, "Please don't kill me." His pleas were utterly pitiful, while she continued to drive the dagger deep into him without any intention of pulling it out. Suddenly, a powerful voice shouted, "Stop." She jumped at the sound of someone daring to tell her to stop. This person demanded she release Robert, or else they would kill them. He threatened her in return, his face darkening. From the hem of his coat appeared a sharp blade pointing towards Ryota and Julia standing there. Ryota couldn't do anything, thinking silently, "This is bad, they will meet their end at the hands of those God-blessing people." The worried expression was clearly visible on his face. White Lotus, after hearing his words, pretended to be oblivious and said, "Then go ahead and kill them, I don't know them anyway." Her cold words surprised the other person, who didn't expect this scenario to occur. Ryota anxiously said, "Hey, don't be so cold." After hearing this, he could only remain silent. Ryota asked White Lotus, "That blindfolded boss is your master, right? If you don't care about them, surely you care about your master, right? Think carefully, girl." Ryota interrupted him, speaking to the hesitant White Lotus, "My partner is your master's accomplice. He definitely wouldn't want me dead. Don't you want to solve this problem in place of your master?" Hearing about her master, she paused for a moment, not wanting her master to be troubled by this issue. Then, she drew two swords from Robert's body. Blood gushed out profusely, and Robert screamed in pain, tears streaming down his face like a child, no longer strong-willed as he was earlier. White Lotus disappeared into thin air the moment she drew her sword. On the back of the mine monster, Robert cried out in agony, feeling pain that pierced deep into his soul caused by her. The God-blessing was immediately taken aback upon seeing her vanish so quickly. He was astonished and thought, "She's gone, that stealth technique is truly powerful. I never expected she could do that." Ryota promptly interrupted his thoughts, looking directly at him and saying, "So, are we good then? You know we don't have the ability to escape." His gaze suggested, "Let them go, the job is done." The mysterious figure gazed back at Ryota, one side illuminated by dazzling light, while the other was veiled by his headscarf. His enigmatic face instilled caution in others. He reminded him, "Don't cause trouble in the territory of the God-blessing." He threatened him with a voice full of mystery, his dark visage displaying his ruthlessness. After finishing what had just occurred, Sebastian and Dino Zola had moved far from that chaotic place. Dino Zola asked him, "Where do we need to go now?" He was still being held tightly by Ryoto's grip on his shirt as they flew away. Suddenly, from the other side, a voice joyfully called out to Sebastian, "Benefactor, benefactor, over here." On immediately looked towards the person calling him. An old man stood on the wooden bridge, waving at him with a cheerful expression. He was taken by surprise and said, "Oh, you are the uncle at the tavern before." It seemed he had remembered who this uncle was. The old man, with his cheerful face, continued to wave at him, and his thick brown beard and eyebrows made the image even more familiar. It seemed that he and the old man had encountered someone they knew. Suddenly, Sebastian said to the owner standing next to him, "This guy told me that the workers have gone beyond the Empire's control for a long time. The workers from the lower area aren't allowed to go up. Why is that?" He was also quite puzzled, not understanding why there was such a class discrimination among the workers. After all, they were all in the same situation, so why was there a division between the lower and upper workers? In the end, he concluded with a sentence, "I will meet you at the tavern." The tavern staff immediately reported, "Sir, please don't waste food like that." The owner angrily replied, "What do you mean by that? How come you people are getting out of the mine like this?" A customer complained to the tavern owner about a few things and asked, Then, may I ask who this rude person is?" The guest in question is Sebastian, who feels quite uncomfortable sitting at the same table for a meal with him. Upon hearing this, Sebastian retorted, I am the highest-ranking leader of the Dinozola mineral mine, why do you not know who I am? He stood up, resolutely telling the owner, please continue speaking. However, the guest, who had an unpleasant attitude earlier, did not know that Sebastian was his benefactor, someone who had helped him countless times, and now sat back, mocking him. Sebastian didn't pay much attention to that. After a while, the guest asked, Benefactor, how do you find my living conditions here? At that moment, while serving the dishes, the staff member inadvertently overheard the conversation between the two. Although interrupting a private conversation is rude, she still wanted to express her thoughts. She replied, to be honest, it's much better than I expected. The food, while not extravagant or luxurious, is still quite sufficient and delicious, and there is even wine to drink. The house may not be large, but it still has enough rooms. Hearing her opinion, the guest seemed to think and ponder for a moment. Then he said, that's why those miners at the mineral mine join, God blessing, there must be a reason. He said, the workers in the lower level also lamented that we are like animals selling our lives for work. The soldiers often mistreat us, and life is dim. Even more frightening is that to harvest the gemstones, we are constantly threatened by the monsters in the mine. Every day, people die because of them, but the soldiers never care about us. Even the wages after a worker dies vanish without a trace. Ultimately, everything changed when a group of people, dressed in black from head to toe, suddenly appeared, claiming to be the God-blessing cult coming to the mine. Everything began to change gradually. They killed all the soldiers in the lower region, even those with eyes that were not like ordinary people, having a green hue that looked very frightening at night. Those people hung each head on a wooden beam, swaying back and forth as the wind blew through. And just like that, they used a strange kind of magic to completely cure all the chronic ailments of the workers. They said that the supreme being of the cult, Gaia, promised that as long as we worship Gaia, all suffering would disappear. Being a worker is like that, enduring hardships without daring to complain to anyone and silently bearing it. There were even stranger occurrences, as those followers of God blessing could control the monsters in the mine. He said, thanks to their help, not only is our lives secured, but our extraction productivity has also increased. The amount of stone delivered is growing increasingly, causing the Empire to lose interest in the work in the lower sector. And so, after just a short period, God blessing has become a belief for everyone. The plight of the workers is the pressure and the scolding from all sides, but if there are always monsters behind to protect us, it eases the burden somewhat. Sebastian said to the boss, it seems that God blessing is not as cruel as the Empire often claims. The boss calmly sipped his tea and replied, of course, at least our lives have hope thanks to them. God blessing divides classes based on contribution and length of service. He also willingly admitted, veterans like me naturally have better living conditions than others. He seemed a bit sad as he added, after everyone started to have enough to eat and wear warmly, the cult began to encourage us to marry, so the population in the lower sector has multiplied several times over the last decade. The innkeeper chuckled softly, scratched his head, and shared, and, my daughter, was also born that way, but now she has gone off with someone else. But it turned out to just be a playful, cute banter between the two. The daughter asked, what does father say? Who is always worried about playing with my people during leave? Sebastian was quite surprised when Anne mentioned the two words leave. She thought it was normal, that's right, senior workers get leave every year. So, to answer your previous question, if there's no leave, how could you meet your father at the pub? Sebastian wondered, but how did Uncle get up to the surface? The pub owner replied, thanks to an underground passage that the Empire is unaware of. A few years ago, we dug a tunnel leading to the surface. Each worker gets about a week's leave each year, but life on the surface isn't as good as down here, so everyone always returns. The difficult customer who had been complaining earlier shouted, why is it that I don't know about such a big deal? Since the customer only heard a part of the conversation and quickly judged, it made the owner angry. He told him, isn't it because you're stupid? The other side was also not easy to back down or give in. The customer was quite surprised when the pub owner insulted him like that. The owner remained calm, scratching his nose and continuing, I've heard that workers up top have to work in deep and unhealthy areas, and thinking that being down below is even worse, so no one wants to come down. He clicked his tongue, feeling a deep sense of sympathy and pity. After listening to the arguments long enough to give him a headache, Sebastian finally spoke up. It seems that Holy Wing losing to God Blessing isn't wrong. After all, the management level lacks competence. Hearing Sebastian criticize him so harshly, the customer became irritated and replied, "Why are you speaking in favor of those heretical groups?" After all, Sebastian and the owner were business partners, so it was natural for him to defend his side. Hitting a nerve, Sebastian retorted, "You are from Holy Wing yet you make the people suffer terribly, so who are the real heretics?" The customer shot back immediately, "If the law enforcement catches you saying that, it would be a grave offense." Neither side was willing to back down, making the situation even more tense. Gradually, both sides provoked each other further, causing more frustration. Sebastian asked, "It's not even your territory, yet you speak so loudly, is your brain really that flat?" After addressing the customer, Sebastian turned to console the owner a bit. He said, "Uncle, I remember that you mentioned your daughter's illness was healed by Gaia." The owner nodded in agreement, as he spoke very accurately. Then he continued, "I have something important to discuss with it, can you tell me where it is?" The owner was taken aback when he heard Sebastian speak, but he agreed and replied, "Gaia lives right in the lower area." In a prison-like setting, surrounded by sharp thorns, the ground was moldy and damp, making it a place no one would want to visit. Yet there was a pair of friends, Ryoto and Julia, sitting there. Julia was in a state where her body and face were covered in wounds. Ryoto, as a friend, asked her, "Julia, how are your wounds?" In too much pain to look at him, she simply replied, "I dealt with them, but I still feel cold all over. I think it's not going to end well. If possible, you should run away, don't worry about me." But he didn't want that. Having been friends for over a decade, he couldn't just abandon her. He gently comforted her, "We've been together for more than 10 years, how could I leave you behind?" Julia remained there, gasping for breath from exhaustion. Suddenly, Ryoto joyfully exclaimed, "The rescue has arrived." The subordinate of God Blessing, named AIDS, approached him and said, "The boss sent me to interrogate him, you all can leave." Hearing that, the subordinates obeyed and left. Ryoto, sitting in the prison cell, said, "Finally, you made it." He added, "Boss, it must have been tough for you to keep me here for so long." Then he also asked Ryoto, "How is my family?" Calmly, he replied, "Don't worry, I've taken care of everything. Earlier this year, I sent your son to the White Elephant Pagoda for schooling." AIDS joyfully responded, "That's great, I will get you out right now." Ryoto immediately dismissed that idea, "No need to do that, your identity will be exposed instantly." AIDS was quite surprised that someone in a position of power like Ryoto would accept being imprisoned like this. AIDS said, "But you are a criminal, they won't spare you." Ryoto reassured him, "You don't need to worry, you've been here long enough, you must have figured things out by now." Suddenly, from the previously cheerful atmosphere, Ryoto changed his expression to a serious one and questioned AIDS, "Is the so-called epidemic this time caused by God Blessing?" Turning back to the conversation with Sebastian, he proposed to the boss, "Then can you take me to meet Gaia?" The boss hesitated for a moment after hearing the proposal, but replied very politely, "Because no one who has entered has answered yet." This was also his subtle way of refusing. After saying that, the boss went outside to find something to do, leaving only 2 people in the room sipping tea and chatting with each other. But it wasn't long before a knocking sound was heard at the door. Sebastian and the female employee hurriedly turned to see what it was. She was a bit scared and asked, "Who is it?" Sebastian thought, could it be Gaia? Both of them thought in their minds that it might be the boss, but they didn't dare to say it out loud, hoping to think more positively. Indeed, each person's intuition was not wrong. Outside the door, a voice called out, "It's me, the master." Everyone was startled, and Sebastian had to gasp, "What? The tavern owner has been caught." From somewhere, White Lotus appeared and asked Sebastian, "Why didn't you save them?" He calmly replied, "Because the master did not give the order, so I, Baem, did not dare to decide on my own." Dino Zola, the picky customer from earlier, also felt a bit uneasy. Sebastian had to break into a sweat because he didn't know how to handle it properly. Finally, he decided, never mind, the master is in our hands, God bless, they probably won't dare to kill them. Then he looked up and ordered White Lotus, you will come with me to the quarantine zone. She listened and obeyed without daring to argue or say anything. At the table across, a guest had been listening to the whole story about Sebastian's predicament and inadvertently caught the way he was handling it by heading to the quarantine zone. As soon as he finished speaking, the man shouted, "Wait! Because the quarantine zone has soldiers guarding it. No matter how talented a benefactor is, it is still very dangerous to go there." Sebastian reassured him, "Don't worry, we're all in this profession." The man remained quite cautious about the situation and handed Sebastian 2 dark green cloaks, advising, over the past few years, many workers have joined the God Blessing Society. Many of my friends have participated as well. Whenever they are busy working, they often come to and to have their clothes washed. These 2 cloaks are the highest rank I could find. Sebastian was quite delighted that there were still many good and quietly helpful people around him. He joyfully said, "That's great. We will surely need to use them a lot." Whoever is the quietest is often the most cunning and scheming, and none other than Dino Zola. A person who says nothing from start to finish is actually just plotting. From the very beginning, Sebastian knew and understood this, so after receiving the cloak, he immediately tied up Nozola. Nozola was startled because he did not expect his plan to be exposed so quickly. He asked, "What are you doing?" "I am the mine manager here." Then, as he screamed and got angry, Sebastian landed a thunderous punch right in his mouth, silencing him. Turning to the owner, Sebastian said, "Please keep an eye on him for a moment." The owner replied, "I understand." Going back in time to Ryoto and Julia, when they had to endure the punishments and harshness in prison, there came a group of people, possibly a man and a woman. The woman held up a drawing board and remarked, "This uncle draws pretty well."